Chapter 1. A hero. In the dark and damp environment, an unpleasant stench permeated the air, a foul odor of decaying wounds mingled with human excrement and some bizarre scents. It was evident that this was no ordinary place where one could find solace. Occasionally, faint wails would resonate in the silent dungeon, emanating from injured prisoners. The astute captives confined here remained mostly silent, conserving their strength for survival. Any unnecessary cries would only hasten their demise. Without sufficient rest and vitality, they would inevitably face the specter of death. Clink, clink, tap, tap. The rhythmic sound of footsteps began to echo from the corridor outside the cells, casting a shadow of apprehension over the prisoners. The two figures appeared to them like grim reapers. Tap, tap. With the insertion of a key, a door creaked open, and a young man, who had been resting with his eyes closed, reluctantly opened them. His bare torso bore numerous wounds, the most alarming of which was a stab wound near his heart, a near-fatal blow that had nearly claimed his life, now wrapped in bandages. These injuries were a result of the past month's torment. Our hero, it's your turn again. Come with us. Two guards clad in uniforms brandished long spears directed at the man in the cell. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and rose, the shackles on his limbs hindering his movements. The guards behind him exhibited no rush, clearly having arrived in advance to escort the prisoner. As the three figures gradually receded into the shadows, eyes in the darkness began to open, and the once silent cell stirred with a semblance of life. Is it really him again? How many times has it been? Can this fellow still survive? Scum like him can die without a second thought. But if he dies, our peril will increase dramatically. The last remark plunged the dungeon back into silence. Indeed, while that man lived, he occupied a space that could have been filled by another should he perish. Their own dangers would intensify. Let us hope this fellow survives after all. He has done so many times before that a prisoner, of average build yet with a notably vicious visage, swiftly raised his hand and clapped it against the wall behind him. With a sharp sound, he captured the small morsel of food he had snatched at a tiny cockroach, yet it was sustenance. Outside, Central Arena, cheers erupted in waves. Even the typically gentle and composed ladies were stirred to fervor. Kill him. End that wretch. Bone Crusher. Hurry and dispatch him. I've placed a hefty wager on you. Smash him. Shatter that scoundrel's skull. This magnificent arena, capable of accommodating over 10,000 spectators, serves as the battleground for fierce gladiatorial combat. At this moment, the central stage witnesses a brutal clash between the seasoned warrior known as the Bonebreaker, who boasts a remarkable 10 consecutive victories, and the novice contender, Wolf Fong. Missing a front tooth and donning a half-metal mask, the Bonebreaker delivers a powerful kick, sending the approaching Wolf Fong sprawling in a desperate attempt to retaliate. A chilling glint of murderous intent flashes in his eyes as he wields his iron hammer, arms outstretched, reveling in the raucous cheers of the audience surrounding him. Youngster, if you seek fortune through gladiatorial combat, you must possess some degree of strength. Allow me to use you as the stepping stone for my 11th victory, he declares, showcasing his experience and understanding of how to please the wealthy patrons above. The Bonebreaker's words send a wave of dread through Wolf Fong, who tightens his grip on the long blade, instinctively adopting a defensive posture. However, the erratic rise and fall of his chest betray his current state of vulnerability. With a cruel smile, the Bonebreaker twirls his hammer, charging toward Wolf Fong. Prepare to meet your end. He taunts that a mere 10 meters proves insufficient to thwart the Bonebreaker's assault. He deftly sidesteps Wolf Fang's defenses, leveraging his momentum to deliver a swift, thunderous strike to the young warrior's skull. Crack! In an instant, Wolf Fong crumples to the ground, his life extinguished by the devastating blow. The Bonebreaker's hammer has shattered his skull, and as Wolf Fong convulses briefly, blood spills forth, marking the end of his existence. He's dead. Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly the Bonebreaker? What utter nonsense. The initial shock from newcomers is quickly overshadowed by the ecstatic cheers of those reveling in their dark desires, celebrating their chosen champion's triumph, while others, having wagered on the wrong contender, voice their curses. Sensing the electrifying atmosphere, the Bonebreaker gradually retreats amidst the cacophony of applause. This victory brings him closer to a staggering bounty of nearly 10 million belly. Should he secure 9 more victories, he can not only settle his considerable debts, but also amass wealth sufficient to start a family. Lost in these thoughts, the Bonebreaker quickens his pace. After 2 minutes of walking, he pauses at a fork in the path, the confidence he previously exuded now tempered with a hint of caution. Thud! Thud! The sound of heavy footsteps compels the Bonebreaker to instinctively shift his stance. Approaching him is a pale-skinned youth clad in the garb of a death row inmate, his golden hair contrasting with his malnourished appearance. A small scar graces the corner of his mouth, imparting an air of maturity. Trailing behind the youth are two guards, each brandishing long spears, standing vigilant as the two figures draw near. As they pass one another, the youth flashes a disarming smile. The bonebreaker shudders at the unexpected display, sensing a palpable aura of menace emanating from the young man. Swallowing hard, he quickens his stride once more. Upon arriving at the triad of passageways, he cast a fleeting glance at the corridor from which the man had previously emerged. But without lingering, hurriedly made his way towards the path he had traversed earlier. At one end of these three corridors lay the entrance to the arena, while another led to the preparation area for those who fought for wealth and fame. The third passage, however, descended into the dungeons where the condemned resided. Those trapped within the dungeons faced an almost certain demise. They were not only subjected to the appalling conditions of their confinement, but also compelled to battle for the whims of the spectators outside. Gladiators, at least, could expect some level of medical attention for their injuries, whereas the condemned, beyond rudimentary treatment, were left to rely solely on their physical resilience to endure. It was tragically common for the condemned to succumb to untreated wounds. Thud, thud, clang, clang. As he approached the ominously shut iron gate, the man halted, only to be confronted by a guard who stepped forward to unlock this door of death with a key. Perplexed by the absence of the usual actions behind him, he turned, for typically, upon reaching this point, the guards would remove his shackles. This time, our orders do not include unshackling you, the guard sneered with malice. The man's expression soured instantly, bound hand and foot. This was an unprecedented circumstance for battle. His somewhat juvenile throat emitted a frail sound, a consequence of his developing body lacking proper nourishment. So, you mean? The soldier behind him pressed the butt of his spear against his back, the click of the firearm's safety echoing coldly as he stated, "This is the command we have received." Feeling the chill and sharpness at his back, the youth gritted his teeth and pressed onward. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to survive, just as he had time and again. In the arena, after a brief intermission, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement once more, as if the fervor of the crowd had reignited. The host of the event rose to his feet, microphone in hand, striving to elevate the ambience further. "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe most of you have come for this ultimate showdown." The announcer stood tall, his voice booming with enthusiasm. "So when will he meet his end? Will it be in this bout? Or will he manage to survive until the next?" Through the loudspeakers, his words resonated in every ear, inciting a wave of exhilaration among the throngs of spectators who erupted in unison. "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" Feeling the fervor his rhetoric had incited, the host exaggeratedly widened one eye while narrowing the other. With a physique unlike any other, ferocious and fearless combat, skills, and an indomitable will to survive despite countless scars. Now, let us welcome our hero with the most enthusiastic cheers. Hero. Chapter 2, Scoundrel. Scoundrel. As the host of the event posed his questions, the audience, nearly 7 layers deep, responded fervently to his inquiries, prompting the host to erupt into exaggerated laughter. Indeed, the next contender stepping into the arena is our fallen hero, Roz. Under the waning sun, the desolate arena became a stage for a man whose hands and feet were bound. Scum, the wretched failure. Ha ha, I wager your demise today. I've staked my entire fortune on it. Please, do me the courtesy of perishing quietly. As the man made his entrance, a cacophony of booing erupted, and unsurprisingly, various objects were hurled into the arena. Roz felt an overwhelming sense of indignation, yet he swiftly suppressed it. He had encountered such scenes dozens of times before. After being imprisoned in the dungeon and formally condemned, he was compelled to visit this gladiatorial arena almost daily. He had become a champion with 36 victories, yes. He had triumphed over 36 adversaries, some human, others beastly. While some victories came easily, the majority were hard-fought, and his injuries had steadily accumulated at that moment. He was far from his peak condition. Amidst the chorus of jeers, Roz raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and roared in defiance of all that had transpired. Shush! Such defiance only served to stir the crowd further, as commoners, merchants, and nobles alike joined in the cacophony of curses directed at Roz. Interesting. It appears our protagonist is quite confident. But I wonder, would he still exude such confidence if he knew the true nature of his opponent? The host's face twisted into a sinister grin as he listened to the crowd's agreement, and with palpable excitement, he declared, "Now, let us welcome our other protagonist, one of the beast kings from the northern forest, the Shadow Leopard King." As another gate swung open, a low, ominous howl echoed from the dark passageway, and moments later, a creature with glowing eyes emerged. A palpable threat loomed, and Roz caught the scent of blood in the air. His expression shifted as he recognized the creature before him, fully aware of its formidable power. One of the sovereigns of the treacherous northern forest, its strength far surpassed that of ordinary animals. Both its power and speed were extraordinary. Previously, 7 seasoned hunters had ventured to hunt this notorious beast, known for its predatory assaults on civilians. Yet none returned did I in this creature's territory. There were no other formidable beasts, earning it the title of the Leopard King. Once, Raz had contemplated seeking out this beast in the harsh forest to test his own strength. But alas, before he could act, he found himself in this dire predicament. The Shadow Leopard King boasts a formidable physique nearing 3 meters in length, its body enveloped in an obsidian hue. Beneath the darkness of its feline visage, for claws are adorned with a sparse tuft of white fur. At this moment, the Leopard King regards the man in the arena with the demeanor befitting a top-tier predator. Roar. This is troublesome. Upon witnessing the menacing presence of the beast before him, Raz instinctively sensed danger. The only aspect that offered a modicum of solace was the sight of the creature bearing several minor wounds, its condition evidently poor, presumably due to prolonged starvation. However, this realization left both parties with no avenue for retreat, as Raz understood that mere brute strength would not suffice to intimidate his adversary. The Shadow Leopard King was the first to assume an aggressive stance. Driven by hunger and fury, once a regal beast, it had now fallen to a state of deprivation and captivity, yearning only to sink its teeth into the prey before it. Roar. Noticing the beast's movement, Raz became acutely alert. He recognized that his survival hinged on the creature's current weakened state, though this was precisely what rendered the situation perilous. Breathed in that fleeting moment of the beast's advance, Raz steadied himself, focusing intently on the Leopard King's movements. Bound by constraints, he was unable to execute grand maneuvers, compelling him to adopt a cautious approach. The scent of the approaching predator wafted through the air, a putrid stench that made Raz refrain from any hasty actions, as he braced himself to anticipate the trajectory of the impending attack. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Amidst the raucous cheers of the audience, the Shadow Leopard King lunged forward, an action Raz had foreseen. In an instant, Raz pivoted to the right, evading the Leopard King's assault. As they brushed past each other, he delivered a powerful punch aimed at the beast's abdomen. Wham! Crack! At the moment Raz struck the Shadow Leopard King, a shadow akin to an iron whip lashed out from the side, sending both combatants reeling backward. With a thud, the two figures tumbled to the ground before swiftly regaining their footing. Wow! It appears our hero has demonstrated considerable prowess after enduring numerous battles, managing to stand firm even after facing an onslaught from the Shadow Leopard King. Quite astonishing indeed, proclaimed the arena host, striving to lift the atmosphere. He lamented, alas, the audience will miss the spectacle of our hero being vanquished in a single blow. Boo! 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 A chorus of derision echoed through the arena. Yet Raz paid little heed to the clamor. He stood tall, vigorously rubbing his right ribcage, acutely aware that his ribs had sustained injury. What immense power! And this is still my body enhanced by that cheat in this bizarre world. He murmured quietly. Despite the pain, Raz remained rooted, refraining from initiating an attack. The Shadow Leopard King, however, was undeterred by such considerations. Although its abdomen throbbed with agony, this only served to ignite its ferocity. Whoosh! After a brief moment of gathering strength, the Shadow Panther King lunged at Rhodes with increased speed and greater force. However, this time, Rhodes did not evade as the Shadow Panther King pounced. He raised the iron chains that bound his hands to block the beast's lethal claws. The immense power of the attack sent Rhodes crashing to the ground. Oh, sink your teeth into him. Fight with all your might. The crowd erupted with cruel laughter, though a scant few averted their eyes from the gruesome spectacle. With its claws thwarted by the iron chains, the Shadow Panther King immediately aimed its teeth at Rhodes' head. Yet, Rhodes swiftly dodged this strike, simultaneously swinging his head like a hammer towards the panther's skull. I am unable to assist with that. Such a collision momentarily disoriented Rhodes, yet his formidable physique enabled him to firmly restrain the claws that almost broke free. A desperate struggle ensued, a fierce grappling match. This was a strategy conceived in an instant by Raz. Lacking the physical prowess to overpower his foe, he found greater advantage in a mutually destructive approach. A sharp pain surged through his feet. He realized he had been clawed by the Shadow Leopard King's hind legs. Without hesitation, he bent his legs and delivered fierce kicks to the Leopard King's abdomen. Strike! Strike! Relentless kicks ensued. Meanwhile, his upper body was ensnared by iron chains, tightly binding the Leopard King's forepaws. As the only offensive maneuver of his adversary, the bite, approached, Rod swayed his head from side to side, evading while simultaneously launching his own assaults. Ah, how primitive this combat is. It lacks the grandeur of a gladiator. One could say he is truly deserving of the title hero, ha ha ha. The broadcast echoed with merciless mockery, accompanied by a chorus of insults from the crowd. Rod's gaze grew icier. Headbutt, headbutt, headbutt. Blood began to flow from his head. Yet this only heightened his exhilaration. Thud, 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 uncertain of how many times he had struck. Rod felt his own mind growing hazy as the creature before him began to weaken, its struggle slowing. In a frenzy of bloodlust, he sank his sharp teeth into the neck of the Shadow Leopard King. Crunch, spit. The first bite tore away the fur, followed by the gnashing of flesh. One bite. Two bites. Amidst a storm of curses, Rod savored this hard-won feast, his gaze filled with boundless malice. Creak. The iron gate swung open, and 3 guards armed with firearms approached cautiously. Halt. Sensing the presence of the living, Rod turned to face them, his eyes gleaming like those of a malevolent spirit, causing the trio to take a step back in fear. Bang! A bullet struck the ground near his feet, jolting Rod into composure. He slowly rose, raising his hands to signal that he meant no harm. Once assured that the guards would not fire upon him, he surveyed the arena. Around the nearly lifeless Shadow Leopard King, a tide of curses surged. With a slight chuckle, Rod turned his body, lowering his hands to wipe the repulsive blood and flesh from the corner of his mouth with his tattered garments. Then, in a surprising gesture, he placed his right hand over his chest and offered a subtle bow towards a high platform, seemingly expressing gratitude to those who had provided him with such a sumptuous meal. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd, followed by another wave of curses. Yet Rod calmly stepped towards the open passage. He dares to provoke me? What an intriguing fellow. I am no man to remain indifferent to such taunts. A pale-faced noble waved a ceremonial staff, while the 2 soldiers behind him stood as still as statues. You there, he said, addressing one of the guards, go make arrangements. I intend to pay a visit to the dungeon. The soldier, pointed at by the nobleman, moved with immediate respect and departed. As the newest and most esteemed noble of the realm, and the commander of the city defense forces, he naturally possessed the privilege of freely entering and exiting the dungeon. Had it not been for his desire to see Rod endure a while longer, he would have eliminated him long ago. Moments later, the man dressed in noble attire joyfully exited the private box of the arena, oblivious to the fact that a pair of eyes in the shadows were keenly observing his every move. Chapter 3, Law Fight Tap. Tap, tap. In the pitch-black environment, Rod opened his eyes, clearly hearing a series of footsteps. Enduring immense pain, he turned his gaze toward the entrance. Having spent an extended period in darkness, the prisoners had adapted, allowing them to discern outlines with some clarity. As Rod recognized the newcomer, his expression grew increasingly cold. The individual wore the uniform of the Kingdom's City Defense Commander, a rising star in a nation that had recently undergone monumental upheaval. Surely you haven't come to see if I am dead, have you? I must apologize. Someone of my stature does not exit so easily. Lafite. The man Rod referred to as Lafite waved his cane with his right hand, while his left hand lifted his military cap in a slight bow towards Rod's, a smug smile forming on his lips. Ah, General Rods, I would never entertain such a thought. However, you have barely survived this time. What of the next? Lafite pointed his cane at Rod's injuries to his abdomen and lower limbs, mocking him. Instantly, the atmosphere thickened with tension as the 2 men regarded each other in silence. Just as the gravity of the moment intensified, Rods broke the stillness. It was you, wasn't it? Claiming I attempted to assault Baron Yuza's daughter. I should have dealt with you sooner. The absurdity of being imprisoned as a hero was not lost on Rods. After a recent banquet, he had been accused of attempting to violate a nobleman's daughter, with several witnesses corroborating the allegations. A hero of the kingdom, tarnished by such disgraceful accusations. Lafite smiled impassively. That is only if you were capable of such a feat. Rods' gaze turned fierce, yet his tone remained eerily calm, as if discussing an event that had transpired to another. His right hand pressed against his wounded leg, applying slight pressure, the sharp pangs of pain keeping him alert. Lafite narrowed his eyes, observing Rods' subtle movements. It seems you have become aware of certain truths you ought not to know. He then shook his head dismissively. Regardless of how you came to this understanding, it matters not. I am here merely to inform you of your fate. Fate? Rods' expression shifted slightly. He was astute enough to surmise the implications. Of course, before delivering the bad news, let me share some good news. My good news. Lafayette suddenly felt a surge of happiness. He licked his lips and proclaimed, in just 5 days, on the first day of the 15th century, I shall be engaged to Her Highness the Princess. I believe I owe you my gratitude. Rhodes replied coolly, Humph, what does that have to do with me? Surely you haven't come here merely to express your thanks. Lafayette erupted into laughter. Oh, you are unaware? It seems your intelligence network is not as sharp as it was during the war. The king had originally intended to betroth the second princess to you. But I have preempted you. As for the reason, observing Rhodes's indifferent expression, Lafayette shook his head slightly, his smile fading. I bring you good news. But also bad news. In a few days, on the last day of 1499, I shall personally execute you, the so-called hero, in the arena. Rhodes laughed in response. Humph. That sounds like good news to me. He clenched his teeth and declared, I will kill you. I will use your flesh and blood, your very soul, to heal my suffering. Lafayette paid little heed to Rhodes, whom he regarded as a defeated dog. He shook his head with a hint of regret. Perhaps just days ago. You might have had a chance to defeat me, but suddenly, a gentle breeze stirred, revealing scattered white feathers floating in the dark surroundings as Lafayette began to rise slowly, entering a state of levitation at a height of 1 meter. What is this? Ha ha ha, indeed. This is the treasure from the sea, rumored to grant the power of a demon upon consumption, the legendary devil fruit. A pair of pristine wings unfurled from Lafayette's back, generating a soft breeze that dispersed some of the foul stench surrounding Rhodes. This treasure, purchased by the Bordeaux royal family for the purpose of bestowing power upon the hero of this nation, was originally intended by the king for your consumption to enhance your strength. With a snap, the wings transformed into a shower of feathers as Lafayette gracefully descended to the ground. He twirled his staff, causing Rhodes to tighten his grip with determination. Who would have thought such a thing truly exists in this world? Just a simple bite can bestow extraordinary abilities. Lafayette's tone was imbued with delight as he smiled. This is a truly remarkable fruit, and the battle to come will surely remain etched in your memory. As for my ability to consume this devil fruit, it is simply because you no longer hold the qualifications. You scoundrel! I will kill you. I will undoubtedly kill you. It was all for this cursed devil fruit. Finally grasping the reason, Rhodes was overtaken by a sudden fury, vigorously pounding against the cage in a desperate attempt to break free. Little did Rhodes know, Lafayette's actions were primarily driven by jealousy. After self-learning the art of hypnosis at the tender age of 13 and personally eliminating his abusive father, Lafayette had not felt envy towards anyone since, viewing all as mere playthings until he encountered Rhodes. Ha 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 ha. How reminiscent of a defeated dog-s barking. With these words, Lafayette felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. However, following his laughter, a wave of emptiness washed over him, diminishing his desire to continue witnessing the spectacle of this failure. He turned his body, stepping away with a cheerful gait. I will kill you. I shall end your life. Just as he was about to leave Rhodes' line of sight, he waved his hand, as if bidding farewell. The sudden cacophony surrounding them made Rhodes acutely aware of the situation. The formidable power of hypnosis. When did it begin? Was it when he turned his cane, or when he spoke? With a sigh of relief, Rhodes was grateful for having remained vigilant from the outset. Otherwise, he might have succumbed like the other prisoners around him. Yet, he soon chuckled to himself, thinking, perhaps not, for he was there merely to flaunt his prowess. In his disdain for Lafayette's behavior, Rhodes felt a twinge of jealousy. He scorned the notion that Lafayette would engage in such trivial antics while envying the devil fruit he had acquired. Let me ponder. Rhodes closed his eyes, rapidly contemplating the information regarding Lafayette. At 13, his noble father and numerous servants were slain by an unknown assailant, leaving only Lafayette, who fortuitously was out at the time. For years ago, he joined the rebellion under the banner of the Grand Prince, fighting alongside Rhodes against the current king. Reflecting on their fates, one soaring high while the other languished in prison, after arduous struggles, Rhodes felt a disarray in his breath as he realized the bitter irony. While he had been imprisoned, Lafayette had stolen everything from him, thriving in the world. Taking a deep breath, Rhodes began to recall the intelligence he possessed. Lafayette, a future officer under Blackbeard of the Four Emperors pirate crew, presumably wielded the powers of a flying Zoan-type devil fruit, alongside formidable hypnosis skills and commendable swordsmanship. During his time in the cell, Rhodes had become acutely aware of where his formidable adversary lay, slandering his reputation and inciting both commoners and nobles against him, evidently utilizing his hypnotic abilities. A formidable foe indeed. With a quiet sigh, Rhodes began to worry about his circumstances. He was fully aware of his current state. Against a devil fruit user, he stood no chance of victory. It seemed he would need to devise another plan. Rhodes slowly closed his eyes, beginning to devise a plan for his escape. The central district predominantly houses the venerable aristocracy of the nation alongside the emergent nobility that has risen with the king. Hall, cease your chatter. I have already stated that I will not engage in foolishness. You are aware that that scoundrel Rods likely will not survive until tomorrow. I merely wish to leave behind a memento. Baron Hall, clad in formal attire, lamented to his old companion. I have known Rods for 6 years. I have raised him as if he were my own son. I know he would never resort to such actions. Removing his top hat, Hall revealed his gray hair. His expression a blend of sorrow and frustration. Yet, contrary to my wishes, the king has issued his decree, and I am left with no choice but to comply. Observing his friend's plight, Dalmy, responsible for the belongings of the condemned, could only exit the room with resignation. Hall, amidst his grief, exhibited a hint of helplessness. After a brief wait, the door swung open, and Dalmy approached, holding 2 items. He stepped forward and directly thrust them into Hall's hands. Come now. Although this may be deemed unlawful, who could resist aiding an old rogue like you? Hall accepted the weighty objects, and upon hearing his companion's words, he rose, patting Dalmy's shoulder. Let us share a drink next time. Off with you. Dalmy issued a dismissive order, and Hall did not linger any longer. Grasping his belongings, he boarded his carriage, and with the rumbling of wheels, Baron Hall gradually distanced himself from the location. Upon returning to his residence, the commander of the 2nd Legion, Baron Hall, began to wield his influence, fervently conspiring something of great import. On the last day of the year 1499 in the Age of the Sea, a nation that had been usurped by the 2nd Prince and subsequently restored to order by the 1st Prince began to welcome foreign visitors from the seas. This land, nestled within the 4 seas, was known as the Western Sea, home to the Kingdom of Bordeaux. Previously, this nation had maintained a semi-isolationist stance due to its advantageous geography. But now, with the 1st Prince, who had long advocated for openness and integration into the world government, ascending the throne, this policy was set to continue. The notion of opening the nation and joining the world government should have been realized a decade ago. However, the 2nd Prince, fixated on the throne, launched a surprise attack on the very day of the late king's demise, leaving the unprepared 1st Prince no choice but to flee in defeat. Upon the return of Bordeaux to the throne, he naturally re-established contact with the world government. Given the Western Sea's ironclad environment, the world government welcomed the prospect of a new member state, as this would bolster their naval bases and recruitment efforts, thereby enhancing their leverage against the dominant mafia families in the region. On this particular day, the world government accorded the Kingdom of Bordeaux significant respect, sending not only a naval brigadier general but also a king from the same alliance, accompanied by 2 princes from allied nations. Chapter 4. Henry Rhodes. On the final day of 1499, the weather was peculiarly unusual. The previous days of blazing sunlight had given way to dense, ominous clouds that loomed over the horizon. Following a heavy downpour, a gathering of nobles awaited the arrival of their guests at the newly constructed, damp harbor. The commander of the city's defense forces, Lafayette, held his cane behind him, gently swaying it as he stood in the front row, gazing at the sky and muttering to himself. It appears the rain has ceased. Thus, the afternoon's gladiatorial contest may still proceed. Nearby, an established noble regarded him with disdain, yet felt compelled to flatter. Acknowledging Lafayette as the most promising individual in the nation at that moment, it seems even the heavens have yielded to this execution. Fear not, Viscount Lafayette. Lafayette nodded in response, though his eyes betrayed a profound contempt. They have arrived. A resonant call captured the attention of the gathering crowd, directing their gaze towards the heavily fortified bay formed by steep cliffs. There, 3 warships glided into view, the leading vessel proudly displaying the flag of the world government, characterized by a cross formed by 5 interconnected black circles, while the 2 ships trailing behind bore the emblematic seagull flag of the Navy. With the arrival of the world government's representatives, King Bordeaux Limcary of the Bordeaux Kingdom received notice and gradually made his appearance. A series of horn blasts echoed, as both parties exchanged their signals, and the warships began their approach to the port. The resounding notes emanating from the steam of the new era struck the feeble hearts of those present. Sandrock Island, being remote and having been completely isolated for nearly a decade, was astounded by the arrival of these steam warships. Among the gathered nobles, only a few had previously encountered steam warships during an earlier visit from government officials, leaving them equally awestruck at the second sighting. After a brief moment, a regiment of disciplined soldiers formed 2 lines, creating a wall, led by Rear Admiral Jonathan of the World Government's Navy. followed closely by the king of the Andar kingdom and princes from 2 other nations. Following their meeting, a customary exchange of pleasantries ensued among the nobles, who hurriedly arranged accommodations for their esteemed guests and planned a luncheon. The subsequent agenda included a concert, gladiatorial events, and a grand dinner, with the main focus on the following day's ceremonies: the betrothal, the founding ceremony, and the celebrations welcoming the new century. However, as the 2 parties prepared to dine, Baron Hall, who had been in their company, had mysteriously vanished. In the silence of the prison, a faint stir broke the stillness, prompting Roz to twitch his ears and slowly open his eyes as a shadow gradually expanded within his line of sight, initially fearing it was his time for execution. His heart raced with a mix of excitement and profound regret upon recognizing the visitor. "Uncle, you must be cautious of that Lafitte fellow." "This is all. I am already aware," Hall interjected, having never believed Roz capable of attempting to assault anyone, despite the overwhelming evidence against him. Yet, after more than a month of investigation, Hall discovered troubling issues surrounding Lafitte, who not only stood to gain the most from this series of events but also exhibited numerous signs of being a nefarious character. "I cannot petition King Ram for your release." Roz understood this reality. Despite being the most senior subordinate to the king, a subject cannot defy the wishes of their sovereign. "I will give my utmost in the upcoming gladiatorial match to defeat Lafitte, but if I should fail, Uncle Hall, you must remain wary of this man's hypnotic abilities." In that moment, Roz did not forget to caution Hall, who had once imparted to him knowledge of language, combat skills, and etiquette, akin to a father. "Hypnosis?" Baron Hall exerted a slight pressure on his cane with his right hand, inquiring with a hint of perplexity. Rhodes nodded gravely and replied, "This individual possesses an extraordinarily potent hypnotic ability. I surmise that those who initially came forth to testify against me were all ensnared by Lafitte's enchantment. He had visited the prison once before, subtly hypnotizing the surrounding inmates without their awareness." Rhodes's words caused Hall to furrow his brow, as memories of Lafitte's uncanny aptitude for success in all endeavors resurfaced, evoking an unsettling sense of normalcy. That man might even rival the king. Hall refrained from elaborating further. If that individual truly wielded such formidable power, his ambitions would be grand, and the future of this nation would inevitably hang in the balance. I will keep a vigilant watch on him. Never confront this person directly. It would be perilous, Rhodes reiterated with emphasis. Hall snorted lightly and responded, "Do not forget. Your abilities were entrusted to you by me." At these words, both men shared a sudden smile, reminiscent of conversations from years past. Suddenly, Hall leaned closer to Rhodes, extending his right hand in what appeared to be a gesture of greeting. After a moment of surprise, Rhodes slowly reciprocated. As their hands clasped, Rhodes immediately sensed something unusual in his grasp. Before he could react, Hall whispered, "The primordial realm. Take care." With that, Hall turned and departed without hesitation. Upon inspecting his hand, Rhodes discovered a bracelet belonging to him, notably concealing a thin wire within. "Uncle Hall." Hall showed no signs of pausing, raising his hand to signal an OK gesture. Rhodes understood the implication. Hall would only employ such a signal during safe operations. "The primordial realm," Rhodes murmured to himself. Comprehending Hall's intent, it was a signal for him to escape. However, if he fled, Uncle Hall would inevitably face repercussions. Despite Hall's reassuring gesture, Rhodes wrestled with his conscience for a long moment before deciding to plan an escape. He refused to resign himself to a suffocating demise within these confines and resolved to act at the last possible moment, hoping to mitigate Uncle Hall's liability. With this determination, Rhodes surveyed his surroundings, formulating a plan in his mind, and gradually closed his eyes to prepare for the impending struggle. Meanwhile, the royal city at the heart of the kingdom was abuzz with activity. After a sumptuous luncheon, King Bordeaux, King Andar, and 2 foreign princes entered a musical gala, providing the gathered nobles with ample respite in such a vibrant atmosphere. Watching the thriving city, Rear Admiral Jonathan, who had not participated in the festivities, nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this nation should have joined the world government a decade ago. Well, it is not too late now. Jonathan expressed his sentiments, to which his aide promptly replied. The situation in the West Sea has significantly improved. The so-called 5 major mafia families wield far less influence now. Jonathan nodded slightly, smiling as he remarked, "This is largely thanks to our naval colleagues." With the demise of the legendary Pirate King, the world's landscape underwent a profound transformation. Countless nefarious individuals began to thrive upon the seas, driven by the allure of thrones, wealth, and power. 1 year prior, Vice Admiral Tsuru, the Chief of Staff of the Navy, proposed a series of strategic plans in response to this predicament, which included a mission to restore order across the four seas. This initiative not only quelled the malevolent intentions of those inclined towards crime, but also significantly enhanced the prestige of the world government, effectively eliminating some of the more heinous elements before they could flourish. Within the dynamics of the four seas, the East Sea, though the birthplace of the pirate king Roger, boasted the presence of the naval hero Garp. Additionally, aside from Roger, this region is considered one of the most tranquil and stable in history, making its restoration relatively straightforward. In stark contrast, the West Sea presents a far more intricate scenario, with a tangled web of noble factions, mafias masquerading behind seemingly legitimate enterprises, and ambitious individuals covertly expanding their territories under the guise of affiliations with the United Nations. This area remains quite troublesome for the world government. The South Sea, on the other hand, can be regarded as the most effectively controlled territory by the world government, aside from the East Sea. With numerous experimental bases and training grounds established there, bolstered by a substantial military presence, rendering it relatively stable amidst the current tumultuous state of the four seas. Conversely, the North Sea is fraught with turmoil. It not only reveres brute force but also teems with ambitious figures. The recent massacre of 4 nations by the German kingdom and the current dominance of the Don Quixote family further complicate the lives of the naval forces stationed there. Despite the world government's millennia-long reign over this world, the passage of time and the evolution of law have rendered many issues unsuitable for resolution through sheer force. While one might suppress 1 or 2 nations with overwhelming power, the nations that have joined the United Nations would inevitably feel a sense of unease when such methods are employed. Thus, the world government generally extends certain conveniences and benefits to its member states to facilitate its governance. However, should a nation or island pose a threat to its authority, the world government would not hesitate to employ absolute force to eradicate such threats. With a sigh reflecting the challenges of the present day, Jonathan turned his gaze toward the central city of the Kingdom of Bordeaux, as the map of the island automatically materialized in his mind. This island is shaped like a concave arc, with the central city occupying the most advantageous defensive position within the country. The 2 protruding cliffs render it nearly inaccessible to outsiders, while to the left and right of the central city lie a forest and a desert. Such a formidable and defensible terrain has effectively deterred most would-be invaders, resulting in a state of semi-isolation for this nation. There is hope that the construction of a naval base in this land will proceed smoothly. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion reverberated near the farthest reaches of the city walls, followed by a fierce blaze. Moments later, Jonathan received word from the soldiers, reporting a suicide uprising by former traitors, which the king had already dispatched soldiers to address. Should King Bordeaux require our assistance, our navy stands ready to offer aid without charge. At the very moment of the explosion, a disheveled figure emerged from the death row, fleeing alongside a number of criminals. The earlier overcast skies had dissipated, and a beam of the setting sun illuminated the figure's wrist, revealing an engraved bracelet. Henry Rhodes Chapter 5. The escape. Half an hour prior, the death row had undergone its final inspection before the gladiatorial event. This routine procedure ensured the smooth conduct of the games, as the inspectors arrived an hour early to check on the condemned prisoners selected for combat. Should any of them perish for any reason, suitable replacements would need to be promptly identified. Upon reaching Rhodes' cell, the 2 guards were taken aback in their eyes. This man possessed an astonishing willpower. They unanimously believed that his final resting place would inevitably be the arena. Hey. One burly guard banged on the iron bars with his weapon, but the cell remained eerily silent. Don't waste your effort. Half an hour ago, he was muttering something incomprehensible, then collapsed on the ground. He must be dead by now, a prisoner from the adjacent cell remarked, baring his teeth. Another prisoner from the opposite cell expressed regret. Alas, he has passed away just like that. It seemed they had witnessed such scenes before. The 2 guards exchanged cautious glances and approached the prison, attentively listening and observing until they confirmed the grim reality of Rhodes' death. Let us go in and verify. The sturdier guard produced the key that belonged to Rhodes' cell and unlocked the door, wielding a baton-like weapon as he stepped inside, while the other guard raised an old-fashioned firearm, ready to protect himself against any unforeseen danger. Click, click. The robust prison guard, named Jason, approached the corpse lying face up and refrained from directly flipping it over with his hands. Instead, he wielded his baton and struck the corpse's back with considerable force. To his surprise, the body remained unresponsive, alleviating Jason's initial apprehensions. He then thrust the baton into the abdomen of Rhodes and, with a determined flick, attempted to lift him. As fate would have it, Rhodes, who was presumed lifeless, suddenly opened his eyes. In a swift motion, he grasped Jason's baton. And before the guard could fully comprehend the situation, Rhodes had risen and closed the distance between them. Thus, Jason's companions outside found themselves unable to fire a shot due to his obstruction. Without a moment's hesitation, the suddenly aggressive Rhodes yanked with his right hand while his left lunged for the throat of the prison guard, swiftly disarming him. In an instant, a shadow darted forth. The baton struck the head of the guard, aiming a weapon outside with pinpoint accuracy. Seizing the moment of confusion, Rhodes delivered a swift kick to Jason's lower body. And before Jason could emit a cry of anguish, Rhodes dashed out and landed a punch on the guard outside. With a resounding crash, two figures collapsed to the ground, leaving those nearby utterly astonished as they struggled to comprehend the rapid turn of events. The seemingly doomed Rhodes now stood outside the cell, his shackles removed. "Hey, you pitiful souls, do you really intend to fade away here in solitude?" Rhodes, unfazed by his triumph over the two guards, spread his arms wide, though the smile on his face bore a sinister quality due to the injury at the corner of his mouth. "Do you wish to gamble your lives for a final escape, or will you remain here awaiting your demise alongside me?" His enticing words ignited a fervor among the death row inmates surrounding him. Most of them, having ended up here either due to poor choices in allies or as a result of their own misdeeds, faced a grim fate if nothing changed. The prospect of an opportunity was irresistible to these wretches. "Let me out. Please, take me with you. Don't forget about me." Rhodes could not suppress a smile at the unfolding situation, although the scar at his mouth lent it a somewhat malevolent air. The bait had been cast. Whether they could escape now depended on fate. All right, just in time. I could certainly use your strength." Rhodes immediately bent the wire into a shape suitable for picking locks, a skill he had acquired from an old drunkard, having spent over 6 years in this land, half of which was spent working in a tavern, a job arranged for him by Hall to facilitate his integration into this world while gathering intelligence for the Crown Prince. He had learned the art of lock-picking from a thieving alcoholic in exchange for a bottle of liquor when he had once helped him repair his debts. With a click, the wire slipped into the iron door, and Rhodes successfully liberated the neighboring cell. He recognized the strictness of this place. The guards did not carry a multitude of keys, only those specific to the death row cells when escorting inmates for combat. Thus, Rhodes knew he would need some time to unlock all the cells. "Thank you." The condemned prisoner was liberated from his confines. He immediately stretched his limbs and then expressed his gratitude to Rhodes. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Rhodes candidly remarked, "If you wish to escape with your life, this is merely the beginning." Raising a finger, he continued, "We must procure weapons and await the opportune moment to surge forth together." The freed inmates swiftly comprehended Rhodes' intentions. Given the circumstances, this approach was undoubtedly the most pragmatic. "No problem," he affirmed with a nod while Rhodes proceeded to unlock the next cell. 1, 2, 3. Of course, Rhodes did not encounter unimpeded success. Not all the inmates were in a state of lucidity. After fending off an attack from a deranged individual, he prudently selected whom to liberate next. Sensing the rising tumult within the death row, Rhodes estimated that the time was ripe. With an encouraging proclamation, over 30 condemned men surged towards the gateway to freedom. Outside, the guards sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere of the death row. Their comrade had been inside for 20 minutes, a full 10 minutes longer than usual. Something was amiss. They braced themselves, aware that something might be unfolding within. The guards were not fools. Upon recognizing the anomaly, they immediately took up defensive positions. However, they underestimated the fervent resolve of the desperate men yearning for liberty. With a thunderous crash, the door was violently assaulted, followed by a resounding explosion that sent it crashing to the ground. "Fire! Shoot!" The guards stationed at the entrance of the death row raised their weapons to confront the onslaught, while others on patrol hurried to join them. Bang! 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 Amidst the cacophony of gunfire and falling bodies, a voice, though not particularly robust, suddenly erupted. "Do not fear. Charge forward. These cowards can only flaunt their bravado with their firearms." Sammy, with his formidable physique, pressed on against one adversary, vociferously rallying his comrades to bolster their morale. In this era, or rather in this nation, firearms have yet to reach a sophisticated level. Although King Bordeaux, in his quest to reclaim his throne, procured a batch of more accurate and safer flintlock rifles, the more perilous weapons were allocated solely to his personal guards. Here, the muskets remain rudimentary matchlocks. The operation of matchlocks is rather cumbersome, relying primarily on a slow-burning match to ignite the gunpowder, and with each shot requiring a complete reload. Even the most skilled marksman in the kingdom can manage only 3 to 4 shots per minute. This limitation affords the unarmed death row inmates a glimmer of hope. During the initial round of firing, 4 bullets were discharged, striking 2 unfortunate souls, largely due to the inmates' reckless surge. As the death row inmates closed in on the 4 guards, another volley was fired by 4 reinforcements, fortuitously hitting 1 inmate in the head. The guards, having finally completed their reloading, were met with panic as they beheld the menacing assailants. Their shots resulted in nothing but empty chambers, and soon they found themselves in close quarters with the enemy. The prison guards and sentinels had undergone basic training, yet they were woefully inadequate in the face of these desperate inmates. In a flurry of fists and feet, the 4 guards collapsed, while some of the assailants advanced towards the arriving reinforcements. The chaos erupted into a cacophony of violence, gunfire, the sound of clubs striking flesh, the clash of combat, and the cries of the wounded began to fill the air. Those familiar with firearms seized the opportunity to wield them, while others, lacking such knowledge, resorted to using matchlocks as bludgeons. Fueled by a fervent spirit, the previously weakened death row inmates overwhelmed the morale of the guards and prison wardens. At that moment, a thunderous explosion echoed from the southeastern corner of the central city, near the city wall. Such a violent commotion naturally captured the attention of the city's authorities. The commander of the city's defenses, Lafayette, promptly received news of an explosion in the southern part of the city, accompanied by reports of a riot within the death row. He ordered that all gates be secured, allowing no one, not even a dog, to escape. Meanwhile, Lafayette approached King Bordeaux with deliberate steps. The condemned prisoners in the death row visibly altered their expressions, but upon realizing that the explosion was not aimed at their location, they swiftly reconsidered their options. At that moment, the heavy doors of their confinement were finally breached. As the gates crumbled, figures hastily surged forth. The dwindling light of the approaching dusk, though less intense, appeared blinding and searing to those desperate souls emerging from darkness. For this group of condemned, freedom was unequivocally of paramount importance. Amidst the throng of prisoners, Rhodes paused at the threshold of the gate, reflecting on the earlier explosion, which had occurred to the southeast, near a settlement close to the desert, a viable escape route. Yet, that was not Rhodes's destination. Without further contemplation, he swiftly headed in the opposite direction, joined by 5 or 6 others fleeing towards the southwest. Chapter 6. Exiting the city. What? Just as King Bordeaux composed himself to enjoy the final performance at the Opera House, he received a most infuriating piece of news. The fire ignited by the explosion at the southeastern city wall had been contained, yet it was confirmed that a dozen prisoners from the death row were unaccounted for. Among them were not only a ruthless murderer but also some diehard loyalists to the former King of Bordeaux. Furthermore, the so-called hero of the kingdom, who was to be featured in the forthcoming gladiatorial spectacle, had also escaped from captivity. This incident caused King Ram to lose face before the gathered foreign dignitaries, his expression gradually turning somber, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Lafayette, how could you, as the constable, allow this? An explosion. A riot. This is all on your shoulders. Lafayette quickly bowed, his cane spinning rhythmically behind him. Your Majesty, I humbly beseech your forgiveness for my negligence. Before nightfall, I shall eradicate all the escapees, and I will ensure that the circumstances surrounding this incident are thoroughly investigated. Lafayette fixed his gaze into King Ram's eyes and earnestly implored, please, trust me. It seemed that some special force had influenced the moment. As the wrathful King Ram managed to temper his fury slightly, he waved his robe and commanded, see to it at once. A smile graced Lafayette's fair visage as he bowed slightly and then vanished from the scene. My king, what about the subsequent activities? Inquired one of King Ram's close guards, who had not perceived any anomaly. King Ram waved his hand, his mood darkening once more. Cancel the ensuing performance. Let the esteemed guests retire and await the evening banquet. Yes. Upon exiting the theater, several robust men clad in city guard uniforms promptly approached Lafayette. My Lord Lafayette, without indulging in excessive conversation, Lafayette directly ordered his subordinates to commence the pursuit of the escapees and assigned several trusted individuals to investigate the cause of the earlier explosion. Once his subordinates swiftly dispersed, Lafayette raised his gaze to the sky. Due to the morning rain, the sunlight around 4 o'clock was no longer scorching, and the theater began to witness a steady stream of patrons exiting. He was meant to prepare for the final performance of the already commenced gladiatorial games. Could it be you? Surely it cannot be this fellow. Lafayette understood Rhodes well. He was undoubtedly a man unwilling to accept such an ignominious end. Over the course of their 6 months of collaboration, Lafayette had come to know what sort of individual this man was, always overshadowing others in every endeavor. His military prowess, his dealings with people and matters, his own artistic skills, and even everything he was originally meant to attain. All of this incited envy within Lafayette. And from that envy arose a profound jealousy, compelling him to devise a scheme aimed at bringing about the downfall of his rival. The success of this plotting allowed him to usurp everything that belonged to Rhodes. Initially, he was poised to undertake significant plans. Yet now he would not permit any interference in his designs. Erase all dangers. Lafayette's eyes narrowed slightly, and as a gust of wind swept past him, white feathers danced through the air. A pair of pristine wings suddenly unfurled, lifting him off the ground as he soared rapidly into the sky, ready to utilize the fruit's advantages to discern the whereabouts of his adversaries. Damn it, why did the explosion occur so suddenly? A downcast noble gazed at the flames erupting from the distant courtyard, his heart racing as he inquired anxiously of his loyal servant beside him. Master Mike, remain calm. The butler, dressed in servant attire, replied, his expression equally grim. Yet, his years of experience lent him a measure of composure. He quickly added, it appears that our assassination plot has been exposed. We must leave this place at once. But the great enmity of my Timothy family, the man addressed as Master Mike protested, unwilling to relent. The butler offered no further explanations, hastily gathering his belongings to prepare for their escape. Having narrowly escaped from the death cell, with only around 20 individuals remaining, excluding the 5 or 6 who fled alongside Rhodes in the opposite direction, the rest were divided into 2 groups. One group of 8 was rushing towards the front entrance, while a group of 6 headed toward the site of the explosion. It remains unclear what prompted this shift. These 6 had initially been sprinting towards the main gate, but after encountering a blockade by guards, they redirected their course, perhaps believing that some incident had occurred here that might offer them a chance at survival. The group of prisoners who had escaped from the death row were certainly not foolish. They created chaos in an attempt to incite greater unrest, thereby enhancing their chances of flight. Tap, tap, tap. Rhodes's footsteps subtly fell behind a few individuals, then vanished around a corner. Moments later, Rhodes, now clad in civilian attire and donning a hat, hastily made his way in a particular direction. Suddenly, he halted, turning to gaze in a specific direction where a robust figure loomed. Frowning, he coldly remarked, "Are you seeking death?" Sammy yanked at his prison garb, hastily throwing on a short shirt of unknown origin, and with an ingratiating tone, suggested, "How about you take me along? I wager you possess a means of escape." With the central city in chaos from explosions and riots, the usual exits are surely rendered inaccessible. Here, we can only await our demise. Pointing towards Rhodes, he continued, "As a former hero and the highest commander of the city defense forces, you must have a way out. What do you say?" Noticing Rhodes's furrowed brow, Sammy quickly added, "Regardless, I am resolutely following you." After a moment's contemplation, Rhodes reluctantly nodded, stating, "I won't wait for you. It would be best if you kept your noise to a minimum." With that, Rhodes disregarded the seemingly simple yet cunning large man, swiftly making his way toward a particular location, while a fleeting smile crossed Sammy's face as he hurried to follow. Kill them! Kill them! A few prisoners, trapped within the city, had descended into madness. The firmly shut gates undoubtedly hastened their descent into despair. Their initial fervor quickly dissipated, giving way to frenzied behavior. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed as another condemned prisoner fell. Witnessing this, several inmates charged into a civilian home, and after a cacophony of chaos, they seized a few hostages and made a rapid escape. Help! Help! A piercing cry resonated as a dark figure streaked across the ground. When the prisoners looked up, they were met with a dizzying spectacle. Thud! 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 The sound reverberated as a death row inmate, wielding a long knife and cradling a young girl, widened his eyes in shock, instinctively swallowing hard. Swish! A man adorned in elegant white aristocratic attire descended upon the scene, his icy gaze fixed upon the hostage-taker, tinged with a hint of disappointment. Ah! A shriek erupted as a woman, previously held by 3 inmates, collapsed to the ground. A man frantically retreated from the scene, while another trembled, attempting to approach one of the surviving assailants. "Don't come any closer. Stay back." The assailant pressed the stolen knife against the neck of the weeping little girl, his hand trembling, causing the blade to quiver perilously. "Hey, do you know where the one who freed you from your cell is?" Lafitte advanced with measured steps, displaying a complete indifference to the hostage held by his opponent. "Stop! Halt. The assailant, gripped by fear yet trying to maintain a facade of authority, shouted as he felt the presence of the man who had swiftly decapitated his 3 companions. In a desperate attempt to intimidate, he pressed the blade of his short knife against the hostage, hoping to draw blood. With a gentle shake of his head, Lafitte tightened his grip on his cane and remarked, "What a collection of foolish individuals." Suddenly, the criminal, who was holding the girl, felt a searing pain envelop him, accompanied by the darkness in his right eye and the warmth of blood on his face. Confused by the unforeseen turn of events, he realized the peril he was in. In a moment of panic, he made a grave error, attempting to harm the girl he had taken captive. With a swift motion, Lafitte extracted a slender sword from the eye socket of his foe and executed an exquisitely precise sword technique, severing the assailant's arm. As the crimson liquid splattered around him, the malevolent thoughts hidden within Lafitte began to surface. No longer interested in extracting information from this doomed individual, he executed a quick twist of his wrist, the sharp blade gliding across the criminal's neck, resulting in a decapitation that sent blood spraying and elicited screams from onlookers. Mei Su, the man who had been trying to rescue the hostage girl, dashed towards the one named Mei Su, who had fainted at the sight of such violence. Unable to bear the gruesome spectacle. How tiresome. Lafitte scoffed softly, summoning his hurried subordinates to deal with the aftermath while he disdainfully strode towards a secluded area. There, he launched himself into the air, continuing his pursuit of his hunting plans. As dusk settled and darkness enveloped the surroundings, in a remote corner of the moat outside the southwestern city, a series of bubbles suddenly broke the surface of the water, revealing 2 heads. "Ah, I thought I would suffocate." One head gasped for the fresh air, seemingly trying to compensate for the oxygen missed during the time spent underwater. Moments later, Sammy, his face alight with joy, surveyed his surroundings and exclaimed, "We're out. We finally emerged." "Quiet down." Roth, filled with dissatisfaction, indignantly exclaimed, and promptly quickened his pace in an attempt to distance himself from the city. The central city of the Bordeaux Kingdom is encircled by towering 7-meter walls, featuring both a primary and a secondary main gate, along with 2 smaller gates to the southeast. The town is further protected by an artificial moat, upon which Roth had expended considerable effort alongside King Lim when they initially conquered this stronghold. At this moment, it is thanks to this very moat that Roth is able to escape from the besieged town. Chapter 7. The treacherous forest to the southwest of the central city lies a canal that connects to the moat. During an unexpected rescue operation, Roth discovered that the canal, near the city wall, was linked to the outside world. Of course, most of the local inhabitants were aware of this, though one passage, barely 2 meters wide, was obstructed by sturdy timber. The rescue incident fortuitously led Roth to this location, and he realized that the ravages of time had rendered the original wood decayed. He had initially intended to seal this breach, yet fortune favored him with this serendipitous turn of events. Roth, along with Sammy, concealed themselves until dusk, and after submerging 5 meters, breaching the wood, and holding their breath for 3 arduous minutes, they finally managed to escape. With a splash, the 2 emerged swiftly from the water and darted into the woods, striving to elude all pursuers. Roth was acutely aware that Lafitte had acquired the powers of a devil fruit, granting him the exceedingly rare ability to fly. Thus, their only recourse was to utilize the cover of night to flee. "Hey, benefactor, where are we headed?" Sammy gasped, his chest heaving as he sought clarity on their destination. "The treacherous forest," Roth replied after a moment of contemplative silence, revealing the purpose of their journey. To the southwest of the Bordeaux Kingdom lies a vast, dense forest, rich in resources, a place both beloved and loathed by its inhabitants. Many civilians owe their survival to this forest, yet numerous others have been consumed by it, earning it the moniker Treacherous Forest among the people of Bordeaux. It was also the first location Roth had encountered upon his arrival in this kingdom. Roth recalled Uncle Hall's admonition about the initial place, which was likely the very spot where he and Hall first met. He firmly believed that a means of escape awaited him there and began to surmise Uncle Hall's intentions. "Uncle Hall, are you hoping to send me abroad?" he pondered inwardly. In truth, Roth was reluctant to leave this country, to depart from everything familiar. However, the crisis that now enveloped him left little choice but to consider venturing overseas. Yet, the perilous sea beyond might pose even greater dangers. Roth was no longer the naive individual of years past, who had served alongside Uncle Hall under King Lim. He had garnered essential knowledge of this world during his time under the more enlightened rule of King Lim. Here lies the fervent and adventurous realm of One Piece, crafted by the illustrious Japanese manga artist Eiichiro Oda. Upon discovering the truth of this world, Roz found himself in a state of utter helplessness, pondering how a mere visit to an internet CAF, where he had been engrossed in the latest updates and indulged in a few games, could have resulted in such a cataclysmic explosion, thrusting him into this nightmarish existence. Tomorrow marks the 15th century, indicating that over a year has elapsed since Roger's execution. The seas are in tumult, and it is time for heroes of all kinds to stir the winds of fate. Reflecting on his disheveled state, Roz could not help but scoff at the disparity. While future titans of the world thrived, he was merely fleeing for survival, truly a stark contrast. Hurry up, you big fellow. The journey from the outskirts of the treacherous forest to the central city spanned nearly 3 arduous hours, and the absence of any transportation made their progress exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, they had pilfered some provisions from a nearby dwelling, for without such sustenance, their frail bodies could not endure such an extended flight. Calm down. There is no need to rush. We've already escaped the city. The sky is vast, and birds soar freely, Roz interjected, interrupting Sammy's anxious remarks. No, we have not yet eluded danger. Every path leaves a trace, and in our hasty flight, we have undoubtedly left numerous signs. With careful investigation, we shall surely be discovered. Only by retreating into the treacherous forest can we elevate our chances of survival to 50%. Only 50%? Sammy's expression was one of disbelief. Roz chose not to engage in further discourse with this individual, for his intentions to save him were far from genuine. There was no need to elaborate for one who could be easily discarded. Indeed, as Roz had anticipated, their earlier foray into the dwelling merely incapacitated the innocent civilians inside. When the city guards arrived to investigate, they would inevitably uncover the trail left by Roz and his companion. Within half an hour, a formidable contingent appeared at the very spot where Roz and his compatriots had disembarked. Lord Lafitte, we have confirmed that Henry, Roz, and Sammy Ott fled from this location. Such news caused Lafitte's gaze to sharpen, and he turned to face the direction of the treacherous forest, declaring ominously, they must be attempting to escape in that direction. Immediately search for them, and do not err again. The sudden elevation in Lafitte's tone sent a chill through the ranks of his men. Yes, over 30 elite soldiers mounted their steeds and began their search, while Lafitte remained behind, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. Hee. Are they intent on turning the battlefield into the jungle? A game of hunter and prey? With a swift motion, Lafitte unfurled his wings and ascended gradually, gaining altitude and speed, transforming into a shadow racing through the sky. Boredom had dulled his existence, yet this pursuit added a spark of excitement. Rods, do not let me down. The night's flight was eerily calm, yet this tranquility instilled a sense of unease in Rods. Their frantic escape had persisted for 2.5 hours, and even the most seasoned among them were now breathless. Coughing, Sammy halted, his throat parched and irritated, tears involuntarily streaming down his face, desperately reaching for his water pouch. He drained the last remnants of liquid, the moisture bringing him some relief. Observing his temporary companion's actions, Rod slowed his pace but did not stop entirely. Instead, he retrieved his own water pouch pilfered from a residence and took a gentle sip, feeling his fatigue subside slightly. Will you continue to accompany me? My destination lies beyond the treacherous forest, and I presume you are aware of the dangers that lurk within. Sammy coughed lightly, his eyes shifting, for despite his imposing stature, a cunning demeanor lay beneath. He would not have so readily assumed that Rods possessed an escape plan otherwise. Rest assured, I am confident in my stamina. Whatever you choose to do, I will keep pace. In the dungeon, Sammy's cell had not been far from Rods's. Before Rods's liberation, he recalled someone had visited him. He was well aware of Henry Rods's identity. Thus, when the prison erupted in chaos, he was certain that this man was at the center of it all. As events unfolded, his suspicions proved correct. Having made it this far, he had no intention of surrendering. Understood. Rods turned his gaze toward the treacherous forest, a glimmer of wildness igniting within his eyes. Whoever enters my domain shall find their heads severed. With this thought echoing in his mind, Rod stepped boldly into the forest. Swish, thud. As the silhouette descended from the heavens, Lafitte, having folded his wings, cast his gaze upon the concealed wooden vessel at the precipice. He gently wiped the perspiration from his brow. The prolonged flight had taken its toll on Lafitte, who had recently acquired demonic powers and was not particularly robust. He felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. However, the discovery before him eclipsed his weariness, and a smile graced his face as he exclaimed, "At last, I have found you." While soaring through the skies, he had noticed the peculiarities of the terrain. An ostensibly sheer cliff harbored a subtle path. Beneath this path lay a modest stretch of beach, which piqued Lafitte's suspicion. Upon descending, he indeed discovered a means of escape in the form of a vessel. With his right hand gripping the cane sword, Lafitte approached the wooden boat with utmost vigilance. Sensing no signs of life, he used his cane to lift the green tarp that draped over the vessel, revealing a bounty of food and water within. The discovery here elicited a chuckle from Lafitte, who then shook his head in disinterest. I never expected that before the hunt even commenced, I would already arrive at the conclusion. This renders the experience utterly devoid of pleasure. Thus, he declared, let the banquet formally begin. After indulging in a modest portion of the exquisite court delicacies, Rear Admiral Jonathan sought out King Lim, his mind lingering on the previous explosion that had piqued his curiosity. Ah, Rear Admiral Jonathan, you wish to know about this matter? Lim responded, seemingly dismissive of its significance, and after a brief pause, he divulged the reason behind the incident. Are you suggesting it was the act of a fallen noble family? I seem to have heard whispers of unrest in some towns. Is there a connection? Jonathan astutely connected the dots, causing King Bordeaux's countenance to darken. Confronted with the formidable power of the world government, King Lim reluctantly recounted the events. The uprising was contained swiftly, sparing the civilians. Of the escaped criminals, barring 2 still at large, the rest have been executed. And I suspect the remaining 2 will meet the same fate tonight. Rear Admiral Jonathan nodded, contemplating the forthcoming collaboration. He candidly offered, King Lim, should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. Lim waved his hand dismissively, smiling, rest assured, our nation possesses commendable talent as well. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the banquet within the palace resumed. Not far away, Baron Hall, clutching a wine glass, approached the window, pushing it open to allow a beam of moonlight to cascade inside. Rods, you will manage to escape safely, won't you? You haven't forgotten the techniques I entrusted to you, have you? Dalmy, who had already received news of the dungeon riot, sighed in resignation at Hall's actions, exclaiming, alas. Chapter 8. The Curse of Hell. A scream pierced the tension among a group of anxious individuals as a constable, his ankle pierced by a wooden spear, desperately lifted his foot from the pit below. Ah, help, save me. The excruciating pain rendered the constable's voice tremulous, his complexion turning ashen as he lay prostrate on the ground, eyes filled with dread at the sight of the spear embedded in his foot. Damn that fellow. He is like a porcupine. From the central city to the treacherous forest, the valiant riders spent nearly 3 hours in relentless pursuit, guided by a team member well-versed in the local terrain. This close-knit squad of nearly 30 members clung tenaciously to the trail of the fugitive, following the faintest of signs. However, this tireless endeavor exacted a heavy toll during the course of the hour-long chase. They faced not only the assaults of ferocious beasts and the harshness of the landscape, but also fell victim to insidious and treacherous traps, resulting in a significant reduction of their numbers by nearly half. Captain Lackey, the deputy officer of the Central City's security team, was a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, adept in various combat tactics and possessing formidable strength. He had once single-handedly vanquished over 10 elite soldiers, but after losing an arm in the war, Lackey voluntarily transferred to the security department, for it was the only place, apart from prisons, where he could legally wield violence. We shall continue our pursuit. We are close. Very close to catching them, Lackey declared, his temper gradually fraying. The thought of failing to accomplish the task entrusted to him by Lord Raffet sent a shiver through him. For he was acutely aware of the darkness that resided within that man. They were, after all, kindred spirits. However, Jimmy was now incapable of further movement. Then let him wait here, Lackey said coldly. Yet this was the treacherous forest where the scent of blood could spell doom. The officer supporting Jimmy felt the desperate grip of his right arm, a testament to his will to live. Lackey's expression darkened, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. As he sensed the pervasive unease surrounding them, a shadow cast by the loss of half their ranks. Realizing that forcing his subordinates to advance would only yield contrary results, Lackey softened his demeanor and spoke gently. In that case, you should take Jimmy back. We have already caught sight of those 2. They no longer have time to set traps. Those who had spent time with Lord Raffet understood the true extent of his terrifying nature. Only those who had closely interacted with him could fathom the darkness concealed beneath his facade. There were no objections to Captain Lackey's decision. The team was unwilling to afford the 2 escapees any additional time, for to do so would only heighten their own peril. Now, quicken your pace. We will hunt them down. The elite members selected from the security team hastened their pursuit of Rods, while the remaining officer provided Jimmy with basic first aid before assisting him in a slow retreat. Suddenly, Rods, who appeared somewhat disheveled, came to an abrupt halt. nearly causing Sammy, who was closely following, to collide with him. Licking his cracked lips, Sammy spoke in a hoarse voice. "What's wrong?" Roz did not respond. Instead, he turned and walked towards a cliff, where, in a secluded area, a cluster of tender green vines thrived. With purpose, Roz approached this spot, parting the vines with his hands, revealing a circular opening approximately 2 feet in diameter before his eyes. The circular opening was cloaked in moss and vines, its conical shape extending approximately 2 meters outward, with walls remarkably smooth, as if crafted by some tool. Roz cast his gaze into the pitch darkness of the hole. Seeing nothing at all, without a moment's hesitation, he extended his right hand into its depths. After a period of groping, a smile crept upon Roz's lips. An inexplicable sense of security enveloping him. He grasped the object within tightly and yanked it out. With a clatter, the sound of iron chains scraping against the rock echoed. And soon Sammy, in the dim light, beheld Roz extracting a peculiar weapon. "What is this?" Sammy inquired. Roz, focused on the weapon he clutched, was suddenly flooded with memories. 6 years prior, he had inexplicably found himself in this world, with only this strange weapon to his name. Everything else was entirely foreign to him. Even his own body was unrecognizable, transforming from a 26-year-old man into a mere 13-year-old boy. Awakening on a desolate forest beach, he wore a fine outfit, adorned with a bracelet inscribed with his identity, and beside him lay a weapon of striking familiarity. One end of the weapon was a black, antiquated lantern, embellished with enigmatic symbols, while a dark iron chain connected it to a strangely shaped scythe at the other end. This weapon is quite familiar to Rhodes. In the fleeting moment before his arrival in this world, he was engrossed in a game of League of Legends. In that match, he had encountered this very weapon, wielded by the opposing champion, Thresh, the Chain Warden. Indeed, he thus acquired a unique advantage, a flawed version of the talent known as Hell's Curse. Hell's Curse. Thresh is capable of harvesting the souls of enemies who perish in his vicinity, granting him an augmentation of 0.75 armor and 0.75 ability power, while simultaneously enhancing the shield strength of the Lantern of Souls in accordance with the minimum additional magical damage dealt by the Doomsday Clock. This is the original version of the hero's talents, whereas the enhancements inherited by Roz are significantly abridged. There are no so-called diverse skills or equipment, and one cannot rely on teammates to secure kills for soul acquisition. Even if one manages to achieve a kill independently, the drop rate for souls is not guaranteed. Furthermore, even if a soul does drop, it must be absorbed using this peculiar weapon to be truly reclaimed. The subpar external assistance had driven Roz to the brink of madness for quite some time, yet he understood that it might very well serve as his foundation in this monstrous world. With a swish and a swoosh, he cast aside distractions, gripping his chain and deftly wielding his lantern and scythe. His gaze once again fell upon the circular hollow where weapons had previously been concealed, a temporary storage point established during his training in hunting techniques under Hall's guidance. Typically, they would store spare food and water here. The reason Roz had hurried in this direction was that Hall had quietly mentioned it to him earlier. How wondrous this world is. The capabilities of a sword can truly evoke a sense of longing. Roz gazed at the circular hollow, exclaiming in awe, which left Sammy utterly perplexed. What? Indeed, the opening before Roz was created by a sword, and the individual responsible for it astonished him profoundly. In 1462, at the age of 14, Hall, leveraging his ancestral ties to the imperial lineage, became a member of the reserve team for the Bordeaux Kingdom's Guard, while Brooke, who was born in this nation and already 30 years old at the time, had just ascended to the role of captain of the guard. Brooke, the musical genius and future bard of the Straw Hat Pirates. When Roz first heard this name from Hall, he was taken aback. He had never imagined that such a figure would be so close to him. The hollow before him was indeed a remnant of the fierce battle between Captain Brooke and a ferocious beast. No worries. Such power. I shall undoubtedly master it in the future. Roz tightened his grip on the weapon he referred to as the Soul Lantern, resolutely making a silent vow. Suddenly, the sharp sounds of gunfire rang out, followed by the whirring of arrows slicing through the air. Roz understood that the pursuers were upon them. He swiftly crouched to evade, while Sammy, quick to react, threw himself to the ground and rolled. Though his movements were somewhat clumsy, he nevertheless escaped the initial wave of attack. How unfortunate, Sammy lamented. Roz rose, a smirk forming on his lips, the scar at the corner of his mouth lending a sinister quality to his grin. The unfortunate ones are they, he declared with confidence. Twirling the chain in his hand, the scythe and lantern began to spin, transforming him into a figure reminiscent of a matador. Clang. Black unsheathed a dagger, eyeing the two before him with a vigilant gaze. He was acutely aware of their formidable strength and ferocious fighting style. Such reckless individuals were indeed a challenge. The other was a survivor of 22 victories in the gladiatorial arena, equally not to be underestimated. Hero Rods, surrender now, and you may have a chance at survival, Lack proclaimed, as the four constables behind him hastily reloaded their firearms. The intentions of the adversaries were glaringly evident. Yet Rods was determined not to allow their plans to succeed. Gritting his teeth, he surged forward with a fierce determination, exclaiming, "Hero, I sense a vile mockery. Prepare to meet your demise." The distance that once separated them by 20 meters swiftly closed to 10. At that moment, Rods raised an eyebrow and deftly hurled the lantern in a certain direction. Bang, 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 bang. For gunshots resounded, bullets expertly aimed at Rod's position. Just half a second before the gunfire erupted, Rods moved. The lantern he had thrown snagged a tree branch, and with a powerful tug, he vanished from his original spot, leaving 4 bullet holes in the ground where he had stood. Lack turned first, glancing to the side, and beheld Rods swiftly arriving beneath a large tree. Using his legs to halt his momentum, with a flick of his arm, he dislodged the lantern that hung from the branch. Flintlock pistols? Rods had initially intended to eliminate a few of the firearm-wielding foes while they reloaded, but to his surprise, they had prepared quicker-loading flintlocks. A 10-second reload time? This is too fast. Calculating the time in his mind, Rods forcefully shook his arm, and the scythe shot forth, precisely ensnaring the constable behind Lack. Death sentence. Chapter 9. The hunt. The technique employed by Rods was not a gift from any system, but rather a skill he had shamelessly appropriated from a hero known as Thresh. Thus, it bore no extraordinary effects. The scythe he hurled struck a constable squarely, and a chilling wail echoed through the darkness. With a fierce tug, Rods retracted the scythe along its chain, his gaze fixating on the trickle of blood that adorned it. "You shall all become the sustenance for my ascendants." Thud, thud, thud. The 5-meter distance posed no obstacle to Rods's advance. Though his body was not in peak condition, his momentum was as fierce as a tiger. Die. Lackey was the first to confront Rods, brandishing a short blade aimed directly at his face, seemingly intent on beheading him. In response, Rods swiftly raised his arm to block. Clang. The iron chain firmly parried Lackey's dagger, and the nearby comrades of Lackey immediately drew their weapons to assault Rods. In an instant, Rods pivoted, evading the swords thrusting at him from either side. The weapon that had previously held Lackey's blade now swung with renewed force. Bang, bang. 2 sharp sounds pierced the air as the swords of the constables attacking Rods found their mark, and both figures collapsed at his feet. Whoosh. An arrow flew towards Rods's chest. Realizing he could not evade it in time, Rods steeled himself, slightly turning his body. With a soft thud, the arrow struck his left shoulder, pain searing through him as he gritted his teeth and kicked at Lackey. Lackey, bred in the military, was equally resolute in his lethality. With a powerful grip on his knife, he swiftly withdrew and followed with a cunning horizontal slash. Seeing multiple foes closing in, Rods bellowed, "Sammy, you bastard. Why don't you?" Before Rods could finish his sentence, a towering, robust shadow surged towards the fray. Sammy, wielding a large blade, struck at the 3 gunmen who were busy reloading their flintlock pistols. "Die for me." Sammy was no pushover. Upon witnessing Rods under siege, he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Only with Rods's survival did his own chances of living increase. Having made his decision, Sammy unleashed his full might, charging relentlessly at the enemy. As the clash of battle loomed, a frail constable began to retreat. Upon reaching a slightly safer distance, he withdrew a cylindrical object from his pouch and ignited the fuse with a rudimentary lighter. Sizzle, 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 pew, boom. The inky night sky suddenly erupted into a brilliant display of fireworks. Before embarking on his journey, Lackey thoughtfully carried a signal flare. Aware of the formidable strength of the fugitive, he understood that Lafitte must also be present within this forest, possessing the legendary powers of the devil fruit. Lafitte undoubtedly boasted the highest combat prowess among this group. As Rods caught a glimpse of the fireworks illuminating the sky, he quickened his movements. Should the flying Lafitte catch sight of their approach, they would find themselves in peril. Rods held a deep-seated apprehension towards Lafitte. Being valued by a formidable figure who had endured for decades signified this individual's tremendous potential. Truth be told, faced with the already empowered Lafitte, Rods felt little confidence in achieving victory. Swift and decisive, Rods shouted, intending to urge Sammy to escalate the pace of the conflict. Sammy, sensing the delicate nature of the situation, intensified his strikes. With a swift crouch to evade, Rod seized the opportunity to dislodge the broken arrow from his shoulder. Then charged forward, his right hand, which had been firmly gripping the chain, now grasping the handle of a scythe, slit the throat. With a sudden thrust, blood gushed from the victim's throat as the lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Rod, with his left hand clutching the chain tightly, swung it forcefully. The iron lantern struck the jaw of an assailant attempting to sneak up from behind. The sharp crack of bone echoed, and the assailant's eyes widened in shock. Pain etched across his face. After a brief struggle, he succumbed into unconsciousness, in a perspective unseen by others. The corpse previously felled by Rod began to coalesce into luminous orbs, fragments of the souls of the deceased. With the soul lantern in hand, Rod could discern these fragments clearly. He began to maneuver while engaging in combat, and once he and the unnoticed soul fragments reached a sufficient distance, they were instantly absorbed by the lantern. Under the dim light of the moon, the oil lamps and torches held by the officers were gradually knocked to the ground, rendering the environment barely suitable for continued conflict. Sammy evaded an attack, swinging his large blade, and with a swift thrust, the weapon became lodged in the bones of the enemy before he kicked the dying foe away. Inadvertently noticing that the formerly dark lantern in Rod's grasp was now emanating a green glow. This green light seeped through, and simultaneously, the blade of Rod's scythe also bore a hint of green, albeit subdued by the stains of blood, as he felt the scythe becoming increasingly sharp. A sly smile crept across Rod's lips, illuminated by the faint green glow. His grin appeared somewhat sinister. Kill. Slit throats. Decapitate. Sever limbs. Hammer chests. The atmosphere was increasingly charged with murderous intent. Madness had already permeated the mind, and this place, once resonating with the sounds of battle, had now transformed into a cacophony of wails and pleas for mercy. 10 minutes later, only two figures remained standing in this desolate area. Sammy surveyed the surroundings before collapsing onto the ground, disregarding the crimson liquid pooling beneath him. Damn that insufferable rat. I'm already exhausted. And now I have to waste my energy on this. Die. Sammy kicked violently at the corpse beside him, his complaints spilling forth incessantly. In contrast, Rhodes cast a glance at the dimming lantern, keenly attuning himself to the surrounding conditions. If you wish to avoid further bloodshed, it would be prudent to leave this place immediately. Before Sammy could finish his sentence, he spotted a pair of gleaming eyes lurking in the nearby thicket, ferocious beasts that inhabited this forest. Let us go. Rhodes took the lead. For the scent of blood had already drawn a host of savage predators, and engaging with these beasts would undoubtedly prove to be a futile endeavor. The sound of footsteps echoed. Tap, tap, tap. The two individuals swiftly distanced themselves from the area, even going so far as to cleanse the blood from their bodies by a nearby stream, lest they attract the attention of greedy beasts. Along the journey, Rod meticulously calculated the fragments of souls he had absorbed. In the preceding battle against 13 foes, he had vanquished 8, from whom he had collected 5 soul fragments. The value of 0.75 multiplied by these 5 fragments in terms of armor and magical damage proved to be a meager yet significant gain for Rod once the lantern collected, ignited, and replenished these souls. Reflecting upon the past 6 years, Rod had harbored great expectations for the arrival of his League of Legends powers upon realizing his possession of them. He had yearned for a complete summoner system, complete with abilities such as flash and teleport, or the ability to purchase equipment with currency. However, none of these aspirations had materialized. Relying on the indestructible nature of the soul lantern, it naturally became his weapon, and during a hunt for a fierce beast, he inadvertently discovered the correct usage of the lantern. Through numerous experiments thereafter, Rod finally comprehended the characteristics of this artifact, realizing that personally slaying powerful beasts yielded a certain probability of soul fragment drops, with stronger creatures offering even greater chances. During his years of learning hunting techniques under Uncle Hall, Rod had often enhanced himself by confronting the feral beasts of the treacherous forest, thereby acquiring skills essential for navigating the jungle. His arduous training, augmented by his powers, made him the most striking figure on the path to kingship and unveiled shortcuts to expedite the progress of his abilities. Over 6 months of battling in the field, he discerned that the probability of soul fragment drops from humans was notably higher than that from beasts. Almost any physically robust human would yield at least 1 soul fragment. And to Rod's delight, some formidable individuals could drop too. Throughout this half year of warfare, Rod reveled in the strengthening of his physique and the vanity brought by honor. Earning the esteemed title of Hero of the Kingdom, his physical prowess now significantly exceeding that of ordinary men. Yet, exhaling a deep sigh, Rhodes cast aside various distractions, feeling a twinge of doubt as he suppressed malevolent thoughts. That fellow, Lafitte, should not have failed to arrive. It had been nearly 10 minutes since the signal flare was launched until the conclusion of their battle. With his ability to fly, Lafitte should have reached them long ago. Lost in contemplation, Rhodes shook his head, only to be noticed by Sammy, who was drinking deeply from the stream. Sammy, somewhat displeased, remarked, "You are planning to set sail and leave this country, are you? Since you ran this way the moment you escaped, everything must be prepared, right?" Although he was recounting a certain fact, Sammy's tone evidently conveyed a question directed at Rhodes. Rhodes lifted his gaze to the heavens, estimating the time. They had escaped the city around 7 o'clock and had spent 3 hours traveling, not to mention the delays in the treacherous forest. It was nearing noon now. Returning his focus, Rhodes approached the ground beside him, picking up the soul lantern and beginning to wrap it around himself. The length from the lantern to the side was 6 meters, which resulted in several coils around his waist. Perhaps this is a response to Sammy's inquiry, and such an answer evidently does not satisfy him. He continues to press, asking, "What do you mean by approximately?" Without offering much explanation, Rhodes turns to Sammy and states directly, "All right, we have a short distance left to our destination. Let us hasten our pace. You do not wish to engage in further combat, do you?" Rhodes' words evoke considerable discontent in Sammy, yet at this moment, he can only suppress his anger and follow closely behind Rhodes. As for whether Uncle Hall is prepared, Rhodes feels no concern. The first person he encountered upon arriving in this land was Uncle Hall. Not only did he teach Rhodes the written word and martial skills, but he has also provided significant assistance. Uncle Hall has become akin to family for Rhodes in this world. Turning to glance back in the direction they came, Rhodes silently thinks, "Uncle Hall, please do not act impulsively against Lafitte. Await my return." Chapter 10. The prey. After a half-hour's journey, the two finally reach their destination. Gazing at a winding and steep hillside, Rhodes recalls that it was here, on the beach below, that he awoke and climbed up this very path. Surrounded by a serene and peaceful atmosphere, an inexplicable sense of unease washes over Rhodes, prompting him to vigilantly observe his surroundings. "Look over there," Sammy exclaims with a hint of excitement, having spotted a small wooden boat obscured by weeds. Rhodes directs his gaze toward it but perceives nothing unusual. As Sammy prepares to approach, Rhodes can only suppress his growing anxiety and follow closely behind. With each cautious step, Rhodes scans the area, while Sammy reaches the side of the concealed wooden boat and immediately extends his right hand to push aside the foliage and coverings. "Be careful," Rhodes suddenly shouts, having sensed something amiss. As someone who has survived over 20 bouts in the arena, Sammy's reflexes are swift. Upon hearing Rhodes' warning, he immediately pivots. A meticulous thinker, Sammy has always maintained his vigilance, not only toward external threats, but also regarding his companion, Rhodes. Upon hearing Rhodes' alert, he does not retreat, but rather sidesteps. Recognizing that Rhodes is not attempting to deceive him, he quickly backtracks to distance himself from the boat. It is in this brief moment of hesitation, less than a second, that a gleaming sword emerges from the dark, tangled undergrowth, narrowly missing his heart due to his sidestep. Ignoring the pain, Sammy grits his teeth and retreats, creating a 3-meter gap between himself and the wooden boat. Only then does he glance at his chest, where blood has already stained his shirt. Sammy privately reflects on how fortunate he is. He clearly understands the sword's intended target. Had it not been for Rhodes' warning, that strike could have easily claimed his life. Who goes there? Rhodes also takes a step back, maintaining a 6-meter distance from the boat, which is the maximum range of his weapon. What a stroke of luck. A flash of cold light sliced through the air, severing the tangled weeds that concealed the wooden boat. The foliage danced skyward, and from the vessel emerged a figure wielding a sharp sword. Under the moon's luminous gaze, Rhodes discerned the identity of this newcomer, and his expression darkened instantly. Indeed, it was Lafitte. He had anticipated that this individual would not simply relent in the face of their prison escape. With a sword that resembled a cane raised before him, Lafitte gazed at the blood upon it, unable to resist the urge to draw closer and taste it with the tip of his tongue. However, he soon recoiled in disgust, spitting it out and disdainfully uttering, "Bah, bah, bah. What a foul, sour stench." Turning his gaze towards Rhodes, Lafitte's eyes glimmered with a perverse intent and murderous intent as he remarked, "I wonder if your blood will be sweet. You bastard, I will slay you." Sammy, upon seeing his adversary, was instantly engulfed in rage. Gripping his large blade tightly, he lunged forward, intent on catching Lafitte off guard. Yet, Lafitte exhibited not a trace of panic as he began to twirl the sword in his hand with rhythmic precision, his body swaying slightly. bathed in the moonlight. His blade shimmered with a dazzling brilliance. The 3-meter distance was merely a stride. As Sammy's blade came crashing down, Lafitte deftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the strike that grazed his chest. The speed of his sword's rotation increased, drawing Sammy's attention predominantly to it. Take this, Sammy thought, stepping forward once more and launching another strike with a swift reverse motion. This time, Lafitte did not evade. His right hand wielded a spinning sword, while his left hand precisely intercepted the trajectory of his opponent's strike with the sheath. Clink. Look at me, he commanded, when suddenly, whoosh, clink. Just as Lafitte intended to hypnotize Sammy, a scythe hurtled towards him from 5 meters away, slicing past his side. The momentum of the spinning sword faltered as it encountered the chain. This guy possesses hypnotic abilities. Be cautious. A brief warning from rods prompted him to grip the chain tightly and pull forcefully. The end of the chain, upon being yanked, quickly coiled back around Lafitte's sword. Feeling the resistance against the blade, Lafitte thrust forward, then swiftly withdrew, the slender sword breaking free from the chain's grasp. Hypnosis. Upon hearing Rod's caution, Sammy became slightly more alert. Previously, he had felt a heavy lethargy, mistakenly attributing it to his chest wound. Now, it was evident he needed to be wary of this individual's tactics. Slash. Seeing Lafitte extricate himself from Rod's attack, Sammy immediately drew his blade, pressing forward, while Rods took a significant step, retracting the scythe and swiftly launching the lantern. The dark lantern hurtled towards Lafitte's head. Recognizing the urgency of their combined assault, Lafitte promptly abandoned his playful antics. With a flash of cold light, clink, clink, Sammy's massive blade and Rod's lantern collided with astonishing speed, only to be deftly deflected by Lafitte. Remarkable. Both combatants silently acknowledged the speed of their adversary, exchanging glances. Rods and Sammy quickly understood each other's intent. Attack. Swiftly strike. Unanimously, the 3 warriors opted for rapid offense, transforming their clash into an extraordinary spectacle, though regrettably, no audience bore witness. Otherwise, they would have witnessed an unforgettable performance. In the moonlight, the cold gleam of swords, staffs, large blades, lanterns, and scythes danced about, showcasing agility and incredible force. The confrontation transcended mere weaponry, as hands, feet, elbows, and bodies became instruments of their brutal engagement. This man's sword strikes were imbued with a discernible sword aura. Amidst the fray, Rods astoundingly realized that Lafitte's swordsmanship was truly exceptional, not only swift but fierce, with a persistent sword energy constantly seeking to breach his flesh, compelling Rods to intensify his own ferocity in combat. Observing his foe's increasingly adept attacks, Lafitte lightly exhaled, retracting his right hand gripping the sword, then gathering strength for a decisive thrust. Direct strike. The sword was swift and precise, its target being Roz. Faced with the strike, Roz did not evade. He merely shifted his body slightly, absorbing the blow with his chest. With a piercing sound, the blade penetrated Roz's skin. Yet Lafitte felt a formidable resistance repelling his thrust. What should have effortlessly pierced flesh only managed to penetrate halfway before losing its force. The moment the blade struck, Roz's brow furrowed in pain, as if he had anticipated this, and he swiftly unleashed a lantern that he had been charging. Simultaneously, Sammy seized the opportunity, launching his large blade directly at Lafitte's right hand. With a resounding thud, a figure was sent hurtling several meters away. Lafitte, having relinquished his weapon, was struck in the abdomen by the lantern hurled with ferocious speed by Roz, causing him to stagger back 5 meters. With a swift motion, Roz gripped the sword cane embedded in his chest and yanked it free, blood flowing forth. "Are you all right?" Sammy inquired upon witnessing this scene, fully aware now of the formidable nature of the man before him. Without Roz's assistance, he too would undoubtedly meet his end by the sword. Roz forcefully pulled the chain, retrieving the lantern, his gaze fixated on Lafitte. "You won't die? Be cautious of this fellow." Suddenly, a sound akin to wings unfurling reached their ears, and both men became aware of another extraordinary force emanating from this world. Under the moonlight, pure white feathers danced in the air, and a magnificent pair of white wings sprouted from Lafitte's back. "What in the heavens is this?" Sammy exclaimed, his eyes wide as saucers in astonishment. Roz, equally taken aback, recalled how Lafitte had briefly displayed this ability before, shrouded in darkness, now illuminated by moonlight. He witnessed an awe-inspiring sight. "Why, your wings are not illusions created by your hands." Indeed, before Roz stood Lafitte, adorned with wings sprouting from his back, while his hands remained intact. With a rustling sound, Lafitte's body began to ascend, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Surprised, are you? Does it bewilder you? Observing the terror-stricken expressions of the two below, Lafitte felt the violent essence hidden within his bloodline awakening, a legacy inherited from his tumultuous upbringing. As he extended his arms, he noticed minor wounds scattered across his hands and body. Though not severe, they ached uncomfortably. This is the consequence of the previous battle inflicted by the opponent. He touched his chest, which had been struck severely, and the tumultuous sensation began to subside. With a flutter of wings behind him, he maintained his levitation and spread his arms wide, proclaiming, "Now, witness the miracle." Healing spell. As Lafitte silently chanted within his mind, a gentle, invisible wind swirled around his hands, and in an instant, two pale green orbs materialized before them. Observing the spheres of healing energy, Lafitte patted himself. And the injuries he had sustained visibly healed at an astonishing pace, even the fatigue wrought by the earlier conflict vanishing completely. Seeing Lafitte restored to his former self, Roz clenched the chain in his hand, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, an ominous realization indeed. Although he possessed limited knowledge about Lafitte, primarily regarding his future accomplishments, he understood that the future he envisioned was not entirely conclusive. He had presumed that this crucial member under the four emperors relied solely on exceptional strategies, formidable swordsmanship, and the flying capabilities granted by the Zoan-type devil fruit, which had caught the attention of Blackbeard Teach. However, it now appeared that this very fruit might be the reason Teach had taken an interest in him. Chapter 11. Angel, you, indeed, have obtained a formidable devil fruit. This is no ordinary Zoan type, is it, Lafitte? Roz remarked, a flicker of jealousy flashing in his eyes. Lafitte, suspended in the sky, sensed this hint of envy. Familiar with such gazes as he had often directed them towards the man below, the sight of Roz looking at him in such a manner brought Lafitte immense satisfaction. And he certainly wouldn't mind if that pleasure were to amplify further. He nodded in response to Roz's inquiry, then added directly, "It is indeed not an ordinary Zoan type. The devil fruit I have consumed is a mythical Zoan, even rarer than the super-rare Logia." "Oh, by the way, Roz, are you familiar with the Logia type?" Lafitte teased, alluding to the nation's isolation resulting in a lack of information. He then shook his head, answering himself, "You should know, judging by your earlier astonishment. What in the world is that?" Sammy was utterly baffled by their conversation, yet he felt powerless against the airborne adversary. Upon hearing Lafitte's admission, Roz's heart sank. Gripping the chain tightly, he had already prepared for the worst. "Since I'm in a good mood, let me enlighten you with some knowledge," Lafitte declared, completely devoid of any tension. Continuing, "There exists a wondrous fruit in the world. Consuming it grants one the power of a devil. Certainly, I would prefer to refer to it as the power of divinity. This fruit has been categorized by outsiders into three distinct classes: Zoan, Paramecia, and Logia. Among them, Zoan grants the ability to harness the powers of animals from the natural world, while Paramecia offers a variety of extraordinary abilities. The rarest of all, the Logia, is often endowed with cataclysmic powers. It is said that within the naval forces of the outside world, there exist three newcomers, dubbed monsters, who possess Logia abilities." Observing the astonished Sammy and the sullen-faced Rods below, Lafitte was filled with exhilaration. In truth, 2 months prior, Lafitte, who had only just begun to engage with the outside world, was even less formidable than the two of them. Upon acquiring intelligence about the devil fruit through financial means and hypnosis, he cultivated an ambition to possess it for himself. Thus, when he learned that the king intended to expend a fortune to procure a devil fruit for the hero of the kingdom, Rods, he promptly devised a scheme to thwart Rods. With a sense of superiority over the unsuspecting adversary, he spread his arms wide and proclaimed, "Indeed, I have consumed a Zoan-type mythical beast fruit, rarer than even the Logia fruit. Behold the power derived from the angels beneath the throne of the divine." Whoosh! A gentle breeze caressed his face as 2 orbs of green light materialized in his outstretched hands. Rods' complexion paled even further at the mention of deities and angels by Lafitte. In this world, there exists a legend of celestial deities and angels. Previously, the insatiably curious Rhodes acquired a tome in the black market of this nation. Nay, it would be more fitting to refer to it as a scripture. This sacred text delineates the doctrines of Catholicism and the dissemination of their revered divine beliefs. Known as Catholicism or Orthodox Christianity, it primarily flourishes in the South China Sea and is one of the religions recognized by the global government. It stands as the largest sect in the world, venerating the celestial beings, heavenly deity and Lord of heaven, titles bestowed upon the divine entities they worship. The sect, strikingly reminiscent of the world from which Rhodes originally hailed, piqued his interest, particularly due to one side story that lingered in his memory. It is said that in ancient times, humanity faced a cataclysmic transformation as formidable divine retribution descended upon them, while the ground itself was ravaged by an epic earthquake resulting from a celestial conflict. The once united continents of the planet fragmented into countless scattered pieces, and a deluge began to wreak havoc upon the earth. The celestial deity, preoccupied with the task of eradicating the divine punishment, remained oblivious to the calamities befalling humanity. In a bid to spare living beings from demise, the celestial deity severed 6 pieces of its own flesh, which transformed into 6 angels tasked with quelling the natural disasters and human misfortunes. These celestial beings preside over the elemental forces of light, darkness, water, fire, wind, and thunder. It appears that Lafitte possesses the power of the wind. With a sudden and forceful strike against the ground, an invisible gust erupted from his body, shattering branches and sending foliage flying beneath him. A grin spread across Lafitte's face, seemingly pleased with the commotion he had created. He boasted, "What I have consumed is the devil fruit of the animal-type mythical beast in its angelic form." After declaring this, he felt compelled to add, "You shall never prevail against me, who wields the power of the divine." Indeed, what a beast! Although Raz was filled with trepidation at that moment, he could not help but curse him inwardly. The fruit that was rightfully his, if only enhanced by the magical damage bonus from his Hell's Curse talent, would have allowed him to soar to unimaginable heights. Shaking off distracting thoughts, Raz quickly contemplated the source of his vitality. Based on the effects of his abilities previously displayed, he could now ascertain that his fruit possessed healing capabilities, wind manipulation, flight, and his own formidable swordsmanship. Inexorable. After some calculation, Raz's heart darkened further. Facing such an adversary was an insurmountable challenge for his weaker self. But perhaps the coldness of the iron chains in his hands awakened a glimmer of hope within him. "You, wretched creature, disclosed so much to us." Sami's expression was equally grim. Lafitte shrugged nonchalantly, his demeanor devoid of any aristocratic airs. Clenching his fists, he boasted, "Indeed, such matters are rarely shared with outsiders, yet how can I quell my inner desires without a touch of ostentation? Moreover, what harm is there in sharing a few words with the dead?" With a swoosh, Lafitte unfurled his wings, scattering a few stray feathers across the sky before executing a soaring kick aimed at Sami. "Damn it!" Sami snapped out of his shock, hastily raising his blade to block the impending strike. Clang! The robust kick met the side of his sword, the immense force causing Sami's arm to weaken momentarily. Gritting his teeth, he let out a fierce yell. Just then, a scythe shot towards him from an acute angle, narrowly missing Sami's head as it targeted Lafitte's abdomen. Noticing the danger, Lafitte propelled himself away with a powerful push. Whoosh! The figure vanished, and Lafitte soared back into the sky, relieved. That was close. I nearly lost my life. No jesting. Raz discerned the underlying meaning in Lafitte's words. Observing that Lafitte had no immediate intent to attack, Raz glanced at Sami. "The enemy holds the upper hand in the skies. Since he seeks to eliminate us both, we must flee." The moment Raz uttered the last word, Sami immediately retreated, clearly having harbored thoughts of escape. Lafitte reacted swiftly, flapping his wings and racing towards Sami. Whoosh! The shadow linked to the chains swiftly pursued, and Sami's retreat drew Lafitte's attention, resulting in the dark lantern ensnaring his right leg. Raz gritted his teeth and yanked forcefully, halting Lafitte's advance. "Sami, you must escape. Get out of here. Since this fiend wishes to silence us, do not fulfill his desires. Spread his information far and wide." Initially prepared to turn and join Raz in a counterattack against Lafitte, Sami was overjoyed to hear Raz's words. Without turning back, he waved his hand and bolted forward. "Raz, I will forever remember your immense kindness." His voice gradually faded away. "You, my friend, are truly a source of concern." Lafitte executed a swift spin in the sky, deftly freeing himself from Raz's entanglement. Just as he intended to pursue the fleeing Sami, he noticed Raz casting something over the cliff. Raz had no intention of battling Lafitte. He discarded the weapons he had previously confiscated and turned to flee, not in the direction Sami had come from, but towards the cliff's edge. Observing Raz's actions, Lafitte clenched his fists and quickly devised a plan. With a powerful flap of his wings, he plunged rapidly towards the cliff below, ascending within mere seconds. Watching the escape routes of the two, he exhaled softly. None shall escape. With the enhancement of the wind element, his sword strikes left faint green traces, delicate yet undeniably present. This is infuriating. Raz turned back just in time to witness this scene, astonished and involuntarily cursing. The once intact small wooden boat now bore multiple slash marks, clearly rendered unusable. I shall afford you no opportunity. Lafitte glanced toward the fleeing duo. All of this transpired within mere seconds. He noted that Sammy, who had fled first, was already over 200 meters away, while Roz was still less than 100 meters from him, allowing him to quickly assess the situation. I shall first deal with the one heading towards the forest. The grand performance shall be saved for last. Whoosh. Seeing that Roz indeed sought trouble with Sammy, he breathed a sigh of relief and swiftly turned back. Lafitte took note of Roz's movements but paid them no heed. The fact that he did not run far suited his intentions perfectly. Regardless, he was determined to eliminate Roz. Let you live a few more minutes. Whoosh. Roz, noticing that the opponent's pursuit had not ceased, felt a surge of joy and sprinted down the path with even greater speed. In an instant, he reached the cliffside path, leaping without hesitation onto it and darting towards the precipice. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Upon reaching a stretch of coastline, Roz was suddenly struck by something from the sky, and upon closer inspection, he discovered a severed head, filled with terror. Where do you think you're running to? Hovering in the sky, Lafitte flapped his wings, causing a gentle breeze to brush against Roz's face, bringing with it a hint of fragrance. Instantly alert, Roz edged closer to the sea. Is it truly necessary to go this far? You have taken so much from me. Now you wish to claim my life as well? Hee hee. What do you think? Lafitte revealed a wicked grin, relishing Roz's pleas for mercy, a sensation that was indescribably exhilarating. Once, an individual slightly more accomplished than oneself knelt in submission, a sentiment truly ineffable. In light of this, a resounding roar echoed. A cascading sound erupted, far in the distance. A magnificent display of fireworks illuminated the sky, while Roz turned to gaze at the neighboring sea. It became apparent that a new era was quietly dawning. Thus, let us engage in a fierce battle. Chapter 12. The waning of the year 1499 and the age of the sea heralded the advent of the year 1500. Viewed from the lofty expanse of the heavens, the dim planet burst forth in resplendent fireworks. The first day of the year 1500 dawned, and people across the globe simultaneously embraced a jubilant celebration. January 1st is traditionally a significant holiday known as San Yuan, symbolizing the commencement of the year, the month, and the day, and is widely recognized by numerous nations as the Spring Festival. On this day, the majority of countries, factories, and even the meticulously regulated maritime bridge project came to a standstill. This day is one that the majority of common folk yearn for, a day when they can momentarily cast aside the trivialities of life. On this day, they can prepare a sumptuous feast for their struggling families, and each individual can don a long-lost smile as the world retraces its steps a few hours back. Before the dawn breaks the sky, a solitary figure glides through the night towards the palace. Suddenly, a disheveled form plummets from the heavens toward the royal abode, prompting the guards to take immediate caution. Upon discovering the figure sprawled on the ground, their hearts are gripped with terror. Commander Raffet. After a while, King Lim enters the scene, gazing at the now conscious Raffet, his heart heavy with guilt and remorse. At this moment, a slender scar runs from Raffet's right temple down to his cheek, and his right eye is swathed in bandages. This injury was incurred during an incident where I was ensnared by the sea, with the water rising to my knees. Though I subsequently exerted every effort to free myself from the water's grasp, hastily employing my unique wind healing technique to mend my wounds, external injuries are easily treated. Yet the affliction to my eyes remains a formidable challenge. Your Majesty, I am relieved to report that the vile scoundrel has been vanquished by my hand. Lafitte continued with an impassive demeanor. The only regret is that the body sank into the depths of the ocean, as you well know. The sea is a treacherous domain for those endowed with the powers of the devil fruit. Alas, Lafitte, there is no need for concern regarding this matter. I am acutely aware of your loyalty. You should focus on recuperating. I shall seek out the finest physician to tend to your eyes. At this moment, Lim had no inclination to dwell on the deceased hero. The individual before him was pivotal to the future of his nation, yet before he could take any action, he had already suffered a grievous disability, a fact that filled Lim with regret. Prior to entering, Lim had learned from the kingdom's physician that Lafitte had lost his sight. I am truly grateful for the king's compassion. However, I am now a diminished man, unworthy of a union with her highness. As Lafitte spoke, his expression was laden with sorrow. Cease this foolishness, King Lim exclaimed, striking his thigh with force. Regardless of the circumstances, you have sacrificed so much for the nation. Moreover, I am the king. Having promised you this engagement, I shall not renege on my word. Once you have fully recovered, we shall arrange the engagement ceremony with the princess. Though he may be blind, Lafitte's combat prowess was sufficient to warrant Lim's unwavering support. When Lafitte consumed the devil fruit, Lim had been present and was acutely aware of the power it bestowed. Immediately, he pledged his daughter to this man, hoping to foster a stronger sense of belonging within Lafitte. Had he known the true potential of this devil fruit, acquired from an ordinary merchant, he would have reserved it for his own son rather than allowing Lafitte to consume it. Observing the gratitude radiating from his future son-in-law, Lim's heart was a tumult of emotions. "Ah, Lafitte, take your time to recuperate." As the king departed, Lafitte waved away the attendants lingering nearby, and the room fell into a profound silence. Creak. With fingers interlaced, Lafitte contorted his left hand with an unnatural twist, the earlier sound indicating that his fingers had been broken. In that moment, Lafitte's visage twisted in agony, his expression grotesque, and his eyes filled with a frenzied madness as his intact right hand reached toward his right eye. A green orb of light coalesced in his right hand. Yet no matter the effort, he could not restore his sight. This was a malady that transcended mere external healing. Ross, with gritted teeth, Lafitte spat out a name. Hours earlier, a life-and-death struggle unfolded between Rhodes and Lafitte near the sea. Engaged in a fierce contest, Rhodes found himself at a disadvantage. However, the ocean's inherent constraints on those with abilities rendered Lafitte hesitant, preventing him from delivering a lethal blow to Rhodes. The most perilous moment in their combat occurred when Rhodes withstood a strike from Lafitte's sword, subsequently ensnaring him with a chain and dragging him into the knee-deep waters. Seizing that fleeting moment of discomfort, Rhodes executed a devastating strike, claiming one of Lafitte's eyes. Yet, the ultimate outcome was Rhodes' defeat, weakened in pain, and in a deteriorated state. He could not surpass Lafitte's superior swordsmanship and the powers bestowed by the devil fruit. Reluctant to meet his demise, Rhodes plunged into the sea, a choice that, though nearly tantamount to a death sentence, felt preferable to being slain outright. As he sank beneath the waves, Rhodes vanished from the surface, prompting a furious Lafitte to search for nearly an hour before ultimately conceding defeat. He believed that under such severe injuries, Rhodes could not possibly survive the perilous sea, where predators would soon feast upon such delectable prey. Exhausted, he returned to the palace. As the first light of the new century illuminated the earth, a diverse array of individuals continued with their lives as usual. On the island of Batalira in the South Sea, the serene morning was pierced by the cries of an infant, while the clouds above were bathed in a golden hue by the dawn's embrace. This marks the day of birth for an individual destined to reshape the world's order. Coinciding with the heartbreaking departure of a magnificent mother, the infant, tenderly named Ace by his mother, lies peacefully in her embrace, savoring the first taste of life's sweetness, a precious gift bestowed by her in her final moments. After quenching his thirst, the child slowly drifts into slumber as the warmth of his mother begins to wane. Witnessing this poignant scene, the naval hero Garp silently resolves to care for the child. Not only because he is the offspring of a man who was both friend and foe, but also in honor of this ordinary yet extraordinary mother. Grand Line, New World. On a certain island, the cacophony resumes as the pirates, nursing their hangovers, embark on the first meal of the new year, albeit a tad delayed. A lively tune, Bink Sake, fills the air, further uplifting the atmosphere. "Ah, old man, this one tea do. I'm still feeling the effects of yesterday's revelry. My head is pounding," mutters Marco, his orange hair tousled as he rubs his temples with his fingers. Suddenly, a robust hand lands on Marco's back with a resounding clap. "Gulalala. What nonsense are you spouting, Marco? Today is New Year's Day, the first day of a new era. As pirates, we must celebrate with abandon," exclaims the towering Edward Newgate, his gaze drawn to the warm sunlight. "Come, you little rascals, let us revel here for 3 whole days." "Oh, splendid. Magnificent." The cheers erupt as this formidable pirate crew, now dominant in the New World, launches into a grand feast to welcome the new spring. "Haha, Captain Marco. Come have a drink," Teach calls out, spotting Marco as he approaches unsteadily, lifting his cup in jest. Marco quickly raises a hand in surrender, pleading, "Teach, spare me. You all got me utterly wasted yesterday." "Haha, haha." Teach laughs heartily, disregarding Marco's plea as he turns back to his companions, continuing their earlier discussion. "Do you remember the battle from a couple of days ago? That guy was nearly done for by my hand." "Teach, spare us the bragging. That was a sneak attack. Besides, your opponent was a Logia user. With your meager hockey, you would have been easily outmatched," retorts Sodia, his wavy locks bouncing as he calls out Teach's bluster. "You scoundrel. What are you implying? That I would be bested by that guy?" Teach erupts in fury. "Exactly. Are you looking for a fight? Come and try your luck." Sachi, who had brought forth the food, swiftly intervened to prevent the impending quarrel between the two. Calm down, calm down. Instead of wasting energy on this, why not settle it at the table with the contest? Teach and Sodia exchanged glances, and then one of them seized a barrel of rum, initiating their competition. Hey, Crocodile. Are you certain you do not wish to maintain this form? I find you quite admirable, Eva remarked, surveying the beautiful woman before her, who had lost an arm, nodding in satisfaction. Hurry up, you scoundrel. Eva promptly adopted a delicate demeanor, scolding. Humph, just a moment ago you were calling me sister. And now you resort to calling me a scoundrel? Crocodile, bearing a fresh horizontal scar across her face, cast a helpless glance at her own body. The smooth, fair skin and her ample bosom, which could only be grasped with both hands, caused her to bite down on her cigar, leaving marks. Farewell. The expression of unwillingness stirred something within Eva, prompting her fingers to extend sharp claws. In that case, let the male hormones flow. With a swift motion, the claws plunged into Crocodile's body, and then a miraculous transformation occurred. Her tall and alluring figure began to grow coarse and robust, her breasts gradually diminishing into well-defined pectorals. Oh, Crocodile baby, if you wish to experience this sensation again in the future, remember to seek me out. Upon hearing such brazen words, Crocodile waved her right arm, raising a cloud of dust. Oh. Eva hastily retreated, then executed a unique martial technique to counter the incoming attack. This is hardly charming. After all, I saved your life, Crocodile boy. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Crocodile's mouth, clearly indicating that her previous movements had aggravated an old injury. Noticing Crocodile's continued vitality, Eva turned and gestured as if to depart. Let us consider your attack on me settled. But remember, you still owe me a favor. Eva held a certain admiration for the individual's strength, having survived the clutches of the formidable Whitebeard, indicating undeniable potential. Alas, such pride. As Eva gradually distanced herself, Crocodile suppressed the urge to silence her. She was acutely aware of Eva's formidable prowess, and given her own injuries, engaging in battle would only spell trouble for her. Those damn scoundrels. I shall eliminate each one of you. Defeated in her challenge, betrayed by her crew, and having lost an arm in the process, Crocodile's heart brimmed with melancholy. Understanding the harshness of this world, she had resolutely made a decision. Gazing at the newspaper in her hands, Crocodile resolved to become the first to seize the opportunity. The 7 warlords of the sea, my kin, let us toast to the dawn of a new world. With his short blonde hair and clad in a pink suit, Doflamingo raised his glass high, greeted in kind by the members of the Don Quixote family gathered below for various reasons. A toast. They downed their drinks in unison. Doflamingo commenced a new round of winning hearts, simultaneously making a significant decision for the Don Quixote family. Ladies and gentlemen, we have established ourselves as one of the foremost powers in the North Sea. It is time to set our sights on the center of the world, the Grand Line. Torbull, with 2 streams of mucus dangling from his nose, hastily interjected, But young master, what about the North Sea? Fear not, we shall not abandon the North Sea. However, our focus must now shift to the Grand Line, for that is where the world stage lies. Doflamingo glanced at the eager faces below and added gently, Moreover, I am blessed to have such an exceptional family by my side. Indeed, the excellence you speak of pertains solely to me. Torbull reassured him, Rest easy, young master. The Grand Line shall soon be conquered by the Don Quixote family. Chapter 13. Spirit of the Sea. Several hours earlier, with 2 hours remaining until dawn, a beam of light pierced the pitch-black sea, accompanied by intermittent murmurs. Alas, how unfortunate this is. I should have been feasting by now. A light slap on the head interrupted Gapo as he calmly addressed the newcomer, Frank, who was 7 or 8 years his junior. Frank, refrain from your complaints. That is the 3rd time I've heard you today. We did not choose to encounter a stormy day, especially since I have a delicate wife waiting at home. What do you know of such matters? The youth, referred to as Frank, immediately retorted, Having a wife makes you special, huh? What is so great about that? As a young man saving up to marry his childhood sweetheart, Gapo's words clearly struck a nerve. I detect a hint of envy, Gapo teased. Frank, now resembling a startled cat, sprang up and shouted, I am not envious at all. Shoo. A voice from the lookout tower silenced them, instantly making the 2 quiet down. The lookout held a higher rank than them, the sailors. Cheddar, controlling the searchlight, moved the beam left and right. After failing to spot anything unusual, he issued a warning to those below and listened intently once more. His tense expression gradually eased. All is well. It is the spirit of the sea. At present, the ship sailed at a slow pace. Were it not for the impending deadline of the cargo within the hold, they would never navigate the waters at night. As it is well known that the dangers of the sea at night are magnitudes greater than during the day. What is the spirit of the sea? Frank inquired, having overheard Cheddar's words. Yapo answered, you surely know its other name. It is the orca. The orca. Frank, brimming with excitement, remarked that due to their immense physique and social nature, they are also referred to as killer whales, cat whales, and reverse-tusked whales. However, those who make their living at sea prefer to call them spirits of the ocean and messengers of the sea god. Gabor glanced at the eager Frank and interjected, indeed, they are indeed associated with legends of saving lives. It is said that cat whales possess exceptionally high intelligence. A few years ago, a scholar named Tiricum published an article claiming that the intelligence quotient of adult cat whales can reach the level of a 5-year-old child. At that moment, a sailor, having received the news, cast the anchor into the sea, and the lookout above extinguished the beacon. What is happening? Frank inquired, perplexed. Generally, adult cat whales are quite intelligent, while some juvenile cat whales tend to be rather playful, engaging in various games with different creatures. Yet, even juvenile cat whales possess a weight that is quite formidable. I certainly do not wish to partake in any bullfighting games with them. A vivid image formed in Frank's mind, and after a shudder, he queried, why do you call them cat whales? Gabor smiled slightly, seemingly recalling something, and explained, isn't a tiger a member of the feline family? Once, in the kingdom of Maris, we encountered a black and white creature known as a panda. The cat whale, too, exhibits a black and white coloration, which is why I prefer to refer to it as a cat whale. They're coming, Frank exclaimed, instantly invigorated, as a novice. He had yet to witness an orca in person. Strange calls began to echo across the sea, the odd sounds resonating with a hint of joy. Under the dimming moonlight, 7 or 8 individuals beheld the enormous creatures surfacing and diving upon the water's surface. This creature measures between 7 to 8 meters in length, with some approaching around 10 meters, and among them, one remarkable specimen resembles a medium-sized vessel, nearly 20 meters long. Under the gentle moonlight, Frank could barely discern the general outline, which inevitably left him somewhat disappointed. Suddenly, the pod of orcas seemed to have spotted the merchant ship adrift upon the ocean and abruptly altered their course to charge towards it. Prepare for action, Captain Andy Schlake, alerted by the commotion, immediately issued commands to the ship's first mate and 3 sailors. They swiftly made their way to the sole cannon on board to adjust its aim. Only fire if absolutely necessary. The massive orcas began to vocalize around the merchant vessel, which granted Andy a degree of reassurance. As long as they did not initiate an attack, they were likely safe. Stand down and activate the searchlight. The lookout on the elevated platform adjusted the beam into the distance and, with a decisive click, illuminated the area. Frank swiftly turned his gaze towards the orcas, and there he beheld the magnificent creatures adorned in their striking black and white hues. Look, there's a person beneath the shadow of such colossal beings. Frank felt incredibly small. In awe of these marine giants, his eyes fell upon the leader of the orcas, and he was astonished by what he witnessed. A human was perched upon the back of the orca. The collective gaze of the crew followed Frank's exclamation, and they too spotted the individual riding the orca. Is he a castaway? It appears the orcas have rescued him. Surely, the orcas have come to seek our assistance. Upon hearing the sailor's remarks, Captain Andy Schlake made a swift decision. First mate, you and Gaba take the rescue boat to bring that person back. Frank, brimming with excitement, interjected, yes, Captain Andy. Gaba shook his head slightly. Frank was still too young. Regardless of the situation, maintaining such enthusiasm in the presence of these behemoths was something Gaba felt he could not do. The orca's calls grew increasingly urgent, as if urging the bipeds aboard the ship to hasten. Responding promptly to the captain's orders, the crew quickly lowered the rescue boat, and the 3 of them began to paddle towards the magnificent orcas. Wow, they are truly beautiful up close. The searchlight from the merchant ship began to pivot towards them, allowing Frank to observe the orcas in greater detail, particularly as a juvenile orca approached them slowly, giving Frank the perfect opportunity to reach out and touch it. Wow! A slightly larger orca immediately approached, seizing the juvenile orca that Frank had touched, while simultaneously allowing them a clear passage. As they drew nearer, the trio finally discerned the unfortunate soul lying upon the orca's back. Clad in ordinary attire, his body was ensnared by peculiar chains, rendering his features indistinguishable. However, they speculated he was likely quite young and appeared to have sustained severe injuries. Gaba exchanged a glance with the bosun, observing the colossal orca's complete stillness. They maneuvered their wooden vessel closer, with Gaba being the first to ascend onto the orca's back, followed by the bosun. Frank was instructed to remain on the boat. In a matter of moments, the beleaguered man was brought aboard their rescue ship. The orca began to emit jubilant calls as the wooden vessel turned to return, and the orcas splashed playfully in the waves, receding into the distance. Captain Andy, summon the doctor at once. This man is gravely injured and has been soaked in seawater. He may not survive. Upon hearing this, Andy Schleck immediately turned and hurried to the cabin where the ship's doctor resided. A vessel navigating the vast ocean requires several indispensable professions: navigator, physician, and cook, alongside the ship itself, embodying the essentials of life. Typically, ship's doctors possess peculiarities or bear burdensome pasts, whether it be a history of malfeasance or the status of an unrefined barefoot doctor. Regrettably, their ship was staffed by a barefoot doctor with a notoriously irritable disposition. John was displeased at the prospect of being roused from slumber in the dead of night, which foreshadowed that the rescued individual would not receive the care he deserved. As the sun shone brightly at the far reaches of the western sea, two individuals emerged slowly through the grand doors after finishing their lunch. One of them cast a pitiful gaze upon the mentor who had nurtured him through thick and thin. "Master, I do not wish to leave this place." "No. You must depart. Leaving is not merely a separation, it is a step towards our future reunion. Moreover, you have matured. Your rations now exceed those of a typical person, which contravenes our established norms." The elder, affectionately referred to as Master, gently nudged the young man, who had grown taller than himself, while placing a bundle into his hands. "Yet, can an ordinary person like me truly survive out there? Can I even accomplish that so-called mission? An ordinary person cannot consume such large portions." With a silent grumble, the master displayed a kind smile, patting the young man's shoulder earnestly, and said, "You must believe in yourself. You are the most outstanding among your peers. Otherwise, you would not have been entrusted with such a gift." The young man clutched the master's arm tightly, filled with doubt. "Is that truly the case? Are you sure? You must believe in me." "Indeed." Now, off you go down the mountain. Unable to endure any longer, the master swiftly delivered a kick that struck the young man, who immediately transformed into a rolling gourd, tumbling down the cliff. From the mountain gate, which boasted 7 platforms and 756 steps, anguished cries echoed. Observing the descent of his disciple, a fleeting glimmer of golden light flashed across the youth's body, prompting the master to turn with satisfaction. On the same day, a man who had just finished sweeping the grave of his deceased parents in the farthest reaches of the East Sea respectfully bowed to the elderly gentleman, the highest-ranking elder in this locale. The old man, seated cross-legged, gradually opened his eyes to regard the younger generation before him, kindly inquiring, "Are you not staying for dinner before you depart?" "Esteemed elder, no, I should have left long ago," the man replied. The elder nodded, saying, "To be present yet not engage, such is the way. Go then. To achieve mastery, one must learn the art of letting go." After speaking, the elder gazed at the bright sky, murmuring, "The celestial phenomena last night were tumultuous. Unrest in the outer world is imminent." Observing the elder close his eyes once more, the man bowed respectfully and quietly retreated. Once he left the secluded estate, a shadowy figure stealthily emerged. "Is everything settled? Hurry and leave, or you'll be dragged off to drink again," said a man, exuding exasperation. "Third uncle, I can manage the sea on my own," the young man protested. A somewhat rotund man slapped the young man in irritation, exclaiming, "You may be better at fighting than I, but how do you surpass your third uncle? I am not merely accompanying you to sea. I am bringing along this little rascal. Were it not for the promise I made to your deceased father, I would have no interest in you." "Ah, very well then." On Fishman Island, in a modest room, a little mermaid was taking a midday nap when suddenly she startled awake, her extraordinary eyes revealing that her dream was anything but ordinary. Who was that golden-haired man? Why does the fate of Fishman Island intertwine with him? In her previous dream, she had witnessed a scene beneath rolling dark clouds, where sunlight broke through to illuminate the earth below. At the same time, aboard a ship in the West Sea, a little imp with dark skin peered through a crack in the door, his gaze falling upon a group of individuals joyously indulging in food. The tantalizing aroma wafted into his nostrils. "Is that ham? Do not look, do not smell. Then you shall not feel hunger," warned an elderly slave residing in the ship's hold. "But today seems to be my birthday," the little imp replied, tinged with a hint of sorrow. "Birthday? Here, no one is entitled to anything." Chapter 14. Dreams. As Frank gazed upon the increasingly familiar sea, a sense of exhilaration enveloped him. In his eyes, the ocean appeared quite similar everywhere, Yet he felt an inexplicable tranquility in this particular stretch of water. The gentle sea breeze caressed him, and the sunlight bathed the merchant vessel in warmth. Recalling the events of the previous day stirred a thrill within him, compelling him to unconsciously wander to the ship's infirmary. He leaned in to listen, sensing the activity within, and lightly rapped on the door. "Come in." The words barely escaped the lips of the occupant when Frank had already pushed the door open. The room, though modest, contained 2 beds and a simple table and chairs. "Old man, you haven't let him die, have you?" "Humph. Are you questioning my skills?" On one of the sick beds lay a bare-chested, golden-haired man, while the other figure standing and conversing with Frank was an elderly gentleman with graying hair, approximately in his 60s. He was none other than Dr. Harvey List, the ship's physician aboard the Flying Bird. At that moment, Dr. Harvey was struggling to insert a sharp syringe into the body of the unconscious man, expressing his thoughts aloud. "This fellow has a remarkable physique. I've already broken 3 syringes on him." His rough hands grazed the patient's skin, igniting within him a fervent desire to dissect. "I've administered adrenaline and colamine. These are the only medicinal remedies aboard. Whether he survives now rests solely upon him." Upon hearing Dr. Harvey's words, Frank stepped closer, his gaze fixated on the golden-haired youth, whose eyes were tightly shut. As his focus shifted, he noticed numerous scars adorning the man's body. He spoke with admiration. "Old man, this guy looks like a warrior. These are the kind of battle scars that could win a lady's heart." His address indicated a bond that transcended mere acquaintanceship. Indeed, Frank's presence on this ship was facilitated by his friendship with the old physician. Frank could be considered a true friend to Dr. Harvey, though the latter had his share of drinking companions, allowing their conversations to flow freely without reservation. That's an old-fashioned notion from our time. It is said that nowadays, young ladies prefer the delicate charms of wealthy young gentlemen. Dr. Harvey jested, casting a sidelong glance at Frank. "Be careful. Your Lily might get swept away by those mischievous boys." At Dr. Harvey's words, Frank sprang up, vehemently retorting, "Impossible. Lily is far too clever for that. No one could deceive her." A silent acknowledgement lingered in Frank's heart. Having grown up alongside Lily, they were the closest of companions. Yet he had never summoned the courage to profess his feelings to her, fearing the loss of this beloved friendship. As his fingers brushed against the resilient skin of the patient, a broader smile spread across Dr. Harvey's face. "Frank, have you given any thought to becoming my apprentice?" At this moment, Frank was fiddling with the peculiar weapon he had brought along. "How heavy?" Clang. Feeling the weight of the strange armament, Frank released his grip, causing it to crash onto the wooden floor with a resounding noise. "That, old man, I will discuss this with Lily when I return," Harvey remarked, observing the scars on the patient's body. This vast ocean, not all its waters are gradually becoming perilous. In the past, encountering pirates at sea was a rare occurrence. Yet this time we faced 2 waves of them. In the future, we shall see even more ambitious individuals emerging, making our ventures increasingly perilous. "Frank, you ought to acquire some skills. If you earnestly study with me for a couple of years, you would be sufficient to become a barefoot doctor in the town." The route they sailed was considered relatively safe, as minor pirates were routinely dealt with by neighboring nations. The more formidable pirates, however, would demand a toll for passage and would not resort to pillaging merchant vessels. Yet, on this voyage, they had indeed encountered 2 bands of petty pirates, which genuinely instilled a sense of crisis in Harvey. "Well, I will seriously contemplate it." After lingering in the old man Harvey's room for a while, Frank rushed out to attend to his duties upon hearing the shouts from outside. Meanwhile, the ship's doctor, Harvey, took out a bracelet and examined it closely. It resembled platinum, adorned with cloud patterns on the outer rim, while the inner side was engraved with the name Henry Rhodes. Henry. Harvey's gaze shifted to the man lying on the sickbed, gradually moving upward until it rested upon the golden hair atop his head. In the western and northern seas, blonde hair, blue eyes, and fair skin represented the purest of races. However, with the onset of the age of exploration and colonization, racial mixtures began to emerge. The western and northern seas became increasingly inhabited by the genetically robust yellow race, causing the distinctive traits of blonde hair, blue eyes, and fair skin to gradually fade. The man on the sickbed evidently possessed golden hair, but his skin tone was somewhat yellow, and his eyes were black. These observations led Harvey to form a conjecture in his mind. Could this fellow be the child from that family that met with disaster? As he swayed left and right, an inexplicable dizziness enveloped him, prompting Rhodes to suddenly open his eyes. Attempting to regain control of his body, he discovered it was utterly unresponsive, which caused him a degree of alarm. Boom. Crack. The ship's hull trembled violently, causing Rhodes to panic and fall to the ground. As his perspective shifted, he realized that his body had significantly shrunk. Upon closer inspection, it was precisely the form he had possessed upon entering this world. Creak. The door to the room was abruptly flung open with great force, and a man in a suit burst in. Upon seeing young Rhodes half kneeling on the floor and gagging, he rushed over and seized him. "Young master, come with me at once." The man in the suit abruptly seized young Roz and dashed outside. At 13, Roz was no longer a child, yet a flicker of fear crossed his face. This scene was one he had not encountered before, despite his worldly knowledge. Suppressing his unease, he weakly inquired, "Mark, what is happening outside?" The man, addressed as Mark by young Roz, also wore a troubled expression as he continued to run while explaining. "The kingdom of Bordeaux has deceived us." Just then, a violent tremor rippled across the sea not far from Roz, causing Mark to falter in his steps, nearly losing his balance as he leaned against the ship's wall for support. From a vantage point that Roz had been unable to see moments ago, a voice exclaimed, "This is dire, Mr. Porter. There is a pirate ship directly ahead of us. No, 2 pirate ships. This vessel, belonging to the Henry family, is helmed by a seasoned captain who has devoted over a decade to their service. He had anticipated a safe arrival at the port. Yet after narrowly completing a maneuver amidst cannon fire, just as relief washed over him, he found himself beset by further troubles." Rushing to Porter's side, barely finishing his words, he heard the golden-haired, handsome man, Porter, grit his teeth and exclaim, "Damn it, that Carlos. I will have his head." In that instant, the man made a decisive resolution, swiftly assigning a task to his companion, Mark, who departed in haste. With unwavering determination, he turned to the ship's captain and declared, "Reed, you will remain loyal to me, won't you?" The captain, addressed as Reed by Porter, visibly shifted, yet his gaze soon solidified as he affirmed, "Of course." He understood the weight of those words. Porter locked eyes with Reed, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and solemnly commanded, "Then let us charge forward. Is this the past, or merely a dream?" A hint of speculation lingered in the mind of young Rhodes, though his murmurs went unnoticed by others. The ship rocked violently, causing Rhodes, whose pallor had already deepened, to retch once more, clearly indicating his seasickness. Was this body's misfortune entwined with the kingdom of Bordeaux? Half conscious, Rhodes pondered, catching sight of Mark approaching with a small wooden boat, which appeared to be equipped with some form of propulsion. With practiced ease, Mark assisted young Rhodes aboard the wooden vessel, and as the lifting mechanism activated, it swiftly ascended to the surface of the sea. The cacophony of mechanical noise faded under the din of cannon fire. My father," the boy's voice was barely audible. Mark glanced back at the cargo-laden merchant ship, gritting his teeth as he turned away. "My task is to ensure your escape, young master." On board the merchant ship, Porter clutched a flintlock pistol, his gaze fixed on the approaching pirate ship, which bore the Jolly Roger. With steely resolve, he bellowed, "Let us charge out." As the 2 vessels closed to an optimal range for attack, cannon fire erupted nearly in unison. Fortunately, the crew aboard this ship was composed of loyal men. Otherwise, their morale would have crumbled under such dire circumstances. Boom, boom. Amidst the exchange of cannonballs, the gunners aboard the pirate ship gained the upper hand, striking the merchant ship's mainsail and rendering it a trapped beast upon the vast ocean. As the pirate vessel drew nearer, a flicker of reluctance crossed Porter's eyes. He worried for his son, who had clandestinely boarded the ship to prove himself, yet at that moment, all he could do was delay the inevitable. Rhodes, survive. As the 2 vessels drew near, an inevitable clash ensued, the cacophony of battle blending with the thunderous roar of cannon fire. Within this tumult, young Rhodes found himself engulfed in a chilling dread, his gaze laden with concern as he fixated on the merchant ship where his father stood. In a cruel twist of fate, a stray shot hurtled directly toward him. With a resounding explosion, young Rhodes was cast into the depths of the sea, consciousness fading into oblivion. Meanwhile, the youth lying upon the hospital bed bore a furrowed brow. Seemingly ensnared in a nightmarish ordeal, beads of sweat gradually cascading down his form. Dr. Harvey, stationed in the ward, keenly observed the commotion and swiftly approached the patient. Placing 2 fingers upon his forehead, in an instant, he discerned the presence of a high fever, yet rather than alarm, a sense of relief washed over him. Surviving this fever could mean eluding the clutches of death itself. Chapter 15. Ritter Island. West Sea, Ritter Island. The island, renowned in the Western Sea, is distinguished by its prime geographical location, which has rendered Ritt Island an exceptional hub for trade. Three powerful families have consistently maintained control and protection over this territory. Despite the rain clouds casting a shadow over the Rit Island dock, the area remains bustling with life. While the residents of Leanley Town remain cocooned in their homes due to the downpour. Drip, drip, drip. The rain patters against the rooftop, producing a lullaby-like sound that lures one into slumber. In a modest room, a man slowly opens his eyes. Rods, with a dazed gaze, stares at the unfamiliar ceiling for several minutes until his mind clears and he realizes he is no longer in prison, a sensation of thirst awakening within him. Still somewhat disoriented, Rods fails to notice that he has spoken in Mandarin. No one responds, and as he attempts to rise, he ultimately succumbs to unconsciousness once more. Another day passes. Upon awakening, Roz found himself in the company of a youthful companion, a boy who appeared to be a few years his junior. "You are awake," exclaimed Frank, his face illuminating with surprise. As Roz uttered the word water once more, Frank clumsily produced a pouch filled with liquid, bringing the pouch closer to Roz's lips. A sweet concoction, imbued with herbal notes, surged into his parched throat, offering a delightful sensation. "Where's this place?" The inquiry, tinged with a Bordeaux accent, momentarily perplexed Frank. However, he managed to grasp the gist of Roz's words and replied, "I am Frank, an apprentice sailor aboard the Flying Bird. Oh, and by the way, you are on Rit Island." Frank introduced himself first and then addressed Roz's question. Upon hearing a language that mirrored his own, Roz sighed in relief. Although he was aware that the external world predominantly employed the universal language advocated by the world government, having never ventured to sea before, he harbored a fear of the unknown. Roz certainly did not wish to endure the torment of language acquisition once again. After consuming the last remnants of the herbal liquid from the pouch, Roz took stock of his physical condition. It was dismal. At this moment, Rhodes found himself utterly immobilized due to his grievous injuries, a profound fatigue enveloping him and amplifying his discomfort. With only his head capable of slight movement, he directed his gaze toward Frank, struggling to utter, "I am Rhodes. Did you save me?" Frank, securing his water pouch, gently gestured with his hands, his youthful visage illuminating as he promptly replied, "No, it was Timmy. It was our flying bird that rescued you." Suddenly recalling something, Frank added hastily, "Well, primarily, it was the pod of Orcus that saved you." "Orcus?" Rhodes queried, a hint of confusion evident in his expression. Frank eagerly recounted the extraordinary events of that fateful night. Minutes later, a look of disbelief and gratitude washed over Rhodes's face. "The spirits of the sea. Orcus? I never imagined that what seemed like an insurmountable peril would lead to my survival." Rhodes possessed some knowledge of Orcus from his previous world. These creatures had no history of unprovoked aggression and were often noted for their intelligence akin to that of human children, frequently engaging in acts of rescue. Though he was uncertain if Orcus in this world bore any differences, he felt an immense sense of relief. "Mr. Rhodes, may I inquire about the circumstances of your misfortune?" Frank, who was being instructed by the captain on etiquette, ventured to ask, his curiosity piqued by the scarred man before him. Shaken from his reverie, Rhodes contemplated for a moment before deciding to conceal his true identity. Bordeaux had opened its borders, and any pursuit of wealth would inevitably involve trade with neighboring nations. If the caravan that rescued him ventured there, revealing his whereabouts could lead to peril. "Just call me Rhodes. I am a bounty hunter." He fabricated a simple identity. Leaving the Na'vi, Frank momentarily stunned. In turn, Rhodes gleaned information about the island on which he currently found himself. Rit Island, not too distant from the Bordeaux kingdom where Rhodes had once resided, had gained notoriety in the western seas, largely due to its deep-rooted connection with organized crime. According to the scanned intelligence Rhodes had received, this island was under the control of three families, each supported by its own faction of the mob. Regardless of the circumstances, he was grateful to be alive. "Lafitte, I shall repay you for what you have done for me," he silently vowed as he regarded the dark-haired youth, Frank. Suddenly, he recalled the absence of his external aid, a precious asset that had enabled him to navigate the treacherous world teeming with monsters. "Frank, when you saved me, did you happen to see an unusual weapon?" Due to a sense of urgency, Rod's speech was somewhat fragmented. Frank immediately comprehended the object of discussion. He nodded in affirmation, saying, "It is the weapon with a lantern on one end and a scythe on the other, right? That has been secured by old Harvey." Rod had previously heard Frank's account of Harvey and understood that this was the doctor who had saved him, which allowed him to exhale in relief. His anxious heart finally at ease. As long as it was not lost to the depths of the sea, everything would be manageable. "Brother Rod, you should rest more." Old Harvey advised me to ensure you take ample rest, Frank interrupted Rod, who wished to continue their conversation. With the doctor's counsel in mind, the life-preserving Rod acquiesced, realizing that as long as he was alive, there was no need to rush. With that thought, Rod, feeling utterly unwell, chose to close his eyes and drift into a gentle slumber. On January 3rd, the Morning Star returned on the 1st, and the crew hurriedly completed their duties aboard before returning to their respective homes. Meanwhile, in the neighboring town of Lynn, after 2 days of relaxation, Harvey finally returned to his humble abode. At 61 years of age, Harvey often remarked that he needed to work for 4 more years before he could enjoy his retirement. With a wife who had long since left him, Harvey had little to hold him back. Most of his time was spent on the ship, and the earnings he acquired were predominantly squandered in taverns and houses of revelry. Upon returning to his modest dwelling, Harvey noticed the peculiar weapon in the corner and, with a smile, tossed a stack of newspapers onto the table, followed by a flurry of rustling papers. Half an hour later, Harvey suddenly let out a shout. Indeed, at that moment, he held an old newspaper in his hands, containing various items of interest. But what captivated him most was a missing person notice at the end of the publication, detailing a long-standing search for an adult and a child. Henry Porter. Henry Rott. As he gazed at the newspaper featuring a blonde child held by a blonde man, Harvey's expression grew increasingly jubilant. Upon seeing the bracelet on the child's wrist, he quickly retrieved a remarkably similar bracelet from his own pocket. Indeed. Is this not my retirement fortune coming to fruition? With this, I can finally resign from this wretched maritime job. Harvey could not help but exclaim in excitement. However, in a fleeting moment, he quickly restrained his smile. Fully aware of the Henry family's status on the island, and resolved to employ certain measures to safeguard his interests. The following day, in a lofty courtyard situated on Ritter Island, Henry Carlos, upon hearing some rumors, wore a sullen expression, but soon his demeanor transformed into one of elation. He immediately instructed his subordinates to seek out the source of the information. Leveraging the Henry family's influence on the island, within half an hour, not only did the elderly Harvey arrive, but also Frank and the protagonist Rhodes made their appearance in the Henry family's courtyard. Naturally, there were several outsiders drawn by the news, including the heir of the Beano family, the second son of the Nancy family, and Mr. Chapek, the mayor of Ritter Island. Some individuals have come here to curry favor, while the members of the other 2 families merely seek to witness the spectacle. In the opulent reception hall, as guests arrive in succession, Carlos clenches his teeth, regretting that he did not eliminate that wretched little creature at the very first opportunity. It now seems that he has bound his own hands and feet. Mr. Carlos. Heartfelt congratulations, sneered Beano Sarkis, whose family is one of the 3 ruling families of Ritter Island. Their relationships are merely superficial. They are well aware of Carlos's current predicament. Casting a sidelong glance at the heir of the Beano family, Carlos then turned his gaze towards Harvey and Frank below. At that moment, a man dressed in a suit, his hair slicked back, approached Carlos's side. Mr. Carlos, it can be confirmed that this is indeed Mr. Porter's son, young Henry Rhodes. Carlos's eyelids flickered imperceptibly as he adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and addressed the 2 below, saying, "Yes, I can confirm that he is indeed my nephew. And this search mission has proven effective." Carlos recognized the search notice he had initially issued and inwardly cursed the Kingdom of Bordeaux, realizing that he could only helplessly bear the consequences. The reward we initially announced was 50 million belly. Carlos gritted his teeth and continued, "Rest assured, we will pay you every single coin." The substantial bounty was initially proclaimed by Carlos, who, in a bid to appease his aging father and sister-in-law following the presumed deaths of his brother and this so-called nephew, never anticipated that he would be hoisting a stone to crush his own foot. What troubled him further was the very statement he had made to justify his rightful claim over the family. "I am merely assuming temporary control of this family. Should I locate my elder brother or nephew, I shall return everything to them." Chapter 16. The Henry family. 3 families govern the island of Rit, each possessing its own formidable backing and business interests. The Beano family boasts a vast trading fleet, primarily thriving on the commerce of goods from various islands. The Nancy family engages in arms trafficking and the sale of stolen goods, heavily reliant on the underworld. Meanwhile, the Henry family controls the channels for precious commodities such as coffee, cigars, and spices. Among the 3, the Henry family exhibits the greatest financial prowess. The Beano family commands the most manpower, and the Nancy family possesses the fiercest combat strength. Yet, with each family supported by 3 powerful crime syndicates, none can decisively overpower the others, thus stabilizing the island's situation. In the territory of the Henry family, Carlos bid farewell to his departing guests, his demeanor growing increasingly somber. Vasily, keep a close watch on those two. I want every penny of that 50 million back. Standing behind Carlos was a sharply dressed man, his slick appearance marred by the noticeable absence of a third of his right ear, which detracted from his otherwise handsome features. This was Vasily, Carlos's trusted aide. Rest assured, I will handle everything, Vasily replied respectfully. Carlos nodded, his thoughts drifting to the troublesome figure lying in bed, a wave of frustration washing over him. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke in a low tone. What is the condition of that scoundrel's injuries? Vasily, betraying no emotion, answered, after a thorough examination by the physician. It appears that Master Rhodes has survived the critical phase and will require some time to recover. Upon hearing this, Carlos's expression darkened further, his voice turned icy. Given the severity of Rhodes's injuries, how about we say he succumbs to them in 2 days? What do you think of that rationale? Vasily paused, seemingly weighing the plausibility of this feeble excuse. Before responding, the reasoning is somewhat flawed, but it appears we have little choice. Having presided over the Henry family for several years, Carlos was acutely aware of the implications. He knew such an explanation would invite ridicule from the other two families. Yet, he was unwilling to invite unnecessary peril upon himself. The principle of eradicating potential threats had long been his creed. It matters not. I cannot possibly bequeath this family legacy to that young upstart. Since he took over the family fortune, he has multiplied the family's wealth several times. Reflecting on this, he immediately commanded, do not allow the young master and young lady to approach that bastard. Yes, when Rhodes awoke again, he felt a sense of suffocation. Having fallen asleep in a modest room, he now found himself in an opulent chamber, transitioning from a hard wooden bed to a soft mattress. As he regained his senses, he realized that his current predicament was, in fact, quite dire. Young Master Rhodes, you are awake. A young woman dressed as a maid approached him with reverence. Her voice filled with joy as she noticed his awakening and began to survey his surroundings. Young Master? Are you referring to me? Doubt swelled within Rhodes. And sensing two hostile gazes outside the door, he thought to himself that something was amiss. Unable to ascertain the situation, he suppressed his anxiety and feigned confusion, asking, Where am I? Where is Frank? Young Master, this is your home. Home? A jolt of shock coursed through Rhodes as he began to piece together the implications of her words, feeling an overwhelming sense of disbelief. The blatant malice emanating from the two individuals outside suggested that if this truly was his former home, then fate's cruel jest was undeniable. Home? I have no home. Who are you people? With great difficulty, Rhodes managed to sit up, prompting the two guards outside to rush in. After a brief struggle, he obediently returned to his bed. I am indeed called Henry Rhodes, but I have no recollection of this place. You must be mistaken. Under the inquiries of those present, Rhodes performed a convincing act. Though he spoke the truth, he had no connection to this house, nor any memories of it. The guards exchanged glances, and one promptly understood the situation and went to report to Carlos. Meanwhile, the maid began to sob quietly, murmuring phrases like the lady suffers and the young master has endured so much. Her behavior sparked a flicker of intrigue within Rhodes. Regardless of whether this place was indeed connected to the body he now inhabited, it was evident that remaining here was not a wise choice. He pondered whether he might find a way to utilize the maid to his advantage. Having just returned to this so-called home, Rhodes was already contemplating an escape. After receiving news of Rhodes's apparent memory loss, Carlos arrived to verify the situation. There were no gestures of warmth or concern. His inquiries were laden with an aggressive demeanor, further solidifying Rhodes's conviction that this place harbored ill intentions toward him. My dear nephew, rest well here as you recover. I shall take good care of you on behalf of your father. In the unmasked malevolence of Carlos's gaze, Rhodes could only helplessly close his eyes. Through a prior interrogation, Carlos had garnered a substantial understanding of Rhodes's experiences, his exile to Bordeaux, enlistment in the military, wrongful accusation as a criminal, and subsequent flight from his homeland. These narratives only served to solidify Carlos's resolve to eliminate his nephew. Regarding this so-called uncle, Rhodes had spoken largely the truth, aware that his acting prowess could not deceive such a man. Upon exiting the room, after a silent 2-minute walk, Carlos addressed his steward, Phil, who lingered behind. Can we trust what that boy has said? Phil, a middle-aged man clutching a book, possessed perpetually narrowed eyes, shadowed by faint circles. At Carlos's inquiry, he smirked slightly and replied in a calm tone, Well, judging by his various expressions, most of it is likely the truth. Of course, while truth is truth, it does not preclude the possibility that he may have omitted certain facts. Shall we send someone to verify in the Kingdom of Bordeaux? Carlos, weighing the pros and cons in his mind, shook his head in refusal. No need. We will confirm after his elimination, if what he claims is indeed accurate. Perhaps we could even use his corpse to establish a connection with Bordeaux. Noticing that the maid before him had yet to leave, Rhodes, uncertain of her true inclinations, refrained from revealing himself. He pondered that since he could not depart at this moment, he might as well extract some information about this original body from the maid. Could you possibly enlighten me about my past? You see, I have lost my previous memories. During their earlier conversation, the maid had been eavesdropping at the doorway. Observing Rhodes's attempt to sit up, she promptly intervened, beginning to elucidate certain matters that Rhodes was unaware of. The maid, named Mei, was the attendant of Rod's mother, having previously been responsible for her daily care. From Mei, Rod gleaned fragments of his body's past experiences. His father was named Henry Porter, and his mother was Lilia Porter. As the eldest son of the family, he possessed remarkable business acumen, securing several lucrative deals for the family at a young age. And after starting his own family, he gradually took on the responsibility of supporting them. The original head of the household, nearing retirement age and with an exceptional eldest son, chose to relinquish control. 7 years ago, Rod's younger brother, Carlos, unexpectedly secured a significant deal for the family, the counterpart of which was the royal family of the Bordeaux Kingdom, rumored to have ambitions of founding a nation. Distrustful of his wayward brother, Porter decided to undertake the initial negotiations himself. Shortly after setting sail, the Henry family discovered that Rod, the son of Porter, had vanished. After an extensive search, they ultimately received a call from a merchant ship, revealing that Rod had secretly stowed away on Porter's vessel. Naturally, this trade resulted in a monumental loss for the Henry family. As time passed without Porter's return, they were met with the grim news that the entire ship had been raided by pirates. With the fates of Porter and Rod unknown, the family underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The ailing patriarch succumbed to his long-standing illness, and Rod's mother, Lilia, was consumed by grief, ultimately succumbing to depression. Following the patriarch's death, the responsibility of managing the family fell to Rod's uncle, Henry Carlos. Upon assuming power, he adeptly orchestrated a faude, offering generous rewards for information and publicly promising to restore the rights of the family upon finding Porter or Rod, swiftly consolidating his authority within the household. With a clearer understanding of the situation, Rod finally grasped the malevolence that permeated the environment. This was no home. It was a classic case of escaping from the wolf's den only to enter the tiger's lair. Reflecting on this, Rod's expression soured. After 3 days of treatment and recuperation, he could barely manage to rise from bed, rendering him a lamb to the slaughter. Mei, I must confess, I have no desire to inherit any family business. Casting a glance at the maid, who was focused on his body, Rod continued, I have discovered what I truly wish to pursue. I aspire to become the pirate king. Under the scrutiny of the maid, Rod felt a surge of anxiety as he voiced the dreams of countless young men of this era, though he himself had yet to attain such a grand ambition. Mei's face fell, her tone dimming as she softly replied, The Henry family is quite wealthy. There is no need for you to become a pirate. Turning her head slightly, and noticing the guards outside were not intently watching, Mei leaned closer, whispering even more quietly, You should seek vengeance for the master and mistress. Upon hearing this, Rhodes felt that the individual before him could be trusted, primarily due to his utter isolation in this moment. A straw had been extended towards him, whether it was a lifeline or a noose mattered little. What do you mean? He inquired. My injuries prevent me from doing anything. Gazing into the maid's eyes, Rhodes detected no signs of malice or change, which prompted a sigh of relief from him. Your time is running short. May noted the guard's gaze shifting towards them and whispered, Master Rhodes, please ensure you rest. Chapter 17. The gunman Frank. We must hurry. The elderly Harvey, not spotting anyone behind them, hastened Frank's pace as they sought to reach the bustling districts of the city with utmost urgency. On Red Island, there existed an extraordinarily vibrant street where most of the scarce goods from the western seas could be found for sale. This street was frequented by traveling merchants peddling their wares, and it was under the control of several powerful families linked to the mafia. As a seasoned veteran of the seas for over a decade, Harvey understood that malice in this world undoubtedly outweighed goodwill, particularly when faced with 50 million. They were already entrenched in peril. In truth, the moment Harvey grasped the 30 million belly, he sensed impending doom. He had hoped for a mere fraction of that amount. However, now that such a sum lay before him, he felt an unwillingness to relinquish it. fighting desperately for the sake of this fortune. Old man, is this money real? Frank's gaze was fixed on the chest in Harvey's hands, filled with skepticism as he remained in a bewildered state. Harvey's pace did not falter. His voice trembled as he responded, "Yes, it is real. I never expected them to actually provide so much. I thought they would only pay a portion." As along the street scrutinized the hurried pair, and Harvey felt waves of hostility wash over him, as if every passerby were fixated on the chest he carried. Suddenly, a thought struck Frank, and he turned to Harvey once more. What about that old man? Will Rhodes be all right? Rest assured, that is his own home. He will receive the best treatment there, far superior to your dilapidated place. Harvey answered, though he could surmise Rhodes's eventual fate, which stirred a sense of reluctance within him. However, that young man's life had originally been saved by his own hand. Hurry, Harvey urged, panting as he quickened his pace. As long as they reached Treasure Street, those who coveted his wealth would be less inclined to act brazenly, especially given the formidable presence in that area. Bang! A bullet struck the ground ahead of Harvey, causing him to halt abruptly, his heart racing. Slightly turning his head, he glanced towards the source of the gunfire, and his expression shifted drastically. "The bald-headed gang. Heard you came into a substantial sum of money. My friends and I were wondering if we could borrow a bit for our expenses." A series of footsteps approached, and 5 or 6 figures emerged from behind a building, all sporting bald heads. The Bald Gang is a small faction on this island, primarily engaged in extortion, fraud, and theft. Most of the idle individuals on the island belong to this gang, and their main members are characterized by their shaved heads. Harvey tightened his grip on the money box, a mix of fear and anger swelling within him as he noticed 2 firearms aimed directly at him. With a grim expression, he declared, "I trust you are aware of the origins of this money. It belongs to the Henry family, and if you attempt to seize it, you are provoking them." "Of course we know," replied the leader, a tattooed bald man, his eyes gleaming with greed. He glanced at the money box in Harvey's hands, chuckling. "You don't plan on staying on this island, do you? If you've made such arrangements, then we can certainly do the same. 50 million Baileys may not be a significant amount to the true magnates, but for ordinary individuals, it is a fortune that could take a lifetime to accumulate. If they could obtain this sum, they would gladly leave the island behind. How much do you wish to borrow?" Harvey asked, resigned. "Old man." Frank gripped the dagger concealed in his clothing. Upon noticing, Harvey instinctively shifted his body to obstruct Frank's actions. Rock, a lieutenant of the Bald Gang, was marked by a shaved head and a fierce tiger tattoo on his face. With a smirk, he addressed the compromise, "Let's see how many brothers we have." Harvey's gaze turned to the 5 other bald men behind Rock. "Oh, forgive me, do not misunderstand," Rock interrupted. "I was referring to the brothers of our Bald Gang. So we want it all." The others erupted in laughter. "Ha! Indeed. Our choice is certainly everything." Harvey's expression shifted dramatically, and Frank trembled with anxiety. "You!" Harvey shouted in anger. Rock waved his hand, and the 2 men behind him, wielding firearms, immediately disengaged the safeties. "Make your choice. Either surrender the money to us, or leave your lives behind, and the money will still be ours." Harvey clenched his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as a result of the earlier sprint and the current predicament. He could not fathom any means of escape. As a doctor, he possessed little combat ability, and Frank could barely be considered an average fighter, while they faced 6 armed adversaries. Damn it, this is all too hasty. Regret coursed through Harvey as he cursed himself for letting greed cloud his judgment. If it hadn't been for the intoxication of the previous night, he would never have found himself in such an unprepared situation. "Here you go." Understanding the inevitability of the situation, Harvey hesitated for a moment before reluctantly tossing the black money box towards the bald-headed Locke. "Old man." Frank observed Harvey's unwilling expression, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out just as Locke caught the money box with a hearty laugh, causing Harvey to drop to the ground in shock. Expecting a painful confrontation, the 2 were instead met with a chilling scream from across the way. "Ah!" Frank looked up to see the leading bald man with a gory hole in his outstretched hand, a truly terrifying sight. "Is this a case of black on black?" Harvey's reaction was slightly slower than Frank's. Upon witnessing the scene, his first thought was that someone was indeed double-crossing them. "Who is it?" The 2 men among Locke's gang, brandishing firearms, immediately scanned their surroundings. The earlier gunfire had been so abrupt that they failed to detect the trajectory of the bullets. Bang! The gunfire erupted again. And in an instant, one of the gunmen had his head blown apart, collapsing lifelessly to the ground with a thud. "The rat! Over there!" Ignoring the fate of his subordinate, the furious Locke pointed southwest, where a man in a black trench coat had emerged. "Damn it! A somewhat frail bald man glared at the deceased rat, his anger boiling over. He quickly crouched down to seize the firearm from the rat's grasp, raising it to aim. But two gunshots rang out almost simultaneously. Bang! Bang! The slender bald man felt a sudden pain before succumbing to eternal darkness. Frank's gaze remained fixed on the approaching figure in the trench coat. As the man halted and leaped back while firing, one of Locke's gang members collapsed near Frank, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. Incredible! Did Cheddar dodge that? The man wielding the firearm cursed, his motions of reloading becoming noticeably slower. Given that the adversary had hit his targets 3 times in succession, it became evident to him that there was a significant disparity in their abilities. He merely knew how to use a gun, while the opponent was clearly a skilled marksman, instilling a sense of fear within him. As the trench-coated man drew nearer, one of Locke's gang finally caught sight of the weapon in his hand, which cast a pall of dread over them. A revolver. It's a Gallo revolver. The man shouted in alarm, turning to flee, but his movements were no match for the speed of the opposing marksman. Seemingly with a mocking attitude, the gunman prioritized targeting the fleeing individual. Once again, it was the head that was struck, underscoring the caliber of the newcomer. 4 shots, and only 2 bullets left. Locke endured the excruciating pain while calculating the bullets within his opponent's revolver. This revolver, produced by the notorious Garan family of the Mafia, was aptly named the Garan revolver. In an era predominantly dominated by the use of flintlock firearms, such a lightweight pistol capable of simultaneously accommodating 6 bullets was undeniably a lethal weapon, capable of easily claiming lives. As an aspiring thug, Locke had often fantasized about wielding such a formidable weapon. Yet he never imagined he would confront it in a life-or-death scenario. In the face of mortality, his yearning for life suppressed his dread of death. In close quarters, he was the marksman. Should he approach, his demise would be inevitable. The 3 exchanged glances, recalling the fate of their fleeing comrade, and unanimously agreed upon this strategy. They charged. The trio surged forward almost in unison, the individual armed with a firearm swiftly affixing a bayonet, while another and Locke each brandished a sharp dagger. Vasily, observing the 3 rushing towards him, instantly grasped their intentions. As a marksman, his physical prowess could not compare to that of seasoned warriors, and proximity had become a nightmare for him. Spotting the tattooed bald man lurking behind his 2 adversaries, Vasily's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes, concealed behind sunglasses, radiating a deadly resolve. As the trio approached within 20 meters, he made his move. Bang! The man wielding the bayonet collapsed. The remaining 2 were now only 10 meters away from Vasily. Bang! Another fell. The distance between the bald Locke and Vasily dwindled to a mere 5 meters. With his left hand incapacitated, Locke's face contorted in fury as he tightened his grip on the dagger, taking a bold step forward. Gazing at the enemy so near, he bellowed, "Die!" Vasily remained composed as his adversary advanced. With a swift motion of his right hand, he pushed his gun forward, causing the magazine to eject due to inertia. Without glancing at the transformation of his weapon, he deftly swiped his left hand across his waist, and the 2 hands swiftly converged, seamlessly installing the spare magazine. Bang! The spent shell and the removed magazine clattered to the ground simultaneously. The bald Locke, now mere inches away, wore an expression of disbelief, unable to control his rushing body. As Vasily observed the body hurtling toward him, he twisted, allowing the 2 to pass each other. Thud! Locke collapsed to the ground, a bullet having already pierced his heart. Chapter 18. Crisis? The speed of a marksman extends beyond the weapon. The hands are swift as well. You fool. Vasily stepped over the corpse beneath him and strode directly toward the 2 still lying on the ground. Tap, tap, tap. Upon reaching the black money box, Vasily bent to lift it. The moment he grasped it, he noticed a slight discrepancy in its weight. Paying no heed to the missing fraction, he regarded the slowly rising duo with indifference and remarked, "This is not me robbing you, you scoundrel." At this moment, Frank had finally emerged from his previous timidity. Harvey intervened to deter Frank's rashness, simultaneously recognizing the identity of the newcomer. Vasily, a gunman from the Henry family, known to outsiders as one of Carlos's right-hand men. Casting a begrudging glance at the money box in Vasily's hands, Harvey could hardly fathom how shameless the so-called Henry family could be. It appeared, "I am not worthy to take this money." However, the current head of the Henry family pales in comparison to the esteemed Mr. Porter of the past. The once renowned Henry Porter was a man of his word, while the current Carlos evidently cares little for such principles. You may voice your grievances here, but I advise you to refrain from spreading them elsewhere. Otherwise, your life may truly be in jeopardy. Vasily exchanged no further words with the 2. turning with the money box and vanishing from their sight. Alas, my apologies for my recklessness. Harvey, surveying the scattered corpses, offered Frank a brief apology before continuing. Given that the Henry family has not outright eliminated us, they likely will not pursue us further. The stack of cash we each discreetly set aside should serve as our compensation for this ordeal. Yet, Harvey was gravely mistaken. He could not anticipate that this incident was merely the beginning. Feeling the coldness of the cash in his arms, Frank's gaze shifted to the firearm beside the corpse. And at that moment, the threads of understanding began to weave together in his mind. It appears we have effectively sold out Roger. Frank's eyes met Harvey's, his heart heavy with the realization. Such a prosperous family is clearly not a suitable choice for Roger. We should not have acted in this manner. As a native of Ritter Island, he was acutely aware of what the Henry family represented, and he understood that figures like Carlos would never relinquish power easily. Clearly, they had made a grave mistake. Harvey hesitated, understanding the environment in which his patient found himself, yet the previous night's intoxication had amplified his greed. They likely would not treat Roger with any decency. Likely? Frank removed the stack of cash from his pocket and handed it to Harvey. I did not save Roger for money. This cash feels like fire in my hands. Noticing Harvey's lack of response, Frank forcefully thrust the stack into Harvey's hands before swiftly approaching a corpse to retrieve the firearm. Frank, what do you intend to do? You are courting death. Observing Frank's actions, Harvey shouted in alarm. Frank, after examining the situation with concern, replied with unwavering determination, I need to ascertain Roger's condition. You are walking into a death trap. For Lily, I shall not perish so easily. At this moment, the young Frank evidently had made his decision. Harvey, in a state of exasperation, could hardly fathom that the usually astute Frank was now acting so foolishly. After all, he was merely a stranger they had known for 3 days. Yet, that did not justify their betrayal. Ignoring Harvey's protests, Frank, armed with a firearm, hastily made his way to his residence, intent on retrieving that peculiar weapon to return it to Rodriguez. This weapon had been taken back from Harvey not long ago and was previously tucked away under his bed, untouched by the Henry family. As Frank receded from view, Harvey's expression shifted between anxiety and contemplation. Glancing at the money in his hand and reflecting on his current age, he let out a deep sigh. What on earth was he doing? With his rationality restored, he could not help but feel that Frank's actions had indeed stirred a sense of guilt within him. Sighing, he approached another corpse, which lay beside another firearm. Casting one last glance in the direction Frank had gone, he understood that the latter might be returning home. And thus he resolutely retraced his steps. 5 minutes later, Harvey, decapitated by a swift blade, fell to the ground, his face etched with terror and disbelief. A cloaked assassin lifted the severed head and retreated to a shadowy corner, addressing the man standing there with respect. Brother Vasily, the old man's head is here. And I have also retrieved the lost 24 banknotes. The assassin had been observing from a distance, waiting for Vasily's signal before advancing. Having now received orders to eliminate the elderly Harvey, may I ask why you did not dispose of both of them earlier? Vasily's gaze turned icy as he replied with a calm demeanor. Are you instructing me on how to perform my duties? The assassin quickly bowed his head in respect. Fear evident in his tone, I dare not. Although Vasily was generally mild with his subordinates, they were acutely aware of his formidable nature, having seen many enemies of the Henry family fall victim to his prowess. Disregarding his subordinates' trepidation, Vasily placed the bloodied head into a toolbox, and then, carrying the toolbox in one hand and a money box in the other, he strolled toward the family residence. The headless corpse sprawled on the ground stood out starkly beneath the afternoon sun, a tragic end for one who had fulfilled the long-standing mission of the Henry family. With the fate of the wealth now shrouded in uncertainty, as the sun began its descent, casting a golden hue across the earth, a knock echoed in Carlos's study. Roused from his slumber, Carlos glanced at the interesting biographies scattered across his desk, along with a smoking pipe. Moments earlier, he had indulged in a few puffs before succumbing to a tipsy sleep. Come in, he called. A black top hat adorned his head, and one of his ears bore the scar of a missing piece of flesh, while beneath his dark suit lay a revolver. Vasily entered, carrying 2 suitcases, and upon glancing at Carlos's disheveled appearance, a peculiar glint flickered in his eyes. Boss, here is the 50 million and Harvey's head. A smile instantly graced Carlos's face. 50 million would allow him to indulge in a lavish lifestyle for quite some time. As he reached out, his fingers brushed against a bottle of wine, which he then tossed lightly. The bottle swiftly soared toward Vasily, who deftly snatched it from the air with his right hand. A fleeting glance at the label revealed it to be the finest white spring wine from the town of Shihai, undoubtedly from the best batch of its era. This caused Vasily's lips to involuntarily curl upwards. In the absence of tasks, he rather enjoyed sipping alone. The money box can remain here. You may hand over the head to Faye for disposal. Vasily nodded slightly. Then, with a bottle in one hand and a head in the other, he proceeded towards the exit. Understood. By the way, ensure that troublesome matter is resolved swiftly. Carlos reiterated emphatically. Yes, understood. Meanwhile, Frank, upon returning to his residence, stole a glance at the beloved girl next door. His childhood companion had blossomed into a graceful beauty, stirring his heart profoundly. Observing Lily quietly weaving by the window like a sleeping beauty, Frank yearned to speak with her, yet hesitated at the thought of her snobbish mother. It's nothing. I merely intend to return Brother Rod's weapon and perhaps see if there is anything I can assist with. Frank muttered to himself, bolstering his courage. Moments later, a shadow stealthily made its way towards the Henry family residence. As dusk faded and night enveloped the surroundings, a dark figure approached a room guarded by two sentinels at the entrance, with two more armed guards stationed further away. One of the concealed guards was the first to notice the figure's movement. As he raised his weapon in readiness, he recognized the approaching figure as Captain Vasily, compelling him to salute with respect. Captain, Captain. Vasily approached slowly, his expression unchanged, nodding to his subordinates before striding directly towards the room where Rod was imprisoned. Inside, a faint light flickered, emanating from a kerosene lamp. The guard stationed at the door, recognizing Vasily, offered no resistance. However, Vasily felt compelled to explain his purpose for being there. I have come to assess this man's injuries. The guard, shivering at Vasily's cruel smile, responded. You may enter. Creaking the door open, Rod, lying on the bed, had already heard the commotion outside. He took a deep breath, striving to render his breathing long and silent. The footsteps drew nearer. Through a narrow slit of opened eyes, Rod could vaguely discern the figure's shape, causing a sense of foreboding to swell within him. Feeling the frailty of his own body, Rod realized he could only muster a mere 30% of his original strength, insufficient for a prolonged confrontation. Clenching his fists in secret resolve, he prepared to burst forth. Vasily halted just outside the optimal striking range from Rod, chuckling softly, and said, Despite suffering such injuries, you still wish to hunt me down? It appears your wounds are not fatal after all. Rod's eyes snapped wide open. His fists clenched tightly as he prepared to launch an assault. Yet, the opponent's swifter reflexes had already drawn a pistol aimed at Rod's head. Rod ceased his movements, aware that a true expert reveals the truth in an instant. Vasily executed the motions of drawing his weapon, disengaging the safety, and aiming with remarkable fluidity. Among those known to Rod's, this individual's marksmanship could undoubtedly be deemed unparalleled. Please, do not act recklessly. My orders are not to end your life beneath my gun. Observing Rod's, who had partially risen, a sudden haze clouded Vasily's expression, and he faintly discerned the presence of Mr. Porter and Madame Lilia. Remarkable. Chapter 19. The elixir. Vasily regarded Rod's, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Lilia, and an inscrutable gleam flickered in his eyes. Abruptly, his left hand delved into the depths of his coat, a movement that instilled a tinge of wariness in Rod's, who clenched his fist in response, his gaze growing grave. Noticing Rod's reaction, a slight smirk danced upon Vasily's lips, and without further ado, he produced a small transparent vial containing a blue liquid from his coat. Poison, perhaps? Rod scrutinized it cautiously. Vasily tossed the vial towards Rod's, faced with the revolver's threat. Rod's demeanor remained ambiguous, prompting him to refrain from excessive movement. As he reached out to catch the small blue vial, he opened his mouth to speak. But Vasily swiftly pressed his left index finger to his lips. This gesture compelled Rod's to silence, as everything the man did suggested he was not an adversary. It appears your injuries are not too grievous, Vasily remarked, casting a discreet glance towards the entrance. In an instant, as he stepped closer to Rod's, he seized his arm with a firm grip, twisting it sharply. The previously injured arm immediately throbbed with excruciating pain. With a muffled groan, Rod's expression shifted, a chilling intent flashing through his eyes. Sensing the murderous aura emanating from his opponent, Vasily felt a chill run down his spine, yet paradoxically, he breathed a sigh of relief, recognizing the other's exceptional prowess. With a forceful push from his feet, Vasily returned to his original position. Well, this seems much more agreeable. Your injuries likely won't see you through to the day after tomorrow. Vasily then turned, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he remarked, Our young master, Ross. filled with fury, glared at the departing figure and shouted, "Bastard! What do you mean by this? Is this still my home?" Without a response, Vasily gradually receded under the watchful eyes of the two guards, who then closed the door with an unfriendly glance. Roz returned to his bed, his mind racing as he replayed the events that had transpired. The demeanor of this individual did not appear to align with that of an enemy. Yet one could not dismiss the possibility of deceit. Gazing at the small blue vial in his hand, Roz was engulfed by confusion. Is this poison? Or perhaps, the other party mentioned that I wouldn't survive beyond the day after tomorrow. Does this imply that someone will act against me tomorrow? Alas, for the moment, I shall disregard it. If danger arises tomorrow, I can only fight with all my might. Roz is deeply frustrated by the fear that envelopes him at this moment, while also reflecting on the capriciousness of fate. From the kingdom of Bordeaux to the Isle of Red, he has merely transitioned from one cage to another. In just a few short days, he feels that his destiny has slipped beyond his grasp, escaping the wolf's den, only to enter the tiger's lair. Roz, filled with sentiment, has lost all affection for the family of this original body. Earlier in the afternoon, he was further provoked by that so-called cousin, igniting a surge of murderous intent within him. Sighing, he suppresses these distracting thoughts and begins to regulate his breathing, closing his eyes to rest. Regardless, a fierce battle is inevitable tomorrow. This much Roz can foresee. In the shadows surrounding the estate, a pair of eyes vigilantly surveys the vicinity. The level of vigilance here is quite stringent. Frank has changed his position several times, yet he has yet to find a vantage point for perfect observation. Beads of sweat have thoroughly soaked his attire, leaving him at a loss. Earlier, he had returned home to retrieve Rod's weapon, which was indeed heavy, requiring considerable effort to manage. Sensing the heightened alertness in the area, he feared revealing his presence and thus concealed the weapon in a hidden location, concealed among the underbrush. Frank, unable to devise a plan, grips his firearm tightly in one hand while scratching his head with the other. At that moment, a cold, cylindrical object presses against his back. When did this happen? Overwhelmed with shock and fear, Frank lowers his firearm, raising his hands above his head to indicate he poses no threat. What do you intend to do? A chilling voice emanates from behind him, causing Frank's heart to plummet. I will confess honestly. With a tremor coursing through him, Frank promptly initiates the backup plan he had prepared earlier. No, don't misunderstand. I am a friend of Rod's. No, Henry Rod's. One of his belongings is still in my possession. I have come to return it. As Frank stammered this, he felt the weapon that had been pressed against him withdraw. Turn around. Upon hearing the command from the figure behind him, Frank understood that the gun was still likely aimed at him, compelling him to act without delay. He raised his hands high and turned his body. Though he came driven by fervor, he would not recklessly risk his life for it. When circumstances dictate, ensuring one's own survival must take precedence. It's you. Frank turned to see the man he had encountered several times within a single day, his heart involuntarily leaping in surprise. In the afternoon, the adversary's remarkable marksmanship instilled a profound sense of trepidation within him. He possessed the ability to wield a firearm, yet his skills were merely those of an ordinary individual, utterly incapable of achieving the precise accuracy displayed by his opponent. Young man, approaching this vicinity recklessly is tantamount to courting death, especially with a weapon in your possession. Vasily once again aimed his pistol at the target, his voice cold and commanding. Speak honestly regarding your intentions. As a wave of lethal intent washed over him, Frank trembled involuntarily. I will die. I will die. I truly came to return the weapon. Indeed, this is the truth. With a decisive snap, Vasily pulled the trigger without a moment's hesitation, yet Frank, trembling in fear, did not experience the anticipated pain. A blank? How intriguing. I sense a hint of concealment in your words, but it matters not. Observing Frank's puzzled expression, Vasily continued, What of the weapon belonging to Rod's? Having narrowly escaped death, Frank, aware of the gravity of Vasily's demand, promptly led the formidable figure before him to retrieve the peculiar weapon. Gazing upon the object, Vasily fell silent for a few moments. He had anticipated encountering a renowned blade, an ancient sword, or some striking weapon, yet the taste was appalling. Internally scoffing, Vasily reached for the odd lantern-shaped scythe. As he grasped the iron chain, he felt the expected weight. Lifting it entirely, he surprisingly sensed a certain heaviness. The weapon weighs approximately 100 kilograms. Indeed, for a weapon nearing 200 pounds, it is quite remarkable that Frank managed to bring it here. A feat undoubtedly aided by the peculiar potion provided by the elderly Harvey. As a marksman with proper training, he could endure such weight for a short duration. Vasily pondered the capabilities of Rods. Having conducted a cursory observation of Rods earlier, he recognized the truth in his assertions. Rods's physique exhibited a strength beyond the average, indicative of rigorous training. Thus, it followed that Rods's prowess must be considerable as well. In light of this, Vasily gazed at the young Frank and suddenly remarked, "You must have deduced that Rods's situation is perilous, and you have come to rescue him?" Before Frank could retort, Vasily interrupted, "Regardless of your intentions, today is not the optimal time." With a significant expression, Vasily added, "Tomorrow evening at 7, wait at the 2 o'clock position by the main entrance." Without awaiting a response, he hoisted the weapon and departed. "Tomorrow at 7? Frank mused, thoughtfully echoing the man's words as he observed his retreating figure. The following day, the maid arrived to prepare breakfast for Rods, though she inevitably underwent a thorough inspection upon entering. "Good morning, maid," Rods greeted her first. Aware of his precarious situation and determined to leverage all available resources. "Master Rods." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Rods quietly cut to the chase. "Who is that man in the black suit with the scar on his ear?" The maid seemed already informed and discreetly introduced Vasily's background. "His name is Vasily, the top marksman of the Henry family, having dealt with numerous adversaries for them. He is regarded as the right hand of the Henry family." Noticing prying eyes from outside, she lowered her voice further, stating, "He can be trusted." Rods's heart raced at this revelation, and he swiftly weighed the pros and cons, ultimately deciding to place his trust in both the maid and Vasily, given the circumstances. As the guard's gaze shifted, Rods discreetly showed the maid the vial he had received from Vasily the previous day and inquired, "Do you know what this is?" "This is the blue scale potion, crafted by the esteemed alchemist of the Western Seas," the maid affirmed, her gaze shifting to the wounds concealed beneath Rods's clothing. "It can temporarily heal your injuries, but you will subsequently endure pain that is magnified beyond your current suffering." "Is that so? I understand now." Rods's eyes suddenly glimmered with newfound clarity. Such a change brought a smile to Mei's face. "Young Master Roz, it is truly wonderful that you are alive. As Lady Lilia's personal maid, it is a tremendous honor to have survived to this moment and to witness the growth of her lady's child." Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking from outside reminded Mei that the guards were urging her. She cast one last glance at Roz, bowed slightly, and bid farewell. "If my lady were still alive to see such a handsome you, she would surely be delighted. I wish you a path filled with ease and success." The maid, Mei, slowly retreated. Roz, listening to her words, discerned a hint of finality within them. Aunt Mei, with a resounding click. The door was firmly shut. Gazing at the meal before him, Roz felt an inexplicable warmth, reminiscent of the last time he experienced such comfort with Frank. The meal was modest, meat, porridge, and vegetables, but this time, Roz ate with a sense of security. The peculiar behaviors of Mei and Vasily hinted at something unusual, and Roz chose to trust his instincts. After finishing his breakfast lunch, Roz surveyed his unfamiliar surroundings, and a flicker of murderous intent briefly crossed his mind. This wretched place should never have continued to exist. Chapter 20. The choice, have you heard? The fortunate individual from yesterday was eliminated by another, and the reward of 50 million berries vanished into thin air. Surely, they were targeted, for that is a sum of wealth that an ordinary person could never amass in a lifetime. Who knows, perhaps that scoundrel Carlos has reclaimed the money. After a night of speculation, the news of Harvey's demise, who had joyously claimed the 50 million berries, spread throughout various taverns. Oak Tavern. This establishment is a favored haunt for captains and merchants alike, offering a respite from the ordinary clamor of taverns. At this moment, Captain Andy Schleck of the Flying Bird appears somewhat brooding, having not anticipated that the person he rescued aboard his ship was of considerable significance. He is further dismayed to discover that Harvey, that scoundrel, has betrayed their trust. Had they jointly claimed the bounty, their escape would have been assured. "Ah, Andy, who would have thought you saved such an important figure?" A man clad in a flowing robe, accompanied by his aide, approached Andy, who sat alone nursing his drink. The man, unabashed, began to jest. "Surely you didn't recover the money, did you?" With a disdainful grunt, Andy downed the remainder of his drink and abruptly rose to his feet. "That scoundrel Harvey severed ties with us after we sought the bounty. This matter is no longer our concern." He hastened to extricate himself from any suspicion while simultaneously grappling with the looming financial burden of hiring a new doctor. In this day and age, it is increasingly challenging to find a physician, particularly one who is both competent and affordable. The role of a ship's doctor is indispensable. Alas, how frustrating. Ignoring the derisive remarks of those behind him, Andy left the tavern with a heavy heart, gazing sorrowfully at Harvey, who lay quietly in the earthen pit. Frank was engulfed in grief. Just yesterday, they had been together, yet at this moment, they were irrevocably separated. Upon returning home from Henry Manor last night, he received the tragic news of the old man's murder. Without delay, he hastened to the neighboring village, only to be confronted with the sight of a headless corpse. This revelation left him in a state of disbelief, yet he found himself compelled to confront the harsh reality. In an instant, Frank appeared to have matured significantly. After the funeral of Harvey, who had been little more than a few indulgent acquaintances, Frank remained sequestered in his home until nightfall. Having lived on this small island since childhood, following the untimely demise of his parents, he had struggled to survive here. His 2 voyages aboard merchant ships had instilled in him a burgeoning yearning for the world beyond. It was only after rescuing the scarred man that his concern for the outside world intensified more than that of others. Yet, at this moment, Frank was engulfed in turmoil. On one hand lay the sorrow of his friend's passing and the ominous sense of impending crisis, while on the other, a glimmer of hope for the future stirred within him, leaving him utterly uncertain of his next steps. The fleeting visit of Captain Andy earlier in the afternoon, who had hurriedly come and gone, chilled Frank's heart. He understood that the captain feared entanglement and trouble, but that man had served as the ship's doctor for several years. As Frank clenched his fists in frustration, he suddenly heard footsteps outside, instantly heightening his alertness. Knock, knock. A gentle rap echoed against the door, and Frank instinctively grasped the firearm he had taken from the lifeless body of the bald gang member, aiming it toward the entrance. Who goes there? Click. Frank was the first to disengage the safety of the gun. Frank, it's me. A melodious voice drifted from outside, causing Frank's heart to skip a beat. He promptly lowered his weapon and opened the door with haste. Before him stood a young girl with flowing, light golden hair and a smattering of freckles across her fair face, likely around 15 years of age, yet possessing a figure that was already curvaceous. Lily. Frank's heart raced, causing him to stumble over his words. Lily regarded the previously frail boy, now displaying a newfound air of confidence, which elicited a soft laugh from her, though she quickly stifled it as she sensed the gravity of the moment. Frank, I heard about Dr. Harvey's unfortunate fate. Noticing a fleeting shadow of sorrow in Frank's eyes, Lily reassured him. Are you all right? I'm fine. The warmth of her concern enveloped him. Perhaps now was the time to voice his feelings. A sudden thought surged within him, igniting a flurry of anxiety. Lily. Yes? What's wrong? Nothing. As Frank gazed at Lily's face, he faltered, retreating once more. Come here, you little rascal. What are you still discussing with that poor boy? Before Frank could feel the heat rise to his cheeks, a fierce roar akin to that of a lioness erupted from nearby. Lily furrowed her brow at the sight of her furious mother, unable to suppress a pout. Come here at once. Observing the irate woman in the distance, Frank felt an urgent desire to shield the girl he admired from distress, promptly urging, Lily, you should return home soon. Lily glanced at Frank, a hint of reluctance in her response. As she turned to leave, Frank yearned to embrace her. He was not quite certain when he had begun to feel a sense of bashfulness in front of this girl with whom he had grown up. Perhaps it was when he noticed her gradually graceful figure, or perhaps it was during the initial flutter of his heart. Or perhaps it was when her parents ridiculed him for his lack of wealth and status. Frank clenched his fist in determination. I shall rise above. I will pursue Lily openly and honorably. He had heard it said countless times, you are destined to marry a noble. Do not associate with such dubious individuals. Mother. As the words dwindled, the sky began to darken. After a prolonged silence, Frank resolutely grasped his weapon. He decided to stake everything on his future. He opened the door and vanished into the shadows. The Henry family estate, named Rose Garden, a title bestowed by Carlos, boasted extensive rose cultivation. Alas, it was January, and the splendid blooms could not be appreciated. Within the estate resided 10 male servants and 10 female servants, along with a contingent of 50 armed guards, alongside Carlos's wife, concubine, and several children, rendering this a considerable estate indeed. However, the Henry family's influence extended far beyond this. The family owned 3 large merchant ships, supplemented by several medium-sized vessels under their aegis, employing nearly 1,000 personnel in their service. Even in the West Sea, such power was deemed quite formidable. The 2 other families on Ritter Island were similarly matched in strength to the Henry family. Today, Carlos had begun to sense the murmurs swirling about him, which incensed him greatly, as these discussions had drawn the attention of the Vino family. In the afternoon, A junior official from the Vino family's office on Ritter Island had come to inquire specifically about the situation. This rendered Carlos devoid of appetite for the night, prompting him to summon Vasily, insisting that he must witness the body of Rods before dinner. Once Vasily departed to fulfill his orders, Carlos cast his gaze towards Fire, who stood shrouded in darkness. With a subtle gesture from Carlos, Fire immediately vanished from sight. It mattered not. As long as I eliminate those who pose a threat to my status, I can rest easy. In recent days, Carlos has been haunted by dreams of his deceased elder brother and father, compelling him to resort to marijuana for solace. Upon returning to his dwelling, Vasily surveyed his room with increasing disdain. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped the peculiar weapon and strode purposefully towards the chamber where Roz was confined. The sound of his footsteps echoed heavily, yet the flickering oil lamps along the path illuminated Vasily's figure for the guards from a distance. The two guards slightly bowed, seemingly responding to an unspoken command, and they immediately vacated the area. This struck Vasily as peculiar, but he had no time to ponder. He pushed open the door and entered Roz's cell. Inside, Roz emerged from a blind spot behind the door. Is it time for my demise? He pondered, clutching a vial of blue elixir with its cap already removed, clearly prepared to swallow it at a moment's notice. The door creaked as Vasily entered, and at that instant, Roz caught sight of the weapon Vasily was brandishing, his own soul lantern. What have you done to Frank? Roz's voice rose, revealing his fondness for Frank, who had rescued and cared for him. Vasily forcefully tossed the heavy weapon at Roz's feet, weighing nearly 100 kilograms, and added an explanation to avert any misunderstanding. Rest assured, the boy is unharmed. This is what he entrusted me to deliver to you. Hearing this, Roz's tense heart began to ease, not because he fully trusted Vasily, but because, at this juncture, he had no choice but to believe. Drink the blue elixir quickly. It requires a minute to take effect. Observing Vasily's earnest gaze, Roz lifted the vial and consumed its contents in one swift motion. With a cool sensation coursing from his throat to his abdomen, Roz soon felt an overwhelming pain. The agony surged, nearly prompting a cry from even a hardened man like him, who had endured a life in prison. Gritting his teeth against the torment, Roz suddenly sensed a surge of warmth erupting in his abdomen, spreading throughout his body, briefly mending his previous wounds. The rising heat invigorated him, rekindling a long-lost strength. Ah! He groaned, a sound of both relief and agony as his muscles swelled, and the moment he opened his eyes, they sparkled with renewed vigor. Chapter 21. Explosion. How much time do I have? 15 minutes. That's ample. Roz bent down to retrieve his external enhancement, determined to transform his enemies into the very nutrients for his growth. Observing Roz's eagerness to charge forth, Vasily called out to halt him. What is it? At this moment, the fleeting restoration of power indicated that the individual before him was indeed trustworthy, prompting Roz to be willing to listen to this person's intentions. Vasily wasted no time with unnecessary chatter. He succinctly outlined the number of enemies in the vicinity and specified the escape route for Roz. Understood. Just 50 men. I shall first eliminate them before considering other matters. Vasily's eyelids twitched slightly. In such a precarious environment, the notion of annihilating the enemy seemed rather presumptuous. Nonetheless, upon witnessing the stubborn glint in Roz's eyes, strikingly reminiscent of the late Madame Lilia, he felt a surge of recognition. He vaguely recalled the night before her demise, when the woman he secretly adored grasped his hand, resolutely imploring him to help her find her son. Roz noticed the ambiguous significance in Vasily's gaze, which piqued his curiosity further. When he saw Vasily produce a device resembling a remote control, he inquired directly, "What is this?" "It is a spring-loaded detonation device. I placed several explosives in discrete locations last night. Should an explosion occur at this estate, it may divert some of the crowd, thus enhancing our chances of survival." Has technology outside advanced to the point of employing remote-controlled explosives? Roz expressed astonishment, for according to his knowledge, the technological level of this world was perplexing. Most regions lacked even the concept of electricity, with transportation largely reliant on primitive human or wind power, reminiscent of the late 20th century. Yet, in stark contrast, certain cities exhibited technological prowess that transcended the era, showcasing cloning technology, robotics, and airships, evoking an image of a futuristic world. Since arriving in this realm, Roz had presumed that the West Sea was merely a backward European world, never anticipating the emergence of such a controlled explosive before him. Do not misconstrue. It is merely conventional explosives coupled with some specialized apparatus. Vasily seemed to sense Roz's fanciful thoughts and promptly interrupted his reverie. Suddenly, with a decisive press of his thumb, Vasily activated the device. In that instant, Roz was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of danger. His body bristled with alarm as he comprehended the imminent threat. Explosives. Nearby. Boom. 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 The resounding blasts echoed ominously. The two individuals within the room were instantly plunged into peril. Fiery light erupted, illuminating the darkened surroundings as the explosions resonated. The structure began to collapse, flames spreading rapidly, and thick plumes of black smoke ascended into the sky. Amidst the blaze, a figure that had previously lurked in the shadows emerged, none other than Fair, one of Carlos's trusted lieutenants. Master Fair, it appears Vasily has indeed betrayed us. Behind fire, a trusted individual voiced his indignation, cursing at the sight of the explosion. Fire, however, maintained a smile throughout. From the moment I discovered the bomb he had planted, I realized he had developed a spirit of resistance. Yet this fellow was excessively vigilant, leaving me no opportunity to act. Transitioning from an outsider to the steward of the Henry family, Fire possessed not only exceptional abilities, but also a sharp intellect. He was often seen in the company of Carlos, advising him and indulging in various vices. His presence was evident in most incidents. Perhaps sensing Fire's formidable capabilities, Carlos, upon becoming the true power holder, inevitably resorted to checks and balances. Fire had long desired to eliminate Vasily, yet he genuinely feared the man's marksmanship. Therefore, upon uncovering Vasily's betrayal, he showed no mercy. The explosives that were originally intended to detonate throughout the estate were cleverly relocated to the adjacent room where Rose was imprisoned. When Vasily pressed the spring release, he unwittingly triggered the very bombs beside him. Thus, both Vasily and Rose were destined to meet their demise in the explosion. While I would wait 5 minutes before entering to extinguish the flames and retrieve the bodies. With a resounding crash, a loud explosion erupted from the ruins, and a somewhat corpulent figure emerged, battered by the flames. Such a scene caused Fire to widen his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Impossible! To withstand such an explosion unscathed. Could it be that this individual had ascended to the realm of a monster?" Fire recalled a rumor that circulated in the shadowy corners of the world, where certain individuals referred to those who transcended ordinary humanity as monsters. The term monster signified a being that surpassed the common man, with the sole criterion for recognition being their immunity to bullets. To be impervious to bullets is to be deemed a monster. Given that the force of an explosion surpasses that of a bullet, it could naturally serve as a standard of evaluation. As Fire composed himself and scrutinized the scene more closely, he breathed a sigh of relief. Emerging from the fiery wreckage was a figure, clutching Vasily against its abdomen, and that figure was none other than Ross. The two, huddled together, appeared rather bulky. A series of grating sounds escaped Ross's lips as he endured an unrelenting pain from behind, where flames licked at his clothing and scorched his skin. Damn it! The armor valued as nothing against the heat of the explosion. Ross cursed inwardly. He found himself perplexed by the very nature of his enhancement. The so-called increase in armor value merely added more armor. Physical damage encompassed punches, blades, clubs, bullets, and the shock of explosions, yet when faced with searing heat, flames, and frost, Roz found himself no different from an ordinary person. At that moment, Roz's back bore the marks of burns from the explosion's fury. Vasily finally emerged from the daze induced by the earlier explosion. His gaze falling upon Roz's current state, concern etched on his face. "Don't worry, it's just a minor explosion," Roz reassured him, releasing his grip on Vasily. He tore away the tattered remnants of his clothing and began scanning the surroundings. After a brief moment, he spotted two figures concealed in a corner. The previous explosion had occurred so rapidly that there was no time for a significant reaction, compelling Roz to shield Vasily by throwing himself over him. While Vasily had not endured a direct blow, his legs had sustained minor injuries, causing him discomfort with each step. Yet, in light of the current situation, such pain was negligible. Vasily, observing Roz's determined expression as he gripped his weapon, followed his gaze in the direction he was focused on. That is Fire. The steward of the Henry family, wielding considerable power within the family, he quickly informed Roz. A grin spread across Roz's face, despite the agony coursing through his body. It could not quell the surge of murderous intent and fury within him. "No matter, I shall handle these fellows," he declared, foregoing further conversation as he surged forward, lantern and scythe in hand, charging towards his adversaries. "If that is the case, I shall finally undertake what I have long desired." Upon witnessing the formidable prowess of Roz, Vasily finally felt a sense of relief. He swiftly turned, enduring the pain radiating from his right leg, and vanished from the battlefield, dragging his heavy feet. Vasily drew forth his revolver with his right hand, for his destination was the maid's quarters. This place served as the sanctuary for all female servants, strictly prohibiting the entrance of men. Traversing through the maid's quarters would grant him direct access to Carlos's residence. Just moments prior, at the instant of the explosion, a knife-wielding man, tasked by fire, had forcefully broken down the door and invaded the maid's quarters. Earlier that morning, his superior, Fire, had assigned him a mission. Upon the sound of the explosion, he was to proceed to the maid's quarters and eliminate a certain individual on behalf of boss Carlos. A directive that had originated from Carlos himself. With a resounding crash, the wooden door succumbed to the man's force. The ensuing explosion had startled the maids from their slumber, and as they emerged from their rooms to ascertain the commotion, the sight of an armed intruder incited a cacophony of terrified screams. A rogue. Their SA rogue. A few astute maids, upon glimpsing the blade in his hand, swiftly retreated to their rooms and secured their doors. They were not foolish. Witnessing the explosion at the Henry estate, coupled with the intrusion of a malevolent figure, they instinctively recognized that something sinister was afoot. And hiding within their chambers was their safest recourse. Damn it, shut your mouths, the knife-wielding man exclaimed in frustration, never having anticipated that these frail maids would possess such formidable tenacity. His mind felt clouded. Under the orders of boss Carlos, the maid, May, had conspired with outsiders to orchestrate the explosion in a bid to disrupt the estate, while he was commanded to apprehend this traitor. After a profound silence, one maid composed herself and addressed the intruder. She is in the innermost room. At that moment, no one came to May's defense. The reality was stark. Once the favorite of the esteemed Lady Lilia, May had basked in the glow of admiration among her peers. However, with the disappearance of Porter and Rots, and Lilia lacking the strength to uphold her family's interests, May, like Lady Lilia, had been cast aside. For reasons unknown, the women, who had previously harbored jealousy towards her, were now aware that the individual they once envied was destined to meet her end. Haha, wise choice, the knife-wielding man exclaimed as he charged into the building. Moments later, he emerged, dragging Mei out into the open. The women outside regarded the scene with cold indifference, while those hidden within the confines of the house peered through the windows, observing the unfolding events. With a thud, the disheveled woman clad in simple attire was violently thrown to the ground by the irate man, who spat curses. Wretched woman, how dare you ambush me? At this moment, the man wielding the knife had blood streaming from his thigh. He had hurriedly rushed into the maid's chamber, originally intending to indulge his primal desires. The woman, nearing the age of 30, was still in her prime, and he had long coveted her. This fortuitous opportunity was too enticing for him to resist. However, as he finally breached the threshold, he was met with an unexpected blow. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, evading the dagger aimed at his chest, but it instead plunged into his thigh. In a fit of fury, he dragged the woman out. His eyes gleamed with malevolence as he brandished the large knife, rage flooding his mind. The boss had decreed, those who betray Henry shall perish. Without a trace of hesitation or mercy, he swung the knife down. Bang. Chapter 22, Carnage. Bang. The sound of gunfire erupted, followed closely by the sickening thud of bullets finding their mark. Thud. Simultaneously, the blade descended upon the woman before him. Thud. The man, who had once held the knife, now bore a gaping wound in his forehead, instantly robbed of his will, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. In such a scene, the attending maidens were instantly stricken with horror, their shrieks echoing in a crescendo. The sound of footsteps, heavy and light in succession, resonated as they beheld a familiar figure, Vasily. At this moment, Vasily's strides were hurried, his countenance marked by a palpable urgency. Mie, from a distance, appeared with her garment drenched in a large patch of moisture, prompting Vasily to exclaim her name. He stifled the pain in his right leg and quickened his pace. Moments later, he reached Mie, who lay upon the ground, and gently lifted her, expressing his remorse. Forgive me. I have arrived too late. Coughing. Mie's voice had grown exceedingly frail, yet she seemed to possess a premonition of her fate, exhibiting not a flicker of fear. Gazing upon the man who had admired Lady Lilia since childhood, she struggled to muster a smile. Do not grieve for me. I have merely gone ahead to seek the lady. Vasily, I entrust you with this. The strike was merciless, cleaving down from her right chest, not only severing a piece of flesh from the elegant garment, but also inflicting injury upon her heart. Had it not been for such grave wounds, timely medical attention could have preserved her life. As the beautiful maid slowly closed her eyes in his embrace, Vasily gritted his teeth in anguish. Too slow. I was too slow. If only he had arrived a second earlier, perhaps his gun could have fired half a second sooner, potentially saving her life. cursing himself fiercely. Vasily gently laid down the lifeless body of the maid. The current atmosphere allowed no room for sorrow. Struggling to rise, he surveyed the surroundings and coldly declared, "If there are any losses from gazing upon her corpse, I shall ensure that you all accompany her to the grave." His icy gaze swept across the crowd, and each individual who met Vasily's eyes instinctively lowered their heads. Thud, thud, thud. In that moment, Vasily, despite the pain in his injured right leg, forced himself to run. This reckless action would undoubtedly exacerbate his injury, potentially rendering his leg useless. Yet, at this moment, he cared not. He was a marksman. And what did it matter if one leg was lost, as long as he could eliminate the man he had long desired to kill? As the menacing figure of Raj charged towards him, Phil was instantly filled with dread. He was not particularly skilled in combat and had never anticipated finding himself in such peril. "Stop him," he shouted. He believed that whoever managed the subordinates present would undoubtedly rush to investigate the explosion, at which point they could employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers to subdue the man before them. The individuals behind Phil stepped forward, drawing their blades to prepare for a confrontation with Rods. Rods, already ensnared by iron chains, began to twirl the lantern and scythe in his hands as he closed in, the distance between them dwindling to 7 meters. With a swift motion, he unleashed his attack. With a thunderous swing, the heavy lantern descended like a hammer, hurtling towards the man standing in Phil's way. The short-haired man, equipped with arm guards, widened his eyes in alarm as he witnessed the impending strike. In a split second, he expertly wielded his long blade to intercept the incoming blow. Clang! The clash sent sparks flying, causing the short-haired man to tremble, his face twisting in agony as he felt his weapon collide with what felt like an impregnable steel wall. The impact was akin to an egg striking a rock. His palms burst open, blood seeping forth. Yet, despite this, the trajectory of the lantern's assault remained unaltered. Boom! The lantern struck the man's chest with devastating force, sending him flying several yards away. As he crashed to the ground, his chest caved in, and, lying there, he coughed up copious amounts of blood. Entering a state of impending death, gasping for breath, an ignited object was hurled at Fire from behind, and during the brief moment his subordinates were occupied, Fire remained vigilant. Although he was not a martial artist, he often carried explosives, observing his subordinates hold their ground for a fleeting moment. He had no time to retreat to safety and lit a detonator-like bomb, casting it towards Ross. Sensing the impending danger, Ross swiftly retracted his lantern with his left arm while his right arm lunged forward, the sharp scythe slicing through the bomb-like object. Within 3 meters of Ross, the bomb was cleaved in two. Boom! One half of the explosive fell to the ground, while the other half, ignited by the fuse, detonated with a thunderous roar. Raising his left hand to shield his face, Roz braced himself for the impact, accompanied by the unwelcome heat that surged forth. Fortunately, Roz had severed the bomb, and with only half the explosive force unleashed and a distance of 3 meters separating him from the blast, he emerged relatively unscathed. Humph! With a heavy grunt, Roz moved again, attempting to close the gap between himself and Fire. However, Fire, ever cautious, turned and fled without a second glance after throwing the bomb. Witnessing Fire's retreat only fueled Roz's murderous intent, a surge of bloodlust rushing to his head. As he ran, he glanced at the lifeless body nearby, noting the absence of any soul fragments, prompting him to curse inwardly, miser. Tap, tap, tap. Both parties sprinted swiftly. Roz, once a hunter and warrior, was far superior to the more cerebral Fire. In mere seconds, the distance between them had diminished significantly. Quick, over here. Suddenly, a throng of guards emerged from the manor, alerted by the commotion. Fire, the manager, was the first to spot the disheveled Fire in his hasty retreat. Panting heavily, Fire urgently commanded the approaching guards, "Take him down." These guards were no ordinary individuals. They were fierce warriors recruited from various merchant ships, their combat prowess far exceeding that of the average person, and they moved in perfect unison. Raise your guns, aim, fire. The 3 guards, armed with firearms, executed their movements seamlessly. However, regrettably, the accuracy of firearms in this era was rather lamentable. As the bullets were fired, Roz immediately adopted an S-shaped maneuver, and due to the poor precision of the muskets, none of the 3 shots found their mark. After evading this volley, Roz loosened his left hand, allowing the lantern to drop to the ground. He continued forward, gripping the scythe's handle tightly as he surged ahead. The chains and lantern scraped the ground, creating a jarring sound. As Roz advanced, he subtly swayed his body to dodge the sporadic gunfire. Damn it! Prepare for a pincer attack. Fair turned his gaze, and even he, usually calm and composed, couldn't help but utter a curse. After issuing a loud command, he swiftly joined the ranks of the guard to avoid being targeted by rods. 10 meters. The distance between the two parties rapidly diminished. 7 meters. Taking a deep breath, Rods unleashed his strength, leaping approximately 1.5 meters into the air. His right arm swelled with power, veins prominently visible. With a surge from his waist and arm, he swung the iron chain, propelling the 6-meter-long lantern in a sweeping arc, descending with tremendous force. Whoosh! The sound of rushing air reverberated. The lantern descended like a heavy hammer. Thud! Boom! The head of the foremost individual burst like a watermelon. Yet the lantern's momentum remained unabated, crashing down mercilessly onto the ground. Crack! First came the thunderous impact of the heavy object, followed by the sound of the bluestone floor shattering, leaving those on the ground with a sense of earth-shaking upheaval. This overwhelming display sent the initial 7 or 8 individuals into a state of panic, instinctively scattering in all directions. Upon returning to the ground, Rods, in that very moment of descent, once again unleashed his power, propelling himself forward. With much of the weapon's weight already directed toward the enemy, Rods' speed increased notably. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. In an instant, he closed the distance of less than 5 meters. A low chuckle escaped his lips, accompanied by a smirk that conveyed an unmistakable aura of intimidation. Die. The carnage resumed. This marks the second time Rods has unleashed his fury after emerging from prison. A release that has awakened the dark side of him that had suffered within those walls just days ago. Under the illumination of moonlight and fire, amidst the flickering blades and scythes, the air thickens with the sharpness born from relentless slaughter. As foes gradually fall, unnoticed orbs of light materialize beside the corpses, only to be drawn into the lantern as Rods approaches. The once dim lantern suddenly glows with a faint, ethereal light. Tap, tap. No, come closer. Fire, who had been lurking behind the crowd, becomes the sole survivor. In a mere 2 minutes, Rods showcases his extraordinary killing prowess, honed in the life and death battles of the gladiatorial arena. Thud, thud, thud. Watching the approach of his assailant, Fire retreats in disarray, only to trip over his own feet and tumble to the ground. In terror, he looks up at Rods, whose blood-stained visage draws nearer, a cruel smile dancing upon his lips, causing Fire's sanity to gradually unravel. After all, he is but an ordinary man. 1 step, 2 steps. Demon. The proximity of death becomes too much for Fire, who screams in despair before losing consciousness. Yet Rods, blinded by rage, shows no mercy. With a casual sweep of the scythe emanating a delicate glow, he strikes. Thud. The separation of head and body ensues. Moments later, a white orb appears, swiftly consumed by the glowing lantern. 8 men, 5 souls. Not enough. Not enough. Rods, consumed by bloodlust, gazes in a particular direction, the location of his Uncle Carlos. Heh. Lantern in hand, Rods strides through the shadows, intent on hunting more prey. Chapter 23. The Might of the Marksman. Captain Vasily, what troubles you? During his advance, Vasily encounters 2 armed guards. As the instructor of these guards in marksmanship, he has long been referred to as Captain, with his revolver firmly grasped in his right hand. He now harbors distrust towards everyone around him. The assassination incident unfolding nearby is likely the work of hostile forces. You must hurry to provide support. I am heading towards Boss Carlos. Perhaps the guards had not received orders from Carlos to stop him, for they were easily misled by Vasily. Due to the recent explosions, Vasily encounters little resistance on his path. Upon reaching a point 50 meters away from Carlos's gaze, 2 figures obstruct his progress. Captain Vasily, what has transpired over there? One of the figures to the left inquires first. Observing the 2 with a keen eye, Vasily senses something amiss. Gripping his weapon tightly, he hesitates, saying, "There may have been a riot over there. And what brings you here?" The voice that emerged belonged to the guard stationed on the right. Vasily stated directly, "I have business with the boss. I apologize, but tonight we have received orders from the boss. No one is permitted to approach this place." Typically, only 4 guards were assigned to protect Carlos's residence. Yet Vasily sensed an inexplicable presence lurking in the shadows. Had he already been discovered? If so, there was no turning back. Whoosh. Bang. Bang. He drew his weapon and fired again. What constitutes a marksman? A true marksman can strike precisely within a 30-meter range, while those who surpass this distance are often dubbed snipers. Vasily was indeed a consummate marksman, his shooting characterized by speed, precision, and lethality. Under the influence of his inherent gun sense, he instinctively knew where to aim as soon as he grasped his firearm. 2 bullets were discharged, sending the 2 men obstructing his path crashing to the ground. Crack! The sound of hurried footsteps and the faint click of weapons being readied barely reached Vasily's ears in the enveloping darkness. From the direction of 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock relative to Carlos's residence, he raised his hand and fired twice more, resulting in anguished cries emanating from those 2 locations. Although Vasily could not be certain that he had struck fatal blows, he presumed that those unfortunate souls would hesitate to rejoin the fray anytime soon. Vasily has betrayed the Henry family. A loud shout echoed into the distance, and in the shadows, Vasily failed to intercept the warning in time. Yet, he did not succumb to impatience. For a marksman engaged in combat, composure and detachment often proved to be their greatest assets. Within the opulently adorned house, Carlos, who had returned to his residence earlier due to a lack of appetite, now felt a twinge of anxiety. The resounding explosion was enough to instill a sense of crisis even in a swine. He was oblivious to the unfolding events but vaguely suspected they were connected to his earlier orders to eliminate Rhodes. He hurriedly instructed his subordinates to go on high alert. But little did he anticipate that mere minutes later, he would receive news of Vasily's betrayal. Having ascended from an anonymous foot soldier to a cadre of the Henry family, he could not fathom the reasons behind Vasily's treachery, yet he understood that if the betrayal were genuine, they would be in grave danger. Fark, evacuate this place. Furthermore, you must seek assistance from the Vino family immediately. The Vino family, one of the 5 major crime syndicates, served as a formidable ally to Henry. Each maritime region harbored its own shadowy underworld, where those dwelling within engaged in activities deemed illicit by the world government. Intelligence, vice, narcotics, human trafficking, arms trading, illegal transportation, assassination, warfare, the dark world could never escape these themes. Dominating the underworld of the West Sea were the 5 principal mafia families: the Simon family, the Vino family, the Garan family, the Chigu family, and the Kija family. Only those who inhabit the West Sea can truly comprehend the immense power wielded by these intertwined criminal organizations. This is also one of the reasons the Henry family has been able to expand to such an extent. The true guardians surrounding Carlos are 4 bodyguards, who at this moment burst forth from the room, one veering to the right, while the other 3 rushed to the left, with one even advancing directly toward Vasily. Die! The bodyguard charging at Vasily twists his form to evade any gunfire, yet such a maneuver strikes Vasily as utterly ludicrous. I'm a marksman. Hitting a moving target is quite simple. Anticipating the next move of the oncoming assailant, Vasily swiftly fires a shot. The bullet erupts forth, originally aimed at an empty space. But in the next instant, the bodyguard sprinting to delay Vasily veers in that very direction. With a wet thud, a gaping wound suddenly appears in the chest of the bodyguard, who maintains his forward momentum. The shot not only struck the adversary, but also delivered a fatal blow to the enemy's heart. Vasily paid little heed to the lifeless body that lay not far from him. Instead, he cast a glance at the positions of the 2 groups of individuals, noting that one of them, adorned in resplendent attire, bore a striking resemblance to Carlos. A pathetic ruse. Vasily disregarded the man to the right and instead headed towards the direction from which the other 3 were fleeing. Tap, 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 boom. The instant Vasily reached a certain position, he raised his hand and fired a shot behind him. The guard, clad in Carlos's clothing, was elated to see that the god of death Vasily had ignored him. As long as he could survive, that was all that mattered. Just as he began to relax, a smile gracing his face, and turned to vanish from Vasily's sight, the gunfire resounded. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his right leg, and the running guard found himself unable to maintain his footing, collapsing to the ground. Excruciating agony surged through his right leg. My leg. For some inexplicable reason, Vasily chose not to take this man's life. There were still 3 others. Calculating in his mind, Vasily steeled himself against the pain in his right leg and began to close in on the fleeing trio. During his pursuit, he noted that none of the opponents attempted to outsmart him with a counter-sniping, so he seized the opportunity to reload his revolver while running. 70 meters away. Boom. A shot struck one of the men in the head. 80 meters away, another man was shot in the back and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. At this moment, Vasily decided to halt his advance, knowing that the sole survivor was the very one he had longed to eliminate, Carlos. As Carlos was on the verge of escaping his line of sight, Vasily adjusted his stance, slowly crouching down, raising his revolver, ejecting the spent cartridge, reloading, and beginning to aim. A second later, just as Carlos turned to leave his sight, boom. A spark flashed from the revolver, smoke billowed from the barrel, and Carlos, at a distance of 100 meters, fell heavily to the ground. Vasily rose leisurely, nonchalantly blowing away the white smoke, and began to walk towards Carlos. At a distance of 100 meters, this time Vasily took a full minute to close the gap. "Ah, help me." A desperate cry erupted as Carlos struggled to turn over, feeling intense pain in his abdomen, even sensing liquid seeping out. Watching as Vasily approached step by step, Carlos desperately crawled forward, attempting to distance himself from the impending danger. A minute later, gasping for breath, he exclaimed, "Why? I have given you 10 times what an ordinary person would receive. Why betray me?" Fear glimmered in his eyes as he uttered those words. As Vasily drew closer, observing Carlos in such a pitiful state, he suddenly burst into laughter. "Aha! How utterly laughable! Who could have imagined that a wretch like you would eliminate your own elder brother and inherit everything?" Carlos's face was etched with terror as he scrambled backward, using all force. "Are you one of Porter's men?" Carlos could scarcely fathom that the very individual he had nurtured was, in fact, an associate of his deceased brother. Bang! Hiss! A bullet pierced through Carlos's right leg. "Porter's man? No, to be precise, I am a servant of Lady Lilia." Vasily's revolver was aimed at Carlos's left leg. "Lilia," Carlos murmured in despair. Bang! Carlos's left leg was shattered, unleashing a wail that severed any hope of survival. It is indeed the greatest misfortune that the benevolent Lady Lilia is persecuted by scoundrels like you. Bang! This time it was Carlos's left arm, followed by his right. "No, please." Carlos's eyes grew vacant. The pain in his body could no longer suppress his fear of death. "Die." The final bullet was aimed at Carlos's head. Bang! Those were days of hunger, living like vermin on this island, when orphans encountered a glimmer of hope in their lives. She was a fair-haired maiden, who ought to have been a lady. She was beautiful, at least in Vasily's eyes. Subsequently, their lives transformed. Food became available, and someone taught them the skills of survival. Though the lady's visits were few, Vasily would forever cherish the memory of the delightful cream bread she had handed him. After Henry Potter and his son Rod disappeared, the funding for the orphan program on Ritter Island was abruptly terminated. Faced with the devastating news of her husband and son, Lilia ultimately succumbed after 2 years of struggle. Realizing his love for Madame Lilia, Vasily desired to work near the estate, allowing him to be closer to her essence. However, serving the Potter family, he gradually uncovered certain truths. The disappearance of Potter and Rod was orchestrated by Carlos in collusion with the Bordeaux Kingdom, resulting in the sorrowful demise of Madame Lilia. Upon learning everything, Vasily resolved to exact revenge on the one responsible for her death. Coincidentally, Rod's reappearance prompted Vasily to expedite his plans. Thud! Carlos's body crumpled to the ground, riddled with 6 bullet holes, as if those 6 bullets had been custom-made for him. Phew! Vasily exhaled a heavy sigh. Chapter 24, Flight Tap. 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 The sound of heavy footsteps echoed in Vasily's ears, breaking the silence that had lingered for half a minute. The magazine ejected, and a fresh magazine containing 4 bullets was loaded. Vasily aimed his gun in the direction of the sound. First came a faint glow, followed by a shimmering scythe, illuminated by the dim light. Upon seeing the newcomer, Vasily lowered his revolver. 22. Rod advanced expressionlessly, muttering to himself. 22 people? Vasily's first thought was of those the other had dispatched. After a brief silence, he began to walk toward Rod. "I should have told you to leave this place." As his thoughts returned, Rod observed Vasily holstering his revolver and the lifeless body on the ground, expressing his dissatisfaction. "This guy should have been mine to kill. But I have already done it." Vasily remained composed. Observing the impassive expression on Vasily's face, Rod couldn't help but chuckle. Just a minute prior, he had arrived here, concealed in darkness, employing the techniques of the hunter to obscure his presence. Thus, he had gleaned a fair understanding of Vasily's actions and words. Was this the handiwork of the mother of this body? No wonder the maid, May, asserted that this individual could be trusted. Nevertheless, such matters were of little consequence. "How many minutes have passed since I consumed the potion?" Rod smiled brightly. Vasily extended his right hand towards his bosom, retrieving a pocket watch to glance at it, then remarked, "Less than 3 minutes remain." Rod nodded in acknowledgement, turning his form as he suggested, "Shall we depart?" Vasily, observing the timepiece in his hand, realized there was still ample time for further endeavors. He stated directly, "You should head in the direction I previously indicated. I will join you shortly." As Vasily turned and took a few steps, he noticed an absence of movement behind him. Turning back, he saw that Rod was indeed staring at him. "What is the matter? If you walk like that, You'll ruin that leg of yours. What do you intend to do? Vasily fell silent for 2 seconds before gesturing towards the room from which Carlos had emerged, saying, there should still be a considerable amount of cash inside. I understand. Rods immediately dashed toward that direction. He was aware of the adage that a single penny can thwart even the mightiest of heroes. 1 minute later, Rods hurriedly approached, carrying a black money chest. As he passed by Vasily, he audaciously hoisted him and sprinted toward the exit. Time shifts slightly forward. Under the cover of night, Frank stealthily arrived at the location previously designated by the gunman Vasily. Once he had settled into a quiet position, the sounds of explosions, gunfire, and skirmishes erupted within the manor. The certainty of his expectations ignited a sense of urgency within Frank, who longed to rush in and provide support. However, he was acutely aware of his own limitations and feared that his presence might prove to be a burden. While the cacophony persisted, Frank could still reassure himself that the others were unharmed. Yet, as the sounds began to wane, he found it increasingly difficult to remain still. Aware of the scale of Rose Manor, he did not believe that Rods could emerge from within unscathed. Suppressing his fear, Frank advanced several dozen meters closer. Hearing a noise, Frank halted, immediately raising his weapon in readiness toward the direction he intended to approach. What he witnessed next was utterly unbelievable. There was Rods, the very person he aimed to rescue, one hand grasping the fearsome gunman and the other clutching the eerily familiar black money chest. A distinctive weapon slung across his body as he sprinted toward him. 5 seconds. Both parties caught sight of each other, and a smile finally graced Rods's face. Frank, in a single second, cried out, "Save me." Heeding Vasily's prompt, Rods endeavored to condense his words. However, 2 seconds later, the anticipated pain finally arrived. Excruciating pain. Unparalleled agony. In the instant the pain struck, Rods succumbed to the agony and fainted, collapsing to the ground. A few seconds later, he awoke with a cry of anguish. Oh. It hurts. The intense sensation of tearing coursed through him, a reminder of previous sword wounds and multiple fractures throughout his bones. Overwhelmed by the onslaught of pain, Rods lapsed into a state of shock. What is happening? Frank, taken aback, found himself at a loss. Meanwhile, Vasily, who had fallen alongside Rods, quickly rose to his feet. He glanced at Frank and urged, "Carry him on your back. We must leave this place swiftly." Vasily had no time to elaborate to the young man. It was imperative to remember that the Henry family had several hundred formidable warriors stationed on this island, not to mention the presence of the Vino family squadron. At this moment, their capabilities were far from optimal, and even at their peak, they would be reluctant to confront the Dark Kings of the Western Sea. Frank hastily slung his long spear across his back and hoisted Rods onto his shoulders. However, he soon realized that Vasily was not keeping pace. Turning back, he discovered that Vasily had sustained an injury to his leg. "Your leg," he exclaimed. Vasily, ignoring his wound, fixed his gaze ahead, his expression devoid of emotion. "It's nothing. Keep moving forward. We have little time." Frank could only awkwardly turn back and continue carrying Rods. After more than 10 minutes, they evaded 2 groups heading towards Rose Manor, and beads of sweat cascaded down Frank's forehead. "Where are we going, big brother?" he inquired. Vasily surveyed their surroundings and pointed in a direction. "That way, a 2-minute journey." Gritting his teeth, Frank pressed onward. Moments later, by the roadside, a carriage awaited them, and a head poking out from the front called out to Vasily, "Vasily, it seems you've stirred quite a commotion." Vasily, recognizing the former orphan turned mercenary, jestingly chided, "Less chatter, let us get moving." "All right, hold on tight." The sound of hoofbeats echoed as the carriage swiftly vanished into the night. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Frank turned to Vasily and asked, "Where are we headed?" "To safety," Vasily replied. Such a response left Frank in silence. He inherently understood the implications of the words spoken. "Since you have appeared here, you must comprehend what this entails. Offending the Henry family will not be taken lightly by the forces behind them, and departing from this place is undoubtedly the wisest course of action." Vasily had previously encountered members of the Vino family, formidable gunmen indeed. He suspected that the one with an absolute sense of shooting must have already brushed the threshold of becoming a marksman, and he was merely a subordinate. Frank clenched his jaw, inquiring once more, "May I return home? I wish to bid farewell to someone." Observing Frank's youthful visage, Vasily gently shook his head, stating, "Regardless of whom you wish to say goodbye to, I strongly advise against it. It may bring them trouble." Instantly, Frank dismissed the notion of bidding farewell to the young Lady Lily. The carriage fell into an uneasy silence, with Vasily and Rod seated within. Half an hour later, at a secluded coastal area, a small sailing boat lay anchored, slightly larger than the typical fishing vessels, requiring merely 3 to 4 individuals for operation. As the carriage arrived, the 3 men boarded the craft in succession. Waving to their friends on the shore, Vasily expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." The figures on the shore reciprocated the gesture before hastily departing in the carriage. With the anchor raised, the crew pushed the boat several meters towards the sea using a pole, lowering the sail as the small vessel began to glide slowly into the open water. The explosion at Rose Manor was a disturbance so conspicuous that it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the vigilant. Mere minutes after Rods and his companions vacated the estate, a troop of riders approached swiftly, each clad in black suits and top hats, armed with firearms, surveying the damaged entrance. Bert's face betrayed his discontent as he dismounted first to investigate the estate, his followers dispersing behind him to search for survivors. 5 minutes later, within the main hall of Rose Manor, the remaining maids stood trembling, accompanied by a small girl of about 7 or 8 years of age. "Mr. Bert, these 8 are the only survivors. The deceased number 48, including the head of the Henry family, Carlos, and his eldest son. Bert, in his 40s and impeccably dressed, was the appointed overseer of this island for the Vino family." In light of his subordinate's report, his expression darkened with regret. "It is indeed a pity. I rather like that fellow Carlos. A self-important fool is always easier to manage." Suddenly, a cry from the young girl pierced the air. "Father! Father! Brother!" drawing the attention of all present. "Miss Ralti, I deeply apologize. This oversight is regrettable on the part of our Vino family guards." Bert hastily approached the little girl to offer comfort. "It was Rods. That scoundrel killed my brother." The young girl known as Ralti wiped away her tears and sobbed. "Uncle Bert, can you help us?" "Certainly," Bert replied, considering the sudden distress of the young girl. He agreed to her plea and arranged for a maid to escort her to a place of leisure. "Humph, such cunning at such a tender age. This certainly differs from her father." With a silent scoff, Bert turned to the person on his right and inquired, "What are the specifics of the situation?" The individual immediately straightened up and promptly relayed the information gathered by their colleagues to Bert. "So, it appears that only 2 individuals attacked Rose Manor. One was his nephew, Henry Rhodes, and the other was Vasily from the manor?" Bert had encountered both individuals before. He was well aware of the capabilities of Vasily, the gunman. Such a person, even within their dark faction, could make for an admirable operative. However, the revelation that the seemingly unassuming Rhodes also possessed formidable strength left Bert astounded. According to the maid's account, both men had sustained injuries, and word had spread throughout the city, leading to a manhunt for them, alive or dead. No matter who they were, any assault on those belonging to the Mafia was a direct affront to their authority. Chapter 25. The Dark Bounty. The following day, Ritter Island was shaken by a significant event. One of the 3 leading families on the island, the Henry family, had narrowly escaped annihilation at the hands of ruthless criminals the previous night. A staggering 48 corpses lay strewn about, instilling a deep sense of dread. In the wake of such terror, the 2 perpetrators of this heinous crime became the targets of public ire. Vasily, the traitor, was placed under a bounty of 30 million Bailey by both the Vino and Henry families, while the parricide Rhodes had a price of 50 million Bailey on his head. It is worth noting that the majority of this sum was to be covered by the Henry family, representing a dark bounty circulating in the shadowy underbelly of the Western Seas. Meanwhile, the severely afflicted Henry family was preparing to welcome another heir, the second son of Henry Carlos, who had been sent as a hostage to the Vino family headquarters for further education several years prior. This can indeed be considered a tradition of the Vino family, wherein all heads of their enterprises are required to send a progeny to the headquarters for further education. However, this so-called education is merely a euphemism. In truth, it serves as a form of hostage. The progeny sent to the Vino family stronghold are essentially subjected to indoctrination regarding corporate culture, with the most gifted among them being groomed as trusted confidants for the next mafia boss. At this moment, the Henry family is evidently devoid of a leader. Thus Bert is left with no choice but to submit an application. Faced with a bounty of 80 million, the inhabitants of Ritter Island have naturally become exhilarated. With mercenaries serving various merchant vessels, members of the other 2 families, and even commoners all vying for this windfall. What they remain oblivious to, however, is that the treasure they seek has already emerged from the depths of the sea. West Sea, Cheyenne Island, Kingdom of Bordeaux. After several days of inquiry, the tumultuous events that occurred on the eve of the new century have finally been made public. The instigator of the insurrection was none other than the Timothy family. driven by a desire for vengeance for their father who perished during the power transition. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind the prison break was the erstwhile hero Rhodes, who unleashed a multitude of criminals, thereby endangering numerous innocent lives. Of course, this was merely a fade for the common folk. The king, who held the reins of power, managed to uncover some incriminating evidence. Regardless of the lack of tangible proof, the king was incensed by Hall's involvement and ultimately issued a decree to dismiss Hall from his position and strip him of his title, further ordering that Hall must not leave the city, albeit out of respect for Hall's decades of service. After a few days of recuperation, Lafayette donned an eye patch and appeared unaffected as he turned his attention to the naval base application. The Navy's headquarters is situated in Marineford along the Grand Line, overseeing 5 major naval divisions strategically located in the East, South, West, North, and the New World, each commanded by a rear admiral. These divisions supervise a multitude of branches to maintain security across various maritime territories. In light of the increasing number of pirates and their ensuing chaos, the Navy has embarked on plans to expand its divisions and augment its branches. Brigadier General Jonathan has been tasked with establishing a branch in the Kingdom of Bordeaux. The so-called Kingdom of Bordeaux has been regarded by Lafayette as a mere trifle, and he would not permit such a formidable beast to dwell there. During a previous negotiation, Lafayette skillfully manipulated the king into rejecting Jonathan's application, which left Brigadier General Jonathan both infuriated and utterly helpless. The member states under the world government retain their diverse national policies, provided they can afford the requisite tribute. The world government typically refrains from excessive interference. For the Navy to establish a branch and recruit personnel within a country, they must submit a formal request to that nation. Even if a country consents to the Navy's establishment of a base, they are often relegated to remote locations or barren islands, serving both as a precautionary measure and a means to defend against extraordinary threats at sea. However, Jonathan was taken aback when a previously agreed-upon arrangement was suddenly rescinded, leading to considerable embarrassment. With a grim expression, Jonathan departed from Central City accompanied by 2 subordinates. According to naval protocol, should they fail to secure docking permission from the Kingdom of Bordeaux, they must vacate the premises within 7 days. This text outlines the initial regulations established for the Navy, permitting it to dock and resupply within the territories of member states of the world government, without obstruction from these states, though the Navy is also restricted to a maximum stay of 7 days without prior authorization. At this juncture, the Kingdom of Bordeaux had already issued a warning to Brigadier Jonathan, rendering their mission a failure. Brigadier Jonathan, we shall return to the dock. If nothing unforeseen occurs by tomorrow, we will set sail back to our division to report, he said, stroking the sparse beard at the corners of his mouth. Filled with melancholy, silence enveloped them as they approached the dock when suddenly a figure stumbled towards them, resembling a drunken man. As a brigadier, Jonathan instinctively reached for the hilt of his blade. Halt! Seeing their superior's movement, the 2 sailors beside Jonathan immediately raised their rifles, issuing a warning. Realizing his cover was blown, Hall straightened up and bowed slightly, saying, "Mr. Jonathan, I beg your pardon for this intrusion." Jonathan's keen memory recalled having seen this man at the celebration a few days prior. "Are you Baron Hall?" he inquired uncertainly. "No. I am now merely a common citizen," Hall replied, donning his hat once more, looking at the man who might be the only hope for his nation's survival. He earnestly implored, "Please, Mr. Jonathan, save this country." "Excuse me?" Jonathan responded, puzzled, gesturing for his subordinates to lower their weapons, as it was quite rude to aim guns at a gentleman. "I strongly suspect our king has been manipulated. The county's magistrate, Lafayette, possesses formidable hypnotic abilities and is attempting to seize control of this nation." Jonathan's brows knitted in concern. If what Hall claimed were true, it would explain the drastic change in the King of Bordeaux's demeanor. That man who suddenly lost his right eye, Lafayette? Jonathan pondered aloud. At that moment, Hall felt a gaze directed at him. As a former hunter, his instincts were sharp, prompting him to survey his surroundings, yet he found nothing amiss. "Yes, Mr. Jonathan." Jonathan promptly began to question Hall regarding the matter at hand. Minutes later, he looked at Hall's disheveled appearance and asked, "Do you possess sufficient evidence?" Hall's expression darkened as he replied, "No, I only know of these matters." Hearing this, Jonathan's countenance grew somber. "If you do not have concrete evidence, then our Navy cannot intervene. It is presumed that you are aware that our Navy holds no authority to intervene in the policies and disputes of foreign nations, unless you possess concrete evidence of wrongdoing. To meddle in the affairs of other countries would pose significant complications for this institution under the auspices of the world government. Should we commit such an egregious error, we would effectively sever our prospects for advancement, with the gravest offenders facing a military tribunal for judgment. Haller, his countenance troubled, shook his head in despair and implored, "Is there truly no recourse? Please forgive our impotence." Jonathan, bowing slightly in apology, responded, "We have received notification of the departure from the Kingdom of Bordeaux. We must set sail immediately, with only 1 day remaining." As Jonathan made his way towards the port, he halted briefly beside Haller and softly remarked, "If you can procure definitive evidence, we shall certainly take action." Seemingly struck by a thought, Jonathan retrieved a snail-shaped device from his pocket, explaining, "This is a mother and child telephone bug, which operates on a fixed frequency and can only communicate with my mother bug. We will establish our temporary base at the nearest naval branch. Should you obtain undeniable evidence, we shall undoubtedly return." The mother and child telephone bug is a unique type of communication device, wherein a mother bug spawns smaller individual bugs that can only connect with her. This particular variant is favored by naval commanders keen on cultivating informants. To operate the telephone bug, simply press its solitary button, and I shall receive the message. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed nearby, revealing a contingent of royal constables. The leader, clad in a crisp uniform, first bowed to Jonathan before turning to Haller, stating, "Haller, you are still considered a person of interest and are not permitted to leave the city. Kindly accompany us back at once." Haller glanced at Jonathan, but seeing no reaction from him, discreetly concealed the telephone bug in his hand and complied, following the constables back to the city. Brigadier General Jonathan raised his hand to interrupt his subordinates' words, having anticipated their intent. He elucidated, "I sensed someone observing us earlier. Hence I refrained from inviting them to provide a detailed explanation. We represent the Navy of the world government and must uphold the principles of justice, refraining from unwarranted interference in the affairs of other nations." With that, Jonathan turned and returned to their encampment. "To save your own nation, you must recognize that you are the most vital element." Meanwhile, far from the waters of Red Island, Raz opened his eyes to find himself adrift upon the sea. Realizing with dismay that his injuries had worsened considerably. For over a month, he had not experienced normalcy. He was either injured or on the path to injury. Now, all he desired was a place to recuperate and restore his health. Suddenly, Vasily and Frank entered the room. After a brief introduction, Raz understood the events that had transpired. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence, and sensing something amiss, Raz was about to inquire when Vasily spoke first. "It is well known that navigating the vast ocean requires a navigator." After a 10-second pause, Frank, scratching his head awkwardly, added, "I am merely a sailor. I am a marksman." Both men turned their gazes towards Raz. Feeling a surge of anxiety, Raz realized that they seemed to be in peril. Under the intensity of their stares, he raised his voice, exclaiming, "I have never been to sea before." The three exchanged bewildered glances. Above them, a crow cawed as it flew past the top of the sailboat, seemingly heralding an ominous future for the trio. Chapter 26. Mermaid Island. 1 month later. Mermaid Island. This is a relatively remote island, originally an uninhabited and desolate speck of land. Yet, at some unknown point in time, it has gradually become home to dozens of families. Due to the proprietor of the island's sole tavern having a penchant for recounting tales of mermaids, the inhabitants have affectionately dubbed their home Mermaid Island. Today, within the tavern, the owner continues to regale the locals with stories that have long since lost their charm. Thus, it is said that mermaids are the most exquisite race in this world. Observing the young man seemingly enchanted by his words, the old man beamed, exclaiming, "Youngster, you must venture forth and behold the vibrant wonders of this world." Suddenly, a towel was flung onto the old man's wrinkled shoulder, followed by a voice laden with complaint from behind him. "So, you are quite eager to explore, are you?" The old man's expression stiffened, and he promptly grasped the towel from his shoulder, hastening towards the recently vacated table. No, I merely spoke out of turn." "Spoke out of turn?" No need to be modest." The old man felt a twinge of grievance, though his hands moved with surprising agility. Apologies. My old man enjoys his banter." The petite, gray-haired woman addressed the young man who had conversed with the old man earlier. "Indeed, there is little to be found for a young lady in this wretched place. It is truly necessary to venture out in search." Yes, your words hold wisdom," the golden-haired youth readily affirmed. The taverness matron, observing the once slow-moving young man now wrapped in bandages, confirmed, "By the way, young sir, your name is Raz, is it not?" The youth promptly replied, "Yes, Roz. Look at you, much stronger now. Would you care for a cup of Fingio?" Roz was well aware of what the matron referred to. Fingio was a potent spirit favored by the tavern's patrons, as it facilitated their descent into a state of blissful intoxication. Moreover, it was also the most profitable drink. Haha. No, thank you. I shall stick to fruit wine. This tavern boasts a distinctive fruit wine, crafted from a wild berry reminiscent of those found in the mountains. Its initial taste is tart, yet it leaves a lingering sweetness. A fortnight ago, upon first savoring this elixir, Laws fell enamored with it, and since then, he has made it a daily ritual to indulge in a glass while listening to the proprietor's tales. Only a fool would drink such fruit wine, believing in mermaids. He chuckled. Clad in fisherman-esque garb, the patrons indulging in subpar liquor appeared quite disdainful of the tavern owner's narratives. Mermaids? Where are they? If such creatures existed, I could pierce them with a spear, and as for rescuing princes and ensuring their happiness, it is utterly laughable. The drunken fisherman, venting his frustration, vociferously complained about the stories incessantly recounted by the tavern owner. The owner and his wife exchanged knowing glances, sharing a subtle smile, seemingly unperturbed, as if they had witnessed this scene countless times before. Indeed, Laws had encountered similar scenarios in his past. During his tenure as a bartender at a tavern near the treacherous forest, where he observed many a struggling drunkard lamenting the injustices of life, refuting the words of others. Usually, Laws would simply smile at such individuals, but today he felt compelled to counter, perhaps spurred by the tranquility of his current existence. Mermaids do indeed exist. In those perilous waters, beneath the depths of 10,000 meters, lies the legendary Isle of Mermaids, home to countless mermaids and fishfolk. The inebriated patron instantly became agitated, rising unsteadily to approach Laws, only for the tavern owner to swiftly interject, attempting to deter the drunken man's harassment of the guest. The Isle of Mermaids? Are you jesting? How could such fantastical beings exist in this world? Do not attempt to deceive me. The drunkard bellowed, believing that if his voice were loud enough, he would claim the mantle of truth. Only those dwelling in the confines of their own ignorance would presume the world to be as limited as a well. Even someone as formidable as Gold, Roger, who conquered the seas, could not alter the perceptions of the masses, Laws mused, shaking his head in lamentation. Though he had only seen such worlds depicted in anime, he alone understood the vastness of the universe they portrayed. With over 170 member nations within the world government, nearly half of which are free states, and more than 300 genuine nations, along with countless villages on myriad islands, these are the veritable statistics. Humans, subhumans, giants, fishfolk, and numerous other races collectively form a vibrant yet tumultuous world, one that can only be truly perceived by those who have ventured into the open sea. Boy, are you mocking me? The drunken man roared in fury, shoving the elderly owner aside and raising his fist to strike Laws. Leaning back, Laws evaded the blow while swiftly seizing the drunkard's wrist with his right hand, applying a firm grip. The moment the screams pierced the air, Rods immediately grasped the arm of the other individual, drawing their head closer. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Rod's eyes, but it was swiftly suppressed. With a swift strike, the drunkard fell silent. The tavern owner widened his eyes in astonishment. Rods released the drunkard's wrist and softly remarked, "He is merely being granted a peaceful slumber." The tavern owner, stifling his fear, approached to help the old patron, eventually maneuvering him into a chair in the corner. "Rods, someone of your caliber need not lower yourself to contend with such individuals," commented Harley, the tavern's proprietress, a smile gracing her lips as she seemed to admire Rod's earlier actions. Perhaps the tranquility of this island for the past month has made it difficult to contain oneself, due to Vasily's ineptitude. The trio had spent 3 days aboard a wooden vessel, lacking navigational charts and a qualified navigator. The only one with any knowledge was a novice sailor named Frank. Despite the sufficiency of provisions aboard the vessel, they nearly faced dire straits. Amid a tempest, they inadvertently ran aground near this island. Upon landing, they discovered it was a diminutive isle, home to only about 100 souls. Fortunately, there was a barefoot doctor knowledgeable in herbal remedies. After a fortnight of recuperation, Rods was at last able to disembark. Having languished in bed for 2 weeks, Rods found himself restless. He decided to wander around the island, eventually entering the solitary tavern. Initially, he had arrived wrapped in bandages, but after a full month, most of his injuries had healed substantially. Something felt amiss. Rods sensed an unusual disconnect regarding his previous murderous intent, yet he promptly brushed it aside. Would a prince truly forsake his rightful throne for the sake of a mermaid? Roz gazed at the elderly woman before him and inquired. Over the past fortnight, He had largely absorbed the tales recounted by the tavern's old man. The narratives primarily revolved around a prince and a mermaid. The story was rather simplistic. The prince, who was the heir to a kingdom, purchased a slave from the black market, who turned out to be the legendary mermaid. Subsequently, the prince fell deeply in love with this enchanting creature. Due to the disparity in their statuses and the chasm between their species, the prince could not marry the mermaid as he desired. However, in a shocking turn of events, he renounced his claim to the throne and eloped with her, leading to a conclusion where the prince and the mermaid lived a life devoid of shame. Though the tale was rather cliché, it became Roz's sole source of entertainment on the dull little island. The power of love is indeed magnificent, the old woman affirmed. Oh, how delightful. I too wish to experience the sensation of love. Yet, he pondered internally, would indulging in such sentiments be peculiar in a world dominated by pirates? Acknowledging her words with a nod of approval, Roz drained his cup of fruit wine, placed a few coins on the table, and stood to take his leave. Thank you for your hospitality. I must return to my duties. Once Roz departed, the tavern owner swiftly began clearing the dishes and glasses. These people hardly seem normal. Will they disrupt our way of life? The proprietress, Hallie, disdainfully cast a glance at her husband. We are nearing the end of our days. Why should we worry so much? Upon saying this, Hallie seemed to recall something and immediately approached her husband, twisting his ear with a furious expression. You scoundrel! After all these years of recounting that story, do you regret living with me? No, that's not the case. The older one gets, the more nonsensical one becomes. Pay it no mind, he replied. A faint bickering ensued. Strolling to the shore, Roz's eyes fell upon a ragged vessel, where a figure was busy hammering away, while another figure was laboriously transporting timber along the coast. Hey, take a break. I brought you some food. Moments later, the two of them arrived at the shore, one after the other. Vasily, I told you to leave the transporting to me, Roz complained, observing Vasily's unsteady gait. Indeed, during their previous skirmish, Vasily had sustained a leg injury and had forced himself to move, resulting in a permanent impairment that now rendered his walking unsteady. I'm merely limping. It doesn't mean I can't work. Perhaps he had long anticipated this outcome, for Vasily showed no signs of despair. Yet, Roz was aware of a day when Vasily had gotten utterly intoxicated in the tavern. He was not indifferent to his friend's plight. In just a few days, the ship will be seaworthy again, and we shall finally be able to leave this place. In contrast to the two rather composed individuals, Frank naturally exhibited a more vivacious demeanor. After narrowly escaping death, he began to indulge in daydreams of his next voyage. Regarding this occasionally absent-minded yet adventurous character, Rhodes held but a singular assessment. He was a person destined to make a living at sea. Chapter 27. The Mafia. The following day, on a remote island, an unusual event occurred. An albatross dropped several newspapers before vanishing into thin air, and those papers were immediately snatched away. On this secluded isle, paper was a rarity. To illustrate, Roz and his companions had endured several days using coarse paper for their needs, ultimately succumbing to the discomfort and spending money to purchase all the soft paper available in the village. In a temporary shelter, Roz awaited the arrival of a villager selling newspapers, which, of course, were provided to him in the form of toilet paper. Upon unfolding the newspaper, he was greeted with a front-page announcement that could rattle the world: the 7 warlords of the sea. The article detailed how Sir Crocodile had become the first member of this infamous group, with a striking image of a man clad in a gray coat, bearing a prominent scar across his face and sporting a golden hook for a left arm. The backdrop of this article was the Navy headquarters, Marine Fort. It was reported that the official authorization would take place the day after tomorrow, when Admiral Steelbone would represent the world government and bestow powers upon the 7 warlords of the sea. As Roz quietly read the content, he couldn't help but express his disbelief. This crocodile was audacious indeed. As a pirate, how could he dare to appear at the Navy's headquarters without fearing it was a trap for a brutal ambush? Possessing foresight of future events, Roz was aware of the notorious reputation of the 7 warlords of the sea, but he had not anticipated Crocodile's early induction into this organization. The initiative for the 7 warlords of the sea had been proposed by the Navy a year prior, yet during that time, it had garnered little interest, as pirates feared it was a ruse. Seated nearby, Vasily was meticulously tending to his revolver, a weapon that required constant maintenance akin to knives and firearms. As he polished the trigger of his revolver, he remarked, "The first to consume the pufferfish is no ordinary person." Chuckling at the official World Economic Journal's portrayal of Crocodile, Roz marveled at the description: a rising star with a bounty of 81 million, who had stormed through the Grand Line into the New World, and upon entering, had the audacity to challenge the formidable Whitebeard, second only to the Pirate King. One had to question whether to admire his bravery or to pity his ignorance. Roz's comments piqued Vasily's interest, drawing his gaze towards the newspaper in Roz's hands. Curiosity sparked within him, and he rose to grasp another piece of toilet paper. He had heard of Whitebeard, a world-class powerhouse. Wherever he roamed, that place became his domain, and even the Navy would tread carefully around him. Approximately 7 or 8 years ago, this king had visited the West Sea, and Vasily vaguely recalled the widespread alarm that gripped the region, as everyone feared that a careless misstep could provoke the wrath of this sovereign, leading to the destruction of their island. After scrutinizing the article, Vasily could not help but exclaim, "To survive under Whitebeard's rule is a testament to the terror he instills in ordinary pirates." Within his words, it seemed that Whitebeard had transformed into a philosopher's stone. Those who remained unscathed were undoubtedly formidable, while those who perished were merely nameless footnotes. Closing his eyes, Rods envisioned the terror that Whitebeard would unleash during the impending war, which sent a shiver down his spine. Such a creature would surely haunt the nightmares of the majority. Rods hastily banished the shadow of Whitebeard from his mind. Indeed, Vasily concurred. The dynamics of the sea are on the brink of transformation. "Vasily, what are your intentions?" Rods inquired, his meaning unmistakable. Vasily gazed at Rods, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Lady Lilia, and after a moment of silence, he replied, "What are you contemplating?" In previous days, Rods had sought to uncover Vasily's true identity, to which Vasily had revealed himself as a subordinate hidden by Rod's mother. This connection fostered a harmonious rapport, allowing Rods to glean insights about his enigmatic mother from Vasily. With the ship nearing repairs, Rods was inclined to recruit this individual. He had not forgotten the formidable adversary lurking in Bordeaux. He needed strength, and at this moment, he craved power. "We have toppled the Henry family, which means we have also offended the mafia behind them, the Vino family. If we wish to achieve anything, we must take to the mountains." Rods pondered for a moment, weighing the pros and cons before arriving at a decision. "To the mountains?" Vasily questioned, perplexed. "Oh, I meant to say, become pirates." Rods suddenly realized he had misspoken and hurriedly corrected himself. "Pirates, you say? That may indeed be a commendable choice." Having fulfilled his own objectives, Vasily now felt a sense of aimlessness. He should have pursued his own desires, yet he found himself devoid of purpose. Perhaps he ought to fulfill the request of the maid. Before her passing, the maid had entrusted him with the care of Rods, and now will you join me? Rods, sensing Vasily's silence, directly extended the invitation. Before him stood a figure Rods perceived to be quite remarkable, resolute, and, as Frank had claimed, exceedingly accurate in marksmanship. Such a character would be a shame not to see amidst the tumultuous seas. "Since you have requested it, I am willing to accompany you for a time," Vasily replied with a smile. Thus, our party comprises 3. Just days prior, Rods had extended an invitation to Frank, who, as one pulled aboard their ship, had little choice but to follow. They planned to venture into chaotic territories to recruit men and subsequently acquire a larger vessel, amplifying their renown. Rods began counting on his fingers. After a casual exchange, he prepared to seek his entertainment. Just as Frank hurriedly approached, his voice tinged with caution. "Rods, a ship has arrived on the island." Rods furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing slightly. Perhaps it was merely a merchant ship making its monthly visit. Essentially, this small island seldom sees the passage of ships. Those that do venture here are predominantly vessels delivering supplies, food, beverages, and other essentials that sustain the livelihoods of small traders. Let us see if we can procure a nautical chart from them. Upon their arrival at the island, a merchant ship had come to trade. But given the poor condition of several individuals at the time, no altercations arose. Now, as they prepare to set sail once more, the necessity of a chart outlining these waters becomes evident. Just as they were about to depart, they observed Vasily loading a revolver with cartridges, while Rods exhibited a newfound wariness. Normally, they would not concern themselves with the local populace, but now, faced with a group of outsiders, a sense of caution was warranted. Although uncertain of their own worth at present, both Rods and Vasily were keenly aware of the looming threat. Turning back, Rods wrapped the nearly 6-meter-long soul lantern around himself, imbuing his usually commanding presence with an air of menace. Noticing this, Frank became alert as well, with both leaders adopting such a demeanor. He dared not be negligent and secured the long rifle he had previously acquired from a corpse across his back. The trio advanced towards the solitary landing point of the small island, moving in a line, one behind the other. This time, the residents of the trade were exceptionally lively. perhaps due to the presence of Roz and his companions, which had somewhat swelled their coffers. This newfound wealth invigorated their purchasing spirit significantly. As the trio passed by the tavern, intending to head towards the merchant ship, the tavern owner stealthily peeked out, his hair white and face lined with wrinkles. Hey, he called out, noticing Roz and his companions halt at his voice. Roz, my boy, there are some unfamiliar faces aboard the ship today. You'd best leave this island swiftly. With that, he quickly withdrew his head back into the tavern, seemingly fearful of being embroiled in such matters. Gripping the handle of his scythe tightly, the three exchanged glances. Roz closed his eyes momentarily, then suddenly opened them wide. An aura of danger enveloped him, causing the nearby civilians to retreat in alarm. Let us see who dares to confront us. In truth, the three of them were already aware, at this moment. Aside from the relatively harmless Henry family, the most likely adversary to emerge was the Vino family, one of the mafia clans. They had prepared themselves for the prospect of enmity. During their month on the island, Vasily had enlightened Roz about the true state of affairs in the West Sea. This region is steeped in cultural heritage, home to the world-renowned archaeological haven of O'Hara, the city of art Troy, and the flourishing nation of flowers, which is also the birthplace of the mafia. The West Sea is dominated by 5 major mafia families, who control a significant portion of the dark trade in the area, wielding influence powerful enough to manipulate certain nations. Among these families, the Chigu and Kija clans boast the longest histories, having existed for 3 centuries. Originally part of a single entity, they split due to some undisclosed reason, now overseeing intelligence trading and assassination services, respectively. At present, the Simon family is led by the second generation, primarily engaged in human trafficking. The Garan family, a newly ascendant force within the underworld, possesses obscure channels through which they acquire advanced weaponry, swiftly rising to prominence through arms trading. Lastly, there is the Vino family, with whom Roz and his companions share a complicated history. This mafia thrives on war and chaos, having seized control of 5 impoverished nations through conflict. The current leader of the Vino family is a man named Mino Vidicino, who is whispered to be the Black Mosquito by the lower echelons, notorious for his brutality. When Vasily first introduced Roz to this situation, Roz found it curious that the Capone family, as he envisioned it, was not mentioned. Upon reflection, he realized that the current timeline was still premature, and the opposing figure must only be 2 or 3 years his senior, likely biding his time for the opportune moment. While Roz was unaware of the mafia's formidable strength, Vasily had first-hand experience of the Vino family's might, noting that their operatives were almost all extraordinary individuals, a fact that made him cautious. Once a hunter, Roz understood that attacking such a deeply entrenched giant at this moment would be unwise. A hunter must wait for the perfect moment to deliver the decisive blow. However, in this small locale, the newcomers possessed what they needed, and thus would not overlook this so-called enemy. Chapter 28. Seeking Death? Brother Wilt, our brethren have been dispatched. A man clad in laborer's attire, with an axe strapped at his waist, cast a somewhat timid glance at his brother-in-law and boss. The latter, distinguished in a tailored suit complemented by a silk shirt, a luxury watch adorning his wrist, and an elegant cane in hand, was an unexpected figure for someone who controlled a quarter of the territory in the underworld. Wilt, the erstwhile leader of the Axe gang, and now the proprietor of Wilt Debt Company, shot a discontented glare at his brother-in-law, who, despite possessing courage, lacked cunning. Were it not for the fact that his beautiful sister was his mistress, this man would merely be a laborer. How many times must I tell you to address me as boss? Wilt corrected him sharply. Only petty criminals resort to calling one another boss or gang. They had long since transcended the rudimentary model of gang life. Oh, boss. Before Wilt could finish his sentence, a sailor, hastily dressed, burst in. Boss, the target has appeared. The target has appeared. The speaker was visibly exhilarated. Wilt's eyes suddenly gleamed with anticipation, and he inquired breathlessly, how many? Just the 2 of them. Wilt immediately commanded the 2 individuals before him to prepare for battle. 8 million, that was a staggering sum. Enough for him to retire at once or to enhance and expand his company. Rising from humble beginnings to this stature, Wilt possessed not only a commendable intellect, but also a significant ambition. Once, he too aspired to be the godfather of the mafia. As footsteps echoed, Roz and Vasily appeared near the merchant vessel, while Frank concealed himself nearby. Observing the bustling sailors aboard the ship, Vasily furrowed his brow. Something felt amiss. Although the crew donned sailor garb, they did not appear to be seasoned seafarers. Having once been a key figure in the Henry family, Vasily had encountered those who made their living at sea. Typically, The sun's glare reflecting off the ocean and the lack of proper nutrition rendered the skin of such individuals rough and their faces tanned and ruddy. Yet, the sailors or merchants before him did not fit that description. It seems they are indeed here for us. Let us approach cautiously, Ross suggested. Lacking ranged attack capabilities, he knew they must draw near to unleash their full potential. The two adjusted their positions, ensuring they could swiftly find cover as they advanced. As footsteps drew closer to the cargo-laden vessel, both parties were evidently intent on engaging in close quarters. "Excuse me, I wish to purchase something. Might I inquire what you have available?" Upon nearing, Roz brandished a stack of cash, waving it slightly as he addressed one of the individuals who had turned their gaze toward him. "Ah, what do you need?" The leader, taken aback by the unexpected query, stammered. With a broad grin revealing his pristine teeth, Roz replied, "Do you happen to sell nautical charts?" As the distinguished individual began to utter a single word, he was abruptly interrupted by another voice. "We, of course, possess navigational charts. However, may I inquire what price you are willing to pay for them?" Each maritime chart is meticulously crafted by seasoned navigators and is an exceedingly precious commodity upon the vast ocean. Given the current climate, where even the most ambitious souls are eager to set sail, these charts have become invaluable. "What about 80 million? Roz raised his gaze towards the ship, but the vessel's height obstructed his view of its occupants. 80 million? Huh. Sounds splendid. In that instant, Roz's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed an ominous presence, akin to that of a formidable beast poised to strike. "Be cautious," Roz warned, and scarcely had his words left his lips when a thunderous roar echoed from the ship. A peculiar whistling sound reached Roz's ears, and he realized that a cannonball was being aimed directly at him. The individual in question found himself amidst his subordinates and ordinary civilians. Just as he contemplated evading the imminent confrontation, Roz halted momentarily, only to pivot and charge forward. Bang! Vasily, who was less than 10 meters away from Roz, perceived the looming danger even sooner. Although the profession of a marksman had only recently emerged, it swiftly established itself as a dominant force on battlefields, in stark contrast to the lengthy years required to hone skills in swordsmanship and hand-to-hand combat. Firearms could transform an individual into an ordinary shooter with minimal training. Along this primary path, a secondary route diverged artillery, employing cannons for more formidable strikes. This avenue was considerably simpler than mastering various firearms. Given the proximity of these two paths, Vasily had also mastered artillery, though not as formidable as his marksmanship. It sufficed to deal with ordinary foes or to discern their intentions ahead of time. Upon hearing the faint adjustments of the cannon aboard the merchant vessel, he instinctively grasped his revolver, closing his eyes to attentively listen for the subtle movements aboard the enemy ship. Calibration, loading, ignition, fire. The reports of gunfire and cannon fire erupted simultaneously. No, the gunfire was swifter, swiftly engulfed by the subsequent roar of the cannon. Boom. The shell was launched, but did not travel far, for it was struck and detonated by a bullet just half a meter from the barrel. Kaboom! The explosion tore apart a section of the ship, igniting flames in its wake. What? The individual who had spoken aboard the ship was tackled to avoid the initial blast, only to react with an expletive. Damn it, did it misfire? Meanwhile, the gunner in the second-tier cannon compartment was drenched in blood. Only he understood that the shell had been fired normally, yet he could not comprehend why it had exploded nearby. His head lolled, and he closed his eyes. Run! With a frantic shout, the dwindling number of villagers scattered in panic, while Rods, rather than retreating, advanced. Clutching his weapon tightly, he suddenly bellowed, "Vasily, leave these scoundrels to me. You hold the line." In that fleeting moment, Rods discerned the level of his adversaries, perceiving them merely as clusters of white experience bags. Kill! The intent to slay surged within him. With a powerful push, Rods lunged at the two closest foes. Before they could react, he executed a swift horizontal slash with his right hand, followed by a sweeping motion of his left arm, sending the lantern soaring toward another adversary's face. Squelch! Bang! The scythe found its mark, shattering bones beneath the weight of the lantern. Once again, Rhodes transformed his form, moving towards the last two individuals below. His breathing had become remarkably steady, suggesting the mastery of a formidable breathing technique. With a swift strike, the two adversaries managed to endure 3 of Rhodes' blows, yet ultimately, they met their demise. Exhaling a heavy breath, Rhodes straightened himself, his gaze slowly drifting upward. Before long, near the unnoticed corpses, a luminous orb appeared, which was swiftly absorbed into a lantern. Only one fragment emerged from 4 individuals, hinting at the formidable power they possessed. I hope you do not disappoint me, Rhodes thought as he propelled his right arm, sending his scythe hurtling towards the ship's edge. Utilizing the momentum, he leaped onto the 3-meter-high vessel with several agile bounds. Observing this, Vasily quickly made his way towards the nearest 2-story house, his steps somewhat unsteady yet remarkably assured. In another location, as the battle horn sounded, Frank, who had previously faced 2 waves of pirates at sea, took a deep breath and steeled himself. Come on, Frank, you can do this. With renewed determination, he strode towards the spot where Vasily had stood, uncertain of its strategic value, yet confident that being there was the right choice. Following an explosion, as Wilt regained his footing from the temporary ringing in his ears and dizziness, he was met with a terrifying sight. A man with short golden hair and a scar at the corner of his mouth grinned menacingly, revealing a set of white teeth. In his right hand, he wielded a scythe-like weapon, while his left grasped a chain, the other end of which was attached to a lantern-like object. The man fixed them with a predatory gaze. Henry Rhodes. It seems I have garnered a bit of notoriety. Upon seeing the other's expression, Rhodes rose menacingly and gracefully descended. Kill him, regardless of life or death. Wilt, observing the audacious approach of this lone individual, commanded that the encounter be resolved here. With a height of over a meter, Rhodes leaped down with barely a sound. But the moment he landed, a thunderous noise erupted. The lantern descended like a heavy hammer, whistling through the air. Thud, thud. The 2 armed men were struck first, collapsing to the ground under the force of the attack, their abilities only slightly above that of ordinary men. My hand, one man cried out in terror, cradling his bloodied, powerless right hand with his left. The other man's right hand was a blurred mess. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire pierced the air. Rhodes had seemingly sensed the impending danger, raising his scythe to shield his chest. Sparks flew. A tremendous force struck him in the chest, causing him to stagger back 2 steps. How perilous! Rhodes glanced towards the direction that resembled a merchant, realizing it was a companion nearby who had drawn a gun. With a scoff, Rhodes began to advance towards that side. Wilt, witnessing the scene, urgently commanded, "Fire!" Bang! Bang! On this occasion, 2 gunshots rang out. Confronted by a firearm with only 2 bullets, Roz advanced with an erratic gait, deftly evading the poorly aimed assault. Meanwhile, the individual beside Wilt succumbed to the pain of his wounds, collapsing to the ground. Excellent, leave the head to me. Observing this, Roz immediately quickened his pace, charging towards Wilt. As for the 3 injured minions who posed no threat, they would be effortlessly dealt with later. Chapter 29, A Fatal Offering. Kill him. Wilt instinctively retreated several steps until his back pressed against an unyielding barrier, at which point he commanded with a fierce tone. The henchmen, previously concealed along the ship's railing, surged forth upon hearing their leader's order, their expressions twisted with malice as they advanced menacingly towards Ross. Instantly, the air was filled with the cacophony of violence. This time, Wilt brought along more than 30 capable members of his gang, equipped with no fewer than 10 firearms. The island where Wilt resided was separated from Mermaid Island by 2 smaller islands. A fortnight ago, a group of merchants ventured into their territory. And as one of the influential factions on the island, Wilt naturally had vested interests in the port's commerce. As a member of the underworld, he received what was dubbed the assassination order, and inadvertently gleaned unsettling information regarding Mermaid Island from the merchant convoy. With his astute mind, Wilt swiftly took action. Through his manipulative persuasion and coercion, he uncovered that a small vessel had seemingly run aground near Mermaid Island. With a mindset of chance and team building for his company employees, he led half of his men to this location. To his astonishment, he truly found 2 individuals worth 80 million. However, the current circumstances filled him not with delight, but with dread. One of the opponents single-handedly defeated his subordinates, while another concealed gunman lurked in the shadows, ready to strike. On the deck, amidst flashes of blades and the acrid scent of blood, the frenzied Roderick lost count of how many lives he had taken, his weapon emanating a faint, ethereal glow, barely perceptible in daylight. In a moment of panic, those of weaker disposition grasped their weapons and fled down the staircase they had previously abandoned. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the fleeing individual fell to the ground, lifeless. Frank, who had remained in his position before Vasily, squeezed the trigger the moment the enemies appeared. Perhaps due to the gunman's chosen position, Frank's shot found its mark, striking the adversary. This is what he perceives as his second act of murder. Previously, aboard the Flying Bird, he had encountered a pirate, and Frank had fired upon him, though unbeknownst to him, that pirate had survived. During his initial act of killing, Frank had taken an entire day to regain his composure. However, This time, he found himself resolutely prepared to pull the trigger, exhaling a breath laden with tension. Frank crouched slightly and began to reload his flintlock pistol. Meanwhile, he silently commended Vasily for selecting this position, recognizing it as the optimal vantage point, a realization even an ordinary person could grasp. From his elevated perch, Vasily observed Frank's movements, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, seemingly approving of Frank's astuteness. The slaughter continued. 20, 15, 10, 5, until finally, wield, struck down by the heavy blow of a lantern, fell to the ground. In this fierce encounter, Roz had claimed the lives of 24 individuals, while Vasily and Frank together accounted for 6, with a few among Roz's tally being the heads claimed by Vasily. The spoils of this encounter amounted to 10 shards of soul. Please, don't kill me. Spare me. Wilt tossed his sharp dagger onto the deck, his once splendid attire now stained with the blood of his fallen subordinates. Opposite him stood Roz, resembling a bloodthirsty beast, weapon in hand, glimmering ominously and dripping with crimson. How weak, how tedious. Roz's words were as frigid as ice as he raised his scythe, evidently unyielding in his intent to spare this man. Die. The blade descended just as a gunshot rang out. Bang. Roz felt an unexpected resistance against his scythe, followed by a shower of sparks. Were there still adversaries? Turning to investigate, he found Vasily, which momentarily cooled Roz's fervor. Are you going to impede me? Vasily, regarding Roz, whose eyes and lips were stained crimson, narrowed his gaze and shook his head. No, it's just that a living man holds more value than a dead one. Besides, you have already taken enough lives. At that moment, Vasily truly understood that the wandering Roz was likely a harbinger of death. Suddenly, a retching sound emanated from behind Vasily. It was Frank, who had followed him aboard. Having never witnessed such carnage, Frank's stomach churned violently, and the remnants of his breakfast erupted forth in a tumultuous wave. This noise jolted the blood-frenzied Roz back to reality. He surveyed his surroundings and felt a disconcerting sense of estrangement. When had he grown to relish in murder? Was it after escaping from prison? After absorbing the shards of souls to gain strength? Perhaps it was a combination of both. Yet, at this moment, Roz felt an overwhelming weakness wash over him. He fought against the nausea and turned to Vasily, apologizing. I'm sorry. It seems my mindset has faltered. My apologies. Upon reaching this point, Roz suddenly felt an intense desire for a glass of wine, a true libation. Neither the Rodzi of his former life nor the Rods of the Bordeaux Kingdom had ever indulged in genuine spirits, yet today, an urge surged within him. The sound of his soft shoes thudding unpleasantly against the sticky deck echoed as he slowly passed by Vasily. I leave him in your care. I trust you with this task. Vasily glanced at Rods, nodding in acknowledgement of the responsibility bestowed upon him. A few steps later, Rods arrived before the retching Frank. Observing his pallid complexion, with a swift motion, Rods lifted him. If you cannot remain here, then do not linger. This time, Rhodes has set his sights on the tavern. After the battle, the once bustling streets were suddenly devoid of life. Pairs of watchful eyes peered through cracks in doors and windows, while trembling hands clutched weapons, revealing the inner turmoil of those who remained. As they beheld a young man, both familiar and strange, leisurely strolling down the street. A peculiar weapon entwined in his grasp, and a trail of crimson footprints left in his wake, a sense of unease permeated the air. Such a sight rendered the residents too fearful to cast even a glance, as if merely looking would cost them their lives. In a corner, a man with bruised wrists trembled at the scene before him. Regret washed over him as he recalled having provoked such a formidable foe. Turning to glance at his wife, who often lamented his ineptitude, and his son, who regarded him with trepidation, the man fell into deep contemplation. Tap, tap, tap. On the deck, Vasily surveyed his surroundings. And even he, seasoned as he was, could not suppress his astonishment. Please, have mercy on me, Wilt exclaimed, his face a canvas of tears and snot. Though he had faced combat before, he had never witnessed such a one-sided massacre. Rest assured, we are not indiscriminate killers. Simply divulge the information I seek, and I shall spare your life, Vasily stated earnestly. Yet the surrounding atmosphere rendered his words devoid of authenticity. Under the chilling stare of his interrogator, Wilt's body quivered, and he quickly nodded in acquiescence. I understand. I shall tell you whatever you wish to know. Pleased. Vasily nodded in response and began to extract the information he required amid the stench of blood that pervaded the ship. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking resonated. And the tavern owner, Hall, exchanged glances with his wife, Hallie. Under the coercive gaze of his spouse, Hall suppressed his fear and announced, We are not open today. Cough. Cough. It's me, came the voice of Rose. Your presence is precisely what fills me with dread. Hall silently cursed, his movements slow as he approached the door. By the time he opened it, a minute had passed. Creak. Too slow, Rose exclaimed, pushing his way inside. At that moment, Frank finally began to regain his composure. Bring me a jug of the finest Fingio, Rose declared, nonchalantly entering the tavern. Hall looked at Rose, who was splattered with blood, and hesitated to intervene. But the thought of confronting such a ruthless individual swiftly quelled his apprehension. Hallie, who had just descended from the second floor, observed the bloodied youth. Her eyes glimmering with intrigue, this version of Rose was undeniably more captivating. Oh dear, Rose, your appearance may well ruin our business today. With a thud, Frank was set down, and Rose unceremoniously plopped onto a bar stool. Bring me a jug of wine, he demanded, still seemingly entranced by the earlier carnage. His words carrying a menacing undertone. Hallie's face brightened with a smile, accentuating the wrinkles on her forehead. No fruit wine today? Rose nodded in acknowledgement. With a thud, a ceramic jar filled with Fingi was placed before Rose. He uncorked the bottle, and a sharp, pungent aroma wafted towards him. Gulp. As the rich, aged liquor touched his lips, all that Roz could perceive was an intense spiciness that coursed from his mouth to his throat and then settled deep within his heart. Coughing a few times, he hastily gestured for the barmaid, Harley, to bring him some water. After downing a sip, the fiery burn of the alcohol finally began to subside. Roz, you're drinking too quickly. This is liquor, it requires savoring, remarked the bar owner, observing Roz's disheveled state, which naturally dispelled any fear he had harbored. As a plate of appetizers was served, Roz took another small bite, and this time, he found the experience much improved. Strangely enough, after consuming a few shots of the potent drink, the murderous intent and various discomforts that had previously enveloped his heart remarkably diminished. With a few more sips, his vision became somewhat blurred, yet his self-awareness seemed to sharpen. Is this the sensation of intoxication? It appears rather pleasant. Roz's speech had become slightly slurred, and the oscillation between clarity and haze caused him to forget the events that had transpired earlier. Seizing the moment, the tavern owner inquired about topics of interest. Hey, Roz, given what happened, shouldn't you be leaving here soon? Haha, no problem at all. We were indeed preparing to depart, Roz replied, exhilarated, fully immersed in the blissful state of inebriation, which rendered him more loquacious. Boss, we are going to accomplish something grand. What are the 7 warlords? What are the 4 emperors? Once I perfect my skills, I shall topple them all. Feeling parched? Roz took another hearty swig of the exquisite wine, which made his head spin even further. I demand power. I desire beauty. What of the king of the Daughter Kingdom? What of the princess of Fishman Island? Suddenly struck by a thought, Roz pointed at Harley, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. Boss lady, you must have come from Fishman Island, right? The statement startled 3 individuals, not just 2. Frank directed his gaze towards the proprietress, Hallie, and upon observing her, he swiftly shook his head, realizing she fell far short of the beauty he had envisioned. No, she could not possibly be a mermaid. In contrast to Frank's astonishment, Hal and Hallie were struck by fear. After exchanging a glance, Hal immediately retorted, Rod, you must be intoxicated. Hallie is merely an elderly woman. How could she be a mermaid? I am not drunk, not at all, Rod exclaimed. But no sooner had the words left his lips than he collapsed heavily onto the bar counter. Chapter 30. A decision nauseated. Rod opened his eyes and gulped down a large quantity of water, which instantly churned his stomach, causing a wave of sour liquid to surge up his throat. He promptly leaned over the edge of the bed and heaved violently. Ugh, my head is spinning. This is the current state of Rhodes. The door creaked open, and Frank entered, noticing Rhodes retching once again. He hurried over to lend a hand. Rhodes, you're awake. How do you feel? Dizzy and nauseous, Rhodes replied candidly. I figured as much. You drank far too much last night. It was quite a challenge to carry you back. Observing that Rhodes appeared somewhat better, Frank chided him. Remembering that Rhodes had skipped dinner the previous night and had gone hungry for breakfast. Are you hungry, Rhodes? There is warm congee outside. Upon hearing Frank's inquiry, Rhodes immediately felt his stomach protest, the sensation of hunger rushing to his mind. Yes, bring me some. While Frank stepped out to serve him, Rhodes took the opportunity to glance around. The floor by the bed was littered with vomit, filling the room with a sour and alcoholic stench. The smell of alcohol? The very thought made Rhodes retch again, prompting Frank, who was holding an empty bowl, to peek in. Frank, go eat outside. Struggling to rise, Rhodes soon realized his entire body ached, likely from overexertion and lack of rest. He unsteadily made his way out of the room, inhaling the fresh air outside, which elicited a deep breath. Yet, the dizziness persisted. Rhodes muttered to himself as he slowly approached the stove, just in time to see Frank ladling a portion of meat congee. The sight of the oily congee finally sparked some appetite in him. However, after swallowing a mouthful, he promptly expelled it along with sour bile and the recently ingested congee. "Ah, are you all right, Rhodes?" Frank inquired with concern upon witnessing this. After another bout of dry heaving, Rhodes waved his hand and stood up, wiping away the tears from his eyes, feeling utterly devoid of appetite. "Just mild alcohol poisoning. I'll be fine in due time." Not far away, Vasily, who had just returned, witnessed the scene and quickly explained to Frank while advising Rhodes, "It's best to refrain from drinking water or eating anything for now. After a few hours, your body will adapt to the alcohol, and you should feel better." Unlike Rhodes, who had never before consumed strong liquor, Vasily was familiar with the sensation of inebriation and instantly recognized Rhodes's condition. Mild alcohol poisoning? Goodness. This must be my second encounter. Before my journey to this world, my previous body had suffered from alcohol allergies that had led to poisoning, and I had thought those days were behind me. Well, since I have no appetite anyway, I shall eat later. Leaning against the table, Rhodes turned to Vasily, inquiring about the events of the previous day. "I have two pieces of news for you, one good and one bad." Rhodes interrupted, "Let me guess. It's all bad news." Vasily glanced at Rhodes, who still had the leisure to joke, and shook his head. "Unfortunately, it's all bad. We've been put on a bounty, 50 million and 30 million. What? Rod's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never anticipated that. Before they could accomplish anything noteworthy to establish their reputation, they had already made it onto the Navy's list. The sum of 80 million berries held significant weight. After a month of living on the island, Rod had formed a clear understanding of its implications, for reasons unbeknownst to him. The purchasing power of berries at this moment was far more formidable than he had previously perceived. This was vividly illustrated by the current price of newspapers. Rod vaguely recalled that in his memory, a newspaper in this world should cost 100 berries, yet the present price was 50 berries, a figure that, according to Vasily, had already seen an increase, as just 3 years prior, the price had been a mere 40 berries. This implies that the current purchasing power of the belly is approximately double that of the future. If we consider a time frame of 20 years hence, the value of each individual could reach a staggering 160 million belly. The sole consolation lies in the fact that this bounty is situated within the realm of the black market. Naturally, our activities at the Rose Manor have undoubtedly caught the attention of the Navy, and being targeted with a bounty is merely a matter of time. The Liangshan has indeed been established. However, there is some unfortunate news. Frank swallowed hard, inquiring, "We have indeed caught the attention of the Vino family." This news, surprisingly, fell within the expectations of a few. "Are those ruffians affiliated with the Vino family?" Roz inquired. Vasily nodded and then shook his head, stating, "One could only say they are subsidiaries, but our presence here has certainly been compromised. Perhaps next time, we may encounter some enforcers passing through." After a moment of contemplation, Roz remarked, "Then let us set sail according to our plan. Vasily, do you have the nautical charts?" Vasily retrieved a map from his suit and gestured with it, saying, "That vessel is the Wild. Oh, the sole survivor from Wild. The ship is one they have chartered, and their objective is undoubtedly to claim our heads. They hail from Lotus Island, which is governed by a small nation under the control of the Vino family, and the nautical charts they possess outline this very route. This route encompasses 3 islands, 2 minor islands and 1 uninhabited isle, with a voyage duration of 11 days. With Vasily's general overview, Roz's interest was piqued, prompting him to inquire, "A small nation? How small?" Although referred to as a small nation, based on Wilt's description, it could merely be deemed a large city. "Fascinating. Let us embark on our piratical journey from this small nation," Roz chuckled. Vasily, observing Roz's joyful demeanor, found himself intrigued as well. "By customary standards, you are to be our captain, thus, your word is paramount." Vasily seemed to ponder something and then voiced, "Since you intend to establish a pirate crew, we must discuss compensation." During their time on Ritter Island, Vasily, being part of the Henry family, possessed far more knowledge of the industry norms than Roz and Frank. The piracy profession is characterized by high risks, substantial rewards, and frequent turnover. In this era, a typical monthly salary in manufacturing or service sectors hovers around 50,000 berries, while the standard pay for sailors embarking on voyages is approximately 100,000 berries. Conversely, the remuneration for pirates exceeds that of ordinary sailors to attract willing participants. Beyond the usual salaries, pirates receive a proportional share of the booty acquired during each plunder, and distributions are made based on one's strength and rank. A pirate crew resembles a company, renowned, with excellent benefits, and lucrative earnings are vital for attracting talent. Therefore, Vasily's proposition was entirely reasonable. In this realm of knowledge, Roz had previously gleaned insights from Vasily and the esteemed Captain Howell, thus harboring no doubts regarding the requirements set forth by Vasily. The 50 million we acquired shall be regarded as the team's capital. Thereafter, we shall adhere to the established protocols. The spoils of our endeavors shall be divided such that half is allocated for the various expenses of the pirate crew, while the remaining half is distributed as dividends based on rank and merit. Roz cast a glance at Vasily, feeling assured that financial concerns would not plague his future, rendering him indifferent to such matters. It is often said that only those without wealth ponder over money, while the affluent are seldom troubled by trivial sums. We shall discuss the specifics once we have recruited more personnel. For now, you two should calculate based on the officer's remuneration. Vasily smiled in agreement, while Frank, whose previous salary was under 100,000, beamed with delight. Who wouldn't he desire a higher wage? What about that grand ship? Ross suddenly inquired. The spoils of piracy encompass all manner of treasures, gold, goods, bounties, and merchant vessels, all of which can serve as plunder, with ships often comprising a significant portion of the spoils. Upon hearing Roz's question, Vasily shook his head with a hint of resignation, explaining that vessel is classified as a medium-sized merchant ship. To operate it effectively, at least 10 hands are required. Most vessels of the time relied on wind power, though a few were equipped with manual rowing devices. Typically, a medium-sized merchant ship necessitated 6 sailors, along with a helmsman and navigator, 8 individuals in total for proper maneuverability, yet they currently had only 3. Let us not squander the opportunity. A medium-sized ship could fetch a considerable sum. Even if we must recruit villagers from this island, we need to set sail, Roz urged. However, Vasily quickly interjected, no, it is not as simple as you presume. Such ships are registered and belong to a shipping company. They cannot be sold for a reasonable price. The only option is to dispose of them as scrap. Otherwise, it would be a futile endeavor. Understanding dawned upon Ross. Shipping companies typically engaged in shipbuilding, leasing, and maintenance, with each vessel assigned a unique identification number. Even if someone attempted to salvage such a ship, the company retains legitimate rights to reclaim it. Should they encounter obstinate parties, these shipping companies would not hesitate to invoke the rights of taxpayers, leaving those who attempt to salvage illicit goods to face the wrath of various royal armies and even the navy. Are we to abandon the ship, then? Roz inquired, his tone tinged with displeasure. Vasily nodded, affirming it is best to do so. With a resigned sigh, Roz conceded, very well, we shall continue with our small boat. Armed with navigational charts, they had secured their right to venture into the seas. Frank, exhilarated at the prospect of departing this small island, hastily gathered their belongings. Meanwhile, Roz produced a dagger from within his garments, applying it lightly to his wrist. A gentle stroke revealed no harm, yet as he gradually exerted more pressure, the blade began to slice through his skin. With a decisive slash, he ceased once a thin line of blood marred his arm. Following these recent skirmishes, his innate abilities had begun to manifest. It seemed that ordinary individuals could no longer breach his defenses. Roz, secretly calculating the extent of his physical prowess, felt a sense of satisfaction. Back in the kingdom of Bordeaux, blades and arrows could only penetrate his flesh halfway, but at this moment, it was highly probable that they could not breach his defenses at all. Due to the incompleteness of his enhancements, Roz was unable to view his own data. And amidst the fervor of several battles, he had neglected to keep track of it, resulting in him having to manually gauge his abilities with a dagger. The current assessment indicated that it would take a considerable amount of time for Roz to forge a perfect defense. Chapter 31. Setting sail with the movements of Vasily and Frank, the villagers realized that the village's greatest wealthy grandfather and god of death was about to depart. Though they felt a pang of regret at the imminent loss of this prosperous figure capable of generating wealth, they valued their own lives even more. Roz, having rested in his abode until dusk, finally regained his composure. Reflecting on his imminent departure, he decided to bid farewell to the tavern owner, Hal, and his wife, Hallie, who were familiar faces on the island. Taking a leisurely stroll along the island's solitary street, Rod suddenly sensed an inexplicable unease. After pondering for a moment, a smile graced his lips. Such a demeanor was to be expected, for he had unleashed a veritable slaughter before these frail villagers. None would treat him with normalcy. He arrived at the tavern without hindrance and pushed open the gate. Inside, there were only a couple of scattered patrons. Suddenly, the aroma of alcohol wafted into his nostrils, causing Rods to feel uneasy. "Owner, madam, please pack a few bottles of wild berry wine for me. We shall be leaving here tomorrow. And I wanted to say goodbye to you both," he declared. The sudden appearance of Rods startled Hal and Hallie. For the previous days, inebriated Rods had unwittingly revealed their identities, leaving them astonished. Indeed, Hal and Hallie were the protagonists of the mermaid and prince tale that Hal often recounted, and perhaps due to their advancing years, Hal began to reminisce like other elders. Having shed her fishtail, Hallie appeared more liberated than Hal. With a smile, she looked at Rods and jested, "No Morphingale for you?" "Ahem. My companion claims your wine is not pure, that it's counterfeit. I shall not have it," Rods remarked candidly, as the increasingly potent scent of alcohol intensified. Hal, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in protest. Hey, what do you mean counterfeit? The wine is undoubtedly genuine. It's just that fine wine is too costly for us to afford here." All right. I didn't come here to dispute the quality. Just prepare the fruit wine for me," Rods replied, feeling exasperated. Suddenly recalling that he had seemingly uncovered their identities the previous day. Rods had listened to Hal recount stories for half a month. It was impossible not to speculate upon the evident nostalgia reflected in Hal's demeanor. From what he understood, the merfolk could choose to shed their tails and transform into legs to live on land upon reaching the age of 30. Moreover, despite Hallie's many wrinkles, her underlying physique evidently suggested that she was a great beauty in her youth. With this thought in mind, Rods turned to Hallie, smiling as he inquired, "Madam, might I have the pleasure of knowing your full name?" In truth, such curiosity may be deemed impolite, yet Rod's inquisitiveness prevailed. "I am already an old woman. What is there to be ashamed of?" laughed Hallie. "My name is Fisher, Hallie." "Fisher." Rod's eyes widened momentarily. "In the world of pirates, there exists a merman whose legacy is etched in history, Fisher Tiger." To discover that the mermaid before him bore the same surname was astonishing. "I wonder if the proprietress is acquainted with Tiger." "His full name should be Fisher Tiger," Rod inquired with curiosity. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Hallie's gaze as she repeated the name Fisher Tiger, then shook her head in confusion. "No, I do not know him. However, as far as I am aware, there is no family on Fishman Island that still bears the name Fisher." A hint of melancholy shadowed her eyes, a pang of homesickness evident. "Ah, I suppose that must be the offspring of my inept brother." With this, Hallie shifted the conversation, her curiosity piqued. "Do you know someone by the name of Tiger? Is he a fishman or a mermaid? If he is indeed her brother's child, then this mermaid would be Tiger's aunt." Rod, having sorted through the familial connections, shook his head. "I do not know him personally, but I have heard of him as a renowned traveler from Fishman Island. He is indeed a fishman, an esteemed hero. It seems that this fishman hero was a traveler before embracing the life of a pirate." "A traveler? How splendid." Hallie appeared unusually joyful upon hearing news of her homeland and kin. Their conversation remained hushed, ensuring that other patrons at a distance remained oblivious to their exchange. After a time, Rod formally expressed his intention to take his leave. "Thank you for your hospitality. I have enjoyed the fruit wine immensely, and your stories were delightful. Should the opportunity arise, I will visit Fishman Island and convey your regards to Tiger." Watching Rod depart with several jugs of fruit wine, Mr. Hall turned to his partner. "Shall we not have him bring something back for you?" No. While I have great faith in young Rod, the perils of the Grand Line are ever present. Among those who venture forth, 1 in 10 is fortunate to even enter the Grand Line. Of those, only 1 in 10 reaches the Sabaody archipelago. And to aspire to visit Fishman Island is an even greater challenge. Having been born on Fishman Island, Hallie clearly understood the daunting nature of the Grand Line. "But I have high hopes for young Rod. I believe he will achieve something significant." Mr. Hall observed Rod's retreating figure. Let us take a chance." With several jugs of wine in hand, Rod ambled towards his abode. Suddenly, a figure intercepted him. Upon recognizing the individual, Rod couldn't help but chuckle. Seeking vengeance. Are we? The newcomer was familiar, a drunken patron from the tavern whom he had previously bested. "And no, sir. What you mentioned, I wish to experience it for myself." The inebriated heart bowed deeply to Roz, his demeanor exuding sincerity. "We are pirates to you. In this world that is perilous," Roz replied with a chilling expression. Harda gazed into Roz's eyes, inhaling deeply before proclaiming, "It is of no concern. I have made my decision. I shall risk my life for this venture. How intriguing. So fearless. Await us at the small dock tomorrow." Roz was taken aback, never anticipating that someone would wish to accompany him from such a humble locale. especially a middle-aged drunkard. Lacking crew members, Roz had no reason to decline. Could I trouble you for an advance, perhaps? I need to secure my family's well-being first. Observing the peculiar expression on the face of the man named Harda, Roz chose not to speak further. They were adults, and once a choice was made, there was no room for regret. We are pirates. This is the monthly wage for an apprentice sailor. As captain, I can provide you with an advance. Roz produced a small stack of bills from his pocket, leaving Harda utterly astonished. The sum was sufficient to sustain his wife and child for 2 to 3 months. Thank you, Harda exclaimed. Roz waved his hand dismissively and departed, having discerned the ambition in Harda's eyes. Such a quality was essential in a pirate, and besides, he was untroubled by the prospect of being deceived for this modest amount of money. If necessary, he could simply eliminate him. The next morning, a group of 5 boarded the small wooden boat that had brought them to this point. The vessel was cramped, clearly insufficient for 5 individuals. Among them was Wilt, who had narrowly escaped Roz's clutches. Recognizing the boat's need for a deckhand, and given Wilt's newfound trepidation for life, Vasily permitted him to join as a guide. The arrival of the middle-aged Harda did not surprise the others, as Roz had already discussed matters with his lieutenants, Vasily and Frank, the previous night. Wilt, once a daring troublemaker, had become increasingly fearful after his recent accomplishments. With bruises still visible, Wilt regarded Roz with trepidation. Each recollection of this fearsome man sent shivers down his spine, compelling him to labor diligently aboard the wooden vessel. Set sail, hoist the anchor, and use the pole to navigate, commanded Roz as the 12-meter boat gradually drifted away from the shore. This vessel comprises 3 tiers. The lowest level is designated for the storage of provisions, the middle level accommodates inhabitants, while the uppermost tier serves as an observation chamber, which has been repurposed as the dwelling of Rhodes. This time, Rhodes did not experience seasickness. Perhaps it was due to the prolonged time spent aboard, allowing his body to acclimatize to the gentle undulations. As he gazed at the islands gradually receding into the distance, Rhodes realized that the mundane seemed to drift away from him. Aside from Rhodes, the novice sailor, the other 4 had varying degrees of maritime experience. While Rhodes was still adjusting to the ship's sways, the others had already begun to bustle about, swaying as they moved. The navigation chart seized from Wilt was held by Vasily, who, perhaps due to his profession as a marksman, was acutely aware of wind directions, enabling him to serve as a part-time navigator in the relatively safe western seas. Frank stood by the helm, a task assigned to him by Vasily. Although Frank had never operated a ship's wheel before, his capabilities surpassed those of the others, thus he was entrusted with the significant responsibility of helmsman. Suddenly, the newly sober Hada took on the role of a sailor, managing the sails and cleaning the deck, among other duties. Once a drunkard, Hada had dabbled in various trades back in his hometown. He had worked as a carpenter in his youth, but after marrying, the carpenter's trade dwindled, leading him to try his hand at farming. Ultimately, however, fate's cruel whims left him aimless, and he succumbed to a life of idleness, often taking out his frustrations on his disdainful wife, while his son gradually distanced himself from him. As he watched his hometown fade from view, the man silently vowed to carve out a name for himself, proving to the family that scorned him that he was not as hopeless as they believed. Wilt, compelled to join this venture, naturally took on the dirtiest and most laborious tasks, all for the promise of freedom upon reaching Guava Island. Feeling as though he were at loose ends, Rhodes conferred with Vasily and, upon realizing he was ill-suited for any crucial role, decided to start as a sailor. To become a competent captain, one must familiarize oneself with every role aboard. While excellence is not a prerequisite, understanding is essential for effective delegation of duties. Once the ship was sailing smoothly on the open sea, Rhodes finally paused his work, allowing himself the leisure to appreciate the maritime scenery. The azure sky, the white clouds, the boundless ocean, complemented by the salty sea breeze, offered Rhodes a fleeting respite from sorrow. In his previous life, if one could indeed call it that, he had resided in the mountainous regions of Jiangnan, which afforded him little opportunity to experience the splendors of the sea. Thus, as he expressed his emotions on the beach, he found himself intrigued by the vistas before him. Rhodes, take a moment to truly appreciate this. In a few days, you may grow weary of it, he mused. It seemed that those who had spent years at sea had long since become indifferent to the beauty of the ocean. Frank, do you have a fishing rod? Rhodes suddenly inquired. Frank chuckled and pointed toward the cabin, saying, there is one inside. After all, such items are essential for seafaring vessels. Subsequently, Rhodes leisurely engaged in fishing amidst the unsettling environment of Wilt. Today marks the day when Crocodile officially ascends to the rank of warlord of the sea. As the Fleet Admiral of the Navy, Steelbone Akainu is naturally qualified to represent the world government at this momentous occasion. In the bustling Ox Square, rows of neatly arranged sailors stood, comprising the elite from various marine branches, each possessing formidable combat awareness and strict military discipline. At the forefront stood the protagonist of the day, Sir Crocodile, alongside the authorized Fleet Admiral Steelbone Akainu. Thus, Sir Crocodile is formally welcomed as a member of the Warlords of the Sea. As Steelbone Akainu's words echoed through the square, the air was filled with a cacophony of clicks and flashes, making Crocodile, standing before the cameras, somewhat uncomfortable. Yet, he understood that the Navy required prominent figures to instill fear in pirates, compelling him to offer a faint smile. Once Steelbone Akainu stepped back, Crocodile began his journey of addressing the press. This plan was finally set into motion. The authorization ceremony was of high caliber, with not only Admiral Akainu present, but also a significant portion of the Navy's combat strength, including Admiral Sengoku. Following Admiral Sengoku was Vice Admiral Tsuru, accompanied by a cadre of veteran admirals active during the Roger era, and behind them were the new generation of the Navy, recently promoted due to various missions. In a slightly more distant position, Vice Admiral Kazan, sporting a wild mane of black hair, observed the warlords of the sea speaking before the public, his heart brimming with confusion. Is it truly appropriate to recruit pirates to combat other pirates? Unfortunately, despite his rank as a vice admiral, he holds little sway within the naval headquarters. The title of Shichibukai, or Seven Warlords of the Sea, certainly carries an air of authority. Vice Admiral Borsellino, age 36, wore a somewhat lecherous expression. Kazan, known as Akiji, cast a sidelong glance at Borsellino, referred to as Kazu, and inquired with some bewilderment, Borsellino, shouldn't Vice Admiral Akainu be present in such a scenario? I've heard that the Brood applied to head over there because of a pirate uprising in some area. I truly despise his enthusiasm for work. In contrast to Akainu, who relished the act of exterminating pirates above all else, Kazara held a greater admiration for the man before him, who typically preferred to take it easy and clock out on time. Kazara could only envy the man who had the audacity to nap in front of superiors. Have they gone to suppress the pirates? The three of them had recently been promoted to Vice Admiral, and being referred to as monsters by the Navy, they naturally enjoyed a bit of rivalry. Upon hearing the other's eagerness, Akiji could only shake his head in resignation. By the way, Vice Admiral Kazan, remember to check with the boss later about any tasks he has for you and Sakazuki. The boss was Kizaru's private moniker for Admiral Sengoku. Chapter 32, Parrot Island. How utterly arrogant. With a flourish, he tossed the newspaper onto the deck, the contents detailing Crocodile's ascension to the ranks of the Shichibukai. Watching the handsome man bask in glory stirred a twinge of jealousy within Roz. As contemporaries, he couldn't help but feel envious. He was merely a target of a 30 million bounty on the black market, while Crocodile had already challenged Whitebeard and risen to such prominence. Vasily, how long until we reach the nearest island? Roz inquired loudly. After scrutinizing the nautical charts, Vasily replied with a slightly somber tone, about 2 hours more. Excellent, Roz exclaimed. Full speed ahead. Let us first reach Parrot Island for supplies. Most importantly, Roz aimed to recruit more crew members. In comparison to the sparsely populated Mermaid Island, Parrot Island clearly had a larger crowd, and expanding their team required ample manpower. Yo, Frank shouted enthusiastically, clearly a more spirited 16-year-old. Okay, Wilt responded, albeit reluctantly. Under Roz's pressure, Hot, with his head wrapped in a bandana, followed suit with a cheer. The wooden ship surged through the waves, heading towards the nearest Parrot Island. 2 hours later, the wooden vessel gradually approached an island resembling a parrot. Roz stood at the highest point, gazing at the island drawing nearer, his heart brimming with curiosity and a sense of adventure. The sails were furled, the anchor dropped, and the vessel gracefully approached the shore where a vacant spot awaited. Roz was the first to leap onto the dock, his peculiar appearance accentuated by a gray linen suit and a soul lantern entwined about him. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to Parrot Island. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air inexplicably, yet despite Rod's vigilant gaze, there was no one in sight. However, a figure was indeed approaching from afar, and Rods was certain that the voice could not have belonged to that individual. Who goes there? Rods inquired with caution. Hello, hello, I am here, I am here. This time, Rhodes was particularly vigilant. Upon hearing a sound, he swiftly turned his gaze toward a direction where a flag at the harbor fluttered, the sound emanating from an object that bore the same hue as the wood. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a gray-brown parrot, fixating its gaze upon him. Ahem. Are you the one speaking to me, bird? Rhodes inquired in astonishment. Welcome, welcome, welcome to Parrot Island. The voice resounded once more, causing Rhodes to feel somewhat embarrassed as he sensed the ambiguous gaze from behind him. Haha, the parrots here are indeed quite hospitable, Rhodes chuckled nervously, choosing to disregard the person behind him and striding boldly toward the approaching figure. As he walked a short distance, Rhodes noted that every mooring had a flag, and perched on the horizontal poles beneath each flag was a parrot. It seemed this abundance of parrots was the reason the island was named Parrot Island. Speculating on this newfound truth, Rhodes turned his attention to the person drawing near, who donned simple attire and had a striking white parrot perched on his shoulder. The island was renowned for its multitude of parrots, and what was truly remarkable was the harmonious coexistence between the people and the birds. The voice of Vasily echoed from not far behind Rhodes, accompanied by the downtrodden Wilt and the guard Frank. While Hada had been assigned by Vasily to oversee the wooden ship. Welcome, everyone, to Parrot Island. The young man with the white parrot on his shoulder offered a slight bow to the group, then kindly inquired, Is this your first visit? Rhodes glanced back at the others. Aside from Wilt, the others shook their heads, prompting him to disregard Wilt entirely. Indeed, sir, the young man replied, bowing slightly to Rhodes. You may call me Oberly. I am the manager of the dock, and this is my partner, Bimey. Hello, hello. The white parrot introduced itself cheerfully to Rhodes and the others. Rhodes exchanged a glance with Vasily, both recognizing the unusual gleam in each other's eyes. The parrots here appear to possess a notably high intelligence, and it seems they have undergone specialized training. Good day, Mr. Oberly, and to you all. I am Rhodes, and these are Vasily and Frank. As Rhodes gestured towards the dock, the self-identified manager, Mr. Oberly, immediately understood and introduced the group. So, does docking at the port require a fee of 10,000 for the stay? Mr. Oberly nodded and replied, Indeed, we will take good care of your vessels. But please bear in mind that this fee covers only 3 days. Any additional time will necessitate an extra charge. This island is rather remote, and the fee of 10,000 is quite reasonable in Vasily size. It is worth noting that typical merchant ships docking at Lit Island generally start at 30,000. Moreover, as Oberly explained, this fee is merely symbolic, meant to maintain the dock. Of course, should you accept our village chief's commission, not only would the docking fee be waived, but there would also be additional remuneration. Oberly's tone shifted abruptly, seemingly prompted by the weapons entwined around Rod's form. Just as Rod was about to speak, he was interrupted by Vasily. Let us settle the payment first. Oberly, seeing the situation, refrained from further commentary. Accepting the 10,000 belly bill handed over by Rod and gesturing towards a direction, the group promptly exited the dock, and Rod cast a glance at Vasily. Sensing Rod's inquiring gaze, Vasily elucidated, regardless of the commission, it is prudent to observe first. Unlike Frank, who was scanning the surroundings, Wilt, serving as both hostage and laborer, timidly raised his hands, drawing the attention of the three. I possess some knowledge of this island, Wilt murmured weakly. His body trembled slightly as he began to recount the island's characteristics. Originally a sanctuary for birds, it later became a settlement for wandering refugees, evolving into a place where humans and birds coexist. The island boasts a town, governed by a chief named Blair. Its economy thrives on tourism, the supply of various practical parrots, and the sale of parrot fruit, making it a favored destination among the nobility. Selling parrots is one thing, but calling it a supply is quite euphemistic. Frank quickly discerned the underlying implications. Initially intrigued by the island's human-bird coexistence, he now perceived that the inhabitants were not dissimilar to people he had encountered elsewhere. Parrot fruit? Vasily recognized the term, and sensing Rod's gaze upon him, he elaborated. Parrot fruit is a rare delicacy, reputed to stimulate infants' vocalization. It is said that some infants either speak late or unclearly, and consuming this fruit can significantly ameliorate such issues. Naturally, it is a luxury affordable only to the affluent, while commoners are preoccupied with their daily sustenance, hardly able to concern themselves with when their children learn to speak. Is it truly so miraculous? Rod inquired with astonishment. He quickly recalled that even the devil fruits, which bestow extraordinary abilities upon humans, exist. Thus, possessing such a fruit seemed entirely plausible. The world is replete with wondrous items from various seas, including meats that amplify strength, pearls that enhance vision, and fruits that promote growth. A few years ago, a gourmand named Asia published a culinary atlas chronicling a myriad of extraordinary foods, which has reportedly been validated by some. After listening, Rods immediately assigned himself a long-term task to read extensively. For the world had revealed merely a small fragment of its wonders to him. What a marvelous world! Rods exclaimed. Ever since the pirate king Roger unveiled the existence of the great treasure, humanity has gradually begun to comprehend the diversity of this realm. Frank chimed in. Having once sailed the seas twice aboard the Thousand Sunny, during his leisure, he had often envied the sailors' captivating tales of their adventures on the ocean. Now, it seemed he too was destined to experience such wonders, which filled him with excitement. After Vasily expounded upon the extraordinary effects of the parrot fruit, the trio's gaze once again turned to Wilt. You must have visited here before. Are there any peculiarities that remain? Wilt shrank slightly, seeking a semblance of security. Nothing much. But we did notice that the port and some buildings were under repair during our last visit. Perhaps this is related to that commission. Perhaps we should first visit the tavern here to gather some information, suggested Vasily, as he subtly raised his gaze to focus on a parrot that had been circling in the sky. Moreover, the parrots here are strange. That yellow-feathered parrot seems to be watching us intently. Upon hearing Vasily's words, the three of them simultaneously looked up, and indeed, they spotted a parrot in the sky. Let us not stir trouble on this island. I have had an unsettling feeling, as if a pair of eyes were fixated on us, Rod stated solemnly. In unfamiliar surroundings, it is always wise to remain cautious. The group fell silent, and with Wilt, who had previously supplied this island, leading the way, they headed toward a tavern. Whoosh! A colorful parrot flew into a wooden cabin nestled within a mountain peak. Upon the return of his old friend, Blair reached out to catch the parrot. Blair was a frail man in his 60s, standing only at 5 feet tall, with gray and white hair and a prominent hooked nose. Phoenix, what is it? He inquired of the colorful parrot. Someone has come to the island. Someone has come to the island. The parrot, referred to as Phoenix by Blair, responded with a sharp call. Blair furrowed his brow momentarily but quickly relaxed, knowing that this was not an ominous visit. Otherwise, Phoenix would have warned him of enemies, not merely someone. What kind of people are they? He asked. Phoenix shook its head, replying, I do not know. I do not know. Though Phoenix's answer was vague, Blair sensed that the arrivals were not ordinary. Otherwise, the parrot would not have felt the need to alert him. In that case, I shall return and lie down to see if these newcomers can be of assistance to us. Upon contemplating the impending crisis on the island, Blair was beset by a throbbing headache. Chapter 33. Dining taverns have long been a melting pot of various elements: alcohol, information, women, and gambling, often frequented by those who seek to squander their time in such establishments. The tavern to which Rods and his companions ventured was neither overly large nor exceedingly small. It boasted 2 stories and featured a dozen round tables on the ground floor. As the hour approached noon, the tavern was already bustling with a lively crowd, creating a cacophony of noise. Come on, drink up. Is this sip even worthwhile? What are we, fish farmers? With a creak, the wooden door swung open, and the entrance of Rods and his companions drew the attention of the patrons, momentarily silencing the clamor before it resumed. It seemed that the clientele paid little heed to their arrival, indicating that although the island was not thriving, it had undoubtedly witnessed its fair share of outsiders. Embracing the lively atmosphere, Rods made his way directly to the bar, where a charming young woman was discreetly stealing glances at the newcomers. Noticing that customers were approaching, she deftly polished a glass with her right hand. Hello, may I take your order? Anna inquired, her shyness evident as she regarded the group. Among the 4, Rods with his golden locks exuded a hint of gallantry, while Vasily possessed an inexplicable allure, and Frank's youthful demeanor seemed to captivate Anna's attention. Greetings to you all. Please bring us some of your signature dishes, and do tell us what fine wines you have, Rods replied, intending to satiate his hunger before seeking any information. Suppressing her bashfulness, Anna swiftly retrieved a notepad, promptly stating, Our curry beef brisket is exceptional, as well as our pan-seared fragrant sea fish and braised pork ribs. As she enumerated 4 meat dishes, Rods's mouth watered in anticipation. Mermaid Island, being remote, lacked poultry, and apart from the occasional sea fish, the local fare consisted mainly of vegetables, which had grown tiresome. The cuisine of the Bordeaux kingdom leaned towards the bland, and hearing the names of the dishes caused his stomach to rumble audibly. I'll have one of each, and add a vegetable salad as well. What about the drinks? What do you recommend? Rods promptly placed his order and turned to his companions. You may order for yourselves. Perhaps due to his training, Rods's appetite had long surpassed that of the average individual. It was not uncommon for him to consume several plates of meat in one sitting. Guided by the belief that the more one consumes, the stronger one becomes, Rods would not deprive his own appetite. We offer the renowned Finchio from the West Sea. rice wine from Buckwan Town, and a fruit wine brewed from parrot fruits unique to our island, which is known for its soothing properties. Anna continued her introduction. This prompted Rods to slightly open his eyes and hastily raise a finger to signal for a pot. Aside from the wine, I would like a portion as well. Frank quickly stated. Those who navigate the seas must often maintain a clear mind, and drinking is thus prohibited. As a former sailor of merchant ships, the young Frank exhibited remarkable self-discipline. Wilt, whose life was still under the control of others, dared not indulge and promptly ordered the same as Frank, timidly taking a seat beside him. Vasily opted for beef brisket and a salad, along with a bottle of rice wine from the town of White Springs. Seemingly favoring the local brew, the four found a larger round table and patiently awaited the arrival of their meal, during which Rods and Vasily discreetly observed the tavern's patrons. Among the 7 tables, half of the guests were accompanied by parrots, suggesting this was a local tradition. The remaining 3 tables carried various weapons, which Rods surmised belonged to merchant sailors. Among them, one table of 3 boasted a demeanor indicative of skilled fighters, though their identities remained unclear. In 10 minutes, the first dish was brought over by a young waitress, accompanied by a glass of red juice. Just as Rods was about to reach for his knife and fork, Vasily intervened, raising a hand. Wait, our heads are not cheap at this moment. Vasily produced a small iron box from his pocket, revealing a silver needle within. This was procured from the tavern owner, Howell, during their time at Mermaid Island. In unfamiliar territory, one must resort to simple methods. Observing the food and drink before him, Rods felt a wave of tension. Are you testing for poison? He asked in a low voice. Vasily glanced around, noticing that the barmaids seemed to be watching them, which stirred his suspicions. Poison is often the most convenient means of dealing with adversaries, and this silver needle could detect certain potent toxins. Rods, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. Vasily, have you been reading some fanciful tales? Silver oxidizes upon contact with sulfides. Unless dealing with specific poisons, it is generally ineffective. Nonetheless, Vasily's caution prompted Rods to remain vigilant. This world is not like animated tales where death is trivial. Here, it is a tangible reality, and poison is a source of dread for all. Poisoned arrows or hooks can be defended against with agility, but if poison is introduced into food, even 9 lives would be of no avail. We require a doctor. A skilled one, Rods muttered to himself. Not all doctors possess the knowledge to counteract poisons. Each has their specialization. And finding one capable of swiftly analyzing toxins and concocting antidotes is a rare endeavor. Chopper? It seems he hasn't been born yet. Dr. Giriva? A centenarian. I certainly lack the means to engage such a master. Hogabak? This individual hails from the Western Sea, yet appears to possess remarkable surgical skills. Rods felt a tinge of frustration. Given their current capabilities, he remained oblivious to the futility of his thoughts at that moment. It is certainly better to attempt than to refrain. Casually uttering a remark, Vasily swiftly interjected amidst Rod's contemplation of 5 dishes. As Vasily's gaze shifted toward the fruit wine before him, Rods hastily lifted the glass and took a delicate sip. The sweetness enveloped his palate, and as the cool liquid cascaded down his throat, Rods experienced a refreshing sensation akin to consuming a soothing lozenge. With the wine settling in his stomach, a distinct astringency unique to the fruit wine began to unfurl in his mouth. Ah, how delightful! The refreshing breeze of the drink tantalized his throat, leaving Rods in a state of wonder. This wine is truly exquisite. Fixating on the array of food before him, Rods clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and softly declared, I shall begin. Opening his eyes, he first employed his knife and fork to carve a small piece of fish. Upon tasting it, he discovered the exterior crispness enveloping tender flesh. The distinctive sauce eradicated any fishy odor without compromising the inherent sweetness of the meat. The explosion of flavors, the tender meat complemented by the smoky aroma, was indeed a delightful surprise for Rods. Delicious, he exclaimed. His gaze then turned to the braised pork ribs. The meat was likely from a pig, and the ribs appeared to have been fried prior to being braised, rendering them particularly enticing. Just as he was about to take action, Rods halted. Gulp. With the fruit wine consumed, the taste of fish was now overshadowed by the wine's essence, prompting Rods to finally reach for the next dish. The smooth fruit wine served as a mouthwash for Rods, as he delicately savored the pork chop. Its crisp exterior and tender interior revealed a distinct flavor. While Rods indulged in his meal, the dishes for the others gradually arrived. Drawing frequent glances from patrons in the tavern, for a grand table laden with meat dishes was indeed a rarity. Delicious. Quite splendid. Each person's palate varied, Rhodes relished the fried fragrant fish and the braised pork chop, while Frank had a penchant for the pork chop, and Vasily favored the thick curry beef brisket. Accompanied by the fruit wine, Rhodes polished off 5 dishes entirely, even finishing the sticky curry with rice. Previously, Rhodes had eaten in a manner akin to the average person, discarding any food he could not finish. However, after enduring the torment of the death cell, food had transformed into something sacred for him. Witnessing their captain's fervor, Frank felt compelled not to waste, and with determination, he too consumed every last morsel. This predicament weighs heavily on Wilt, who, despite his accomplishments, finds it difficult to consume such an abundance. After satisfying his hunger, he dares not pause, instead choosing to meticulously chew his food, fearful that the nearby figure of death might take offense and strike him down. With his hands clasped in gratitude, Rhodes cast his gaze towards a nearby table occupied by a trio of individuals of uncertain identity. During his previous dining experience, he had faintly overheard their conversation regarding some commission, which piqued his curiosity. Their presence here appears to be driven by 3 objectives: recruitment, profit, and maritime endeavors. The 3 individuals appeared to be mercenaries specifically engaged in undertaking tasks, their recruitability remaining uncertain. I ventured to gather information. Vasily, having ordered a serving of curried beef brisket, a vegetable salad, and a small cup of rice wine, was the first to finish his meal. It seemed he had also caught wind of the trio's conversation, which piqued his interest, prompting him to make his way, albeit with a slight limp, towards the barmaid. Such a handsome figure, yet regrettably unfortunate. Observing the dashing man with a limp and a missing ear approaching her, Anna felt an immediate sense of injustice. As Vasily set off to inquire, Rhodes's gaze shifted towards a solitary man whose table hosted a budgerigar, engaging in a peculiar drinking session alongside the bird. How curious it was for a bird to partake in alcohol. With a smirk, Rhodes decided to take the remaining half of his rice wine and approach the man. As Rhodes drew near, the man looked up, prompting Rhodes to greet him first. "Hello, I am a traveler from afar, eager to learn about this intriguing island." Placing the half jug of rice wine upon the man's table, he continued, "This wine is untainted. Please indulge." Walter, a laborer on the island, relished the opportunity to enjoy a drink with his companions during the midday break, yet the unfriendly wages afforded him little chance to savor fine liquor. Although this rice wine was not strong, it hailed from the renowned brewing town of Baiquan, and he was indifferent to whether it was leftover from someone else. "Ha! Where there is wine, there is a guest. Come, sit down, young man. You may call me Walter, and this is my companion, Gwazi." The middle-aged man, Walter, introduced, pointing to the budgerigar that was fixated on Rhodes. Before Gwazi lay a large bowl of yellow liquid, presumably beer, and at that moment, the parakeet regarded Rhodes with its pea-sized eyes. Goodness, it seemed that even the parrots here were named. With a chuckle, Rhodes took a seat. Chapter 34. The Commission. Walter. "My good fellow, might there be any intriguing tales or peculiar individuals in this locale?" After several exchanges, Rhodes found himself growing familiar with Walter, sensing a hint of sadness in his demeanor, a sentiment seemingly shared by the island's inhabitants. "Interesting tales?" Walter shook his head. "Lately, only troubles abound. No tales of interest to speak of." As if recollecting something, Walter took a sip and remarked, "While there are no interesting tales, there is indeed one peculiar person. To the right of the village, there is an orphan named Sturgeon, who has long been ostracized by the villagers. Yet, during a recent pirate attack, he displayed remarkable combat prowess. One would not expect such softness to transform into such fearlessness in the face of danger. The villagers dare not underestimate him now, but alas, the lad has yet to find a suitable partner, as he does not seem to endear himself to birds." Listening to Walter's proud tone and his affectionate gestures towards the parakeet named Gwazi, Rhodes felt as though the island took pride in its parrots. Could it truly be dubbed Parrot Island? Remarkable combat prowess? Just how exceptional was it? Wroth, intrigued, pressed for more information. Walter rolled his eyes in contemplation for a few moments, as if recalling something, then softly remarked, "Yes, that fellow single-handedly dispatched 3 pirates. His name is Connor Sturgeon, I believe. He managed to kill 3 pirates without any formal training?" A glimmer of interest flickered in Roth's eyes. His current team was in dire need of talent, and he naturally felt inclined to recruit this individual. Walter nodded in agreement, saying, "He looks rather frail, often barely able to fill his stomach, lacking any proper training. Yet, he managed to take down 3 pirates, albeit not in their prime. Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree?" Roth instantly nodded in affirmation, cautiously probing, "We aim to achieve something grand. Do you think we have a chance of recruiting this person? Also, dear brother, do you have any thoughts about venturing out? Walter promptly lifted his cup, took a sip, and replied with a shake of his head and a smile. As for Sturgeon, I cannot say. However, I certainly have no desire to risk my life out there. As for money, having enough to eat and drink suffices. Roth was not surprised by Walter's refusal. It was indeed difficult to recruit anyone over the age of 30. Hada was truly an anomaly. Wives, children, and parents often tethered a man's dreams. Perhaps only the young dared to dream and pursue their aspirations. Is that so? Understood. Observing Vasily's apparent return, Roth hastily took his leave. The four reconvened, and Roth turned his gaze to Vasily, inquiring, "What have you discovered?" Vasily then began to share the intelligence he had gathered. A month prior, a fierce storm had swept through this maritime region. Indeed, the very storm that had assaulted Roth and his companions. This calamity extended beyond just Roth's group. A band of pirates had likewise survived the storm and found their way here, suffering from damaged ships and insufficient supplies, compounded by an inexplicable outbreak of contagious influenza. This group was far worse off than Roth's. The pirates, who appeared near Parrot Island, were inherently treacherous, masquerading as mercenaries to receive aid from the island. Once they had recovered, receiving medical attention, food, and ship repairs, their true nature emerged, leading to murder, robbery, and even ambitions to seize control of the island. Little did they anticipate the fierce resistance from the islanders, who ultimately repelled the pirates and safeguarded their homeland. In the following days, the islanders began to repair their buildings. But their village chief soon announced troubling news. The previous band of pirates remained undeterred and were plotting another assault on their home. Previously, they had taken advantage of the pirates' weakened state, but this time they would confront fully armed marauders. To prepare for the impending threat, Blair had no choice but to issue a bounty to the outside world. However, due to the remote geographical location and the unappealing reward offered, they had yet to recruit any formidable talents. Thus, it seems the bounty here is indeed aimed at dealing with the pirates. Frank was suddenly filled with confidence. Having successfully navigated the seas twice aboard the Bird of Flight, repelling 2 waves of pirates, which led him to believe that there were no formidable foes among them. Do not underestimate the pirates, Vasily cautioned. Those who thrive on the treacherous seas are far from ordinary. At that moment, Roz was in dire need of soul fragments to replenish his corporeal form, which piqued his interest. What is the reward offered by Parrot Island? Roz inquired. Vasily promptly relayed the information he had obtained from the young girl named Anna. 100,000 berries. That is the initial fee. If victorious, an additional 100,000 will be awarded, and should you make a significant contribution, another 100,000 awaits. Ultimately, the village chief will also present 3 guiding parrots as a reward. Guiding parrots? Frank echoed, perplexed. Vasily had evidently clarified this and explained, in that perilous marine expanse, there exists a species known as guiding birds, which consistently orient themselves towards the south, serving the purpose of a compass. The guiding parrots are the offspring bred from these guiding birds and parrots by the village chief, Blair. Such creatures are extraordinarily practical on the open seas. Vasily glanced at Roz, adding, indeed, Roz instantly recognized the utility of such birds. While navigating the West Blue is manageable with a conventional compass, the Grand Line poses challenges due to its unique magnetic forces, necessitating the use of a log pose. However, a log pose merely points to the next island. Possessing a guiding parrot at that juncture would allow for flexible course adjustments. Of course, skilled navigation can also be achieved through innate talent. Yes, if one wishes to traverse the seas, such a creature holds significant practical value. Besides, we can certainly afford to care for a single bird. Upon hearing Roz's remark, the others understood his intent. By the way, you mentioned that this group of pirates operates a medium-sized vessel, correct? At this, Roz suddenly revealed a cunning smile. Vasily instantly grasped Roz's implication, stroking his chin as he pondered the feasibility. Who should we approach to accept this commission? Roz asked. The captain of the city defense team at the guard post by the village entrance, where you can register. You mentioned that registering would allow you to receive the initial 10,000 berries in advance, Vasily replied. It seems the crisis at Parrot Island is imminent. To Roz, a remuneration of 100,000 or even several 100,000 was trivial. He believed that individuals of their caliber could command a much higher price. Perhaps they could even negotiate with the captain of the city defense for a better deal. Lost in his thoughts, Roz failed to notice the entrance of another patron into the tavern, but Vasily, ever vigilant, took note. The newcomer was an elderly man with graying hair and a stooped posture, leaning on a ceremonial staff. dressed in outdated linen garments. The weeds clinging to him suggested a disregard for appearances, with a practical cane, the dirt on his shoes, and a general air of ordinariness. He seemed like a typical old man. Yet, one wondered why such a man would choose to visit a tavern at this hour, perhaps to drink. Vasily, filled with curiosity, kept his gaze fixed on the old man's actions. The elder walked directly towards Miss Anna, seemingly placing an order, which momentarily eased Vasily's tension. However, once the old man had completed his order and approached them, Vasily instinctively reached into his coat. In this peculiar world, one should never underestimate anyone. Gentlemen, if you wish to accept the commission for Parrot Island, you may speak with me directly, the old man announced, halting a mere 2 meters from Roz and his companions. Roz, who had been on guard due to Vasily's earlier movements, turned to look at the old man. Are you the captain of the city defense, Wooka? Roz inquired, astonished. No, I am the village chief of this island, the one who issued the commission. You may call me Blair, the elder revealed, introducing himself with a hint of pride. His words, however, caused Vasily to furrow his brow. In contrast to Vasily's surprise, Frank regarded the elderly gentleman with admiration. Are you an ornithologist, Mr. Blair? Frank exclaimed with delight. The distance from the entrance to their location was at least 10 meters. And since no one had been standing at the door when they had mentioned their intention to accept the commission, it appeared that this man possessed remarkable hearing. Ornithologist? Roz echoed in confusion, simultaneously loosening his grip on the iron chain. A few years ago, I had the fortune of reading your article published in the West Sea Daily, and I found it most enlightening, Frank continued. In the past, Miss Lily had kept a bird, prompting Frank to search for articles on avian topics to engage her in conversation. Mr. Blair's paper had greatly aided him, fostering a deep respect for the man. Oh, an ornithologist. That was a long time ago. I should now say I am a parrot specialist, Blair replied with a hint of pride. Vasily, who had previously paid little attention to this matter, relaxed his final guard upon seeing Frank recognize the elder. He extended his right hand in greeting. By the way, you wish to accept the commission, correct? I can grant that directly. Why? Rods appeared to have something else in mind. Blair took a step forward, while Rod subtly nudged Wilt beneath the table. I don't see any elders here. Wilt shuddered, immediately rising to assist Blair, who graciously waved him off, signaling that he could manage on his own. The village chief respectfully allowed Blair to take the seat he had previously occupied, while Wilt settled into the adjacent chair. It is indeed splendid to have extraordinary individuals like yourselves join our ranks. I have come specifically to seek you out. Blair's gaze turned toward Rods and Vasily. How does the esteemed gentleman know of our exceptional nature? Your hearing is quite remarkable, Vasily ventured. Ha ha ha. It was my companion who informed me. Just as Blair finished speaking, a vibrant figure darted in through the door. Chapter 35. We are. Whoosh. A gentle breeze brushed against Rods' face, and he detected an unusual scent, an animal's musk. As the others turned their attention to Blair's shoulder, they beheld a brilliantly plumed parrot, larger than the ordinary variety, perched upon him. This is my companion, Phoenix, Blair introduced, stroking the colorful creature. Moreover, parrots possess hearing that is twice as acute as that of humans, so do not underestimate them. At that moment, Anna arrived with the lunch Blair had ordered, smiling at the village chief. Grandpa Blair, here's your lunch. The meal consisted of a bowl of noodles along with a plate of fruit and nut-like delicacies. The noodles were for Blair, while the fruit and nuts were intended for Phoenix. Thank you, Anna. Blair beamed, accepting the food from her. Anna discreetly glanced at the golden-haired youth as she quietly departed, prompting Rods to remark, it seems Anna has taken quite a liking to you. Rods felt a wave of bashfulness. Being favored by a young lady was indeed a pleasant thing, but being teased in front of so many was less so. Is she your granddaughter? Vasily tactfully intervened. Ha ha, the young ones here all call me Grandpa, Blair replied with a smile. Previously, when Vasily had been gathering intelligence, he had been filled with questions. According to his understanding, the village chief had anticipated the pirates' intentions and had led the island's youth in resisting them to protect their home. Moreover, it was Blair who had issued a warning that the pirates would return, and it seemed that this individual was at the center of it all. Village Chief Blair. I have many questions. Might you elucidate them for us? Vasily inquired, his hands crossed as he leaned slightly forward. Blair disregarded Vasily's words, instead turning his gaze toward Rods and similarly inquiring, I wonder, will you accept this commission? Rods affirmed decisively. Only then did Blair turn to Vasily and state, since you have accepted the commission, there is nothing left to conceal. When we initially rescued that group of individuals, we had not anticipated the ensuing events. However, Due to their negligence, their intentions were discovered by the subordinates of the Phoenix, which consequently meant that we were also aware of it. Seizing the opportunity before those miscreants could prepare themselves, we launched a counterattack. Nevertheless, despite their injuries, the band of pirates proved to be remarkably formidable, leading them to penetrate the village, causing considerable damage. Fortunately, our young men exhibited great unity, and after repelling the pirates, I, feeling somewhat anxious, arranged for a parrot to be hidden aboard their ship. My concerns were validated, as the pirates soon began to conspire against this island once more. Vasily nodded, internally astonished by the presence of the parrot in this locale, while simultaneously pondering another question. Mr. Blair, though it may be somewhat presumptuous, we are curious to know if it was indeed you who repelled the pirate captain? Blair, having taken a slurp of his noodles, paused upon hearing Vasily's inquiry and candidly admitted, indeed it was this old man who took action to drive them back, but please forgive me. I am a 65-year-old man and have sustained significant injuries. Following his statement, Village Chief Blair coughed a few times, seemingly echoing his previous words. Very well. Let us allow the elder to finish his meal first, Rods interjected, halting Vasily's further questioning. Upon hearing this, Blair smiled at Rods, nodding as if to express his gratitude. A few minutes later, he spoke up. The pirate was quite formidable. I exerted all my strength to repel them, but it was merely a retreat, not a kill. And they were not even at their peak condition. Blair paused with his chopsticks, suddenly addressing Vasily's earlier question, then turned to the others to activate his ability. To their astonishment, Blair's nose and mouth seamlessly melded into one, transforming into a protruding, curved beak. Rods, gripping the iron chain tightly, furrowed his brow in surprise, exclaiming, An ability user? An ability user? A flicker of doubt crossed Frank's mind. I am a parrot human who has consumed the bird fruit. And it is with the power of the parrot that I was able to repel that band of pirates. Blair's voice sharpened slightly. The changes here have indeed attracted the attention of the guests nearby. Hey, that must be the power of a devil fruit, remarked one of the mercenaries, astonished. As a trio somewhat renowned in the West Sea, they had never encountered a user of a devil fruit, yet they had heard tales of such extraordinary abilities. Observing the elderly gentleman demonstrating his remarkable powers from a distance, they were understandably fascinated. Without paying much heed to the chatter around him, Blair's beak gradually retracted, transforming back into his original nose and mouth. A zoan-type parrot fruit? One of the 5 flying abilities? Roz exclaimed in surprise. Blair quickly waved his hands dismissively and replied, No. Parrots cannot be considered to possess true flying capability. Typically, parrots are only capable of short-distance flight, unlike other more formidable avian species. Ignoring the expressions of those around him, Roz found himself enviously contemplating the notion of flight, one of humanity's long-cherished dreams. This led him to think of Lafitte, and he mentally condemned him 100 times over. Devil fruit? Frank, seated closer to the mercenary trio, overheard their conversation, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that the legends of the devil fruits were true? As a sailor who had traversed the seas twice, Frank had certainly heard the tales of these mystical fruits. Yet, were they not merely legends? Indeed, this is the devil fruit that turns one into a landlubber. Blair confirmed with a nod. Frank and Wilt, seated at another table, gasped in astonishment. The patrons of the restaurant expressed their envy openly. Are those pirates formidable? Ross suddenly inquired. Yes, quite powerful, Blair responded, producing a bounty notice from his pocket. It detailed the pirates poised to invade Parrot Island. Heavy artillerymen, chase, bounty, 20,000. 000 berries. Dead or alive? 20 million berries? Frank's eyes widened, his voice tinged with excitement. Hearing the guests exclaim over the impending commission, Blair hastily tucked the bounty notice away, his tone becoming more earnest. I have faith in your abilities, after all. You are among the few capable of sensing the surveillance from above. Should the enemy prove too formidable, I shall increase the reward. In truth, Blair understood the terrifying strength of their opponents well. Were it not for the power bestowed by the devil fruit and the fact that his adversaries were injured, he would have had no hope of repelling them. Although Blair could adeptly control the fruit's powers to alter his form, this was merely a pursuit of interest. Studying birds was his vocation. Accidentally consuming the bird fruit had only deepened his understanding of his research. Nevertheless, despite his scholarly inclinations, he was no warrior when it came to combat. 20 million berries, you say? How intriguing. We shall accept this commission, he declared with a mischievous grin. Suddenly, Rods chuckled. In truth, he had devised another plan, to test his own capabilities. Throughout their previous skirmishes, only Lafitte, who had consumed a devil fruit, posed a genuine threat to Rods. At this moment, he was keen to ascertain who was stronger between himself and the individual known as Heavy Gunner Chase. This was a man with a bounty of 20 million from the Navy, a veritable menace, unlike the mere figures of 30 million and 50 million that Vasily spoke of, which were merely underground bounties lacking the credibility of official Navy rewards and fraught with embellishments. Yet, do not underestimate us. Let the so-called heavy gunner be our first adversary. Rods interrupted Vasily's despondent remarks, believing that if they could not secure even a modest bounty of 20 million, it would be wiser to find a humble plot of land to cultivate. Observing the resolute expression on Rod's face, Vasily fell silent for a moment. Then his taut lips relaxed. Is that so? Since it is your decision, we shall proceed as you say, Captain. Captain. Upon hearing this title, Village Chief Blair felt a surge of anxiety. As a cultured scholar, Blair had not been solely preoccupied with his nest. He remained attentive to the outside world, aware of the stirring words that followed the death of Pirate King Roger, and understood that such proclamations had attracted many so-called pirates in pursuit of their dreams. In the past, a captain might have represented a merchant or adventurer, but now the immediate association seemed to be with piracy, especially given Rod's iron shackles that sparked Blair's imagination. Ah, we are pirates, Rods candidly confessed, taking note of the village chief's wariness. Pirates. Rod's revelation sent ripples of commotion through the restaurant. Most of the patrons had been captivated by Blair's display of abilities, which allowed Rod's declaration to quickly reach their ears. The click of a safety being disengaged was audible, and both Frank and Wilt felt a twinge of tension. You certainly do not resemble pirates. Pirates do not pay for their meals so dutifully. Upon hearing their honest admission, Village Chief Blair felt a measure of reassurance. Rods offered an awkward smile. Haha, we are newly formed and lack fame. Thus, a grin spread across his scarred face, enhancing his charm. We wish to use the other as a stepping stone. Blair, gazing at the self-assured youth before him, suddenly felt a sense of stability. After pondering for a few moments, he chose to trust his instincts. Then, I thank you for your assistance. Blair extended his rough, weathered hand, and Rods, seizing the moment, reached out to clasp Blair's hand. Pirates? Collaborating with pirates to combat other pirates seems rather foolish. At the very moment when hands clasped, an exceedingly displeased voice echoed from a distance, accompanied by the sounds of chairs scraping and abrupt stands. Chapter 36. The Night. Sensing a diminishment in the grip of the other party, Rods retracted his right hand. When he turned to look, he beheld the trio who had previously been enjoying their lunch not far away. Indeed, collaborating with pirates, I fear that before the battle even commences, I shall have to contend with a dagger in my back. The speaker bore a square emblem on his arm, with a western sword at each hip. Thor. The speaker was the only one seated among the three. He was a middle-aged man with a fine mustache and curly brown hair. He leaned against an ornate golden staff, his voice rich and resonant, imbued with a touch of authority. The man referred to as Thor appeared somewhat younger and more handsome than the other two. Yet in their company, he seemed rather frivolous. Upon hearing his brother's admonition, Thor initially contemplated a retort, but upon noticing the staff beside his elder sibling, he promptly abandoned the notion of defiance. That staff was not merely for fending off enemies, it could be quite formidable against their own. Since Village Chief Blair has chosen to trust them, we too should endeavor to extend our trust. The composed middle-aged man, seated calmly, regarded Rods and his companions, urging the two brothers. At this moment, Rods and Vasily scrutinized the trio with keen interest. Clad as mercenaries, they were adorned with armor protecting vital areas, rendering them reminiscent of warriors from a bygone era. From Rods's perspective, the seated individual appeared the eldest, likely around 35 years of age, with his notable fine mustache, curly locks, ornate staff, and prominent spade tattoo on his arm. The man on the right, approximately in his 30s, bore a striking resemblance to the seated one, the only distinction being that his beard was curled, while his hair flowed straight. He wielded an axe in one hand and a shield in the other, casting a menacing gaze upon Rods and his companions. Rods noted the heart tattoo on the man's arm. Spade, heart, diamond? Surely, there must be a club as well? As Rods silently mused, his peripheral vision scanned the tavern, revealing no individuals who appeared to belong to this group. May I inquire about your intentions? Rods began to voice a question, but Village Chief Blair, standing resolutely behind him, swiftly interposed himself between the two factions. Though pirates are malicious, these young men clearly seem to be novices who have yet to commit any wrongdoing. After defending Rods and his companions, Chief Blair continued. We are all here to confront the impending threat of pirates, Even if cooperation is unfeasible, there is no need for enmity. Well said. The seated man suddenly rose, gripping a long staff with his left hand, and approached with measured steps. As he drew near, Rod felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, undoubtedly stemming from the man's towering stature. At 19, Rod stood at 176 centimeters, yet the figure advancing towards him was a full head taller, estimated to be around 195 centimeters, while the other two individuals hovered around 190 centimeters. Jurl, Horgus J. Jurl, proclaimed the man wielding the staff, performing a gesture of striking his chest with his right hand, which seemed to embody an ancient chivalric custom. Aware of the formality of the introduction, Rod felt compelled to respond in kind. Initially inclined to mimic the chest strike, he realized such an imitation would appear somewhat awkward. In a moment of inspiration, he recalled the customs of his own culture, with his right hand clenched into a fist and his left hand resting upon it. He raised his hands to his chest and made a respectful gesture. A salute, he declared. Henry Rod. Jurl furrowed his brow in contemplation, recognizing the similarities to the etiquette of the Flower Kingdom, which had a long-standing tradition comparable to that of knightly customs. However, he dismissed the notion, noting the diverse hair colors of the group before him, which indicated they were certainly not from the Flower Kingdom. Boom. Horgus J. Hale, announced Hale, sporting a curled beard, brandishing a shield, and with a short axe at his side, as he too performed the chest-striking gesture. Horgus J. Thor, introduced the handsome Thor, albeit with evident reluctance. The gift of greeting left the few individuals behind Rod somewhat flustered. Vasily paused for a moment before removing his top hat, placing it against his chest as he offered a slight bow. Vasily, Frank, feeling overwhelmed, could only muster the courage to imitate the captain's gesture of respect. I'm Frank, a sailor. The young mariner found himself at a loss in such a scenario. Grr, with a smile reminiscent of a gentle breeze, nodded slightly as if committing the names to memory, then remarked, regardless of your intentions, as long as you assist the civilians, we shall not interfere. However, we hope you do not become a hindrance to us. After speaking, Gur turned towards the bar and earnestly inquired about the prices from the young lady, Anna. He retrieved some banknotes from his pocket, meticulously counted them, and then handed the exact amount for the meal to Anna. Let us depart, Gur commanded as he approached his two younger brothers with an air of authority. Upon hearing their elder brother's words, Hale naturally followed suit, while the youngest, Thor, left with a reluctant glare cast back at Rod's. I hope you do not take offense. These brothers of mine possess such a disposition, explained village chief Blair. Humph. How dismissive. Rod's thought to himself, noting the subtle arrogance not only in the sword-wielding Thor and the brooding Hale, but even in the seemingly composed Ger. With narrowed eyes, Rod's watched the trio depart before turning to respond to Chief Blair. Haha. It is of no consequence. Such treatment is to be expected. After all, we are pirates. At that moment, Blair shook his head and chuckled, saying, You truly do not resemble pirates. Merely 5 of you, aboard a small vessel, and lacking even a flag emblazoned with the symbols of piracy. Village chief, we are indeed bona fide pirates. Frank retorted. All right, I understand. The primary reason for my visit is to enlist your services to enhance the safety of this island. Blair suddenly coughed a few times, hastily wiping the blood that seeped from the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. Are you all right? Frank quickly supported village chief Blair, who waved his hand, indicating that he was not gravely harmed. The aftermath of my recent battle with that pirate captain has left its mark. I am merely a scholar of animal studies, and combat is not my forte. A minor injury is to be expected. Here is the intelligence on that pirate crew. I will hand it directly to you. Tomorrow morning at the village's front post, I will assign the responsible areas to all who accept the task. I hope you will not be late. With that, village chief Blair leaned on his cane and slowly departed. Originally, Roz wanted to have Frank escort him, but the old man stubbornly refused. Gazing at the 2 newspapers on the table, Roz picked one up with mild interest, while Vasily, who had remained silent, suddenly remarked, I am somewhat curious about those 3 mercenaries. Their names ring a bell. I shall gather some intelligence. As his subordinate prepared to collect information, Captain Roz did not impede him and quietly began to read the content of the newspaper. After a mere 15 minutes, the 3 reconvened. Wilt sat obediently in the adjacent chair. Allow me to begin. Roz waved the newspaper in his hand, looking at the 2 men. This pirate crew is quite formidable. Their leader, Chase, hails from the Flower Country. At that moment, Roz realized why the man named Gur had reacted so swiftly. For the Flower Country's essence closely mirrored that of Roz's homeland. Noticing the astonished expressions on their faces, Roz nodded and continued, Indeed, that remarkably powerful flower country. This individual, for whom the Navy has issued a bounty, was once a member of the 8 Treasure Navy. The 8 Treasure Navy of the flower country? The subordinate of that pepper? Vasily exclaimed, taken aback. As a resident of the West Sea, he could not be unaware of the notorious 8 Treasure Navy, which had roamed the West Sea and even parts of the New World over a decade ago, led by the 12th generation of legendary pirate, Pepper. Observing Vasily's rare moment of distraction, Roz grew curious. Was the retired Pepper, who had been struck down by a single punch, truly so formidable? Fortunately, this fellow was expelled from the 8 Treasure Navy 3 years ago. Even during his tenure, he was merely a squad leader. Upon hearing Roz's explanation, Vasily exhaled in relief. That is a relief. 8 years ago, the illustrious Green Pepper was vanquished by the naval hero Garp and subsequently retreated from the limelight to become the leader behind the 8 Treasure Water Army. In his absence, the operations of this formidable legion were entrusted to the then Vice Pillar. Although this powerful army lacked the terrifying presence of Green Pepper, none dared to underestimate the renown of the 8 Treasure Water Army. Vasily once accompanied Carlos to the stronghold of the Vino family, where he overheard a conversation among the officials. They spoke of a nation that should never be provoked lightly in the West Sea, the Flower Kingdom. This kingdom boasts 2 renowned armies, the 8 Treasure Water Army as the spear for territorial expansion, and the 2 Treasure Water Army as the shield for national defense. In the Flower Kingdom, where martial prowess is commonplace, they are the only ones to instigate conflicts. As long as one does not offend the Flower Kingdom, trouble can be avoided. Those who were cast out must have committed a grievous offense. Vasily, unusually loquacious, conveyed this understanding. Noticing Vasily's serious demeanor, Roz likewise adopted a grave attitude. The heavy artillery chase was first placed under bounty 3 years ago when he was expelled from the 8 Treasure Water Army, with a reward of 12 million. Followed by a second bounty of 20 million 6 months later, after which he seemingly vanished. Vasily promptly remarked that his prowess must exceed the 20 million bounty. Roz nodded in agreement. Regardless of whether the individual was lying low or for some other reason, his strength would undoubtedly be greater than 3 years prior. Given the Navy's moniker, this individual's boxing skills must be extraordinary. Vasily's gaze fell upon the bounty poster of heavy artillery chase, depicting a fierce man with short hair, clad in the signature attire of the Flower Kingdom, adorned with protective wristbands. What was the Flower Kingdom's ultimate technique again? Roz vaguely recalled it being a form of boxing. Yes, I shall exercise caution, he affirmed. Nearby, Frank and Wilt began to tremble. One was merely a sailor, and the other a captive, both lacking confidence when confronted with truly ferocious pirates. Suddenly struck by a thought, Rod smacked his forehead and earnestly declared, "We have yet to finalize our pirate flag and the name of our crew. We must make our mark here. P.S. The first battle of the Rod's pirates is imminent. Requests for various votes welcomed." Chapter 37. Pirates. "Let us hold off on that for now," Vasily interjected, halting Rod's trivial pursuits and began to share the intelligence he had gathered. The individuals in question were the somewhat renowned mercenary group known as 3J, the Haugus brothers, Spade Gel, Heart Jail, and Diamond Thor. In the world of pirates, playing cards exist, which instantly rekindled Rod's curiosity. Surely, there must be a club Jazwell. Indeed, originally, this was a quartet, and their nickname derived from the Jack of Spades in a deck of cards. However, it appears that the Jack of Spades met an untimely demise in an unfortunate incident. Vasily responded. Noticing the gaze of his companions upon him, Vasily continued, "Their prowess remains uncertain, yet their character is undeniably trustworthy. This is also one of the reasons for their modest fame." "The stubborn knights?" Wilt suddenly interjected from his seat, seemingly reminded by the information previously disclosed by Vasily. Vasily glanced at Wilt and nodded. "Indeed, they are 3 brothers hailing from a noble, knightly lineage." "Knights? Is there such a thing in this wretched world?" "Indeed. It is a form of honor as well as a profession. It is said that ancient knights possessed a technique known as fighting spirit, enabling them to envelop their bodies or weapons in a radiant white light, thereby augmenting their offensive and defensive capabilities." Vasily felt a sense of yearning. Such an ability, whether found in tales or existing in reality, is something that no one could possibly reject. Fighting spirit? A glimmer of understanding dawned upon Roz, and he chuckled. "Are you referring to the hockey?" "Hockey." This time, it was Vasily who was perplexed. Naturally, the other 2 also perked up with interest. A remarkable ability, unmatched by anyone. "Oh, you are unaware?" Roz furrowed her brow momentarily before relaxing it again. "It is indeed perplexing. Vasily has consistently presented himself as exceptionally capable, leading Rods to perceive him as a figure of profound intelligence, perhaps even assuming that Vasily had acquired knowledge through the black market. Hockey. This is an extraordinary skill that can enhance one's abilities. It is said that every individual possesses the potential for hockey within their being. Hockey is categorized into 3 types. The observation hockey allows one to sense the presence, number, and strength of adversaries, even without sight. Those endowed with observation hockey can engage in combat as if they were ordinary beings. Those who master it to the utmost can even momentarily foresee the future and delve into the depths of the human heart. Rods did not withhold information and continued. The armament hockey allows the body to be enveloped in an invisible armor, augmenting both defensive and offensive capabilities. In such a state, even bullets and cannonballs cannot inflict harm. Those who attain its pinnacle are undeniably the mightiest in the world. Armament hockey? Vasily murmured. Rods chuckled. Precisely. Just as you refer to it as fighting spirit. Although, as far as I know, hockey is typically black. Perhaps this knight has employed some unique means to render it white. In truth, Rods was taken aback when Vasily initially mentioned fighting spirit. This was indeed fighting spirit, the formidable essence depicted in illustrated novels. However, when Vasily elucidated its effects, Rods immediately comprehended its nature. Hockey, owing to its varied lineage, is known by different names, and the methods of cultivation may also differ, yet they ultimately yield similar results. For instance, armament hockey is simply referred to as hockey by some, while the samurai of Wano call it ri. And observation hockey is similarly known to the inhabitants of Skypea as the Heart Network. Thus, Rods swiftly associated it with hockey. So it is true, Vasily pondered, his countenance brightening with excitement. Does this mean such power genuinely exists? Indeed, it does. In the latter half of the Grand Line. This is almost a standard for the powerful. However, acquiring such techniques in the West Blue is undoubtedly a challenge. In the Kingdom of Bordeaux, upon realizing the world he inhabited, Rods had consulted Uncle Hall, and he even sought information in the Royal Library regarding this. Unfortunately, he was unable to find any methods for cultivating hockey. As he embarked on a life of peril, Rods had little time to contemplate such matters. Yet now, with Vasily unexpectedly providing a lead on hockey, a sense of yearning stirred within Rods. To become one of the mightiest in this world, one must undoubtedly possess formidable hockey. The earlier one begins to cultivate it, the better. The Grand Line? Vasily murmured softly. Rods, you mentioned there are 3 types of hockey. What is the last one? Frank inquired curiously. Rods took a calm sip of the tea presented by the shopkeeper and replied, the final type is known as Conqueror's hockey, said to be possessed by only 1 in a million. This form of hockey is also regarded as the symbol of a king. A king? Frank expressed his bewilderment. As far as I know, the legendary pirate King Roger, the formidable Whitebeard Newgate, the notorious Golden Lion Shiki, the heroic Marine Garp, and even the notorious Pepper of the 8 treasure pirates all wield this extraordinary power. The names of such illustrious figures tumbled from Rod's lips, causing the other 3 to swallow hard in astonishment. What effect does this power possess? Vasily inquired. The effect? A mere glance can render tens of thousands of soldiers incapacitated. Rod replied with a chuckle. A collective gasp escaped the group. Tens of thousands. This was the entirety of a medium-sized nation's military force. Even the mightiest pirate crews had never seen such scale. Rod merely mentioned this remarkable capability and chose not to elaborate further. Let's not dwell on such distant matters, he said. Those extraordinary abilities can wait until we are prepared to venture into the Grand Line. This time, Rhodes resolved to become the sword god of Shirley Slope, intending to engage the formidable figures of the Grand Line once he had honed his external prowess to perfection. Similarly, Vasily, who had sensed his own restless mind, took a deep sip of tea to regain his composure. He realized that he had yet to fully traverse the path of a marksman. How could he allow himself to be distracted by other pursuits? After a moment of self-reflection, Vasily set aside the alluring topic of Rhodes' ambition and redirected his focus to the matter of 3J. As Vasily recounted the information he had gathered, both Rhodes and Frank gained a clearer understanding of the 3 mercenary circumstances. In the medieval era, the profession of knighthood was prevalent in both the West Sea and the North Sea. Commoners often trained diligently to cultivate their strength and resolve, aspiring to become the nobles' valiant knights. Upon earning recognition through their arduous efforts, these knights could ascend to a noble status, wielding significant power, and in some nations, knightly orders served as a cornerstone of military might. However, with the advent of the modern industrial revolution and the emergence of various new inventions, the status of knights was profoundly affected. The introduction of firearms marked the definitive decline of the knightly stage. An ordinary individual, after merely a few months of practice, could wield a firearm to slay knights who had trained for years, thus extinguishing any hope of knights reclaiming their erstwhile prominence. As royal families across nations began to form gunner brigades, the once glorious knights fell into decline, and by the 15th century, few true knightly families remained. 3J hailed from a once noble knightly lineage, now clearly in decline. Yet, despite the fall of knighthood, the three individuals had been diligently training across the West Sea, consistently embodying the virtues of chivalry. They harbored a fierce disdain for malevolent forces, vanquishing pirates to protect the innocent, and even utilized the wealth acquired from their missions to assist families in dire straits. This has earned them the title of knights among the common folk, while those who disapprove have labeled them as stubborn, thus bestowing upon them the moniker of stubborn knights. Are they knights in training? Rods murmured to himself. He began to speculate. He had previously self-analyzed the acquisition of domineering spirit during his time in the Kingdom of Bordeaux. The concept of such spirit is enigmatic. First, it undoubtedly requires one's physical prowess to reach a certain level, and second, it is a matter of will. From that animated tale, it is discernible that those with unwavering resolve are more likely to awaken their spirit and allow it to flourish. These three self-proclaimed knights, based on their experiences, appear to be honing both their will and physique. Perhaps this is the very method through which knights obtain their spirit. It is well known that true knights exist by adhering to the 8 virtues of humility, honor, sacrifice, bravery, compassion, soul, honesty, and justice. Yet, in such an age, few can embody these principles, and in modern times, genuine knights are nearly non-existent. Perhaps this explains why the so-called knights of today are unable to wield fighting spirit, Rods pondered, prompting Frankwell to nod repeatedly, seemingly in agreement. Vasily, however, did not dwell excessively on these matters, even if this is a form of training. It would undoubtedly be arduous for ordinary individuals. For now, it would be wiser to contemplate the tricks of the gunslingers. So, it appears these three are indeed worthy of trust. Vasily remarked, according to the rumors, they can be trusted. It is said they were invited by village chief Blair. Is that so? Understood. Rod nodded in acknowledgement, having received the information. With the intelligence exchanged, he eagerly engaged in discussions about the pirate crew with Vasily and Frank. While Hada, being a sailor, and Wilt, a captive, were naturally not privy to these deliberations. The first order of business was to finalize their pirate flag, which unequivocally featured the emblem adorning Rod, a soul lantern. The scythe on the right crossed over the lantern on the left, replacing the traditional 2 bone sticks, while a conventional skull occupied the center, with a wavy iron chain connecting the scythe and lantern below. The design was confirmed, awaiting only a painter and tailor on Parrot Island to bring it to life. 10 minutes later, the trio concluded their discussions on the name of the pirate crew. Although they contemplated numerous titles, none seemed satisfactory until one member proposed a favored choice, which they decided by drawing lots. Ultimately, the fortunate young sailor Frank emerged victorious. The name they settled upon was rather commonplace but reeked of flattery. Thus, the Rod pirate crew was officially established on Parrot Island. Chapter 38. Sturgeon. The three raised their glasses, downing the fine wine within, marking the celebration of their newly formed pirate crew. Who could have anticipated that such a renowned band of pirates would emerge from this humble isle? Anna, cease your gaze. Such a fellow is not a wise choice. Men with lofty ambitions should not linger, for such sentiments ensure one's protection from harm. The tavern owner, Anna's uncle, understood all too well the allure these rogues held for young girls in the throes of first love. Young women are drawn to the charm of bad boys and the strength of capable men. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that such individuals seldom pause for their sake. He had witnessed too many tearful girls despairingly watching as men departed. And even those unfortunate souls who lost their virtue and bore children, only to suffer ridicule and ultimately succumb to despair. Uncle, I understand, Anna quickly averted her gaze, merely appreciating the handsome features of the young men, not easily swayed by such charm. In the distance, the four began to part ways. Vasily led Wilt towards the ship to join Hada, as they had accepted a commission on the island, and thus had no need to inspect the vessel. Naturally, they had also prepared a meal for Hada. Captain Rod, where shall we find that fellow? Frank inquired, gazing up at Rod, who was slightly taller than him. Rod scratched his cheek, suddenly sensing something swoop down. He quickly looked up to see a snow-white figure descending. Sensing no hostility, Rod remained unfazed. Whoosh! A white parrot landed atop Frank's head. Frank swiftly reached out, attempting to catch the creature that had settled there, but the agile parrot deftly evaded his grasp. "Hello, hello." A sharp voice emerged from the beak of a white parrot, which shook its head, drawing significant attention. "Greetings, I am Mickey, your guide." Roz extended a hand to halt Frank's actions, allowing the white parrot to complete its introduction in tranquility. "Mickey. Here, Mickey," the parrot responded. "Goodness. The intelligence of this parrot is rather impressive, isn't it? It can speak." The parrot, identifying itself as Mickey, tilted its small head, and the silver pendant hanging from its neck glimmered momentarily, seemingly inscribed with the name Mickey. At that moment, Mickey appeared somewhat perplexed by Roz's words and, after a brief contemplation, replied. The words were taught by Blair. With a swift motion, Frank seized Mickey, who struggled momentarily in Frank's grasp before settling down. "What does it mean to be a guide?" Roz inquired. "Blair called Mickey here," Mickey explained, shaking its head. "Mickey can take guests to the places they wish to go," it stated intermittently. Through this brief conversation, Roz finally grasped the reason for the parrot's visit. Since they had undertaken a task, Blair had arranged for such a guiding parrot to assist them. According to the parrot itself, it could lead Roz to his desired destination. Furthermore, as long as the guiding parrot was present, they would enjoy a 20% discount on shopping on the island, a privilege reserved for esteemed guests. "Brother Roz, these parrots possess a higher intelligence than those outside, but that is about the extent of it. They cannot comprehend overly complex language," Frank remarked, mocking the white parrot's difficulty in answering questions. After a moment of contemplation, Roz murmured, "Perhaps the inquiries we pose are not those others would ask." It was evident that this was merely a guiding parrot, yet they foolishly sought to glean more knowledge from it. "Very well, Mickey, lead us to Connor Sturgeon's residence." "Understood, Mickey knows." Mickey first uttered a couple of chirps to signal Frank to release it, then leaped onto Frank's head and commenced its task. These guiding parrots appear to have undergone specialized training, for they truly remember the abodes of the island's inhabitants. With Mickey's directions, both forward and backward, Rode and the others arrived at a humble dwelling after a mere 15 minutes. The dwelling was but a single story, rather rudimentary in nature, starkly contrasting with the neighboring homes, which were adorned with trees and flowers in their front and backyards. This particular house boasted merely a small vegetable patch at the front, nestled within its own confines. Observing the neighbors who occupied vast expanses of land, while his family struggled to survive within the confines of their own yard, Rods narrowed his eyes slightly. In both villages and cities, there will always be a faction of bullies who prey upon the weak. These individuals, upon perceiving one's meekness, only become more malevolent. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of rapping at the door resonated, and after a prolonged pause, a deep voice emerged from within. "Who is it?" "Mickey." "Mickey, it's a guest for Blair." The white parrot was the first to extend a greeting. Upon hearing Mickey's shrill voice, Sturgeon realized it was the parrot, the one guiding them. As he opened the door, he was met with the sight of two men and the white, signboard parrot. The taller man, strikingly more robust than Sturgeon, captured his attention not only due to his stature but also because of the iron chains that adorned him and the peculiar weaponry he bore. The chains were wrapped twice around his waist, slanting from his left shoulder to his right hip, entirely encasing his left chest. A scythe and a lantern dangled ominously at his waist, presenting a rather intimidating visage. Such entanglements hold significant meaning. Previously, on Mermaid Island or other isles, when Rhodes was still an obscure figure, no one would innocently launch a covert attack. However, the circumstances have changed. He is now valued at 50 million berries. Aware of his worth, Rhodes must certainly safeguard himself. To preempt any potential ambush from sharpshooters, he has taken to wrapping himself in a manner that protects his heart. And he has also donned a headscarf to conceal his golden locks. As Sturgeon's gaze shifted, he caught sight of Frank, clad in sailor attire, and also noticed the white parrot perched atop the latter's head. Upon seeing Mickey, his eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming again. For reasons unknown, the parrots on this island have never favored him. Each year during the matchmaking event, no parrot has ever chosen him, a contributing factor to his bullying. Indeed, Parrot Island hosts such matchmaking gatherings, where every islander who reaches the age of 12 must engage in a pairing process with a parrot, regardless of gender. If a young parrot and a human mutually find favor, they may form a caregiving bond. Those without a parrot companion are looked down upon, and certain festive occasions, such as the beauty pageant or the parrot and human sports festival, are inaccessible to them. At 15, Sturgeon, already an orphan, has endured 3 years of rejection, fostering feelings of inferiority. He hastily avoids the gazes of his neighbors. That was until the pirate attack occurred. "Greetings. I am Rhodes, Henry Rhodes," a pirate captain. Here to invite you to join us. Observing the lean, dark-skinned youth, Rhodes flashed a broad smile, revealing his white teeth. This smile, unlike those he wore in adversarial encounters, conveyed a gentle and trustworthy aura. Any former soldiers of the Bordeaux Kingdom present would undoubtedly recognize him as their youthful general, the hero Rhodes. Pirate? Sturgeon uttered in confusion. Taking a step back. Due to prolonged malnutrition, Sturgeon, still in his developmental stage, appeared somewhat frail, standing at around 155 meters. Yet his mind was sharp. He quickly deduced that since the guiding parrot was present, these two individuals must have gained the approval of Village Chief Blair. If that were the case, then all right. I shall join. Sturgeon's eyes gleamed with newfound resolve. Are you not going to consider or inquire about the salary? Rhodes asked, astonished. He had anticipated scenarios of both agreement and refusal, even preparing a speech for the occasion, yet he had not expected such a swift acceptance from the youth. No need to deliberate. I will join you. Sturgeon opened the door to his completely exposed home. His body, though slender, stood tall as he declared. I have longed to leave this place, but I was always afraid of the outside world. Until now, with the appearance of those pirates, I fear them no longer. What, then, is there to fear in the outside world? When a man can withstand everything, what remains that could possibly bring him down? A glimmer shone in Sturgeon's eyes, and Rhodes even discovered a neatly packed bag and a short blade on the desk behind him. Indeed, this once timid youth ceased to be so after slaying a pirate. He loathed this place, yet cherished the parrot. Had it not been for the commission issued by Village Chief Blair, Sturgeon might have already set sail with another ship. The young man struggled to survive here, yet he felt unwelcome. Thus, he prepared to depart. How intriguing, how amusing you, my friend, possess the makings of a pirate. The world is filled with individuals like him, who may appear timid at first, but once they confront their fears, they no longer cower. Their previous trepidation transforms into a source of strength. Rhodes believed in this frail youth who dared to confront pirates. With sufficient willpower, it would be no challenge for him to grow stronger. Rhodes smiled in approval and then extended his right hand. Welcome to the Rhodes Pirates. Trust me, we are a promising crew. Although somewhat perplexed by the gentleman's words, Sturgeon still reached out his hand. I must wait until the crisis on the island is resolved before I can join you. Sturgeon gazed firmly into Rhodes' eyes. Rhodes chuckled, his voice steady. Of course. We are here to deal with that band of pirates. Thank you. Sturgeon responded gratefully. Despite his disdain for this place, he would never allow it to be marred by others. Sturgeon gripped Rhodes' right hand tightly as Rhodes smiled and reiterated, Welcome to the crew, Connor Sturgeon. Chapter 39. The surprise attack. Although Sturgeon spoke casually, Rhodes still needed to discuss the remuneration with him. Initially, the prospect of a monthly salary of 150,000 berries upon boarding the ship took him aback, and subsequently, Rhodes elaborated on the generous benefits that would follow. This discussion took place aboard the vessel among the three individuals. Should they embark upon the ship with commoners akin to Hitari, the remuneration for the first month would amount to 150,000. Following a month-long probationary period, contingent upon the captain's endorsement of their continued service, those who remain would be recognized as true sailors, earning a salary of 200,000 per month, with remuneration for other vital roles being even more substantial. What truly astonished Sturgeon was the captain's proposal of a threefold compensation policy: bonuses, disability payments, and death benefits. Sturgeon was uncertain how other crews operated, yet he perceived the benefits here to be exceedingly generous, albeit accompanied by heightened risks. The so-called threefold compensation policy was introduced by Rhodes, who initially sought to ascertain whether any organizations akin to insurance companies existed in this world. To his astonishment, it was revealed that such entities would not extend coverage to pirates. Reluctantly, Rhodes contemplated that their pirate crew would have to bear these expenses. Vasily, however, voiced his dissent, suggesting that other crews were unlikely to offer such benefits. Nevertheless, Rhodes remained resolute in his decision. Our pirate crew differs from others. We do not engage in the plundering of commoners or merchant vessels. Instead, we target pirates and the avaricious nobility. Thus, the risks we face far exceed those of ordinary pirates. This battle strategy was ultimately confirmed by the three chief officers of the Rhodes Pirates. Unable to act against ordinary civilians, they turned their gaze towards their peers and even towards certain nobles. While this approach may inevitably result in significant casualties, the potential gains could be substantial. Confronting pirates? Such words left Sturgeon quite astonished. Parrot Island, being more attuned to the natural currents of information than its more remote counterparts, was not unaware of the burgeoning presence of pirates across the globe. However, the ethos of the pirate crew before him bore little resemblance to that of traditional pirates. Rather, it evoked the burgeoning trend of bounty hunters that had emerged in the wake of piracy. This was splendid, Sturgeon smiled. With the successful recruitment of members, the Roz pirate crew began to thrive on this island, commissioning artists for unique designs, enlisting tailors to craft their pirate flags, and gathering intelligence from various locales. That night, Sturgeon dined with the members of the Roz pirate crew under the curious gaze of some villagers. He dined heartily, marking the second occasion in recent times when he had feasted to his satisfaction. The previous instance occurred after he had vanquished 2 pirates and repelled another. The emergence of this group rekindled in Sturgeon the harmonious sentiments that the villagers had once shown him 3 years prior. However, in the intervening time, his lack of a parent to choose him had gradually rendered him increasingly reclusive. When will this moment arrive? When I can no longer keep pace with this group? No. I do not wish to be alone any longer. Sturgeon gazed at the oddly armed Captain Roz and the limping yet handsome Vasily, silently making a certain decision. His once reclusive nature, born from being despised, underwent a dramatic transformation after the upheaval caused by the pirates, igniting a yearning for acceptance that began to manifest in Sturgeon. This was one of the reasons he readily agreed to the other's invitation. With hands slowly coming together in prayer, Sturgeon silently expressed his gratitude for the hospitality. The following day, amidst thick fog, the sudden roar of cannon fire jolted Roz awake. Abruptly rising from his slumber, he hurried out of his room, only to find Vasily and Frank already prepared for action. The inn is situated not far from the dock, with each room containing 2 beds. The 6 companions have taken 3 rooms, Roz with Hada, Vasily with Wild, and Frank with Sturgeon. The 2 orphans, separated by just 2 years, have grown quite familiar with each other since last night. Just as Roz was about to pose a question to his companions, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the inn. Tap, tap, tap. This is bad. Pirates are coming. Hada rushed in, his face betraying a palpable fear of the marauding pirates. He had been anxious ever since he heard they were planning to confront a notorious crew with a bounty of 20 million berries. Vasily turned to Roz, who was frowning slightly at the foggy weather outside. A foggy day? The current situation prompted Roz to mutter to himself. The pirates had penetrated the island, which was undoubtedly unprepared for such an assault. Hada quickly relayed the intelligence he had gathered outside. Captain, the pirates have already breached the harbor. Upon hearing Hada's report, Roz fell silent and retreated to his room. Vasily silently arranged his spare ammunition, glancing at the 11 bullets he possessed, already steeling himself for a fierce battle. 10 minutes earlier, due to the need to allocate tasks to the entrusted guests, Blair had not undertaken his usual rounds. After finishing his breakfast, a phoenix suddenly descended in a flurry, scattering several feathers into Blair's bowl. Witnessing such unusual behavior from the typically composed phoenix, Blair's expression shifted dramatically. He recognized that a display of urgency from his old companion signified a grave matter. Phoenix, what is it? Blair exclaimed, rising hastily. Blair, pirates are attacking. The phoenix's words tumbled out in haste, reflecting its own inner turmoil. Pirates. Blair clenched his jaw in response to the unexpected assault, realizing that the absence of prior warnings indicated that the concealed parrot had encountered unforeseen circumstances. Furthermore, the timing of the pirate attack was entirely at odds with the information he had received, according to the parrot's report 2 days prior. The pirates were not supposed to strike for another 5 days. Yet now, the attack had arrived a full 5 days early. Observing the dissipating fog outside, Blair quickly grasped the situation. The lurking parrot had undoubtedly been discovered, while the parrots he had stationed offshore were rendered ineffective by the thick fog. This phenomenon exemplifies a remarkable aspect of zoan-type devil fruits. Upon consuming such a fruit, the user instinctively comprehends the language of the animal. Most animal communication is simple, revolving around themes of leadership, feeding, fighting, and mating, while more intelligent creatures can understand human commands and employ vocalizations unique to their species for communication. The parrots on this island, known for their remarkable intelligence, found their abilities further enhanced after Blair's arrival, as he utilized the powers of the fruit to discern their chattering, reminiscent of human communication. Through this newfound capability, Blair ascended to a position of considerable esteem among the flock. Furthermore, with the phoenix reigning as the king of the parrots on this island, Blair had come to place his trust in these avian creatures. However, he could never have anticipated that the pirates would exploit the favorable weather conditions to launch an assault. Phoenix, alert your kin and issue a warning across the island. Additionally, instruct those guests who have accepted the commission to proceed to the port and fend off the pirates. Understood, Blair. Upon hearing the words of his avian companion, the Phoenix soared into the sky to gather its guardians. Pirates. Alas, Blair realized that this would be an arduous battle. Yet he was resolute in his determination to protect his home, no matter the difficulty. Parrot fruit, beast form. As Blair concentrated, his body began to transform gradually. His lower limbs morphed into bird claws, his physique shifted into that of a bird, his arms became wings, and his head took on the shape of a white-headed parrot. With a powerful flap of his wings, the parrot form Blair ascended into the air, swiftly heading towards the dock. Pirates! 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 At the port, the parrots perched upon the flags erupted into chaos, each squawking loudly, which immediately captured the attention of the city guards. Hurry, report to Captain Hawk. The subordinate of the city defense department, Oberly, immediately released his companion, by May, who swiftly soared towards the defensive post upon receiving the request from his comrade. Meanwhile, the dock manager, Oberly, promptly rallied the guards and dock staff stationed in the area. The distinctive presence of numerous parrots, a hallmark of their companionship, became glaringly apparent. Before Oberly could disseminate the news, the islanders at the dock were already roused by their parrots. As Oberly temporarily assumed the role of commander, cannons began to align toward the directions indicated by the parrots. Strangely, despite what should have been a sunlit day, a rare fog enveloped the area before dawn. An unforeseen occurrence for all but the pirates, who had evidently plotted this beforehand. Amidst the fog, two pirate ships rapidly approached Parrot Island, one larger and one smaller. On the larger vessel stood a young man wearing a duckbill cap, equipped with a spyglass. He adjusted the lens with his left hand while his right hand reached skyward. The breeze caressed his elevated arm, and he deftly navigated the shifting winds in his mind. This young man, named Alge, was an orphan of a pirate, perhaps innately destined for the life of piracy, having been raised solely by his mother. In his youth, he displayed remarkable prowess in the water, earning him the title of the seafarer in his town, where those adept at navigating the seas were highly esteemed by merchant ships, fishing vessels, and pirates alike. A few days prior, the young and renowned Alge, disregarding his mother's objections, accepted an invitation from Chase to become a novice in the pirate realm. After joining Chase's crew, Alge achieved a significant feat by discerning the presence of hidden parrots aboard the ship. Furthermore, when Chase feared their plans had been compromised, Alge proposed a surprise attack strategy, predicting a dense fog would blanket the area the following morning. Surprisingly, the heavy gunner Chase concurred with this plan. Captain, the wind is favorable. If we charge full speed ahead, we shall surely breach their defenses at the dock. A robust man aboard the ship laughed heartily at the excited Alge. All hands, full speed ahead. Let's break through their pathetic defenses. The first to land on the island will receive a month's reward. Charge. Note, I hope this does not come across as superficial. Initially, I intended to compose a short story consisting of 20 to 30,000 words. But as I began to write, I realized the need to enrich the personalities of the characters. Chapter 40. The pirate assault. The parrots flitted incessantly through the thick fog, their indistinct forms revealing the enemy's position. Oberly's brow furrowed as he sensed that the adversaries were nearing the range of fire. With a forceful sweep of his arm, two cannonballs erupted from his side, whistling through the mist. Boom. Two muffled sounds echoed across the invisible sea, causing Oberly's expression to darken immediately. This noise indicated that the cannonballs had missed their mark. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The fuses were ignited once more, and the two artillery platforms, situated a short distance from Oberly, followed suit in igniting their fuses. Boom. Still a miss. Another miss. Oberly murmured to himself, but suddenly a gust of sea wind brushed against his face, and his countenance shifted dramatically. Oh no, the enemy's sailing speed is alarmingly swift. In this era, the precision of artillery is often contingent upon the skill of the gunners. Previously, Oberly had calculated the distance based on the vessel's approach speed of 5 knots towards the dock, yet 4 cannonballs failed to find their mark. Coupled with the prevailing sea breeze, Oberly swiftly discerned the adversary's intent. Load the cannons, aim for the dock. The sudden command from Oberly left the city defense team momentarily perplexed. However, trusting in Oberly's judgment, the four swiftly adjusted the cannon's orientation. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Suddenly, the piercing sound of a vessel rushing forth reached the ears of those present. Indeed. Prepare. Fire at the sound. Oberly was uncertain of the exact point of landing, Perhaps in the next moment, the enemy would crush his body as they set foot in his homeland. Yet, at this moment, he would not yield. Boom. The sound of wood colliding with wood resonated, followed by a series of scraping noises. The silhouette of the wooden ship emerged within Oberle's line of sight. A mere 10 meters away, a sigh of relief washed over him, but it was short-lived. The arrival of the pirate ship on the island was not a welcome event. Fire. With a thunderous roar, 2 cannonballs erupted forth, while the other 2 artillery pieces swiftly repositioned. The pirates aboard gripped the railings of their ship, bracing themselves for the impending impact. As the turbulent motion subsided, the pirates understood they had successfully landed. With sinister grins, they cast their gaze upon their captain. Within the limited visibility of merely 10 meters, Heavy Gunner Chase raised his hand with conviction, proclaiming, "Seize this island for me." Boom. 2 cannonballs struck the side of the pirate ship, inflicting minor casualties while igniting the ferocity of the pirates. With a roar, the cutlass-wielding marauders surged forward, closely followed by those armed with firearms. They were well aware of the captain's promise. The first to land would receive a month's worth of bounty from the crow's nest of the main mast. A rope was cast down as a figure swiftly descended. "Well done, Alge. Keep it up. You shall not require much time to become my trusted ally." Chase, towering at 6 feet 3 inches in a white tank top and draped in a green cloak, patted the diminutive Alge, standing at 5 feet 7 inches, offering him praise. "Fear not, Captain. I am more than willing to serve you," Alge replied with a smile, his green hair catching the light. Chase burst into hearty laughter. "Tell old man Lon to keep pace with us. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy." The postern master referred to by Chase is the captain of a pirate ship that is slightly smaller than a grand vessel, a toothless old man wielding 2 rolling pins. Although he is called an old man, he is barely nearing 50. Once a chef, the postern master inadvertently killed his boss during a quarrel and, finding himself with no other choice, turned to a life of piracy over a decade ago, thus earning his stripes as an old pirate. Several years prior, during a conflict, this toothless marauder incurred a favor from Chase, and now he has been summoned to repay that debt. A series of whistles pierced the air, and upon a ship manned by approximately 20 pirates, the gaunt figure of the toothless man could not help but curl his lip. "You lot, descend and seize whatever you can. It shall all belong to us." With a swift motion of his short staff, the postern master commanded his crew, who shouted in unison as they rushed forth like a swarm of bees. This group of pirates consists of the elite gathered over many years by the cunning Captain Lanmian. Most of them are skilled fighters, having made a name for themselves through various brawls across the lands. Captain Lanmian has a bounty of 15 million berries placed upon his head by the Navy. His crew adheres to a strategy of precision warfare, rarely seeking to assault towns. Instead, they often find themselves at odds with passing merchants on the sea. Their tendency to prey on the weak while avoiding confrontation with the strong has allowed them to thrive on the ocean for over a decade, earning them the reputation of seasoned veterans in these waters. "You few remain with our ship while I go and have some fun with him," Lanmian said with a grin to those behind him, which included the cook, the shipwright, and the doctor. "This assault on the town is, to some extent, a means of repaying the favor owed to that individual from Case. If I do not take the lead, this favor will hold little weight." "Understood, Captain. We shall keep a vigilant watch over the ship." The crossed rolling pins bearing the skull and crossbones of the pirate flag fluttered as the shipwright, wielding a hammer, smiled at his captain. Only then did the old man feel reassured and saunter away, swaying his body. Following the warning from the vigilant parrot on the island, Commander Huaca of the City Defense Forces swiftly gathered a contingent of troops. Huaca, a middle-aged man in his 40s, had a common brown parrot perched on his shoulder. Armed with a rapier at his waist, he reacted swiftly upon receiving word of the imminent pirate attack, promptly organizing his subordinates to assemble their forces. Huaca himself had donned a suit of armor, ready for the impending conflict. The armor worn resembles that of protective gear used in Western sword duels, crafted from lightweight materials that shield vital areas without hindering the speed of drawing the sword. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted, causing Warku's expression to shift dramatically. The booming cannon fire signified that the pirates were already nearing the island. There was no time to waste. They needed to rush to the port. A group of over 10 individuals sprinted towards the dock, determined to protect their families from another incursion by the pirates. As Warku's team hastily reached the port, they encountered a large contingent of pirates who had just landed, their roars instilling a sense of dread in Warku, whose palms grew clammy around the hilt of his sword. "Stop them!" The pirates advanced, while the loyal guards of the town prepared to defend it. each side engaged in a brutal clash driven by their distinct motives. Whoosh! A series of shrieks filled the air, eliciting a cold smirk from Chase, who stood at the bow of the ship. The last encounter had found him recovering from illness and caught off guard by the peculiar powers of a devil fruit. However, this time, the old man, fortune would not be on your side. With a mocking laugh in his heart, Chase leaped down, followed closely by 5 others. Kill! The sounds of battle erupted, but within mere minutes, Warku's guard squad found themselves retreating. Chase's ship had crashed into the dock, forcing it ashore and enabling the pirates, numbering far greater than the guards, to launch an overwhelming assault. Indeed, this wave of pirates approached 100 strong, with Chase leading 80 subordinates. A force even more formidable than before, alongside a dozen others, totaling 5 times the size of the guard force. Clang! Thud! A sword pierced the vital organs of an attacking pirate, and Warku gasped for breath. In just a few short minutes, the stamina of his team had drastically waned. A reality that filled him with anxiety. Damn it, reinforcements are too slow. Warku had previously stationed someone outside the town to await additional support, and logically, they should have arrived by now. Die. A sharp blade severed a guard's arm, and realizing he would become a liability, a man who had only recently joined the guard steeled himself, and, instead of retreating, thrust his spear toward the pirate who had struck him. Cries of agony echoed, soon drowned out by the furious din of battle. Ajin! Warku shouted in despair as he witnessed the guard named Ajin being overwhelmed by the surging pirates. At that moment, this small group of barely a dozen had become completely encircled. Damn it! Such a scenario was unforeseen by Captain Hawk of the city defense team. According to their strategy, they had initially planned to utilize the coastal artillery for a bombardment, even if they were to engage in close combat. They believed their guards and hired forces would not falter. However, events did not unfold as anticipated, as Hawk once again pierced a foe's abdomen with his sword. He suddenly trembled, blood oozing from his left shoulder. Captain Hawk. A few members of the defense team, witnessing their leader's injury, were instantly engulfed in despair. Though they had come prepared for death, who truly longs for it? With a flurry of wind, a multitude of parrots descended, following a great bird. Their sharp claws swiftly approached Hawk, who had narrowly escaped the lethal grasp of a gunman. In a magnificent transformation, Blair, now resembling a large parrot, struck out with a claw, repelling a pirate who had aimed to cleave Hawk in two. It's that old man, the one who can turn into a parrot. Kill him. While the pirates were taken aback, the 8 or so members of the guard rejoiced. Indeed, after a few minutes of skirmishing, their adversaries had already suffered significant losses, and the arrival of the village chief instilled a renewed sense of hope. After all, he was a wielder of the devil fruit powers, a man who had previously repelled pirates. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A blood hole suddenly appeared in the right wing of the brown-feathered, white-headed great bird. Gritting his teeth, Blair endured the excruciating pain to maintain his beastly form. Perhaps due to the sound of gunfire, the pirates momentarily regained their composure, subsequently parting to create a path. Supported by a young guard, Parrot Blair fixed his gaze upon the opening, where a tall man clad in a green cloak was slowly approaching. A power wielder. Last time, you ambushed us while we were injured and claimed victory. Now, let you taste the revenge of the pirates. With hands resembling tiger claws. The robust Chase drew closer, a triumphant smile etched upon his face. Initially expecting a fierce battle, he had not anticipated the frailty of his opponents. Less than 10 minutes had elapsed since the onset of combat. Ambush. Chapter 41. A bright day, perfect for murder. Ambush. Ambush. Blair's avian eyes fixated on the man, grinding his beak in anger. We extended our goodwill to assist you, yet your insatiable greed compels you to attack the village. Truly, you are thieves. Chase, the heavy artilleryman, smirked derisively. The truth is, you struck first against our injured selves. It has been proven that both pirates and navy seek to justify their actions. If one's reputation is tarnished, the principle of those who gain virtue gain support. Those who lose virtue lose support is a lesson Chase had learned from a senior. Enough with the idle chatter. Last time you took the lives of over a dozen of our men. Today, you shall pay the price you owe. With a grand gesture, Kaisi was about to issue a command when the air was suddenly filled with the cries of battle from Blair's encircled group. Cut through the pirates. Rescue the village chief. Cut through the pirates. Rescue the village chief. In an instant, the sounds of conflict erupted as a temporary reinforcement of over 30 villagers, armed and resolute, arrived at the city defense. Due to the remoteness of the area, these individuals were predominantly amiable folk. Originally, There had been more than 50 members in the two city defense teams, but nearly half had fallen in the previous skirmish. This new batch had only recently been supplemented. Unlike the previously trained city guards, they were mostly robust fishermen and farmers, lacking in combat prowess. Not far away, amidst the thunderous noise, Village Chief Blair was intent on breaking through, yet as he made a move, he was immediately thwarted. Attempting to escape, two figures rushed forth, their speed markedly superior to that of the other pirates. Steel fists. This is a formidable technique of steel-fisted boxing. Two individuals rushed forward, swinging their calloused fists towards the white-haired parrot, Blair, who could only respond with trepidation due to his prior injuries. Bang! Bang! Fortunately, the animal-based fruit granted Blair considerable defense. Otherwise, after such a barrage of strikes, he might have been left gasping for breath. Sighing in frustration, Blair found himself panting heavily. Confronted by a young man in his 30s, his cheeks adorned with intricate patterns of chrysanthemums and bamboo, which plunged Blair's spirits into despair. Humph! What a miscalculation. I had thought this place would be troublesome, yet it seems I was careless last time. Sai cast a grim glance at the group of onlookers. The old man of the block, who had been summoned out of caution due to certain rumors, but given the current situation, it appeared that he need not intervene after all. Brother Sai, there are more coming from that direction. A handsome young man, marked with a peach blossom tattoo, alerted Sai. Humph! Sai scoffed disdainfully, saying, "We have come in our prime. No matter how many they send, it will merely be a march to their doom." The more cautious Sai began to underestimate their opponents in anticipation of imminent victory. "Tao, you deal with those fellows over there." The man known as Tao, bearing the peach blossom insignia, promptly set off to obey. Meanwhile, the pirates had already sensed the approach of more enemies. Noticing that they were heading towards the old man of the block, they adjusted their positions, allowing the pirates to engage in battle. "Captain, this doesn't seem right." A middle-aged man beside the old man of the block voiced his unease. The old man tapped his short staff and chuckled. "Since that fellow Tsai hasn't made a move, why should we be anxious?" He turned his gaze towards the incoming group. Noting that they were led by three individuals clad in mercenary armor, one wielding a staff as a spearhead, and the other two brandishing short axes and round shields, as well as two western swords. These three were clearly intent on charging forward, leading the rest by a good 5 or 6 paces. Oh, a battle formation? Having navigated the seas for over a decade, the old man of the block was well versed in various strategies. In an era before firearms became prevalent, numerous battlefield tactics existed, such as the spearhead formation, the long snake formation with head and tail facing each other, the circular formation, or the crescent formation. The formidable formations that once dominated the battlefield are truly terrifying. Lan Miansa once had the fortune to witness their overwhelming might, akin to a tsunami. Any ordinary person would lose their will to fight and succumb to despair upon encountering such a sight. Yet, we now dwell in the era of firearms. As he pondered this, Lan Miansu's eyes widened in astonishment, for he beheld 7 or 8 individuals, akin to arrows, piercing directly into the throng of pirates, as if striking wood, penetrating deeply. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The resounding cries echoed like thunder as the Haugus brothers wielded their weapons, charging with 5 reinforcements into the pirate ranks. Perhaps it was due to their rigorous training or their genuine knightly heritage. The ordinary pirates found themselves utterly powerless against the trio leading the charge. Black Spade Gear, with eyes sharp as an eagle, wielded a long staff like a spear, targeting the vital points of his foes, each strike rendering them incapable of further combat. Any skilled fighters? Heavy Gunner Chase's eyes widened as he observed the impending assault on the heart of the enemy. His gaze turned increasingly frigid, his fists clenched tightly, producing an ominous crack. He then directed his attention towards Lan Miansu. Sensing the chill in the air, Lan Miansu's expression shifted, and with a sigh, he shook his head and remarked, "This spectacle is unwatchable. We shall advance." In this instance, the exchange of personal favors to summon the old man for assistance revealed the recruitment activities in this area. Otherwise, Kaisi would undoubtedly have claimed this piece of meat and bone for himself. Spade Gear, after striking down an opponent with his staff, felt the hairs on his body stand on end as he instinctively crouched, just as a barely perceptible bullet whizzed past him. Gunfire. Even as he crouched, Spade Gear did not forget to thrust his staff forward and loudly warned his companions. Behind him, Hartheil, with narrowed eyes, stepped forward to become the leader, raising his shield with a fierce roar that forced back several assailants. Meanwhile, sparks flew from his shield as bullets pounded against it like relentless fists. Annoying. The young clubtor crossed his twin swords and slashed forward, instantly causing two adversaries to spatter blood and collapse to the ground. Suddenly, a figure leaped from the crowd, launching a powerful kick at Hartheil, who, as a practitioner with some achievement in his training, sensed the impending danger. He swiftly pushed forward and then turned to defend himself. Bang! The sound erupted, causing several pirates to retreat a few steps, fearful of the repercussions. Impressive. Indeed, one side had been gathering strength for some time, while the other was caught off guard, resulting in a confrontation with no clear victor. Well, I had thought you were merely skilled like the discarded dogs of the Flower Kingdom, but it seems there are indeed formidable fighters among you. Hal laughed heartily as he swung his axe. The slender figure in a pink long robe, Tao, forcefully glared with her right leg, using the shield's momentum to evade Hartheil's strike. Seeking death, enraged, Tao charged forward. Spadegear shot a warning glance at his younger brother Heil. Knowing such crude language was unbecoming of a knight, recognizing it as Heil's taunt, yet he could not escape a reprimand afterward. Well then, run 100 laps around the town. As Spadegear stood up and prepared to act, he immediately sensed a hint of danger. Turning his head, he noticed that while many pirates had dispersed, a new group had encircled them, and his attention was drawn to a skinny, gap-toothed pirate, the Old Man. For the unjust killing of his employer and subsequent plundering of merchant ships, he must be eliminated. With a surge of murderous intent that he forcefully suppressed, Spadegear charged toward the Old Man, closely followed by Club with his twin swords. The original formation of long spears quickly disbanded, as the trio of renowned knights led their respective groups into battle. The remaining 5, possessing the courage to accept the task, were undoubtedly stronger than ordinary folk. Among them, 4 belonged to a mercenary squad, while one had recently arrived from another island seeking rewards, and they now attacked the pirates without hesitation. This is an affront to an old man like me. The Old Man, wielding 2 metallic rolling pins, spun them in his hands while casting a self-deprecating glance at the mercenary approaching him. Although his words dripped with irony, his body was already bent slightly, a subtle manifestation of his readiness to exert himself. Having survived on the seas for over a decade, he relied first on audacity and second on caution. He would never underestimate any adversary. Pettigrew, I leave that scoundrel to you. With that, the Old Man swiftly dashed toward Spadegel. At his side was Pettigrew, the vice-captain of the Noodle pirate crew. Despite the seemingly unimposing name of their pirate band, both the captain, the Old Man, and this vice-captain, Pettigrew, were undoubtedly competent individuals, with the Old Man possessing exceptional skills in noodle-making. Understood, Pettigrew declared, his gaze fixed on Diamond Thor, his hands already resting on the grips of his pistols, capable of firing 2 rounds each. In an instant, he was poised, both guns aimed at the target. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed, and a pirate fell lifelessly to the ground. The battle had raged for 10 minutes, compounded by prior cannon fire. The pirates had likely calculated their timing well, appearing about 15 minutes ago. As the sun gradually ascended, the mist began to dissipate. Observing a comrade fall beside him, a turban-clad pirate turned to look back. Visibility, once limited to 10 meters, now stretched to 100 meters. In the distance, 6 figures approached in a staggered formation. At the center stood a figure bound in iron chains, wielding a scythe in the right hand and a lantern in the left. To the right was a limping man in a suit and top hat, while to the left loomed a scrawny boy brandishing a blade. Behind them were 2 armed individuals and one with a knife. The gunmen were Hada and Frank, with Wilt at the center, holding a knife. Wilt appeared most reluctant. Yet the 2 guns ominously pointed at him compelled him to advance. The weapons Hada wielded and Wilt's knife were procured during their time on Mermaid Island. A portion remained on their ship, while another had been dealt with by Vasily the previous afternoon. These weapons were highly sought after, especially with the impending crisis facing Parrot Island, allowing Raz and his crew to secure a profit even before the battle commenced. More of them? How bothersome. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. The heavy artillery chase, who had initially intended to rely on his subordinates to resolve the situation, had grown weary of this incessant cycle of appearances. With a flourish, he cast aside his green cloak and, muscles taut, began to approach the central figures of Mayor Blair and Captain Huaca. Raz looked skyward, the sun beat down, its brilliance somewhat blinding. Gripping his weapon tightly, he surveyed the approaching band of nearly 100 pirates, his lips twitching. February 14th, a day with not a cloud in the sky, a perfect day for murder. Chapter 42, Chaos of Battle, Kill. As the captain of their ship prepared to take matters into his own hands, the pirates began to retreat in haste. The originally 10-meter encirclement suddenly expanded to 30 meters, causing the Hogus brothers line to stretch outward. A dozen astute pirates, perceiving the captain's intent and realizing their chances for glory were dashed, shifted their focus to the recently arrived Raz and his crew. "Kill them," they shouted, charging forth with brazen audacity. Vasily let out a cold laugh, remarking, "Even among pirates, there are those who are foolish. We are not soft persimmons, we are hard stones." Echoing Vasily's sentiment, Raz let out a menacing laugh, his feet beginning to dance as he boldly charged ahead, weapon in hand. Kill. Though he had yet to take a life, the murderous intent gleamed fiercely in Raz's eyes. With a distance of 60 meters between them, both sides rushed forward, closing the gap in an instant. The pirates caught sight of the fearsome man, whose fierce demeanor and expression mirrored that of a frenzied captain, causing their hearts to tremble. In battle, the essence of conflict lies in momentum and an unwavering spirit of victory, and this was immediately evident between the two sides. Gripping his lantern tightly, Raz swung it with all his might as they drew within 6 meters of one another. The scythe, trailing behind him, was suddenly propelled by an unseen force, darting toward the right side of Raz with lethal swiftness. The blade glinted coldly, a blinding flash, before the leading trio could comprehend what had transpired. They staggered forward 2 more meters, only to feel a searing pain in their abdomens. Looking down, they beheld their own intestines oozing blood, spilling forth. Before they could utter a word of confusion, their companion beside them let out a horrific scream, collapsing to the ground. Such grievous wounds left no hope for survival. Crack! One pirate aimed his gun at the bizarre man, but before he could pull the trigger, a bullet hole appeared in his forehead. Thud! In the distance, Vasily steadied his revolver, targeting the one who had attempted to snipe Raz. Raz's momentum did not waver, after claiming the lives of 3 with his scythe. He swiftly closed the distance to the remaining pirates, entering their ranks like a tiger among sheep, unstoppable. Hammer, scythe, and iron chain became his weapons of choice. Evading a horizontal slash, Raz took a solid punch to the face. The blow was powerful, enough to incapacitate an ordinary person, yet Raz merely felt a slight impact, rubbing it off as though it were nothing. Observing the golden-haired man retreat several steps, the young man clad in a blue coat adorned with white spots felt a surge of triumph. However, upon seeing Raz's unscathed form and the predatory gleam in his eyes, he quickly grasped the harsh truth. The man before him was perilous, far beyond the capacity of a single adversary. "Be cautious, this fellow is formidable, Lon." Not far away, a slender woman with a fair visage cast her gaze in this direction. After a moment's contemplation, she swiftly dashed towards them. The young man, named May, was astonished by the scene, while the approaching woman was called Lon. The 2 individuals who had previously attacked Blair were Kiku and Take, names bestowed upon them by Chase. This ensemble, known as the Floral Guard, was comprised of the 5 members: Kiku, Take, Lon, May, and Tao. Kiku and Take were recruited from the outer seas during the time of the 8 Treasure Navy. Thus, when Chase was expelled from the Flower Kingdom, they departed alongside him. Lon, May, and Tao were talents in martial arts recruited over the past 3 years. All 3 were relatively young, and they, along with the others, practiced the steel fist technique, which is widely popular in the Land of Harmony, unlike the 8-burst fist, which is kept secret. The steel fist, as its name implies, is a technique characterized by its forceful strikes. In the Flower Kingdom, it is often said, to master the 8-burst, one must first hone the steel. The ferocity of the 8-burst fist surpasses that of the steel fist. Due to their training, the Floral Guard possessed combat prowess that exceeded that of ordinary pirates, placing them in a position akin to that of officers within a pirate crew. Kill. As he witnessed his captain wreaking havoc, Sturgeon's eyes widened, and his previously timid heart surged with newfound vigor. He let out a great shout and rushed towards his captain. Bang! The revolver fired again, this time wielded by a gunman, as it seemed Vasily had resolved to eliminate the shooters first. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Sturgeon's movement, which caused a subtle shift in his expression. "Do not approach the captain." Sturgeon, unaware of his captain's temperament, was oblivious to Vasily's knowledge. The Rose Manor on Ritter Island and the dock of Mermaid Island had become a gruesome battlefield, terrifying in its bloodshed, coupled with Rod's peculiar 6-meter-long weapon. Even they dared not approach recklessly, fearing the potential repercussions. At that moment, Sturgeon attempted to draw nearer to Rod, an act tantamount to seeking his own demise. Upon hearing Mr. Vasily's warning, Sturgeon abruptly halted mid-stride and turned to look at Vasily in confusion. Bang! Vasily had just shot down a pirate who attempted to close in on Sturgeon. Not far behind, Frank had already moved to the position where Sturgeon had previously stood. Vasily and Frank advanced forward by several meters, positioning themselves in the optimal spot for gunfire. "Do not approach the captain," Vasily reiterated without further elaboration. Sturgeon instantly grasped the implication. His first impression of Vasily was that of a composed and capable individual. Their shared dinner the previous night revealed Vasily's meticulousness, prompting Sturgeon to trust his warning without hesitation. With this understanding, he resolved to redirect his focus towards an enemy 20 meters to the left of the captain. This is his hometown. Although he does not particularly cherish it, he will not allow others to vandalize it. Kill. The young and fearless Sturgeon, having already vanquished 3 pirates, stands resolute. Though his physical strength may be lacking, his spirit is formidable. Observing this scene, Vasily cannot help but shake his head and nod. He scans the enemies with keen eyes and remarks, "Frank, keep an eye on that lad. Do not let him perish." "Understood," Frank responds. He shares a closer bond with Sturgeon, likely due to their shared status as orphans. After spending a night together, they have developed a mutual respect. And Frank will not idly watch his companion fall. During their days at Mermaid Island and while sailing, Frank has devoted much time to learning firearm techniques from Vasily. Although Frank possesses considerable strength, he is not particularly skilled, opting to wield a gun as his weapon of choice. With a flintlock pistol loaded with 2 rounds, he inhales deeply. Ignoring the surrounding noise, Frank's gaze fixates on a pirate who, armed with a spear, lurks behind his comrades, inching closer to Sturgeon, who stands ready to strike. Just as the spear-wielding pirate reveals a sinister grin and prepares to thrust at Sturgeon, Frank springs into action, resolutely pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet flies forth at a speed imperceptible to the average observer, and the pirate feels a sharp pain in his abdomen. Halting his advance to look down and discover he has been shot. Cold sweat pours down his brow as he retreats swiftly, seeking refuge. For a shot to the torso can often be treated, leaving the possibility of survival intact. "Not bad, but your accuracy requires refinement," Vasily comments. For a marksman of his caliber, Frank's performance earns only a lukewarm assessment. Had Vasily taken the shot, he would have struck his target with precision. Exhaling a deep breath, Frank remains unperturbed by both the successful hit and Vasily's words. He has matured into a seasoned warrior. Meanwhile, Sturgeon, agile and diminutive, evades his opponent's clumsy attacks while countering with his blade. However, his lack of strength means that even when he does land a blow, it only inflicts minor wounds upon his adversary, yet his fierce determination earns the recognition of both Vasily and Frank. Hada, witnessing the confrontation between his comrades and the enemy, feels a tremor of fear. In the past, he boasted of fearlessness after a drink, but faced with such a scenario, how could he remain calm? After all, he is but an ordinary man. "Do not move." Seeing Wilt's foot shift back 5 meters, Hada immediately aims his gun at him, aware of Wilt's significance. Until the captain issues a command for his release, Hadu will not permit him to flee. Wilt's expression stiffens. He has no intention of escaping. On this island, teeming with more parrots than people, where could he possibly hide? Venturing out to sea alone? That would be akin to courting death. The recent maneuver was merely an attempt to create some distance amidst the fierce conflict. "Fear not, dear brothers of the Hadada. For I am well aware of my own path, and shall not flee without cause." With the sun now illuminating the battlefield, the chaos of the skirmish has become painfully evident. The brutal clash of approximately 160 to 70 combatants, a sight Wild had only witnessed during gang wars, pales in comparison to the bloodshed witnessed here. Just 2 minutes prior, the artilleryman Chase had cast aside his green cloak and steadily advanced towards the beleaguered crew of Blair, who were struggling valiantly at the heart of the pirate circle. Upon witnessing their captain's intention to engage, the pirates instinctively made way. The parted throng revealed Chase's figure, causing a palpable shift in Blair's demeanor, for it was at this moment he truly comprehended the sheer terror that real pirates instill. This island has indeed experienced pirate assaults in the past, yet most often, the marauders were repelled by cannon fire before they could even set foot on the land. However, at this moment, the strength of these pirates is formidable, beyond their capacity to withstand. "Brother Ross, Brother Hoggus, it is now up to you." Blair's heart acknowledges that this crisis hinges upon the talents of these individuals. "Old man, I shall repay your previous kindness tenfold." The heavy gunner Chase, even with his fingers resembling claws, causing his fists to creak, bore a fierce gaze that compelled Blair to evade his wrath. As he touched the 3 wounds on his abdomen, inflicted by the elderly bird in a moment of carelessness, Chase resolved to shatter the bird's leg in retribution for this trifling injury. Chapter 43. Chase, the Steel Fist. As he strolled within 5 meters of his target, Chase slightly hunched his body, and with an explosive surge of power in his legs, the concrete beneath him showed signs of cracking. In mere 2 strides, he closed the 5-meter gap to a mere breath. Bathed in sunlight, his claw-like left fist gleamed as it aimed directly for Blair's face. In his parrot form, Blair's vision was somewhat limited, yet his hearing was magnified several times beyond that of an ordinary being. As Chase advanced, he propelled himself forward, his hands transforming into wings in synchrony. At that moment, the fist came crashing towards him, barely grazing his bird's claws. How perilous! This was the moment he had anticipated, seemingly foreseeing this exact instant as Chase unleashed his punch. He bent his body once more and, after the blow, sprang upward, delivering a powerful uppercut to the abdomen of the white-headed parrot. The blow caught Blair off guard, compounded by his earlier evasion that had lulled him into a false sense of security. Bang! The strike landed with such force that Blair instantly lost consciousness, propelled several meters into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the white-headed parrot gradually transformed back into Blair's original form, and he awakened upon hitting the ground. Gagging, a torrent of crimson blood erupted from Blair's mouth, indicating severe internal injury. "Damn it!" Captain Wark shouted, swinging his sword horizontally. Chase sidestepped, but having just executed an attack, his evasion was not flawless, and Wark's saber grazed his side. The pain did not deter Chase. As a member of the 8th Treasure Water Army, he was naturally adept at assault, earning him the formidable title of heavy artilleryman. With a swift pivot, Chase unleashed a powerful left hook, disregarding his wound. Despite Wark's efforts to retreat, he underestimated the range of Chase's strike. While an average person's arm spans roughly 70 centimeters, Chase's height of 1.9 meters granted him an arm span exceeding that by 30 centimeters. Coupled with his agile footwork, his punch connected squarely with Wark's left arm. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed, twisting Wark's face in agony as he dropped his weapon, clutching his injured limb, gritting his teeth to suppress any sounds of weakness. Wark met Chase's disdainful gaze, which regarded him as little more than refuse. With a sneer, Chase turned his back on Wark and advanced towards the crumpled, gasping Blair. The power of the devil fruit was indeed formidable, allowing someone like you to survive my blow, he thought, closing in on Blair with a menacing demeanor. Blair looked up in fear at the towering figure of the thief. It was a travesty that such a miraculous thing had fallen into the hands of a wretch like you. Chase had encountered devil fruit users during his service in the 8th Treasure Water Army. They were powerful, yet not insurmountable. His vengeful nature, coupled with his own plateau in skill, instilled in him a tinge of jealousy towards Blair. Coughing, observing the one who had previously wounded him now reduced to a pitiful state, Chase felt a deep sense of satisfaction swell within him. A smirk crept onto his lips as he raised his fierce fist high. With his right hand clenched, the tiger claw glimmered in the blazing sun. "Old man, go to hell," he bellowed, launching his fist forward, only to be met by an even swifter shadow. Blair. Gale's peripheral vision caught sight of Mayor Blair's predicament. Naturally, the fierce clash between the artilleryman and the legendary user of the devil fruit captivated the majority of those present. Witnessing Mayor Blair being sent flying by a single punch, Captain Huawei was swiftly defeated, leaving Blair in a perilous situation. Gale's eyes widened with fury as he thrust his staff forward like a dragon towards the old man. Having survived on the seas for over a decade, the old man was no slouch either. Wielding a pair of rolling pins with masterful skill, he faced Gale's approaching strike. Realizing evasion was futile, he crossed his staff over his arms and subsequently managed to accurately block the blow with his hands crossed over his chest. However, despite successfully parrying the attack, the immense force caused him to stagger back several meters, his arms trembling slightly, as he internally marveled at his opponent's extraordinary strength. "Mayor! Mr. Blair!" In a chorus of urgent exclamations, a shadow narrowly brushed past Chase's fist at a critical moment, subsequently coiling around his fist adorned with tiger claws. "Humph! A single punch could have dispatched the old man before me, but suddenly, an attack from the left ensnared Chase's wrist, imparting a force that caused his punch to veer off course. Feeling the terrifying martial arts approach, Blair, amidst his fear, felt an immense sense of relief. In the world of pirates, there were still principles of righteousness. Treating one's savior, especially a learned elder, with such disdain marked this individual as a disgrace among pirates. A flippant and haughty voice emerged from Chase's left side, prompting him to turn with a hostile glare. Clad in a white headscarf adorned with vibrant red flowers, The young man's golden locks peeked out, his youthful visage betraying an unsettling peculiarity. Approximately 5 meters apart, the youth gripped a peculiar weapon resembling a lantern. Composed of chains and a sickle, the latter entwined around his right wrist. Glancing sideways, Chase noted the chain's seemingly extraordinary material. "Are you meddling in affairs that are not yours?" Chase inquired harshly. This individual was unfamiliar to him, presumably recruited like the previous mercenaries. Now, Chase intended to assert his dominance through years of bloodshed and intimidation, keen to observe how his opponent would react. In just 5 terse words, Rod sensed a murderous intent and an unwavering resolve. While an ordinary person might be cowed into submission by such brevity, Rod's was anything but ordinary. His calm visage contorted as his lips curled upwards, resembling a predatory beast with a chilling gaze fixated on the towering man before him. "Meddling? Not at all. I merely wish to kill you." With that icy declaration, Chase felt a tug on his right wrist. Shifting sideways before he planted his robust right foot firmly on the ground, the sinews of his already muscular arm beginning to twist like a coiling serpent. Looking for death. With a surge of strength in his right arm, the chain connecting the two men instantly tightened, becoming taut. Despite the fierce expression on Roz's face, he remained unfazed. Though deep down he was somewhat astonished by the other's power. In this intense contest of strength, both individuals swiftly arrived at their conclusion. Rod's power was inferior to Chase's. Sensing this disparity, Chase revealed a smile, then with a sudden surge of force in his right arm, he unexpectedly pulled the previously contending spirit towards him. This initial tug was merely the beginning. Quick to react, Chase positioned his left arm with precision in the moment of exertion. As he drew his opponent in, he unleashed a powerful left hook. However, it was not only Chase, the seasoned pirate with 5 years of experience, who was adept in combat. Rhodes was equally skilled. In the instant he felt the pull, he seized the opportunity, utilizing the force exerted upon him. His body straightened as he executed a swift kick with his right leg towards Chase's lower body. The peculiar stance allowed Rhodes to evade Chase's heavy punch, while his own strike found its mark. A resounding thud echoed as Chase retaliated with a fierce kick from his right leg, sending Rhodes sprawling several meters away. Before Chase could assess the injury to his left leg, his right wrist relaxed, the chain having slipped from his grasp due to Rhodes's maneuver. He tested his left leg. Although there was discomfort, it was not significant, and his gaze shifted to the young man he had just sent flying. The sudden release of the chain indicated to Chase that his adversary still possessed combat capabilities. There stood Rhodes, undeterred, each hand wielding a lantern and a scythe, the long chain trailing behind him on the ground. Rubbing his left waist gently, he felt some pain but dismissed it, offering Chase a smile that caused the veins at his temples to bulge ominously. "You brat, reveal your name," Chase demanded, intent on confirming his opponent's identity and background. If Rhodes turned out to be someone of influence, he would not hesitate to spare his life. "Enough of your prattling. If you're going to fight, then fight. What need is there to inquire about names? Do you intend to report to Yama about your grandfather?" With a loud shout, Rhodes displayed no hint of fear. Gripping his scythe tightly, he swung it forcefully. The lantern, with an attack range of 6 meters, surged forward. Faced with the whistling lantern that struck like a hammer, Chase sneered disdainfully, taking a step back just in time to let the weapon graze past his nose. Rhodes, far from being disheartened, revealed a glimmer of pride. The assault of the lantern continued unabated, akin to a cannonball, obliterating a startled individual attempting to evade it, causing a gruesome spray of red and white that terrified several nearby pirates. It was only then that some turned their gaze towards the direction from which this individual had come, discovering a grim scene littered with corpses. The remains were horrific, at least in the eyes of the pirates, with severed limbs and blood mingling with brain matter, presenting a ghastly sight devoid of any semblance of wholeness. Further away, a frail youth was retching violently, seemingly overwhelmed by the grotesque spectacle. This fellow should not be underestimated. Abandoning his previous contempt, Chase discreetly moved his arm, a habitual gesture before a fight and a sign of his seriousness. Observing Chase's newfound seriousness, Rod smiled fearlessly, his peripheral vision sweeping over the pirates, who seemed deserving of their fate. Suddenly, a subtle white glow emerged from the corpse previously crushed by Rod's, intensifying his smile. "Trash, become my strength." Clearly, in Rod's eyes, this group of pirates was gradually transforming into a source of wealth. "Kill." Both sides roared in unison and charged forward, albeit with their targets slightly misaligned. Chapter 44. The scales tipped. Vasily casually surveyed the site of Rod's earlier battle, where a dozen pirates lay lifeless, before redirecting his focus towards Rodz's current battlefield. Simultaneously, his peripheral vision caught sight of several individuals he had been keenly observing. Noticing that the village elder, Blair, was being shielded by several villagers amidst the chaos, Gel let out a sigh of relief. Very well, this means I can deal with you seriously, old Toothless. Gel addressed the toothless pirate, Lan Mian-So. In a calm tone, Lan Mian-So did not respond immediately, instead surveying Gel's two companions, seemingly pondering something. Then, with a sudden realization, he remarked, I believe I've heard of you. You are the 3J brothers, right? The stubborn knights. Seemingly recalling their reputation, he sneered. Knights? This era has no need for knights. Remembering the identity of his opponent, Lan Mian-So grew cautious. Even if they lacked any particularly terrifying achievements, they were still worthy of his respect. For even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Knights, regardless of the era, they shall never be extinguished. Gel, neither arrogant nor anxious, advanced slowly towards him, his staff rotating with deliberate slowness. Just as both believed they were in optimal positions, they moved simultaneously. Sweep, block, shoot. Two individuals wielding 3 sticks engaged in a fierce clash, their movements reminiscent of a tempest, while Gear, the leader of the trio, felt a surge of excitement. Having been deeply influenced by his father's teachings since childhood, amidst their battle, Gear's 2 younger brothers were equally unyielding, confronting their respective adversaries with fervor. The youth clad in peach attire, known as Tao, adept in the steel fist technique, faced the versatile shield axe warrior, the Crimson Heartile. Simultaneously, the formidable firearms expert, Pettigrew, contended with Blockthor, who embodied the legacy of Western swordsmanship. The various battlegrounds erupted into a spectacle of intensity and brilliance. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed as Vasily dispatched every armed opponent within his line of sight, fully aware of the lethal potential of his weapon. To safeguard his comrades and subordinates, eliminating threats with a skill was the duty of a marksman. Scythe. Hammer. Rather than confronting the heavy artillery specialist Chase head-on, Rodz recognized that his experience points were being harvested by others, stirring a sense of urgency within him. He could not allow the enemy general to be vanquished while his own experience points were siphoned away. Flee, little brat. As Chase seized the moment to eliminate Rodz's lesser subordinates, he unleashed a powerful punch, sending Rodz, struck squarely, tumbling several meters, a testament to the force behind Chase's blow. How many had he slain? Countless? Then let the carnage continue. He had lost track of how many orbs of light had been absorbed to nourish his being. A crimson hue began to tint Rodz's eyes, a sign that emerged only after several prior slaughters. Kill. Struggling to rise, a roar escaped him, prompting Chase to glance over in surprise. His punch, regardless of its timing, strength, or impact, was capable of shattering bones or extinguishing lives in an instant, certainly beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. Yet, this individual before him seemed unaffected, rising as if unscathed, signaling to Chase that he must exert his full strength to conclude this confrontation. With legs bent, his body sprang forth, his right arm raised in a formidable display of power, intent on delivering a decisive blow. As he inhaled and exhaled, Chase's breathing became remarkably rhythmic, a technique derived from the Flower Nation, accessible only to its elite. An imperceptible energy surged towards his right arm, causing it to swell imperceptibly. A pulse fist. In a matter of strides, Chase closed the distance of 7 to 8 meters, his fist, imbued with the ferocity of a tiger's claw, aimed directly at Rodz's head. This punch was several times more powerful than previous attacks. Chase firmly believed that should this blow connect, it would undoubtedly claim his opponent's life. It seemed that he had anticipated this moment. In response to the impending strike, Rhodes surprisingly executed a bridge maneuver, evading his adversary's confident assault in such an unconventional manner. Just as the punch was unleashed, a formidable force akin to a gust of wind surged forth. Confronted with this overwhelming shockwave capable of disrupting equilibrium, Rhodes instantly collapsed to the ground, while the area in front of Chase's fist transformed into a cone-shaped zone, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. This is the formidable prowess of the 8-Chung Fist, a powerful assault propelled by breath, strength, and technique, each move imbued with the force of impact. A flaw. With keen insight, Chase seized this opportunity. Elated, he summoned an explosive force in his right leg and unleashed a fierce kick. 8-Chung Fist, martial leg. Channeling energy through his toes, he aimed a thrust at his opponent's chest before they could react. Die, you fool. Roaring in fury, Chase felt a surge of confidence. This kick would land. Boom. A shadow hurtled toward a direction under the blazing sun. Thud. Crash. It was seen that Roz collided forcefully with the wall of a makeshift structure, coming to a halt. The faint, unpleasant odor surrounding the area clearly indicated it was a restroom. How was this possible? Chase's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the man rising once more. Utterly astonished, his previous 2 attacks, each capable of effortlessly shattering stone or splitting wood, had failed to subdue this opponent. Despite Roz's formidable physique, to withstand the impact of his 8-chong fist was something Chase had only witnessed in monstrous beings. Slowly rising, Roz's eyes burned with intensity as he gingerly touched his ribs, relieved to find they were unbroken. In that fleeting moment, he forcibly twisted his body to evade further attacks. Yet the pain in his abdomen threatened to drown him in despair. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! After several exchanges, both combatants had come to understand each other's strengths. One practiced fierce techniques and excelled in offense, while the other relied on innate talent for defense. Their confrontation reached an equilibrium. In the world, all things divide into yin and yang. Fighting and killing are no different. When human strength wanes, one typically chooses a path between offense and defense that suits them best. Offense is undeniably the pursuit of ultimate lethality, emphasizing the destruction of the enemy with a single strike. Defense is simpler. One must evade, block, and protect oneself from harm while seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Excessive defense breeds flaws, while relentless offense leads to fatigue. Once both parties discern the other's level of capability, it becomes a clash of spear and shield, with the victor determined by the superiority of their methods. Bang! Bang! 2 successive shots forced the enemy back, and Vasily's heart sank. He was down to just 2 bullets. Throughout this skirmish, he had found no opportunity to replenish the cartridges for his revolver. Unlike the bullets for flintlock pistols, those for revolvers needed to be procured through certain channels affiliated with the Gallo family. In this fierce battle, he initially possessed 11 bullets. After dispatching 6 adversaries with 6 shots, he found himself targeted by an enraged pirate. Previously, on this battlefield, 2 members of the Flower Guard confronted the formidable Roz. Yet they underestimated his raw strength. Seizing an opportunity after creating a momentary opening, Roz swiftly severed the throat of Lon, a striking female pirate, which caused the other, May, who had been wounded by Vasily's bullet, to flee in terror. However, after the village chief Blair was incapacitated, the duo tasked with dealing with the parrot people, Zhu and Zhu, found themselves unoccupied. Zhu, in particular, was infuriated upon witnessing the murder of his beloved Lon. Hesitant to confront the captain's opponent, he instead focused his ire on the limping gunslinger. With agility and erratic dodging, hitting him proved to be a formidable challenge. Vasily, calculating internally, recalled that he had already fired 2 shots, both narrowly missing their target. As the adversary drew closer, he sensed the looming danger. Observing Frank retreating with the dazed sturgeon, Vasily's concentration intensified, and a plan began to form in his mind. Though Zhu had joined Chase earlier, his prowess was comparable to that of Lon, May, and Tao, indicating that his innate talent was not as formidable as theirs. Unlike attacking, evasion was clearly Zhu's forte. Despite his anger, the lean Zhu felt a flicker of retreat. That limping gunslinger's marksmanship was indeed formidable, having narrowly missed him twice. To assert he would risk everything for Lon would be an exaggeration. Their relationship had recently encountered turbulence. Lon's superior martial prowess had led to a gradual shift in power, resulting in some discord between them. Their connection had merely arisen from mutual needs during the monotony aboard the ship or in bed. Now, faced with peril, Zhu was naturally inclined to abandon ship. Bang! A bullet struck the ground beneath Zhu, prompting him to leap aside to evade it. If the captain could eliminate that fool, then revenge would be served. And he could disregard the limping man. With a flick of his wrist, Vasily's revolver underwent a slight alteration. Unbeknownst to him, Vasily raised his gun once more, calming himself to shoot. Click! A misfire. Vasily's eyes widened in disbelief. This shot was a blank. Had he run out of bullets? Zhu's eyes sparkled with realization. Was the adversary out of ammunition? With newfound confidence, he charged forward, albeit with a degree of caution. Seeing this, Vasily turned to flee, his steps unsteady and far slower than Zhu's. In a state of panic, Vasily glanced back, only to find the man in green had already closed the distance. He hastily raised his weapon to shoot. In a moment of alarm, Zhu dodged, only to feel elation soon after. Click. Another blank. Precision and marksmanship? It mattered little without bullets. With a sinister grin, Zhu laughed maniacally, declaring, "Limping fool, for Lon, may you descend to hell to atone for your sins." 2 empty gunshots rang out, and Zhu was certain that there were no bullets left. The terror etched on his opponent's face spoke volumes. 5 meters. 3 meters. Zhu leaped into action, his right fist coiled with power, ready to strike. In that fleeting moment, he witnessed the limping man panic and turn, hastily raising his pistol. Though a hint of coldness flickered across his countenance. Bang! A flash of fire erupted. The two collided, tumbling together. Chapter 45, The Clash of Forces ceases. Block. 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 Each punch landed forcefully against the shield, resonating with a thud, thud sound. Redheart Hire taunted the young man in the pink attire with crude jibes. Indeed, the young man, impetuous in his youth, felt provoked and unleashed his steel fists upon his adversary. Blow after blow, he believed he could shatter the opponent's defenses. Steel fists. Huh. 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 You flamboyant little imp. Steel fists? Is that not a woman's fighting style? Haya scoffed. Yet, despite his derision, Hire could not afford to be careless. Verbal jabs were one thing, but the essence lay in the superiority of one's raw strength. Feeling the force rebounding from the shield, he sensed a shift in the opponent's power. Most crucially, he detected the chilling presence looming behind him. Hire knew it had to be his elder brother, who strictly adhered to the chivalric code. Steel fists. Once more. He deflected a punch, and with a sudden surge of strength, Hire charged forward. Among the brothers, he boasted the greatest strength, opting for the shield to serve as the bulwark for his comrades, complemented by a short axe that equally contributed to his formidable prowess. With a shield that he had charged for a considerable time, he caught Tao off guard. Staggering backward, Tao exposed a vulnerability, and in the realm of skilled combat, even the slightest lapse could cost one their life. The flying axe. Gleaming coldly, a shadow rushed towards Tao's neck under the blazing sun. In his clumsy retreat, Tao was unable to leverage any strength. He could only watch helplessly as the short axe descended upon him. Thud. The head, marked with the imprint of peach blossoms, rolled upon the ground, revealing the terror etched across its features. The chilling sensation that followed made Hire's expression instantly darken. As a knight, sparing the innocent was a fundamental tenet of their combat code. Yet after so many years, how many knights adhered to such principles? However, the Horgus family was indeed an anomaly. In their quest to avoid harming the innocent, they had removed the blade from their spears, targeting only the truly wicked. And they consistently instilled this ethos in their younger kin. Contemplating the ensuing troubles, Hire reluctantly retrieved the short axe from the blood-stained earth and secured it to his waist, resolutely deciding to rely solely on his shield for defense. In stark contrast to the relatively composed Hire, Thor, a swordsman of remarkable talent, danced through the crowd wielding twin blades. The dual swords whirled gracefully, and clad in armor that protected his vital points. He resembled a knight from the Middle Ages performing upon a stage, though his target was not a princess, but rather pirates. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out in quick succession. One narrowly missed, while the other struck the opponent's armor, causing him to stagger. Pettigrew sought to pursue, but the adversary swiftly vanished into the throng. Damn it! As slippery as an eel. Pettigrew muttered a curse. The individual before him, reminiscent of a knight from a bygone era, was remarkably nimble. This was already the 7th shot he had fired, with only 1 round left in his short gun. He needed to reload. As he contemplated this, Pettigrew stepped back, attempting to create some distance for reloading his firearm. At that moment, the figure of Blockthor, partially concealed behind the pirate, lunged forward, aiming directly for Pettigrew. During a previous reloading, Pettigrew had made similar movements, and it was evident that Thor had been observing his opponent as subtle actions. With a grim expression, Pettigrew shifted backward, aiming his short gun at the advancing Thor, who was undeterred by the weapon aimed at him. Firearms do not enhance true prowess, Thor said coldly, advancing steadily with his twin swords at the ready. As he drew nearer to his target, he knew he could claim the opponent's head. Die, you shall die, Pettigrew thought, feeling a surge of panic as he faced an enemy who approached fearlessly, even with a firearm trained upon him. In the face of such rapid advance, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet burst forth from the barrel with a velocity imperceptible to the ordinary eye. Thor, whose attention was solely fixated on Pettigrew, felt a chill rise from his chest. Although he could not discern the path of the bullet, he understood precisely where it had originated. With unwavering focus, he unsheathed the twin swords that were crossed behind him. One swift stroke emitted a sharp clang, accompanied by a flurry of sparks. Moving with the nonchalance of an untroubled individual, Thor advanced towards his target, thrusting his swords forward, one aimed at the chest and the other at the kidneys. The blade effortlessly penetrated the body of the pirate Pettigrew, A wave of air surged through the central area, causing the pirates to struggle to maintain their footing, thus clearing a significant space. No one was foolish. They were acutely aware of their own capabilities. In such a tumultuous environment, being caught in the fray equated to a death sentence. As gasps of astonishment echoed around, Chase's expression began to darken. Amidst the pirates' cries, Lon, Zhu, Tao, and Pettigrew had all succumbed to their fates. The deaths of the cadre members started to erode the morale of the lesser pirates, a foreboding sign indeed. Glaring at the man not far from him, whose blood flowed profusely yet still exhibited tenacity, Chase could not contain his fury. Why? You are not even from this island. Why go to such lengths? Despite being on the offensive, Chase held the advantage, having disarmed his opponents. Die was the only response he received, as if his adversary were merely a beast driven by primal instincts. Indeed, the warrior before him embodied the very essence of a wild animal, utilizing fists, legs, teeth, and head as weapons against him. Each move was lethal, targeting vital spots, and the opponent's formidable physique was anything but a mere stationary target, inflicting considerable damage upon Chase. Madman! Madman! He shouted in exasperation, raising his fist for yet another counterattack. He believed that his opponent's injuries had affected their internal organs, unlike his own, which were merely superficial. If he persisted, the other would surely perish. Eight-fist punch, martial fist, witnessing several skilled allies fall. The old man felt a pallor wash over him, compounded by the fact that he had been struck by the opponent's staff. This adversary indeed possessed formidable skills, leaving the old man feeling increasingly overwhelmed. The recent deaths of his first mate and the youth in the peach-colored attire further diminished the 3J brothers' fighting strength, sowing seeds of retreat in the cautious old man. You are afraid. With a smirk gracing the corners of his mouth, Guer reveled in the fact that his opponent's rhythm of battle had fallen entirely under his control. Yet, he had no desire to end the man's life. As the two engaged in several more rounds of combat, the elder's brow glistened with cold sweat. He attempted to utter a few words, but such a movement appeared to Guo as nothing more than an opening. With a swift advance, he charged forward, channeling his strength into a powerful thrust of his staff. This strike, or rather this shot, was now unavoidable in the elder's gaze. Under the might of this formidable blow, he perceived a fleeting glimpse of the lion's ferocity. This was intent, pure intent. Such a phenomenon is typically only attainable by martial artists and sword masters who have reached a certain level. These formidable individuals, endowed with intent, can occasionally manifest earth-shattering images with each strike and stance. The opponent, capitalizing on the moment, approached with unsettling intent. The old man, caught off guard, sensed impending peril but found himself unable to evade the attack, forced to feebly defend his vital points with dual staffs, surrendering to fate. Bang! It was as if swords had clashed. The old man's two short staffs shattered instantaneously, and his body soon faced a second onslaught. Thud! Lacking a pointed weapon, the attack did not pierce the old man's flesh, yet he felt no relief. A sharp pain twisted through his abdomen, accompanied by the ominous crack of several ribs. Hissing, the old man was hurled to the ground, curling into a defenseless position. Exhaling a breath of foul air, Black Spadger stood tall. Observing the faltering spirit of the pirates, he addressed the old man, saying, "Thank you for your instruction. The sins of my two brothers shall be mine to bear. I ought to have taken your life, but this time I shall spare you." Though he spared the man's life, Gur was far from willing to let him go so easily. If he merely allowed the old man to depart, he understood the consequences that might arise. He was aware that the old man would not perish from this encounter, and his gaze began to shift towards the central battlefield, the sole arena of conflict. At this moment, many of the pirates, who had shifted from advantage to disadvantage, also ceased their actions. Of course, the number of pirates had dwindled to less than half, with the majority having fallen to Raz's hand. The pirates were not fools. On the contrary, most who could survive in the treacherous seas possessed considerable intelligence. Realizing their fortunes had turned, with leaders dead, injured, or fled, the ultimate outcome of the battle now rested on their captain. If Captain Chase could prevail, there remained a glimmer of hope for a comeback. Otherwise, surrender would be their only recourse. As glances converged upon him, Heavy Gunner Chase unleashed a barrage of powerful punches. Fully aware of the precarious situation at hand, yet relieved that the opposing fools had not banded together against him. All he needed was to eliminate him. Chase's expression grew increasingly frenzied. The promising situation teetered precariously, yet who could have foreseen this? Kill. 8 burst fist. Martial fist. 8 burst fist. Martial leg. The 8-burst fist of the Flower Kingdom is formidable, so much so that when perfected, it can awaken the power of armament hockey. When combined with armament hockey, the 8-burst fist can be referred to as the ultimate technique. This style encompasses various forms of attack, including fists, feet, and head strikes. And in the hands of Chase, it generates a formidable ferocity. Typically, the citizens of the Flower Kingdom tend to focus their training in one direction, either on punches or kicks. However, the audacious and ambitious Chase boldly pursues mastery in both. It is precisely this duality that prevents him from breaking through the barrier of hockey, a goal so tantalizingly close, yet perpetually out of reach. Rose's eyes glowed with a fierce crimson hue, his headband long lost, and his striking golden hair shone brilliantly. Yet the contortion of his face and the bloodstains rendered him eerily unsettling. In contrast to Chase's gradual descent into madness, Rose had already succumbed to insanity. Each punch delivered by his opponent, though weakened by the curse of hell, he could barely withstand. This tenuous endurance slowly tilted the scales of victory. This notion can be interpreted as the essence of martial arts, akin to the sword intent. The exquisite sword techniques of Zoro can also be elucidated through this concept, adhering to the established framework of this narrative. Chapter 46. The first victory as a pirate. This fellow fights with a chaotic yet ordered style. He is truly a lunatic. The Red Hardtail, with a short axe at his side, approached his elder brother Gel, observing the two combatants engage in a savage brawl, filled with astonishment. Chase is on the verge of defeat. The more seasoned Black Spade Gel murmured to himself, then responded, "Indeed, he resembles a madman. It is precisely individuals like him who are the most troublesome on the sea." Surely not. It appears that the pirate from the Flower Kingdom is dominating that fellow. This was clearly contrary to what you had said, brother. After defeating an enemy, Squarethor proceeded to subdue those who attempted to resist, of course. This meant rendering them incapable of fighting. With his brother already having resolved the battle, they dared not defy him in his presence. "Thor, your perception is lacking," teased Red Hardtail. Continuing, while it seems that Chase is overpowering Rose, the rhythm of their fight has indeed changed. Among the gathered spectators, Rose continued to attack Chase with relentless ferocity, while Chase's demeanor had shifted dramatically. Regardless of how he struck, this opponent seemed impervious, rising again to retaliate. Though the strength of Rose's attacks was not particularly formidable, it could not counteract the strategy of exchanging injuries. Gel nodded, observing the two brothers drawing closer, and coldly remarked, "Afterward, we shall run 100 laps around the island." "Ah, brother, please no." The faces of Hale and Thor instantly paled. This was the drawback of their overly serious elder brother, who adhered strictly to the ancient knightly code, believing that sometimes one must judge the worthiness of a foe before delivering a fatal blow. "As punishment, I shall run alongside you." Listening to Doger's words, the two individuals no longer wore frowns of despair. They understood that this punishment was inevitable. Alas, cursed be the wretches. Why do you not perish already? As they felt the gaze of the crowd upon them, the oppressive atmosphere inevitably disturbed their mental equilibrium, compounded by the unwavering tenacity of their opponent, which caused Kaisi to lose his composure. In a moment of impulsive aggression, he launched a heavy blow, only to find his adversary advancing rather than retreating. His expression changed drastically, as this mad dog had employed such retaliatory tactics before, seemingly certain that Kaisi's assault would not be fatal. This lunatic occasionally absorbed his attacks with sheer physicality, then seized the opportunity to counterstrike. "Damn it, perish." This time, Chase resolutely refrained from defense, channeling his energy through his left arm, aiming solely at his opponent's head. "It's over," declared Spadegur. Was the outcome about to be determined? Vasily pondered uncertainly. It remained unclear whether Raz's consciousness was intact at that moment, or if it was merely his body's instinct to fight. After withstanding the opponent's right punch, he tightly gripped the opponent's arm and, with a crouch to evade the next attack, leapt upward with tremendous force. A resounding thud echoed as Raz's skull collided with Chase's chin, the sharp crack unmistakably indicative of a dislocated and fractured jaw. Yet, Raz's counterattack was far from concluded. After striking the opponent's chin, he ensnared Chase's waist with his legs and, opening his mouth wide, lunged towards Chase's throat to bite. "Ah!" The sound emerged somewhat hoarse, as he felt the enemy gnawing at his vital area. In retaliation, he relentlessly pounded his fist against his adversary. One punch. Thud. Another punch. Thud, thud, thud. After a flurry of strikes, Chase suddenly found it difficult to breathe. His throat and windpipe had been compromised. Realizing his opponent had released him, Chase desperately clutched his throat, but the surging blood and struggle for air made it clear to him that death was imminent. With a heavy thud, Chase collapsed to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust as the onlookers turned their attention towards him. It would indeed be foolish not to discern the victor at this juncture. Spitting out a mouthful of blood and flesh, Roz, his mouth stained crimson, slowly turned and walked 20 paces with a stoic expression, retrieving the weapon discarded during the earlier skirmish. He approached Chase, who was clinging to life. Die. As the side sliced through his throat, Roz's gaze shifted towards Gur, who had previously spoken. Since intervention was futile, he resigned himself to the outcome. All is well. A slight bow, and Gur turned to leave with his captive, the other two following suit after exchanging knowing glances. A barely perceptible white orb appeared above the corpse of Heavy Gunner Chase, seemingly drawn to something, swiftly moving towards the lantern in Roz's hand. Under the blazing sun, the lantern flickered with a glimmer of light, unnoticed by all. With eyes marred by blood, Roz surveyed the surroundings, raising his weapon high, as if to declare his triumph. Thud. The silhouette seemed to expend its final strength before collapsing heavily. Roz. Captain Roz. Accompanied by the exclamations of his comrades, Roz sank into a deep slumber. This is a manifestation of exhaustion, compounded by significant injury, and the unconscious Roz, having succumbed to slumber, remains oblivious to the events that ensue. Although the weather has gradually softened, a little girl strolling alone by the seaside continues to wear her usual flimsy attire. The new clothes, procured by Dr. Kloba, have once again been seized by her aunt for her cousin, and despite the biting cold outside, she has grown accustomed to it. Recently having passed the archaeology examination, Robin now finds herself somewhat vexed, as Dr. Clover has prohibited her from further studies of ancient scripts, leaving her, after finally finding enthusiasm, deeply disappointed. In her boredom, she wanders to the shore, only to be drawn in by a peculiar laughter, where she encounters her first friend. Little does she know that this friendship heralds an unforeseen destiny. 2 days later, Roz awakens to the rumbling of his stomach, his gaze falling upon the ceiling. Attempting to rise, he quickly realizes his body is beset by aches. Alas, despite the overwhelming discomfort, this does not deter Roz from stretching languidly. A wave of relief washing over him, prompting an involuntary moan of pleasurable pain. Oh, how sweet yet agonizing. Once the pleasure subsides, pain inevitably returns. Roz, you're awake. Frank's voice calls from nearby. As Roz struggles to turn his head, he catches sight of Frank hurriedly rising from a recliner. With palpable excitement, Frank exclaims, Roz, you were incredible. That heavy artillery man, you defeated him outright. Roz offers a wry smile, acknowledging that he may have overestimated his own abilities, or perhaps underestimated his foe. A man of renown at sea, who has survived for years, should not be taken lightly. Frank, what of my injuries? Oh, Roz, your injuries are not severe. The doctor has examined you. It's merely a case of overexertion, resulting in some muscle strains. There are a few injuries to your bones, but nothing is broken or fractured. With some rest, you should recover well. What a relief. Roz breathes a sigh of relief, grateful that it would not require the month-long recuperation he endured previously. By the way, what is the state of affairs in the battle? Though physically fatigued, Roz is mentally alert, eager to inquire about the ongoing conflict. With Roz's victory over Chase, the battle reached its conclusion. The heavy artillery man Chase lay dead, along with his flower guard, Bamboo, Orchid, and Peach. Plum managed to flee, while Chrysanthemum surrendered. Captain Ramen of the Ramen pirate crew was captured, and his first mate, Pettigrew, was killed. Approximately 100 of the invading pirates had perished, leaving around 30 survivors. The losses on Parrot Island were similarly significant. Village Chief Blair suffered severe injuries, having only just been deemed out of danger by the doctor yesterday, and he would likely require an extensive period of recuperation. Captain Harker has sustained a fracture in his left arm, with one segment of the bone shattered, likely rendering him disabled for an extended period. Meanwhile, nearly 50 members of the City Defense Force have perished, with over 20 casualties. This is quite considerable for a unit that has yet to undergo rigorous training. In recent days, the atmosphere on Parrot Island has been decidedly somber, devoid of the joy that typically accompanies victory, overshadowed instead by the sorrow of family and friends lost in battle. Are you really taking just this one pirate with you? Surely, he must be a significant prize, Vasily remarked, observing the Hoggus brothers as they bid farewell to those around them. Today marks the Hoggus brothers' departure from the island. Apart from receiving their due rewards in the captured elder, they carried nothing else with them. The days spent together allowed Vasily to grow familiar with the three knights. Although Vasily and his companions were pirates, The recent conflict had alleviated any lingering distrust they harbored. Furthermore, Vasily found himself engaging in delightful conversation with Red Heart Hale. "We have already claimed our rightful rewards. The rest does not belong to us," Hale replied quietly, casting a glance at his stern elder brother. Evidently weary of the island's surroundings after days of running along its shores. Acknowledging the adherence to certain rules on the part of his interlocutor, Vasily nodded and directed his gaze towards Gur, who was carrying the captured elder. "Are you not going to take this man's life? I believe a head would be far more convenient to carry." The Navy's bounties are categorized into two types, one for live captures, typically reserved for criminals of value to the world government, and the other for the deceased, as long as the identity of a dead criminal is confirmed. A bounty can still be claimed, and a severed head is certainly the most recognizable token. Previously, Hale had shown mercy by sparing the elder's life, a decision Gur described as an act of atonement. "You are strong. You decide." Though Vasily found this method of atonement somewhat unusual, he refrained from voicing his concerns. "I admire your approach, but it would be wise to show no mercy toward pirates," Vasily cautioned the Haugus brothers, yet Gur appeared unperturbed. "They had their own code of conduct. You should pay more attention to your captain," Thor retorted. Gur raised his hand to silence Thor. Bidding farewell to Vasily, "We shall take our leave now." Hale smiled at Vasily and said, "Next time we meet, the drink is on you." "I truly look forward to it." Chapter 47, O'Hara, West Sea, O'Hara. This island, steeped in history, witnessed the germination of a seed from the world tree over 5 millennia ago. Through the relentless passage of time, this seedling burgeoned into a magnificent tree. Known as the Tree of Knowledge, appear to the illustrious Tree of Treasure, Adam, and the Tree of Light, Eve. Its age of over 5,000 years speaks volumes. And in the years that followed, a multitude of scholars congregated here, bestowing upon the place the revered title of a sanctuary for intellect. Scholars from across the globe have sent their works here, be they treatises, tomes, or academic papers, so that, through the accumulation of knowledge, this locale earned yet another moniker, the largest library in the world. Years ago, Dr. Kloba traversed the globe in pursuit of history, resulting in his apprehension by the Navy on numerous occasions. However, his burgeoning fame led to his release each time. The illustrious Dr. Clover returned to his homeland, arriving in O'Hara, thus further enhancing the region's reputation as a bastion of archaeology. This place was destined to flourish, yet at that very moment, this world-renowned island faced impending obliteration. Quickly, cast all the books down. Scholars from various corners toiled to hurl their tomes into the lake that bordered the island. As the ominous sound of cannon fire echoed around them, an ominous harbinger of death that could claim their lives. Yet, in that critical moment, they seemed to regard the books as more precious than their own lives. History must not be forgotten. On this day, news spread across the West Sea regarding the annihilation of O'Hara, deemed perilous due to its research on history that the world government sought to erase. The revelation soon reached the broader world. As he swiftly scanned the newspaper, Rhodes felt a weight upon his heart. The issuance of the extermination decree signified the destruction of that illustrious island in the West Sea. Was this truly the Navy's explanation? They claimed to have arranged for evacuation ships, yet those vessels met with disaster and sank. The quarrel between Frank and Stigan reached Rhodes's ears. And while others might remain oblivious, he knew all too well the reasons behind O'Hara's demise. The study of the century of history expunged by the world government contained elements potent enough to destabilize its reign. To prevent the leakage of information and to thwart the escape of scholars, they had even sunk their own evacuation ships. This encapsulates all that the world government has done to O'Hara. Is it possible that Mayor Blair remains unaware of this news? Let us ensure that the villagers here refrain from informing him. Frank, upon hearing Rod's words, paused momentarily before nodding and dashing outside. Blair, though a scholar focused on ornithology, was not beyond the reach of familiar faces on that island. It is a sanctum for scholars, a haven where intellects converge from all corners of the earth to pursue knowledge. Slowly rising, Rod vaguely recalled that the learned individuals there once safeguarded certain tomes with their very lives. "Vasily, how fares our ship?" Rod's gaze fell upon Vasily, who had just entered, having been the one to manage these matters over the past few days. "Since you vanquished Chase, their pirate vessel now counts as our spoils of war. We have two options. One is the medium-sized sailing ship that Chase commanded, although its current state is rather poor. The other is the slightly smaller vessel belonging to the Ramen pirate crew, which can typically accommodate around 30 souls." Rod promptly inquired, "What of the larger ship? Perhaps due to the recent storm or the numerous battles it has endured, including our latest skirmish, that ship requires extensive repairs." It would take at least half a month to restore it, Vasily explained. After a moment of silence, Rod decisively stated, then we shall take the smaller one. Vasily regarded Rod with a curious expression. He had expected Rod to choose the larger ship. Sensing Vasily's confusion, Rod gestured towards the newspaper. Have you seen the news about O'Hara's destruction by the Buster Call? Vasily's countenance darkened slightly. The effortless obliteration of such a renowned island would instill dread in anyone. O'Hara is a sanctuary for scholars. Vasily lamented. I wish to see it for myself. Rod declared earnestly. O'Hara? O'Hara. Vasily fell silent, seemingly lost in thought before softly replying. It may be perilous. The Navy has just unleashed a Buster Call there. Danger is highly probable. Let us first scout the open sea. If danger arises, we shall retreat. Sturgeon interjected, casting his gaze upon the two. Truth be told, he too yearned to glimpse the island he had only seen in newspapers. Our manpower is inadequate to maneuver that medium-sized sailing ship, Rod concluded. Then we shall recruit sufficient hands on this island. Suddenly recalling something, Vasily remarked. Perhaps we could absorb the forces of the two defeated factions. As Roz cast a questioning glance, Vasily continued, such occurrences are quite common upon the vast ocean. Most pirates merely seek to earn their daily bread. The victors possess the authority to execute the vanquished, and incorporating them into our ranks remains one of the options. Should we muster enough audacity, we could swiftly forge a formidable force. Naturally, it would be prudent to eliminate any leaders among the recruited pirates. We cannot ascertain whether they might poison our provisions or stab us in the back. Sensing the merit in Vasily's words, Roz too began to ponder this strategy. Should they directly accept this band of pirates, their crew would attain a modest scale. Vasily, select around 20 skilled individuals, prioritizing navigators, cooks, and shipwrights. Offer compensation in accordance with our standards and organize the personnel promptly. Understood. Vasily replied with a nod. Roz then turned his gaze towards Sturgeon and inquired, Sturgeon, you are aware of the location of the ship I desire, are you not? Sturgeon promptly rose, responding respectfully, Captain, I am indeed aware. Then lead me to inspect our future pirate vessel. At once. Vasily observed Roz hurrying towards the ship with a sense of urgency, shaking his head slightly. It seemed that Roz instilled a sense of urgency within him, prompting him to commence his own tasks. The ship of the Ramen pirate crew had sustained little damage during this raid, which was one of the reasons Vasily considered it a viable option. A large vessel and a smaller one were secured at the dilapidated dock, and Roz's gaze fell upon the slightly smaller vessel. This vessel, measuring 36 meters in length and 47 meters in height, is a modest-sized ship comprising 3 levels, the lower deck, the first floor, and the second floor. Collectively, these tiers house approximately 10 rooms, alongside bathing facilities, a kitchen, and a dining area, not to mention 3 rudimentary restrooms. The ship is predominantly constructed of wood, with the bow fabricated from steel, an observation made by Roz, who surmised that this was intended for ramming purposes by pirates. After conducting a preliminary inspection, Roz found himself relatively satisfied. The memory of their small wooden boat, which they had sailed across the seas, was swiftly cast aside. Indeed, this vessel exuded a semblance of true piracy. The subsequent itinerary became increasingly rigorous. Fortunately, most arrangements had already been made by Vasily in the preceding days, allowing them to proceed in an orderly fashion. In the dungeons of Parrot Island, a group of 30 to 40 pirates was crammed into confinement. Days had elapsed, and their spirits began to fray under the strain. They were oblivious to their impending fate. The mere ability to cease fighting indicated their desire for survival. Alas, what will become of us? Will we endure? Murmured one pirate, leaning close to Alge. His words caught Alge's attention, and observing the despondency around him, he reassured, Fear not. Since we are being held captive, the worst outcome would be our handover to the Navy. At least, for now, our lives are not in immediate peril. I bear no criminal record, so if apprehended by the Navy, I can secure my release with a modest bail. Typically, pirates with bounties are incarcerated within naval-based prisons, while those with bounties exceeding a certain threshold are transferred to the jurisdiction of the Marines on the Grand Line. Conversely, individuals like them, with prior offenses but lacking substantial bounties, are subjected to labor under naval custody, whereas those without records can be released upon payment of bail. Alge, having only recently embarked on his piratical journey, felt little trepidation regarding his fate. Damn the Navy! Someone exclaimed in frustration. It was a bitter irony that men striving for freedom were ensnared by the very forces meant to uphold it. As the beleaguered pirates lamented their plight, the dungeon door swung open, flooding the space with a blinding beam of light. They beheld the imposing figure of the man from their last skirmish, the one who had left a lasting impression. Taylor intoned Vasily with a voice as frosty as the air of despair enveloping them. A stir swept through the divided cells, as a younger man trembled in apprehension. "Are we to perish, Taylor?" The tone, reminiscent of death itself, grew more intense as Taylor sensed the weight of many gazes upon him. Resolutely, he sprang to his feet. If death was inevitable, what difference did it make whether it arrived early or late? Vasily cast a glance in his direction and gestured for a member of the city defense team to unlock the prison door. The moment the door creaked open, the pirates stirred restlessly, yet soon fell silent, for outside stood a man brandishing a revolver. Some among them recognized the man's formidable prowess, capable of eliminating even the most formidable of foes, while others identified the distinctive Gallo revolver, a weapon that any seafaring man would admire for its potency. As Taylor followed Vasily away, the remaining prisoners strained their ears to catch sounds of their impending fates. There were no gunshots, nor were there cries of despair. Moments later, Vasily and the city guard re-entered. Toby, a young man, visibly anxious, rose to his feet. The cycle repeated itself, and as they witnessed the departure of 7 or 8 comrades, a palpable sense of unease began to envelop the remaining pirates. A middle-aged pirate's eyes darted, seemingly piecing together the unsettling puzzle. After all, most of those taken were young, and likely had only recently donned the piratess mantle. Such individuals were less likely to seek vengeance for their former crew. Were they recruiting these men? Alger too sensed the unfolding events. "Alger, have you arrived?" Meanwhile, as Roz and his companions sought new recruits in the New World, a tempest raged. A colossal ship, having set sail from Elbath, was propelled forward by the fierce winds, its speed multiplying dramatically as it headed towards the recently obliterated O'Hara. Chapter 48. Setting sail the following day dawned bright and clear, deemed auspicious for travel by the old man's words. Aboard the newly renamed breaker, nearly 20 individuals were gathered, scattered about as they awaited the arrival of their new captain. Alger found himself positioned near Taylor and Toby, all three having joined the crew together, summoned by Chase after previous losses on Parrot Island. On the opposite side stood various technicians, cooks, shipwrights, and medics. On the second-level platform, Vasily silently fiddled with his revolver. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of approaching footsteps drew everyone's attention. In the morning light, a figure emerged from the dilapidated port to board the ship. Though not tall, the figure exuded an aura of intimidation. With golden short hair, chains draped across his form, a scythe at his right hip, and an ancient lantern at his left, he bore visible bandages upon his body, complemented by a brown cloak billowing behind him. Ordinary yet peculiar. No one present could bear to gaze directly at this individual. Upon catching a glimpse of his visage, images would involuntarily flit through their minds. Those of the former captain, standing resolute against the onslaught, and the ferocious countenance of a beast with its throat torn asunder. Thud, thud, thud. Their new captain surveyed the room before ascending the staircase to the second floor, the sound of his ascent resonating like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of the assembled pirates. This is a show of authority. Following Roz is Frank, dressed in his usual attire, yet at this moment, a vibrantly colored parrot, no larger than a palm, perches atop his head. Its hues resemble those of a guide bird, albeit its form is distinctly parrot-like, rendering it far more aesthetically pleasing than the guide bird. Frank appears somewhat resigned, yet helpless, for reasons unknown, when they sought their reward. The guide parrot had chosen to nest atop his head, seemingly declaring it its abode. No matter how ardently he attempted to dislodge it, the creature remained steadfastly in place. Once the captain gave his command, Frank had no choice but to accept his fate as a makeshift home for another. Carrying a long rifle, he ascended to the second floor, closely following Captain Ross. The last aboard the vessel was Sturgeon, who, upon entering, did not follow suit to the upper level, for that was the domain of the officers, and he felt himself unworthy at this moment. Gripping his long blade tightly, he gazed enviously at his comrades on the second floor. "I trust most of you are acquainted with me. Indeed, I am your future captain, Henry Ross," Ross announced, positioning himself where all could see him on the second floor. He looked down at the crowd below, his voice rising with enthusiasm. "You are all the defeated. I have granted you a second chance. You are well aware of the rewards and benefits, so I shall not dwell on that. What I wish to convey is that this is an opportunity for you. You should understand that I have vanquished the so-called heavy gunners, which signifies my superiority over him. Your new captain will only grow stronger, and our aspirations shall never be confined to these waters." The Grand Line, The New World. Such realms are the rightful destinations for men. Observing the stirred emotions of the crowd below, Roz raised both hands, urging fervently, "Come, lend me your strength, and let us together seize the One Piece." These captivating words are perfectly suited for pirates, particularly in this nascent era of piracy. After all, the young men venturing out to sea are predominantly driven by such ambitions. Oh, Captain Ross. The atmosphere instantly transformed as the topic of the Pirate King undeniably captivated their attention. However, what truly mattered was that Vasily had assigned tasks to several pirates below. Alger surveyed the surrounding crew, all notably youthful and thus brimming with excitement, while his own heart stirred with considerable tumult. Having once commanded an army as the young general, Roz possessed a certain acumen for delivering such brief addresses. And so, let us set sail. With a rumble, the anchor was raised, and the sailors, tasked with their duties, unfurled the three sails. The pirate flag, designed by Roz and his crew, fluttered vigorously in the wind as the ship, Wavebreaker, gradually departed from Parrot Island. Oberly watched the retreating group with profound gratitude. Without them, the island would have faced imminent peril. Wishing them safe travels. Observing his subordinates bustling below, Roz finally exhaled the tension he had been holding. The journey from a mere handful to a crew of over 20 had indeed been a formidable challenge. This time, Vasily successfully recruited 17 individuals for the Roz pirate crew, bringing the total number of team members to 22, including the previous 5. Due to Wilt's satisfactory performance, he was released by the Roz crew on Parrot Island, primarily because he no longer served any purpose for them. The smooth sailing of the ship marked a promising beginning for the pirate crew. As long as they followed the course indicated on the nautical charts, reaching O'Hara would not prove to be a formidable challenge. Among the treasures gathered by Rhodes this time, there were several nautical charts that broadly outlined most of the islands in the Western Sea. With the assistance of a somewhat knowledgeable individual, one could reasonably deduce the appropriate maritime routes. The mere thought of the charts in his room gave Rhodes a slight headache, as he vaguely recalled Vasily mentioning that among the recruits was a pirate particularly attuned to the whims of the weather. "Vasily, did you not mention a pirate who possesses a profound understanding of wind direction?" Rhodes inquired, turning to Vasily. "Alger, the one with the blue hair and the duckbill cap." Vasily replied, gesturing towards Alger, who was busily familiarizing himself with the ship. "Then summon him, and I would appreciate it if you could arrange accommodations for them," Rhodes instructed. "The vessel accommodates 10 bedrooms, 3 on the lower deck, 4 on the main deck, and 3 on the second floor, with a total of 22 individuals aboard. It is imperative to arrange their quarters appropriately." The time allocated for taking command of the ship was brief, thus the layout largely mirrored its previous configuration. The 3 rooms on the second floor were originally inhabited by the captain and first mate of the Ramen pirate crew, with the central room being repurposed as their captain's quarters. Naturally, Rod settled in as expected, turning to usher Frank into the captain's chamber, where he began to await Alge's arrival. Vasily stepped onto the deck and, after notifying the astonished Alge, he commenced the temporary allocation of rooms for the crew. During last night's discussions, Rods had meticulously deliberated this matter with the officers, ultimately reaching a consensus. Excluding Rods and Vasily, the remaining 20 individuals were distributed among 7 rooms, 3 on the lower deck, 3 on the main deck, and 1 on the second floor. As an officer, Vasily opted not to take a room on the second floor. Instead, he specifically requested a room on the main deck from Rods. This particular room was adjacent to the staircase leading to the lower deck, which housed not only 3 additional rooms, but also the ship's storage of provisions, fruits, and fresh water, along with a human-powered device designed to accelerate the vessel, an essential asset. Vasily's astuteness was evident in his choice of quarters, as it allowed him to monitor the main deck while safeguarding the storeroom below, thus serving multiple purposes. Shortly thereafter, a young man donned in a white linen outfit and a duckbill cap approached Rods. "Captain." Alge bowed slightly, striving to appear less disrespectful. Rods scrutinized the newcomer. His hair was a blue reminiscent of the ocean, his appearance unremarkable, standing at about 1.70 meters, and his white linen attire bore several patches, though they were sewn meticulously. "Are you Alge? I have heard you possess a keen sensitivity to changes in the weather," Rods inquired, seated on a sofa, his piercing gaze fixed upon the newly inducted pirate. Alge raised his head slightly, locking eyes with Rods for a fleeting moment before immediately averting his gaze. A mere glance left his legs trembling with apprehension. Internally chastising himself, Alge caught a glimpse of Rods's weapon, peculiar in nature, leaving him perplexed as to why the new captain wielded such an odd armament. "Alge, Upon hearing his name called, Alge shook off his distractions, startled by his previous lapse in focus during such a critical moment. Yes, Captain. I am Alge. My father was a pirate, and pirate blood flows through my veins. I am a child of the sea. Child of the sea? Frank, somewhat astonished, remarked. During his 2 voyages, he had heard sailors boast of being the so-called children of the sea or denizens of the ocean. In his earlier naivety, he had even sought clarification from the old man Harvey, after which he grasped the meaning of the term. Noticing the gaze of Rhodes upon him, Frank promptly elucidated. It is said that the children of the sea possess a heightened sense of perception, capable of sensing wind direction, humidity in the air, and endowed with remarkable diving abilities. Such traits occasionally surface in the descendants of pirates or adventurers. Upon hearing this, Rhodes immediately comprehended that the notion of sea denizens was likely a fabrication propagated by the descendants of pirates, clearly intended to elevate their status. It was not surprising that these descendants possessed extraordinary abilities. This world is indeed peculiar, and it is quite normal for one's genetic makeup to be altered by consuming certain flesh that enhances physical prowess. Is it true that the attack on Parrot Island was your suggestion? Alge's expression shifted abruptly before he regained his composure. The fact that he stood unscathed here meant that he would not face retribution. Yes, Captain, I calculated that dense fog would be imminent in the coming days. He implied without stating it outright, confident that the captain would grasp his meaning. Alge, as a new addition to Chase's crew, I hope you will serve my pirate band well. I believe I am not inferior to Chase. Understanding the other's strengths, Rhodes naturally contemplated employing him, as they lacked a true navigator aboard the ship. Now that they had someone with such innate talent, he was not inclined to let the opportunity slip away. Upon hearing the new captain's words, Alge was instantly elated and promptly bowed, declaring, I would not dare to serve the captain with anything less than my utmost. Serving with your life is unnecessary. Simply work diligently, and wealth and fame shall follow, Rhodes responded, rising to pat Alge on the shoulder, speaking in a grave tone. Then, as if struck by a thought, he directed his attention to Alge, saying, by the way, you shall stay on the 2nd floor. Chapter 49. The disappearing books concerning the accommodations for the crew. Vasily's arrangements were quite reasonable. Most of this band of pirates had been recruited from 2 distinct pirate crews. Vasily organized them into groups of 3 per room, while he and Roz each had their own quarters. Alge and a seasoned pirate with extensive seafaring experience were fortunate enough to reside next to the captain. Officers Frank, Sturgeon, and Hada, who had boarded the ship earlier, were dispersed among the crew, providing them a sense of security. With their own men within this ensemble of pirates, they could swiftly ascertain any developments, which also facilitated their integration into the pirate community. Roz, however, could not partake in the rough camaraderie with these rugged men. For a pirate captain must embody authority and an air of mystery to command respect from his subordinates. After Alge and his pirate companion verified the sea charts, Roz learned that the journey to O'Hara would typically take around 4 days, assuming favorable winds. Adverse winds could prolong the voyage. Perhaps due to a series of unfortunate events that had transpired previously, this particular route was remarkably smooth. The sudden acquisition of a larger ship, coupled with an increase in crew members, imbued Roz with a newfound sense of enjoyment in the maritime life. During this time, due to their relatively low profile, they had encountered a rival crew of similar size, which, upon encountering Roz's crew, promptly revealed their misfortune. The pirates of Roz's crew once again witnessed their captain's formidable dominance and fervor. Not a single pirate aboard that rival ship escaped unscathed. Regrettably, the opposing crew proved to be destitute, merely compensating Roz's crew with some weapons, provisions, and a meager offering of gold. Unlike his astonished subordinates, Roz continued to lament his own physical inadequacies, lamenting that he had yet to withstand bullets and attain the so-called extraordinary status spoken of in that dark world. O'Hara, the geographical location here, even in the West Sea, is splendid, making the springtime O'Hara an ideal setting for scholars to conduct their research. Contrary to the tumultuous public opinion outside, those who occupy a significant place in academia, regardless of the vitriolic exchanges they engage in, are few and far between when it comes to actually visiting O'Hara. Perhaps the true intellectuals have perished alongside the island itself. In 5 days, the southeast wind will blow, and the direction of O'Hara lies precisely to the southeast of Roz, prompting them to stow the sails. A dozen sailors are laboriously pedaling on a rowing apparatus akin to a bicycle in the lower deck. Meanwhile, against the headwind, Roz surveys the distant, dilapidated island through a telescope. Originally, O'Hara was sheltered by the Tree of Knowledge, but now the entire island has become a mere mangled remnant. The only feature that evokes the essence of O'Hara is the charred trunk of the tree, blackened by flames. We have found nothing on the front. Let us circumnavigate the island, Raz commanded. The island has recently endured the onslaught of Akainu Akiji, compelling Rhodes to exercise utmost caution. He is acutely aware of the disparity between himself and those formidable adversaries. A mere stroke of misfortune could lead to instant annihilation, necessitating vigilance in his actions. After a grueling circumnavigation of the island, Rhodes finally exhaled in relief, having observed no warships or vessels, indicating that, at the very least, there was no naval presence on the island. Could we be the first to set foot here? With such a question lingering in his mind, Rhodes commanded a swift landing on the leeward side. The youthful Rhodes was preoccupied with the imperative of preserving the submerged tomes belonging to the scholars, as well as the potential records of ancient scripts they might contain, oblivious to the peril that such endeavors entailed. Even if he succeeded in salvaging the countless preserved volumes, he would be ill-equipped to manage the consequences. Every individual aboard the vessel would represent an invisible bomb. Yet Rhodes was akin to a tightrope walker treading perilously along the edge of a cliff. The docks near the sea were dilapidated, with much of the land having succumbed to the depths of the ocean. Not a trace of vitality remained. This is the first impression that the island leaves on Rhodes. Neither trees nor weeds have survived, and even the renowned tree of omniscience stands charred at its base. At this moment, the deck of the wave breaker is occupied by a multitude of pirates, with Rhodes himself observing intently from the second floor through a telescope. Gulp. Taylor swallowed hard, a flicker of fear gleaming in his eyes. It was not just Taylor who felt this way. Nearly everyone present had immersed themselves in this dire predicament. The might of the Navy is insurmountable. This is the edict of demon slaying. A pirate suddenly collapsed heavily onto the deck. Such words and actions instantaneously awakened Rose, who had also succumbed to the depths of despair. The Demon Slayer Order, led by 5 generals and commanded by 10 brigadiers, each directing a warship, along with 1,000 elite soldiers, was set to unleash a merciless annihilation upon their target. Rose understood the formidable power of the Demon Slayer Order. Yet that was merely a notion in theory. Witnessing it firsthand stirred tumultuous waves within his heart. His startled subordinates, shaken from their stupor, made Rose acutely aware that his current actions were undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. Perhaps Vasily and the others merely assumed he wished to observe or seek some advantage. But Rose had intended to acquire those tomes brimming with invaluable knowledge, capable of imparting understanding of ancient scripts. The rabble below would undoubtedly render this endeavor a deadlock. To leave? Reluctance clouded Rose's mind. He recognized the significance of ancient literature, where countless historical tablets chronicled hidden narratives, documented the locations of ancient weaponry, and even recorded the whereabouts of the fabled Final Island. He was aware of the intelligence regarding the Underworld King and the Sea King, yet as a pirate, he naturally entertained thoughts of reaching the Final Island. Was O'Hara not part of the world government's domain? Even if some therein studied perilous histories, were there not innocents among them? Taking a deep breath, Rose suddenly raised his voice, drawing the attention of those around him. I have brought you here to witness the brutality of this world. Being a pirate is not as simple as you may think. Without an unwavering resolve to face death, you cannot even reach those treacherous waters. Observing the slightly revived morale below, Rose shook his head. His approach had been somewhat forceful. In such an environment, words were futile. It seemed he had come to the wrong place. Gazing at the dilapidated island, with its soil incapable of nurturing life for the foreseeable future, Rose was left to ponder. The world government, having governed for 8 centuries, was bound to face decline. If one were to liken the world government to a dynasty, it had indeed persisted for a considerable duration. The Zhou dynasty of his previous life had likely endured for a similar span. Prosperity gives way to decay. Such is the law of history. Frank, Sturgeon, follow me, Rose commanded, glancing at Vasily. Vasily, you remain here while we investigate. The newly recruited pirates had yet to earn Rose's trust. Positioning Vasily here was undoubtedly a measure to intimidate them, ensuring that the crew would not attempt to flee upon their arrival. Rest assured, Vasily understood Rose's intent. Now, let us proceed. With a leap from a height of about 2 meters, Rose was the first to land upon the island. Frank and Sturgeon exchanged glances and dutifully arranged for a ladder to be lowered. They could have jumped down, but they feared potential injury to their knees. So they descended obediently. The shattered stones and charred remnants filled the air with a pungent odor, a blend of flammable materials and the scent of singed flesh. The island is modest in size. After a brisk 20-minute walk, The trio approached the heart of the city. However, it is more accurately described as a town. At the center stands the Tree of Omniscience, with the scholars' residences gradually extending outward. The dilapidated and crumbling houses appear as though they have endured the ravages of both earthquake and fire. Such a scene weighed heavily on Rhodes. The term Devil's Execution Order had become a phrase that instilled fear for the future. Pressing onward, Rhodes led the way towards what was once the largest museum in the world, now utterly transformed. Gazing at the vast ruins, words failed him in expressing his current emotions. His gaze shifted to the lakeside, once home to the Tree of Omniscience. Now a mere artificial lake, likely created by scholars to soothe their minds. Strolling towards it, Rhodes began to shed his garments and weapons. "Captain, I sense something peculiar here. Let us investigate." With a brief explanation, he plunged into the water. 7 or 8 minutes passed. The surface remained tranquil, disturbed only by ripples from the wind. Frank and Sturgeon grew increasingly anxious. This duration of submersion was beyond the limits of an ordinary person. "Sturgeon, stay alert. I will take a look." With that, Frank commenced to disrobe, but midway through, a splash drew their attention. They turned to see a head emerging from the water. It was their captain. Stunned, Rhodes swam towards the shore, climbing out in a daze, murmuring to himself, "Impossible, impossible. Why is it not here?" In an instant, the world fell silent. The gentle breeze ceased abruptly, causing beads of cold sweat to form on Rhodes' brow. In the already desolate central region of O'Hara, even the wind had stopped, creating an atmosphere of foreboding for the three men. Unbeknownst to them, high above, a man clad in a green hooded cloak watched intently as the submerged figure surfaced. Who is he? How does he know of the books hidden beneath the water? The young man's gaze shimmered with a flicker of malice and confusion. Is he seeking to silence him? The knowledge of O'Hara's secrets known to outsiders could indeed spell trouble, yet the astute man quickly contemplated further. Does he merely know of the book's existence? They had only retrieved the tomes from the lake the previous night. His presence near the water suggested ignorance of their circumstances. Not long ago, the man had determined his future path. Now his eyes were drawn to the pirate flag near the shore. Pirates, you say? Never mind. After all, he was no longer a marine. Unable to ascertain whether the individual posed a threat, he resolved to disregard it. As a naval officer, he had encountered many individuals and understood that not all pirates were villains. Among them were those of remarkable integrity, while the so-called world government harbored few virtuous souls. And so, he departed. The colossal vessels await him, ready to serve as the source of propulsion. A gentle breeze caressed the faces of the trio, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from their taut spirits. The preceding circumstances had been truly terrifying. The environment, devoid of human voices and the chirping of insects, had fallen into an eerie silence. There was no wind, and the water lay still, compelling them to stifle even the faintest sound. The captain, having just swallowed hard, spoke softly. "I cannot ascertain the exact nature of our peril, but I can say with utmost certainty that we were in grave danger, an insurmountable threat that could have led to our demise." Rhodes wiped the cold sweat from his brow, affirming the captain's sentiment. Beside him, Frank nodded fervently, sharing in the same foreboding intuition. "Captain, is it from the water?" Sturgeon inquired, his gaze fixed upon the lake's surface, which had begun to ripple once more. Such peculiar occurrences had not transpired before. Only after the captain emerged from the depths did these disturbances arise, prompting Sturgeon to ponder further. "It cannot be," he concluded. "The water is devoid of life, save for a few fish and shrimp. Without the presence of books, had some unforeseen event caused scholars to refrain from casting their tomes into the lake, or had they been retrieved beforehand? The Navy? Having narrowly escaped disaster." Rhodes' mind began to wander again, but he quickly dismissed these thoughts. "Let us depart. We must not leave empty-handed and invite further trouble upon ourselves." In this perilous venture to O'Hara, Rhodes found himself grappling with significant dangers, yet he reaped none of the rewards he so desperately sought, leaving him in a state of profound frustration. "Let us depart," Rhodes declared, immediately donning his attire. The other two, naturally, had no objections. This cursed place offered nothing but peril, and leaving as soon as possible seemed prudent. As the trio hastily prepared to flee, Rhodes suddenly sensed an unusual disturbance. He halted his steps and turned to gaze upon the ruins of the Tree of Knowledge. There, something appeared to stir, something akin to the fragments of a soul he had felt before. Noticing the questioning glances from his companions, Rhodes gritted his teeth and urged, "You two go ahead. I shall follow shortly." In the midst of Frank and Sturgeon's bewildered expressions, Rhodes sprinted towards the source of his unease. Although he was uncertain of what awaited him, he understood that this was O'Hara. Anything connected to it would undoubtedly possess significance. In the blink of an eye, Rhodes found himself standing upon a bed of ashes, acutely aware that beneath this layer lay something unknown yet compelling. The ashes had coalesced due to the rain, complicating Rod's search for the object below. Glancing at the scythe in his right hand, he silently lamented its inadequacy before hastily commencing his excavation. Frank, observing the captain's actions from a distance, was perplexed but nonetheless turned to Sturgeon and declared, "We must remain vigilant." Afterward, Frank sought a relatively concealed spot to ready his weapon, while Sturgeon similarly chose a place to hide. The scythe was ill-suited for digging, yet it was preferable to using one's bare hands. After nearly 5 minutes of laborious effort, Rod felt an intense premonition that he was close to uncovering something significant. To avoid damaging the imminent discovery, he resorted to using his hands, clearing the black debris aside. Suddenly, his right hand brushed against something. It was a texture distinct from the ashes. After a moment of exploration, he finally grasped an object. It was a seed-like entity enveloped in black ash. Upon cleaning it slightly, he confirmed it to be a brown seed. A seed? Was this the source of the vitality he had sensed earlier? Could it possibly be the seed of the all-knowing tree? Rod had inadvertently stumbled upon a certain truth. This seed was indeed a remnant of the ancient tree that had thrived for over 5 millennia. Perhaps, on the day it faced bombardment, the tree had sensed impending doom and exerted all its might to leave behind this singular seed. Having dispelled any strange feelings, Rod was resolute that this was the object he sought. He grasped the seed tightly and returned to the lakeside, where he cleaned the scythe, which served as a farming tool. After a careful examination, he tucked the seed into his bosom. As the captain approached, the other two hurried to his side. "Captain, have you made any discoveries?" they inquired simultaneously. "A seed," Rod responded. "A seed?" They echoed in disbelief. "Indeed." Rod displayed the seed to them briefly before securing it back in his clothing, cautioning, "This must remain confidential." The three exchanged knowing glances, acutely aware of the awkwardness of having labored so hard for just a single seed. With an air of vigilance, they returned to the ship, and without further discussion, Rod commanded the sails to be raised. The Rod's pirate crew, lacking a clear destination, simply wished to distance themselves from the island. "Rod, what have you all experienced?" Vasily inquired with a hint of caution. Indeed, after gathering a considerable number of pirates, he had requested that Roz be referred to as captain, but Roz had declined. On this vessel, there were 2 individuals in whom Roz placed his trust. One was his lifesaver, Frank, and the other was Vasily. Regardless of whether Vasily was an undercover agent arranged by his adoptive father or not, it was he who once had the power to take Roz's life. Roz remained unaware that the man before him was following him out of admiration for his adoptive mother, since Vasily was a trusted companion. A more familiar address was only fitting, much like how Frank would refer to Roz as Big Brother Roz when they were alone. "Is everything well here?" Roz countered. "What do you mean?" Vasily replied, filled with confusion and curiosity. Roz then recounted the events they had encountered at the center of O'Hara. Upon hearing the ominous silence that ensued, Vasily too felt a chill of apprehension. "No wonder you ordered us to leave. It seems there truly is danger here." "A great danger." Roz nodded, relieved. "Fortunately, we are still alive." "Did you not gain anything from it?" Vasily asked. "We obtained a seed," Roz answered. "A seed?" "Yes. I suspect it to be a seed from the Tree of All-Knowing, though I am uncertain of its particular significance." Roz firmly believed that this seed would possess unique properties. It is well known that the Grand Line harbors a plethora of bizarre and extraordinary plants. The renowned god of snipers, Usopp, battles using various strange, yet powerful vegetation. Vasily examined the seed in his hand for a while, but finding nothing of note, he returned it to Roz. "Now that our journey to O'Hara has concluded, what shall we do?" Vasily asked, looking at Roz. After a moment's contemplation, Roz chuckled softly. "I believe you have witnessed the tragic state of O'Hara. The future world will undoubtedly be fraught with peril. As for us, we must prepare for what lies ahead. We shall eradicate pirates. We shall vanquish evil. Strengthening ourselves is the wisest course of action." In just a few brief sentences, the operational strategy of the Roz pirates was firmly established. Relying on their chi to gain strength, the path forward seemed inevitable. With ample time and a sufficient number of foes to vanquish, the journey to power appeared less daunting. At merely 20 years of age, Roz had an abundance of time at his disposal. Observing the faintly bloodshot eyes of Roz, Vasily felt a twinge of concern. As the words of Black Spade Gel echoed in his mind, "Roz, I believe it would be wise for you to consult a physician, particularly a mental health professional." In stark contrast to the discussions that dictated the future of their entire team, the middle-aged Hada gazed wistfully at the vanishing island of O'Hara, a place frequently featured in newspapers. With no immediate work obligations, Hada retreated to his quarters on the second floor, igniting an oil lamp and beginning to write. This was his nautical journal, chronicling their visits to Parrot Island, which would now include the lamentable account of the obliterated O'Hara. He envisioned presenting this journal to his children in the future, a testament to his capabilities and not a reflection of ineptitude. Amidst the flickering light of the oil lamp, Hada diligently penned the legendary tale that belonged to them. In this nascent pirate crew, no one can foresee their future or the transformations they may bring to the West Sea. The West Sea Division, situated between two islands near Reverse Mountain, was once an uninhabited isle. Through years of diligent construction by the Navy, it has now been fortified into a bastion. Any ordinary pirate venturing here meets a grim fate at the hands of cannon fire. A junior admiral typically oversees this post, and occasionally, a rear admiral visits to assess the situation, rendering this location a veritable fortress. A brigadier stationed here received a mission report from a naval colonel, originating from a plea for assistance received 6 or 7 days prior. Upon perusing the document, the brigadier furrowed his brow and decided to present it at the assembly hall. Generally, a meeting is convened each morning at the division. If the vice admiral is absent, the junior admiral presides, and if both are unavailable, the brigadier takes charge. The meeting is only canceled if all are engaged in missions. As Brigadier Hill entered the room, he immediately spotted the junior admiral in the elevated position. After rendering a military salute, he took a seat beside Brigadier Jonathan, exchanging brief pleasantries before awaiting the commencement of the meeting. Following the routine reports, discussions turned to the various pirate incidents across the seas. The Navy's duty is to confront these marauders. Should a kingdom suffer at the hands of ruffians they cannot subdue, they may request assistance, prompting the Navy to also deal with such miscreants. Once Brigadier Jonathan concluded his report concerning the Bordeaux Kingdom, Brigadier Hill began to summarize the intelligence he had gathered. After a quiet wait for Hill to finish, murmurs arose among the attendees. Was there yet another young pirate emerging in the West Sea? In contrast to their elder counterparts, these youthful brigands pose a greater threat. The defeat of the bounty of 20 million berries on the heavy gunner chase indicates this individual warrants close scrutiny. Additionally, another group of pirates had been vanquished, reportedly the 3 brothers of the Hogus family. The name of the 3J brothers surfaced during the proceedings. Should a bounty be placed on the crew led by a certain Ross? A suggestion was made. This was undoubtedly the case. It was imperative to gather intelligence on this individual known as Henry Ross. Hearing his colleagues discuss, Brigadier Jonathan recalled the name with a flicker of recognition. I believe I have encountered this name before. Chapter 51, The Cunning Mouse. Lantern Island. Here lies an island renowned for its splendid lanterns, a medium-sized land in the West Sea, notably devoid of a singular sovereign. Rather, it is a realm beset by a plethora of rulers, leading to a state of chaos with no true authority. 6 factions vie for dominance, leaving the common folk burdened with immense grievances. In the southeastern region known as the Silver County, the name belies its reality. It merely possesses a defensible city and some arable land, governed by the descendants of rebellious nobles who once fractured the kingdom. At this moment, within the county's capital, the advisors of Duke Rhine are briefing him on the tribulations plaguing Silver County. The unprecedented autumn drought has strained resources in a region already ill-suited for agriculture, while the lowland area among the 6 territories suffers from a devastating plague, with Silver County merely separated from it by Lantern Street. My lord, reports our informant, the Ghost Mountain bandits are poised to launch a raid as winter approaches. Such an act would undoubtedly ignite a great conflict upon Lantern Island. Duke Rhine's countenance darkens. The situation here is exceedingly chaotic. The once illustrious Lantern Kingdom has been torn asunder due to the tyrannical actions of its king, prompting the various dukes to raise their banners in rebellion. This kingdom, which had endured for 2 centuries, crumbled into disarray 15 years ago, and Duke Rhine's father was among the once mighty lords of the realm. Over the past 15 years, incessant conflicts have plagued various regions, with the territory of the Silver County continuously besieged by enemy nations, leaving its ruler in a state of helplessness and fury. Cursed be the band of thieves. What is mockingly termed a thieves' guild was once the steadfast royal army that valiantly protected the king. Now, they have devolved into marauders who survive by plunder. Each emergence of the Ghost Mountain bandits invariably plunges this island into chaos, and one can surmise that this occasion will be no different. Alas, these fiends, akin to malevolent spirits, have taken residence in Ghost Mountain, a perilous stronghold that has withstood multiple assaults from various factions. The minister, sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle, sighed deeply. My lord, if this continues, we shall nearly lose our domain. The position of Silver County is precarious. To its left lies the bandits of Ghost Mountain, while to its right looms the formidable power of Lantern Nation, the strongest force on Lantern Island. Indeed, the leader of this territory has proclaimed his domain as Lantern Nation, asserting his legitimacy, the implications of which are well understood. Possessing several iron mines, Lantern Nation is recognized for its formidable strength, bolstered by well-equipped forces. And it harbors the most aggressive expansionist intentions. My lord, if we do not seek external assistance, our downfall is inevitable, exclaimed the minister in charge of provisions, hastily kneeling as he felt the chilling gaze of impending doom. He had previously proposed the notion of seeking external aid to Duke Rhine, only to be met with a stern reprimand from the Duke at that time. The proposal was once again brought to the fore, and as the Duke appeared poised to unleash his wrath, the Mediterranean minister hastily knelt in apology. The atmosphere abruptly turned somber, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down the minister's brow. After a brief pause, the Rhine Duke reluctantly inquired, "Are the individuals you mentioned reliable?" Initially engulfed in trepidation, the Mediterranean minister's eyes sparkled with surprise upon hearing the Duke's question. He quickly lifted his head and assured, "Your Grace, rest assured, although they are pirates, their notoriety stems merely from their numbers. We only need to harness their strength. If we paint an enticing picture, they will merely serve as our pawns." After pondering for a moment, realizing he possessed no other cards to play, Rhine could only nod in resigned agreement. He was determined not to let his father's legacy dissipate. He aspired to survive and become the sole ruler of Lantern Island. Though it was akin to courting danger, he believed that with sufficient caution, it was not impossible to extract a morsel from the tiger's jaws. Nevertheless, we must prepare thoroughly. The pirates can only serve as our blade. Emerging from the Grand Hall, the Mediterranean minister wiped the sweat from his brow, yet a smile crept across his face. Upon returning to his quarters, he retrieved a small transponder snail and dialed a number at random. Bururu, Bururu, Bururu. Doki. A somewhat haughty voice resonated, and the petite transponder snail before the minister morphed into the likeness of a creature adorned with a pirate hat. Galuka, this is Jung Site. Your assistance has been approved by Duke Rhine. Ah, I truly appreciate it. The reward promised to you will not be diminished in the slightest, replied the pirate, referred to as Galuka by the Mediterranean minister. After agreeing on the date of arrival and exchanging a few brief words, both parties ended the call. With a smile fading from his face, Galuka turned to a fellow pirate behind him and commanded, "Inform the captain, the fish is hooked." Subsequently, Galuka produced a unique transponder snail, the ideal tool for developing connections. Bururu, Bururu, Bururu. After a series of sounds, the transponder snail gradually transformed into a shape reminiscent of a rodent. "Hello, Galuka?" A tranquil voice emanated from the telephone bug. "Humph. The cowardly rat who dares not show his face." Though these thoughts crossed Galuka's mind, he refrained from voicing them. For the individual on the other end was none other than the infamous master criminal of the West Sea, known as the Cunning Rat. He had gained notoriety for the explosive destruction of a naval vessel and was the subject of an 8 million berries bounty on the black market. The reason for the bounty residing solely in the black market was that no one had ever laid eyes on the true visage of the Cunning Rat, rendering the Navy unable to issue a legitimate reward. A bounty notice devoid of a face would be a laughingstock for the Navy. Many speculated that this bounty circulating in the black market was, in fact, a ploy orchestrated by the Navy themselves. The enigmatic figure on the other end, who developed informants in a manner so clandestine and communicated with clients through the peculiar rat characteristic of the telephone bug, had rightfully earned the moniker of Cunning Rat. As for the affairs concerning the Silver County, they are in good hands, provided we acquire. Before Galuka could finish his sentence, the Cunning Rat interrupted, stating, "You should be aware of my terms. 20% as a deposit, 30% for the process, and 50% for the results. No one is permitted to violate this agreement." "Very well," Galuka replied earnestly, "the 20% will be deposited into the account you provided, along with the previously discussed troublesome individuals. In this world, banks exist. Prior to the unification of the world government, what were referred to as banks were merely money houses, predominantly effective only within a limited maritime area. However, with the establishment of the world government, the most formidable bank emerged, the St. Billy Bank, a financial institution owned by 20 sovereigns. Following the advent of the authoritative St. Billy Bank, various financial magnates began to establish their own banks, leading to the rise of a myriad of banking establishments, which naturally facilitated those dwelling in the shadows. Ordinary legitimate banks require personal identification, thereby enabling the world government to exert control. Yet, it is undeniable that some magnates are intertwined with darker dealings, making their banks particularly sought after. Rest assured, I will arrange everything, spoke the cunning rat calmly. After minimal exchanges, the call with Galuka was terminated. In the West Sea's music city Troya, within a squalid refugee camp, a man adorned with a rat-like headpiece ended the call on his telephone device. The sound of incessant squeaking drew his attention to a small cluster of densely packed rats, their eyes gleaming in the dimly lit surroundings. Wherever you wish to go, do not disturb me here, the cunning rat, feared by the West Sea's populace, spoke in a gentle tone. His demeanor suggested a remarkable rapport with the creatures of the shadows. After a flurry of squeaks, the group of rats vanished into a hole. 278. He softly uttered a number, dialing another on his telephone device. After a few beeps, the line connected. Hello, is this the cunning rat? The voice on the other end seemed to indicate it was their first conversation. First, congratulations on becoming my rat person. Your monthly remuneration will be delivered punctually. The cunning rat's tone reverted to its previous authoritative demeanor. Thank you. I am truly grateful for being designated as rat person 278. The individual expressed gratitude. Secondly, unless you possess particularly vital intelligence, I shall be the one to contact you. Understood. Rat person 278 promptly responded. Lastly, I shall provide you with a piece of information free of charge. Duke Rhine of Silver County has allied with pirates in an attempt to annex the entire Lantern Isle. Click. The telephone device was abruptly hung up by the cunning rat. Observing the filthy surroundings, he exhibited no sign of disgust. Approaching the window, he drew back the tattered curtains of his dilapidated dwelling, allowing a beam of sunlight to pierce the room. In the illumination, it became apparent that the place where the cunning rat had been seated housed two telephone devices. One was a mother device from a child-parent set, and the other was a listening-proof device. Gazing out at the derelict neighborhood, the cunning rat shook his head, lamenting, even the prosperous Troya harbors its shadows. The truth of this world is thus: where there is light, darkness must inevitably coexist. Troy, a city renowned in the West Sea, is home to numerous illustrious musicians and boasts the finest music academy in the region, where individuals of all backgrounds possess a modicum of musical knowledge. Some rise to fame through song, while others achieve recognition through dance. Yet, amid such brilliance, there exists an area that belongs to the impoverished. Compared to the radiant surroundings, I find myself more accustomed to this place. The cunning mouse, having drawn the curtains, resumes its work. Some seek its assistance in crime, while others inquire how to commit it. It is the crime master of the West Sea, the cunning mouse. Chapter 52. The monk on Lantern Island, at the pier of Pingchuan District. A ship is slowly approaching. The crowd on the dock erupts in cheers, albeit accompanied by frequent coughs. The leader aboard, furrowing his brow at the faint sounds of coughing, instructs, ensure proper protection. Do not let the virus overcome us. Kate, a physician from the neighboring country, had received a plea for help from his mentor, Dr. Osler, about half a month prior, prompting him to hastily gather supplies for this place. Due to the severe drought of summer, the impoverished inhabitants of Pingchuan District, who barely survived on meager rations, are now facing famine. The situation among other factions on the island is similarly grim, but subsequent events have rendered the once welcoming neighbors wary of the refugees, perceiving them as wolves. Following the drought, a devastating plague emerged, leading to a significant death toll in Pingchuan District. Coupled with strict blockades imposed by several factions, the refugees are suffering immensely due to the lack of aid. Fortunately, the esteemed Dr. Osler, once the most skilled physician on Lantern Island, resides in Pingchuan District. After nearly a week of experimentation, he reluctantly sent a distress signal to his former student, Kate, upon devising a treatment plan. Dr. Osler would not have made this call under normal circumstances, but the district was in dire need of a crucial medicinal ingredient, and the indifference of the other factions left him with no recourse. Upon learning the situation, Kate, who had studied under Dr. Osler, promptly procured the necessary medication and launched a fundraising campaign along with calls for volunteers in his home country. His nation did not remain idle in the face of the neighboring disaster. They provided financial support and dispatched personnel, preparing a shipload of supplies to reach the port of Pingchuan District within just 2 days. Did Dr. Osler fail to manage the situation? The thought plagued Dr. Kate's mind. In a flurry of activity, everyone aboard donned protective masks, while a squad of soldiers stood guard with their rifles at the ready. as the vessel gently docked. The crowd on the shore surged forward, their eyes filled with a fervent desire for life. Amiba. Suddenly, the resonant chant of a Buddhist invocation drew the attention of the crowd, as all eyes aboard the vessel turned toward the youthful monk. He was a fair-skinned, handsome young novice, appearing to be no more than 16 or 17 years of age, draped in garments reminiscent of an ascetic. Do not dispute, young master. The handsome young monk, a self-proclaimed adept in the art of saving souls, stubbornly boarded the aid vessel. The Western Sea is renowned for its deep-rooted Buddhist faith, with the illustrious Lingshan Temple, the largest Buddhist monastery, situated at its farthest reaches, marking it as the very origin of Buddhism in the world. According to statistics from recent years, the Western Sea boasted over 6,000 temples devoted to the worship of the Buddha at its peak, and the number of monks exceeded 700,000, essentially permeating every island in the region. This underscores the profound devotion to Buddhism in the Western Sea. The young monk before us possesses a legitimate ordination certificate, firmly establishing him as a true disciple of Buddhism, deserving of utmost respect from all present. Known to outsiders as the uncontentious young master, he joined his hands in reverence, bowing respectfully towards the Pingchuan district, reciting fervently, "May the medicine Buddha bestow sweet nectar upon this land, and may all ailments vanish with the nectar." Upon hearing this, the crowd bowed towards that direction, chanting Amiba. The invocation of the Buddha has existed since ancient times, seemingly emerging with the very concept of Buddhism itself, encapsulated in the phrase Amiba Buddha. This phrase appears to encompass all that is sacred. With the presence of the unassuming monk Wu Zheng, I believe this rescue mission will be less complicated. Doctor. Kate observed the tumultuous crowd below. One must never underestimate the power of faith. At times, this force can transcend all barriers. Allow me, the young monk, to pave a path for everyone. Upon hearing Kate's words, the perceptive Wu Zheng understood her intent. He joined his palms in prayer and gradually approached the ship's ladder. Once it was lowered, he was the first to descend. All beings are beset by troubles, and troubles are inherently painful. These afflictions are neither born nor extinguished, neither tainted nor pure, neither increased nor diminished. The tangible emerges from the intangible, the formless gives rise to the form, and the form ultimately returns to the formless. Reality is born from the mind. At that moment, Monk Wu Zheng began to recite the calming sutra of the temple. Instantly, the previously chaotic crowd found tranquility. As the soothing sound of the Buddha's chant enveloped them, an ability seemingly possessed by every monk. At the harbor, a group of pallid individuals, their faces ashen, heard the resonant chants, and their inner panic gradually subsided. They gazed at the handsome monk who descended from the ship unguarded, and their concern grew. "Young master, please, cover your mouth and nose. The virus here appears to be transmitted through the mouth and nose, as several hoarse voices caution against it." However, Wu Zheng seems oblivious, continuing to recite Buddhist chants, advancing step by step. It seems the monk before him possesses formidable strength. Or perhaps it is the collective faith in the Buddha that inspires confidence. With each step Wu Zheng takes, the group, resembling refugees, retreats slightly. Before long, a significant space opens up at the dock. "Please remain calm. We are here for you." The ship carries medicines capable of treating the virus, as well as ample provisions. "Each of you will be healed," Wu Zheng declares, bowing respectfully to the crowd and reciting Amiba. A woman holding a child suddenly finds herself in tears, perhaps recalling the hardships endured during this time, and begins to softly chant the name of the Buddha. Individuals fully equipped for protection swiftly disembark from the ship, each burdened with large packs containing medicinal supplies requested by Dr. Osler. Following them are guards accompanying the vessel, some carrying large pots that seem to contain already cooked food. "I am Dr. Kate from the Kingdom of Illusia. I studied under Dr. Osler. Could you please inform me of his whereabouts? We need to collaborate with him to produce a remedy against the virus," Kate calls out loudly. From the back of the crowd, a robust man immediately raises his hands, signaling his knowledge. The coughing throng instinctively parts to create a path, and the man, his mouth and nose wrapped in tattered cloth, strides purposefully toward Kate. Urgency in his voice. "Mr. Kate, Dr. Osler is in Chestnut Town. He too has contracted the virus." Upon hearing this, Kate's expression darkens. At 69, Osler's body is particularly vulnerable to the virus, posing a grave risk. "We must hurry. We need to see to Mr. Osler's condition," Kate exclaims. A team of medical personnel, hastily recruited from the Kingdom of Illusia, quickly follows the sturdy man and Kate. Wu Zheng, observing the departing group and the refugees remaining behind, resolves to stay and watch over them. Cawing crows, dark as night, seem to herald death itself, their cries echoing ominously. Pots of meat porridge are uncovered, and an enticing aroma fills the air. The sound of rumbling stomachs reverberates, and the refugees' eyes glisten with hunger. Witnessing this, Wu Zheng once again chants a Buddhist sutra. Please form an orderly line. There is enough food to help you through this crisis. The words of caution, though few, indeed had a significant impact, particularly with a host of guards present to maintain order. The port's rescue efforts remain unspoken for now, as Dr. Kate followed the burly man named Ada to the nearby town of Chestnut. Moments later, she spotted a house encircled by a crowd. Mr. Osley proclaimed that he had formulated a remedy, awaiting only the arrival of the necessary herbs. After all, these were souls yearning for survival. Step aside, step aside. The herbs have arrived. Ada's voice stirred the crowd, and Kate initially anticipated a lengthy ordeal to gain entry, yet found little resistance. Reflecting on this, the reason became clear. No one wished to delay their treatment, much like those at the port who, driven by desperation, would not linger there without profound need for rescue. Upon pushing open the door, Kate beheld a nurse and her former mentor, Dr. Osley, now frail and pale, lying on the bed with oxygen tubes affixed to him, indicating his grave condition. Teacher. Upon her arrival, Osley visibly brightened, his spirits lifted. Kate, quickly, the formula is on the table. With trembling fingers, he gestured towards a piece of paper nearby. Go. Kate hastened to the table, swiftly scanning the document. Osley exhaled deeply, feeling a surge of vitality, as if experiencing a brief resurgence. Having already suffered from ailments typical of old age, this viral assault on his lungs was the final straw. Aware of his impending demise, Osley called out, Kate, come. Responding promptly, Kate approached his side. Osley pointed to the paper in her hand, his voice resonating with newfound strength. As she handed over the paper detailing the remedy for the virus, Osley focused intently on his own writing. It cannot be wrong. It must not be. His first assertion confirmed his belief in the accuracy of his transcription, while the second affirmed the efficacy of the prescribed treatment. Teacher. Kate detected a troubling shift in her mentor's demeanor. In this state of impending demise, even amidst such despair, Professor Osriel remained preoccupied with the possibility of an error in the formulation. Kate, I am acutely aware of my condition. He exhaled deeply before continuing. This war rests upon your shoulders. Moreover, be wary of the beak. With that, Osriel closed his eyes, yet his heart persisted in its rhythm, as if he were mustering the strength to await something significant. Professor, Kate gritted her teeth, her gaze transforming into one of unwavering resolve. The professor was anticipating her creation of a weapon capable of vanquishing the virus. Thus began the meticulous preparation of the antidote according to the prescribed formula. The two accompanying in turn doctors exchanged glances and nodded, swiftly joining Dr. Kate in her fervent endeavor. Chapter 53. The Black Death. 10 minutes later, it was complete. As the first vial of the antidote was prepared, Dr. Osriel, who stood resolutely on the front lines, felt his heartbeat begin to falter. Doctor. A sobbing murmur escaped the lips of the nurse who had vigilantly remained by Osriel's side. It was only then that Kate abruptly turned her attention to the heart monitor, where a solitary white line now lay. You all continue. I shall attend to administering the antibodies to the patients. In that moment, Kate exhibited no pretensions. She was certain that Professor Osriel would wish for her to prioritize the treatment of the afflicted. Grasping the injector, she resolutely made her way toward the door, fully aware that many awaited her outside. As she pushed open the door, a beam of sunlight flooded her vision. Let it vanish beneath the scorching rays. With the antidote continuously being produced, physicians from the Pingchuan district began to converge at this location, assisting in the creation of a remedy to combat the virus, while also dispersing with the vials that Dr. Kate had designated as Osriel antibodies. This is a virus that infects the respiratory system, one that cannot be eradicated but can only be overcome through the resilience of the human body. The Osler antibody, however, serves to enhance the body's defenses against respiratory afflictions. Once the antibody is administered, recovery is expected within 2 days. As the doctors departed with the antibodies, the gathering crowd around the house gradually dispersed, though some individuals remained concerned for Dr. Osler, who valiantly battled the virus. Upon learning of Dr. Osler's passing at the moment the antibody was created, each departing individual bowed deeply before the house. Witnessing this poignant scene, Dr. Kate and her 2 young interns were moved. When does a doctor experience true joy? Is it when receiving payment? No. Is it during moments of fame and recognition? No. It is when patients, on the brink of recovery, express their gratitude and the doctor graciously accepts it. Teacher, you have triumphed over this virus. Although the antibody requires 1 to 2 days to take effect. Kate is utterly convinced of the efficacy of the Osler antibody. After all, it was developed by the esteemed Dr. Osler. As the crowd gradually thinned, Kate finally seized the opportunity to inquire about matters she deemed significant. Where is Ida, Dr. Osler's son? Earlier on her way here, Kate had clarified Ida's identity. He was a servant of Dr. Osler, acquired by his son, Odiga, during a journey. Ida responded respectfully, Mr. Odiga recently took his family to Dracula for a medical symposium. Dracula? Kate was familiar with Dracula. A small island often referred to by the Westerners as the city of crime and land of the gold diggers. Statistically, Dracula boasts the highest crime rate in the Western Seas. Yet this very place has catapulted many to fame. In such a prominent city, notoriety is easily attained, and with fame comes wealth, prompting many to brave the dangers. Has Odiga been notified? Kate inquired. The robust Ida nodded. Attempts were made to contact Mr. Odiga during the outbreak, but we were unsuccessful. A few days ago, Mr. Osler instructed some friends in Dracula to search for him, yet there has been no news. A wave of concern washed over Kate, though she reassured herself. Dracula is the territory of several major mafia families. No outsider dares to cause trouble there. Besides, the denizens of the underworld tend to be relatively lenient towards doctors. Nowhere does one wish to antagonize a physician, for in this treacherous world, one never knows when illness may strike. Should any scandal arise, seeking a doctor's aid could become quite troublesome. Alas, the matter of Mr. Odiga must be set aside. It is merely regrettable that he will not have the chance to see Mr. Osler again. Ada, enveloped in melancholy, sighed deeply. It was evident that the Osler family held great regard for him, their servant and protector. By the way, Mr. Osler had mentioned a beaked mask earlier. Suddenly recalling this, Kate's expression darkened, and she remarked, could it be Ada, observing the shift in Kate's demeanor, understood what she was alluding to and nodded helplessly. Before the outbreak of the pandemic, there were reports of individuals clad in black coats and donning beaked masks. Kate's face paled, her voice tinged with anxiety. The Black Death Society? It cannot be confirmed, Ada replied. The Black Death Society, originating from the North Sea and entrenched along the Grand Line, was notorious for wielding pathogens as weapons, wreaking havoc across multiple nations. It had once been subjected to extensive purging by the world government. Yet signs of resurgence had emerged amidst the tumult of the era ignited by Pirate King Roger. The garb of medieval physicians, the black coat and beaked mask, were emblematic of the once dreaded Black Death Society. If given the choice, a commoner would undoubtedly opt to face pirates over the society, for the former might still offer a glimmer of safety, whereas confronting those madmen was a far graver peril. If it truly is the Black Death Society, we must alert the Navy to address this menace, Kate urged promptly. Ada shook his head, uncharacteristically countering Kate's assertion. We cannot ascertain if this is indeed the doing of the Black Death Society. The Navy would not expend resources on mere speculation. But how can we know without trying? Kate retorted. Filger, go to the ship and call the Navy for assistance. Understood, Mr. Kate. Filger, an exemplary youth on the verge of graduating from medical school, was currently interning beside Kate. If this is the work of the Black Death Society, they must have ulterior motives and will not simply relent, Kate pondered gravely. His gaze shifted toward the house, and a wave of sorrow washed over him. Mr. Kate, a voice from behind interrupted, belonging to Wu Zhang, who approached swiftly with a small contingent that had been guarding the merchant ship. Have you developed the antidote? Kate nodded as he watched the refugees, each having received their injections, bowing in gratitude. Yes, thanks to Mr. Osler's medical expertise, the antidote to combat the virus is largely effective. Understanding Kate's expression and the refugee's demeanor, Wu Zhang clasped his hands together, offering a prayer toward the house, followed by reciting a passage of sutras. Dr. Osler is a good man, a truly good man. Do not lament. Having been expelled from the temple by his master, Wu Zhang has become well acquainted with the world's virtues and vices over the course of nearly a year. It is not merely those who are praised by the masses who are virtuous. Rather, a person who earns the respect of the people is undoubtedly commendable. Little Master Wu Zhang, it seems there are traces of the Black Death organization here. We may need to stay for a while, Kate remarked. The Black Death? An organization? Wu Zhang inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Noticing the youthful monk's lack of understanding regarding the Black Death organization, Kate took a moment to explain. Is that so? It is only fitting to confront such hellbound individuals, Wu Zhang responded, a rare flicker of anger crossing his countenance. The tasks of administering vaccines, alleviating the hunger of refugees, establishing defenses, and managing the bodies of the deceased in order to restore order seem to demand urgent attention. This is the area of Lantern Island with the most rivers, and it remains unaffected by drought during the summer. Shinshui County occupies a central position among the 6 factions, boasting the largest population. Unlike Silver County, which is flanked by the Ghost Mountain on one side and the Lantern Kingdom on the other, both of which are formidable adversaries. Their only concern is the band of thieves from the neighboring Ghost Mountain. Of course, now there is also the added worry of the epidemic in the Pingchuan district. General, the situation in the battlefield is exceedingly dire, remarked a soldier clad in the attire of a commander, addressing the leader seated in the main position. It's not as though we haven't engaged in skirmishes before. The leader of Shinshui County had once been a formidable general stationed here, a key player in resisting the kingdom's army. General, however, this time is unlike any other. Externally, Silver County is colluding with pirates for nefarious schemes, while internally, the Pingchuan district is plagued by disease. Moreover, the so-called legitimate Lantern Kingdom is sharpening its blades, and once winter arrives, the Ghost Mountain bandits will undoubtedly wreak havoc, inevitably leading to a conflict that could alter the balance of power. A heavy sigh escaped General Hazer's lips, his hair already flecked with gray. Perhaps after such prolonged chaos, it would not be amiss for this island to find tranquility. For a full 15 years, the various factions have transitioned from fierce contention to a dominant force, perhaps reflecting the adage that what is long divided must unite. The aging General Hayes had long lost the conviction to unify. General, even so, we must safeguard the safety of our citizens. You are well aware of the dangers posed by pirates, murder, arson, plunder, and every conceivable evil. It will be exceedingly difficult to withstand them. News had already spread in Shinshui County regarding Silver County's plans to summon pirates for war. Balak, have you confirmed that this is not mere rumor? Hayes inquired, looking at his subordinate who had accompanied him for over a decade. Balak nodded promptly. I have confirmed with our informant in Silver County. Indeed, pirates are preparing to land, and in considerable numbers. Disseminate this information officially. Let everyone be aware of Rhine's plans. And you were correct, Hayes decided. Even if we cannot end the war, we must protect our citizens. We shall reach out to the outside world and summon mercenaries to combat the pirates. Utilizing outsiders against outsiders? Balak's eyes lit up. That is a brilliant strategy. Not far from here lies Slanka, a renowned mercenary town. Those mercenaries, driven by money, could prove useful. Balak recalled that notorious place was home to many famous mercenaries, such as Viper, 3J Brothers, and Dawn Brigade. General, I shall proceed to issue the summons immediately. Balak hastily took his leave. Observing his burly subordinate, Hayes couldn't help but shake his head. The fellow's intentions were all too clear. It was not merely about protecting the populace. He sought to be the singular hero, and indeed, the prospect of glory was enticing. Chapter 54. The Hunt Chirp. Boom. Explosions erupted on the right side of the ship, instilling a profound terror in Elvin's face. He bellowed at his subordinates, urging them to hurry, proclaiming that survival depended on their relentless efforts. Commands reverberated through the ship's deck as the coerced laborers below, under the lash of several men clad in black, hastily treaded upon the planks before them. Among the sweat-drenched workers, there was even a 10-year-old child, likely of mixed African descent. From a distance, 2 ships, nearly identical, raced across the surface of the sea, one trailing the other. Elvin, with his ebony skin and dreadlocked hair, was consumed by anxiety, fear coiling around his heart. What misfortune it was to encounter this pack of rabid dogs. Fire. A sharp crack followed by an explosive roar echoed from the cannons of the pursuing vessel, as if the gunners were toying with the fleeing crew. Having finally caught up to them, they would not allow an escape so easily. Beside the fluttering pirate flag, a man with blue hair gazed at the increasingly close ship, a smirk dancing upon his lips. Hurry, we are almost at Lantern Island. Once we land, we shall be safe. Meanwhile, the occupants of the forward vessel looked upon the island, now appearing as a mere black dot on the horizon, their eyes filled with longing for life. The following day in mercenary town, Slanka, rumors of a mission regarding Lantern Island had spread. Slanka, a favored destination for mercenaries in the West Sea, was strategically located amidst several chaotic mid-sized nations, drawing numerous mercenaries to its shores. This newfound notoriety had elevated Slanka from obscurity. This cursed task. Let those who desire it take it, scoffed a mercenary, scrutinizing the paltry reward for a journey to Lantern Island. Do they not realize that an epidemic is currently ravaging that island? Are they courting death? Epidemic? Epidemic. The crowd's countenance shifted, for illness at sea was a grave fear. Infection by a virus often equated to a life half claimed by death itself. Damn it, does White Shirt not conduct any investigation before posting tasks? In Slanka, there existed an organization known as White Shirt, a firm that accepted and issued missions. In truth, it was the White Shirt Company, operational for nearly 50 years, renowned for its broad array of tasks and expedient payments. Ever since the old president passed away, the quality of missions from White Shirt has deteriorated, one grumbled. A chorus of intermittent jeers and rebuttals filled the air, prompting the three diners on the second floor to furrow their brows. Plagues and pirate invasions? Truly a calamity-ridden affair. Among them, the youngest chuckled, addressing the solitary diner known as Viper. Viper, will you take on this task? The man, with black hair and a complexion devoid of sunlight, his gaze reminiscent of a serpent's slitted eyes, looked up at the trio, then shook his head, his voice icy. I shall not, regardless of your self-proclaimed righteousness as knights. With that said, I tidied up the dishes and departed from the trio. How chillingly indifferent. 3 pirate ships, one following the other, sailed into the harbor of Silver County. These vessels bore no pirate insignia, yet the soldiers at the port were well aware of their true nature. Mediterranean Minister Steer observed the approaching ships with a flicker of anger crossing his face. Thud. Splash. As the ships docked and the anchors plunged into the water. A figure adorned with a pirate hat and sporting dreadlocks leaped ashore first. Goluka, you were supposed to report only one ship. What is the meaning of this? Minister Steer exclaimed, seething with rage. Goluka waved his hand dismissively, interjecting with a grin, calm down, calm down. We recently struck a lucrative deal and acquired 2 ships, with many eager to join our ranks. Haha, please forgive us. Steer, his expression darkening as he scrutinized the 3 pirate vessels, murmured. You would do well not to play tricks, otherwise. Rest assured, we are pirates. We seek only treasure. As per our agreement, we will relinquish your territory while claiming what lies beyond, Goluka replied, waving his hand again as the ship's gangplank was lowered, allowing a steady stream of well-armed pirates to disembark. With swords, spears, and firearms in hand, Minister Steer's countenance grew increasingly grim at the sight of their formidable armaments. The pirates advanced from both flanks, while a scattered group of a dozen individuals, each distinctly attired, stood in the center. Among them, one towering figure, over 2 meters tall and wielding a naginata, clearly commanded respect as the captain of this pirate crew. The Grand Pirate Crew, led by Demon Scythe Grande, were a bounty of 69 million berries, a formidable organization with a large ship and over 500 subordinates. Captain, Goluka greeted him with a wave. Upon seeing the captain, Minister Steer bowed respectfully, addressing him, Captain Grande. With the Duke of Rhine having instructed him to host this group, he dared not show any negligence. With his captain's hat perched atop his head and an expressionless visage, Demon Scythe Grande brushed past the 2 men, causing Steer's face to flush with indignation. After all, it was rare for anyone to be so disrespectful since he ascended to the position of minister in Silver County. My apologies, my apologies. Our captain is simply like that. I hope you do not take offense, Mr. Steer, Goluka expressed with an air of contrition. Minister Steer suppressed his anger, feeling a slight easing of his internal vigilance. If the other party had been overly obsequious, it would have only raised Steer's suspicions. Let us proceed. We have prepared accommodations and provisions for you at Silver Moon Harbor. Goluka's eyes flickered with discontent as he remarked, aren't we heading to Silver Moon City? The Mediterranean minister revealed a hint of difficulty in his expression. Goluka, you know our Duke does not hold pirates in high regard. It took considerable effort for me to secure your entry this time. Regardless, your intentions are merely to seize control. Whether you enter Silver Moon City or not is of little consequence. Upon hearing this, Goluka chuckled, stroking the small mustache on his chin, and remarked, it seems there is a lack of trust in us. But it matters not. Let Silver Moon Harbor be Silver Moon Harbor. The city presided over by Duke Rhine is none other than Silver Moon City, while the current anchorage of the pirates belongs to Silver Moon Harbor Town. Over 800 pirates found refuge in Silver Moon Harbor under the arrangement of the Mediterranean minister. With the return of Jingxi to report, it became evident that 3 major pirate factions commenced their clandestine plotting. Curse it! Those wretched, rabid dogs! Elvin, with his dark complexion, shouted in a fit of terror and rage, urging his 3 subordinates beside him. The incessant glances they cast behind indicated that something was in pursuit or hunting them. Tap, tap, tap. Upon hearing the footsteps behind him, Elvin turned to see 2 figures, one wielding a knife and the other a gun. Damn it! If they breach the front line, they can await their demise, Elvin fumed. Ever since their encounter at sea 3 days prior, the adversaries had treated him like a stray dog, relentlessly chasing him from the sea to the bamboo stream district of Lantern Island, and then to the defenses of the Chuan district. Elvin had exhausted all means, yet he remained unable to escape the relentless pursuit. Were it not for his employer's prior arrangements in the bamboo stream district, he would have long been eliminated by that band of fiends. Stop. Entry is prohibited. Boom. A squad of guards, upon spotting the 4 rushing towards them, attempted to block their path, only to be struck in the leg by a bullet. A scream of agony erupted, and simultaneously, Elvin bellowed, "Those who wish to live, step aside." The soldiers armed with ordinary weapons guarding the area were no match for the ferocious pirates. Besides, the latter were charging in to meet their doom. They were not foolish enough to sacrifice their lives to impede the intruders. As the 4 broke through the line, several soldiers hastened to surround their injured comrade. In truth, they too wished to intervene, but the overwhelming force of the pirates rendered it unnecessary to share the same fate as their unfortunate colleague. Tap, tap. "These fellows are like rabbits, running so fast," remarked Stetkin, adorned with a red bandana, as he turned to his companion Frank. "What do you think, Frank? Shall we continue the chase? It appears this is indeed the epidemic zone of Lantern Island." Frank, muttering to himself, glanced at the vigilant soldiers nearby. "Hey, isn't that the Pingchuan district over there?" Frank tightened his grip on his revolver, inquiring. The leading soldier, evidently a coward, had anticipated a simple assignment, but was now confronted with relentless adversaries, leaving him in a state of panic. "Yes, sir, directly across is the Pingchuan district." "What is the status of the epidemic within?" Frank lifted his handgun and aimed it at the man. Thud. The soldier fell to his knees, his face marked by terror as he pleaded, "My lord, please, do not kill me. Answer my questions." Frank replied coldly, "No, I am not entirely sure. But those inside claim that the epidemic has been brought under control." "The epidemic is under control?" As the thought of those being relentlessly pursued surged through his mind, Frank and his companions began to formulate a plan. "Is that so? Then we shall enter as well. After all, this is a task assigned to us by the captain," Frank declared, directing his gaze at Sturgeon. Sturgeon, who had long harbored this intention, flashed a grin before boldly advancing towards the epidemic zone. Frank then retrieved a flare gun from his left side and fired a shot into the sky. Boom. A crimson smoke burst forth into the air, and Frank was certain that the reinforcements approaching from behind would spot it. Glancing at the defensive lines between Pingchuan and Jushi, he narrowed his eyes and quickened his pace. Since the captain had entrusted them with the mission of capturing these individuals, regardless of what lay ahead, they were resolute in their commitment to accomplish the task flawlessly. The action of lying down has already achieved considerable success, yet only the leading figure, the black man, along with 3 other insignificant individuals, managed to escape with the aid of the troops from the Juchi district. The remaining members of the Raz pirates were occupied with confronting the local forces under the command of the black man Elvin. The captain, reluctant to engage in such a troublesome pursuit, delegated the task to the 2 of them. Passing through a wooden fence, Frank unsheathed the dagger from his waist and carved a mark upon it, a secret signal of their pirate crew, indicating that those who follow should wait here. Chapter 55. The Crimson Butcher Elvin, with his stride slightly widened, cast a darkening gaze upon the gradually restoring order of the Pingchuan district. Damn it. The virus did not take effect. 10 days prior, Elvin received a mission to pour a vial of serum into a well in the Pingchuan district. Having previously undertaken such tasks, he was aware of the serum's intended purpose, and the virus was supposed to spread accordingly. Filled with the joy of completing the mission once more, he prepared to return laden with success, only to be targeted by a pack of wretched wild dogs. Reluctantly returning to this place, they covered their mouths and noses, only to discover that the anticipated chaos had not materialized. Those civilians who were supposed to perish were, against all odds, still alive. "Hey, isn't this place supposed to be afflicted by a plague?" Elvin growled menacingly as he dragged forth a man clutching corn, demanding answers. The man, trembling in fear of the firearm directed at him, stammered out everything he knew to the imposing figure before him. Interfering Elusia Kingdom, Elvin cursed under his breath. The Elusia Kingdom, having long aligned itself with the world government, was fond of undertaking actions that garnered favorable reputations. Their naval protection incited the ire of various conspirators. Nevertheless, Elvin deemed his own life of paramount importance, dismissing such concerns in the moment. "Let us make our exit from the port in the Pingchuan district," he instructed his subordinate. Just then, a voice echoed from behind them. "Leave? You cannot go anywhere. Sensing the faint odor of disinfectant in the air, Frank furrowed his brow. He had also inquired into the local circumstances and confirmed that even if one were infected by the virus, the administration of an antidote would ensure safety. Without hesitation, Frank and Sturgeon hastened to catch up with the black man before them. You! Elvin gasped in shock, raising his handgun. Frank swiftly drew his own weapon, aiming it at Elvin. Give it up. Killing them leads to a dead end, but if you eliminate them, there might still be a chance for survival. Elvin bellowed, his action swift as he seized a subordinate beside him and forcefully propelled several men towards Frank. The Rod's pirate crew, notorious in the realm of piracy, specialized in nefarious dealings, preying upon other pirate factions and criminal organizations. Yet, that was not all. This crew was led by a deranged captain, infamously dubbed the Butcher of Men by fellow pirates, with a bounty of 58 million berries placed upon his head by the Navy. Anyone who dared oppose them was guaranteed not to escape alive. Even more terrifying was the captain's decree that, circumstances permitting, his subordinates were forbidden from taking lives. This was not an act of mercy, but rather a testament to the butcher's desire to personally spill blood. Rumors circulated that this fiend was a cannibal, consuming the hearts and brains of powerful adversaries to augment his own strength. Whispers claimed that if the butcher went a day without tasting flesh, he would descend into a frenzy, losing all semblance of humanity. Elvin dismissed other folk tales, but he understood well that falling into this man's clutches meant certain death. With no desire to fight, Elvin turned and fled as his subordinates charged towards the enemy. The purpose of summoning them was clear. Frank, however, remained impeccably calm, the movements of the three assailants vividly playing in his mind. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, striking the legs of 2 opponents, rendering their ability to move severely impaired. Only one approached, brandishing a spear, preparing to thrust. To the left, Frank anticipated the attack and deftly sidestepped, then lunged forward, his dagger poised at the assailant's throat. Don't move. Without a backward glance, Elvin surged forward, the sudden chaos igniting panic among the recently afflicted refugees, sending them scattering like startled birds. Meanwhile, not far off, a bald monk, alerted by the commotion, made his way toward the fray. Wuzheng, little master, you must leave this place. Nodding in acknowledgement, Wuzheng found an advantageous position to observe the unfolding scene. Amidst the fleeing populace, Elvin halted as he encountered a diminutive figure ahead. Mad Dog, Sturgeon. The notorious Mad Dog Connor Sturgeon, with a bounty of 12 million berries, was known for his brutal efficiency with a blade. His face bore numerous scars, with intricate tattoos of lanterns on the back of his left hand and sickles on the right. Upon spotting his target, Sturgeon flashed a wicked grin, revealing his pearly whites. With a swift draw of his long knife, he licked his lips, then crouched and charged forward. Raise your weapons. In a state of panic, Elvin raised his gun and fired, yet the perceptive Sturgeon deftly evaded the shot. Witnessing the adversary wielding a firearm, the Mad Dog, currently pursued by the Navy's bounty, staggered as he sprinted, his body swaying within a 1-meter radius, employing a zigzagging motion to dodge the bullets. Intriguing, yet I cannot stand idly by. The original distance between them was approximately 15 meters. Sturgeon, standing at barely 1.70 meters, took 5 seconds to close the gap to Elvin, who had discharged 4 bullets. With a glimmering long knife, he aimed directly at the right leg of the towering adversary. Clang! Just as a smile broke across Sturgeon's face, the blade intended to sever his opponent's thigh was abruptly halted by an unseen force, so potent that it rendered him incapable of gripping the hilt. Whoosh! Clang! Another foe. Reacting with uncharacteristic swiftness, Sturgeon swiftly kicked out with his right leg, striking Elvin's right hand, causing an involuntary cry of ah. As the weapon slipped from his grasp, Sturgeon then charged shoulder first into the towering figure before him, forcing the opponent back 3 meters, finally allowing him to glance in another direction. A figure slightly taller than himself, clad in a patched monk's robe, emerged into his view, a striking bald monk. Are you in league with them? Sturgeon inquired, rubbing his right hand with a tone that betrayed his irritation. Not perceiving any weapons on the monk, he thought, Sturgeon, be cautious. This individual just thwarted you with a stone. Frank, with his left hand poised with a dagger against the neck of the captive, raised his gun with the right, aiming at the unexpectedly appearing monk. In league? No, 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 please do not misunderstand. My name is Wuzheng, a traveling monk. Wuzheng spoke calmly, observing the expressions of the four. It is evident, monk, that you intend to meddle. These two are hardly virtuous individuals, Frank frowned. The captain had once uttered a memorable phrase after a woman had stabbed him, and he retaliated by blasting her head, a warning that resonated with Frank. In the underworld, monks, priests, and women are not to be underestimated. Indeed, that encapsulates the sentiment. As he confronted the suddenly materialized monk, Frank pondered, "Master, please save me. They are certainly not good people. They belong to the human butcher pirate crew." Elvin, realizing that an expert had intervened, pleaded for mercy as if clutching a lifeline. "Human butcher?" Wu Jing inquired, puzzled. Observing the apparent ignorance in his eyes, Elvin hastened to explain, "The Ra's pirate crew, infamous for their bounty of 58 million upon their debut. Led by the Crimson Butcher. Do not struggle." Only then did I come to a sudden realization, and my expression darkened slightly. In the realm of light, my primary source of information has been the newspapers, where I had previously noted reports of the bloodthirsty butcher, a figure seemingly marked by extreme cruelty. My gaze shifted to the rolled-up sleeves of sturgeon, adorned with a pattern of lanterns and sickles, which appeared to be the emblem of the Rod's pirates. "Master, save me. I am but a merchant," Elvin, pleaded, seizing upon this unexpected lifeline. Sturgeon cast a glance my way and chuckled, "I am no fool. You hardly present yourself as a good person." Elvin's complexion turned ashen, though his dark skin concealed the change. "Gentlemen, might you grant me a favor and cease hostilities here?" I implored with my hands clasped together. "Ha! Who do you think you are?" Sturgeon, with a fearsome reputation as the Mad Dog, was now a different man, decisive and ruthless. He swiftly retrieved his long knife and advanced towards me with several quick strides. "A mere bald monk, do you consider yourself a Buddha? Prepare to die." Sturgeon swung his long knife menacingly, aiming to cleave the meddlesome monk in two. Just as the blade descended, I propelled myself backward with a kick of my right leg, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Sturgeon's eyelids twitched in disbelief as he defiantly reversed the knife's trajectory, striking again. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. I deftly evaded each attack with precise movements. Eventually, perhaps weary of the dance, I inhaled deeply, positioning my body like a bell and unnoticed by others. A fleeting copper glimmer flickered across my skin. The Mad Dog felt a surge of triumph. Had my evasive maneuvers finally ceased? With a powerful and cunning strike, he swung down. Clang! The long knife struck with a sound reminiscent of a bell tolling, causing Sturgeon's hands to tremble uncontrollably. Boom! Frank's revolver discharged a bullet, but as the shot rang out, I sidestepped and twisted my body, narrowly avoiding the bullet's trajectory. "Sturgeon, be cautious. This monk is no ordinary foe," Frank warned, beads of cold sweat beginning to form on his brow. Over the course of more than 10 months with the Rod's pirates, he had transformed into a skilled marksman. Thanks to Vasily's guidance and numerous battles, his lack of a bounty was not due to a deficiency in strength, but rather his preference for remaining inconspicuous, unlike Sturgeon, who reveled in the spotlight. Beneath his thin garments, there was no armor, and given that he had not flinched from Sturgeon's strikes, it was evident that this man was formidable, a warrior capable of withstanding blades, yet still vulnerable to bullets. Frank pondered this analysis while feeling the heat of the moment, wishing that Rods or Vasily were present. Foolish. As the youth before him gritted his teeth and swung his blade once more. A flicker of anger surged within Wu Zhang. After bracing himself against another strike, he unleashed a powerful punch. Thud. It struck the target squarely in the abdomen, sending Sturgeon flying like a large shrimp. "You scoundrel!" Frank exclaimed, raising his gun and firing yet another bullet, which was effortlessly evaded by his opponent. "Get lost." In a fit of rage, Frank kicked aside the riffraff in his path and hurriedly approached Sturgeon. "Ba, my apologies." Chapter 56. Mental illness, so you too returned in such a disheveled state? The young man wearing a baseball cap, teased the two who had come back in disarray. A majority of the crew aboard this vessel comprised young individuals who naturally bonded easily, and after 6 months, they developed a competitive spirit. One faction, led by the first mate Frank and Sturgeon, clashed with the combat unit led by Tyler and Toby, fostering rapid progress among these youths through their various rivalries. Possessing technical skills, rarely engaged in combat, and thus maintained a neutral stance, being familiar with both factions, which allowed him to jest without reservation. A monk? The robust and sun-kissed Captain Roz fixed his gaze upon Frank, who was standing with a parrot whose head was turned southward, prompting Frank to hastily lower his head. He was acutely aware of the changes in Captain Roz. Even after knowing him for over 10 months, Frank did not dare to hold his gaze for long. "Indeed, Captain, he resembles a sort of ascetic," Frank replied candidly. Since setting sail from O'Hara, the Ra's pirate crew had been navigating the seas for nearly 8 months, remaining tirelessly engaged throughout this period. They encountered battles, engaged in underhanded dealings, purposefully trained, and scoured various locales for traces of devil fruits. Their notorious reputation arose from their combat and various unscrupulous activities, but their training of young and talented newcomers proved remarkably effective. However, suitable devil fruits remained elusive. Over the span of 8 months, Ra's crew had only encountered 2 instances of devil fruits in the West Sea, which could more accurately be described as one. Both instances occurred at auctions in the black market. First, an animal-type devil fruit was purchased by an unknown individual at a price double that offered by Ra's and his crew. Ra's had no desire to consume an ordinary fruit, so he refrained from pursuing the elusive buyer. The second instance involved an unidentified devil fruit, which Ra's acquired for 80 million, utilizing the crew's funds. With a mindset of gamble and chance, it lacks any foul odor. This has led the auction house of the past to pay a heavy price. And it has also resulted in Ra's being genuinely targeted by the Navy, as his reputation continued to deteriorate and he completely lost control over the situation. He ultimately relinquished hope, leaving him unable to navigate the underworld, essentially branded as persona non grata. After eliminating a member of the Vino family who had come to flaunt their formidable power, the Ra's pirates definitively severed ties with the Mafia. Following the successive eradication of several territories controlled by the Vino family, including Lotus Island, they set their sights on Alvin. Alvin, a man of African descent, was reported by Ra's intelligence to be a minor leader responsible for escorting prisoners following the chaos of war. Upon receiving this inside information, Ra's and his crew encountered an unfortunate individual who had just completed a mission on their way to Lantern Island, leading to the events that transpired earlier. Returning to the matter at hand, amidst the perceived adventure and slaughter, they had encountered numerous monks, both virtuous and malevolent, yet the one who left the most profound impression on Ra's was a particular ascetic. Thus, he found himself intrigued by the ascetic mentioned by Frank. "Captain, shall we reclaim our honor?" Stugan lamented, clutching his stomach in displeasure. Ra's abruptly rose to his feet, his red pirate cloak billowing around him, weapons coiled about his form. His tone was ominous. "Honor is earned through one's own efforts. That individual has dared to challenge our authority by attacking you. It is only fitting that he pays the price." A chorus of enthusiastic exclamations erupted, with many eager to claim the head of that individual for their captain. "Captain, do not underestimate him. He seems unfazed by blades," Frank cautioned, having previously warned the crew. And now seeing their spirits high, he reiterated his warning. "Unfazed by blades? Huh. I shall see who truly fears the sword," Ra's replied with a confident grin, commanding, "Frank, Stigan, Taylor, Toby, and Algie, you 5 accompany me." Some of the pirates bore minor injuries, yet most were stained with the blood of their enemies, clearly having just endured a fierce battle. "Yes, aye, Captain," they responded, and upon surveying the area without spotting Vasily, Ra's recalled that he remained on board. He then calmly instructed, "Gather the spoils and return to the ship." The pirates swiftly complied with his orders. "Captain Ra's, please be mindful of your temper. Avoid conflict if possible, and remember to take your medication," a middle-aged man, close to 50, cautioned from behind Ra's. Chapman, a psychologist, was sought out by Ra's as he found it increasingly difficult to control himself in a state of bloodlust. Do not be deceived by his current demeanor. Before boarding the ship, this man was a true scoundrel, having exploited his profession to take advantage of numerous female patients. After being reported, Ling Dang was imprisoned. And had it not been for the dire need to find a suitable candidate, they would not have resorted to breaking out a scoundrel like him. It is understood. According to Chapman, it is speculated that Rhodes developed some psychological issues during his imprisonment in the Kingdom of Bordeaux. A person is most susceptible to mental breakdowns during the transition from great joy to profound sorrow, yet Rhodes managed to withstand it with formidable willpower. However, amidst the bloodshed, this latent issue was exacerbated, leading to the emergence of his prior affliction. Because Rhodes concealed the fact that he could gain power through killing, Chapman could only conclude that Rhodes exhibited tendencies toward violence. Through Chapman's diagnosis, Rhodes also gained a clearer understanding of himself. The mundane monotony at sea, coupled with the allure of power through slaughter, was the true source of Rhodes's mental illness. A normal individual who has taken many lives will inevitably differ from the average person, and Rhodes, who yearned for power and indulged in mass murder, was no exception. Having been on medication for several months, prescribed by Chapman, Rhodes was given tranquilizers to stabilize his mental state and was advised to refrain from engaging in combat impulsively. Thus, the rumor arose that the members of the Rod's pirate crew would leave the heads of their adversaries for the captain to handle. "Let us go and meet the impenetrable monk," Rhodes declared, rising to his feet. After 8 months, he had grown a little taller, now standing at 183 meters, a height that could be considered tall among ordinary folk, yet diminutive when compared to certain anomalies. Led by Rhodes, the five made their way towards the plague-stricken plains, driven by the desire to reclaim their lost dignity. "Master Wu Zheng, what is the situation with these 4 individuals?" Dr. Kate inquired upon noticing Wu Zheng returning with the quartet, 2 of whom were visibly bloodied and injured. "Dr. Kate, these are the ones I just rescued from the pirates," Wu Zheng replied, casting a glance at the 4. "They are likely not virtuous souls. Let us ensure they are treated and confined securely." Having emerged from over 10 months of turmoil, Wu Zheng was no longer the naive individual he once was. He now understood that the world was far more complex than he had initially perceived. Not virtuous? Indeed, Dr. Kate's gaze shifted to the leader of the group, a man of African descent. Coming from a traditional background, he held a certain disdain for this ethnicity, associating it with troublesome behavior. Take them inside, extract the bullets, and staunch their bleeding. The Navy should be arriving soon. 3 days prior, they had established contact with the Navy's General Emergency Hotline. Learning that the outbreak might be linked to the Black Death organization, and with the situation now under control, the Navy had pledged to send a warship for investigation. Thanks to Dr. Kate's development of a life-saving serum, most soldiers were willing to heed his commands. As he issued instructions, the 2 moaning individuals were taken for treatment, while the other 2 were confined in the prison for offenders. Once everything was settled, Wu Zheng suddenly recalled something important and addressed Dr. Kate. "Also, there may be pirates coming to cause trouble, so instruct the guards to exercise caution." Dr. Kate was taken aback. They had been together for several days, and he had come to regard this young monk as quite formidable, seemingly unperturbed by any matters he deemed troublesome. "What? These individuals are being pursued by the Blood Butcher's pirate crew," Wu Zheng stated candidly, blinking. Dr. Kate's expression changed instantaneously, his tone rising in urgency. "The Blood Butcher?" "Henry Rhodes. The notorious Rhodes pirate crew, infamous for their brutality and chaos in the black market, had defeated the heavy artillery chase and the Shards. As a doctor who enjoyed reading the news, how could he remain unaware of such a notorious figure? Why would such a character appear here? Dr. Kate questioned, a hint of panic in his voice. Wu Zheng maintained a calm demeanor and replied with a smile. "It is not surprising for pirates to appear anywhere." Just as they conversed, a volunteer from the kingdom of Hellish hurried toward them. "Dr. Kate, Master Wu Zheng, trouble is brewing. A group of pirates has arrived outside Chestnut Town, exceptionally fierce, and they are claiming to seek out Master Wu Zheng." Upon concluding his words, the man cast a glance at Wu Zheng. Hearing his remarks, Kate's expression shifted. He was not an arrogant individual, for he understood that this world teems with many formidable creatures, capable of single-handedly assembling an army through their innate abilities. Certainly, such beings are rare. Yet the majority proved to be quite challenging to contend with. How swiftly they arrive. The speed at which the adversary materialized took Wu Zheng by surprise. As he sighed in astonishment and took a step forward, Kate called out to him, "Wu Zheng, you should leave this place at once. While the Blood Butcher is indeed fearsome, there are few accounts of him slaying the innocent. You need not engage him directly." Wu Zheng waved his hand dismissively, a charming smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Ba, I would actually welcome their trouble. In terms of toughness, I have never feared anyone." Having been away from home for 10 months, Wu Zheng's manner of speaking had undergone considerable transformation, often alternating between ordinary speech and Buddhist verses, rendering his words occasionally peculiar. After finishing his statement, he strode forward to confront the individual known among pirates as the Butcher of Men. Chapter 57. 18 Techniques arriving swiftly at the outskirts of the town. Wu Zheng's gaze fell upon the foremost figure among the 5 silhouettes. With bronzed skin, striking golden hair cut above the eyebrows, and a pair of expressive sword-like brows punctuated by a scar at the corner of his mouth, he bore an unusual weapon that drew attention. Although he did not appear particularly tall, an air of authority emanated from him. What a heavy aura of killing intent. Wu Zheng observed the man's lustrous hair, absent-mindedly touching his own bald head, feeling a pang of nostalgia for the time when he too wished to have some hair atop his head. I do not like this fellow. As he watched the bald Roderick emerge from the small door, his eyes narrowed, clad in a tattered gray robe with patches. His well-proportioned and fair figure prompted Roderick to silently commend him as a handsome little monk. This bald monk's appearance could rival that of Tang Sing, he mused, lost in thought. Who is Tang Sing? Frank inquired, scratching his head in confusion. Noting Roderick's reluctance to elaborate, he merely curled his lip and tightened his grip on his weapon, striding directly toward the striking little monk. Perhaps it was due to the leisurely manner in which he dispatched his subordinates to confront the enemy that Roderick had learned to employ a bit of banter to lighten his mood, during which he had uttered many terms foreign to this world, leaving Frank and the others unfazed. As the two sides drew closer, the tension palpable in the air. They stood merely 7 meters apart, a distance perilous for those adept in long-range attacks, yet for Roderick, it was the optimal range for an assault. Monk, are you the one who injured me? Roderick glared at Wu Zheng with ill intent. Are you pirates? Wu Zheng countered. Rather than properly engaging in your prayers, is it now the monk's duty to dispense justice? Rods remarked with irony, having indulged excessively in the virtual antics of the past, having absorbed countless disparaging tales about the bald-headed with their rotund features. At this moment, he naturally harbored no fondness for this group of bald men. Noticing the increasingly hostile tone of his adversary, he leisurely began to loosen his monk's robe. Just as he was about to articulate a thought, Rods's gaze fell upon the adversary's shorts, prompting a soft snort of acknowledgement. Truly, a monk of few words. With a subtle tilt of his head, the 4 companions behind him instinctively withdrew, for they had witnessed their captain in the throes of battle before. The carnage, coupled with his frenzied demeanor, was enough to deter any who sought to spectate dangerously close. Observing the movements of his opponent, Rod sensed that his subordinates had created ample distance. With a piercing glare, he sprang into action. His right arm swung with force, and as his right leg stepped forward with purpose, the scythe gripped tightly in his hand shot forth like a meteor, aimed precisely at ensnaring his foe. So swift, this strike, executed with both speed and precision, was directed at the upper levels, leaving Wu Zheng, a master of upper-tier martial arts, unable to evade. Drawing a deep breath, he sank his chi into his dantian, his muscles rapidly tensing. To everyone's astonishment, Wu Zheng stood firm, resolutely preparing to confront the blow head-on. 18 techniques, iron body. This technique originates from Ling Shan Temple, designed to fortify one's defensive capabilities, and is a mandatory course for many disciples at the Martial Arts Academy. Clang. The scythe's blade tore through Wu Zheng's garment, yet it merely left a crimson mark upon his skin. 18 techniques, dragon claw. In the instant the iron body was released, Wu Zheng's right hand transformed into a claw, swiftly reaching for the iron chain that sought to retract. With a single claw, one could effortlessly bend steel and shatter stone. If an ordinary person were caught, their bones would easily be crushed. With a resounding smack, the dragon-like talon firmly grasped the iron chain that was about to be retracted, and then, without hesitation, Wu Zheng exerted tremendous force. As the opponent assumed an immovable stance and the sound of steel echoed from their body, Roz understood the remarkable hardness of their physique. Feeling the strength transmitted through the chain, Roz cast aside any notions of underestimating them. With a shared surge of energy, the soul lantern leaped upright, transforming the encounter into a tug-of-war. One person's eyelids twitched slightly while the other's eyes widened in astonishment. The disparity in their strength was surprisingly minimal. Golden Bell Shield? Dragon Claw? Roz inquired tentatively. Wu Zheng, perplexed, wondered about the significance of these terms. Nevertheless, he pressed on, realizing their strengths were closely matched. Roz boldly seized the chain and charged forward, prompting Wu Zheng to smirk and adopt a similar approach. One wielded a lantern while the other brandished a scythe, and in an instant, they collided. Clang. Boom. With their powers nearly equal, this clash yielded no advantage for either side. Both their strength and physical prowess were impressive, yet their combat techniques left something to be desired, displaying grandeur without lethal intent. Roz, with keen observation, concluded that his opponent was a monk possessing only the superficialities of martial heritage. From Wu Zheng's weapon, he deduced that this individual, resembling the bounty poster, was likely adept in close and mid-range combat. At this moment, they stood in close proximity, which delighted Wu Zheng, who had an abundance of martial skills. 18 techniques, Dragon Claw. With his right hand wielding the scythe and his left hand curling into a claw, he swiftly reached for Roz's arm. Upon contact, joy surged within Wu Zheng, yet the force he exerted slightly diminished. With a snap, his fingers tightened around Roz's right arm. Noticing that his opponent seemed largely unaffected, Wu Zheng was taken aback. Then, he unleashed the full force of his grip, his fingers capable of crushing bones, yet they could only penetrate to a certain extent. What a formidable claw attack, Roz remarked, feeling the pressure on his arm, before grinning and adding, but you ought not to underestimate me. We are pirates. With a vigorous tug, as Wu Zhang's body shifted slightly, Roz's head suddenly collided with his opponent's head, standing at 183 meters and 180 meters respectively. Their heights resulted in a powerful clash of skulls. Thud. As the hammer strikes the great bell, a resounding clash reverberates at the point of impact, accompanied by a gust of air that disperses in all directions. Wu Zhang, momentarily dizzy, staggers back several paces. This reaction comes even as he employs the 18 techniques, Copperhead state. Had he failed to respond in time, his skull would have surely been fractured by the blow, with a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Roz reveals the combat style he has cultivated during his encounters with pirates, utilizing the reverse maneuver granted by the so-called armor value. This endowment ensures that all physical damage is mitigated, whether through active or passive means. Often, Roz resorts to this unexpected self-harm technique to effectively strike his adversaries. The bald foe's head is indeed resilient. Once more, with determination, Roz yanks on the chain, aiming to catch his opponent off guard again. However, having learned from his previous experience, Wu Zhang remains vigilant. Sensing his opponent's movement, he inhales deeply, visibly expanding his abdomen with remarkable speed. A shockwave? Roz, now standing before Wu Zhang, dismisses any hesitation as he swings the lantern forcefully toward the bald head. 18 techniques, but a sound. A thunderous roar crashes into Roz's ears, halting his strike. This time, Wu Zhang seizes the opportunity. With a flicker of thought, his ability activates, and a faint copper hue envelopes his skin, propelling his right fist forward with tremendous force. Bang! The force of this strike was so tremendous that it had seemingly doubled in intensity from before, and facing this blow, Roz was instantly sent flying when he chose to withstand it. However, as Roz grasped a segment of the lantern, his momentum halted 6 meters away. Witnessing that his opponent appeared relatively unscathed ignited a flicker of anger within Wu Zhang. Gripping the end of his scythe tightly, Wu Zhang exerted a sudden force, pulling Roz back in an instant. Come back, he commanded. Subsequently, Wu Zhang unleashed another punch, striking Roz squarely in the chest. Boom! Roz was sent flying once more, and Wu Zhang attempted to replicate his previous assault. Boom! Like a mere ball, Roz was helplessly propelled away, releasing his grip on the lantern. Once again struck. Roz was sent tumbling like a weather vane, soaring through the air for several meters, illustrating the increasing potency of Wu Zhang's strikes. Thud, thud, thud. Captain, Captain Roz. They could hardly believe their eyes as they witnessed the captain being knocked away. The 4 observers were wide-eyed, having never encountered such a spectacle before. This is incredible! Meanwhile, Kate and her companions, hidden within the town, felt a surge of delight at the unfolding events. After several rolls, Roz staggered to his feet, disheveled. He wiped the dust from the corner of his mouth with his right hand and sneered, "Ha ha ha, your punches are as soft as a woman's." With a moment to spare, Roz began to assess the transformation of the figure before him. The once pale skin had now taken on a faint bronze hue, and this individual appeared to have morphed into a bronze statue. A bronze man? 18 bronze warriors? Was this a special technique, or the power of a devil fruit? Roz stood up, his expression menacing as he inquired. Yet, Roz's state only caused Wu Zhang to narrow his copper-colored eyes. Is it truly inconsequential? After enduring an accumulation of souls over the span of 8 months, Roz did not know the exact number he had absorbed. Only that it was considerable, so much so that he had become a being regarded as a monster or extraordinary in the eyes of ordinary people. Blades could not pierce him, and bullets merely left crimson marks on his body. Even amidst cannon fire, he could retreat unscathed. In the Western Sea, few could breach his defenses through mere physical attacks. It is indeed remarkable. This so-called armor seemed akin to a rule. His body could be repelled and hurled by the force of his adversaries, yet it sustained no harm. Not even from Roz himself. For a time, this realization filled Roz with a sense of panic. After all, knives and similar instruments were classified as physical attacks, including surgical scalpels. Now, it appeared that even ordinary individuals wielding blades could leave no trace upon him. He feared that should he ever require an appendectomy or a similar procedure, he might perish due to an inability to undergo surgery. Of course, such worries occasionally resurfaced, but as time passed, they faded considerably. Should such dire circumstances arise, perhaps he could seek out an ability user to assist, such as one skilled in opening doors or performing surgery. If all else failed, a renowned swordsman might also suffice for a surgical operation. Chapter 58. Hard meets hard your body? Wu Zheng inquired, astonished. Raz advanced step by step towards the bronze man, his formidable aura and stride merging into a presence that instilled dread in the onlookers. Isn't it sufficiently resilient? I shall refer to it as my iron physique. Prior to battle, Raz had ingested 2 calming pills, granting him the leisure to test the physical prowess of the elderly woman. It has been quite some time since I have relished a true battle. I hope you shall not disappoint me. A smile graced Raz's lips as he closed the distance to 3 meters. With a clang, Wu Zheng relinquished the seized weapon. Its rarity made it more of a burden in his hands. My master once taught me to be kind to others. Yet he also imparted that since I am not a saint, it is acceptable to occasionally harbor a bit of wrath. Wu Zheng's voice rang clear, and he once again summoned his abilities. As his physical strength waned, the bronze hue of his body intensified. Wrathful Diamond. Seemingly entering a heightened state, Wu Zheng suddenly shouted, unleashing a burst of power as he stepped forward, his fist aimed squarely at Ross. 18 techniques. Diamond Fist. Infused with the martial arts legacy of Ling Mountain Temple and the empowerment of a devil fruit, Wu Zheng was confident in this strike. However, Ross was far from a mindless target. As his opponent charged, Ross swiftly crouched to evade the powerful punch, following up with a fluid whip kick. Clang. The sound echoed. Yet his opponent remained immovable, causing a flicker of unease within Ross. Had the defensive capabilities of his adversary strengthened? Suddenly rising, Roz's right fist moved in tandem, delivering a ferocious uppercut to the Copperman's chin. 18 techniques. Iron Body. With energy concentrated in his dantian and every muscle taut. Combined with the formidable defense bestowed by the devil fruit, Wu Zheng's protection reached its zenith. Thud. Unmoved. Unyielding, Roz was instantly consumed by a surge of inexplicable rage. Unleashing the lethal techniques honed through life and death struggles upon the imposing Copperman before him. Direct punches, heavy strikes, uppercuts, side kicks, front thrusts, knee strikes, eye gouges, throat locks, groin attacks. In a fleeting span of mere seconds, Roz unleashed a torrent of relentless assaults. Thud, thud, thud. The echoes of their clash resonated like the rhythmic beating of a drum. Witnessing the futility of his attacks, Roz momentarily retreated, creating distance between them. His eyes glinting with a hint of crimson. Has his defense grown exponentially stronger? Amitabha. Wu Zheng murmured a solemn Buddhist incantation. What a charade. While you bolster your defense, you remain immobile, don't you? Roz impatiently inquired. CP agents? Navy 6 styles? Iron block? The stance of this individual, utterly motionless, bears a striking resemblance to the iron block technique mastered by the world government's navy. Since the opponent has adopted a defensive posture, there is no need to engage in a futile assault if one cannot break through. A cascade of questions, CP, Navy, iron block, flooded my mind, and I suppressed the urge to inquire further, choosing instead to relinquish the iron body technique. Regardless of the technique employed, stamina serves as the foundation of all. The utilization of iron body and the devil fruit demands considerable energy. Will they not attack? Merely relying on defense cannot vanquish an adversary. In moments of necessity, Roz even chastised himself. What a pity it is to witness such a display of wrathful prowess. Continuing to provoke, Roz understood that his opponent's current state must be draining their stamina significantly. Indeed, as Roz had anticipated, the copper-toned form of Wu Zheng, having consumed the devil fruit less than a year prior, required energy to maintain, albeit minimal. However, in an ongoing confrontation, the disparity in stamina would inevitably widen. Attack. Realizing that defense alone could not secure victory, Wu Zheng summoned all his strength, propelling himself forward with a powerful leap towards Roz. Now this is more like it. A balanced approach of offense and defense aligns with Roz's strategy. With the opponent initiating the attack, he could effectively counter while evading. After one throws a punch, one's vulnerabilities become most pronounced, a truth known to all who have engaged in combat. Bang. In an instant, they collided once more. Fists, feet, heads, and bodies transformed into instruments of their mutual destruction. One side employed brutal tactics honed through relentless conflict, while the other wielded ancient techniques unrefined by experience. Both excelling in defense, the outcome would hinge on stamina and resolve. Hey, am I dreaming? It is indeed a rarity to witness someone capable of battling the captain to such an extent. Tyler, the leader of the combat team, watched in astonishment as the clash unfolded before him, the figures of gray and copper colliding in a mesmerizing display. Tyler and Toby, Brothers from childhood who excelled in street fighting had resorted to violence after refusing to pay the so-called protection fees imposed by gangsters. In their fury, they took lives. And to escape the ensuing chaos, they ventured out to sea, becoming part of the new recruits enlisted by Chase. The two brothers bore a resemblance in height and appearance, yet their personalities were starkly contrasting. The elder, Taylor, was arrogant and domineering, while the younger, Toby, exhibited a demeanor of maturity and steadiness. Observing each other's aggressive tactics was commonplace, yet they were acutely aware of the captain's formidable defense, a true gift indeed. Toby responded with calm assurance. They understood the captain's innate talent, a genuine prowess that rendered even a barrage of bullets ineffective, resulting merely in bruises. In contrast, ordinary individuals, even if capable of withstanding bullets, relied on techniques or skills that consumed physical stamina, a necessity that did not apply to Rhodes. As long as the captain's defense remained unbroken, he would dictate the rhythm of battle. The bald-headed man stood no chance against him. Sturgeon, licking his lips, gripped the hilt of his knife tightly, his eyes wide with intent, striving to observe every movement from both sides. Why had Rhodes brought these exceptionally gifted young individuals here? Was it to bolster their morale? No. It was to expose them to the intensity of combat, to enhance their perceptive abilities. Frank remained silent, his composed demeanor indicating his lack of concern. After all, he had known from the outset that Rhodes was extraordinary. On the walls of the small town, heads began to appear, drawn by rumors of pirates troubling the master of Wuxing. While labeled as reinforcements, most were merely spectators, eager for the spectacle of the notorious pirates. Could these ordinary folk truly contend with such ruthless marauders? In the days leading up to this moment, Wuxing had tirelessly conducted two rituals, earning the gratitude of families who had lost loved ones. Yet when faced with threats to their own lives, many were fearful and hesitant. However, witnessing the young monk gain the upper hand, they could not help but cheer. The radiance of the young master was reminiscent of a reincarnated Buddha or an awakened Arhat. Wuxing vanquished the pirates. In the eyes of the common people, lacking experience in conflict, the pirates appeared blind to their own ineffectiveness. Each of their attacks against Wuxing yielded no results, while every strike from the young master bore evident impact. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Thus, under the somber sky, the two figures clashed, their combat gradually slowing. Both sides gasped for breath, their bodies trembling with fatigue, their garments soaked in the chilling air. At that moment, Rhodes suddenly rose, inhaling sharply before violently expelling a mouthful of congealed blood, a flash of crimson igniting in his eyes. "Baldy, you still have one strike left, then perish." Having endured countless blows, the body bore minor injuries, while his opponent was on the verge of exhaustion. Roz had no intention of lingering. With a sudden surge, he charged directly at Master Wuxing, determined to bring this battle to a swift conclusion. Meanwhile, the number of spectators by the surrounding walls had dwindled significantly. Those driven by self-interest, sensing the tide turning unfavorably, harbored curses and grievances as they hastily retreated to secure their doors. A sense of foreboding enveloped the scene as it became evident that Master Wuxing was not in optimal condition. Before he could articulate his concerns, that ferocious pirate charged straight towards the young master. "Stand ready," Dr. Kate commanded, prompting a dozen soldiers from the Kingdom of Alucia and Chestnut Town to raise their weapons. However, the guards from Chestnut Town hesitated and subsequently lowered their arms. The adversary was a pirate, a notorious figure with a bounty of 58 million berries. To offend such a pirate over a monk who had merely performed a few rituals for them could spell disaster for the local inhabitants. Observing the soldiers' actions, Kate felt an urge to voice his thoughts, yet he refrained from doing so. In that fleeting moment, he grasped the apprehensions that lingered in their hearts. How could ordinary citizens engage in such a conflict? The destruction of the nearby area spoke volumes. Sighing, he conceded that preventing the pirate from breaching their defenses was paramount. Furthermore, he ordered, quickly, apprehend the 4 individuals who were brought earlier. Despite his reluctance, the situation dictated a harsh reality. Relinquishing Master Wuxing was the only course of action. Frank was the first to notice the unusual atmosphere in the town, resting his hand upon the grip of his weapon. Yet, after a careful assessment, he could not suppress a disdainful chuckle. Such is the nature of humanity. Sensing no threat from that direction, a furious roar drew Frank's gaze towards the captain. There stood Roz, taking strides with purpose, his right fist bulging with veins, evidently charged with pent-up energy. In response to Roz's impending strike, Wuxing did not remain passive. His body ached all over, on the verge of losing the Vidra body. Yet under the protection of this form, The opponent's fierce attack posed no lethal danger. However, should the Vajra body shatter, that would spell disaster. Reciting a Buddhist chant to quell the turbulence within, a flash of insight illuminated Wu Zhang's mind, revealing the opponent's flaw. At the critical moment, he instinctively relinquished the Vajra body. Drawing in a deep breath that circulated from his mouth to his lungs, flowing into his abdomen, and then returning to his lungs before erupting forth from his open mouth. 18 techniques. Buddha's sound. At that very instant, Raz's heavy fist met Wu Zhang's visage. The bullet fist. Boom. Wu Zhang let out a roar. But as he opened his mouth, he was struck and sent flying, truly airborne. Thud. 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 Observing his opponent soaring like a kite, Raz, with a cold smile and ears ringing, chuckled maniacally, "Only now do you realize?" Too late. After his laughter subsided, he seemed slightly unhinged as he leisurely approached his weapon, preparing to claim the head of his prize. Chapter 59. Das Bonus. The following day, under a bright sun, within the Lord's mansion of Zhu Creek District, a middle-aged man clad in opulent attire knelt in terror upon the ground, sweat streaming down his forehead, a testament to his current state of distress. "So, you became the Lord with the backing of the Vino family?" Raz inquired, sipping a drink reminiscent of beer as he regarded the kneeling mayor, Marion, a corpulent man. Zhu Creek District, the most commercially prosperous area of Lantern Island, had been gradually capitulating under the formidable military pressure of the Lantern Nation. However, an unknown force had intervened, seeking to enable the disheartened former mayor to maintain his independence with their support, perhaps weary of the tragedies wrought by territorial division and mutual harm. The former mayor had rejected their demands. Subsequently, the former mayor perished, and the second-in-command of Zhuchi District also met his demise, paving the way for Malian to ascend as the new mayor. Under the dominion of the Vino family, this locale transformed into a bustling hub of commerce, where the trade of local specialties and the trafficking of individuals transpired in full swing. The Vino family, who profited from warfare, naturally sought to prevent the unification of this expansive island teeming with inhabitants. Upon receiving Malian's request, the Vino family dispatched Alvin to unleash a virus in the area. It is worth noting that the virus in Pingchuan District was merely a rudimentary trial version, resulting in a casualty rate of only 30%. Should the mission here proceed smoothly, a more potent virus would subsequently be deployed against the dominant force known as the Lantern Nation. Great Lord, indeed. All of this was coerced upon me by that black fiend and this despicable creature. I am innocent, lamented Mayor Malian, tears streaming down his face. Not far from him lay a corpse, an operative of the Vino Mafia. In the previous hall, Raz had gleaned from Vasily the reasons behind the assault on himself and his associates in this modest territory. Hearing this, Raz grew increasingly irked by the sight of the corpulent figure before him. His gaze turned frigid as he contemplated the notion that the man might as well be dead. How vexing. With his mind in turmoil, Raz could no longer endure. He drew a short pistol, adorned with golden etchings, from the holster at his left hip and disengaged the safety. Seemingly alerted by the noise, Malian abruptly looked up, his eyes widening in terror as he beheld the cold muzzle of the gun aimed at him. A wave of dread surged from his head to his limbs, prompting him to rise in panic and attempt to flee. Bang! Malian felt a sharp pain sear through his back. Unable to withstand it, he stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. Bang! Another shot rang out, causing Malian's body to convulse. After a brief moment of moaning, he fell silent. 10 seconds later, such a waste possesses fragments. Rising with the cheat in hand, I approached the corpse amidst Vasily's astonished gaze. The soul fragments were swiftly drawn into the lantern, while Raz assumed the task of turning the body over. Though this action bore a semblance of concealment, it was undoubtedly preferable to inaction. It was wise to keep one's talents hidden. Otherwise, the Navy might very well set their sights upon me. Gazing down at my drenched lower half and the nauseating stench, a flicker of disgust crossed Raz's eyes. His gaze fell upon the pistol in his hand. Ever since Chapman proposed the treatment plan, Raz had executed captives using firearms, as there existed a stark contrast between killing with one's own hands and through a weapon. Although both acts resulted in death, pulling the trigger merely required a gentle squeeze, alleviating the psychological burden to some extent. This pistol, adorned with golden patterns, was seized during a tumultuous raid in the black market. That venture had yielded a bountiful reward, enabling several crew members to depart after amassing sufficient wealth. What has become of Frank and Sturgeon? Ross turned to Vasily. Vasily, contemplating the corpse on the ground, took a few moments before responding. They have already been sent to Chestnut Town for antibody injections. There is no need for those who came into contact with them to worry. Since there are now life-saving antibodies available, anyone infected should simply go there. Besides, wasn't it said that the probability of a patient in the incubation period infecting others is only 50%? This morning, Frank and Sturgeon exhibited symptoms of fever. The uncertain diagnosis from the doctor we procured from Old Man Lawn suggested they had contracted the disease from there, prompting their immediate transfer for treatment. With the epidemic in the Pingchuan area under control, the infection rate had significantly decreased, and Roz did not dwell on it further. Has that monk awakened? Roz recalled the monk he had vanquished the previous day. At this moment, Vasily was the undisputed first mate of Roz's pirate crew, overseeing much of the operations. And he was well aware of the monk whom Roz had brought back and requested special attention for. Not yet. Jim mentioned he would probably awaken tomorrow. There are no major issues, just exhaustion from battle and some minor injuries. The thought of the battered monk, who had been forcibly brought back, almost made Vasily chuckle. Roz, do you intend to recruit him? Vasily inquired. Indeed, this fellow possesses commendable combat prowess. Last night, facing the unconscious monk, Roz, seemingly devoid of rationality, ultimately chose not to take his life. His martial skills were remarkable, having battled for over 20 minutes before succumbing, which was already quite formidable. Moreover, given his youth and the possibility of him being an ability user, he evidently holds great potential. Since the conflict did not reach a life-or-death juncture, there was no need to take a life for mere fragments. It would be challenging. After all, he is a monk, seemingly a hermit. Lacking even a single coin in his pocket, clearly a person of unwavering resolve. Vasily shook his head. Roz cast a glance at the first mate, whose physique had become more robust and whose demeanor had grown increasingly composed. A sudden smile graced his lips. I believe you can manage it, he said. Perhaps it was his fate to toil. Over the past 10 months, Vasily had made remarkable strides in management, earning Roz's trust profoundly. This is truly challenging. I can only give it a try. Vasily suddenly lamented, surprising Roz. By the way, Roz, you are aware that among the captured crew, there were over 20 slaves, right? Vasily recalled suddenly. What? Roz inquired. One of them, a 10-year-old boy, insists on joining us, Vasily explained. Roz's expression turned impatient. We are not a shelter. They are pirates. A band of desperados who risk their lives on the sea. Taking in a child is utterly unrealistic. I find him quite tenacious. That boy has been kneeling by our ship for an entire day, Vasily remarked with a hint of sympathy. A 10-year-old boy? Kneeling for a day? Roz's interest was piqued. Vasily nodded, flicking a candy from his mouth with his right hand. Yes, he has been in it for a day now. I reckon he won't hold out much longer. Interesting. What is the boy's name? There are many tenacious individuals in this world. But if one possesses both perseverance and a stroke of fortune, they may achieve something remarkable. The future is long. Perhaps they should start planning ahead. I believe it's Daz Bonus. Daz. Roz repeated the name, feeling a flicker of familiarity. Over the past 7 years in this world, he had encountered numerous individuals, causing some lesser-known names to fade from memory. Arrange for someone to gather the treasures here. Let us go meet the boy, Roz proposed. Vasily, who held a certain admiration for the boy named Daz, readily agreed. After instructing a few nimble individuals to collect the goods, the two made their way to their ship, the Wavestrider. The Juchi district boasted a well-established port, and the journey to the city where Roz currently resided could be completed in half an hour by carriage. As he sat in the jostling carriage, Roz found himself inwardly lamenting. The technological landscape of this world is rather perplexing. In some underdeveloped regions, kerosene lamps, human-powered carts, and horse-drawn carriages are still in use, while more advanced areas have already embraced the steam age, with extensive applications of electrical and thermal energy. Clearly, Flower Lantern Island does not belong to the ranks of developed islands. It is, in fact, situated in a maritime zone that cannot be deemed technologically advanced, even among the western seas. It is noteworthy that Roz and his companions travel aboard a conventional sailing vessel, devoid of any electrical facilities, relying on kerosene lamps for illumination and coal for cooking. This prompted Roz to contemplate a journey towards the Grand Line multiple times. As their thoughts wandered, time swiftly passed, and soon they arrived at the port town. Observing the somewhat dilapidated harbor, the two paid it no mind, for it was they who had wrought this destruction. Tap, tap, tap. The 10-year-old boy, Daz, with skin as dark as night, appeared quite pale at that moment. Even upon hearing the footsteps, he did not raise his head. The footsteps grew nearer, and two figures gradually obscured the sunlight. Little brat. Hearing the voice, Daz's scattered consciousness returned. He extended his tongue to moisten his parched lips and slowly opened his eyes, straining to look up at the newcomers. With a complexion of mixed heritage, thick lips, and a cropped hairstyle, it was evidently a boy of African descent. Yet, upon seeing the somewhat familiar face, a spark of recognition ignited within Rods. Daz Bonus. The West Blue assassin from 19 years hence. Subordinate of Mr. One, the quick-slicing fruit user, Sir Crocodile. A memory surfaced, recalling a robust man bearing a resemblance to the boy before him, transforming into a blade to strike down a man known as the Green Algae Head. So it's you. Rods couldn't help but let a smile creep onto his lips, though it quickly vanished. The boy before him was likely not yet a user of the devil fruit. If he were to rescue Daz, a slave, would this act alter the trajectory of his fate? Regardless, he resolved to take him in. Why do you wish to join us? Rods inquired. After a few moments of silence, a youthful voice emerged from the parched lips of the boy. You saved me. You are my benefactor. You are a hero. Hero? What an irksome term. We are pirates. Rod scoffed. Des struggled to widen his eyes, asserting, but to me, you are a hero. Despite being a pirate, this man had rescued them, prepared a meal, and subsequently released them. A kindness they had not experienced in their 2 years of servitude. Des still vividly recalled the taste of the roasted ham from the previous night, which he deemed the finest food he had ever savored. Intriguing. I, Henry Rods, permit you to join my pirate crew as an apprentice. It seemed he had heard the desired response, and Daz, who had fought to remain conscious, suddenly lost his awareness. Just as he was about to collapse, Rods extended a leg to catch him, then deftly lifted him into his arms. A stubborn little brat, indeed, Rods remarked with satisfaction. Captain, trouble arises. That monk has awakened. A voice interrupted their thoughts. Chapter 60. The monk joins. The events unfolding here have long attracted the attention of the pirates aboard the ship. Alge, a lookout and navigator, stood tall beside the side sail, observing the commotion, while below, 6 or 7 heads bobbed in excitement, eager to join them. The little lad who had knelt on the ground all day had already been deemed a tool for gambling by this band of pirates. I wager that the lad won't make it onto the ship. Hee. I'll stake 20,000 berries. I wager he won't either. I'll put down 10,000. Toby, watching the two boastful fellows, couldn't help but shake his head. Since the arrival of the captain and the first mate, it was evident that the boy named Daz had a far greater chance of boarding. With this thought, the composed Toby raised his gaze towards Alge and shouted, I bet on that little lad. However, Alge immediately interrupted. Sorry, Toby, the outcome has already been determined. No more bets will be accepted. As the boy was chosen by the captain, everyone understood that the result was settled. Let us disperse. It's time for some card games. Someone suggested. In this world, playing cards already existed, albeit with various rules. The once dreary atmosphere aboard the pirate ship transformed with the arrival of a psychologist, allowing for such diversions. Playing cards, dice, audio-visual phone bugs, and even the ship's fresh water had mostly been replaced with beer. A little intoxication, accompanied by leisure, ensured that one would not succumb to madness on the monotonous sea. Gwazi, Haven T, you lost enough? You still have money. What are you afraid of? The prize this time will be substantial. During this occasion at the Lord's Mansion in the Joie Creek district, the crowd naturally understood that the subsequent rewards would be substantial. Suddenly, the cabin door was thrust open, and a sailor proclaimed loudly, The bald man has awakened. Immediately, word was relayed. Not good, Captain, the monk has regained consciousness. Evidently, the battle between Rods and the bald man had spread among the 4 spectators, and the awakening of someone capable of challenging the captain so fiercely warranted significant attention. Below, Rods looked up and then turned to Vasily, teasingly remarking, Didn't you say he wouldn't wake until tomorrow? Vasily retorted, That may well be true for an ordinary person, but to have a fierce struggle with you, I wouldn't be surprised if he had awakened yesterday. What fierce struggle? I was the victor, Vasily insisted, though internally he pondered how to fulfill Rods's earlier directive to recruit a devoted monk, a task that posed considerable difficulty. Eureka! A sudden inspiration struck, and Vasily devised a plan. Leave Daz to me. Rods, you should refrain from making an appearance for now, he proposed. Observing Rods's puzzled expression, Vasily elaborated, You've already engaged him in battle. Your presence would only complicate the task. All right. Rods raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, acknowledging the complexity of this challenge. Gently tossing the unconscious Daz, Vasily caught him and strode purposefully towards the wavebreaker. Rods contemplated for a moment before turning to leave. Recalling a tavern in this port, he suddenly felt a yearning for a drink. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed as the ship's doctor, Jim, opened the door to see First Mate Vasily striding in and placing Daz onto another cot. This is a medical room transformed from a bedroom, where the ship's doctor, Jim, resides alongside a later arriving psychiatrist. At this moment, a monk with a rather unfriendly demeanor reclines on the Chapman bed. His fair complexion bears several bruises, yet his spirit appears surprisingly robust. Are you pirates? Upon awakening and surveying the room's layout, the monk realizes he is aboard a pirate ship. Indeed, young master. You are on the wave breaker of the Rhodes pirate crew. Wreckage? What a strange name. Vasily corrected him. It is wave breaker, the one that breaks through the waves. The monk's expression shifted, evidently recalling a formidable adversary. Jim, you may step out. I wish to have a word with the young master, Vasily said, gesturing to the doctor. As the first mate issued his command, Jim promptly exited the room. May I inquire how you prefer to be addressed? Perhaps due to Vasily's relatively amiable demeanor. The monk fell silent for a few seconds before placing his hands together in a gesture of respect, stating, I am the monk, Wu Zheng. Wu Zheng. Wu Zheng. The meaning of not contending is profound. A commendable title indeed. I am Vasily, the first mate of this vessel. I am curious about your impression of our pirate crew. Wu Zheng's mind was filled with questions, and he shook his head, replying, It is poor. I do not like you. Ah, that is only to be expected. We are pirates, after all, and it is normal to be disliked. Truth be told, I do not wish for this either, Vasily sighed. A fleeting thought crossed Wu Zheng's mind. Urging others towards virtue aligns with the principles of Buddhism. And this individual before him seems to harbor a desire for redemption. You need not continue as a pirate. Vasily did not answer directly. Instead, he posed a counter-question. Young Master Wu Zheng, what is your perspective on this world? Wu Zheng furrowed his brow, genuinely perplexed by the inquiry, and replied candidly, This world, of course, has both good and bad. Is there more good than bad? Certainly, there is more good. Over the past 10 months, from the Ling Mountain Temple to the Lantern Island, he has traversed 5 islands, encountering numerous villains, yet he has also encountered far more good people. Pirates are bad people. Are they not? Indeed. Vasily's lips curled into a smirk as he continued. Thus, when we slay pirates, is it not a matter of eradicating evil and promoting good? Wu Zheng immediately retorted, That is different. What distinguishes it? Our pirate crew does not treat civilians as other pirate crews do. We do not massacre them. And we always pay for our provisions honestly. Do you know what the person you saved yesterday did in this country? Vasily suddenly remarked with a cold smile. Without any preamble, Vasily stated, he committed poisoning. The virus from the Pingchuan district. Wu Zheng's face displayed astonishment, and with a hint of disbelief in his voice, he asked, Was it not the Black Death Organization? The Black Death Organization? Vasily echoed, then shook his head. No, certainly not. The one who released the virus was that black man. What you are suggesting seems to be a convoluted fabrication by those who perpetrated the poisoning. We have interrogated them, and it is indeed their doing. Moreover, we are here for this very matter. Vasily, slightly claiming a share of the credit without excessive elaboration, was wary of revealing too much to the little bald man before him. Truly, Wu Zheng's expression was one of conflict and vexation. If what the other party claimed were true, then even if he were a true villain, he should be handed over to the law for punishment. Observing the monk's fluctuating demeanor, Vasily pressed on with greater intensity. They are still scheming to unleash something even more potent than this virus upon the Lantern Country. Should they succeed, it is uncertain how many lives would be lost. Wu Zheng's face turned pale at once. If his actions were to cause the demise of innocence, it would indeed be a grave sin. Vasily inwardly rejoiced, seeking first to alter the other's perception of pirates, or perhaps their broader views. Before revealing the full extent of the truth, I wish to share a tale concerning our captain. Noticing a flicker of interest in the monk, Vasily drew a chair from Dr. Jim's desk and commenced a new round of persuasion. It was not entirely deception. Throughout the ensuing narrative, Vasily relayed all he knew about Captain Rhodes, artfully omitting unfavorable details. Minutes passed, and Wu Zheng, furrowing his brow, softened his tone. So, your captain is indeed afflicted by illness. According to Buddhist teachings, your captain is troubled by inner demons, which, over time, will inevitably manifest as a malevolent presence. Seeing the hint of skepticism on the other's face, Wu Zheng elaborated. This refers to what contemporary psychologists term as dissociative identity disorder. Upon hearing this, Vasily understood, for Dr. Chapman had previously diagnosed Rhodes with mild symptoms of this very condition. A normal individual is primarily governed by their true self. Yet even the true self contains both a benevolent and a malevolent aspect. The benevolent aspect has little impact on the true self, guiding one towards virtuous actions. In contrast, the malevolent aspect can influence the very existence of the true self. A dark and oppressive environment, unfulfilled desires, and violence all serve as fertile ground for the cultivation of evil. This so-called evil is the inner demon. When malevolence reaches a certain threshold, it seeks to eradicate the true self. Is this not a struggle between the wicked persona and the normal persona? Fortunately, the captain's ailment was detected early, preventing the emergence of a truly alternate identity. However, it seems the effectiveness of the current medication has waned. Previously, the captain required only one pill for its effects, but now he needs two. It is well known that any medication, when taken excessively, will inevitably lead to the body developing a resistance. Vasily promptly rose, bowing respectfully to Wu Zheng, and implored, thus, "Having heard of your profound understanding of the law, I wish to request that you accompany us for a while longer. Our captain's background is indeed fraught with hardship, and we do not wish to see him descend into the ranks of villains. This is also the wish of his deceased parents. Moreover, our captain possesses formidable strength, and no one aboard this vessel can hinder his actions. If the young master were present, he could naturally assist in suppressing the heart and the inner demons." Vasily adeptly appealed to both emotions and reason, recounting Rod's unfortunate experiences in great detail, even attributing the deeds of slaying pirates to the so-called inner demons. Within Wu Zheng's mind, Rod's image gradually took on greater depth. The tragic childhood and harrowing experiences had forged a distorted psyche. Yet amidst this distortion lay a glimmer of humanity. Vasily's request echoed in Wu Zheng's thoughts, and he had previously learned from the man before him of their intentions to venture to the Grand Line, which evidently aligned perfectly with his own objectives. The current Buddha appears to be an immensely powerful figure. The endeavor to retrieve the relics of the Buddha is undoubtedly a formidable task, and strengthening oneself clearly enhances the likelihood of success. Perhaps by being here, I might save a few lives. If the opposing party were to lower their guard, vanquishing the demons would not prove too arduous. Using Buddhist teachings to diminish the presence of malevolence in the world, surely this is a duty they ought to fulfill. Historically, the Buddha sacrificed his flesh for an eagle, descending into hell to quell myriad demons. I, too, harbor such aspirations. Vasily felt a tinge of awkwardness upon hearing the suddenly serious words of the monk Wu Zheng, who seemed to regard him as something of great significance. With the inclusion of the young monk, it was certain that Buddhist wisdom could heal our captain's ailment. A genuine smile crept across Vasily's face. Regardless of the circumstances, he wished for Lilia's son, Rod's, to endure no further suffering. Nevertheless, the task had been successfully completed. As Vasily quietly took his leave, choosing not to disturb Wu Zheng's rest, the monk gently shook his smooth head and nodded. He would not take every word at face value. Seeing is believing. If he remained here for a while, clarity would inevitably come. Chapter 61. The banquet. Another day has passed, and the weather remains delightful. Yesterday, a solitary figure had enjoyed a hearty drink at the tavern, the owner mysteriously absent. Rods, still feeling the effects of a slight hangover, pushed open the door, instinctively raising a hand to shield his eyes from the bright sunlight. He had grown accustomed to the sharpness of strong liquor, even finding himself desiring a sip during moments of joy or sorrow. Observing his subordinates busily transporting treasures and supplies below, Rods gazed skyward, his thoughts drifting. And suddenly, he found himself reminiscing about that quaint tavern in the kingdom of Bordeaux. Perhaps it was time to return and deal with that fellow, Lafitte. In recent months, Rods has been attentive to the developments in the kingdom of Bordeaux. However, aside from its accession to the world government and the opening of trade routes, news from that nation appears to be rather stagnant, prompting Rods to contemplate returning on several occasions. Previously, he lacked the confidence to confront the might of an entire nation, but now he feels emboldened to try. At the time of retrieving his weapons, Rods had discreetly signaled a waiting message beneath the hole created by a sword, and now, with a modicum of newfound strength, he finds himself increasingly concerned about Uncle Hall's safety. Well, after finishing this task, I shall quietly seek out some information. Having made this decision, Rods was oblivious to the arrival of Vasily behind him until Vasily softly called out, "It seems you had a good time drinking yesterday. Was the wine to your liking?" Rods shook his head in silence, but then recalled something and inquired of Vasily, "What news?" Vasily, well aware of the captain's query, nodded affirmatively and replied, "Wu Zheng has agreed to join us, although I had to employ a few subtle tactics. I hope you do not mind." Haha, I knew you could do it. Rods dismissed any thoughts of the tactics and found his curiosity piqued by the peculiarities of this formidable monk. Vasily, did you ask him if he possesses any special abilities? Rods pressed eagerly. No, as long as he boards the ship. He will naturally learn what he needs to know in due course. Rods nodded in agreement, and seeing Rods in good spirits, Vasily chuckled. However, Wu Zheng does have one condition. He requires you to meditate and recite scriptures for an hour each day. Rods was taken aback, scratching his head in confusion. Why me? Ahem, it appears that Wu Zheng, the young master, has heard of your esteemed reputation and seems to regard you as some formidable demon he wishes to enlighten. Rods was instantly filled with exasperation. What is this all about? Vasily secretly reveled in Rod's sudden dismay. Captain Rods, Vice Captain Vasily, we have accounted for the treasures we have amassed, totaling approximately 60 million belly, reported Alger as he bounded up the stairs to address the two leaders. 60 million is not a considerable sum for a city, Vasily remarked wistfully. They both understood the underlying reasons. The city was under the influence of the Vino family, a notorious mafia, known for its trade yet garnering the majority of its profits through less savory means. According to regulations, the 60 million berries must be halved, leaving 30 million to be distributed among the pirates. The distribution varies among the captain, the first mate, the officers, the combat troops, and those who have demonstrated exceptional valor in battle. Even the less combatant sailors receive nearly a month's wage from this share, while the combat troops, of course, receive a greater portion. It is worth noting that the of the Raz pirates is regarded as exceptionally favorable among all pirate crews in the West Sea. The ship, too, has been included, and at this rate, it is becoming increasingly crowded. After 8 to 9 months of battles and adventures, the original crew of 22 has grown to 26. Some pirates have perished, some have disembarked, yet new members have joined their ranks. Tragically, during the recent skirmish, one unfortunate soul was struck fatally by a stray bullet, leaving them with a total of 25. However, with the inclusion of the young Master Wuzhen and the lad Daz, their number swells to 27, causing their quarters to feel quite cramped. Some rooms now accommodate 4 individuals. Listening to the reports from Vasily and Algi, Raz's mind was already made up. He decreed that the medium-sized vessel they had captured would become their second ship. Upon hearing the news, the pirates erupted in cheers. For having several burly men sharing a single room is undoubtedly a torment. The acquisition of another ship signifies the prospect of enjoying the luxury of 2 pirates per cabin. Gazing at the jubilant crew, Raz turned to Vasily and inquired about the young Daz and the monk Wuzhen. Yes, they had a bit of breakfast earlier and I sent them back to rest, but I imagine they are finding it difficult to sleep at this moment. As the cheers grew louder, Vasily wore a resigned expression. The life of a pirate is a harsh one, yet it is also the epitome of freedom. Since the arrival of the psychologist Chapman aboard, the once serious pirate crew has begun to adopt a more normalized demeanor. Sailing, battling, counting their spoils, and feasting comprised the daily life of these pirates. Suddenly, the rhythmic sound of a stick striking a chair echoed through the air, heralding the prelude to Bink Sake. Following this beat was a chorus of rugged men humming joyfully, their voices brimming with unrestrained delight. Yo-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho. Bink Sake. It was a celebration, a farewell ritual. As long as there is combat, casualties are inevitable. After each battle, the pirates of the Raz Pirates crew are rewarded handsomely. Not all are drawn to the sea in pursuit of dreams. Some have families waiting for them at home, and once they have amassed sufficient wealth, such pirates will disembark at suitable islands. Farewells are poignant, not only due to death, but also from parting. The bonds forged through daily companionship and relentless struggle form swiftly. To suppress their emotions would be detrimental to the pirates' morale. Thus, at Chapman's suggestion, a feast has been established following each skirmish. 2 chefs, already prepared, along with assisting sailors, began to serve food and drink, and the aroma of roasted meat and wine began to waft through the air. Hearing the commotion in the corridor and the songs from outside, Daz's eyes widened. After enduring 2 years as a slave, Daz had become taciturn. Yet he was still a child. Curiosity stirred within him, reminiscent of the times he would stealthily observe gatherings aboard the slave ship. They're celebrating? Daz felt a twinge of envy. Aren't you going out? The so-called pirate feast, a calm voice spoke from beside him. Daz turned to see the handsome monk he had noticed earlier. He shook his head, a hint of disappointment evident. Someone like me has no right. What right? Isn't a feast supposed to be egalitarian? Now that you are a pirate here, isn't it only natural to join? Last night, Vasily had learned from Dr. Jim about the identity of this young black child. a novice pirate who had joined the crew as a former slave. Vasily could not fathom why a mere 10-year-old, standing at 1 meter and 23 centimeters, would seek to join such a perilous band, but he wished to soothe the wounds within this boy's heart. Vasily's words momentarily stunned Daz. Indeed, he seemed no longer a slave. He had been permitted by the captain of this ship to join the crew. Just 3 days prior, he had been a slave, subsisting on scraps, plagued by hunger and sleeplessness, always fearing that a moment's inattention could lead to his demise. But now, that nightmarish existence was behind him. Thank you, master. Daz clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect towards Vasily. Recognizing the monk's features reflected in the gleam atop his head, he recalled how, years ago, his mother had taken him to a temple to pray. Yet the Buddha had not safeguarded them. In their moment of calamity, no hero had emerged. Only the unscrupulous slave traders arrived first. You are called Daz, correct? Vasily inquired. Daz blinked, then nodded. I am Vasily, a monk. May I ask you a question? Daz, still under the lingering mentality of servitude, replied earnestly, Please, go ahead. Why do you wish to become a pirate? Daz fell silent at the question, reminiscent of the man who had led his subordinates to rescue them just yesterday. This world cannot exist without Sora. Daz suddenly lifted his gaze, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes as he declared, Yet this world cannot be devoid of Sora. I aspire to become Sora. Sora, the protagonist and naval hero from the renowned comic, is an iconic figure in the realm of pirates. A hero indeed. Quite remarkable. Wu Jing remarked with approval, hinting that the vessel's captain might have once been a hero himself. Knock, knock. A sound echoed at the door, prompting the two to exchange glances before Jim peeked into the room. You two, it's time for the gathering. Wu Jing remained composed, but Daz's face lit up with surprise. His youthful voice brimming with eagerness. Is that so? Haha, what nonsense are you talking about? You were invited by the captain, right? Whether you're an apprentice or not. You're part of our crew, Jim replied, then turned to Wu Jing with a smile. The first mate instructed us that our little master is a special hire, so we should treat him as an officer. Hence, Master Wu Jing shall join us as well. Wu Jing shook his head gently, responding with a light chuckle. I am a monk, abstaining from alcohol, and I must avoid meat. Fear not, Master Wu Jing. We have prepared food suitable for you, and if you refrain from drinking, we have mate tea on board, Jim assured. Mate tea, a beverage native to a certain island in the West Sea, possesses a slightly bitter taste, yet offers a unique flavor when mixed with fruit, invigorating the mind, beloved by pirates and sailors alike. Jim, seemingly well prepared, insisted on escorting Wu Jing and Daz out of the room. As they emerged, the atmosphere among the pirates began to shift into a lively fervor. Some struck barrels, others whistled, and a few played the windpipe, the jubilant ambience intensifying with the arrival of the newcomers. Yo ho ho ho, here us a cup of Binks brew. To sail freely amidst the winds and waves, the sunset fierce and the tides unrelenting, the chorus boomed, resonating with a vigorous spirit. Chapter 62. The chaos begins. The sudden exuberance left Wu Jing feeling somewhat out of place. The exuberant atmosphere seemed misaligned with his identity. However, the enthusiasm of the surrounding crowd made it inconvenient for him to withdraw, and with Daz beside him appearing apprehensive, it was perhaps best to remain for the sake of comfort. Hello, Daz, right? I am the navigator and lookout of this ship. My name is Alge. A cheerful and affable Alge slid down from the rigging, approaching the trio with a smile. Why yes, Mr. Alge. Daz stammered, visibly shy. Alge, possessing an innate charm, patted Daz on the shoulder, leaving him somewhat flustered. Alge then turned to the monk, who held his own in conversation with the captain, and respectfully addressed him. Master Wu Jing, one should not strike those who approach with a smile. When faced with respectful individuals, it is wise not to engage in conflict. The other party promptly bowed and said, Master, I do not presume to be so esteemed. I am even lesser than you, so you may simply call me Wu Jing. In that case, I shall not hold back, came the reply. With Alge's lead, a group of pirates approached, singing merrily as they introduced themselves. They were particularly intrigued by the monk who could rival their captain, especially since it was rumored that this monk possessed the golden form of the Buddha. Among this group of pirates, there are those who adhere to Buddhism, naturally harboring a deep fondness for Wu Jing. This world is imbued with countless beliefs, where the creator, deities, and Buddha occupy the highest echelons, each revered as the architects of the universe within their respective sections. Beneath these supreme beings, myriad tales of lesser gods abound: the god of thunder, the god of the sea, the god of storms, the sun god, the god of fortune, the god of music, and the god of misfortune, among others. At this moment, The arrival of a disciple of Buddha has naturally exhilarated the followers. The presence of these two newcomers elevates the festivities, and as the atmosphere intensifies, Daz gradually sheds his trepidation, while Wu Jing's perception of the pirates before him undergoes a significant transformation. On this vessel, the distinctions of class seem to dissolve. All individuals partake in the same fare, from officers to crew members alike. The sole exception is the captain, whose formidable reputation casts a long shadow as he stands alone, gazing at the clouds with a wine jug in hand. Is it fear that keeps the crew at bay? Perhaps reminded of his responsibilities. Wu Jing bows to the assembled company and strides directly towards Raz. Once the banquet commences, Raz descends to address the crowd, uttering a few words to uplift the spirits before retreating to the sidelines, seemingly aware of the trepidation his subordinates harbor, thus refraining from dampening their revelry. The sound of Wu Jing's footsteps captures Raz's attention. Instinctively, his left hand reaches for the holster at his waist, while his right foot leans against the nearby soul lantern. You are quite vigilant, or perhaps you feel a lack of security, Wu Jing observes softly as their gazes meet. Heh, this is my ship, Raz retorts, releasing his hand from the weapon. Wu Jing offers a slight bow and chooses not to pursue the topic further, for Raz's gesture speaks volumes. Reflecting on their previous confrontation, Wu Jing feels a flicker of defiance and earnestly inquires, your physical form is not without its vulnerabilities, is it? The sonic waves had a noticeable effect on you. Understanding the implication behind Wu Jing's words, Raz grins, pride evident in his demeanor. Alas, I emerged victorious in the end. Defeating a power wielder is enough to bring me joy for some time. Wu Jing smirks, thinking that had he not recalled the effects of his initial use of Buddha's voice at the last moment, he would not have suffered defeat. In another bout, I assure you, the outcome would be different. Hiki, only a fool would continue to engage you in battle. At this moment, Raz felt the necessity to prepare earplugs. Perhaps even headphones would suffice. It appeared that sound wave attacks were categorized under magical assaults, rendering Raz's invincible armor rather ineffective. Alas, had he mastered the art of haki, he could simply block his ears with it, thus negating the need for such preparations. Unfortunately, Raz was unaware of the training methods for armament haki and had yet to discover them. However, he had managed to deduce a fair amount about observation haki. In the tranquil expanse of the ocean, this vessel was home to a few false blind and false deaf individuals, among them Raz, Vasily, Frank, Sturgeon, Taylor, Toby, and Alge. They navigated life aboard the ship with their eyes covered, relying on their innate senses to guide them, training their ears, noses, and eyes to enhance their perceptual acuity. This method was derived from the teachings of the esteemed Rayleigh. As for the results, they varied. Some exhibited remarkable improvement while others, well, not so much. The most notable progress was seen in Alge, Vasily, and Frank. Alge possessed a naturally sensitive physique, capable of sensing wind speed and humidity through his skin, making his training both swift and effective. Vasily, being a marksman, had undergone training in this regard, and Frank, as Vasily's disciple, naturally benefited from his tutelage, achieving commendable results in the practice of observation haki. It seemed that such abilities were particularly suited to sharpshooters, which made the remaining individuals appear less competent in comparison to these three. Perhaps I am more suited for armament haki. Raz pondered as he gazed at the handsome monk before him, drawing back his thoughts and letting out a soft hum. Perhaps. Wu Sheng, feeling a twinge of displeasure, soon realized that his mind had been unsettled since encountering this fellow. Truly, he was a peculiar one. Amipa. Raz's lips involuntarily twitched as he noticed the monk's shifting gaze, as if regarding him as a formidable adversary. You have agreed to my request, have you not? Today will suffice, but from tomorrow morning onwards, I intend to sleep in. Wu Zheng replied calmly, at 9 o'clock. If you're not present, I shall come looking for you. It seems this monk possesses a stubborn disposition. Raz mused. Yet to maintain such a formidable ally, he could only muster the resolve to agree. Recognizing that the eradication of evil requires subtle influence and that excessive discourse may yield counterproductive results, he remained largely silent. As he bid farewell to the departing monk, a faint, imperceptible smile appeared on Raz's lips. With a companion skilled in martial arts and endowed with the powers of a devil fruit, his chances of survival in the Grand Line had significantly increased. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities, while he might be considered safe in the West Blue. Such strength was woefully inadequate in the Grand Line. Contemplating his rapidly advancing peers, the formidable sand crocodile who had risen to prominence, the ever-expanding Don Quixote family in the North Blue, and Moonlight Moria, who stood defiantly against the notorious Kaido, he realized he had fallen considerably behind. The early bird does not always catch the worm, nor does the latecomer necessarily lag behind. As he mused, Roz noticed Vasily approaching leisurely. "Roz, how did your conversation with the monk go?" Vasily inquired, feigning calmness, perhaps anxious that his fabricated words might be uncovered. "Ordinary, but he is quite young, and he will only grow stronger," Roz affirmed confidently. The monk was merely 17, a tender age brimming with potential for growth. "Are you worried?" Vasily teased. Roz shook his head, asserting, "As long as there is an opportunity, I shall not fall behind anyone." "Confidence is good," Vasily replied before his expression darkened. "Captain, it seems this island is on the brink of chaos. I have also received news about the Haugus brothers." "Really? The Haugus brothers are here as well?" Roz expressed his surprise. During this time, it was not only he who had garnered fame. The Haugus brothers had also risen to prominence, upholding the spirit of chivalry wherever there was hardship. They would likely appear to assist the impoverished without recompense, engaging in battles against evil, and using their earnings to aid the needy, seemingly proving that knights had not entirely vanished from this age. The last he heard of them was their daring venture across snow-capped mountains, betting with nobles on behalf of orphans, he recalled. Indeed, it was after their success that many eyes in the West Blue turned toward them. It is said that the Red Heart Club has also adopted a more knightly demeanor. The three brothers traversed the snow-laden peaks without equipment in just 3 days, securing the preservation of a legitimate orphanage from the clutches of a nobleman, which made Roz respect them even more. What has befallen them? Roz was no fool. Among the pirate crew, it was only Vasily who maintained a close rapport with the three brothers. The fact that Vasily brought it up unprompted indicated he must have received some intelligence. This island now appeared to be on the brink of a crisis, with winter approaching. The band of robbers circling Ghost Mountain seemed poised to launch a raid. This nation had already endured drought this year, and with the plains area being poisoned, chaos was certainly on the rise. Most importantly, I had received word that Silver County had fallen into the hands of pirates. "Pirates?" Roz inquired. "Indeed, the Grand Pirate Crew," Vasily replied candidly. The Grand Pirate Crew, the largest band of pirates in the West Sea, was estimated to comprise around 470 members, possessing a large sailing vessel and a medium-sized one, making them a focal point of concern for the naval forces in the West Sea. Rumor had it that Captain Grand was preparing to advance into the Grand Line. The latest intelligence indicated that the Lantern Kingdom was in negotiations with the pirates occupying Silver County, seemingly contemplating a partnership. Noticing that Roz did not intend to interrupt, Vasily continued. 5 days ago, the Water District issued a commission to combat the pirates in the surrounding areas, and someone in Bamboo Creek had spotted Square Tor. The three brothers had always acted in unison, collaborating with pirates. They ought to be wary of being bitten by these ferocious beasts that devour without leaving bones. It is essential to remember that those who rise to notoriety among pirates are seldom virtuous. Burning, killing, and plundering are merely the baseline. And some of those who have long roamed the seas exhibit disturbingly twisted psychologies, committing unspeakable acts before the eyes of the rightful men, slaying their parents with abandon. Should one consider it misfortune for them, or for the pirates? Roz chuckled lightly. Chapter 63, The Eve of War, brother. This is already the third wave of refugees. Isn't it? Redheart Heil, still clad in his previous armor, bore a face even more gaunt than before. As he watched the throngs of refugees pouring into the city, a wave of sorrow washed over him. The pirates truly deserve to die, Square Tor muttered, his brow furrowed in anger. From the first wave of refugees, the Horgus brothers learned of Silver County's subjugation by pirates, and by the time the second and third waves arrived, the news they bore was enough to stir deep emotions. From the initial directive issued by the Duke controlling Silver County, to the armed forces of Silver County clashing with the Lantern Kingdom, and in a display of equal might, turning against the Lantern Kingdom to execute the Duke. This sequence of actions had genuinely instilled fear in the other factions. Observing the multitude of male refugees below, Spadegel could not help but tighten his grip on his staff, realizing the implications of a male-only situation. "Brother, you mustn't act impulsively." Seeing his brother turn away, Heil quickly warned. Gel halted his stride and replied in a calm voice, "I am no fool. Do you think we can contend against an army with just the three of us? That would be courting death. As the epidemic on Lantern Island comes under control, a considerable number of mercenaries have begun to arrive in recent days. Naturally, the renowned trio of brothers from Slanka has assumed the mantle of leadership among these warriors. The forces in the Shengshui district have long been prepared for conflict, and the lawless area of Huadeng Street has already seen a substantial military presence. With the recent surge in refugees, these mercenaries have been temporarily assigned to assist in their resettlement. Following several days of clear skies, winter seems to be approaching. As yesterday's rain brought a noticeable chill to the air, sensing the drop in temperature, Gel, aware that war is imminent, cannot help but shake his head in despair. Alas, a great conflict is unavoidable. If the band of thieves from Ghost Mountain does not seize the opportunity to descend and plunder before the weather turns frigid, they will cease to be regarded as a formidable threat by the various factions. The descent of the thieves from Ghost Mountain will herald the onset of chaos. This is a matter well understood by all factions involved. Meanwhile, the notorious Ghost Mountain thieves, whom they had anticipated, indeed descended from the mountain. However, an unforeseen twist arose as this band of reluctant robbers found themselves already under scrutiny. Walisa Yuli, the leader of the territory officially named Lantern Kingdom 2 years prior, now scrutinized the map before him. Standing motionless and silent behind him were two of his ministers. We must not tread the same path as the Duke of Rhine. Pirates are ultimately untrustworthy. Indeed, Your Highness. After the war, all must be eliminated. Walisa Yuli, of royal lineage, with ancestors who were brothers to the former king, had never envisioned that the throne could be so tantalizingly close, as he had intended to live a life of leisurely nobility. This territory was once owned by a minister who, under the king's decree, faced execution and chose to rebel. This minister was the first to raise the banner of defiance. And indeed, he shattered a kingdom. It seemed as if destiny compelled him to act. After seizing a piece of land, he was unwilling to remain satisfied. Subsequently, he uncovered a young individual of royal blood, Balisa Yuri, from among the common folk. However, Balisa was not a mere pawn, originally a son of heaven held captive. He was a fierce tiger hiding its fangs. After enduring humiliation for 2 years, he skillfully maneuvered his way to reclaim power, turning the tables on his adversaries. With the elimination of the rebel leader, Balisa ascended as the new head of this burgeoning faction, leveraging both his influence and identity to champion the cause of restoring the former glory of the kingdom. With moral righteousness on his side, his strength rapidly surged, making him the most formidable force within just 2 years. Initially, following a strategy of steady consolidation, Balisa could have unified the realm within another year or two. However, no one anticipated that the Duke of Rhine would invite pirates into the fray. Foolishly, he fell under their control. The attack orchestrated 5 days ago by the soldiers of Silver County in collusion with the pirates inflicted severe losses on the Lantern Kingdom, shocking all who believed Silver County would dare to challenge them. As Balisa commenced mobilizing his troops to assault Silver County, the pirates finally recognized the might of the Lantern Kingdom. In a bid to preserve their forces, the pirates sent envoys to negotiate surrender. Perhaps the envoy possessed a silver tongue, for he managed to sway Balisa, and at that moment, the pirates became a weapon in his hands. Gazing at the map before him, Balisa's heart brimmed with the desire for unification, and he could not help but feel elated. Fortune seemed to favor him. A day prior, a scout he had dispatched reported unsettling news. The neighboring district of Jushi, known for its considerable strength, had also descended into chaos. As a band of pirates had defeated several small squads, plundered extensively, and even assassinated Mayor Marion along with several key ministers. How could this unexpected surprise fail to stir Balisa's heart? With Silver County capitulating, the leader of Zhu Creek District slain, and Pingchuan District utterly defenseless against the plague, the only remaining forces were the Ghost Mountain Bandits and General Hazer's troops from Shinshui District. Let the pirates advance into Pingchuan District to assist us in our assault on Shinshui District, Balisa commanded, pointing towards the fire-lit streets in the central area. Yes, a minister swiftly exited the palace to relay the military orders. Arrange for people to go to Ghost Mountain. The bandits once pledged their loyalty to the royal family. As a descendant of the royal line, I seek to prevent the nation from enduring the same horrific fate as before. Under the imminent tide of unification, they should surrender. Your Highness, the Ghost Mountain bandits are as untrustworthy as pirates. Those ruffians are nothing but madmen, one of the ministers advised Balisa. Furrowing his brow in discontent, Balisa replied, "Just send people. Whether to persuade them to surrender or to delay their actions is of no consequence." Upon hearing this, the minister's eyes brightened with understanding. As long as they could stall the Ghost Mountain bandits and prevent them from causing trouble, they could focus their full strength on Shinshui District and resolve the bandit issue thereafter. Your Highness, when shall we strike? Balisa contemplated the passage of time before responding, his tone calm. In 5 days. Typically, it rains and cools down after this period, making it difficult for the bandits in the mountains to descend, even if they do. It will be arduous for them to ascend again. If the Ghost Mountain bandits do not descend to plunder within these 5 days, they will pose little threat. As several days of overcast skies ensued, it seemed as though the heavens were gathering rain, with the number of refugees gradually diminishing. Everyone understood that the tranquil days would not last long. Even Jew Creek district fell prey to the pirates. The pirates are truly despicable, General Balak thought as he listened to the reports from his subordinates, his heart heavy with concern. Although he had previously devised a plan to employ mercenaries from the outer seas against the pirates, it was now evident that the mercenaries would find it challenging to withstand the onslaught. Having already taken command at the front lines, Balak felt the palpable tension that accompanies the eve of battle. Quickly relay the message. Commander Hazer, the enemy forces at the front have received reinforcements. The war had yet to resume. According to the scouts, the enemy had amassed nearly 10,000 troops at the front, nearly double their own numbers. 15 years prior, this island boasted a population of 1.3 million, yet now it had dwindled to less than 1 million. With each of the 5 regions averaging only a few tens of thousands, the standing army numbered merely 10,000 to 20,000. The front lines had now reached the strength of the standing army, leaving Balak in a state of urgency. Meanwhile, Commander Hazer, stationed in Greenwater City, received Balak's request for reinforcements, shaking his head in sorrow. Shinshui district had the largest population among several nations, boasting over 200,000 inhabitants and a standing army of 20,000. Had Pingchuan district remained secure, he could have allocated a significant portion of his military strength. However, with the Ghost Mountain bandits poised to descend at any moment, he had stationed 3,000 troops for defense in that area. While the already compromised Pingchuan district necessitated his attention for fortification. Calculating the situation, it amounts to a genuine 3-front battle. Defenses in the north, south, and west have already compelled him to deploy 13,000 troops, leaving only around 7,000 in Greenwater town at this moment. This cannot continue. Ashi, lead a small team to Ghost Mountain and ensure that the bandits there do not cause any disturbances here. Garcia, take that band of around 100 mercenaries to the southern plains. Mere defense will not suffice. If enemies approach, strike them fiercely. If none appear, you shall serve as my dagger, piercing the heart of the foe. I will provide you with 3,000 troops. Yes. The 2 men standing by the table immediately rose to heed the command. It is not in my nature to sit idly by. The entire army shall advance to the front lines. If we position ourselves solely along Lantern Street, troop movements will be most convenient for both sides. However, should we extend our line to the southern plains and Bamboo Creek, it would squander both manpower and resources. Those 800 pirates pose a significant threat, Heather thought anxiously. The disparity in combat prowess between ordinary soldiers and pirates is considerable. In street fighting, Heather believes a single pirate could easily dispatch 3 soldiers. The ferocity and ruthlessness of pirates, honed in the crucible of battle, far surpass the capabilities of these common soldiers. If those 800 are utilized effectively, they could indeed sway the outcome of 1 or 2 skirmishes, and those skirmishes might very well determine the tide of victory or defeat. Yet, Heather also trusts that those 800 would not dare to confront us on the main battlefield, where tens of thousands clash. A single misstep could lead to their complete annihilation. But can they truly claim victory with their numbers? It is crucial to remember that the opposition has already secured control over 3 regions, and their forces will swell to an unfathomable extent. We shall do our utmost, and leave the rest to fate. Heather has already arranged for his descendants to board the ships in the prosperous water district. If they succeed, retreat will be unnecessary, but if they fail, what does it matter to abandon an aging body? Brother, the officials have dispatched us to the south, where the plague previously struck, Hale said, taking a hearty swig of his drink, his tone laced with impatience. Tor gently brushed a strand of hair from his forehead, his voice calm as he responded, do they wish for us to fight on their behalf? It is important to remember that mercenaries do not engage in wars of state. For the right remuneration, you can hire mercenaries to protect individuals, guard goods, capture pests, or even eliminate wrongdoers, but actual combat is the realm of true soldiers. And we are merely mercenaries. Hale slammed the bottle down on the table, addressing his meditative elder brother. What say you? Shall we refuse to comply? After all, our prior mission was to resist the pirates. Moments later, Gur opened his eyes, as if a resolution had formed within him. He spoke gravely. We shall not venture to the Plains district. To engage in battle is to meddle in the affairs of other nations, while defense remains our true duty. Are we to disobey then? We are not their soldiers. Gur rose, addressing his two brothers. This is merely our choice. Chapter 64. The Siege Station. Bang. Bang. As the sound of war drums reverberated, a great battle loomed on the horizon. Once a thriving street of lanterns, the area had now been reduced to ruins. The leader of the Lantern Kingdom, Barisi Yuli, commanded an army of 20,000, while General Heather of the Water District led a force of 13,000. Engaged in fierce combat, war, as ever, is merciless, particularly when it involves the clash of cold steel and gunpowder. The geographical position of Lantern Island was mediocre, and its resources were limited. Thus, their firearms consisted merely of double-barreled flintlocks and the common cannons found on pirate ships. Long swords, cold arrows, and warhorses remained the primary instruments of warfare. In this conflict, a swift resolution appeared unlikely, but that is a matter for another time. In the Pingchuan district, after the plague was brought under control, Kate had not anticipated the war would arrive so swiftly. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, several military factions had already occupied the Pingchuan district. Fortunately, he remained vigilant. As soon as the pirates who had taken Wujing departed from the Jushi district, he quickly gathered a contingent of soldiers still capable of fighting, dispersing over 3,000 armed forces across two towns. Rallying under the banner of the Elusia Kingdom and invoking the righteous cause of international aid, these soldiers from Jushi town abandoned their assault on the two towns. Witnessing nearly 5,000 soldiers freely deployed within Pingchuan district, Kate felt a sense of helplessness. As a citizen of the Elusia Kingdom, he could ensure his own safety by defending within the towns, a privilege afforded by the might of his nation. Yet the civilians were left to cower in place, anxiously awaiting the outcome of the conflict to see who would emerge victorious. On the second day following the outbreak of hostilities on Lantern Street, Gur in Greenwater Town received alarming intelligence that shook his composure. Brother, it has been confirmed that the 3,000 troops led by Garcia have fallen into an ambush at the border between Pingchuan and Jushi. With the entire force now in chaotic retreat, Greenwater Town has already taken in 300 deserters. Upon hearing this, Gur sprang to his feet in alarm. This is dire. We cannot accept any more deserters. This location was of paramount importance, a critical point for any offensive against the Water District. If they could hold their ground here, the enemies would be deterred from advancing. Why? Thor asked, noticing his brother's sudden pallor, his own anxiety rising. This place was essential, a target that must be seized. The deserters could not be definitively identified as genuine escapees. If any pirates had infiltrated their ranks, the situation would become perilous once the enemy launched an attack. The expressions of Heil and Thor darkened instantly. If the situation was as Gur described, they were indeed in a precarious position. Let us gather the mercenaries and seek out Captain Amu. Originally, there were 2,000 soldiers stationed in this location, but as the Great War commenced, only one army remained. This army was led by a commander named Amu, who had some rapport with the three brothers. The trio quickly dispersed. Hailtor went to rally the unruly mercenaries, while Gur set out to find Captain Amu. Moments later, the temporary leader of the mercenaries entered Captain Amu's quarters. Captain Amu, this city can no longer accept any more refugees. To ensure that we do not lose this town, we must impose martial law, Gur stated. Captain Amu, a bearded man in his 40s, was studying a map when he rose to greet the arriving knight. Gur, do not worry. I have already ordered the gates to be shut, Amu replied, clearly sensing the gravity of the situation. I have arranged for all the refugees to be gathered in one place, but there are certainly enemy agents among them. Amu looked earnestly at this renowned knight of the mercenary world and bowed deeply, hoping that Gur could save the city. Amu was acutely aware of this man's capabilities. Upon his arrival, one of Amu's subordinates had challenged him over a trivial matter. This subordinate was known for his immense strength, capable of lifting 1,000 pounds. Yet he was defeated by the knight. I am well aware of the pirates' malevolence, their acts of arson, pillaging, and every conceivable atrocity. Should this place fall, countless souls within the city would be doomed, Gur declared, striking his chest with his right hand. By the name of Horgus, we shall exert every effort to defend this land. Excellent. Very good. Captain Amu smiled momentarily before his expression turned serious, acknowledging the dire circumstances at hand. You are aware of the military situation, I presume? Garcia has been defeated, and those pirates are nearby. Gur tightened his grip on his staff and nodded in affirmation. Then let us proceed. Our time is limited. As the gates closed, the pleas from outside transformed from a sparse murmur into a cacophony of desperation. Gur shook his head at the sight of the demoralized soldiers below. How many pirates are present? An hour prior, After the city gates were closed, Captain AMU dispatched individuals to interrogate the 300 fleeing soldiers. Astonishingly, among these mere 300, several suspects were identified, with 7 or 8 confirmed as notorious pirates. Following the execution of these rebellious pirates, the others, whose identities remained uncertain, were temporarily detained. The soldiers and mercenaries, having filled their stomachs in shifts, have now taken their positions along the city walls in anticipation. Hurry and flee. The formidable army approaches, and remaining here is but a wait for death. It appears that Captain AMU, despite his stern demeanor, felt a twinge of compassion, arranging for 10 soldiers to shout toward those below, attempting to save lives. The people below were not entirely devoid of reason. Upon hearing the furious shouts from above, they quickly realized they were defeated but not yet dead. For behind them lurked a ferocious pack of beasts. Withdraw. Escape. As some began to depart, the crowd, driven by the instinct for survival, started to disperse. Those resigned to death continued to plead below, while those yearning for life exerted every effort to flee the area. Captain AMU certainly possesses some skill. Redheart Heil acknowledged AMU's intentions with a nod of approval. Indeed, much better than that Garcia, remarked Cube Tor, tightly gripping his twin swords as he gazed into the distance. Boom, boom, boom. They are coming. Black Spade Gel intoned gravely. A resounding cacophony echoed from afar, raising a cloud of dust. The sound of horns blared, and a regiment of well-trained soldiers rapidly assumed defensive positions. The 5 cannon gates were manned by the 15th Brigade, with one person loading cannonballs, another igniting them, and a third assisting from the side. Archers and pikemen took their places, while at the rear stood 50 soldiers wielding double-barreled flintlock firearms. Observing all this, many anxious mercenaries felt a slight sense of reassurance. It seems we shall not need to remain here for long. The 3 brothers exchanged glances before descending from the city walls, leaving behind some skilled marksmen among the mercenaries as they, the elite of the seas, fortified the city gates. They could certainly defend the city, but that would be a waste. When the city falls, it will be their moment to showcase their prowess. Alas, there are no cavalry. As knights, mounted combat is indeed their forte, yet the sole cavalry vanished with Garcia. Silence. Gel descended to the ground, sitting cross-legged. He uttered a single word before closing his eyes. Among this band of pirates, there are indeed individuals of remarkable caliber. Even their modest accomplishments warrant utmost seriousness. At this moment, while the battle has yet to commence, recuperation serves as the finest preparation. Hale and Thor exchanged a glance, resigning themselves to sit down and rest their eyes. Below them stood around 80 to 90 mercenaries, who had initially arrived either in groups or as lone wolves. Save for those who abandoned their tasks and fled, they were all poised for action. Despite their readiness, a sense of trepidation lingered. However, witnessing the demeanor of the renowned 3 brothers of Slanka provided them with a measure of reassurance. In the era of modern weaponry, how does one lay siege to a city? Naturally, it begins with bombardment. Cannons, drawn by horses, were pushed to the forefront, and a dozen artillery pieces, in a state of readiness, slowly advanced into firing range. Boom. In that instant, both sides unleashed their projectiles almost simultaneously. However, one side targeted the city walls and gates, while the other aimed at the artillery in densely populated areas. The thunderous roars echoed relentlessly, causing the entire city to resonate like a cicada's cry, as the walls trembled under the barrage as if weeping. After the loss of 3 artillery pieces, a significant breach finally marred the city's fortifications, heralding the true onset of combat. First to enter the city, a reward of 100 taels of gold. Kill. Slay. Following a prior skirmish that had cost the Lantern Kingdom a few hundred men, the army launched a full-scale assault. The soldiers atop the walls began their defensive maneuvers. Arrows rained down. Cannons thundered. Bullets claimed lives. At this juncture, the distance was still considerable, marking the zenith of archery and firearms. Whoosh, whoosh, bang, bang. In an instant, the Lantern Kingdom suffered grievous losses. As bodies fell, the soldiers from the rear swiftly filled the gaps. Furthermore, the defenders on the walls had to draw their bows and reload, inching forward. Captain AMU, there are too many enemies. The enemy outnumbered them 4 to 1. Devoid of formidable weaponry, it seemed impossible to reverse the tide of battle. Lives were as ephemeral as chaff. As the cannon fire erupted, Gel opened his eyes, rising instantly. Accompanied by his 2 brothers. Having witnessed modern warfare, they understood that the walls were no longer invincible and were mentally prepared. Spade. Over here, the wall has breached. A mercenary shouted furiously, directing attention to the gaping hole. Spadegel, wielding a long staff, surged towards the breach. Heart's Hail and Diamond's Thor, equally unwilling to relent, followed closely behind. The mercenaries beheld the ominous dark opening in the wall, a chill creeping into their hearts. I do not know why you find yourselves here. But the pirates are not invincible, nor are the soldiers. We are gamblers, wagering our lives upon the sea. Hale surveyed the surroundings and laughed heartily, declaring, regardless of who it is, once inside, we shall eliminate them. Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted, and a figure stumbled out from the cave. A cowboy. Blowing into the barrel of his gun, chuckled, apologies, but I've claimed the first prize. Though his laughter rang out, it was tinged with bitterness. For behind him lay countless adversaries. Chapter 65. The pirates emerge kill. The cacophony of slaughter ensued. In defending a gaping hole that had been breach proved to be a prudent choice. Outside, the eager assailants surged forward, blissfully unaware that they were plunging into an insatiable abyss. 1 man, 10 men. Soon, the soldiers of the Lantern Kingdom recognized the peril. Formidable foes were stationed within. Huh? Are these fellows truly mere mortals? Scoffed a burly man with a beard, spitting derisively as he reveled in the carnage. Tor, too, was perplexed. The combat prowess of these adversaries was far less formidable than anticipated. Had his own strength perhaps increased? Boom. A resounding crash echoed from the opposite side, drawing attention to yet another gaping hole where debris had scattered. Split half our forces to that side. Jel commanded swiftly. The multitude of soldiers near the city walls no longer felt confined to the 2 breaches. Some retrieved grappling hooks from their belts and, after a few spins, hurled them toward the 7-meter-high walls. Cut the ropes. The long spear division will descend to guard below, Captain M.U. ordered, with 2 new exits in the walls. It was clear that they could not withstand the siege for long. The long spear division, adept at close combat, would undoubtedly serve a more significant role below. Understood. AMU turned to face the throngs of enemies, a fleeting shadow of worry crossing his features. In light of this trend, aside from death battles and surrender, are there any other options available? It is time to unleash that pack of sea marauders. Lulu Ban, a trusted subordinate of Balisa, commands 5,000 troops. This time, he has deviated from his usual tactics, forsaking the previously established raid strategy in favor of an ambush. After laying in wait for an entire day, he successfully shattered the advance of 3,000 enemy forces, subsequently sweeping through with unrelenting force. Originally, Lulu Bin intended to deploy the pirates as the spearhead. However, those wretched brigands were unwilling to comply, leaving him no choice but to breach the enemy lines with his own men. Amidst the ranks of over 4,000 soldiers, there exists a group of incongruous individuals, clad in a myriad of flamboyant attire, their expressions often menacing, adorned with tattoos on their faces and arms. Yet, despite their disheveled appearance, their combat prowess is undeniable. Hey, Grand, how long must we endure this? Engaging in such a war poses the risk of total annihilation at any moment. A burly man with a grotesque scar across his face, resembling a centipede, stated grimly. He is the captain of the Centipede Pirates, known as the Venomous Centipede, with a bounty of 39 million. Renowned for his ruthless nature, he wields a pair of venomous hooks, commanding over 100 formidable fighters. As long as we maintain control over the conflict, victory will inevitably be ours. Moreover, we have already acquired a substantial amount of treasure. Grand replied with a calm demeanor. Gulu. Beside him, Dove interjected with a scoff, but this is not in accordance with our prior discussions. According to you, everything on this island belongs to us. Dove, with a bounty of 42 million, is a master of combat using his legs, leading a similarly sized crew. Initially, Grand had set his sights on this island and fortuitously obtained the contact information of Cunning Rat. After incurring a minor cost, he received assistance for lawful residency. At that moment, Grand, with grand ambitions, devised a plan to unite with 2 other pirate crews with whom he had some rapport, intent on seizing Lantern Island. Subsequently, he orchestrated events to manipulate the ruler of Silver County, Duke Rhine, leveraging the county's military might to attack rival factions. However, he underestimated the burgeoning power of Lantern Nation. Through their confrontation, Grand quickly realized that victory would demand a considerable sacrifice. After conferring with the 2 pirate leaders hidden within his crew, they devised another scheme. They would leverage the might of Lantern Nation to launch offensives, while simultaneously initiating pirate raids to secure the benefits they believed were rightfully theirs. Grand, donning a pirate hat with his arms crossed, bore an uneven gaze, yet the aura of authority he commanded over hundreds of pirates was formidable. Seizing this island and plundering it extensively are essentially one and the same. I trust you have all profited handsomely by now. Grande fixed his gaze upon the two individuals seated at the table with him, a sudden malevolent smile gracing his lips. Although an unexpected turn of events has occurred, I have devised yet another scheme. Noticing the intensity of their stares, Grande refrained from withholding further details. You must have received the news, I presume. In this town, there are around 100 mercenaries drawn by the lure of wealth, among whom are the notorious 3J brothers, who have thwarted our plans on multiple occasions. In our previous endeavors, we have failed to eliminate these three pests, but this opportunity is indeed rare. If we can vanquish these mercenaries here, Scarland Island will suffer significantly. You are undoubtedly aware of the value of the white shirt. A sinister chuckle escaped Grande's lips, and the others swiftly grasped his intentions. The white shirt had operated in Scarland for decades, evolving from a mere trading company into one that dealt in intelligence and accepted commissions, its worth being exceedingly enticing. However, the presence of approximately 300 mercenaries made the prospect daunting. If they could eliminate this band of mercenaries along with the Haugus brothers, they would be poised to plot against that small town. A glint of avarice flickered in Grande's eyes, yet this desire was not understood by the other two pirates. 2 months prior, Grande had learned from information provided by the cunning rat that a nation in dire need of funds was selling a devil fruit. Witnesses of this fruit speculated that it was exceedingly rare, with a high probability of being a nature-type fruit. In this world, individuals are generally reluctant to entrust their fates to demons, for consuming a worthless fruit that diminishes one's strength would be a grave error. Once, an unfortunate soul ingested a fruit resembling excrement, leading to the loss of friends and a fiancé on the brink of marriage. It is said that public spaces across the nation prohibited his presence, and ultimately, he vanished without a trace. The fruit bestowed an unknown power. Yet its inability to withstand seawater, coupled with its exorbitant cost, left those intrigued by the demon fruit disheartened. However, a fruit with a guaranteed ability would exponentially increase in value. Initially, that impoverished nation offered a staggering 500 million berries, and even now, despite a lack of bidders, it has reportedly decreased to 300 million berries. A natural-type demon fruit, once consumed, would render the conquest of the Grand Line achievable. It is worth noting that among the 3 formidable vice-admirals currently enjoying great renown within the Navy, each possesses natural-type abilities. With such thoughts, Grand suppressed his inner desires and excitement. At that moment, Galka hurriedly entered. Captain, that fellow Luluban has issued a command for us to commence the siege. Grand lightly tapped the table, rising to his towering height of 2 meters, and spoke in a deep voice. Eliminate those mercenaries. Then wait for the opportune moment to devour the several thousand inhabitants of the Lantern Kingdom. They had been monitoring the previous siege, aware that both sides had sustained injuries. All right, let us do it. The venomous centipede grinned maliciously. With our strength, it is not impossible to bring them down. The dove murmured as he unconsciously tugged at one of his own whiskers. It must be noted that during their time in Silver County, they had plundered treasures several times greater than ever before, and such easily acquired wealth had naturally fueled their greed. Each pirate leader exerted their utmost to vanquish the mercenaries. After Grand's thunderous shout, the group began to disperse. 10 minutes later, a multitude of ruthless pirates, each clad in varying armor, surged through a cleared passage into the city. With a sharp whistle, a knife-wielding man dressed as a mercenary effortlessly withdrew his blade from the abdomen of an incoming soldier. The disparity in strength and technique set them apart from ordinary soldiers, ensuring their easy victory. As a frail enemy emerged once more from the cavern, he wore a disdainful expression and swung his blade. Yet, the bloody scene he envisioned did not materialize. His attack was thwarted. To his astonishment, the slender man forcefully disarmed him with a dagger and lunged toward his chest like a monkey. Excellent. In a fleeting moment, before he could fully comprehend the situation, a sharp pain surged through his chest. With a desperate push, he cast aside the assailant who had toppled him. As he glanced down, he noticed blood seeping from his wound. The demise of a single mercenary went unnoticed by his comrades. However, the subsequent fall of a second and third mercenary immediately ignited a sense of alarm among the ranks. Upon engaging with the newly arrived foes, they swiftly discerned the truth. The adversaries before them possessed a caliber of strength vastly superior to that of their previous opponents. This revelation was undeniable. Pirates. They were pirates. The pirates had made their move. With a chorus of shouts, the mercenaries were engulfed in tension. They were well aware of the notorious Grand Pirate crew, which commanded 700 marauders wreaking havoc on Lantern Island. As for the sudden swell of this crew, which had originally numbered fewer than 500, they were left in uncertainty. The only rationale they could muster was that at least half of these 700 individuals were likely not of elite status. This is a widely held belief among mercenaries. The emergence of pirates signifies the arrival of challenges for these mercenaries. Are these meddlesome fellows here? Kill them. Slay them for Lord Grant. Eliminate this detestable band of pirates. The two sides appear to harbor long-standing grievances, and upon encountering one another, they engage in a fierce battle. The lanky gentleman in a suit furrowed his brow as he gazed at the losses detailed on the paper before him. In a mere 6 months, the pirate crew that had emerged like a dark horse had wreaked havoc on several of their well-established territories. While the immediate losses were not significant, the adverse effects on their reputation among the various mafias were monumental. Lord Mino, at this rate, the West Sea will no longer fear us, remarked Abuski, leaning against his sword sheath, his hands busy maintaining the blade's edge, as he cast a glance at the data on the table. Since the Ross pirates have started opposing us, this marks the third pirate crew to assault our territories. I've heard similar incidents have occurred with a few others. The Mafia's reputation in the West Sea has been challenged. Mino lowered his hand from his forehead, his voice hoarse. We cannot sit idly by. I will go and negotiate with the others. At the thought of the treacherous rat who had been the first to relay the news of the Ross pirates breaching the bamboo district of Lantern Island, Abuski suggested, "Shall we enlist the help of that cunning rat to assist us?" After a moment of silence, Mino nodded in agreement to Abuski's proposal. Chapter 66, Oni Nagi Vidicino. I did not expect you to personally reach out to me. The phone bug's receiver was placed at the corner of the table by Simon, who was intently folding a piece of white paper into some form. The phone bug had morphed to reflect certain features of the person on the other end, yet Simon did not cast a glance in its direction. The emergence of the pirate era has provoked challenges to our standing. I believe you have sensed it as well. Have you not? The phone bug, with its dark circles under its eyes, stammered, imitating the accent and tone from the other side. Upon hearing this, Simon paused his origami. The paper bird he had meticulously folded suddenly flapped its wings and took flight, circling Simon before soaring into the sky. What do you propose, Vidicino? Simon asked, looking at the phone bug with calm composure. We should unite to strike back at the pirates, came the response. The voice from the telephone snail faltered. Simon Guri, the formidable leader of the Simon family, a mafia clan, was indeed an ally of the Vino family, having amassed wealth through the ravages of war. Following the instigation of conflicts across various regions by the Vino family, the captured populace would be sold to the Simon family, who would then meticulously prepare these captives for sale. Simon found himself somewhat tempted by the proposition of the frail individual on the other end. Recently, a wave of pirates had attacked his base, resulting in a significant loss of merchandise, which had fostered a deep-seated disdain for pirates within him. It was time to devise a plan, ideally one that could ensnare the entire lot of pirates. Very well. Click. Simon abruptly terminated the call, wishing to avoid further engagement with the rather eccentric individual. Meanwhile, as the boss of the Vino family conversed with the head of the Simon family, Abuski managed to connect with the cunning rat through the telephone snail. First and foremost, I extend my gratitude for your goodwill in releasing us. We will compensate you with the standard intelligence fees. After expressing his appreciation to the phone snail, which exhibited rat-like characteristics, Abuski cautiously articulated their needs. So, you wish to deal with the pirates of the West Sea, the cunning rat reiterated. I wonder what cunning strategies you possess that could allow us to eliminate that bothersome lot completely. After a brief silence, the cunning rat replied, I have a few ideas. Please grant me half a day, and I shall provide you with a fitting plan. All right. Click. The telephone snail was hung up. Yet Abuski felt no trace of displeasure. Instead, his expression bore a hint of surprise. Was this notorious criminal mastermind, who had risen to prominence over the past 2 years, truly that formidable? A mere suggestion from him had already yielded a potential direction for a solution. In this era, all manners of strange characters had emerged. Ever since Roger stirred the world into tumult, this age had seen no shortage of individuals unwilling to fade into obscurity, with a splatter of blood painting the sky. The mercenary, collapsing in agony, was filled with a sense of bitter resignation. Is this where my life ends? Damn it, this bunch. Red Hardhias sent a minor adversary flying with his shield, acutely aware of the disparity between these foes and the soldiers. Bastards. Kill them. Annihilate these scoundrels. The cacophony of battle grew ever louder as Thor, wielding dual swords, felled 2 pirates attempting to approach him, his expression tightening. There were simply too many around him. If this continues, they are bound to exhaust themselves to death. In confronting this group of pirates, who possess significantly greater combat experience and employ a fiercer style of attack, every strike he delivers must be executed with utmost seriousness. A mere ordinary swing cannot fell a pirate. Only a dedicated thrust can achieve the fatal precision required. However, maintaining such intense focus exacts a tremendous toll on one's spirit, potentially leading to dire consequences. Jurgo, this cannot go on. There are too many pirates. Not far away, Tor observed the agile movements of the spade Gur, who deftly evaded the incoming clash of blades and axes, swiftly retaliating with a powerful thrust that struck the foe squarely on the forehead. The golden staff, drawn forth, bore traces of crimson and ivory as the pirate wielding a long sword and a giant axe collapsed with a resounding thud. Breathing heavily, Gur was now adorned with splashes of red, and even he, who typically refrained from spilling blood, began to exact retribution upon the lives of pirates. Witnessing his former comrades from Scarland being overwhelmed and slain by the pirates ignited a flicker of rage within him. Die, sweep. With a sweeping blow, he sent 3 adversaries flying, finally affording himself the opportunity to cast his gaze upon his brother, Tor. Within a mere 10 minutes, their contingent of over 100 mercenaries had been scattered by the overwhelming tide of pirates. As time progressed, the numerically superior pirates began to assert control over the battlefield, resulting in the demise of many mercenaries. Tor, we cannot hold this position. I will take the lead. Let us charge toward the main stronghold. Gur bellowed. Simultaneously, he delivered a swift kick that sent a pirate's weapon flying, following it up with a punch to the man's abdomen, causing him to crumple to the ground. Understood. The situation had deteriorated far too swiftly from the onset of battle to the city's fall, and now to their present rout, all within half an hour, surpassing Gur and his companions' expectations. Get away. Tor pivoted, his sword dancing in the air, each strike claiming a splash of blood. The two quickly converged, with Gur taking the lead and Tor providing support from the side. Charge. Gur's prowess was well regarded on Mercenary Island. His agile staff techniques and robust physique made him a prominent figure in combat. Tor's swordsmanship was equally remarkable, and their union immediately captured the attention of the pirates. It's Spade J and Diamond J. Kill them, they are targets of the boss. Their swift convergence and ensuing lethality drew the pirates' attention, who became increasingly wary upon recognizing their names. Easily dispatched. Gur, should we seek help? Tor parried a descending sword strike with his own blade, forcefully pushing the attacker away before swiftly lunging forward. Sensing he had struck true, Tor glanced around, only to find enemies still surrounding them. Do not stop. Gear, calm and composed, surveyed his surroundings. His gaze landed on a comrade, already bearing numerous wounds, yet still valiantly fighting. With several swift strides, Gear advanced, his staff striking precisely to intercept the mercenary's massive blade. The clash resonated, a sharp sound echoing through the chaos. Thank you for joining my ranks. Gear uttered no further words. The battlefield was fraught with peril, and he needed to rally his forces to form a strike team. All right. Z/. The glint of cold steel flashed as Thor wielded his twin western swords, carving a Z-shaped arc that inflicted a fatal wound upon an adversary. The trio then coalesced, surging through the throng of pirates. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, hitting the approaching pirates squarely. The cowboy felt a surge of panic. He seemed to be the target. Unbeknownst to him, he had become ensnared in a tightening encirclement. Had it not been for the companion wielding a great sword by his side, he would have surely met a gruesome end. Damn it, am I really going to die here? The cowboy cursed inwardly, his thoughts drifting far away. If he were to perish in this place, the beautiful women who adored him would undoubtedly grieve. Suddenly, a sharp pain in his abdomen brought him back to reality. Looking down, he realized he had been shot, which explained his thoughts of those passionate women. Bang! Another gunshot echoed. But this time it did not claim the cowboy's life. A towering figure swiftly emerged, raising a shield to deflect the incoming bullet. It's Hale. The red-hearted Hale glanced back at the cowboy's injury, urgently inquiring, "Are you all right?" Dressed and fighting in a style akin to the cowboy, the man, dubbed the cowboy, shook his head in distress. "Please, hurry and save me." "Apologies, but I can't assist you right now. Focus on staunching the bleeding," Hale replied, casting a reluctant glance ahead where a menacing figure loomed. "Redheart J? Heh, at last, I've caught up with you meddlesome fools. Galuka." His tongue gliding around his lips, fixed an eager gaze upon the man wielding the shield and short axe. Die. Bang. 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 Galuka fired his 5-shot revolver in rapid succession, the shots cleverly aimed, forcing Hale to crouch defensively behind his sturdy shield. Thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps and steel striking the ground reached Hale's ears, directing his attention toward the man with the gun. Towering over 2 meters, adorned with a captain's hat, and possessing a fierce countenance with slightly mismatched eyes, the man's keen gaze caused Hale to frown involuntarily. The Naginata he bore, nearly matching his height, unmistakably indicated his identity. With a bounty of 69 million, it was the fearsome demon Naginata Grande. Grande, exuding an intimidating presence, fixed his gaze upon Hale, his voice laced with a hint of authority. Red Heartgear? I've had my eye on you 3 brothers for quite some time. Several months prior, the Hogust brothers found themselves embroiled in a conflict with a squad from the Grand Pirates due to a particular mission. After vanquishing 2 officers leading the squad, they exchanged them for a bounty with the Navy, thus forging an enduring enmity between the 2 factions. In his heart, Hale sensed impending doom. He had never encountered a pirate with a bounty of 69 million and was uncertain whether they were deserving of such a reputation or if he could withstand their might. Once, under the protection of his brothers, he had single-handedly defeated a pirate with a 30 million bounty, yet that was merely at the level of a Tier 3 prison inmate. Those with bounties exceeding 50 million were Tier 4 criminals, a threshold only crossed by Gel, who had paid a hefty price for that victory. Mercenaries categorize pirates simply by their bounties and the corresponding prison tiers. Those with bounties under 5 million are deemed inconsequential and unworthy of entry into the Great Prison, making them favorites among mercenaries. Bounties ranging from 5 million to 20 million are confined to the first tier, referred to as Tier 1 criminals. The second tier encompasses bounties from 20 million to 30 million, while Tier 3 criminals fall between 30 million and 50 million. Those with bounties from 50 million to 100 million are classified as Tier 4 criminals, and those exceeding 100 million are exceedingly rare across the seas. Labeled as Tier 5 criminals by mercenaries, successfully hunting such formidable figures would undoubtedly bring instant renown. This time, I shall ensure your demise here. With a resounding boom, the stone floor shattered as the towering figure of Grand approached, wielding a glaive with ferocity. Dragontail, under the immense pressure, Hale momentarily perceived the glaive transforming into a spectral dragon of bone, exuding a menacing aura. Whoosh! A piercing sound filled Hale's ears, a testament to the overwhelming force of the opponent's technique. Behind him lay the injured cowboy, and realizing there was no escape, Hale summoned all his strength to raise his shield in defense. Boom! The force of the air sent the surrounding crowd tumbling, while Hale was propelled backward by the sheer might of the attack. The cowboy, unable to evade in time, was also swept away, and the 2 of them tumbled together, with Hale unable to suppress the flow of blood from his mouth. Chapter 67. A duel? Hale, Gel, having gathered a dozen comrades nearby, caught sight of this scene and could not help but exclaim in shock. Rolling repeatedly, Hale managed to plant his short axe into the ground, using it to halt his backward momentum. His face flushed crimson, a trickle of blood escaping from his lips. The strength was astonishing. Among the 3 brothers, he was the strongest, yet despite this, he could not withstand the force of that single strike. What does this mean? In a fleeting moment, he beheld a shadow of white bone shrouded in black mist, recognizing it as the manifestation of his opponent's lethal intent. The ability to wield such intent signified that this individual was no ordinary foe. It required not only one's will, but also the accumulation of combat momentum, transforming momentum into intent. Thus, his adversary was undoubtedly a seasoned warrior. Indeed, the reputation of this person as the most formidable contender in the West Sea to challenge the Grand Line was well-deserved. Hal slowly rose, using his right hand, which had long since relinquished its shield, to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Breakthrough, he commanded, his staff transforming into a spear, advancing relentlessly. Witnessing his brother Hyle in peril, Gur raised a formidable strength that sent several foes flying, subsequently leading a dozen followers to carve a path through the chaos. After a flurry of footsteps, Gur reached his brother's side, his expression tinged with urgency. Hyle, are you all right? Hyle shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on the towering figure of Grande. Be wary of that man. He possesses immense strength. Gur, having observed the unfolding scene, instantly comprehended the peculiar threat posed by that individual. He was well aware of Hyle's power, which could reach a ton when fully exerted. Yet, even so, Hyle had been sent flying, indicating the terrifying might of their opponent. Leave the Oni Nagi to me. You 2 handle those 2 foes, Gur said, his face betraying his discomfort. Only upon Gehr's urging did Heil take the opportunity to survey their surroundings, and upon doing so, he was taken aback. To the right stood a bald man bearing a centipede-like scar on his face, wielding dual hooks. To the left was a stern figure clad in white and black, with black trousers adorned with white bird patterns on either side. Bounty: 42 million berries for pigeon. Bounty: 39 million berries for poisonous centipede. Heil's complexion paled momentarily. The cause uncertain, whether from his prior injuries or the gravity of their current predicament. It became evident that the 700 pirates included 2 additional pirate crews. This island was indeed fortunate. Thor gripped his twin swords tightly, his senses sharpened. Had it been merely Grande with the Oni, Nagi, and the so-called 700 pirates, they might have been able to rely on their strength to charge into battle. However, with 3 formidable pirate crews and their powerful captain stationed, any reckless assault would only lead to certain doom. As the cacophony of battle intensified around them, a chill crept into the hearts of the 3 brothers and the wounded mercenaries that accompanied them. This indicates that the companions surrounding them are in dire straits. However, I can offer you 3 brothers an opportunity. Do you knights not relish the challenge of self-overcoming? Grand stepped forward, grinning malevolently, and spoke with a tone laced with menace. Defeat us, and you may yet find a path to survival. Otherwise, crack, crack, crack. The dozen or so individuals already encircled broke into a cold sweat as 2 or 3 dozen guns were aimed at them. Jell turned to his side, glancing at Hale, who noticed the concern in his eyes and smiled broadly. Jell, you underestimate me. Even with missing limbs, nothing can hinder a knight's advance, can it? A fleeting smile crossed Jell's face, realizing that his younger brother had begun to grasp the essence of the knightly path. Tor, with his hair cascading at his temples, cast his gaze upon the scarred man, known as the Poison Centipede. This individual was notoriously brutal. After each raid, no woman could escape his torment. Tor had long since resolved to make this man his target for growth. That fellow is mine, Tor declared coldly, with no room for alternatives. The 3 had no choice but to step forward. Upon seeing the 3 targets emerge, Grand raised his left hand, signaling a retreat for the pirates, clearing a space for the 6 in the arena. Jell, a cowboy, clutching his abdomen, called out Jell's name. Upon receiving his attention, the cowboy earnestly proclaimed, "My life is entrusted to you." Clenching his right fist, he struck his chest. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 moved in almost perfect unison, advancing towards their respective opponents as the mercenaries retreated. Red Heart J, you shall perish beneath my legs. The dove lightly uttered these words, bending slightly before launching himself with explosive force. Whoosh. In mere strides, the dove closed in on Hale, halting abruptly before unleashing a rapid kick. Hale only perceived a shadow streaking past, accompanied by a flash of white, before his abdomen was struck. Thud. With a single strike, a wave of force was unleashed, sending Higher flying several meters away. How swift, truly resilient. The corner of the dove's mouth curled upwards, and before the opponent could utter a word, he flashed forward once more. The dove dance. His long, sturdy legs executed a rapid succession of kicks, 1, 2, 3, each angle impeccably calculated as he unleashed a relentless barrage upon Higher. The white bird patterns on his black trousers resembled 2 doves incessantly pecking at Higher's form. Striving to shield his vital points with his shield, Higher grimaced against the pain, attempting to counter with his short axe. However, the opponent's prowess in both kicking techniques and agile movement rendered Higher's attacks futile. This was, in fact, a weakness shared by the 3 brothers. The steadfast Higher excelled in defense, the blocky Thor in offense, while only the spade-wielding Ger possessed a balance of both. With inherently weak offensive capabilities, Haya found himself in a predicament against such an agile adversary. Continuing down this path would inevitably rely on the 2 brothers. Higher swiftly made the resolute decision to defend. Meanwhile, the venomous centipede observed that the dove had already taken the initiative, and naturally, it was unwilling to be outdone. With its poisoned stinger twisting in hand, it slithered towards Thor like a serpent. Be cautious. Jell could not help but offer a warning. Thor, however, became exceedingly focused, his feet moving in tandem. In the blink of an eye, the 2 crossed paths. But alas, with dual hooks against dual swords, neither gained an advantage over the other. They must avoid being cut, lest they succumb to poison. Thor gripped his 2 western swords tightly, his concentration reaching its zenith. Attack. Perish. The 2 combatants surged forward once more, beneath the dimming sun, their blades clashing like fireflies, flickering in and out of brightness. The duel between swordsmen is fraught with peril, as they contend not only with strength and swordsmanship but also with experience and willpower. The blades met in close proximity, where even the slightest lapse in attention could lead to a fatal outcome. Clang, clang. The force of both sides was nearly equal. Yet the venomous centipede understood that as long as it continued to press the attack, victory would inevitably be its own. The reason being that the opponent had already fought for over 10 minutes, while it had preserved its stamina. Press on, press on, press on. The centipede's style was both ferocious and treacherous, starkly contrasting with Thor's straightforward technique. It believed that if the intense offensive continued for 5 more minutes, victory would be within reach. Once both brothers engaged, Gel stood firm with his long staff, observing as the opponent hesitated to strike. Grand, without holding back, brandished his naginata, exploding with force as he leapt high, delivering a fierce slash. Dragon slash? Beneath a shroud of darkness, the spectral form of a white-boned dragon flickered into existence. In this moment, Gel's demeanor transformed, becoming eerily calm. He took 2 steps back. The long staff thrust out. Grand's mighty blade struck the earth, creating a staggering fissure. Although the blow missed its target, its force and intent propelled the air towards Gel. From this point, Gel's prowess became evident. He not only controlled the distance of his retreat perfectly, but that thrust into the void also shattered the encroaching energy. Thrust again! In an instant. Gel abruptly retracted his staff, taking a large stride forward, the staff aiming towards the gap in Grand's defense. The heart. As the demon scythed Grand, with a bounty of 69 million. His strength was indeed extraordinary. He twisted his body, evading the attack, then with precise timing, his right arm exerted force, the naginata slicing horizontally. In this fleeting moment, Gel swiftly pulled back his long staff, his body moving forward to gain the time needed for the staff's return, his right hand quickly lowering, positioning the staff beside him. The energy surged, and with a firm grip on the staff, his strength surged dramatically. Clang. The sound of shoes scraping against the ground echoed. A series of frantic squeaks as Gur defended himself against a desperate strike from his opponent. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Grande's eyes as he stepped back, drawing his blade anew. Dragon's tooth. The naginata lunged forward like the fangs of a dragon, striking with ferocity. Gur, too, retreated a step, wielding his staff to counter the incoming sweep of the naginata. Lion's tail. A fleeting image of a lion flicking its tail flashed before them. This is a clash of intent against intent. Boom. The commotion created by the two is undeniably more attention-grabbing. Intent. It carries a certain significance. Grande's thoughts stirred as his naginata danced with increased swiftness, while Gel naturally wielded his staff with equal fervor, adopting an aggressive approach. Thud. 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 Such a spectacle left the gathered pirates astounded. Galuka narrowed his eyes and swiftly commanded his subordinates to take action. Who? Ha. Who? Ha. Kill him. Kill him. Who? Ha. Who? Ha. Kill him. Kill him. It is uncertain who among the pirates initiated it, but a series of rhythmic shouts erupted, soon echoed in unison by the crew. Amidst this thunderous roar, the momentum of both sides began to undergo a dramatic transformation. The cacophony unsettled the 3 combatants, momentarily distracting them to the brink of peril. In stark contrast, the pirate leader grew increasingly exhilarated, surrounded by his loyal followers. Regardless of the outcome, he knew his adversaries would surely perish, thus intensifying his ferocity in battle. One side trembled with trepidation, while the other surged with relentless vigor. This illustrates the stark difference between having a commanding presence and lacking one. This is dire. The 3 brothers silently acknowledged the unfolding misfortune. Clop, clop, clop. The immense shout reverberated throughout the city, reaching distant battlefields. A shadow, dark as a tide, rushed forth, now perilously close to the city where the conflict erupted. Surely, the enemy scouts had detected their presence. But what of it? They had come prepared to turn the tide of battle. Who? Ha. Who? Ha. Kill him. The faint echoes lingered as Rods, seated upon a stampeding herd, his body ensnared by chains, could not help but smirk, the scar at the corner of his mouth rendering his smile rather menacing. This band of pirates is indeed exuberant. I wonder if they will exhibit the same fervor when the time comes to engage in battle. Chapter 68. 1,000 Foes? With his gaze steadfastly fixed on Ross, Wu Zheng furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the malevolence and murderous intent emanating from the other party. The terrifying intent to kill is truly demonic. With such thoughts, the gaze that once was gentle now transforms into something unyielding. Suddenly, feeling as if seated upon a bed of nails, Ross turns to look back, only to find the young monk once again observing her with a gaze that embodies the essence of purging evil and safeguarding justice. Suddenly, I felt that keeping this monk by my side was a grave mistake. Leader Andre, given the current situation, we are a step behind. Let us advance towards the direction of the pirates, for among these individuals, the threat posed by that band of marauders is the most formidable. Roz, with his keen perception, immediately discerned that this was the crucial juncture. He turned to a gaunt man beside him and spoke. Andre, standing at a modest height of 1.8 meters, bore the marks of a harsh mountain life, his sunken cheeks lending him a rather emaciated appearance. Seated upon the back of a bison, Andre directed his gaze towards the man who had spoken to him, his thoughts drifting back to 2 days prior. Life in the mountains was arduous. Cultivation was no simple task. Sustenance often consisted of wild greens and the occasional hunt for game. In times of dire scarcity, the former captain of the Royal Guard would lead these wayward souls down from the mountains to pillage, though their actions were indeed plundering. They seldom took lives in the process. Under the influence of those in power, such actions inevitably transformed into the deeds of the most malevolent. This year, the Lantern Island has suffered from a severe drought, affecting not just a few counties, but even the Ghost Mountain has been drawn into the turmoil. The originally planned descent was delayed by several days due to unforeseen circumstances, and upon their descent, they were unexpectedly blocked. Although a dozen individuals were insignificant in the eyes of Andre, when one man shot through the windbreak hat of his comrades, another withstood the charge of a bison, lifting both man and beast, and yet another stood immobile, allowing bullets to strike vital points. Andre found himself compelled to negotiate terms with them. The fact that they spared their lives suggested that these inhuman beings harbored at least a modicum of restraint. In truth, the Ghost Mountain bandits were not devoid of combat prowess. Their 800 thieves possessed the strength to triumph in battle. Excluding the man who appeared impervious to bullets and the bald monk capable of resisting a bison-esque charge, Andre firmly believed the rest would surely perish beneath their cavalry. Yet, how many would his own side lose? After a cordial exchange, both parties reached a harmonious consensus. The Ghost Mountain bandits would assist the Roz pirates as circumstances permitted. While the bandits harbored ambitions for the throne of this nation, Roz dismissed the greed of the Ghost Mountain bandits with disdain. Everyone aspires to be in power. Yet what are the so-called rulers but pawns in the hands of fate? Roz temporarily acquiesced to their desire for the throne, leaving the final decision to the whims of fortune. After a brief operation, the actions of these dozen men allowed bandit leader Andre to lower his guard slightly. This group of pirates was peculiar, seemingly disinterested in plunder and destruction. Within 2 days, the Ghost Mountain bandits and the Roz pirates encountered 2 waves of visiting envoys, prompting Roz to devise a strategy of attack and retreat. In their quest to rescue the targeted Horgus brothers, they inevitably needed to oppose the pirates. And the Lantern Kingdom, complicit with the pirates, became their target. As contenders against the Lantern Kingdom, Roz chose to forge alliances, explaining their ability to traverse Ghost Mountain for the rescue mission. Would they charge at the pirates? Certainly. A resounding whistle escaped Andre's lips as he led the charge, redirecting towards the city walls, followed closely by Roz and the 600 Bison cavalry. Of course, this so-called Bison cavalry was a title self-assumed by Andre and his men, though the reason for not retaining the original count of 800 remained unclear. In fact, behind them lay a contingent of 500 individuals, divided into 200 bandits and 300 naval soldiers, arranged in a front and rear formation. Although a verbal agreement had been reached, the guardian of the borders, Ashigu, could not rest easy, allowing this amalgamation of pirates and thieves to wreak havoc within the territory. Meanwhile, the other 200 bandits, equipped with provisions, carried a more significant purpose. Among them was a particular individual whose presence was the reason why Andre had positioned this bandit group at the rear. Upon receiving the urgent military news, Lebubin furrowed his brow and, gritting his teeth, declared, "It has been confirmed that it is the Ghost Mountain bandit group." Lord Lebubin, indeed. How infuriating. How could this happen at such a time? The war, which was on the verge of concluding, saw our side boasting a force of 4,000 soldiers, bolstered by the formidable artillery of siege weapons. Despite having suffered considerable losses, the advantage had shifted in our favor once those pirates entered the city. With mere minutes till we could eradicate the remaining remnants, surrender was simply not an option. Suppressing any thoughts of retreat, Lulu Ban stated resolutely, "What are those damn brigands from Ghost Mountain? This is a battlefield. Relay my orders. We shall attack these scoundrels who ought to have long since met their demise." With the command disseminated, the soldiers began to arrange themselves into formation. Soon, a sound akin to thunder resonated in their ears, and as they felt the ground tremble slightly, some soldiers involuntarily swallowed hard. "Form ranks. Prepare. Attack." Boom. A volley of cannonballs was launched, The shrill whistle of incoming projectiles pierced the air, a precursor to their arrival. Thanks to the faint perceptive skills honed aboard the ship, Roz could distinctly sense the trajectory of the cannonballs. With a smirk, he gripped one end of his scythe. The 6-meter chain tethering the lantern began to whirl in the air, producing a whooshing sound reminiscent of a cowboy from a bygone era. Andre, not blind to the situation, observed the enemy's readiness and promptly issued a military command. The knights behind him slowed their pace, splitting into 3 groups to maintain distance while following suit. A few among them spurred their buffalo mounts forward, allowing Roz to wield his weapon with confidence. Whoosh, whistle, boom. It appears that through Roz's calculations, a shell was detonated 6 meters in front of him by an equalizer, yet this commotion did not startle the bison behind them. Rather, it ignited the primal instincts within the bulls. At this moment, their steeds were known as the rampaging bulls, a breed notorious for its fiery temperament and adeptness in herding. It is said that their meat possesses a natural spiciness, a variety that had taken Andre 5 years to fully subdue in the haunted mountains. The resonant calls of the rampaging bulls incited a furious roar among the herd, seemingly heightened by the explosion of the shell. In fact, prior to Rod's destruction of the incoming projectile, another had already preemptively neutralized 2 shells. That individual was Vasily, a marksman not far behind Rod. With a bounty of 30 million belly on his head as the gunslinger of the hill, Vasily's prowess had undoubtedly sharpened, rendering his marksmanship fearsome. Combat and confrontation with foes have always been the finest teachers. Throughout his piratical career, Vasily had acquired 2 gunshot wounds, each further enhancing his skills with firearms, transforming him into a true sharpshooter. At the instant the shell was fired, Vasily's heightened perception seemed to freeze time. The shell's model, firing velocity, wind speed, and trajectory all aligned in his mind. In that fleeting moment, his revolver emitted 2 sparks, leading to inexplicable detonations in the distance. The first wave of assailants comprised 7 individuals, including Rod, Vasily, Taylor, and Andre, alongside the ever-persistent Wu Zheng. Faced with the shell, Wu Zheng was unflinching, fortified by his martial skills and the abilities granted by his devil fruit, rendering him impervious to such projectiles. However, he lacked means for ranged attack. Observing Rod, who brandished his weapon with lethal intent, Wu Zheng reluctantly utilized his abilities to crouch upon the bull's back. Continue. Fire. The commander at the forefront, witnessing the unfolding scene, momentarily faltered yet did not neglect his duties, issuing commands with a quaver in his voice. Stimulated by the chaos, the rampaging bulls surged forward with increased velocity, swiftly closing the distance of over 1,000 meters. Rod, conspicuously brandishing his weapon, became the target. Ding, ding, ding. The bullets came first, and while Rod would ordinarily evade such attacks effortlessly, his steed could not withstand the onslaught. Thus, Rod immediately swung his weapon forward, striving to shield the bulls from the incoming fire. As the enemy loomed ever closer, the fear reflected on Rod's face brought him a thrill, yet beneath him, the bulls cried out in distress, signaling an imbalance in speed. Rod realized that the rampaging bull could no longer endure. In light of this, Rod twisted his form, retracting his weapon to brace himself against the bull's back. With a powerful leap, he assumed a prone position, explosively propelling himself with his legs. Boom. Beneath him, the formidable bull seemed to have endured an immense impact, abruptly halting its movement and collapsing to the ground. Should anyone inspect the creature later, they would undoubtedly discover that the bones along its back had shattered. With a powerful leap, Rods brandished his weapon, unfazed by becoming a target for the soldier's attacks. He let out a breath, his right arm's muscles involuntarily tensing, and he brought the lantern crashing down with great force. Boom. A hapless individual was instantaneously reduced to a bloody pulp, while the ground beneath the lantern bore the marks of a tremendous fissure. The blue stone surface erupted, and shockwaves sent debris hurtling in all directions. You scoundrels, your grandfather has arrived. With a forceful tug on the chain, Rods looked up and grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth, while his words sent a chill through the air. Rods was the first to step into the military formation, entering like a tiger among sheep. Slaughtering hundreds, vanquishing thousands seemed no arduous task for him at this moment. The surrounding environment transported Rods back to over a year ago, when he still lacked a clear understanding of the world's truths. Back then, he relied on his intellect to achieve victory, yet now, with absolute power at his disposal, such thoughts were no longer a concern. He swept through the ranks. Fearless of blades, Rods gripped the handle of his scythe tightly, his arm straining as he began to spin the 6-meter-long weapon. A whirlwind resembling a monstrous lantern appeared, and he advanced towards the tumultuous city like a meat grinder. Chapter 69. Paving the way, a sudden chant resonated beside Rod's, causing his previously elated heart to shudder. Damn it, that monk. A fleeting glance revealed a handsome young monk. Wu Zheng, watching him with eyes full of pity from a short distance away. Monk, this is war. You wouldn't dare to impede me, would you? That would be exceedingly foolish. Rods continued forward, gesturing towards the city. Over there may lie the pirates, slaughtering the town. You need not kill them, Wu Zheng implored, his voice tinged with compassion. Foolishness. They are the enemy. Rod scoffed. Sighing deeply, Wu Zheng felt a tumult of inner conflict. Even as bullets struck his body with a metallic clang, he remained immobile. Observing Rods as he continued to wreak havoc, Wu Zheng finally resolved to act. In that case, let the anger of the Vajra rise. You wish to enter the city, then follow the path of the young monk. As Wu Zheng spoke, his form was enveloped in a copper hue, emanating an aura that felt more divine than mortal. Thud, thud, thud. In the city of Rhodes. With eyes wide open in disbelief, Wu Zheng seemed to transform into an invincible bronze figure, charging forward fearlessly amidst the chaos, unperturbed by the blade's edge. With only bullets capable of momentarily halting his relentless advance. The echoes of aura, aura, aura resonated in Rhodes's ears, yet upon closer listening, they morphed into the chant of Amitabha. While his lips uttered Amitabha, his mind incessantly lamented sin. At that moment, Wu Zheng resembled an unstoppable war chariot, miraculously carving a path for Rhodes as he sent the first opponent flying. Gradually, Rhodes's eyes widened in astonishment, bewildered by the monk's overwhelming prowess. Could it truly be that extraordinary? Just as he momentarily lost focus, Rhodes quickly regained his composure. Although uncertain of why the monk had suddenly come to his aid, he promptly matched the pace of the bulldozer. Bang, bang. One by one, the soldiers ahead were knocked aside, and fear compelled the well-trained troops to instinctively part ways. However, not all were cowed. A soldier known as Stone, reputed to possess the greatest strength in the army, had previously lifted boulders weighing 1,000 pounds. Observing the turmoil ahead, he had already fixated on the unyielding bronze man. Seeing no one daring to impede his progress, Stone voiced his disdain. What a bunch of useless fools. With the impatient gazes of his comrades upon him, he stepped into the direct line between the bronze figure and the city gate. Raising his right foot high, he brought it crashing down. Thud. His foot sank deep into the ground, followed by a similar motion with his left foot, causing him to appear slightly shorter as he squatted in a sumo stance, closing his eyes to concentrate and gather strength. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of impact drew near, and Stone suddenly opened his eyes. With a mighty roar, his limbs swelled with power. As solid as a rock, he was resolute that in this state, he could withstand anything. Come forth and witness the might of the strongest in the army. Meanwhile, Wu Zheng, now fully bronze in hue, maintained his forward momentum, ensuring that even if he collided with someone, it would not be fatal, nor would it result in severe injury. As he barreled through, he encountered little resistance. The soldiers now actively cleared a path for his advance. Yet he soon spotted a solitary figure standing defiantly before him. What a formidable man. The deeper bronze hue in Wu Zheng's eyes flickered as he observed the man's arms and thighs, nearly matching his own waist and size. Concluding that this individual was undoubtedly formidable. Who would dare to stand their ground in such circumstances without possessing immense strength? I'm afraid I cannot allow you to obstruct my path. I am here to save you. Noting the confident smile on his opponent's face, Wu Zheng became earnest in his resolve. Tap, tap, tap. 18 techniques. Bronze head. With hands raised defensively in front and a bald head lowered, the relentless footsteps advanced, swiftly bringing him face to face with the formidable figure. As he beheld the menacing approach of the bronze warrior, a wave of trepidation surged within him. The unyielding aura was overwhelmingly powerful. Yet, at this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. I must press on. Thud. Thwack. Splash. Prepared for a collision, he braced himself. But in that fleeting moment of impact, he only sensed an initial resistance before he effortlessly broke through it. He had triumphed. At that instant, a profound bewilderment enveloped him. As he soared momentarily through the air, his mind became a void. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? It wasn't until he crashed heavily to the ground that the reality of being flung away struck him. No, this cannot be. He refused to believe in the existence of such a monster. He yearned to resist, yet the weakness of his limbs forced him to bury his head into the earth. It seemed he had gravely misjudged the situation. Amitabha. He clasped his hands together and murmured a prayer. Following the earlier assault by pirates that had breached the city, The great gates were now ajar, leaving only 2 gaping holes from cannon fire. The area near the entrance was mostly occupied by pirates. The commotion outside drew the attention of some, one pirate raising a telescope to his eyes. To his astonishment, amidst the dark soldiers, a path had inexplicably opened, revealing a dazzling gleam of bronze beyond. Though perplexed, the cautious pirate scrutinized the scene for a moment before his expression shifted. The newcomers bore ill intent. The pirate abruptly turned, desperately attempting to separate the crowd with both hands, while continuously shouting, "This is bad. This is terrible." Near the city wall, a multitude of pirates surrounded a dozen mercenaries, and the resounding clamor of battle echoed from above the wall, indicating that the soldiers stationed there had not yet relinquished their resolve. The moment had come for the pigeon dance. Seemingly having completed his warm-up, Pigeon exhibited astonishing agility in his legs, unleashing formidable power. With a resounding crack, he struck a shield with a kick, leveraging the force to retreat momentarily. In a swift maneuver, he pivoted and charged forward, appearing beside Hale in the blink of an eye, delivering a devastating kick that struck him squarely in the left side. The impact sent Hale crashing to the ground, and as he struggled to rise, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and vigorously rubbed his left side. Fortunately, he had reacted just in time, crouching slightly to deflect the attack onto his ribs. Otherwise, his left side would have been severely injured. Yet, even so, his ribs had endured a trial. Damn it! The previous exertion was too great, compounded by the ambush from the demon's scythe. The first to falter was Hale, the one with the strongest defense, while on the other side, Thor was also in distress. Observing the adjacent battlefield, Thor, who was typically adept at offense, had inexplicably shifted to a defensive stance. During the earlier fierce combat, the venomous centipede had sustained a few strikes, but none were particularly grievous. Now that both sides had tempered their assaults, the shift from offense to defense was precisely the moment for the venomous centipede to display his prowess. If he could land a hit, the ensuing venom would ensure his adversary suffered. Heh, so it's a pretty boy, is it? I despise you the most. Every time I encounter someone like you, I make it a point to give you a proper thrashing. The venomous centipede's strikes were cunning and malicious, his foul language spewing forth incessantly. You, scoundrel, deserve to perish. Thor exerted himself to block the incoming attacks and forcefully pushed them away. He understood the implications of the taunts. Many who roamed the seas bore their share of madness, particularly the pirates, who were often a multitude of lunatics. This group of madmen engages in heinous acts of arson, murder, and plunder, exhibiting peculiar inclinations in their desires. According to Thor's understanding, some pirates, having spent prolonged periods aboard their vessels without the company of women, resolutely resort to self-gratification, while those of weaker will extend their wicked hands towards their companions. This also makes the camaraderie among pirates subtly discernible. At this moment, the adversary before Thor is evidently a rogue who appeals to both genders. Pretty boy, do you know? Hee, I will. And then, I shall sever your cherished visage, ultimately strangling you to death. Ha ha. In the midst of the battle involving the 3 individuals, none finds it easy. Even Gel, who had trained earlier than his 2 younger brothers, feels somewhat powerless when confronted with the formidable Grand. This is a consequence of prior exertions. With unwavering certainty, Gur once again parried the assault of Onitachi with his staff. In a swift motion, the 2 closed the distance, engaging in a fierce exchange of punches and kicks. This is not the first time the 2 have engaged in close combat. Clearly, Gear, who understands the principle that an inch gained is an inch strengthened, is compelling Kiyotaka to abandon his preferred techniques and engage in hand-to-hand combat. Such a strategy may perhaps be the only viable approach to secure victory amid overwhelming encirclement. The mercenaries surrounding them, battered and pale, gazed vacantly at the 3 who fought on their behalf, fully aware that the impending defeat of the 3 brothers would herald their own demise. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air, drawing the attention of some. Bang! Galuka fired a shot into the sky, his eyes ablaze with fury as he turned to the toothless pirate who had hurriedly squeezed in. Do you wish for death? The situation is favorable. Yet you come here with ill tidings. He aimed his gun at the intruder, his gaze menacing. Lord Galuka, there are enemies. Enemies are rushing in. The toothless pirate felt a pang of bitterness. The scene witnessed by his nephew had forced him, an elderly man who could only squeeze in to deliver the news, into this dismal task. Lord Galuka, enemies are swiftly approaching from outside the city. Suppressing his anger, Galuka inquired, how many are there? The toothless pirate furrowed his brow, silently cursing his nephew, and replied, 2. 2 people. 2? Just 2? Galuka's incredulity erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. You jest. What a splendid joke. Those two wouldn't happen to be the legendary Marine Admiral Carp, would they? Feeling the chill in Galuka's gaze, the old pirate gulped and stammered, I only saw two. They're advancing through the ranks, nearly at the city gate. Advancing through the ranks? Galuka's smile vanished, his heart racing with alarm. Yes, they are cutting their way through. The toothless pirate felt a pang of despair. He couldn't honestly report that they were let in by the soldiers. Chapter 70. Turning the tide. Galuka's expression shifted dramatically. Two individuals charging through a sea of foes could scarcely expect to emerge unscathed, even a captain. Send someone to intercept them, inform the captain, and ensure that this rabble is dealt with. Regardless of their identity, eliminating these threats was paramount. Just as Galuka's orders were transmitted, chaos erupted at the city gates. Apologies, apologies. A cold voice was followed by a frantic exclamation. No need for apologies here. They are all pirates, and their demise matters not. The icy words conveyed a semblance of politeness, yet the subsequent tone was laced with deadly intent. Please step aside. Make way. As the voice grew louder, not only did numerous pirates turn their attention, but even the six engaged in battle halted their actions. What is happening? What is going on? Amidst the perplexity of the crowd, the two individuals brazenly charged into the encirclement of pirates. Who were these adversaries? An intruder has breached the perimeter. Crack, crack. The sharp sound of gunfire echoed, revealing that the pirates here were far from benevolent. Boom. Two figures emerged before the eyes of several captains. One following the other. Grand, halting his offensive maneuvers, squinted his eyes. His already uneven gaze appeared even more peculiar. Was that the butcher Henry Rhodes? A shadow of gloom passed over Grand's countenance, for the figure wielding a scythe and hammer, dragging iron chains, was none other than the notorious Crimson Butcher, who had recently risen to infamy in the pirate circles. This individual, notorious for dealing with pirates through ruthless means of treachery, is indeed a source of disdain among his peers. His infamous methods of slaughtering vessels are utterly suffocating. A butcher of men? The Crimson Butcher? Bang. Just as Captain Grand revealed the identity of this figure, a cowardly soul inadvertently fired a shot. Zip. A bullet sped towards Rhodes at a pace perceptible to others, however. Rhodes did not flinch, recognizing that a single bullet could instill terror in bystanders, a most worthwhile exchange. Combat transcends mere displays of strength, it encompasses skill. The ability to intimidate through reputation and the manipulation of the environment to influence the opponent's psyche. The sound of the bullet striking flesh was faint, yet it caught the attention of a few pirates, who witnessed a visible mark on the adversary's cheek swiftly vanish. Many gazes turned grave, revealing an underlying fear that remained concealed. While their captain could easily withstand bullets, and Grand's weaponry, including his arm guards, were designed to resist such projectiles, the notion of enduring a bullet purely through flesh was entirely beyond their comprehension. Such methods are far more terrifying than mere evasion. Those with keen perception instantly recognize that this so-called butcher is indeed formidable, and even those unfamiliar with the name tremble at its mention. Yet, there is no need for alarm. The bounty on his head is a mere 58 million, a stark contrast to that of the captain. Galuka, brandishing a short gun, aims it at the bald copper figure. Clearly, the butcher cannot be dealt with by bullets alone, and conceding in spirit is not an option at this moment. He must confront the unknown bald man. Indeed, the captain's bounty is significantly higher. Even if this butcher is fearsome, there are only two of them. We shall eliminate them both. Several astute pirates, comprehending the first mate's orders, immediately raised their voices in fervor. Perhaps due to years spent at sea, pirates tend to exhibit volatile tempers, incited by one among them. They quickly became furious. A dozen guns were aimed at the two, and the bolder among them unsheathed their blades. Kill, regardless of their intentions. Since they have barged in here, they are enemies. Bang, bang, bang. A multitude of sparks erupted as bullets flew, and those slightly slower to react hastily raised their guns, preparing to fire. Accompanying the gunfire, several pirates surged forward with knives drawn. Amitabha. The Buddha once proclaimed that to slay one is to save 10. It seems this adage holds true. In a brief span, Wu Zhang witnessed numerous bodies fall to the ground, and the reckless assault from the pirates only underscored that this group was not to be trifled with. Although his doctrine advocates against killing, compassion is reserved for the innocent creatures of the earth, not for these pirates who can easily take lives. Even the Buddha has moments of wrath. 18 techniques, iron body. With hands clasped together, the fusion of copper and iron forms an impenetrable defense. What harm can bullets do? Clang, clang, clang. A barrage of bullets struck the two. And unlike the faint sound produced when they hit Roz, The bullets against Wu Zhang produced a resonant clang. Truly, they had underestimated him. Roz grinned mockingly. As he noticed movement among the adversaries, he had no intention of holding back. His weapon swung into action with alacrity. Bang! Thud! The lantern hammer crashed against bones, and the scythe sliced through flesh, eliciting cries of anguish. With a swift spinning attack, Roz dispatched several foes effortlessly, yet a sense of dissatisfaction welled up within him. No matter how many there were, they would all be exterminated. With a powerful stomp of his right foot, Roz lunged forward, swiftly reaching the side of a towering figure. And with a single slash, he easily tore open the man's abdomen. A spinning lantern shot forth, sending one man flying, as he reeled it back. His right leg swiftly kicked out at an assailant wielding a knife, executing the movements with the grace of flowing water. It is he, the pirate of Parrot Island. Tor, distancing himself from the venomous centipede, frowned. Gel, with an impassive expression yet a glimmer of joy within, thought, the bloody butcher, Henry Ross. It appears that today is not the day of our burial. Hire rose from the ground, his previously taut expression now considerably relaxed. Their acquaintance with the crew of the ROSD was not profound, yet they shared a good rapport with their first mate, Vasily, during their joint confrontation at Parrot Island. A bond of camaraderie was forged, further solidified over shared tastes in beverages, leading to a delightful friendship between the two as wine connoisseurs. Over the past 6 months, the ROSD pirates have made quite a name for themselves, prompting quarrels among the three brothers. Tor expressed his grievances about their earlier inaction, attributing it to the ensuing death of numerous innocents. Hire maintained that the ROSD pirates were merely enacting retribution against evil, thus their transgressions were not excessively grave. Although Gel did not vocalize his thoughts, he had initially chosen to trust that band of pirates, and he retained a degree of confidence in his judgment. This individual is not easily dealt with, remarked one pirate. A shifty-eyed pirate directed his gaze toward the bronze man, Wu Zhang, and declared loudly, "Let us first deal with that charlatan." The bald fool. The imposing figure of the copper-skinned bald man commanded a certain respect, and few had dared to confront him before. Yet now, the notorious butcher naturally had his sights set on the bald man. Feeling the collective gaze of the crowd, Wu Zhang sighed and muttered a prayer. Though he had previously incapacitated a few attackers, he now found himself becoming the target. As he stepped forward, releasing his iron body, Wu Zhang's hands curled into claw-like forms. The immobile bronze man swiftly retaliated against the first assailant with a deadly strike. 18 techniques. Dragon claw. Crack. A scream erupted as one pirate's arm was snapped, the excruciating pain causing him to collapse, clutching his injury and wailing in agony. With each strike of the dragon claw, another pirate fell victim to his precision. Having honed his skills, Wu Zhang could easily shatter the bones of these pirates, yet his internal aversion to taking lives held him back from doing so. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, bullets ricocheted off Wu Zhang's body, leaving marks upon him, indicating a slight disparity between his defenses and those of ROSD. However, his combat style was now markedly more refined, a testament to the lessons learned from his previous battle against ROSD. Kill. A furious roar drew the attention of dozens. As Gel, witnessing the arrival of reinforcements who managed to engage a portion of the enemies, bellowed to rally his surviving comrades. With Gel's battle cry, he launched a series of thrusts with his staff toward Grand, each strike imbued with the ferocity of a dragon, transforming into a formidable force. Dragon thrust. The golden cloud patterned staff, wielded by Gear, unexpectedly manifested slender golden dragons that entwined around it. After delivering 5 strikes, it transformed into a magnificent 5-clawed golden dragon. Surging towards Grant. Previously enjoying the upper hand, Grant became somewhat complacent due to the arrival of Laz and his companion. Consequently, he found himself caught off guard by Gear's sudden onslaught. Though there was no time to evade, Grant, relying on his remarkable combat experience, managed to position the iron handle of his naginata defensively against his chest. Boom. Thud. The golden dragon collided with Grant's weapon, and the formidable force relentlessly struck his chest. With a series of steps back, he planted his weapon into the ground to halt his retreat. Grant's face flushed crimson as he sensed a metallic taste welling up in his throat. He swallowed hard, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at Gear. It was not that he wished to suppress the blood rising within him, but in the heat of battle, a single spurt of blood would significantly dampen the morale of his pirate comrades. "This is a retribution for Hale," Gear declared, evidently recalling Grant's treacherous strike against Hale. The principle of vengeance was firmly ingrained in the knight's code. "You scoundrel, I shall slay you." Fuming with rage, Grant tightened his grip on his sword and swung it fiercely, perhaps sensing a shift in the tide. Yer cast aside all distractions and began to engage in earnest with his adversary. This is both a battle and a form of cultivation. As the leader rises to fight once more, the other two exchange glances and spring into action. However, regardless of their efforts in confronting the enemy, the mindset of both sides has shifted, albeit slightly. Perhaps it is due to the notorious reputation of Rhodes the Butcher or the astonishing entrance of the two, coupled with their impenetrable defenses, which has instilled a sense of pressure upon the trio. While the opposing party feels the weight of this pressure, the Haggas brothers are invigorated by it, fighting with a newfound vigor, no longer constrained. In contrast to their exquisite techniques, Rhodes' approach is far more straightforward. Like a ferocious man-eating tiger facing mere fish in his eyes, he is relentless, slaying anyone who stands in his way. The other dozen mercenaries, witnessing this, naturally rise in defiance. Life is within their grasp, and if they do not fight desperately now, when will they? Chapter 71. The Life and Death Battle. The sounds of slaughter erupt once more in this place. 5 minutes later, a resounding Buddhist chant, powerful enough to shatter eardrums, resonates not far from Rhodes. His ears ring incessantly, his mind feels dizzy, yet a glimmer of light flickers in his bloodshot eyes. He realizes he is having another episode. When was the last time this occurred? 2 months ago? His psychiatrist, Chapman, had been rescued from prison 2.5 months prior. Following diagnosis, psychological guidance, and medication, Rhodes began to gain control over himself in combat. Yet, medication has its limits, from 1 pill to 2, but now even 2 cannot suppress the bloodthirsty monster within. Through treatment, Rhodes has gradually come to understand his symptoms, while also confronting the darker aspect of himself that thrives on consuming shadows. In the heat of battle, the crimson and sanguine hues stimulate the yet-to-be fully formed persona. The malevolence that emerges during slaughter is characterized by absolute madness and bloodshed, often leaving no survivors in its wake. Rhodes does not wish for his future self to be overshadowed by this darkness. Will he still be himself then? It is time to increase the dosage. Casting aside his distractions, the returning thoughts allowed Raz's eyes to relinquish their blood-red hue. He beheld Wujing, who was grasping his scythe not far away, just a minute prior. Fueled by an inhuman defense, Raz had mercilessly dispatched dozens of pirates in a brief span, leaving a gruesome scene of severed limbs and blood that instilled terror in the hearts of the remaining marauders. The demise of the unfortunate first mate, Galuka, crushed by a lantern, rendered the captains incapable of striking down this terrifying reaper, causing the morale of the pirates to shatter instantaneously. As the pirates began their retreat, the surrounding scene unfolded before others, and the bloodthirsty Raz immediately pursued those attempting to flee, severing their heads before his gaze fell upon a surviving mercenary. It is worth noting that during the prior skirmish, Raz had inadvertently slain a mercenary, prompting the witness to turn and flee. However, Raz relentlessly cast his scythe. Observing this, Wujing, filled with urgency, propelled himself forward, leaving a mark of the lotus flower as he intercepted Raz's incoming blade just as the mercenary was about to meet his demise. Noticing the absence of vibrant, anguished blood in the mercenary's eyes, Wujing comprehended that Raz was ensnared by his inner demons. After fruitlessly attempting to disarm him, Wujing recalled Raz's vulnerability. With a resounding shout of the 18th technique, the Buddha's voice, he awakened Raz from his trance. Were the artist present, he could have captured a masterpiece depicting the disciple of the Buddha vanquishing the heart's demons with a single roar. Bald One, my lord Raz, you have succumbed to madness. Wujing clasped his hands together. Thank you. And please, speak in human terms henceforth. The latter remark, initially an internal grumble, was voiced due to his genuine fear of the inner demons. Releasing the thoughts that weighed upon him brought a measure of relief. Upon hearing Raz's words, Wujing's face flushed, though fortunately, in his bronze form, he avoided revealing his embarrassment. You, monk, are rather quite useful. This indicates that Raz's concerns at that time were indeed justified. Upon realizing that neither of the 2 pills could suppress his urges, Rod began to contemplate when encountering this individual whose strength was nearly on par with his own. Valuing his combat prowess was of utmost importance, for should there come a day when he could no longer restrain himself and cast a murderous gaze upon his companions, at least there would be someone with a modicum of fighting capability to restrain him. Alas, Lord Rod, it would be wise to refrain from consuming that tranquilizing elixir any further. Relying on external substances can never compare to the power within oneself. Wujing advised, in the face of that inner demon, or rather, the second persona, the key lies in defeating him head-on. Yet, before Rod could finish, his companions interjected, I have come here precisely for this purpose. Gazing into Wu Zheng's youthful face, which radiated determination, Rod fell silent for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. Understood. Then I entrust this to you moving forward. This may very well be the strength of the devotees when confronted with the peculiar and the bizarre. These individuals appear to be the most credulous. It is only natural, as the bronze hue of their beings gradually fades. A subtle smile begins to bloom at the corners of their lips. This marks the initial step towards vanquishing the inner demons. As the Dharma body was released, Wu Zheng suddenly felt an ache in his back and waist. Glancing at his arms, he noticed some bruises had already formed. While the release of the Dharma body alleviated pain, the subsequent withdrawal brought back all the previous discomfort in one fell swoop. Although it was not life-threatening, the pain was certainly excruciating. Unbeknownst to him, not far away, the young monk Wu Zheng gritted his teeth, his gaze shifting from the corpse beneath him to 3 battlefronts. After a careful observation, he immediately discerned that both sides had reached a critical juncture. It seemed that a victory and 2 defeats were imminent. Rods tightened his grip on his weapon and stepped forward. No, I believe quite the opposite. The young monk Wu Zheng calmly approached him, having endured the initial pain. Oh, are you suggesting 2 victories and 1 defeat? Indeed. With Wu Zheng's affirmative reply, Rods redirected his attention to the others. At this moment, the battlefield was precisely as Rods had previously described. Heil had been rendered incapable of fighting, and had it not been for his lingering will, he would have already collapsed. In Rods' eyes, defeat was inevitable. The clash between Gel and Grand was equally dire, with the pirate's disarray evidently weighing heavily on Grand. As reflected in the fury of each of his strikes, the only factor that had altered the tide of battle was Thor. It seemed Rods' arrival had instilled a sense of shame in him. Within a mere 5 minutes, his swordsmanship had become extraordinarily cunning. That man. He has discerned the opponent's techniques. Wu Zheng pointed towards Thor, and Rods nodded in agreement. The scarred figure wielding dual hooks had his every move anticipated. It would indeed be strange if he did not falter. Damn it. You, go die. Despite his subordinates fleeing in panic, the adversary who should have fallen long ago clung desperately to the battle, inciting Rods' ire. After toppling Heil with a kick, he executed a swift rotation, his heel carrying tremendous force as it descended toward Heil's head. Taste my move. The morning of the morning dove. Life and death hung in the balance in a flash. As Heil's eyes widened in disbelief, was he truly to perish? Gazing upon the strike potent enough to shatter his skull, he felt a sense of resignation, ultimately closing his eyes in surrender. My life is at an end. Boom. The thunderous sound and rush of air arose almost simultaneously. The anticipated pain never arrived. And Heil abruptly opened his eyes. Lying on the ground, he beheld a familiar yet unfamiliar visage, darker than when they first met, yet radiating an even more formidable presence. Hey, Vasily, allow me to say something to you. He has prepared a jar of wine from 30 years ago at White Spring Town. Gulp. The sound of saliva swallowing suddenly echoed. At this moment, the dove was perched precariously on the back of the suddenly appeared butcher, having delivered a powerful kick that left a dent in his back, showcasing the strength of the blow. However, the dove's expression swiftly changed from triumph to horror as he realized that the adversary was conversing casually with that accursed red heart, seemingly oblivious to his presence. A profound humiliation indeed. How annoying. With a forceful shove, Roz sent the dove soaring off his back, but fortunately, the agile creature executed a backflip and landed gracefully. As he turned, Roz's gaze fell upon the dove, who had a bounty of 42 million berries and was adept at utilizing his legs. A pirate captain must not only be aware of his opponent's strengths but also possess a deep understanding of them. After all, a pirate's adversaries are not solely the navy. Fellow pirates can be formidable foes as well. Ha, butcher. You are clearly declaring war against us. The dove gasped, his face pale with exertion. Butcher? Ha. Since you know my name, you must be aware of my style, Roz replied, his eyes icy as he smiled. Yet, to the dove, that smile appeared utterly savage. Moreover, I have no qualms about beating down a drowning rat. As Roz's words fell, the scythe blade he had been charging surged forth with astonishing speed. All his previous words were merely a prelude to this decisive strike. Judgment of death. The flying blade shot forth with an unstoppable momentum. This sudden strike allowed the dove to faintly perceive the scythe, resembling a black serpent, emanating a sinister aura. This is the nascent form of intent transformed from force. Confronted with a ferocious strike, the dove shifted to the left, yet Roz appeared to be well prepared, with a subtle flick of his right hand. The scythe maneuvered with the agility of a serpent. Disaster loomed. The dove, aware of the impending peril, crossed his arms tightly across his chest, focusing intently as he readied himself to counter the blow with a kick. However, As the scythe surged forward, the dove had steeled himself for the impact, confident in his ability to withstand the strike. Suddenly, a figure collided with the dove from the side, sending him hurtling away, disrupting his defense against Raz's onslaught. The scythe sliced through the air, but the adversary had already vanished from sight. Do not contest. Raz's temple throbbed with tension. This strike was destined to ensnare the dove's arms, allowing him to pull him in for a decisive blow that would surely shatter his skull. But the monk had entirely derailed his plans. Turning to glance at the scythe embedded in the ground, Wu Zheng smiled at Raz, realizing that this battle was honing his skills further. Thus, he would take care of this opponent. To an outsider, Wu Zheng's handsome visage coupled with his smile might evoke the warmth of spring, yet Raz felt an ominous aura emanating from it. Raz was all too aware of Wu Zheng's intentions. Seizing his opponent to leave him with no one to slay had been clear from the outset. Self-righteous fool. He muttered inwardly, shifting his gaze toward Tor, who was also embroiled in a fierce struggle, perhaps thrown into disarray by the arrival of a formidable enemy. With relentless determination, Tor pierced the heart of the venomous spider with his dual blades. Alas! Hale, sustaining his shield, rose with a puzzled expression directed at Raz, unable to comprehend the meaning behind his lament. As Raz's attention turned to the fierce clash between Grant and Gur, he noticed Gear's eagerness to engage, prompting Hale to urgently interject. Raz, please refrain from intervening in this battle. This is a fight where knights abandon their lives. Chapter 72. Breaking the barriers, whether it be the path of knighthood, martial arts, or swordsmanship. Defeating formidable foes through one's own strength is the quintessential means of growth. Overcoming powerful adversaries cultivates momentum, transforming force into intent and blood into vitality. The convergence of these elements leads one to mastery, earning the titles of sword master or martial artist. At 32, Gur, having embarked on his training at the age of 12, now radiated youthful vigor. It was only 3 years ago, following a decline in his family's fortunes, that he truly began to cultivate his strength, achieving the transformation of intent just 6 months prior. In the midst of this battle, as he found himself at a disadvantage against Grant, he endeavored to harmonize the two forces within him. Almost there. Just a little more. Feeling the dark, ghostly energy emanating from his opponent's attack, Gur employed his family's ancestral breathing technique. With each rhythmic breath, the pain in his arms surged anew, rekindling his latent power. Dragon strike. Roar. An intangible golden dragon surged forth with a piercing shriek, striking with precision against the descending blade. Throughout their previous skirmishes, Grande had consistently wielded his strength to suppress Gur, yet in this clash, their powers had reached an equilibrium. Recalling the derisive words of his opponent, Gur, locked in a stalemate with his staff, suddenly burst into laughter. Is technique utterly useless in the face of strength? I concede that point. Yet what if the disparity in power is negligible? Grande's countenance flushed with anger, his wrath intensifying as he unleashed a fierce roar and pressed forward against his adversary. You, a wretched insect long overdue for extinction, are courting death. Not enough. Not enough. Increase your strength. You cannot defeat me this way, Grande exclaimed with fervor. Observing his opponent, whose chest wound continued to bleed profusely while laughing and calling for more, Grande gritted his teeth and channeled even greater power. Thogur perceived the hesitation flickering in his eyes. Indeed, they were on the brink of demise, encircled by a throng of pirates, destined to be slain whether they triumphed or faltered. Yet, in this moment, the tide of battle experienced a monumental shift. The pirate circle was being shattered by the two combatants. No, it was not merely the two of them. Gur had discerned that fierce clashes were erupting in the periphery, accompanied by significant commotion. The arrival of reinforcements emboldened Gur to engage without reservation against the foe before him. Continue. As resentment surfaced, Grande leaped back after retracting his blade, then lunged forward once more, casting aside all distractions. He was prepared to fight with all his might. First wave of the underworld. Fueled by unbridled rage, Grande fervently summoned his blood energy, fully aware that such exertion would rapidly deplete his stamina and leave him weakened for a time. Yet, failure to fight with fervor would mean surrendering his life. As Grande swung his blade, he transformed in Gear's eyes into a skeletal figure riding the waves. A fusion of will and spirit. The knight's path is rooted in the earth. Everything unfolds step by step. Gur laughed heartily and struck with his staff. Bang! The weapons collided with a resounding impact. When the initial strike failed, Grande pushed off forcefully, retreating 2 steps before launching another attack. Second wave. The same motion. The same momentum. Yet this time the dark, skeletal figure appeared even more three-dimensional. Bang. The cycle continued. Third wave. The skeleton now bore slight armor. Bang. Fourth wave. The skeleton was fully equipped. Bang. Fifth wave. Beneath the skeleton, an odd lizard had emerged. Bang. Grande retreated several steps, his body surging with vitality. Yet, rather than alarm, he felt exhilaration. Come again. Come again. Witnessing this, Grande, his face flushed, gritted his teeth and continued to gather his strength. Sixth wave. The skeleton grew larger, now possessing the attributes of a bone dragon beneath it. Boom. Under the gaze of the crowd, Gel was struck, expelling a copious amount of blood, yet in his eyes there was an unmistakable absence of fear and a palpable thrill. What was Gel thinking? Allowing that specter, Gui Na, to continue gathering strength with spell doom. Standing beside Roz, Hale was filled with worry and disbelief. Meanwhile, Roz, his expression darkened, clutched his weapon tightly, declaring, "If there is another opportunity, I shall take action." The technique known as stacking waves, or layering momentum, is said to have been disseminated by a man named Chun from the Eastern Sea centuries ago. This skill is derived from the observation of the vast ocean. Initially, one strikes like a gentle stream, then like a mighty river, and ultimately like the boundless sea, with each wave surpassing the last in intensity. Should one allow the opponent to stack their techniques, even their defenses may ultimately be shattered. Recognizing the implications, Roz was prepared to act. Hale, well versed in the tradition, discerned Galanda's intentions, yet his focus remained on Gel. He pondered, why not interrupt the opponent's accumulation of power? At this moment, the battle between the two had captivated the attention of all. This is dire. It is the stacking waves. Interrupt him. It was evident that the awareness of this technique extended beyond just Roz and the Horgus brothers. Roz had previously encountered opponents who employed stacking waves in combat, and at that time, he had unwittingly suffered a minor setback. After studying the technique closely, he had come to understand its vulnerabilities. The essence of the stacking waves lies in the concept of stacking. To counter this technique, there are two strategies. One can disrupt the opponent's rhythm, preventing them from stacking further waves. Or one can allow them to stack, then engage in a contest of physical prowess. A century ago, a certain individual who mastered the stacking waves foolishly challenged a formidable opponent, who, allowing him to stack freely, ultimately led to the self-destruction of the one who fancied himself the protagonist of the world. This incident revealed another weakness of the stacking waves. The more one stacks, the greater the toll on their own body, provided their physical condition is merely average. Almost there, Gel was acutely aware of the potency of his opponent's technique. Yet he felt he was mere inches from breaking through that barrier. 7 layers of waves. At this moment, Galanda's voice became distorted, his body suffused with a crimson hue, the blood within him overflowing due to the immense internal pressure. Observing the skeletal warrior riding the towering waves, bearing the visage of a dragon, Gel cast aside all doubts and swung his staff with vigor. Boom. Crack. With this strike, Gel was propelled like a lifeless creature, soaring over 10 meters. Yet, as he rolled on the ground, a pained yet triumphant smile graced his face, akin to the sound of shattering glass echoing in his mind. Die, you wretched insect. Realizing that this blow would surely lead to his opponent's demise, Galanda's face flushed crimson, stained by the mist of blood, as he turned his gaze towards Roz, the individual who has disrupted his own plans. You perish. Grand, continuing to summon his skills, was acutely aware that he had only 2 more strikes left in him. After those, a year and a half of recuperation would be required to regain his combat prowess. But what did it matter? As long as he could secure victory here and acquire what was likely a nature-type fruit, it was of no consequence if his limbs were rendered useless. Casting aside all hesitations, Grand's gaze was fixed intently upon Roz. In mere seconds, he suddenly retreated, evidently preparing to charge for an 8th strike. Roz, who had been closely observing this adversary, felt a tremor in his arm. The scythe he wielded quivered as his focus sharpened to an extraordinary degree. Retreat. Unleash the power forward. A terrifying force, visible to all, surged forth, reminiscent of the skeletal monarch of the underworld, commanding legions of vengeful spirits from the depths of Hades. Witnessing this imminent onslaught, Roz inwardly cursed. Just before the air began to warp under the intensity of the attack, he swiftly raised his right hand, scythe poised defensively at his chest. Clang. At the very instant before impact, the lantern in his left hand sprang to life, shooting forth and entwining around the 2 combatants in a dizzying spiral. Power. An overwhelming force. At the moment of contact, Roz felt the dreadful might emanating from the scythe pressing against his body. Zing. Thud. 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 In unison, the two figures vanished, prompting the onlookers to finally grasp the sheer ferocity of the encounter, tracing the astonishing trench left in their wake, which spanned several dozen meters. At the trench's end lay a cloud of dust and shattered walls. Lord Rod's, Brother Rod's, the once formidable ibis, now fatigued from the earlier battle, felt a wave of concern as he saw Rod suddenly sent flying. Hale, witnessing this scene while sprinting toward Gur, gasped in shock, feeling utterly unwell. As if his bones might fracture, and sensing the presence of his assailant nearby, Rod summoned all his strength to pull the chains. The chains, previously entangled due to the lantern's influence, instantly constricted. Grand, also sprawled on the ground, was perplexed as to how he had been sent flying alongside his opponent. Just as he contemplated the rapid tightening of the iron chains around his waist, he found himself firmly bound to Rod's. This was dire, with his current state restrained. The effect of the wave was on the verge of collapse. He began to feel his strength waning. Upon lifting his gaze, he was met with the chilling eyes of the butcher. Why is he not dead? Before Grant could fully process his astonishment, the disheveled Rods forcefully slammed his forehead against Grant's. Thud, thud, thud. 1, 2, 3, crack, until the opposing forehead was utterly shattered. A brief moment later, as the dust settled, those remaining on the battlefield beheld the tattered figure of Roz, stained with blood and grime, slowly rising. Why the hell did it have to be me? Roz, seething with indignation, approached a few individuals, while from where he had stood moments before, several white orbs hurtled towards his lantern. At that moment, his entire body ached, and he was in a disheveled state. Had he not instinctively used his scythe to block the blade, that strike would have nearly breached his armor's defenses. Enduring this unwarranted calamity, Roz furiously accepted the severed head of the individual who had begun to retaliate, yet even this did little to quell his ire. This startled Hyle, who felt the weight of resentment. Observing Gel, who was attempting to rise not far away, he swiftly leapt upon him, exclaiming, "Brother, please, do not come to harm. Rest assured, that scoundrel has already been vanquished by Lord Roz. He has saved us. He has saved us." As Gel tried to utter a response, Hal frantically gestured with his eyes, further pressing his hand over Gel's mouth. Chapter 73, The Voyage, Destination Bordeaux. December 22nd. This time, our pursuit of the Mafia has brought us to Lantern Island, a place rife with chaos, disease, war, and poverty, an island I find rather unappealing. However, in less than 10 days, we accomplished a significant feat here, assisting Yuri in becoming the king of Lantern Nation. By the way, Yuri is the hidden heir of the former king of Lantern Nation, concealed within the ranks of the knights. It is remarkable how the fate of this medium-sized island has been altered by our arrival. Yuri rewarded us generously, but due to the advance warning of a naval assault, we were compelled to depart. It is said that this voyage will take us to the home of Captain Rhodes, where he has resided for several years. As the outside world grew increasingly tumultuous, Hada, who had been documenting his thoughts through the night, gradually ceased his writing at dawn. He carefully stored away his notes, and his gaze fell upon the scar on his left hand, where 2 fingers were missing. A moment of silence enveloped him as he reflected. Surely, he mused, we have traversed a considerable portion of the Western Sea. Hada's complexion, now somewhat darker than before, softened at the sight of a letter delivered by a messenger hawk resting on the table, and a hint of a smile graced his previously stoic features. This marks the second time he has received a so-called letter from home since he became a pirate, and at the end of the missive, there is a hasty word that translates to father. The handwriting unmistakably belongs to his foolish son. The first letter arrived when Hardis sent back 200,000 berries, from which he could sense the anxiety of his wife, who looked down upon him. This sum was reluctantly sent after persuasion from Alge. Initially, Harda had intended to send 500,000. Upon receiving the second letter, Harda could distinctly feel the concern for him woven within the words, which brought him joy. Yet, the thought of being unable to keep pace with the pirate crew began to sadden him once more. Once a fisherman, Harda had briefly contributed to the Roz pirate crew. But as more talented youths joined, the battles they faced grew increasingly perilous. When he joined, he was nearly 40 years old, an age that made it challenging to progress in combat, and he felt himself becoming increasingly inadequate. Surely, the captain and the others would venture into the Grand Line. There, countless wondrous islands await, including the fabled Mermaid Island. It filled him with a sense of regret. Harda grasped his face with his intact right hand. In less than a year aboard the ship, he had experienced what others might not have in decades, rekindling his dreams and making him feel truly alive. Yet, whether out of a desire not to hinder the team or due to the gradual changes within his wife and child, he found himself unable to continue forward. Harda had resolved to conclude his notes with the witness of the captain's honor and suffering. Knock. Knock. Come in. Harda, uncle. There's a party outside. Will you join us? A small boy, less than 5 feet tall and of dark complexion, entered. It was due to the unfortunate demise of Harda's former roommate that he now shared quarters with the newly arrived Das. So, a banquet is indeed to be held. Setting aside his sorrow, Harda hurriedly tidied his belongings and headed to the deck alongside Das. At present, Harda still held the position of a sailor, one of the few who did not have to partake in combat. Yet, even so, he had lost 2 fingers in the previous skirmish. Thanks to his original status as a senior member, he still commanded a modicum of respect, notwithstanding the faint undercurrent of disdain. Life aboard a pirate ship is starkly realistic. One's power often dictates their standing. Das, he called suddenly as they made their way to the deck, startling the boy. Das looked up at Harda, who had halted astride, and quickly responded, "Yes. If you wish to go far, you must learn." Learn? Harda turned to regard the boy, his tone somber. Becoming a pirate entails risks. Enhancing your strength also increases your chances of survival. Das, you are still in the bloom of youth. This moment is indeed the most opportune time for physical training. After completing your work, you ought to immerse yourself in the study of combat techniques. Perhaps it is the weight of age that burdens you, coupled with the youthful exuberance of your opponent, which engenders a sense of melancholy in Harda, causing him to project his aspirations onto the young boy before him. He is a young spirit attempting to cater to everyone's whims, yet upon reflecting on his previous identity, one can comprehend his actions. When Harda observed him cautiously familiarizing himself with everything aboard the ship, he engaged in a conversation with him, hoping to ease Das's apprehensions. Though the impact was minimal, they had rescued slaves on several occasions and fully understood the weight of what slavery entails. It embodies profound indignities, physical abuse, the punishment of hunger, and perhaps a semblance of indifferent rewards. Through a series of manipulations, the slave masters ultimately acquire an obedient servant. These individuals, devoid of their own thoughts, merely perform monotonous tasks with utmost reverence. In Harda's eyes, they scarcely qualify as human, a sentiment he extends to his previous existence as well. Within the dimly lit corridor, Harda perceived the helplessness reflected in Das's gaze, prompting him to furrow his brow momentarily before relaxing his expression. What did you strive to join this place for? To become a sailor? To merely languish until death? You must explore this world. You must aspire to rise above the ordinary, even to transform this realm. Noticing a flicker of light in Das's eyes, Harda seized the moment to continue. Do not approach Captain Raz for assistance. Instead, seek the guidance of Master Wu Zhang. The captain's combat style is ill-suited for you, while Wu Zhang possesses a rich legacy. Whether you beseech him or request to become his disciple, you must succeed. Das suddenly grasped the essence of Harda's words. He recalled Captain Raz's formidable prowess when he defeated their group of slaves, igniting a desire within him to become a hero, one who must possess strength. Uncle Hadi, I understand now. Thank you for your guidance. Observing Das's newfound comprehension, Harda broke into a beaming smile. Now, go and join the celebration. A day ago, the ship's breakwave and windblown vanished together from Lantern Island. Following the defeat of Grand, the pirate faction crumbled entirely, as if foreseen by Vasily, who led the Buffalo Knights to drive away the disoriented pirates, a defeated army, as they stormed the central camp of Luban. With the Grand Pirate crew eliminated, Luban, which had a force of 4,000, suffered nearly 1,000 casualties during the siege. Now, with only 3,000 troops, it faced the daunting task of confronting 300 to 400 disheartened pirates and 600 thieves, who were notably cavalry. The outcome was evident. The surprise assault led by Luban met with failure. In this clash, Gel successfully transcended his own limitations, emerging as a true knight, a status akin to that of a swordmaster. Yet, the battle exacted a heavy toll, with over 80 mercenaries lost, a significant casualty. Subsequently, the fearless Raz Wuzing, at the helm of the Raz pirate crew, alongside the Buffalo Brigade from Ghost Mountain, the Hogus brothers, enticed by some undisclosed reward, and a dozen mercenaries, joined this battle involving tens of thousands. Raz led a 1,000-strong contingent into a grand confrontation, where his surprised troops, in conjunction with the might of Shishue, not only routed the Lantern Nation but also initiated a relentless pursuit. Upon vanquishing the false Lantern Nation, the Ghost Mountain thieves immediately raised the banner of restoring the lantern, electing a youth named Yuri. He was a descendant of the former king, Inder, who had brought him from the royal city, a rightful heir nurtured in safety, forsaking fame for over a decade. Thus, The Lantern Nation faced utter defeat, and although the Shui army mounted a significant resistance thereafter, they too succumbed to the Buffalo Knights. Within a week's time, Lantern Island achieved unification in an unforeseen manner. Following his ascension to kingship, Yuri, confronted with the island's depleted defenses, reluctantly submitted a request to rejoin the world government. Once a member of the world government, the Lantern Nation lost its status due to a coup that hindered its ability to pay the celestial gold. Now, with the nation unified once more, as long as they could remit the celestial gold, the qualification for membership could be restored. Yuri's elevation to kingship fulfilled a promise made with Ender. In the 3 days that followed, mercenaries and pirates of the Ra's crew were handsomely rewarded, fostering camaraderie amid celebrations. After recruiting 3 mercenaries interested in the Ra's pirate crew, Raz and Vasily extended an invitation to the Hogus brothers. However, the outcome was that Gel, after careful consideration, declined the offer. Naturally, this outcome was anticipated by Raz Vaziri. Although the 3 did not join, they made it clear that they acknowledged the favor, and if any matters arose in the future, provided that no innocents were harmed, they would be duty-bound to assist. After enduring several wars and partaking in numerous banquets, the relationship between the 2 parties had grown considerably more intimate. In his inebriated state, Raz exhibited some displeasure at Gur and the other's refusal. Perhaps it was the memory of Ger's earlier breakthrough that had caused Raz to suffer, prompting him to request a demonstration of the knight's prowess. The exhibition, attended by only a select few, allowed them to witness the true strength of the knight. The integration of intent and fervor enabled Gur to momentarily unleash the slash wave, with each strike wielding a power that astounded Raz. The battle concluded without a clear victor. Both sides fought fiercely but ultimately refrained from exerting their full strength, having developed a certain camaraderie. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through him, Raz managed to triumph over Gel during the revelry. At long last, the long-awaited navy arrived, allowing the Raz pirate crew, who had lingered on Lantern Island for over half a month, to set sail once more, this time destined for Bordeaux, with hopes of arriving before the year's end. Chapter 74. Under currents. As Hada stepped through the open cabin door, he was greeted by the jubilant shouts of the pirates. The vessels, the Wavebreaker under Captain Raz and the Windrider helmed by First Mate Vasily, had both furled their sails and drawn together. The Wavebreaker had initially hosted 22 crew members, but suffered 5 losses and 1 withdrawal on Lantern Island. However, with the recruitment of 9 new members, the total count now stood at 25. Hada, Hada, come quickly. The voice calling out belonged to a pirate known as Tiger, whose arm bore a tattoo of a tiger entwined with iron chains, a later addition to the crew who had received significant care from Hada since boarding. Hada gave Daz a light pat on the shoulder, signaling him to accompany him. The banquet was informally divided into 4 sections, with the more boisterous revelers congregating together to drink and frolic. Shortly after Hada took his seat, Arch approached with a wine jug, smiling as he addressed Hada. Hada, have you finished your letter? It will pass through the Eagle Post Station. If you send it now, it should arrive before the new year. The Eagle Post Station, situated at fixed sea buoys in various island cities, employed trained eagles that followed specific routes to collect letters stored in boxes, returning them to headquarters, where dedicated postal eagles dispatched them across the West Sea. I have already prepared it, Hada replied. Encounters with the post station were rare. Those who roamed the seas often seized the opportunity to send letters home. Just as the pirates celebrated, the faint chanting from the second floor began to diminish, and curious glances turned toward the entrance of the upstairs. Many lips curled into smirks. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing the expressionless Captain Raz. Ahem. Drink up. Everyone. Ahaha. Let us drink. Though his words encouraged revelry, his gaze inevitably drifted toward the second floor. Since the cessation of hostilities in Lantern Nation, the captain had been invited each morning to partake in an hour of Buddhist scripture study with Wuzheng. The originally scheduled time was set for 8 o'clock. Yet it was ultimately delayed to 9 due to the insistence of Rhodes. In the following days, the onlookers were treated to an astonishing spectacle. The individual known as the Butcher was, under the guidance of Wuzheng, reciting Buddhist scriptures, much to the amusement of the crowd. Even Algier, presiding over the gathering, established a betting game on how long Captain Rhodes could maintain this unusual endeavor. As he descended the stairs, acutely aware of the peculiar gazes cast his way, Rhodes understood the situation all too well, but chose to feign ignorance for the sake of pride. Moreover, he recognized that the scriptures served to cleanse the mind of distractions. And since most present had shared time with him, he was reluctant to bring harm to them due to his own indiscretions. With the captain's arrival, The banquet officially commenced, a welcoming ceremony for the newcomers. After partaking in several exquisite libations from the Lantern Country, he ascended to the second floor alone. Sensing the atmosphere below grow increasingly vibrant, with some pirates showcasing their talents, his thoughts drifted to distant matters. What had become of Uncle Hall from the Bordeaux Kingdom? Was Sister Nia faring well? I shall return shortly, he mused, gazing at the colorful clouds in the sky. Simultaneously departing with Rhodes' pirate crew were the Hogus brothers and a number of mercenaries, each carrying urns containing the ashes of fallen comrades from various islands. Mercenaries, unlike pirates, preferred to remain grounded. Most chose burial or cremation. Following the conclusion of that battle and the unification of the Lantern Country, a week had elapsed. Given the inability to preserve the bodies for such a duration, the surviving mercenaries opted for cremation while also collecting valuable possessions to return to their families. In contrast to Rhodes' crew still at sea, the Hogus brothers had already arrived in Slanka, which had become eerily altered upon their return. Surely not. Out of nearly 80 registered mercenaries, only 10 have returned. Indeed, rumors had spread wildly over the past few days, led by the Hogus brothers. Who told them to recklessly engage in a national war? What can a handful accomplish? 100 against 1? Scoffed a particularly envious mercenary. Even the chivalrous Hogus brothers faced scrutiny. Not everyone admired them. Indeed, how can they dare to call themselves knights after failing to protect their companions? A young man, once under the brothers' care, slammed his hand on the table in anger, retorting, regardless, the long-standing chaos of Lantern Island has finally been quelled. Yet, they cannot claim sole credit. It is said that there were pirates involved as well. Meanwhile, the Hogus brothers, the subjects of much discussion, were in a meeting with the higher-ups of White Shirt. As it stands, due to a temporary shortage of personnel, we will need your assistance with various matters. Dressed in a suit and wielding a cane, Gildy cast a beseeching gaze toward the three individuals before him. Opposite him, Gur immediately nodded in agreement. A substantial portion of the responsibility for this mission lies with us. The mercenaries were merely collateral damage. Be cautious. We shall not depart from this place any time soon. Alas, how can this be blamed on you? Everyone has their fate. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the Hogus brothers took their leave, and suddenly, the door on the other side of the conference room was forcefully thrust open. Gildy, what is the meaning of this? So many personnel lost, yet no punishment has been meted out. The voice belonged to a young man, Eben Bays, the owner of the White Shirt, who was seething with indignation, having long regarded the registered mercenaries as part of his own faction. Mr. Eben, we are not responsible for the lives of mercenaries. Gildy hurriedly amended his statement upon noticing the youth's displeased expression. Yet, even so, can we simply let them off the hook? It is essential to remember that the pirates' initial target was indeed them. The White Shirt had already gleaned the entire account of the events on Lantern Island from the surviving mercenaries, fully aware of the reasons behind the pirates' targeting of the mercenaries. We cannot afford to offend them lightly. The Hogus brothers are, in essence, a significant asset to our White Shirt. Maintaining connections with influential individuals is crucial for our standing. A few dozen registered mercenaries can be easily recruited back with a bit of time, but finding a strong individual without a criminal record is a daunting task. To be a mercenary, one must at least appear clean on the surface. If we recruit those with bounties on their heads, we will inevitably attract the attention of the Navy, leaving us little time to develop. In any era, stagnation equates to regression. I care not how you manage this. All I desire is profit, profit. An enraged Eben stormed out. Were it not for that accursed old man bequeathing him control before his demise, he would have long since reformed the White Shirt. Clinging to outdated rules, how could one amass great wealth? It seems he must seek an opportunity to eliminate this individual. Troya, having just participated in a ceremony honoring the god of music, had quietly returned to his abode, casting the purchased fish onto the ground. He pouted and emitted a sound reminiscent of a squeaking mouse. Moments later, pairs of glimmering eyes emerged from the shadows, followed by a flurry of mice, both large and small, eagerly surrounding the sizable fish to feast. The stealthy Troya quietly settled into a chair, his gaze fixed upon a newspaper sprawled across the table, which bore the news of the Lantern Nation's restoration after 15 years of turmoil. Was this shift in fortune solely due to this band of pirates? He had obtained the most detailed intelligence about the Lantern Nation from Arab Man, fully aware of the profound changes brought about by the emergence of the Raz pirates. Henry Raz. This individual is an unpredictable variable. Will he become involved in the subsequent pirate eradication efforts? Surely. After all, this individual is immensely eager for the power of demons. From the continuous reports and movements of Henry Rods, it is evident that this person has appeared in the black market 3 times in pursuit of the devil fruit. And my own plan similarly encompasses this individual. Following a day of entanglement with the mafia, the cunning rat devised a meticulous plan centered around a particular devil fruit. He firmly believed that the fruit could attract a multitude of individuals, undoubtedly including members of the Rods Pirates. There is still ample time. Let us return to Lantern Island. The cunning rat, speaking to himself, had already formulated plans for his next destination. Unbeknownst to all, the cunning rat was born in the Fire Lantern Street of Lantern Island. A being who should have perished and possessed no identity, on an unnamed island in the West Sea. A one-eyed man with black hair peeking from beneath the top hat gazed with a venomous glare at the bounty notice in the newspapers from yesteryears. The calmness of his forehead revealed tense veins. To his astonishment, he truly had not perished. The man, who should have been the security officer of Bordeaux Kingdom, Lafayette, tightened his grip on the newspaper. Subsequently, the tension in his forehead relaxed, and he murmured in a chilling tone, "This is simply splendid." Even at this moment, a dull ache could be felt in his left eye, not of the flesh, but stemming from the depths of his soul. 58 million berries, ha! In this regard, I have once again taken the lead. Lafayette, with his remaining right eye, cast a glance towards the door of the inn. A sinister smile curling upon his lips as his right hand reached for his cane. Boom. The devil sheriff with a bounty of 66 million berries, your head shall belong to us. A cannonball shattered the door into fragments, and as thick smoke billowed, Lafayette dashed into the fray. Only brief cries of despair and the sound of bodies hitting the ground could be heard. Within a minute, the 6 assailants had all been pierced through the heart. The precision of each strike showcased a marked improvement in his swordsmanship. How tedious, how tiresome. Is this vast sea filled with fools incapable of discerning their own strength? With the sword returned to his cane, Lafayette felt an overwhelming sense of boredom. A sinister smile crossed his face as he halted. For he had spotted a heap of bounty notices clutched by those eager for his head, one of which fluttered down to rest at his feet. This brought him once more to feel the agony in his left eye. The blood butcher, Henry Rhodes. His face contorted with rage. He longed to devour the figure depicted in the painting. Chapter 75, The Turmoil in Bordeaux. The Kingdom of Bordeaux, near the hero's tavern amidst the treacherous forest. Rhodes. A long-forgotten voice summoned Rhodes back to reality, that of a mentor who had imparted knowledge and honed his physical prowess, a figure who was both teacher and father. He cast his gaze towards the man standing at the tavern's entrance. The man was still the familiar visage he remembered, yet in the mere span of a year, he appeared significantly aged. "Uncle Hall, your arm." With tears welling in his eyes, Rhodes' expression shifted abruptly. The palpable aura of death that had accumulated from countless lives extinguished sent tremors through Hall and those who had been discreetly observing from a distance. In Rhodes' eyes, Hall stood not far from him, his right forearm severed at the elbow, the wound evidently inflicted by the blade of another. It must be Lafitte. That scoundrel, isn't it? Struggling to control his emotions, Rhodes' voice rose several octaves, prompting the ever-prepared Wu Zheng to softly chant a Buddhist mantra. Meanwhile, he began to take deep breaths. Bracing himself for the possibility of unleashing a lion's roar, Rhodes' surging aura and the crimson hue in his eyes momentarily startled Hall, but he quickly regained his composure, dispelling any trace of fear and approaching Rhodes with a smile. In mere moments, the distance of less than 10 meters evaporated, and Hall embraced Rhodes with his left arm and the hand of his severed right arm. "Uncle Hall, your right hand, clap, clap." "Hey, what nonsense are you speaking? What does losing a hand matter? Am I to perish?" Hall playfully smacked Rhodes a few times, then released him to scrutinize the now taller man before him. "You've grown taller, your skin has darkened, and you appear considerably stronger." Filled with delight, Hall glanced over Rhodes' shoulder, and his expression shifted. "Alas, even with all your limbs intact, you have yet to bring home a bride." Such seemingly casual words caused tears to cascade down Rhodes' cheeks. He instinctively raised his hands to his eyes. His voice slightly choked as he exclaimed, "Uncle Hall, what are you saying? Is this the crux of the matter?" Secretly wiping away his tears, Rod gazed once more at Hall, realizing perhaps that this man was the only one genuinely concerned for his well-being in this world. Hall's earlier words reminded him of his mother in his past life, who incessantly nagged him about matrimonial matters. Indeed, their dialogues bore a striking resemblance. "Ah, yes. This is more akin to a pirate's demeanor," Hall remarked with delight upon seeing Rod's spirits revive. Sensing the scrutinizing gazes around them, Hall, despite having lost his right arm, remained unfazed and welcomed Rod home. Rod's gaze traversed past Hall to the sign of the tavern, Hero's Tavern. a place where he had spent 3 arduous years working and learning in Bordeaux. Back then, the tavern bore a different name, and the proprietor was not Hall. After spending 5 days at sea, Rod ultimately arrived at the outskirts of Bordeaux just before the year's end. Aware of the lurking dangers within this nation, he refrained from recklessly entering. After circling the island at a distance, they chose an unguarded spot to disembark, concealing their vessel, and a group of 15, including Rod, set foot on the island that had once brought him considerable suffering. Among the 15 who landed, all were individuals of valor and combat prowess, equipped with ample explosives. As he anticipated a confrontation with the nation's military forces, to maintain vigilance, Rod dispatched the astute Algie ahead to gather intelligence. After nearly 2 hours in the woods, Algie returned in haste to Rod, bearing shocking news. 2 months prior, the former Baron Hall had led Rear Admiral Jonathan in vanquishing the tyrannical Sheriff Lafitte, who had plotted against the state in the face of thousands of soldiers. Regrettably, Lafitte had managed to flee. The Navy successfully established a base on the island, while Hall, having once again rescued the nation, declined the king's accolades due to his advanced age and severe injuries. Through Algie's substantial bribery, they discerned Hall's current whereabouts. Once Algie disclosed the location, Rod comprehended where Hall would be found. Sensitive to the phrase severely injured, Rod grasped the key term, realizing that this kingdom posed little threat to him. Thus he no longer concealed his presence. As a once renowned hero of the fallen kingdom, now a prominent pirate, Rod boldly emerged. The crew of 15 from Rod's pirate band swiftly made their way to a small town near the treacherous forest, the atmosphere thick with tension. Although some recognized Rod's identity, a small contingent of soldiers mounted an assault against them, regardless of whether he was an accused hero. What stood before them was merely a pirate, and a notably bountiful one at that. Naturally, Rod's crew of 15 did not disappoint in confronting the 50-man squad. Whether with a blade, through sheer strength, or with bare hands, he single-handedly vanquished all 50 adversaries, inflicting significant casualties among them. The infamous moniker of the Butcher did not spread across the island, yet the bounty of 58 million made the notorious pirate, the Bloody Butcher, a source of dread. Unfazed by this turmoil, the reckless Roz pirates disregarded the gravity of their actions. To them, this small nation was merely a stepping stone, for they were no ordinary individuals. Understood. Acknowledged. Please refrain from any rash actions. The Navy headquarters will dispatch reinforcements immediately. Click. The phone snail was abruptly hung up, and the communications officer swiftly seized the nearby loudspeaker. The GX 47 Division located in the Kingdom of Bordeaux reported the incursion of Henry Roz, the Bloody Butcher, leading the Roz pirates into their territory, urgently requesting assistance. A cacophony of horn blasts filled the air as soldiers rapidly assembled, including the presence of a brigadier general. Thanks to the Eliminate the Pheasant plan proposed by Vice Admiral Tsuru, the West Sea Division was currently staffed with a rear admiral, a major general, and 2 brigadier generals. At that moment, the division's rear admiral was dispatched to confront pirates in the Grand Line, while another brigadier general was engaged in constructing a base in another nation, leaving the Bordeaux Kingdom mission in the capable hands of the familiar Brigadier General Jonathan. With a flurry of activity, a warship surged towards the Kingdom of Bordeaux at full throttle. Meanwhile, Major Sim sat anxiously in his position. His demeanor relaxed slightly upon receiving a hasty report from a junior officer. The naval base in the Kingdom of Bordeaux was situated in a desolate area near the sea, largely uninhabited, ensuring that the Navy's secrets remained concealed. After receiving a report from the Bordeaux royal family, Major Sim refrained from acting impulsively. He was acutely aware of the peril posed by a pirate with a bounty of 58 million, a threat that necessitated a commander of at least 2 ranks above his own to confront directly. Upon grasping the situation, he promptly requested assistance from the higher command, and only after receiving a clear response did he feel reassured. He replied to the Bordeaux royal family, advising them to remain calm. Within a day, the Navy would eliminate the pirate threat. Sensing lingering unease, Major Sim dispatched a 10-man squad to monitor the marauders while he meticulously prepared for the impending extermination operation. 5 months prior to Roz's return to this homeland, Lafitte, endowed with formidable devil fruit powers and favored by the king, increasingly consolidated his authority. Not only had he become the de facto chief of city defense and public security, but he had also begun to assert control over military command. 4 months ago, Lafitte had officially wed Princess Jeanette, solidifying his status further. As Lafayette, now a member of the royal family, began to unveil his true nature, his brutality, suspicion, and disregard for human life transformed the character of the security forces under his command. Initially, his stringent laws yielded positive results. However, after a month of oppressive enforcement, the populace commenced to voice their dissent against such strict measures. Following several instances of harsh suppression, Lafayette had already garnered the clandestine moniker of the Devil. With the growing public resentment and the sudden demise of the Grand Prince, Hall could no longer contain his outrage. He was convinced that the Grand Prince's death was the handiwork of Lafayette, whose ambitions undoubtedly threatened the very fabric of the nation. Perhaps it was Hall's prolonged silence over the past 6 months, or perhaps Lafayette was simply indifferent to Hall's machinations. Through clandestine visits and investigations, Hall indeed uncovered a secret. It is known that even the most skilled hypnosis is bound by limitations, and Hall, who had been probing into Lafayette's affairs, followed scattered clues to locate the sole survivor who had testified against Lafayette. This individual, once a noble, had emerged as a witness after the brutal slaying of Lafayette's family. However, when Hall finally found him, the man was teetering on the brink of madness. Thus, through further digging, Hall arrived at a harrowing conclusion. At the tender age of 13, Lafayette had personally slain his father and their loyal servants. This is an astonishing revelation. The heinous crime of patricide serves as ample evidence that this individual is far from virtuous. As Hall gathered sufficient incriminating evidence against the increasingly powerful Lafayette, he found himself reluctantly seeking the assistance of the Navy. When there is ample evidence and eyewitnesses, and it is confirmed that the criminal is beyond the capacity of the state to apprehend, the Navy naturally has a justification to deploy. While Lafayette reveled in his scheming games for state power, a naval fleet led by Jonathan requested a forced docking at the Kingdom of Bordeaux. Utilizing this forced docking as a means to unite with Hall, Jonathan, having received the evidence and testimonies, ultimately established Lafayette's guilt. A fierce conflict ensued as he led his soldiers to apprehend Lafayette. During the clash, Hall's right arm was severed by Lafayette, revealing the formidable strength of this elusive criminal, skilled in both swordsmanship and the powers of a devil fruit. Even the now promoted Jonathan could only manage a stalemate against him. The battle was not solely fought by Jonathan. He commanded 1,000 elite soldiers, who, in a sudden assault, decimated Lafayette's armed forces. As Lafayette faced imminent defeat, his hypnotic influence began to backfire as the truth was discerned. Remembering Jonathan and Hall, he fled the country using his ability to soar through the skies. In a tavern, as Hall recounted the events in a calm manner, Rods clenched his fists, lamenting his tardiness. If only he had arrived 2 months earlier. Chapter 76. Search with his black shoulder-length hair, sword-like eyebrows, and a scar on his nose, Abuski smiled at the prince as he produced a devil fruit. Upon gazing at the fruit, Abuski, who had remained composed until then, could not help but grasp his weapon, making the tattoo of a long sword on the back of his right hand conspicuous. This was indeed the devil fruit, a natural type. Abuski's tone was somewhat flat, yet the elevation in his pitch clearly indicated his inner turmoil. Regardless of his fervent desires, he maintained an exterior of calm, adhering to his guiding principle. Indeed, this was an accidental acquisition by a commoner, which we had the foresight to secure ahead of time, thereby preventing it from being squandered by the rabble. Abuski understood the implications of the term secure, and silently mourned for the fortunate, yet unfortunate soul for a moment, before meticulously inspecting the fruit before him. It was the size of a fist, entirely white, adorned with layers of cloud-like patterns, with 2 green leaves at its apex, and a slender twig protruding below. This was the smoke fruit, a natural type, certified by devil fruit scholars, a genuine natural type devil fruit. The prince felt a sense of pride. Yet deep within, he was plagued by a twinge of guilt. As the ruler of a small nation, it was a tremendous disgrace for his subjects to suffer from famine due to a severe drought. After acquiring this devil fruit from a destitute citizen, the king placed his hopes for overcoming the crisis upon this nature-type fruit. Following an endorsement from a well-acquainted scholar, this fruit, strikingly similar to the smoke fruit, was officially classified as a nature type. The royal decree set the price at 500 million berries, which initially attracted the attention of the Navy. However, upon the arrival of a certain brigadier general who verified its authenticity, the Navy abandoned their plans for a high-priced acquisition. As the possessors of the devil fruit encyclopedia, they could easily discern a counterfeit, particularly since the so-called smoke fruit had already been consumed by an individual now under the Navy's scrutiny. Faced with the exorbitant price, the Navy reluctantly relinquished their interest in this devil fruit, and the steep cost deterred many potential buyers. From the initial 500 million, the price was reduced to 400 million, and eventually to 300 million. As the royal family began to realize the true value of the devil fruit based on the Navy's stance. At 300 million, it finally piqued the interest of some unsavory characters at sea. Notable figures such as Ghost Cutter Grand, Gold Digger Wall, and the Butcher Clary sought to inquire about the price from this small nation. Unfortunately, the most enthusiastic bidder, Ghost Cutter Grand, was eliminated before he could amass sufficient funds. Shortly thereafter, Prince Osiris encountered a new contender, the swordsman Abukis from the Vino family, which made him feel a hint of unease as he was accustomed to wielding power in his own realm. This individual was a cadre from a mafia family. And in the West Sea, the mafia could wield even greater influence. As he gazed at the fruit, which bore a smoky pattern, Abukis' conviction began to solidify. According to analyses from the dark underworld regarding devil fruits, their abilities often correlate with their appearances, and this particular fruit clearly matched the criteria. 250 million berries. Abukis declared, his eyes fixated on the devil fruit, his tone somewhat dreamy. I apologize, but this is a nature-type devil fruit. It cannot go for less than 300 million. Abukis smiled confidently at Osiris. I am from the Vino family. The expression on Osiris' face, characterized by his golden hair and horse-like features, stiffened, and inwardly, he cursed. This meant he would rather engage in business with pirates than trade with this mafioso. While the other three seas might be oblivious to the mafia's authority in the West Sea, Osiris was well aware. The phrase "one hand covers the sky" aptly described their formidable influence. 280 million berries. It cannot be any lower. Our citizens are relying on this money for their sustenance. Were it not for this extravagant individual before me, squandering the nation's treasury on indulgences abroad, our country would not find itself in such dire straits. Prince Osiris, I offer you a fair price, 270 million berries, which represents the utmost limit we, the Vino family, can concede. Abuski has raised the offer by an additional 20 million berries, subtly applying pressure in the process. A small nation typically maintains a standing army of around 10 to 20,000. With some effort, the Vino family could easily seize such a power, especially considering that the local gangs are already within their sphere of influence. After a moment of contemplation, Prince Osiris felt compelled to acquiesce. As for why they do not simply claim this fruit for themselves, power is not universally desired. When one possesses power, the temptation to seize authority and wealth becomes irresistible. As an heir to the throne, Osiris is well aware of the accessibility of both power and riches. Why would he abandon his status to engage in bloodshed? The prospect of effortlessly acquiring hundreds of millions of berries versus risking pursuit by the Navy for the sake of a mere heist, Prince Osiris can certainly discern the gravity of each choice. It is settled. Abuski's smile widened, and with a flourish of his arm, two members of the mafia, clad in black suits and top hats, brought forth 4 chests of money to the table. With a decisive click, the chests were opened, revealing stacks of pristine 10,000 berry bills. As the chests were pushed forward, Abuski's hand reached toward the small chest containing the white fruit. Once he obtains this fruit, bolstered by the might of the major crime syndicates, the marauding sea dogs drawn to this bounty shall inevitably meet their demise. In fact, this natural-type smoke fruit may ultimately be his reward. This time, the Vino family, in collaboration with several other prominent families, pulled together a staggering 300 million berries for their operational fund. Of this amount, 270 million was allocated for the procurement of this cursed devil fruit, while the remaining 30 million, after deducting the expenses for the enigmatic rat, would be entirely devoted to promotional efforts. The alliance of the 5 major mafia families against a common foe is indeed a rare spectacle. To ascend as the most formidable mafia family in the West Sea, their strength and influence must have garnered the recognition of the other families. Although they often engage in fierce battles over territory, when their interests are at stake, these denizens of darkness can unite with surprising resolve. The naval steamship emitted a cacophony of noise. Even a vessel capable of traversing the seas without wind required several hours to journey from the branch to the kingdom of Bordeaux. The Grand Line encircles the world, while the furthest routes of the 4 seas only encompass half of that distance. Despite the naval base's advantageous geographic position in the West Sea, the voyage to Bordeaux still necessitated a lengthy navigation, in stark contrast to the Navy, which was fervently preparing to apprehend the Crimson Butcher. The Roderick pirates indulged in a lavish feast at the tavern. Surrounding the hero's tavern in the quaint town, countless curious gazes flickered, fueled by the flames of gossip. The once betrayed hero of the kingdom had returned to this place under the guise of a notorious pirate. Was he here for vengeance? Or would he seek to reclaim what was lost? Such questions were enough to ignite their excitement. The rugged individuals who managed to survive in this town thrived on the meager offerings of the treacherous forests, relying on the beasts and herbs for sustenance. With scant resources, they harbored no fear of the former pirate captain who had once worked in their tavern. All of this is my fault. I was careless, Roderick lamented, casting a sidelong glance at Hall's severed arm, filled with regret. He had once believed himself to be the protagonist of his own story, confident that his strength and sincerity would enable him to recruit Lafitte. Yet reality delivered a harsh blow. This is the real world, not a comic or a game. These individuals possess their own independent thoughts and personalities. Excluding a few, the majority are still connected by interests. Rhodes, those days are behind us, at the very least. Bordeaux is improving and will continue to do so. Hall once again filled Rhodes's cup and jested, "You used to despise drinking. It's quite dull out on the sea." Rhodes replied, seemingly recalling something. Hall responded, "But it can also be quite entertaining, can't it?" He remembered how, decades ago, Captain Brooke had discussed this very topic with him. That naturally optimistic Brooke had often encouraged him to venture out to sea. "I suppose so. Setting aside my initial expectations of the ocean, I have grown somewhat weary. The tranquil sea no longer brings me joy." "Huh, you rascal. My instincts were spot on. I knew you were no ordinary person. Your head is worth 58 million berries. That's quite a sum." In an effort to divert the somber conversation, Hall seamlessly shifted the topic back to the sea. While a bounty of 58 million looks impressive in the West Sea, it only marks the beginning in the Grand Line. The Grand Line? A flicker of concern crossed Hall's eyes. Even Captain Brooke had met his demise there. It is known as the Devil's Sea, where countless lives are lost each year. "Oh, I will defeat Lafitte and then venture into that treacherous expanse." Gulp. Rhodes drained his cup, prompting Hall to do the same, before refilling their glasses. "Drink up. There is plenty of wine." Hall's boisterous shout incited cheers among the pirates. Opportunity and danger coexist. The Grand Line is the true stage of the world. The West Sea is no longer significant to us. Slightly intoxicated, Rhodes shared much with Hall. This may well be his most relaxed moment of the year, for he was at home. "I will conquer this sea. I will change this world." As Rhodes gradually succumbed to slumber, Hall felt a pang of sympathy. Observing the tension in Rhodes' brow ease, he understood that his companion must have endured countless hardships. From a national hero to a despised outcast, and narrowly escaping to become a feared and loathed pirate, this past year must have been arduous indeed. All right. Sleep soundly." Perhaps due to Hall's words, Rhodes's brow completely relaxed, and his snores grew louder. Vasily quietly approached and draped a brown cloak over the slumbering Rhodes. "You all can rest assured. I won't let anyone disturb you." As Hall observed, the majority of the pirates ceased their clamor, and he proposed a suggestion. Vasily lowered his right hand, gently shook his head, and remarked with a smile, "Our captain rarely enjoys a good night's sleep. Regardless, we must ensure his peace." Without further ado, Vasily gradually retreated to Wu Zheng's side and suggested, "Shall we cancel tomorrow's chanting?" After a few moments of silence, Wu Zheng nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. A restful slumber is a form of relaxation for strained nerves and a defiance against inner demons." A barely perceptible smile flickered across Vasily's face as he discreetly exited the tavern. He intended to find the optimal vantage point for sniping, as he wished to avoid disturbing the captain's peaceful slumber. In a shadowy corner, recalling something, Vasily retrieved a small telephone bug with a mouse's head etched on its side from his pocket. Observing the peculiar device, he appeared deep in thought. Chapter 77. Inviting you into the trap. Morning arrived, and the weather grew ever colder. The clouds hovering in the sky finally released their rain. Watching the light drizzle through the window, Vasily stifled a great yawn, feeling fortunate that no foolish individuals had sought trouble the previous night. Tightening his clothing, Vasily extracted the telephone bug from his pocket. This peculiar device had been pilfered from Galuka by one of his subordinates, and finding it odd, he had claimed it for himself. Their pirate crew had been blacklisted by the black market, yet Vasily still possessed some connections there. He had also heard of the notorious criminal mastermind known as the Cunning Mouse, who had risen to fame over the past few years. Could the voice on the other end of the telephone bug belong to the Cunning Mouse? Curiosity piqued, Vasily dialed the small device in his hand. Buzz. Buzz. The telephone bug emitted 6 rings before someone answered. The device in Vasily's hand rapidly morphed, taking on mouse-like features, and as he observed the prominent long whiskers, he calmly inquired, "The Cunning Mouse? Who are you?" The voice on the other end was somewhat hoarse, as if the throat had endured an injury. After a brief silence, Vasily nonchalantly replied, "The Rod's pirate crew, Vasily." "Oh, I see. So this telephone bug has fallen into your hands, Mr. Vasily, the vice-captain of the Rod's pirate crew," came the unperturbed response from the cunning mouse on the other end. This is also a means for him to cultivate his clientele, disseminating his unique telephone bug. Even if the holder is eliminated, it matters not. Rather, it implies that the individual acquiring the telephone bug is more formidable. A greater strength naturally correlates with a more substantial enterprise. Indeed, when the cunning rat revealed his identity, Vasily exhibited no surprise. After all, this individual was the master criminal. If the intelligence were inaccurate, he could not have accomplished such grand endeavors. "Mr. Vasily, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" The cunning rat, noticing the silence, could not restrain himself from speaking. "Since obtaining this telephone bug, I have been quite curious. The mouse motif on its side reminded me of you, hence my desire to confirm the identity of the master criminal, cunning rat." With a stoic expression, the cunning rat replied, "Yes, I am indeed the cunning rat." Affirming Vasily's words, he continued, "I am a businessman. You may choose to destroy this telephone bug or keep it. Either option is acceptable." The cunning rat paused, a peculiar smile curling his lips, which provoked an equally strange expression from the telephone bug before Vasily. "As a potential client, I can offer you a piece of information at no charge." "Really?" Vasily inquired, somewhat astonished. "You should be in the Kingdom of Bordeaux. The Navy is plotting an operation against you. I suspect they will take action either today or the day after. Your time in Bordeaux is limited." Vasily's expression shifted instantaneously. Then he regained his composure. Who could it be? Vasily was no fool. He had long been informed by Hall about the Navy's presence in the Kingdom of Bordeaux, its commander being of the rank of major. They were well aware. Last night's preparations were undoubtedly in anticipation of the Navy's arrival. Since the Navy did not strike last night, and now he was receiving intelligence about their schemes from the cunning rat, it was reasonable to deduce that the Navy had likely requested external assistance. Those capable of confronting them could only be individuals of flag officer caliber. This will require payment. Vasily frowned but then relaxed, stating, "Money is not an issue." On Lantern Island, the Rod's pirate crew acquired a substantial treasure, pilfered from the 3 major pirate crews. As pirates, they felt no scruples in accepting it. According to Arj's estimates, the treasure is roughly valued at 400 million berries, and in an urgent sale, it could be around 300 million. The pirates have truly struck it rich. With ample resources at hand, there is no cause for alarm. With advantageous information, the expenditure is certainly justified. I believe with your capabilities, you can manage. A sum of 300,000 berries will suffice. Not much. Merely the monthly wages for 2 sailors. Before Vasily could respond, the cunning rat continued, "Vice Admiral Tiger Fong is not stationed at the West Sea Branch, and Brigadier General Hill is constructing a naval base on Mercury Island. The West Sea Branch requires a commanding presence. I suspect it will be Brigadier General Jonathan." The raspy voice articulated a plethora of information, leaving Vasily privately astonished. This individual has connections within the naval division. The Bordeaux Kingdom similarly harbors his affiliates. "Thank you. This is merely a transaction. What about the intelligence fee?" "Quebec Bank, account number G397162244. That is my account." Quebec Bank was established by several major financial conglomerates from the West Sea, and it is rumored that the Chigu family has a stake in it as well. "Is it truly that simple? Are you not concerned that we might withhold payment?" The cunning mouse lightly shook his head. His voice finally tinged with emotion. "You would not jeopardize your reputation over such a trifling sum. Even the most notorious pirates often care about their renown. Such matters are akin to dealings with a physician. One may secretly curse or even eliminate him, yet one cannot brazenly act upon it. If exposed, a doctor would avoid you at all costs. Similarly, with information trading and arms dealing. Be aware that the other members of the Ra's pirate crew are currently struggling to even find the threshold of the black market, a consequence of their previous uproar. Fear not, you shall not lose out on this sum." Vasily let out a slight grunt of dissatisfaction, yet he also recalled a certain matter. After all, they were not short on funds, and spending some to procure intelligence was entirely reasonable. "By the way, I also wish to acquire information regarding the devil fruit, not an introduction to the fruit itself, but rather where it can be obtained." The phone bug fell silent for a moment, and the cunning mouse internally reveled in delight, though he dared not show it outwardly. The two remained silent for nearly a minute before the cunning mouse finally spoke. "My terms are a 20 deposit, 30 for the process, and a 50 commission upon completion." Vasily's expression brightened. This statement indicated that the other party indeed possessed relevant intelligence. He quickly suppressed his joy and replied calmly, "What is the total?" 1 million. No problem. We shall make immediate payment upon our arrival at the island with Quebec Bank. Is there anything else? The cunning mouse inquired. None. Until we meet again. Click. The phone bug was abruptly disconnected. In that instant, both parties' emotions transformed. Did I leap into a trap of my own making? Ridiculous. Ha 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 squeak. The cunning mouse found amusement in the other's invitation to his own demise, resulting in laughter that closely resembled that of a rodent. Thud. A burly man, stealthily approaching the tavern, was knocked unconscious by Frank with a single blow. Dragging the man into the shadows, he began to rummage through his belongings. Moments later, a pensive Frank swiftly approached Vasily's room and knocked on the door. The Hero Tavern is a 2-story establishment. The first floor serves as a tavern, while the upper floor comprises 6 rooms available for lodging. The Roz pirate crew, consisting of 15 members, had stayed here yesterday. They were not careless, resting in shifts. Vasily had gone to sleep at midnight, while Frank had taken over the night shift. Who is it? Sir, it is I. As Vasily. The mentor guiding Frank in the art of firearms maintained a semi-teacherly demeanor towards him. Frank initially intended to address Vasily as teacher. However, Vasily declined the title, citing his age as a reason. After some back and forth, Vasily became known to Frank as Sir. Frank, is there something you need? I was just about to look for you, Vasily remarked. Noticing that Vasily was already dressed, Frank wasted no time in sharing his recent discovery. I have detected the presence of the Navy. The Navy? Vasily expressed surprise. But upon reflection, he relaxed slightly. If it were a large naval fleet, Frank would not have remained so composed. I didn't have time to interrogate him. I knocked him out, and his uniform revealed him to be a Navy soldier, Frank explained in detail to Vasily. Indeed, it must be the Navy. I have received intelligence from Cunning Mouse about an impending naval assault, Vasily said, stepping past Frank and opening the door. Cunning Mouse? Frank inquired, filled with confusion. We will discuss that later. The Navy will strike either today or tomorrow, and we must prepare in advance, Vasily replied as he exited the room, heading towards the staircase leading to the first floor. At that moment, Frank suddenly asked, should we notify the captain? Vasily paused, then shook his head. Not just yet. Let him enjoy a good night's rest. It was already past 8 o'clock, and since the captain had not awakened, it was clear he was still asleep. With no sign of an imminent naval attack, there was no need to create unnecessary alarm. They had previously engaged in a confrontation with the Navy, which had occurred upon the vast seas. The heavily armored warships were veritable fortresses of the ocean. Had they not fortuitously damaged the ship's sails and been caught in a sudden gale, they would have faced the Navy head-on. Confronting the Navy directly is a choice that few would make. Even the reckless Rod once stated, only madmen would dare to confront the Navy head-on. Even if one possesses great strength and succeeds in defeating a warship, such an action would likely draw the Navy's ire, resulting in severe consequences. Defeating a naval soldier could lead to an escalation, with a lieutenant colonel possibly leading the next charge, followed by brigadiers, and then major generals, until ultimately, a naval admiral might come seeking vengeance. A nest of formidable hornets is an endeavor only the most irrational dare to provoke. This is also why the pirates fled upon seeing the Navy. Losing a battle is one reason, but not wanting to be targeted by a mad dog is equally significant. As they reached the first floor, Vasily immediately spotted Olge gnawing on a loaf of bread. He swiftly approached and commanded, Olge, take 2 others and go. After a series of detailed instructions, Olge had already set the bread aside, clearly understanding the gravity of the situation from the first mate's urgency. Understood, First Mate Vasily. I promised to carry out the task. Olge quickly gathered 2 familiar companions and hurried towards their ship. Chapter 78, Departure. A silent farewell as the tavern's atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Hall, who had risen early, sensed something amiss. He emerged from the kitchen and looked at Vasily, inquiring, what seems to be the trouble, young Vasily? Perhaps due to his age, he naturally awoke at 6 in the morning regardless of how late he had gone to bed. Having previously prepared breakfast for the pirates, he noticed their anxious expressions and could not help but ask. It appears we have spotted the Navy soldiers outside. It seems we cannot spend the new year in the kingdom of Bordeaux after all. Upon hearing this, Hall raised an eyebrow, a flicker of concern evident in his gaze. The Navy has arrived? We should promptly inform Roz. In truth, Hall had long anticipated Roz's imminent departure. A pirate's identity would never allow for prolonged stays in one location. Simply having the chance to see him in person was sufficient, after all. Discovering his news and bounty on the newspapers had brought him immense joy, not for the fame it brought Roz, but for the fact that he was still alive. "There's no need to worry, we aren't losing these few hours," Vasily replied, having dispatched his subordinates in various directions. He knew the location of the Navy's base in the West Sea, given the speed of a typical sailboat. It would take at least 3 days for them to arrive from there. However, a warship travels at 3 times the average speed of a regular sailboat, allowing Vasily to roughly estimate the Navy's arrival time. Indeed, intelligence is of utmost importance, he mused, reflecting on the cunning of the informant. An hour later, the scattered combat forces captured 2 more individuals resembling sailors. Slowly opening his eyes, Roz emerged from a state of drowsiness, his mind gradually returning to clarity. And he felt an unparalleled sense of comfort. The ability to cast aside all worries and enjoy a restful slumber made this journey worthwhile. Speaking to himself, Roz rose gently and noticed a thermos on the bedside table. He picked it up and shook it, hearing the sound of water, perfectly parched. He opened it and took a drink, realizing it contained warm water. It must be Hall who prepared this, he thought, a wave of warmth washing over him. Not lingering any longer, Roz quickly dressed and made his way downstairs. "Good morning, Uncle Hall." Just like a few years ago, Roz greeted Hall naturally, as if nothing had ever transpired. "Good morning." Just as Hall emerged from the kitchen, he smiled and placed a steaming plate of dumplings upon the bar. In this world, the delicacy of dumplings exists, yet the kingdom of Bordeaux lacks them. And even the people of the West Sea do not particularly favor this dish that has journeyed from the East Sea. It was Roz who imparted the knowledge of dumplings to Uncle Hall during the initial 2 years of his arrival in this realm. Frequently, Roz would dream of a gentle mother and the bowl of dumplings that graced their table every New Year's. He brushed away the moisture from his eyes, feigning the act of wiping away sleep, and sat down with a beaming smile to savor the chive and meat dumplings. "Slow down, in a ravenous haste." The dumplings soon dwindled, and Hall observed the grown man before him with a smile, saying, "Finish quickly and depart from here." Roz paused, lifting his gaze to find Hall with a glimmer of moisture in his eyes. "What has happened?" "The Naval Division has dispatched Brigadier General Jonathan to apprehend you. You cannot linger here for too long." Roz furrowed his brow. "Jonathan?" The name rang a bell. "A brigadier general, you say?" It is not impossible to contend with him. Roz assessed his own capabilities, feeling that he could likely manage a confrontation with the naval brigadier, though it still felt somewhat precarious. He vaguely recalled that naval commanders were often skilled in martial combat, nearing the caliber of sword masters, capable of slicing through iron without difficulty. His current defensive prowess was merely at the level of iron, which felt rather insecure. Hall shook his head slightly. There is no need to antagonize the Navy. The Navy embodies the face of the world government. Serving as its instrument of justice, to engage with them is tantamount to challenging the authority of the world government. Hall cast a deep glance at Roz. "You may not yet comprehend the might of the world government." "No, I am certainly more aware than you think." Roz silently mused, refraining from contradiction and shifting the conversation instead to inquire about Sister Nia. Hall recounted Nia's recent circumstances, which provided Roz with a measure of reassurance. As if sensing Roz's thoughts, a young woman accompanied by a trembling little maid cautiously approached in a carriage, feeling the weight of several scrutinizing gazes from outside. Nia's heart raced with trepidation. "I apologize, but the tavern ahead is temporarily closed for business." A robust figure, adorned with tattoos of tigers and chains, seemed to have received a special assignment, halting the progress of the carriage with his towering presence. "Then I am the innkeeper's daughter." Upon contemplating that Roz was the leader of this fierce group, Nia felt her trepidation gradually diminish, ultimately leading her to leap from the carriage. Observing the situation, Huzi scrutinized the carriage, the seemingly feeble coachman, and the timid young maid within, and finding no significant issues, he allowed a few individuals to enter. He had already learned last night that the innkeeper indeed had a married daughter. At this point, he cared little for her authenticity, as long as he did not offend the captain's family. As she watched the burly man clear the path, Nia momentarily hesitated, then offered a slight bow and expressed her gratitude before hastening towards the tavern. "Sister Nia." Roz. Upon entering, Nia instantly captured the attention of several individuals. Seeing her, Roz greeted her with uncontainable joy. The two embraced warmly, and as Nia beheld Roz, now more mature, tears welled in her eyes. Her sorrow was not only for Roz but also for herself. She had once sincerely regarded Roz as a brother, yet after her marriage, her concerns increasingly shifted towards her husband. Initially, following her father's accomplishments, she had gained considerable influence in her marital home. However, with Roz's tarnished reputation and her father's fall from grace, her standing diminished drastically. Who would have thought that after enduring 6 arduous months, circumstances would turn again? Her father had once more made significant contributions to the nation, and although he declined all accolades, no one dared to underestimate him. Through the tumult of highs and lows, Nia found a sense of detachment from power. Upon hearing that Roz, whom she considered a brother, had returned, she hurried to see him at dawn. A heartfelt exchange ensued, filled with laughter and joy, predominantly led by Roz, while Uncle Hor and Sister Nia listened intently. The tale of the mermaid matron shedding her twin tails, the scholar who could transform into a parrot, and the chaotic yet subdued state of their nation captivated them with both intrigue and concern. Uncle Hor, Roz began, but then hesitated, contemplating inviting Uncle Hor to join him at sea. However, recalling that Sister Nia was also on the island and considering his identity as a pirate, he felt the weight of uncertainty regarding life and death. Suddenly, Vasily interjected, but Roz raised his hand to halt his words, fully understanding what was meant to be said. After a brief pause, he smiled and suggested, "Let us finish our lunch. Afterward, we shall set sail." The unexpected arrival of the Navy disrupted Roz's plans. He had intended to stay discreetly in the country until the new year before departing. Yet, upon hearing about Uncle Hor's situation, he could not contain himself and revealed his presence. "Then let us have barbecue for lunch," Nia proposed. Due to his past as a hunter, Hor was adept at grilling. And even now, patrons of his hero tavern consistently praised his barbecue. "That sounds splendid." Roth responded with great enthusiasm. A common nation would not easily offend pirates, especially not those with ties to their own country. Looking around at his companions, Roth felt a strong sense of confidence in the power of their division. Turning to the side to glance at Vasily, Roth declared with conviction, "As long as the naval division does not arrive, no one can harm us." Upon hearing their captain's resolute words, the crew exchanged knowing glances and couldn't help but smile. Indeed, as time passed, the aroma of roasted meat began to fill the tavern, marking the arrival of noon. Roth's favorite food was roasted meat. Regardless of the type, he relished anything that was grilled, savoring the delightful contrast of a crispy exterior and tender interior. The meal was savored with great pleasure, devoid of any worries about the current circumstances. From the mannerisms of Roz, it was evident that he was relishing the delicacies. With a soft thud, he set his chopsticks upon the plate and, with hands clasped, smiled at Hall, expressing gratitude for the hospitality. "I trust your culinary skills remain impeccable." "Indeed, they have not diminished. They are as delectable as ever." As Roz gradually rose, the pirates also began to conclude their luncheon. The flavors were undeniably exquisite. "Ba, thank you for the generous fare." Wu Zheng polished off the last morsel on his plate, offering his thanks to Hall. With a gentle snap of his fingers, Roz signaled Frank, who promptly stepped forward, producing several bundles of cash from his coat. "This," Roz said, his smile fading into his serious demeanor, "is our payment for lodging and meals. Even as pirates, we understand the importance of settling our debts." "No need for that," Hall declared firmly. "We are pirates." This seems to delineate the relationship with Hall. Rhodes abruptly turned, his footsteps heavy as he strode towards the exit. Just as he was about to reach the door, he halted. That bounty notice should not be shrouded in secrecy. It should be displayed openly. Furthermore, remember to leave this wall vacant, for the bounties of the Rhodes pirates will only multiply. Stepping out of the tavern, Rhodes shouted, "Crew, set sail." With the pirates' resounding cries echoing through the air, the Rhodes pirates swiftly departed from their territory. Watching Rhodes fade away without a proper farewell, Hall let out a disgruntled huff. Yet the smile on his lips and the reluctance in his eyes were unmistakable. He had long anticipated reuniting with Rhodes, yet the time they had together felt fleeting. Is a sincere farewell not warranted? Indeed, a man's departure requires no tender farewells. Chapter 79. The information of the cunning rat. A merchant ship gradually departed after unloading and loading goods in the Lantern City, while a frail figure began making its way toward the once lawless territory. The Fire Lantern streets still bore the scars of war, yet amidst the shattered houses, homeless souls had already begun to swirl about. These individuals would subsequently become the new residents of Lantern Street, a phenomenon that has persisted for 15 years. "Hey, you there!" A voice called from behind. The slender figure of the rat did not respond and continued onward. "I swear, you little brat, my boss is calling you." A stocky man swung a club at the rat. Regardless of the current unification of the Lantern Nation, Lantern Street remained unchanged. Violence was the norm here. The club swung down with great force and weight. In the eyes of the two onlookers, this blow from the burly man was swift and lethal. That frail youth would surely meet his demise. Just as the club was about to strike the rat, he deftly sidestepped, evading the attack with precision. Simultaneously, he delivered a whip-like kick towards the hefty man with horns like hair. With a resounding thud, the towering figure, standing over 6 feet tall, was sent crashing into the other two, and they all tumbled together in a heap. A faint squeak echoed, and the rat paused to listen intently, then subtly nodded before turning back toward his former home. "Oh no, my back." One of the three, a shifty-eyed fellow, clutched his waist and struggled to rise. As he saw the rat preparing to leave, he quickly shouted, "You can't just walk away. We are injured." It seemed he realized that the rat was not to be trifled with. Being adept in deceit, he quickly devised a scheme. "Look, those three are at it again. Hee. This time they've bitten off more than they can chew." Perceiving the murmurs around him, the rat understood that these men were habitual offenders, undoubtedly accustomed to such antics. In Lantern Street, there always existed a group of idle scoundrels who thrived on deception and trickery. "You've heard us, and you cannot simply walk away. Pay us, or we will summon the security team." On this street, King Yuri had stationed a security team. Yet those who dwelled in the lower echelons of society felt no fear towards them during their idle moments. However, when trouble arose, they were more than willing to raise a ruckus. As the glances from the surrounding crowd intensified, the figure known as the Eerie Mouse felt a shiver traverse his skin. He, who favored the shadows and tranquility, was decidedly uncomfortable under scrutiny. "You are courting death." The Eerie Mouse's gaze suddenly turned frigid, perceiving the three men before him not as mere lives, but rather as mere morsels. The man with shifty eyes, referred to as the rat, recognized that piercing gaze, reminiscent of the disdainful looks bestowed by the lofty aristocracy upon those beneath them. Taken aback, the rat stumbled into the imposing figure of the bull, while their leader, a man marked by a cross-shaped scar at the corner of his eye, also noted this exchange. Cough, cough. "Regardless of the circumstances, if you do not part with some healing funds, we shall not permit your departure," the scarred man declared, suppressing his trepidation. The Eerie Mouse clenched his right hand beneath his cloak, the veins prominently visible. "How tiresome. Then perhaps it is best you do not live." With this thought, the Eerie Mouse retrieved 3 bundles of 10,000 currency notes from his pocket, tossing them towards the leader. "Consider yourselves fortunate. Had you persisted, I would have shown no mercy." The chilling tone of his voice sent tremors through the trio. However, upon glimpsing the currency, their spirits lifted. 30,000 belly was sufficient to indulge them for several days. The Eerie Mouse then turned and resumed his journey towards his intended destination. Unbeknownst to him, a multitude of gleaming eyes had fixated upon the 3 men in a concealed corner. Were it not for the fear of revealing his presence, the Eerie Mouse could have easily dispatched them, leaving nothing but a crimson mess. Sensing that the Eerie Mouse was not to be trifled with, the trio, after accepting the money, ceased their pursuit. Yet, they were oblivious to the fact that their lives had been marked by a horde of ravenous rodents, who had feasted on human flesh amidst the chaos of war. Although many eyes continued to follow him, the Eerie Mouse remained indifferent. As he planned to linger for merely a day, navigating through 2 narrow paths, his gaze fell upon a dilapidated house, once his home. It had deteriorated further. He stepped inside slowly, only to find no remnants of the life they had once shared. A series of memories flickered in his mind, the exhaustion that led to his parents' demise, his frail self being bullied, and the slave traders from Zhuoxi who had deemed him property. Fortunately, his keen perception spared him from the most grueling tasks assigned to the other slaves. And he was even luckier to consume a devil fruit. In a well-conceived escape plan, the Eerie Mouse had eliminated all the slave traders aboard the vessel. In any case, the outcome here proved to be far superior to what I had initially anticipated. When the opportunity arose, the cunning rat executed a plan initiated by the Grand Pirate crew to incite chaos within the nation. He was certain that the fools in the Zhuoxi district, who had allied with the mafia, would inevitably become involved. The formidable pirate crew would entangle all factions in their wake, should the pirates succeed in their bid for power. The Navy would inevitably intervene. Among the local forces, Zhuoxi, with its need to supply slaves, would lean even more towards turmoil. Regardless of who ultimately achieved unification, it would be advantageous for this wretched nation. Severing the festering flesh may be painful, yet the future would undeniably be brighter than the present. As the cunning rat strolled through the nation, bidding it farewell, his figure faded into the encroaching night. In the pitch-black environment, a series of telephone beetle sounds echoed. Following a brief exchange, silence gradually enveloped the space. "Is that the cunning rat?" Roz questioned, gazing at the disconnected telephone beetle. Seated before it was Vasily, who nodded affirmatively in response to Roz's inquiry. "He must know I am beside you. Even a fool could deduce that." A soft chuckle escaped Roz as he recalled the 3 pieces of intelligence previously presented by this individual. The contention among several pirate crews over the Zoan-type devil fruit. News of a certain West Sea allied nation offering a suspected paramecia-type swift/fruit in the procurement of a natural-type smoke fruit by the Vino family, intended for auction under the guise of a trap. Setting aside the Zoan-type for the moment, Roz suggested, we should carefully strategize regarding that swift/fruit. Upon hearing the confirmed news of these fruits, his eyes sparkled with renewed fervor. It was highly probable that the devil fruits contested among pirates had already been consumed. Moreover, aside from the mythical beasts, Zoan-types were not within Roz's contemplation. Although the armored value could complement the Zoan-types, a meat shield lacking offensive capabilities was not Roz's preference. The paramecia-type swift/fruit brought to mind the entangled Daz, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Daz, with an unremarkable future, had failed to withstand even a single strike from Hawkeye, and at this moment, the young rascal was still too small, even if they were to acquire the devil fruit. It was unlikely that a mere apprentice would be its consumer. The natural type, the smoke fruit, Roz repeated to himself, his gaze drifting. Smoke. The devil fruit of Marine Vice Admiral Smoker. It could transform the body into smoke and utilize it as an offensive means. Smoke should be considered a form of magical damage, he mused, drawing Vasily's attention. Indeed. You seem particularly enamored with the natural types? Vasily pondered, uncertain why Roz sought such devilish power. Yet, if the captain desired it, they would strive to procure it. A suspected trap? Surely it cannot be specifically aimed at us. That would be an overestimation. With a self-deprecating chuckle, Roz dismissed the assertion. Having learned from the cunning mouse that the Vino family had somehow acquired a natural-type smoke fruit, which they intended to auction off, Roz was certain that this was a trap. Could the Mafia truly be so desperate for the meager profit from such a fruit? One could only surmise that their machinations were grandiose. Even if the location were a naval division, we must dare to infiltrate it. His eyes, now increasingly resolute and greedy, Rod spoke in a low voice. Recalling a certain pirate, a plan began to formulate in his mind. The 5 major Mafia families controlled the tumultuous Drasra. We must incite chaos, for only amidst disorder can we act effectively. Meanwhile, Major Allen, stationed at the division, noted the unusual activity of the Mafia's communication bugs, indicating that they were certainly up to something. An intelligence officer presented him with a report detailing the findings. After perusing it, Allen furrowed his brow. Have we intercepted any useful information? He inquired. Regrettably, no. They must have prepared counter-surveillance bugs, came the response. As a crucial base in the West Sea, this location had been assigned an intelligence team, which dispersed to the vicinity of the 5 major Mafia headquarters. A multitude of listening bugs had been strategically placed near these gangsters, aimed at extracting valuable insights. On the surface, the Mafia appeared to operate legitimate and stable enterprises. Even the Navy, lacking evidence, could not arrest them at will. Arms trafficking, human smuggling, assassination, and the manipulation of war, these are all criminal activities. Yet the Mafia families refrained from overt actions, even enlisting the finest law firms in the West Sea to assist in their affairs. The previously tranquil Mafia had been brought together by a certain matter, prompting Major Allen to sense a shift in the atmosphere. It seemed the Mafia was preparing for action, though it remained unclear against whom their plans were directed. During this period, the territories of the Mafia have been relentlessly destroyed by pirates. Major Allen speculates that the Mafia is instigating trouble to defend their sovereignty. We must dispatch our operatives to investigate thoroughly, whatever their intentions may be. We cannot allow innocent civilians to suffer harm. The more actions they take, the more vulnerabilities they expose. This may present a splendid opportunity to dismantle the Mafia. Clenching his fists tightly, Allen is acutely aware of the despicable nature of these parasites that prey upon the common people. Indeed, his aide and the intelligence officer salute in unison. Chapter 80. Alliances and Strategies on the Vast Sea. 2 sailboats gradually drew closer, identifiable as 2 pirate crews by the skull emblazoned flags they bore. With a thud, a sturdy staircase formed a bridge between the vessels. The slender, smooth face of Bulge bore the unique rosy hue of the sea, his sparse, golden locks concealed beneath a black cap, draped in a green hooded robe. Bulge appeared somewhat exhilarated, but as he stepped onto the other pirate ship, his demeanor returned to normal. Hey, Brinko, how have you been lately? He inquired. Brinko, with his dark skin, a long black braid, and a muscular physique, looked at Bulge and waved his right hand, sending a nearby jug of liquor soaring through the air. Balj deftly intercepted the flying bottle with his left hand, uncorking it to release a robust aroma of alcohol that filled the air. "What is this? Your Samba Brothers Haven tea arrived yet?" Balj laughed heartily as he settled down, pouring the exquisite liquor into his mouth. The fiery liquid slid down his throat, leaving him feeling utterly invigorated. No one would dare eliminate Balj, who had recently been the subject of rumors, in such an environment. The pirate flag fluttered in the wind, adorned with a pattern of skulls linked by a whip. The Black Mamba pirate crew, led by Captain Brinko, a man of African descent with a bounty of 70 million berries, is skilled in whip techniques and commands a crew of 50 pirates. Such prowess has already drawn the keen eyes of the Navy. Originally, the Black Mamba pirate crew was poised to set sail for the Grand Line. But upon receiving certain intelligence, they opted to remain in place. A rhythmic cacophony of drums resonated from a distance, even without glancing. One could discern that the Samba brothers, as referred to by Balj, had arrived. Their vessel, adorned with vibrant and artistic graffiti on the mainsail, was further embellished with countless small colorful flags, and the cheerful melodies emanating from it compelled one to dance in welcome. Boom! The resounding sound of the ship docking echoed, followed by a brief silence before a lively accompaniment resumed. Thump, clap, thump, clap, thump, thump, thump. Balj's gaze fell upon the leader, whose head was crowned with dreadlocks and who donned oversized garments. His dark visage exuded a sense of joviality. Yo, 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 here comes the man from Samba. Let me see who is aboard. Ah, Poker, formerly known as our Robin Hood, and of course, our hospitable brother, Black Mamba. He spread his arms wide, twisting his body like a serpent, as the dreadlocked African greeted them with a rhythmically peculiar singing style. Balj's lips involuntarily twitched. He recognized this particular form of singing, seemingly favored by this race, known colloquially as black rap, or perhaps hip-hop, as those who engage in this art often exude a playful, carefree demeanor. The captain of the Samba Brothers pirate crew, the dark dancer Neil Jest, a man of African descent with a bounty of 30 million berries, was well-versed in various dance forms, vocal techniques, black rap, graffiti, and an array of niche cultures, commanding a crew of 30 skilled individuals in these arts. Neil, could you please turn off the sound shell? Black Mamba Blinko addressed the dancing figure. Did you catch me? Neil just waved his right hand, prompting one of his companions to promptly deactivate the sound shell. The vibrant accompaniment vanished in an instant, causing Balj's lips to twitch anew. As a Caucasian, he found it difficult to comprehend the mindset of these individuals. Is this how one plays with a sound shell? Devoid of the accompaniment, the dark dancer immediately appeared as if his spirit had been siphoned away, kneeling upon the deck. And his companions, who had previously danced in sync with him, grew restless. Boring, tedious, hurry up and end this, the dark dancer implored, casting a glance at the imposing figure of Balj, captain of the explosive pirate crew, the notorious Balj James White, a Caucasian with a bounty of 41 million berries, was adept in explosive pyrotechnics, commanding a loyal band of approximately 25 companions. Compared to his bounty, the exploits of this man, often referred to as Robin Hood by the common folk, were evidently far more captivating. It was rumored that this individual had lost his parents in a gang conflict, perishing in an explosion. In a quest for vengeance against those who wronged his parents, he self-taught himself the intricate science of explosives, employing the very same methods to exact his revenge. However, once his retribution was fulfilled, Balj did not find solace. Instead, he seized the banner of resistance against violence and drug-related crimes, intervening multiple times in gang disputes and narcotics dealings. Masterfully wielding explosives as a means to counteract malevolence, Balj showed no hesitation in his ruthless approach, even disregarding the collateral damage inflicted upon innocent lives. This has also earned him the notorious titles of Bandit and Robin Hood. The dark dancer withdrew her scrutinizing gaze, subtly casting her glance over the heart of this individual. It is said that not long ago, he installed a microbomb near his heart, a terrifying device capable of obliterating a medium-sized vessel. Should his life come to an end, it would take everything around him to ruin this madman. No, this crew of lunatics. After becoming a pirate, Balj has gathered a crew comprised of individuals who have either directly or indirectly suffered at the hands of the mafia. These men possess a fierce determination. When confronted by the loathed mafia, they fear neither life nor death. In stark contrast to these wild souls, Nell's companions are his true brothers, forged in the camaraderie of shared joys and revelries. Enough of idle chatter, since you, Blinko, have expressed interest in this operation. Let us speak plainly. Balj's expression shifted, and he gazed solemnly at the two before him, then suddenly drew the pistol from his waist. Such a movement caused the kneeling black dancer to spring up instantly, while the black mamba grasped the whip coiled around his waist. Bang! Boom! Observing Bulge's actions, Neil nonchalantly adjusted his attire and muttered, "This deck is rather hard. You ought to lay down a carpet, my brother." In an instant, one of Bulge's companions was shot in the head, crashing heavily onto the deck. I apologize for the spectacle. This fellow has been with me for 2 years. Yet now he has taken money to work for the gang, which is intolerable. With an expression devoid of emotion, Bulge holstered his pistol, and his companion mirrored his demeanor, as if this decision had been prearranged. The annual auction of Drolas is approaching, and given that they dare to put a natural-type devil fruit on the block, I suspect they are well prepared. Bulge surveyed the two and candidly stated, "I have no interest in the devil fruit, however, if it can cause trouble for the Mafia. We are eager to assist. I believe you understand our position. Although the West Sea is vast and chaotic, the notorious figures emerging from it are few: Black Mamba, Black Dancer, the Rogue, the Bloodthirsty Butcher, the Vengeful Widow, and the likes of the Ghostly Scythe and the Venomous Centipede, all of whom boast bounties exceeding 30 million. Those who do not reach this threshold cannot join their ranks. They are undoubtedly familiar with one another. And Black Mamba is well aware of this man's past and his previous modus operandi, hence he harbored no doubts regarding the rogue's words. I shall be candid as well. I intend to venture into the Grand Line, so I desire that devil fruit." Black Mamba directed his gaze towards the black dancer, Neil. Neil furrowed his brow. His dark complexion concealed any visible change, yet after a few moments of silence, he chuckled, "Brother, since you wish for it, I shall not contest you, but the remuneration must not be diminished." Initially, Bulge contacted Black Mamba alone, but out of caution, Black Mamba invited the black dancer, believing that greater numbers would enhance their strength, and Bulge naturally did not refuse. "No problem. As long as we acquire that devil fruit, I can purchase it, and the proceeds will be divided between you two." The black dancer revealed a set of gleaming white teeth and nodded in agreement, though his inner thoughts remained a mystery to outsiders. "This trap may be crude, yet it is practical. I believe not only we will be interested, but others will undoubtedly take action as well," Black Mamba informed the two in advance. According to intelligence he gathered from the black market, the Vengeful Widow has allied with the Chameleon to probe information regarding this natural-type devil fruit, while the Bloodthirsty Butcher, an anomaly among pirates, is also stirring restlessly. "As long as we do not turn against one another, the others shall merely serve as our cannon fodder," Bulge remarked indifferently. "Why not collaborate with that widow?" The black dancer gestured animatedly. Bulge scoffed, "I have no fondness for that individual." What they spoke of was a rather comely female pirate, yet her actions incited the disdain of Bulge. The malevolent and vengeful Cara Demura, with a bounty of 62.5 million berries, gained infamy as a former nurse who infamously murdered her husband and poisoned 59 infants. Rumors circulated that Cara Demura herself was incapable of bearing children. During her tenure as a nurse, she allegedly drugged several young women, imprisoning them in a dungeon to bear children for her husband. However, when the captive women gave birth, Cara seemed to succumb to a grave illness, poisoning 59 infants while simultaneously setting ablaze her husband for imprisoned women and the newborn child. Now a fugitive sought nationwide, Cara was forced to venture onto the seas, her heinous crimes attracting a substantial bounty. Regrettably, she was exceedingly cautious, never striking without assurance of total annihilation, leaving no traces behind. A woman capable of poisoning infants could easily stab you in the back. Only a character as duplicitous as Thousand-Faced would dare to ally with such a vengeful woman. Yet, I have heard that Cara possesses considerable beauty, and her ship is filled with her paramours. How enviable! Though Neil spoke of envy, his expression betrayed his disdain. Thousand-Faced Jake Melons, renowned for his successful bank heists in the West Sea, excels in assassination and disguise, rumored to possess the long-lost method for crafting human skin masks. With a bounty of 39 million berries, this individual cannot truly be classified as a pirate, thus the group held limited knowledge of him. Reflecting on the rapid rise and fall of pirates over the past 2 years, Black Mamba could only lament the undeniable changes of the era compared to before. The number of nefarious pirates that had emerged in these 2 years was staggering, with the most successful among them being Moria and Jaws. The Grand Line awaits me. Aware of the dangers that the Grand Line harbors, Black Mamba too yearned for greater power to conquer that expanse of sea. Chapter 81. The Sinful City of Dralesu. West Sea Dralesu. This island, renowned in the Western Sea, may be modest in size, yet it ranks among the most vibrant of the several urban centers in the region. Once, this desolate island lay in neglect, until the Mafia, recognizing its strategic location, acquired it. From a barren land to a flourishing town, it is now transformed into a skyline adorned with towering buildings, boasting an array of electrical facilities rare even in the West Sea. As night descends, a myriad of colorful lights flicker, rendering it a veritable city that never sleeps. Here lies the largest black market of the West Sea, a hub for arms trafficking, human trade, gambling, and illicit substances, all bearing the mark of Drelesu. This place is colloquially referred to by the people of the West Sea as the City of Sin. The legalization of firearms, narcotics, and vice, coupled with exorbitant daily taxes, has rendered the Navy hesitant to take action, further exacerbating the pervasive atmosphere of crime. As a natural-type devil fruit is poised to be auctioned, those seeking power in the waters near Drelesu are instantly invigorated. The natural-type devil fruit is renowned for its invincibility, and among the Navy's infamous three monsters are those who wield this formidable power. Possessing such strength signifies the attainment of unparalleled might. This reflects the perception of the majority. They remain unaware that the natural powers are not invincible. Within the Grand Line, there exist numerous means to combat this so-called invincible force. While the devil fruits indeed bestow strength upon individuals, without proper cultivation, such power is ultimately limited. Even the five great mafias are not devoid of methods to counter the abilities of devil fruit users. Through the promotional impact acquired by monetary means, it is safe to say that at least half of the populace in the West Sea has heard of the grandest auction event of the year, featuring items such as fishmen, innovative firearms, beautiful women, and an array of bizarre artifacts to satisfy various desires. As January approaches its end, the weather has turned somewhat milder. A passenger ship belonging to a transport company gracefully departs from the port. The SMU Passenger Company, renowned for its comfortable vessels traversing fixed routes while also engaging in freight business, stands as a prominent enterprise in the West Sea, undoubtedly aided by the influence of the Chigu family, ensuring the safe passage of their ships. With a series of horn blasts, the wide and pristine harbor signals the green light for dock number 5. Upon receiving the directive to dock, the passenger vessel gradually approaches the designated pier. In the port of Drelesu, there are over a dozen such passenger docks, with another area reserved for private use. At this moment, the deck of the large passenger ship is bustling with people, most of whom are clad in ordinary attire, commoners hoping for a stroke of luck, while those in the upper levels are predominantly well-dressed, accompanied by servants and bodyguards. Well, is this really Drelesu, the pearl of the West Sea? It's simply magnificent. Look over there at those houses. They are far taller than the ones built by our village chief. A chorus of excited chatter ensues as the commoners on the lower deck engage in fervent discussions. Filled with aspirations for this city, which is publicly hailed as the pearl of the West Sea. Humph, what a bunch of lowly peasants. The SMU Passenger Company is truly declining, sneered a lady adorned in opulent attire, her fingers sparkling with a radiant ring, as she looked disdainfully at the commoners below. Her remarks did not evoke disapproval from those around her. Instead, several nodded in agreement. This glamorous lady, a noble from a kingdom, considered herself inherently superior to ordinary folk. As if sensing the ire of the commoners below, several looked up in anger, feeling as though they were being looked down upon like monkeys due to the stark social divide. However, the vast disparity in status compelled them to lower their heads. Their anger was fleeting, for such futile rage could only jeopardize their lives. Humph. Noticing the disdainful glances from the commoners, the lady furrowed her brows. But soon her eyes sparkled with renewed brightness. Oh, what a handsome young man. Her voice was barely audible, yet it was still overheard by the servants beside her, who exchanged a resigned glance, one male attendant and one female attendant. The lady, hailing from a distinguished lineage, has always regarded her husband with disdain. Occasionally, when she encounters young and handsome men, she engages in fleeting romantic encounters. Previously, while belittling the impoverished, she inadvertently locked eyes with a striking young man. And in that moment, she perceived an unparalleled clarity within his gaze. Jean, fetch that dashing fellow for me. Tonight, I intend to share my bed with him. Jean, the bodyguard and servant assigned to her by her family, possessed remarkable protective capabilities. As you wish, he replied, dressed in a formal evening attire, with a hint of resignation. This vessel boasts 3 decks. The first level serves as a common area, accessible with a modest fare. The second deck requires a payment several times greater, primarily utilized by nobles, merchants, and their servants. The third deck is reserved exclusively for those of true status and influence, such as high-ranking officials or esteemed aristocrats. Even the most substantial bribe would not suffice to gain entry, as the captain exercises strict control over this privileged space. The lady resides on the second floor. her esteemed identity ranking prominently among its occupants. Master, that woman is truly irritating. She has been scrutinizing us incessantly. A somewhat juvenile voice echoed beside the handsome man, prompting him to adjust the brim of his hat in exasperation. I have asked you not to call me master. I have yet to attain the level necessary to take on disciples. Very well, master. Wu Zheng replied, his face etched with a frown. After all, he was merely 17 this year, a mere 6 years older than the dark-skinned boy beside him. How could he possibly assume the role of a mentor? Daz noticed Wu Zheng's distress, yet he was unwilling to concede defeat. From the gossip circulating among some loquacious individuals aboard the ship, he had discerned that this devout young master, who followed the teachings of Buddha, was indeed a person of considerable capability, a fact that kept him mindful of Uncle Hata's words. At this moment, Daz had transformed significantly from the timid slave he once was. During his month aboard the pirate ship, he gradually rediscovered his inner self. Of course, silence had become a habit, making it difficult to alter. Isn't this the so-called city that never sleeps? Wu Zheng was reluctant to respond to this query, fearing it would make him appear foolish. Precisely, little brat. However, it is currently daytime. Even the rare electric lights can only serve their purpose at night. A modestly dressed man, carrying a backpack and wheeling a suitcase, turned to answer Daz's question. My name is Merlin. I had the fortune of visiting Drelesu once. At that time, everything here was undergoing renovation, and as a carpenter, I managed to earn a substantial sum. The individual who introduces himself as Merlin appears to be quite loquacious, as he shares a plethora of intriguing locations during the gradual descent from the vessel. Wu Zheng, burdened with his satchel, attentively absorbs all this information. Upon hearing mention of certain transgressions, he instinctively brings his hands together in a gesture of prayer, reciting a Buddhist chant. Oh, this young man holds faith in the Buddha? How unfortunate, for I am a devotee of the Almighty. A pagan indeed. Wu Zheng scrutinizes Merlin with a discerning gaze and performs a respectful bow, harboring no significant animosity towards his beliefs. After the salutation, he introduces himself. I am the monk Wu Zheng. Merlin had already observed the distinctiveness of Wu Zheng. After catching the attention of an aristocratic lady above, he seized the opportunity to engage in conversation. Upon hearing Wu Zheng's introduction, he promptly returns the monk's gesture of respect. Originally, his master was a recluse, and he feels a pang of guilt. Though he worships the Almighty, he refrains from offending Buddhism. Might I inquire as to why young monk Wu Zheng has ventured here? He asks earnestly. With hands clasped together, Wu Zheng replies solemnly, to liberate all sentient beings. Oh, dear monk, if your intention is to save souls, you might inadvertently bring ruin upon this island. Merlin chuckles, though his expression suggests he is not jesting, prompting him to swiftly amend his words in a light-hearted manner. On this island, it would be fortunate if 1 or 2 out of 10 could be considered innocent. If we are to adhere to the Buddhist notion of universal salvation, then what place remains for this island? Observing the youthful visage before him, Merlin naturally grasped the underlying truth. Ah, so it is merely a naive youth. The world operates in such a manner that individuals, who consider themselves saviors of humanity, emerge and proclaim their intentions to rescue the masses and transform the world. Yet, they are ultimately impotent in their endeavors. Alas, while the world is rife with filth, the number of those willing to enact change is exceedingly scarce. One cannot help but sigh in resignation, fully aware of the daunting nature of such a task. Nevertheless, someone must dare to dream and act. The fervent gaze of Daz, positioned behind Wu Zheng, burned into his back, exclaiming internally, a hero. Cough, cough. May the esteemed master indeed be capable, Merlin could only express. The pace of the procession remained relatively brisk, indicating that order in this place was commendable. After approximately 10 minutes, it was finally their turn. At the exit stood several inspectors alongside a menacing dog. This beast was sizable, baring its teeth as it surveyed the crowd, then seemingly caught a scent, barking furiously at the man directly ahead of Wu Zheng. The dog's frenetic barking attracted the inspector's attention, who swiftly approached and began to search the panicked man, discovering a pistol concealed within his clothing. Damn it. Be honest during registration or risk dire consequences. A punch landed on the middle-aged man, eliciting a chorus of pained cries. Fool, Merlin scoffed, turning to Wu Zheng to explain. Deloresu only forbids explosives. Firearms must be registered prior to docking. Clearly, this fellow lacks intelligence. Firearms are to be uniformly delivered to the dock from the ship, and carrying them here is illegal. You haven't brought any, have you? Merlin inquired with concern. Wu Zheng shook his head, indicating he bore no weapons. However, one individual behind Daz furrowed his brow, pondering the prohibition on explosives. He was among the latest recruits to the Ra's pirate crew in the Lantern Country. His identity unknown due to his recent joining, and he had also participated in this vanguard mission. Let us go, as long as he pays the fine honestly. This fellow will not lose his life, Merlin remarked, resuming his journey with his burden. The group's passage went smoothly, but just as they were about to leave the inspection area, a voice interrupted them. Hello, sir, my lady wishes to invite you to lunch. Dressed in evening attire, Jean bowed graciously to Wu Zheng, exuding elegance. Chapter 82. The hero trapped in poverty. Jealousy swirled within Merlin's chest, as he had previously noticed a beautiful noblewoman from the upper echelons gazing intently in their direction. Initially, he presumed her attention was directed towards himself. However, upon reflection, he recognized his own ordinary appearance lacked allure. Turning to observe, he discerned the handsome youth in robes behind him, realizing that it was this young man who had captured the lady's interest. At that moment, witnessing the young man's opportunity to savor exquisite delicacies, Merlin could not help but feel envious. He was particularly fond of these proud noblewomen. The thought of bending them to his will brought him immense feelings of conquest and pleasure. May I inquire as to the identity of your lady? Do not argue. It is indeed perplexing to realize that the circle of acquaintances I possess is rather limited. Yet, upon my arrival, an invitation was extended. Ahem, master. It seems that someone upstairs has been observing you intently. Daz, lacking any understanding of romantic entanglements, immediately associated this with the disdainful woman who had been casting her gaze from above. He found her stare distasteful, akin to the condescending look one might afford to mere slaves. Wu Zheng's attention shifted from Daz to Jean, who was attired in an elegant evening gown, her visage evidently enhanced by careful adornment. Jean smiled demurely, nodding in affirmation. Upon reflecting briefly, Wu Zheng realized he was indeed unfamiliar with the lady in question and thus politely declined, stating, I apologize, but I do not know the lady you speak of. Nor do I have any interest in partaking in lunch. Ahem, sir, it would be an honor to dine with my lady, especially considering that she will bestow a generous gift afterward. Apologies. Upon their arrival, they bore the intent of invasion, naturally wishing to avoid unnecessary complications. Under ordinary circumstances, he might have sought to propagate the teachings of Buddhism to others. With an apologetic smile towards Jean, Wu Zheng took the lead towards the inspection point. Ah, the enigma of a woman's allure, thought the bald monk. A peculiar glint flickered in Mei Lin's eyes as he could not help but envision himself in the monk's stead, engaging in a tempestuous affair with the alluring lady. Humph. As Wu Zheng passed by Jean, the latter swiftly reached out to grasp Wu Zheng's arm. Reacting with remarkable agility, Wu Zheng evaded the attack with a twist of his body, his fingers transforming into claws that retaliated. Crack. His fingers latched onto Jin's right hand with precision. Jean furrowed his brow, attempting to break free, yet Wu Zheng's grip was as unyielding as steel. This individual is formidable. My apologies, I did not mean to offend. Since you are unwilling, I shall not press further. Jean relaxed his grip, hoping the other would sense his concession. Perceiving the diminishment of Jean's strength, Wu Zheng, too, felt it inappropriate to maintain his grasp. Releasing Jin's hand, he performed a gesture of respect before proceeding directly towards the exit. A Buddhist? A monk? Jean and several scrutinizing inspectors exchanged conjectures. In their brief encounter, Jean discerned the exceptional nature of the man before him, who had managed to impose such restraint with mere gestures. He was undoubtedly an individual of significance, one not to be trifled with. Thanks to Wu Zheng's display of prowess, they passed through the security checkpoint unscathed, primarily due to the absence of any prohibited weaponry. Observing the retreating figures, a worker clad in poor attire voiced his concern. It's merely a devil fruit, and yet all manner of fiends have emerged. The news of the devil fruit had been disseminated a month prior, with the initial 10 days populated by scouts verifying the information, while the latter half saw an influx of individuals arriving with bags in hand, intent on procuring goods. What those goods might be was well understood among them. Indeed, a natural-type devil fruit has the potential to create a formidable guardian of the nation. Naturally, affluent nations would seek to acquire it. Countered a round-faced youth in similar work attire. Let us focus on our duties. This is not for us to ponder. They were merely the guards of Dala Rasu, lacking the authority to concern themselves with matters beyond their purview. In Dala Rasu, numerous organizations manage various affairs: sheriffs, city defense teams, fire brigades, and urban management offices, each intricate department overseen by a single mayor. The mayor of De La Rasu is elected in rotation by the 5 prominent families every 3 years, all in service to the 5 great mafia clans. This time, the mayor was fortuitously appointed by the Vino family, which made all actions exceedingly smooth. After a brief interlude, Wu Zheng and Daz finally emerged from the port, while the mercenary lurking in the shadows had already vanished without a trace. Several subtle glances suggested that there were others here with ulterior motives, not just Wu Zheng and his companion. Come one, come all. Behold the distinctive crispy biscuits from De La Rasu. Available in a variety of flavors. Fluffy cotton candy, cotton candy. The streets near the port were lined with bustling stalls selling an array of delicacies from the West Sea, the tantalizing aromas causing Daz's stomach to rumble incessantly. Stealing a glance at the considerably taller Wu Zheng, Daz shyly lowered his head, closely following in Wu Zheng's footsteps. Suddenly, with a careless misstep, Daz collided with Wu Zheng, who had halted in his tracks. Daz quickly retreated, stammering apologies. No worries. I'm just hungry and want to grab a bite. Wu Zheng was the first to approach the bustling biscuit stall, which was already surrounded by numerous tourists. After a 5-minute wait, their turn finally arrived. Hello, I would like 2 crispy biscuits. Wu Zheng greeted the stall owner with a respectful gesture. The owner, smiling, inquired about the quantity and flavors desired. Wu Zheng glanced at Daz, his voice calm as he suggested, Daz, how about you treat me? Sure, no problem. Wu Zheng's words caught Daz off guard. He hurriedly fished a few coins from his pocket. Boss, I'll take 2. Those in that color, please. Thank you. Wu Zheng raised 2 fingers to signal their order. Once the owner packaged the biscuits and handed them over, Daz discreetly settled the bill. As an apprentice pirate earning a mere 10,000 berries a month, spending 600 on just 2 biscuits was indeed a painful blow to his finances. The price of this biscuit is truly exorbitant, Daz thought to himself as he bit down hard on the crisp treat, simultaneously berating his own insatiable appetite. He had indeed dined on similar delicacies aboard the ship. Even the delightful crunch of the biscuit could not quell his grievances at that moment. He was mentally tallying the remnants of his private stash, having served on the Rhodes pirate crew for nearly 2 months. And considering the advance on his wages for the current month, he ought to possess 20,000. However, after purchasing several changes of clothing on the previous island and indulging in various comestibles with some acquaintances, his remaining balance had dwindled to just under 10,000. This instilled a sense of panic within him. The sum of money is utterly insufficient to sustain the captain's arrival. Master, why did you not take that amount? Daz's tone carried a hint of complaint, while Wu Zheng, lightly biting into a crisp cake, paused in his steps. Delicious. Crisp. Fragrant. The flavors burst in his mouth, prompting Wu Zheng to utter those 2 words, yet he soon furrowed his brow. Poppy. He discerned the presence of poppy within this cake. Casting a glance back at the vendor, who was welcoming a steady stream of customers, a fleeting chill coursing through him. Poppy is a narcotic. Even if it is not prohibited by law in most regions, it remains undeniably a drug. Daz, you should refrain from eating that. Why not? Just as Daz prepared to take another bite of the crisp cake, Wu Zheng halted him. This cake contains poppy, which is addictive. You must not consume it. Hearing Wu Zheng's words, Daz's eyes widened involuntarily. During his days as a slave, he had witnessed many addicts, and the horrific aftermath still sent shivers down his spine. He immediately raised the crisp cake in his hand, ready to smash it to the ground, but his uplifted hand was seized by Wu Zheng, who took the cake from him and began to eat it himself. Do not waste it. I am well versed in Buddhist teachings. Here, desires can be controlled, but you cannot. Wu Zheng bit into the crisp cake and continued to explain. It is indeed tasty. Thus, it will compel you to purchase more. Excessive consumption can severely harm a child's brain. No, I suspect you merely wish to eat my cake. A fleeting thought of Wu Zheng deceiving him crossed Daz's mind, but it was quickly dismissed. In no time, Wu Zheng finished both crisp cakes, turned back towards the vendor, took a few steps, and then paused. It seems that such substances are permitted in this hellish place. What grounds do I have to impede others from selling them? It is not the vendor of poppy that is guilty, but the city itself. Wu Zheng surveyed his surroundings, unsure of how many vendors partook in such substances. Yet the mere presence of one small stall indicated the extent of its proliferation. This was merely the lowest tier of narcotics. He had once witnessed drug users. Those individuals in such a state could hardly be called human, driven solely by desire to harm others, ultimately defeated by the very substance that led them to a death that was neither human nor ghostly. Let us find a place to rest and move as fate dictates. Wu Zheng shook his head, seemingly sighing for the filth of this world. Having heard his lengthy discourse, Daz chose to believe that Wu Zheng was not after his cake. Following closely in Wu Zheng's footsteps, Daz shot a venomous glare at the scoundrel who had taken 600 from him. Oh, by the way, what were you asking me earlier? Do not argue. Remember that Daz once posed a question to himself. Ah, that money prompted by this reminder. Wu Zheng recalled Daz's inquiry and turned back with a smile. You know that ascetics abstain from gold and silver. However, Daz murmured softly, but you could let me hold it. What difference does that make compared to me holding it myself? In Wu Zheng's lineage at Lingshan Temple, there are precepts forbidding the touch of money, and he had never transgressed this rule during his journey of cultivation. Sigh. The young Daz began to fret over his empty purse. Having previously heard that Wu Zheng was summoned by the captain for a mission, he volunteered to accompany him. Believing that all expenses would be covered by Wu Zheng, little did he know excluding the cost of the boat ticket. It was Daz who had been footing the bill for meals over the past few days. My funds are dwindling. I might not even have enough for lodging. Wu Zheng playfully tapped Daz on the head, tousling his curly hair, and laughed. You should know I've never handled money, yet I've managed to survive. Come on. I won't let you go hungry. Chapter 83. The Meddlesome Bald Monk as night gradually descended. The city renowned as the city that never sleeps began to reveal its splendor. Wow, it's so bright. The night was remarkably luminous, astonishing most first-time visitors. In their experiences, nocturnal cities often appeared dim, yet this place shone brilliantly. A city nourished by vice, yet dazzling in the eyes of ordinary people. How tragically absurd. The nightlife of Deluala Su officially commenced, characterized by gambling, exquisite cuisine, fine wines, and enchanting women. The ambience was filled with cheers and clamor, clearly indicating that Deluala Su was far livelier at night than during the day. Oi, 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 bang, bang. A cacophony of cries echoed through the alley, accompanied by the sounds of fists and kicks. Please, please, just give me a little more time. I will repay the debt. A gaunt man knelt before three figures, weeping and pleading for more time. Old Jack, we have already given you ample time, even lowering the interest repeatedly. Don't think we are unaware of your gambling. One of the men threw a punch, striking Old Jack squarely in the face, sending him sprawling backward. Please, Old Jack, fearing to feign death any longer, quickly got up and crawled on his knees to the man, his forehead striking the ground heavily. Thud, thud, thud. Debts owed to no company have never been so difficult to collect. I have visited you thrice, granting you 3 chances. Ganak, a minor debt collector for Noah Company, though not tall, bore a menacing visage, and while he appeared fierce, he was unscrupulous in his collection methods. His fierce gaze locked onto the middle-aged Old Jack, and his tone grew cold. It is not that I do not wish to assist you, but you have been exceedingly disappointing. As if recalling something, the cunning Ganag revealed a sinister smile, his fierce visage gradually drawing nearer to Old Jack, as a long-conceived scheme was on the verge of unfolding. You have a daughter, don't you? I have seen her before. She is quite attractive. Why not consider selling her to us? This way, not only can you repay your debts, but you could also acquire a substantial sum to indulge yourself. Old Jack's eyes widened in shock, and he instinctively retreated on his knees, pleading, I beg you, do not harm me. Ahmedba. The utterance of the sacred name caused the 3 men surrounding Old Jack to furrow their brows. They turned their gazes towards the alleyway, where a tall and a small figure had emerged. The larger one, appearing no older than 17 or 18, was clad in a monk's robe, with a thin gray coat draped over it. The shaved head unmistakably indicated his identity, though a monk. A flicker of envy stirred within the hearts of those who beheld him. So handsome. The other figure was a diminutive, dark-skinned boy, nearly invisible in the bright light. Upon closer inspection, this little fellow also sported a bald head. Daz reached up to touch his own hairless scalp, feeling quite unaccustomed. Yet his expression was one of undeniable joy that he could not conceal. The bald man was indeed compelled by Wu Zheng to have his head shaved. Although it was still his money being spent, what did this signify? Master, I have told you not to call me master. I am not yet worthy of the title. Wu Zheng replied, a headache washing over him. Ever since encountering that formidable demon, his heart had become increasingly impure. And the presence of this mischievous child beside him bore a significant share of the blame. Very well, master, Des replied cheerfully. Observing this, Wu Zheng could only shake his head in resignation. It had been nearly a month since Daz had become attached to him, and while he held a favorable opinion of this determined little rascal, he was certainly not at the stage of accepting disciples. According to his plans, he could first impart some Buddhist scriptures to Daz and, at most, lay a foundational understanding for cultivating the iron body. Eventually, he could take him home and find a senior brother to accept Daz and guide him into the Buddhist fold. Alas, he sighed, dispelling his worries, and turned his gaze towards the few individuals watching him. With bright eyes, Wu Zheng inquired, I wonder how much that uncle owes you? Oh, we have a meddler here? Haha, old Jack, your luck is quite remarkable. A fleeting glint of malice crossed Ganaji's eyes as he turned to signal to his accomplice. The tall, mohawk-haired thug immediately pulled out a promissory note, glanced at the figures written on it, and chuckled, not much at all, just a mere million. You're talking nonsense. I've already repaid. Smack. The man standing to Ganagu's right immediately stomped on old Jack's hand. Ah. Sighing, Wu Zheng observed the unfolding scene. Fully comprehending the situation, he took a breath and began to approach the group, stating, I don't have 1,000,000. In fact, I don't even possess 100. Then what the hell are you babbling about? The mohawk-haired man drew a short gun from his pocket, aiming it at Wu Zheng. While repaying debts is a natural obligation, must one be driven to such extremes? What harm would it do to grant him a little time? The distance between them had shrunk to 5 meters. And the Mohawk thug caught a glimpse of Ganaga gesturing to him. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! In that instant, as the gun was fired, Wu Zheng seemed to sense something amiss, his body swaying slightly to evade the shot. Missed? Impossible, the thug thought, bewildered. For he had clearly aimed at the approaching bald man. In his confusion, the gun's aim wavered, and this time, it was directed at the retreating little rascal. Bang! The second bullet from the dual pistols fired forth. Wu Zheng furrowed his brows and, with a deft maneuver, shielded himself with his own chest. Absorbing the impact of the shot, the sharp crack of gunfire and the sight of the bullet hole in the monk's robe momentarily filled his companions with elation, only for their expressions to swiftly darken. The handsome monk continued to advance as if undeterred, despite the evident strike of the bullet upon him. Behind Wu Zheng, Daz's eyes sparkled with admiration. His master was indeed unafraid of bullets, much like the captain. One day, I too shall possess such fortitude. You harbor no reverence for life. Initially, Wu Zheng had no desire to intervene in such matters. Those who gambled did not warrant sympathy, and the consequences they faced were self-inflicted. However, the words of his adversaries clearly indicated their intent to target the family of one old Jack, which unmistakably crossed Wu Zheng's threshold of tolerance. What do you intend to do? We are from Noah Corporation. Ganag's heart quivered, yet his words were imbued with an unwavering bravado. Noah Corporation, primarily engaged in the predatory lending of Daryl Reisu, boasted such a formidable backing that their loans were invariably repaid, providing Ganag with ample confidence. You fired upon us just now. Such an act signifies a declaration of war. This statement was made by Daz, who had inquired about it from Uncle Hav. You damn bald donkey, I fear you not, exclaimed the man, his foot firmly planted on old Jack's right hand, his expression darkening. This individual was indeed a formidable opponent, and the three of them were all acutely aware of it. Yet what of it? They were apprentices of the Chigu family, and Ganag was a full-fledged member of a mafia lineage that had endured for centuries. Die! He raised his left foot high and delivered a swift kick, intent on eliminating the kneeling old Jack. In an instant, Wu Zheng closed the 5-meter gap, his body propelled forward like a cannonball, crashing into the ferocious man who had already unleashed his kick. Daz's eyes widened in astonishment, as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle, and he rubbed his eyes vigorously. The figure that had been under Daz's gaze, Wu Zheng, had vanished and reappeared beside old Jack in the blink of an eye, while another man was sent flying by Wu Zheng's momentum. I believe I just saw a lotus blossom, Daz murmured softly. The technique, 18 skills, lotus steps, employed a unique method of force application that allowed the practitioner to surge forward rapidly, covering approximately 5 meters in a single stride. The heel would release a faint flow of lotus-like air, hence the name. It was said that a Buddhist master traversed the seas using lotus steps, giving rise to the legend of each step birthing a lotus. Previously, Wu Zheng had struggled to utilize lotus steps effectively. But during a critical moment when he was about to ambush the dove in the Land of Lanterns, he successfully applied it and subsequently mastered its execution. With a thud, the man who had been pressing down on old Jack was sent flying 4 or 5 meters away, even as he crashed to the ground. He was still bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Umaba, my apologies. Wu Zheng clasped his hands together and bowed slightly to Ganag and the Mohican man, seemingly expressing regret for the earlier incident. Your audacity, Ganag, nearly swallowed the word courage. Since the master had intervened, they had no choice but to show respect. Well then, old Jack, I shall grant you a month's time. That should suffice, yes? Though directed at old Jack, Ganag's gaze remained focused on Wu Jing. And upon seeing him nod slightly, he exhaled in relief and said respectfully, Master, shall we take our leave then? Good. Wu Jing beamed with joy. Another good deed accomplished. How delightful. As the two men swiftly turned to depart, Wu Jing called out to them, assuring, rest assured about your companion, I did not use excessive force. Two individuals swiftly turned and rushed to the side of the fallen man, hoisting him up and fleeing. They were not fools, at least. Those who managed to become formal members of the gang were not Na'vi, although they were unaware of how the bald man had effortlessly sent their companion flying. They understood well enough that they could not afford to provoke him. The bullets they had previously encountered and the speed displayed by their adversary were more than sufficient to claim their lives. A mere debt? Each of them could easily repay it. Why risk their lives over such trivial matters? It was simply not worth it at all. As they watched the three retreat at a rapid pace, Daz pouted in discontent. Just moments ago, he had exuded confidence, but now, faced with their master, he was nothing but a coward. Indeed, the master was formidable. Get up, old Jack. Daz crouched down, extending his hands to help the elderly man to his feet. To be honest, at that moment, old Jack was as bewildered as the man who had been struck down. The rapid shift in attitude from those few individuals was truly absurd. Thank you, esteemed master, old Jack stammered, finally regaining his senses. Though a flicker of fear ignited within him. Would the Noah company come after him? I am not saving you, but rather your innocent daughter, the master replied. Regardless of what transpires afterward, if you do not gather the necessary funds, I fear they will not spare you. Daz earnestly cautioned, do not resort to gambling any longer. At that moment, old Jack felt a pang of regret. His precious daughter was his sole treasure. Since the passing of his wife, he had taken to drinking, and ultimately succumbed to the vice of gambling, losing everything and falling prey to high-interest loans. Although he had been roused by his daughter to earn money to repay debts and support their household, the recent influx of funds had tempted him to chase after losses. Little did he know, while he sought to recover his fortunes, others were plotting to target his daughter. Master, I understand. For the sake of my daughter, I will repay the money as soon as possible, no matter the cost. Chapter 84. Undercurrents Rising Master. Why not stay at old Jack's home for a meal and lodging? Daz inquired, looking curiously at the upright figure of Wu Jing. Do not call me master. After saving old Jack from impending ruin, the latter had extended an invitation to both young men, hoping to repay their kindness. Yet, his true motive lay in fearing retaliation from the debt collector, Ganag. Despite multiple invitations, Wu Jing declined, though both young men lingered near the despondent old Jack's home for quite some time before departing. That man is not a follower of my faith, and given his humble circumstances due to gambling, it would be inappropriate to intrude. Seemingly sensing Daz's confusion, Wu Jing smiled and added, helping others should come from the heart, not for the sake of reward. Suddenly enlightened, Daz thought of the term hero. So this is what it means to be a hero. His tone lifted slightly. Higi, something like that. Such actions can indeed be deemed heroic. Yet the path of a hero is fraught with far greater challenges. Gurgle, gurgle. Daz's stomach growled once more, and he discreetly assessed his meager finances. Gritting his teeth as he proposed, Master, let us go. I shall treat you to a meal. How delightful. Wu Jing accepted without hesitation, for the youth must sometimes embrace adaptability. On Xinshi Street, three figures strode with ashen faces, precisely those individuals who had been meddled with by Wu Jing, Ganag. This grudge against Ganag must not go unavenged. To harbor a grievance without retribution is the mark of a ruffian, especially since they stand but a step away from the ranks of elite thugs. Moxigan's hand swept across his head as he glared furiously at Ganag. Ever since they undertook the debt collection mission, they had never faced such humiliation. The mastermind behind Noah Financial Company is none other than the Chigu family, a notorious mafia clan. In a city already dominated by organized crime, who dares to offend them? Rest assured, I will report this up the chain. Obstructing our debt collection is a provocation against Chigu. And I suspect the Chigu family will deploy their button men. The button men are the mafia's enforcers, categorized into 4 ranks: gold, silver, copper, and iron. With the highest-ranking gold buttons enjoying privileges akin to that of cadre-level officials. As for ordinary members like Ganag, even if they were to ascend to button men, they would merely attain the lowest tier of iron buttons. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy with silence. The earlier incident had indeed instilled a sense of dread within them. After venting their frustrations, they naturally refrained from speaking further. Let us not concern ourselves with this. These matters are for the button men to handle, Ganag suddenly interjected. There are numerous troublesome individuals who have recently arrived on this island. We should keep a low profile. According to intelligence he received from above, several notorious figures have made their way to this island. The 3J brothers in white shirts, the Viper in white, and the underground fighter foreman. These reputed individuals have brazenly set foot on this island. And there is no telling how many others have entered under the veil of secrecy. It would be prudent to report this troublesome bald man. Even if we have no merits, we at least bear the burden of labor. The three individuals resolutely made up their minds. In fact, half a month prior, they had received a task to observe some peculiar characters, and now they were prepared to report their findings. Unlike the two who were still debating where to rest for the night, the Hogus brothers, having received a request from the Rod's pirate crew, were the first to arrive at this location. During the battle in the Land of Lanterns, the Hogus brothers had incurred a favor from the Rod's pirate crew. And in a letter they received, Rods explicitly expressed a desire to exchange this favor for their assistance. Upon learning that the Rod's pirate crew intended to seize an opportunity from the 5 major crime syndicates, the brothers engaged in a brief yet fervent discussion. Ultimately, it was Spadrodali, with his greater authority, who wielded the decisive voice. To repay a kindness with kindness was Gerd's choice. After making the necessary preparations, the brothers set forth to Doloresu, wherein they began to diligently gather intelligence on the elite of the 5 crime families. At the Grapevine Tavern, Gerd and Tor were indulging in exquisite cuisine, while Hale had already taken his drink in search of his friends. As long as one possesses wealth and is sufficiently generous, one can forge connections anywhere. Ha ha ha. We are certainly here for that devil fruit. We've borrowed a considerable sum, and we are determined to acquire it, with our combined strength. These pirates in the West Sea are in peril. If we were to obtain this devil fruit, the pirates of the Grand Line would find themselves unable to rest. Though it may seem like drunken bravado, the truth lay in their words. An individual comparable to a sore master could wreak unimaginable havoc. Among the trio, Spade Gerd eschewed superficial niceties. Tor only engaged in banter with women, while Hale, with his penchant for drink, proved quite adept in this arena. Within a week of their arrival on the island, they had already gathered substantial intelligence regarding the crime syndicate's operatives. The sole disappointment was their inability to uncover any information about the crime syndicate's leader. Observing Hale, who was caught up in the revelry, Gerd turned to Tor and remarked, "There are still 5 days until the auction, right?" "Indeed. The auction coinciding with the Sea Dragon King's festival is rather intriguing. The auction is scheduled for February 2nd, coinciding with the dragon raising its head festival, a day established in honor of the Sea Dragon King. Those who dwell near the ocean will craft paper boats and release lanterns into the sea, hoping for smooth sailing in their future endeavors. The auction will consist of 3 sessions, the first on the evening of February 2nd, the second on the afternoon of February 3rd, and the final session on the evening of February 3rd. According to the promotional material, the highly coveted devil fruit will serve as the grand finale. It appears that the serpent has also arrived here," Thor whispered. "Ever since my brother ascended to the nightly realm, his scrutiny over us has intensified, instilling a sense of trepidation in Thor. This is only natural, for the serpent's perceptiveness surpasses our own. He is undoubtedly the first to sense the undercurrents hidden beneath the waves. He is merely a schemer," Thor remarked disdainfully. "The serpent is known for his opportunistic nature. He has likely sensed the impending chaos and wishes to stake his claim. Let us not concern ourselves with him. As long as the profits remain concealed, the Mafia shall remain our true target." The words were whispered softly by Gel, for he would not be foolish enough to speak of confronting their master on enemy territory. One could only wonder when that fellow Rods would arrive. Thor pursed his lips and thought. They would not approach openly, not only them, but other pirates as well, for the port's artillery was not merely for show. Furthermore, the information they had gathered was sufficient to prove that this was, in essence, a trap. They had already acquired the topographical map of Doloresu. Knowing well that the island was heavily fortified, Hal possessed a remarkable talent for gathering intelligence. He rarely inquired directly, preferring instead to glean information through indirect questioning, leading him to deduce further insights from the intelligence obtained. Over the course of the past week, they had pieced together several clues and even discovered that numerous significant members of the Mafia were converging in this location. How they would arrive was their own concern. Thor's daily task could not be neglected. Initially, through correspondence, both parties had agreed that Thor would go to Zawa Square each day to feed the pigeons for half an hour, at which point they would send someone to collect the information. Understood. Understood. Thor waved his hand dismissively, his gaze drifting towards a beautiful lady not far behind Jell. His handsome appearance had caught her attention, prompting her to glance at him repeatedly, which brought a smile to his face, further stirring her heart. The Doloresa church, shrouded in night, was enveloped in silence. Suddenly, the soft sound of footsteps alerted that someone was approaching. There were multiple pairs of footsteps. The agreed-upon time for their meeting had arrived. With a sudden clap, the dark surroundings were illuminated by candlelight, casting a flicker of brightness within the church. Lighting the candles was Abuski, who had been waiting there, accompanied by a pair of twins. These twins, both male, sported thick brows and wide eyes, their faces resembling the classic shape of a shoehorn. They were similarly dressed, with one adorned with arm guards and the other bearing knee pads. The Clay twins were the elite enforcers of the Vino family, possessing extraordinary combat prowess. Together, they proved to be far more formidable than the sum of their parts. A series of rumbling wagon wheels echoed as they came to a halt at the church's entrance, followed by the sound of footsteps, one heavy and one light. The doors swung open, and Abuski lifted his gaze, narrowing his eyes slightly. Damn it, an unwelcome guest had arrived. In the dim light, two figures emerged, one tall and stout, the other short and slender, though the latter appeared so only in comparison to the towering man beside him. The hefty man stood at an imposing height of 2 meters 70, weighing nearly 700 pounds, his face obscured by rolls of flesh, giving him an overwhelming presence. He was a sumo wrestler from the Simon family, known as Deshawn, who had consecutively secured 3 championships in the West Sea Sumo tournament, capable of uprooting a tree with a mere swipe of his hand. The towering figure was not the source of trouble for Abuski. Rather, it was the man beside the mountain, his wild, frizzy hair, each strand impeccably straight, and the cigar perched between his lips, all framed by a sharply defined visage that exuded an undeniable charm capable of captivating young women. This was Simon Kozat, the younger brother of the Kozat family head, tasked with managing a variety of troublesome adversaries through exceedingly ruthless and cruel methods. He possessed the powers of the superhuman spike fruit. Are you fools? Choosing a place like this? Are we thieves? Kozat's acerbic tongue lashed out. Cough, cough, my apologies. I didn't expect Lord Kozat to personally grace us with his presence. Abuski quickly responded, rushing forward. Despite their differing allegiances, he stood before the second-in-command of the Kozat family, and thus felt compelled to show immense respect. Humph. Were it not for my brother's grave concern regarding this operation, I would not have come at all. Isn't it more delightful to be at home? Lounging with my new girlfriend? Kozat's irritation was palpable as he surveyed the surroundings, noting that only 3 members of the Vino family were present, causing his expression to darken. Just as he contemplated unleashing his wrath, a voice interrupted from behind. Our Lord Kozat seems rather irritable these days. Chapter 85. A crisis looms, united by the Mafia. The interruption came from a tall, young man clad in a suit, wielding a black umbrella. With a slicked-back hairstyle and profound eyes, his ordinary features commanded attention nonetheless. This was Chigu Ovid, the most outstanding member of the younger generation of the Chigu family, adept in trade and known for his ruthless demeanor. Following closely behind Ovid was a taciturn man, his silence only emphasized by the golden button adorning his chest, marking him as a figure of the highest rank among the buttoned elite. Kozat regarded him with disdain, realizing he was facing a mere intellectual rather than a formidable force, and couldn't help but chuckle. Did the Chigu family send you here to meet your demise? Such a foul tongue you possess. Ovid tightened his grip on the umbrella, harboring resentment as he silently cursed the heir of the Chigu family, though he shared the same surname. He belonged to a branch without the right to inherit the family legacy. The decision to send an intellectual to this endeavor felt like an affront, a manifestation of jealousy. Do you believe we will fail? What purpose does this organization serve? Kozat found himself momentarily speechless, yet his habitual inclination to counter others compelled him to retort. That remains uncertain. Every individual has their fate. Life and death are in the hands of the heavens. Have you not heard this saying? According to our agreement, the Chigu family is here to assist, Ovid declared, making his position clear. Indeed, from the shadows, a figure suddenly emerged, her tone somewhat delicate. Yet the air of exclusion she exuded was unmistakably potent. The crowd turned their gaze, revealing a woman clad in a black bodysuit, her short hair concealed beneath a mask. Her petite, yet graceful form was evident. At the sight of the sinister mask adorning her face, Ovid instinctively recoiled a step. A ghost warrior. The Ghost Warriors. The assassination unit of the Kijia family, each a formidable assassin, akin to the golden and silver buttons in Button Man. I am Tavalali Kijia. Her voice was soft. Yet in the quietude of the surroundings, the audience barely managed to catch her words. Tavalali? An unfamiliar name. These are the simultaneous thoughts that arise in the minds of several individuals. Is it the young girl from the Zoldyck family? How intriguing. Do you not know who my father is, to dare to engage in this game? The self-proclaimed Tavalari, a ghostly warrior, swiftly brandished a dagger and approached Kozate with intent. Sensing danger, Kozate's body transformed, sprouting dozens of sharp thorns for defense. Indeed, the intelligence was accurate. Your words are foul. Unable to discern the expression beneath the mask, Kozate was instantly enraged by the remark, his right hand clenched tightly as he unleashed a flurry of thorns, aiming to strike at the foul-mouthed girl wielding the dagger before him. Clap, clap, clap. How amusing, how delightful. Have we wandered into the wrong place? A venue for our 5 families to determine supremacy? The slightly ajar door was pushed open again, revealing 2 shadowy figures. The speaker had a wild, curly hairstyle. Distinct from Kozate's, his curls were tightly wound. Half of his face was marred by twisted scars, clearly the result of an explosion. This was the explosive Mandout, a cadre of the Garone family with a bounty of 56. 7 million berry, skilled in demolition, firmly believing that explosions are the eternal art. Behind Doubt stood another notorious figure, the maniacal killer Lucy, with a bounty of 29 million berry, adept at slaying with a sword. Naval statistics indicate he has claimed the lives of 160 individuals, a true 100-man slayer, while others bore varying bounties from the black market. These 2 were officially sought by the Navy, their notoriety stemming from an excessive number of murders, so grievous that even their families could not conceal them. Lucy, gripping his sword, surveyed the surroundings with a sinister smile, declaring, "It seems this will certainly be quite the spectacle. Our decision to attend was not in vain." According to the prior agreements among the leaders of the families, the initiation of this war plan fell to the Vino family, naturally placing the primary combat role upon them. Led by their chief with his subordinates ready for battle, the Simon family and the Garone family would serve as support, each dispatching 2 cadres for assistance. The Chiku and Zoldyck families would provide financial and intelligence support, each sending 1 representative to aid. This formidable assembly could indeed be regarded as the alliance of the 5 major crime syndicates. The collective gaze briefly rested upon the Garone duo entering the church, while Tavalari seized the moment to distance herself from Kozate. Esteemed colleagues, we are here to discuss strategies for dealing with our enemies who have fallen into a trap. Internal discord is entirely unnecessary. Abuski, a cadre from the Vino family and the convener of the plan, interjected. At that moment, he felt a wave of frustration. Kozate from the Simon family was notoriously foul-mouthed, while the Chiku and Zoldyck families had long been embroiled in a tumultuous rivalry. One misstep could ignite conflict. The Garone family's arrival with 2 bloodthirsty maniacs added to the tension, as they were notorious troublemakers within their respective families. Seemingly disinterested, the corpulent Deshaun plopped down onto a wide table, his massive frame shattering it upon contact. Bang! Many felt a tremor beneath their feet. As the mountain settled onto the ground, producing a packaged leg of meat from its embrace, and with a blissful grin, began to devour it heartily. Alas, it seems that if we are to fight together, it may yield contrary results. Perhaps it would be wiser to engage in our individual battles. This was also the advice previously given to me by Migno. Migno Vidicino, the supreme authority of the Vino family, had devised a plan wherein he would oversee operations from the auction house. Are we to fight independently? Indeed, I hope you will not hinder my progress. The prominent spines of Kozat retract into its body. Each to their own? Ovid furrowed his brow, then relaxed, seemingly in agreement with this strategy. As you are aware, the Dralasic can be divided into 3 segments, the peripheral ports, shipyards, and defensive fortresses, all situated at the island's edge, alongside the civilian outer city and our inner city. Abuski surveyed the surroundings and continued, "We of the Vino family shall be responsible for the inner city." Huh, so the danger rests solely upon us? Ovid immediately grasped the implications. When you encounter adversaries, you need only retain those capable of confronting them. This is also Minua's intention. Ovid squinted, his mind racing to analyze the pros and cons. Moments later, he nodded in agreement. Very well, I concur. Agreed. The successive affirmations indicated that the proposal had been accepted. The moonlight remained bright, and the sounds within the church began to dwindle, as if those scheming inside were whispering their plans. Perhaps due to the brilliance of last night's moonlight, the sun today was particularly radiant, casting a warm glow upon the skin. Wu Jing, clad in monk's robes, wandered the streets. having stowed away his flimsy coat in his pack from the previous night. As he walked, numerous young women and ladies cast lingering glances at him, evidently captivated by his striking handsomeness. Last night, fortune favored them as they discovered a wind-sheltered bridge arch, yet Days had not enjoyed a restful night, harboring a degree of resentment at present. Haha, self-discipline is the path to greatness. I have often slept on the ground as my bed and the sky as my blanket. And now, after just one instance, you are weary of it? Wu Zheng gently ruffled Days' shaven head, offering an explanation. Upon hearing his master's words, Days' grievances evaporated. Prompting self-reflection over the past 2 months, he seemed to have changed significantly. It is essential to remember that he had once been a slave, poorly clothed and scarcely fed, able to sleep wherever there was a patch of ground. When did he become so accustomed to comfort, to desire hearty meals, a proper bed, and to harbor grievances at the slightest inconvenience? This was not the person he should be. Reflecting on his missteps, Days suddenly stood upright and respectfully bowed to Wu Zheng. Master, I was wrong. From now on, I will strive to be like you. Lacking knowledge, Daz did not know how to articulate his thoughts more eloquently. He merely understood the importance of acknowledging his mistakes and learning from his master. Observing the serious demeanor of Daz, Wu Zheng suppressed his playful spirit. In fact, when Daz lamented about their insufficient funds the previous night, he had already begun to contemplate correcting his mindset. It is easier to progress from simplicity to complexity than to revert from complexity to simplicity. I am uncertain if this path suits you, but nurturing this heart will never lead you astray. To awaken instantly under one's own realization, this young man is destined for greatness. Yes, I understand, master. I told you not to call me master. Very well, master. Rubbing his forehead, Wu Zheng chose to ignore Daz and gazed into the distance, where the ZY Flower Square was now within reach. A series of cooing sounds echoed as a brown-haired young man in casual, loose-fitting attire spread his palm to feed the pigeons in the square. Beside him stood 2 young women. Block, Tor. Confirming their target, Wu Zheng led Daz directly towards them. Hee, you should scatter the food on the ground. This way, the pigeons can eat better. A slender girl with short hair and fair skin smiled at the handsome young man. I enjoy watching them compete for the food in my hands. Tor replied with a slight smile to the 2 ladies. So handsome. It seemed that no matter what words were spoken, the charm of his handsome visage captivated the ladies' hearts. Do you know which restaurant serves the most delectable dishes? Perhaps you could take me there, and I would have the opportunity to invite these 2 beautiful ladies to lunch. Bored, Tor sought something to occupy his time. The crispy pastries at the Drolera stock are excellent. I highly recommend them. A male voice interrupted Tor's flirtation. Tor turned to find the courageous monk from earlier. In Tor's memory, this was an exceptionally loyal warrior of Ra's, whose unwavering strength always left him in awe as he defended Ra's from all adversaries. So handsome. The 2 stunning ladies turned their gazes towards him, and Wu Zheng's appearance made their eyes shine even brighter. Tall and graceful, with a striking countenance, white teeth like polished silver, and lips red as a blooming flower, complemented by a clean monk's robe and a radiant bald head. What a striking bald head! A monk? A monk. The 2 ladies, somewhat disheartened, could not help but wonder why such a handsome man had chosen the monastic life. I have been waiting for you all for quite some time, Master Wu Zheng. Tor was unperturbed by Wu Zheng's arrival. Romantic pursuits could wait. But matters of significance took precedence. Mr. Tor, we were simply too slow. Come, how about I treat you to lunch? Thor promptly turned his head and, addressing the 2 ladies who were admiring the handsome gentleman, expressed his apologies. I am sorry. It appears that this rendezvous must come to an end, for my friend has arrived. Until we meet again. Meanwhile, the Ra's pirates were on their way to visit an esteemed elder, clutching a letter from Wu Zheng, seeking his assistance. Chapter 86. The Pocket Monsters of the Grand Line. On the 2nd day of the 2nd lunar month, the dragon-raising festival, dedicated to the Sea Dragon King, was underway. The atmosphere in Drolesa was vibrant, with the sounds of drums and gongs resonating from early morning. A procession featuring performers donned in dragon costumes, resembling the Sea Dragon, paraded through the streets, symbolizing the blessings of the Sea Dragon King upon all beings. As the afternoon approached, the fierce dragon dance competition commenced, designed to determine the mightiest dragon, while the first auction of the day officially began at the Drolesa auction house. This industry is directly governed by the municipal government, and the participation of the 5 prominent families has rendered this auction house renowned. After all, the clandestine machinations of the mafia controlling the dark underbelly of the West Sea have the means to procure a plethora of items that cater to human desires. Most of the island's inhabitants are inclined to partake in the Sea Dragon King's festival, while outsiders predominantly flock to the auction. The Derelesu Auction House, constructed in the southwestern part of the inner city, is an opulent edifice capable of accommodating 3,000 guests. While primarily intended for auctions, it also serves as a venue for musical performances. Amidst the cacophony of voices in the bustling hall, discontented murmurs can be heard, as entry to this event requires a fee. Of course, this grand auction, held annually, has always demanded payment, yet people have grown accustomed to grumbling about it. With 3,000 tickets available, the entry fee is set at 8,000 for tomorrow's event, ranging between 8,000 and 10,000 berry. For those genuinely wishing to purchase items, this sum is hardly significant, but for the impoverished Wu Zheng and Dazi, it poses a daunting challenge. Observing the throng entering the venue, Wu Zheng and Dazi could only retreat quietly. After enjoying a meal courtesy of Tor, these two, neither master nor disciple, commenced a meager and unadorned life of training, devoid of proper rest or sustenance. During this period, they encountered a mercenary who had accompanied them. Yet Wu Zheng still failed to procure any money from him, which ultimately led to his dejected departure from the incessantly bustling auction. The auction had already commenced, and the atmosphere grew increasingly electrifying. Let us now unveil the 13th item, a remarkable new creation from Master Oki of the West Sea. While it has yet to grace the fast blade list, its prowess is not to be underestimated. It simply awaits an opportunity to gain renown. As the illustrious auctioneer of the West Sea, John's words carried immense allure. Since the beginning of the event, he had successfully sold 12 items at exceptional prices. Among them, the most sought after were various women's goods, and the grand finale was poised to be another item capable of driving women to frenzy. Suppressing his excitement, John gently lifted the exquisite sword displayed on the podium. Named Shadowless, it is forged from a unique mineral, complemented by soft steel and meteorite iron, rendering it a formidable weapon in battle, as it strikes without a trace. With a swift motion, John drew the sword, which, despite being dubbed shadowless, appeared almost translucent, reminiscent of crystal. A wave of exhilaration surged through several nobles. Such a striking sword was worthy of their chivalric fantasies. The true essence of this blade would be grasped by its future master. Now, let us commence the bidding at a base price of 500,000. 500,000. 501,000. 505,000. After a brief pause, others promptly escalated the bidding and the price of this sword. Acclaimed to rival the swiftest of blades, sword. How absurd, they scoffed. A transparent sword. One can easily surmise its durability. How could it possibly command such a price? Those who possess insight into matters undoubtedly mock the foolish individual above in their hearts. A truly practical sword rarely exhibits such ostentation. A staggering 1,700,000 berries. Evidently, the price of this sword has reached its zenith. The cost of an ordinary swift blade typically fluctuates around 1 million, with only those that ascend the swift blade rankings commanding a higher price. The swift blade rankings are a creation of collectors who cherish swords and blades, categorizing them based on their lethality and the prowess of their wielders into 12 supreme great blades, 21 large blades, and 50 swift blades, totaling 83 renowned weapons, encompassing both ancient and contemporary masterpieces. Furthermore, newly forged weapons in the future may also surpass the old relics on this list, severed by their masters. Yair's gaze withdrew from the shadowless sword, and he resumed his search for suspicious targets in the vicinity. This time, the three brothers did not come for mere shopping. Rather, they sought to ascertain how many hidden figures had gathered here. Clang. Thus, the illustrious weapon, Shadowless, was claimed by the 8th guest at the price of 180,000. As the wooden hammer struck down with tremendous force, the display stand for the Shadowless was pushed away, and the sword began to be packaged for delivery to the guest's private room. The auction house consists of 2 levels, with the upper floor accessible only to genuinely powerful nobles, housing a mere 16 private rooms. The so-called 8th guest resides in the 8th suite. With a pale complexion and a slender frame, the brown-eyed cunning rat raised his head slightly, pondering the identities of those above. If all the individuals up there were to perish, even the shadowy mafia that rules the dark waters of the West would have to exert considerable effort. In this strategic plan for warfare, he merely provided a general direction, fully aware that this deeply concealed group would never completely trust him. However, with such a multitude drawn in, how do you intend to conclude this? The cunning rat speculated that the mafia would inevitably surrender the highly coveted devil fruit along with some benefits to appease the situation. Surely, this band of vampires would be dispatched tonight. The cunning rat murmured to himself in a tone only he could hear. Now, you shall undoubtedly adore this next item. John cast a glance at the card in his hand, his eyes glimmering with excitement. It hails from the illustrious land of bamboo, renowned throughout the Grand Line. Once traversing the world as an envoy and cherished by the celestial dragons. Even nations affiliated with the world government seldom receive such a precious gift. The lights dimmed slightly, and as a beam illuminated the stage, a charming creature confined within an iron cage was unveiled before the audience. Indeed, it was the living fossil. The ancient bear of black and white, the panda. With a sudden burst, the lights brightened considerably, allowing the audience to fully behold the so-called panda. It was a small cub, its black and white fur distinct, roughly the size of a puppy, clearly only 3 months old. The little panda curled up in the cage, displaying a sense of panic that was, to onlookers, adorably pitiable. How adorable! So kawaii. It's a panda, a real panda. Observing the elevated atmosphere below, John felt even more elated. The panda, born in the land of bamboo, was indeed a highly cherished creature, even among the celestial dragons, who were not unfamiliar with keeping them as companions. One must understand that the celestial dragons set the trends for the aristocracy if they favored dogs. Then every noble household would possess one. If they adored mermaids, the price of mermaids would perpetually soar. Should the celestial dragons declare a particular garment as stylish, it would undoubtedly become a bestseller for the entire year. The merchants and common folk, looking up to the nobility as their model, thus rendered the celestial dragons the perpetual vanguards of fashion. To possess an animal nurtured by several celestial dragons is a testament to its immense popularity, the extent of which is truly beyond imagination. Wait. I comprehend your affection for this extraordinarily cute panda, and I, too, am enamored by it. However, it possesses yet another intriguing feature. John teased the audience, approaching the cage. The moment he opened the iron door, Gur sensed the little panda's trembling, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Ladies and gentlemen, do pay close attention. John grasped the panda by its hind legs and lifted it slightly. Unable to withstand the sensation, the little panda opened its mouth wide with a cry. Crackle! A cascade of items tumbled from the mouth of the red panda. Apples, carrots, buns, neatly packaged milk, and even a meticulously wrapped gown. Observing the items, which were large enough to rival the size of the panda cub itself, John exclaimed with excitement, "Behold! This is no ordinary panda. I shall call it the pocket panda. It has consumed the superhuman pocket fruit, and its mouth is connected to a realm beyond, allowing it to instantly store items as if they were placed in a pocket." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Pandas are already a rarity, but a panda that has ingested the devil fruit is an extraordinary marvel, worthy of offering even to the celestial dragons without losing its value. Then our bid stands at 14 billion berries. Before John could utter another word, a noble voice from the third private booth resonated through the air. Such a price evidently deterred countless individuals. It is noteworthy that the current market value of an ordinary devil fruit hovers around 100 million. While an adult panda fetches approximately 8 million berries in the black market, and a cub rarely exceeds 20 million. At this moment, an offer of 200 million signifies an extraordinary premium. The Princess of Illusia, is it? It seems she seeks to curry favor with her master. How sordid. A voice tinged with jealousy resonated from room 11, though thankfully, the superb soundproofing of these chambers ensured that none outside could overhear. 250 million. The patron in room 11 shouted with fervor. It is crucial to understand that the higher the selling price, the greater his commission would be. Apparently disgusted by the patron from room 11, the princess from the Illusia kingdom audaciously countered with a staggering offer of 220 million berries. Should anyone dare to outbid this, I shall withdraw from the competition. This statement has effectively extinguished the auction. It is essential to recognize that not every nation is a member state, and not every member state can engage in dialogue with the celestial dragons. If one were to invest a considerable sum to acquire this panda, yet fails to realize its intrinsic value, who would be inclined to embark on such a doomed venture? 220 million. Once. 220 million. Twice. 220 million. Thrice. Sold. The gavel fell heavily, marking the successful sale of the day's highest-priced item. It seems that the true showstopper is indeed this panda. John directed his gaze toward the panda, which was gradually being ushered backstage, an outcome he had not anticipated. Since our headliner has emerged, let us introduce another enticing item to heighten the excitement. Behold the miraculous beauty-enhancing cosmetic produced by the Fountain of Youth, an absolute must-have for ladies. With just 1 week of use, one can preserve their youth for 2 decades. As the brief introduction concluded, A handful of women in the audience exhibited a glimmer of excitement in their eyes. Ah! The shrieks of exhilaration echoing from the auction hall ignited the curiosity of the impoverished souls gathered outside, unable to enter. Chapter 87. I Despise Light. As the panda cub was handed into her arms, Alice Lucas was filled with delight. It is noteworthy that this year marks the quadrennial World Conference organized by the world government, and by winning the favor of the celestial dragons, the Kingdom of Illusia is certain to receive a greater allocation of resources. This is undoubtedly a lucrative venture. This time, I have made the right choice. Initially intending to explore the possibility of procuring a robust fruit for my homeland, it now appears that this panda holds far greater value. Little one, do be obedient. As she gazed at the adorable panda cub, Alice exhibited an expression completely ensnared by its charm. Very well, it is decided. We shall indulge in a splendid meal here today and return to the kingdom at dawn. Indeed, the afternoon auction concluded with great pomp, and everything that transpired there naturally drew immense attention. Within the hour, the tavern was abuzz with the drunken patrons' chatter surrounding the event. How astonishingly wealthy they are. Over 200 million, enough to keep me drinking until I perish. The intoxicated souls seemed utterly incapable of comprehending the magnitude of 22 million. In the tavern's kitchen, a tall figure and a small one were crouched on the ground, scrubbing dishes while listening intently to the news that piqued their interest, diligently laboring away. Due to today's grand festivities, every restaurant and tavern was bustling, allowing these two financially struggling individuals to secure a brief employment opportunity, washing dishes, receiving a meal, and a wage of 500 Bailey. As they focused on completing their task, the festivities reached their final segment, the release of lanterns and paper boats. The paper boats symbolize remembrance for the deceased and distant loved ones, while the lanterns represent blessings for the future. Illuminated by the dim light of Deal Resu, one by one, the candlelit paper boats and lanterns began to drift across the sea's surface. This enchanting scene is not confined to Deal Resu. Many coastal residents around the world partake in this tradition of releasing their memories and blessings on this day. As the dim lights, reminiscent of fireflies, gradually receded, the little girl, with intense focus and hands clasped tightly, silently made her wish for the year. I hope Grandma's health improves swiftly. Upon opening her eyes, she looked at her father and mother, beaming a smile adorned with two delightful dimples. Daddy, Mommy, let us hurry home. Yes, you were such a good girl. The broad-shouldered father rarely displayed a smile, but he lifted his 3-year-old daughter onto his shoulders with great affection. What wish did you make today? No, I cannot tell you. If I do, it won't come true. All right then, I shall not ask. The man, carrying his obedient and adorable daughter while holding his gentle wife's hand, made their way homeward. Awaiting their return at home was a mother, prone to her old habits. As they joyfully journeyed, the family soon spotted a pair of figures, one tall and one small, up ahead. They appeared to be a pair of monks. Master, I also wish to release a lantern. Then go ahead. As the two parties approached within 5 meters of one another, the man cradling his daughter joined his hands in prayer, acknowledging the monk before him with a respectful gesture. Wu Zhang halted his steps and returned the greeting. When a devotee pays homage to the Buddha, it is customary for those who serve him to reciprocate. Observing this, Des hurriedly emulated Wu Zhang's actions, awkwardly bowing as well. However, a rumbling from his stomach disrupted the solemnity of the moment. Wu Zhang's lips curled into a smile as he gently shook his head, playfully tapping Des beside him to signal that they should continue onward, passing each other without further exchange. Once a distance of 10 meters had been established, the little girl perched on her father's shoulders seemed to have made a decision. She softly called out to him, "Wait, Daddy, I want to get down." The man, not giving it much thought, complied, understanding that children often act on impulse. He squatted down, allowing her to climb down. The little girl, with her 2 braided pigtails and smooth, delicate skin, retrieved half a flatbread from her pocket, intended for her grandmother. "Daddy, that little brother looks hungry. Can I give him my bread?" Of course. The young girl, affectionately called Jiao, beamed with a smile, her adorable dimples reappearing as she turned and trotted towards the 2 distant figures. As she spoke, Wu Zhang had already heard her. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, he paused. "Little brother, would you like some bread?" Upon hearing her voice, the 2 men came to a complete stop, turning to look down at the charming little girl before them. Ba, such a kind-hearted girl, Wu Zhang thought. Jiao glanced at the dark-skinned Das, then at the handsome Wu Zhang, suddenly feeling a pang of regret that she only had half a piece of bread. Once again, Daz's stomach betrayed him, and he looked up at his master. who nodded in approval for him to accept this act of kindness. A smile revealed Daz's yellowed teeth as he nodded in agreement. However, as he took a step forward to receive the bread from the little girl, she retracted her hand. I won't give it to you. Jiao pouted at Wu Zheng, who was a step behind Daz. I'll give it to you, handsome brother. Daz's hand trembled, feeling a wave of unjust disappointment. How could the suddenly unappealing girl be so annoying? Haha, then I shall gladly accept it, Wu Zheng said with a broad smile, finding the little girl's innocence endearing. He stepped forward and accepted the food she offered. Will you help my grandmother get better soon? Jiao asked with innocent eyes. Understanding her concern, Wu Zheng bent slightly, affectionately ruffled her hair, and replied with a serious expression, your grandmother will surely recover. Yay, that's wonderful. The young girl possessed limited understanding, merely aware that her grandmother daily murmured incantations to the clay doll upon the table. She also witnessed her father perform the same reverence towards the dapper-bald young man, leading her to believe that the figure before her might indeed restore her grandmother's health. Chirp. The man called out to his daughter. Although the area was notably safe, and the individual was a monk, a modicum of vigilance remained prudent. Oh, here they come. Farewell, handsome young man. Goodbye. The girl waved cheerfully. Des silently withdrew his hand, which had instinctively reached for the pancake, as they both observed the girl return to her parents, who then waved back with smiles as they strolled away. Such an adorable little girl, is she not? Des felt an urge to retort, yet remained speechless. The young man, however, extended half of his pancake to Daz. I'm not hungry, especially since this is meant for you, master. Daz's refusal was met with unwavering insistence. The girl intended it for you, and besides, you are in a growth phase, a time when hunger is more pronounced. Master, I believe you are the one more in need. Daz countered. The young man chuckled and shook his head. A year ago, I would have withheld it from you. But now I have learned to manage my bodily desires, which is in itself a form of cultivation. Then I too shall cultivate. Daz exclaimed. You have yet to reach that level, and furthermore, I am not your master. The young man clarified. In Daz, the young man saw a reflection of his former self. Once a boy who consumed voraciously and grew rapidly, he was fortunate that the temple provided ample sustenance. Yet, by the age of 14 or 15, his martial training necessitated an even greater intake of food, to the point where his master occasionally sacrificed his own portions for him. Over the span of a year, he had transitioned from gluttony to a nomadic existence, and now he could finally exert some control over his body and cravings. He learned to transform the energy derived from everyday meals into sustenance, suppressing his hunger when it arose. Upon hearing this, Daz accepted the pancake from his master's hand, opened the bag, and took a hearty bite. Daz, what do you think of this city? The young man inquired suddenly. It's wonderful, quite bustling, Daz replied. His voice slightly choked as the pancake was rather dry. Is it merely bustling? The young man mused aloud before responding. This place possesses a remarkable order, quite absurdly so. For a city steeped in endless darkness. Order? Indeed, order, Daz echoed. During their days of wandering, they had encountered little trouble and rarely saw anyone in distress. Here exists a realm rife with narcotics, gambling dens, and brothels, yet devoid of thieves, traffickers, and chaos, for the inhabitants are themselves subjugated by the most profound darkness. As long as they surrender a sufficient portion of their taxes, these individuals find themselves shielded by the very gangsters who govern them, with only a few rule breakers facing the consequences. Indeed, many innocents dwell within the shadowy domain. Is it worth dismantling this city? A metropolis engulfed in ceaseless darkness, yet harboring a flicker of light. Should it be overturned entirely, or is there an alternative? However, this city is sustained by the very flesh and blood of countless souls. As a former slave, Daz is acutely aware of the malevolence of the mafia. Suddenly, a yellow flare erupts from the direction of the guard post, signaling an emergency. There is no time for the pair to seek solace within themselves. The yellow flare shatters their hesitation. Is this indeed the night? With furrowed brows, a sense of foreboding washes over them. In Buddhism, this is referred to as the arrival of fortune at the heart. Daz, when our ship arrives, you shall accompany it back to the sea. Master, at this moment and in this place, it is not yet your stage. Wu Zheng, with unwavering gaze, remarked, even heroes require time to mature and hone the skills necessary to vanquish their adversaries. Observing the earnest expression of Master Wu Zheng, Daz could only grit his teeth and nod in compliance with his mentor's counsel. We must resolve the conflict swiftly, lest we disrupt the lives of ordinary people. In the shadowy corner, the cunning mouse observed the illuminating signal flare, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Not too foolish, after all? Squeak. Squeak, squeak. The cacophony of mouse sounds jolted the cunning mouse back to reality, directing his gaze towards the shimmering surroundings of Derelesu. Loathing the brightness. I detest light. Suddenly, with the flicker of countless electric lights, Derelesu began to succumb to darkness, piece by piece. Chapter 88. The Hidden Ace in the Darkness upon arriving in Derelesu. The true aristocrats, who wield genuine power, received subtle hints at the auction. Consequently, several timid nobles, grumbling, hastily departed by boat. However, a number of audacious nobles, in a fit of bravado, resolved to remain and observe the unfolding events. Fools in abundance, lacking precise intelligence regarding the timing of the pirates' impending assault. The various mafia factions could only arrange for stringent protection of these arrogant nobles. After dining, Princess Alice of Elusia received an explicit warning from the Chigu family, which displeased her greatly as a royal. They had initially planned to leave the following morning, yet now felt as though they were summoned and dismissed at the whim of the mafia, a significant affront to their dignity. Upon receiving a substantial 10% reduction in auction fees, Princess Alice chose to forgive them. However, anxious about potential complications, she resolutely decided to distance herself from this troublesome locale, disregarding the Chigu family's pleas. Accompanied by countless paper boats and lanterns, she boarded the vessel home, carrying her precious purchases. As the yellow smoke traced a line through the night, the once bright Derelesu began to fade into darkness. The Hogus brothers, who had gathered for dinner, exchanged glances, a shared thought igniting within their minds. The battle between the pirates and the mafia, the Raz pirates and all others, was about to commence. And us? Gel's expression turned grave, yet his resolve solidified. We shall venture to the inner city. Though the personnel movements in Derelesu were clandestine, we could clearly discern the defenses of the inner city. Having made his decision, the group swiftly melted into the shadows. At a nearby inn, the serpent-like tongue of the viper flicked out, tasting the air as it licked its lips, an enigmatic glimmer dancing in its eyes. Hee, a day early? Choosing the night and severing all power, an astute strategy, as it enhances my opportunities. The self-talking serpent opened the window, propelling itself with a vigorous push of its hand. Vanishing from the window like a gecko. On this island, not only have the visible individuals made their presence known, but those stealthily infiltrating from the ranks of pirates have also begun to mobilize. It appears that the captain and his crew have been discovered. It is time for us to act. Even these unfamiliar faces among the infiltrators are unaware of the precise timing of the incursion. Their selection for this covert operation indicates their exceptional capabilities. When the signal flare was released by the guards of Dialras, coupled with the sudden onset of nightfall, they understood that it was time to incite chaos. Let us blow up the police station. A small team of 7 or 8 convened to discuss their subsequent actions, armed with miniature explosives acquired through unknown means. Bang, bang, bang. Just as they prepared to act, sparks erupted from the shadows, the unmistakable sound of bullets being discharged. Ah, damn it, we are surrounded. Scatter, bang, pop. A few attempted to retaliate against the source of the gunfire, but their positions were too precarious. Within a minute, none remained standing. Please spare us. Bang. Wherever a voice was heard, another round of gunfire followed, and the once pristine ground became sticky with blood. What are you planning to blow up? Do you think we are oblivious? A flicker of light approached through the darkness, revealing a suited man with a lit cigarette clamped between his lips. With careful scrutiny, one could discern some unwary rats, and finding one would inevitably lead to the discovery of a nest. The suited man reveled in his triumph. These foolish pirates believed themselves to be well hidden, unaware that their identities had already been uncovered. Pitiful fools. As if responding to the man's derision, a severely wounded individual, struggling for consciousness, managed to open his eyes. He crawled with great difficulty, his gaze falling upon several tightly wrapped explosives. Even in death, I shall not allow you to insult the men of the sea. His unwavering resolve propelled him forward, though his efforts appeared ludicrous to the man observing him. Ridiculous, ridiculous, ha ha ha. The suited man exhaled a plume of smoke, drew a silver-engraved revolver from his coat, and aimed it at the tenacious pirate. Bang, bang, bang. The sickening sound of bullets finding flesh elicited a twisted expression from the man. Ah, what a truly exquisite sound. The man in the suit gestured forward with an arm, and behind him emerged several other men clad in suits, each wielding the cherished galore revolvers once treasured by Vasily. They began to methodically fire additional rounds into the lifeless body. The armed forces of the Galore family, known as the Gunners, equipped with the latest weaponry crafted by their own hands, constituted a veritable squad of slaughter. No one could withstand the onslaught of countless bullets, if anyone could. It would be the responsibility of the higher-ups. Ha ha ha. Retrieve this rudimentary bomb. I presume the other fools have already succeeded in their endeavors. The Galore Gunners were not the only ones fixated on the lawbreakers. The silver buttons of the Chigu family, the black-faced warriors of the Kiev family, and the hounds of the Vino family had already sprung into action. These are the elite forces of the notorious Four Major Mafia, and due to the Simon family having only undergone 2 generations, they have yet to fully cultivate a unit with substantial combat prowess, thus refraining from deployment. The local pirate crew, being the largest in number, prompted the dispatch of the musket squad for eradication. While individual or small group targets would be handled by the hounds, those designated as threats were entrusted to the silver buttons and the black-faced warriors. Alas, the concealed abodes were breached, with the inhabitants barely able to react before being dispatched. However, there were a few fortunate souls who managed to retaliate successfully. York, a curly-haired African, unexpectedly overcame a hound from Vino with a surprise attack. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to take a different approach, opting not to wreak havoc in the inner city, but rather to head towards the docks. Although the docks were heavily fortified, it was there that he perceived his chance for survival. The arts had yet to flourish, and he had not yet tasted the fruits of fortune. How could he possibly perish in this place? With a flourish, he ignited the well-prepared torches and doused the previously contested dwellings with the oil he had procured. Instantly, flames engulfed the structures. Brandishing a torch, York shouted in exultation, "It's on fire! It's on fire!" as he recklessly set ablaze the flammable surroundings. The darkened Drelesu began to glimmer, though this illumination was solely the result of the consuming fire. The outbreak of flames incited chaos among the inhabitants of the outer city. Previously affected by a blackout, many had ventured outside in search of information, but instead of receiving gentle light, they were met with flames hot enough to threaten their lives. Quick, extinguish the fire. Do not let the flames spread. The pair of Wu Zheng and his apprentice, initially near the harbor, swiftly arrived at a hidden corner. Yet, scarcely had 2 minutes passed when they were suddenly assailed. A shadow descended silently from the rooftop, brandishing a sharp dagger, lunging towards Wu Zheng with lightning speed. Clearly, Wu Zheng posed a greater threat than the dark-skinned child. In a moment of peril, Wu Zheng pivoted, his fingers transforming into claws aimed at the assailant's throat. But midway through his assault, he altered his target to the individual's arm. The agile assassin, clad in black combat attire and a black mask, sensed the shift in Wu Zheng's intent. However, even as he contemplated a change in tactics or retreat, it was but a fleeting thought. Wu Zheng's dragon claw hand, capable of shattering wood and stone, had already seized his dagger-wielding arm. Crack, clang. As the dagger fell to the ground, a searing pain emanated from the assassin's right hand. Despite the agony, the killer remained silent, swiftly delivering a powerful kick, executing the most renowned move in the martial world, the Yin kick. Wu Zheng chose not to withstand it with sheer force. Every technique harbors its vulnerabilities. The flaw of the iron body technique, derived from Buddhist teachings, lies below the waist. Otherwise, Wu Zheng would have certainly made the opponent experience the sensation of an egg colliding with a stone. In a fleeting moment, the dragon claw technique was employed, deftly neutralizing the Yin kick while simultaneously pushing the assailant away. After executing the technique, Wu Zheng raised an eyebrow, his legs thrusting out rapidly, reminiscent of the ephemeral flow of a lotus blossom. He grasped the airborne assassin firmly. Despair and ferocity flickered in the eyes concealed beneath the black mask as the assassin, fully aware of the disparity between them, bit down on a hidden pill nestled between his teeth. In that instant of capture, Wu Zheng sensed resistance from his captive. But within moments, the opponent relaxed, leading Wu Zheng to believe he was surrendering. As he attempted to loosen his grip, the assailant indeed made no further attempt to resist. "Who are you and why thud?" The masked assassin collapsed to the ground, soon lifeless. "Have I killed?" Wu Zheng's voice quivered with fear and disbelief. "This cannot be right. Master, this must be a specter, a ghostly warrior. It is said that such beings resort to poison upon failing their missions." "Poison?" Wu Zheng, suppressing his rising panic, cautiously approached the corpse, trembling as he lifted the mask to reveal a pale face, oozing black blood. Indeed, it was poison. A slight sense of calm washed over him. Since embarking on this journey, Wu Zheng had never taken a life. He had not killed anyone directly, and he was uncertain of the fate of those who might have perished subsequently. He held a steadfast belief in the principle of not taking a life lightly. Ahmedbah. Wu Zheng closed his eyes, reciting a passage from the Sutra of Deliverance. Meanwhile, the three brothers from the white-clad faction, known as the 3J Brothers, stood resolutely against the Horgus brothers. Clad in impeccably buttoned suits, each bore a silver button on their chests, a mark of their rank akin to that of the officers. They were the button men of the Chigu family, adorned with silver buttons. Hire grinned broadly, glancing at his elder brother, and arrogantly remarked, "These 3 silver buttons might fetch a bottle of wine, but alas, they are not gold." Jurel scrutinized the trio with a piercing gaze, his tone growing colder as he stated, "Silver buttons, each stained with countless drops of blood. Your honor is but the sorrow of others. Eliminate evil." With Jurel's command, the impatient Thor sprang forward, drawing 2 swords in an instant. Slash. Kill. Chapter 89. The Pirates' Fierce Assault. Boom. 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 3 consecutive cannon blasts struck with remarkable precision against the ship's starboard side, its sails and deck. In an instant, cries of anguish and shouts of command erupted. "Curse it! Curse it! Pirates! Pirates! Protect Princess Alice! Protect Princess Alice!" The guards tasked with safeguarding Princess Alice wore expressions of alarm, their eyes flickering with terror at the prospect of harm befalling the princess under their watch. Should anything happen to her, what would become of their families? Suppressing the dread welling within, the guard, holding a position of authority, observed the slanting mainsail and the ominous sound of seawater flooding the ship's hold. Comprehending that this vessel was on the brink of sinking, boom, the intermittent cannon fire hastened the vessel's descent, and he seized Princess Alice, who was petrified, clutching her small panda as if turned to wood by the shock of the explosion. "Your Highness, we must head to the rescue boat." Each medium-sized ship is typically equipped with a lifeboat for emergencies, a craft often associated with life and death situations, whether for rescue or escape. "Oh, it appears they are not here to thwart our advance, Captain Neal. They seem to be innocent." The black-haired dancer, Neal, swayed to the rhythm, singing, "Innocent, innocent, no. In such a cursed place, there are no innocent souls. Onward, to attack, Dralesu. Fear not, our grand vessel, Monkey Me, is swiftly charging toward the port of Dralesu." The dazzling smoke bomb clearly signaling that they have been detected, but what of it? At this moment, 5 ships accompany them, with skilled hands numbering 200 to 300. With the formidable reputation of the 3 pirate crews, they have once more attracted a number of opportunists, forming a formidable alliance of 5 pirate vessels. Moreover, Neal believed that the attractive widow would not let this opportunity slip by, though they lacked formal cooperation. Neal had shared the timing of their impending assault with Carla an hour prior, confident that she would seize this chance. This is likewise the choice of the Black Mamba Brigade. They would not be foolish enough to charge headlong, allowing others to reap the benefits. Moreover, when confronted by the 5 major crime syndicates, who could dare to claim the role of the absolute beneficiary? The wind, the wind, the wind. A cacophony of shouts accompanied by the nocturnal sea breeze, as 4 pirate ships sped toward Doloresu. Wind, this is the element most cherished by pirates during their charge, and it is the rallying cry they most love to shout. A series of frantic cries echoed, instilling a sense of peril among the 5 individuals aboard the small wooden boat, who exchanged anxious glances, acutely aware of their precarious situation. Whoosh, the wind. Whoosh, the wind. The clamor grew louder as the band of pirates disregarded the treasures aboard the opulent ship destined to sink, charging toward them. At this moment, Alice found herself engulfed in despair. Even as a princess of the kingdom, her status held little weight in such dire circumstances. "Your Highness, have no fear. The sea is vast. Those pirates will not discover us." A colossal shadow loomed, accompanied by the sound of wind filling the sails, causing Alice to clutch tightly to the struggling black and white panda in her arms. "They will not be discovered. They will not be discovered. They will not be." Boom. Indeed. They had not been spotted by the pirates. However, the passage of the 5 enormous vessels left them with no escape, their small boat beneath the speeding ships, akin to a delicate cracker, easily shattered with the slightest jolt. "Captain, did we just collide with something?" asked the anxious Vockerbalch. It should not be the case. Even if the 5 individuals and the cat were to cry out for help at this moment, their voices were utterly insignificant beneath the overwhelming wind. Glub, glub, glub. In a state of panic, Alice began to frantically slap at the turbulent sea, abandoning the panda she had held so tightly. In the face of life and death, no one noticed as the panda, rolling its eyes, fell helplessly into the depths. The rapid approach of the 5 ships caught the attention of the island's guards, revealing hidden artillery pieces. However, the accuracy of cannonballs against the swiftly moving vessels was notably low, barring a well-prepared ambush. Striking a ship with cannon fire remained a formidable challenge. Boom, boom, boom. The inaugural cannon fire formally heralded the commencement of this war. Concurrently, pirate sightings began to manifest in two additional directions. The alliance of the Black Mamba, the Black Dancer, and the Bork was advancing towards the southern port. Although this location boasted dense defenses, once they set foot on the island, their presence would serve as a greater deterrent. Striking at the enemy's strongest point is, in itself, a form of intimidation. Upon receiving the intelligence regarding the Pirate Alliance's assault location and timing from the Black Dancer, Nell, the vindictive woman, Kara, resolved to make a decisive move. Since the Pirate Alliance was engaging head-on, they would strike elsewhere, thereby not only assisting the Pirate Alliance in drawing some fire, but also serving their own interests. The Raz pirates, having received information from the indebted Bork, Bulge, chose to launch their attack at a similar time. They were acutely aware of the formidable strength of the Mafia, who held absolute advantages in manpower and weaponry, especially with the combined threat of 5 Mafia families. They dispatched vanguards to scout while understanding that the Mafia forces had already established their combat units in Daralesu. Meanwhile, there remained an opportunity to assault Daralesu. If they intended to play the role of the opportunist, their chances would be exceedingly slim. Suddenly, unidentified vessels appeared ahead. Fire! Fire! Ignite! As the command was issued, the Wind Chaser, belonging to the Raz pirates, was engulfed in flames, while a few individuals swiftly boarded a reserve small boat. The Wind Chaser was propelled by the wind towards the shipyard, their chosen target for the assault. Open fire. Boom. The cannon finally struck the Wind Chaser, but regrettably, it only hit the deck and a section of the hull above the waterline, insufficient to thwart the advance of the already ignited sailing vessel. Whoosh. Bang. 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 The cannonballs continued to be fired, yet a medium-sized sailing ship surged forth, instilling fear in any rational observer. Boom. The cannon fire failed to halt the pirate ship's assault. After demolishing several coastal buildings, the pirate ship finally came to a standstill. In the face of this inconceivable self-destructive attack, those on the shore and in the shipyard were met not with the wild pirates, but rather a series of astonishing explosions. Those within the blast radius were instantly consumed by the sea of flames. No one would recklessly destroy a ship valued at nearly 100 million berries. Nor would pirates treat their home with such disregard. Alas, for the Raz pirates, the emotional attachment to this vessel was somewhat superficial, had there only been the wavebreaker. They would undoubtedly have acted differently. What on earth is happening? An explosion? A man clad in a white guard uniform, armed and bewildered, was drawn to the commotion beside him. Look over there. Another ship. Under the flickering flames and the piercing beam of a powerful flashlight, the pirate flag, composed of a scythe, lantern, chain, and skull, fluttered in the wind. It was a pirate ship that had stealthily arrived, concealed behind a windrider. At this moment, the ship's sails were slowly being furled, and the anchor had already been cast. The only unsettling aspect was the sporadic sounds emanating from aboard. Wait, someone is boarding. A keen-eyed individual noticed that a small boat had already reached the shore. The explosive vessels and the ships designed to capture our attention were merely distractions, meant to facilitate their safe landing. What a clever guise of open pathways while secretly maneuvering. They must not be allowed to advance further. Meanwhile, a dozen men who had landed on the island advanced menacingly, brandishing knives and firearms. Kill. Led by Vasily, the pirates proved to be quite adept at combat. Having engaged in numerous skirmishes at sea, their fighting prowess was commendable. At the same time, from a cleverly positioned vessel, the breaker, cannon fire erupted intermittently. And amidst the fervent battle, a signal flare was shot into the sky, summoning their comrades towards this vicinity. The other dock, not open to the public, was the target of the Kara pirate crew. Upon hearing the anticipated clash erupt on the front lines, she wasted no time, rushing in to seize as much as she could, prioritizing the enticing devil fruit, or else anything advantageous to her. It appeared that scoundrel, Nair, had not deceived us. With her voluptuous figure and cascading golden waves framing her face, revealing a glimpse of her alabaster chest, Captain Kara seductively licked her crimson lips, coaxing, "Please. If anyone can retrieve something of value for me, I promise a night of passionate pleasure in return." Among the 50 or 60 crew members aboard, she had at least shared intimate moments with a dozen, while the rest were unworthy of her attention. Yet, despite her dismissiveness, who among those unspent by the captain would not desire a night with her? Oh, Captain Kara, I will surely bring you what you desire. Regardless of the outcome, one must first make an impression on Captain Kara. As the Kara pirate crew sped towards the second dock, one individual had already infiltrated their ranks. Donning a mask of authority, the Faceless took advantage of an inexplicable power outage to strike. The first target was the vice captain, whose carelessness allowed him to land a swift dagger thrust. After the blade pierced the heart, the highly skilled assassin began to dance through the darkness, each strike claiming a life. It was not long before a nearby stationed unit discovered the bodies, stirring the chaos. Amidst the ensuing clamor, Faceless pressed the explosive trigger in his hand. With his shape-shifting abilities, acquiring explosives was trivial and went unnoticed. Let the dark island be illuminated. Boom. The explosion erupted, heralding the furious advance of the Kara pirate crew. Tap, tap. With a white cloth hanging in hand, the myriad-faced Qianmin met with Kara. Observing the newly transformed visage of Qianmin, Kara slightly shook her head. Qianmin, your current face is rather unappealing, she remarked enticingly, igniting a subtle warmth within Qianmin's lower body. If you dislike it, then do away with it. With that, Qianmin gently tore at the mask on his face, discarding a gossamer thin human mask onto the ground. His facial muscles subtly shifted, and moments later, he transformed into another visage. The face, should it not be a matter of contention between master and apprentice, could undoubtedly be recognized as that of Merlin, who previously identified himself as a carpenter. Of course, this visage is not his true appearance. Once we vanquish the guards here, we shall proceed to the outer city, which presents the genuine trial for the pirates. Kara lightly shook her head, leaning against Qianmin, her fingers adorned with crimson nail polish tracing circles on his chest. She cooed alluringly, "There is no rush. The bird that sticks its head out gets shot." As she spoke, her other delicate hand had already begun to caress Qianmin. Let us indulge in some revelry first. A signal flare from their own pirate crew illuminated the night sky, informing Wu Jing, Daz, and the deeply concealed mercenary of their ship's location, prompting the trio to hastily make their way toward it. Meanwhile, amid the darkness, no one noticed a shadow darting from the distance to Drelesu. "I knew I would find you waiting here." Chapter 90. Return to the breaking wave. A figure effortlessly leapt down from the high platform, his chiseled face cloaked beneath a black captain's coat, standing at 2 meters tall with a well-proportioned physique. What drew attention was the long braid entwined around his neck, crafted from his own hair. The sound of footsteps crunching on blood echoed irritatingly, yet another shadowy figure seemed to revel in the experience. "Hey, brother. We have already taken this place, though it cost us many of our brethren." The black dancer, Neil, gestured animatedly with his hands before his chest, his excitement palpable. It is worth noting that this island was once deemed a forbidden ground in the eyes of pirates. To wreak havoc here now fills him with a sense of vanity. In the previous skirmish, one ship had the misfortune of sinking, yet the pirates, being adept swimmers, managed to traverse the waters with relative ease. Another unfortunate soul hailing from the rock has had their ship arrive at the dock, only to be struck by 2 cannonballs, rendering it temporarily immobile and in dire need of repairs. Making landfall was merely the first step. Our objective lies within the inner city's auction house. Damn, the weapons here are exquisite. A somewhat disheveled raucous named Bulge approached swiftly, brandishing 2 pistols. "It is merely the quality of the weaponry," Neil replied. The Black Mamba, Blinko, furrowed his brow, cautioning, "Do not let your guard down. Attacking here is akin to surfing in a whirlpool. The real danger lies ahead." Thankfully, the artillery of this era lacks precision. Otherwise, they would struggle to even set foot on the island. Let us proceed. This battle is all about seizing the element of surprise. Led by the formidable Black Mamba, the elite pirates hastened towards the outer city. The swirling yellow smoke in the sky, coupled with the sudden blackout, sent a shiver down Abuski's spine. He understood the pirates had taken the bait. In this peculiar world, as a swordsman, he did not place his hopes solely on the outer artillery. The true protest of cold steel against hot lead lay in slaying his foes directly. Thus, he refrained from dispatching his true elite to hunt the pirates, believing that the operatives and combat forces of other families stationed in the outer city, also members of the mafia, could intercept some of the dregs. Only those with genuine strength were worthy of challenging the boss, and any human, regardless of their prowess, would not survive the peculiar abilities of Big Mino. The only concern remained the troublesome nobles. He hoped that the corpulent matron would not falter in her duties. "Rest assured, Blanco will fulfill the task with diligence," came the hoarse and intermittent voice from behind Abuski. The imposing figure, standing at 2 meters and 50 centimeters, cast a shadow over him. Beneath the tailored black suit, one could faintly discern the pallid, sickly skin, while the pronounced dark circles around his eyes were striking. A scar on his neck, a remnant of a childhood encounter with pirates, marred his appearance. Mino Vidicino, the patriarch of the Vino family, was the only mafia boss present for this battle. The poisonous woman they had previously mentioned, Blanco, was another operative of the Vino family, a corpulent black woman who controlled the family's drug business, earning her the moniker the Poison Mistress among outsiders. Boss, why have you come out? In the background loomed the storage building for auction goods, connected to the auction house, where all items up for sale, including the cursed devil fruit, were kept. Defend this place. The security must be tight. We shall wait, Mino replied coolly. The building has been specially modified, with the room housing valuable items constructed entirely of steel, impervious even to artillery and explosives. The only key to unlock this chamber resides in the hands of Mino. Indeed, what they seek lies within. And we await the arrival of these ferocious sea predators. Abuski gazed at Mino with a knowing expression. No matter how fierce the sea creatures may be, they are destined to be slaughtered upon reaching the shore. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps drew Abuski's attention, and both men turned their gaze towards the newcomer. Lord Amino. Lord Abuski, I have come to report the latest developments in the battle. The impeccably dressed man, noticing his superior, quickly adjusted his tone. His hoarse voice sent a shiver down the spine of the suited man, who then suppressed his fear to continue. The port has been breached by the so-called pirate alliance, while the second port has fallen to the combined assault of the Kara pirate crew and the Thousand Faces. The shipyard is currently under attack by the Raz pirate crew and is likely compromised. Stealing a glance, he noted his leader's impassive demeanor and pressed on. The number of these pirates is approximately 400, all skilled in combat, and they are now preparing to assault the outer city. Additionally, the electrical facilities across the island have been sabotaged by the Rat, Viper, 3J brothers. Angost have evaded surveillance and are unaccounted for. The Rat? Abuski furrowed his brow. Indeed, the cunning rat, Mino replied, his expression finally shifting. Within the intelligence of the Vino family, the one who devised their overarching plan, known as the cunning rat, possessed the singular ability to command rats to attack. The discovery of rat carcasses at various power facilities was enough to lead them to suspect the cunning rat's involvement. The cunning rat. That scoundrel has arrived as well. Damn him. It appears this pest has ulterior motives. Abuski was instantly enraged, harboring a deep-seated loathing for the opportunistic rat that seemed to feast on all sides. No need to concern ourselves. Eliminating those with nefarious intentions is precisely what we intend to do. The fragmented and hoarse utterances filled the air with discomfort for the two men, yet they dared not express any dissent. Indeed, this is precisely our aim. With the Raz pirate crew, the Black Mamba pirate crew, the Samba pirate crew, the Kara pirate crew, and the Borker pirate crew now involved, peace in the West Sea shall be secured for a time. Abuski's fury dissipated, and his tone conveyed a firm conviction that they would undoubtedly achieve resounding success. Indeed, it is true that in Abuski's perception, anyone who opposes the formidable Mino would not fare well. Moreover, I have already wielded my abilities. Mino's words startled the two, who soon erupted into laughter, confident of their victory. From the moment they set foot on the island until the conclusion of the battle, the Rod's pirate crew took a mere 15 minutes, a time frame that suited Wujing, who could traverse with his lotus steps. Bang, bang, bang. Fearing a delay, Wujing hoisted Daz on his shoulders and propelled himself with the lotus steps, taking approximately 10 minutes to journey from the port to this location, coinciding perfectly with the battle's end. Ahmedba. Observing the scattered remnants around him, Wujing closed his eyes and chanted a Buddhist mantra. Not spotting the great demon, he approached the first mate. Vasily. Ah, Master Wujing. Vasily greeted as he noticed the returning vanguard. The acrid scent of blood, combined with the jostling of the journey, caused Daz, whom Wujing had set down, to retch violently. Where's Rod? Vasily, drawing closer, heard Wujing's inquiry and replied with a smile. Thanks to your introduction, Master Wujing. We managed to hire that esteemed predecessor with a bit of money. Oh, you truly found him. A twitch at the corner of Wujing's mouth betrayed his inner turmoil. Indeed. Vasily refrained from elaborating further, as it was Wujing who had suggested reaching out, and they both understood where the captain currently was. Are you all heading to the inner city? Wujing inquired. No, our task is to delay time in the outer city, Vasily explained. In that case, I shall proceed to the inner city. After exchanging intelligence with Vasily regarding their findings and casting a glance at the still retching Daz, Wujing proposed that Daz return to the ship. Cough, cough. Daz cleared his throat, as if his body was finally acclimatizing. Very well, there are two injured comrades here. Let us return to the ship together. Casualties in battle are inevitable, and to have only lost 2 combatants here is indeed commendable. I shall take my leave then. 18 techniques. Lotus steps. Bang. Bang. The waves of lotus blossoms erupted, and Wu Jing's appearance prompted Vasily to exclaim, "Truly a Buddha," directing the crew to collect the spoils. A small boat ferried the injured and a few valuable items back to the ship. Upon returning to the vessel and seeing the familiar Uncle Ha, Daz's complexion finally returned to normal. Uncle Hadi, Daz. At this moment, those remaining on the ship were non-combat personnel, psychologists, cooks, and 2 sailors. Once they had tended to their companions' wounds, they had time to inquire about the situation on the island. Approaching Hada, who was gazing at the shoreline, Daz could no longer suppress the curiosity within him. "Uncle Hada, are you all right?" Hada furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. "I have a troubling premonition. This island is perilous." Indeed, the island of Doloresu has always been regarded as a dangerous place in the West Sea. After tending to the injured, the psychologist arrived at the scene. Reflecting on his experiences on the island over the past few days, Daz nodded thoughtfully in agreement. Glancing at Hada, he suddenly inquired, "Uncle Hada, will you truly disembark after this mission?" Hada instinctively gripped the ship's railing tighter, yet his tone remained unchanged. "Well, I was supposed to be home by now, but I cannot resist the urge to witness the captain consuming the devil fruit, to behold the captain's triumph over the mafia. Such feats deserve to be the conclusion of my nautical journal, don't you think?" He patted the notebook he had been diligently recording in, feeling a swell of pride. The very thought of one day holding this journal aloft and declaring that the great pirate Henry Rhodes is his captain was more than enough. Suddenly, Dez wrapped his arms around Hada's waist, his voice tinged with sorrow. "Uncle Hada, I will miss you." They had shared a room for 2 months, growing quite familiar with each other, and a child's emotions are often the most transparent. "Haha, I will miss you too." Meanwhile, Alj, who had accompanied Vasily in the external city, suddenly wrinkled his nose, feeling an inexplicable discomfort. "First mate, the air here seems a bit off." "Off." Vasily slowed his pace, then rationalized. "It must be related to the island's power facilities. It appears to be thermoelectric. Naturally, the air quality here cannot compare to that at sea." Having grown accustomed to the salty air over the years, the absence of it was indeed unsettling. "Is that so?" Alj waved his right hand in the air, seemingly attempting to discern something, yet felt nothing at all. Chapter 91. Release, Path to the Abyss. Unlike the hasty arrival of the pirates, the combat forces of the other families had been waiting in the external city for quite some time. The first to converge were the Pirate Alliance, which had already launched a full-scale assault. With 5 pirate crews and 3 bounty hunters exceeding 30 million, their presence was enough to raise alarms. The pirates have arrived. On the main thoroughfare leading to the main road, members of the mafia, clad in an array of attire, had been fully equipped and prepared for battle. The nearby residents had long since evacuated the area. Upon the collision between the mafia and the Pirate Alliance, a fierce barrage of gunfire erupted. After withstanding the initial onslaught of bullets and artillery, both sides engaged in combat without uttering a single word. Kill. Eliminate them. Led by the Vino family's twin hunters, the Hounds, the Kira family's black-faced demon warrior, and the formidable cadre led by Kozat of the Simon family, a fierce confrontation erupted with the pirates. The Black Mamba, the Black Dancer, the Violent One. To think such a meager force could vanquish us is nothing short of folly. Kozat scoffed, casting a glance at his rotund companion, Deshawn, and remarked, "How about you send me over, chubby?" Deshawn, his skin fair and tender, set aside the greasy roasted beef leg, wiped his hands clean of the oil, and with a sudden burst of strength, hurled Kozat into the fray. The impact of their sumo-like clash sent Kozat soaring like a cannonball into the heart of the pirate ranks, whereupon his form instantaneously morphed into a spiky sphere bristling with sharp thorns. With a thunderous crash, several pirates were impaled as Kozat's thorny projectile tore through their ranks, the momentum only ceasing after it had impacted a dozen more. "Thorn bullet," he proclaimed with a cold satisfaction, and with a mere thought, the spiky sphere quivered, unleashing a barrage of sharp thorns. Suddenly, a hapless pirate felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, looking down to find 2 thorns embedded within him. Damn it! He's a devil fruit user. A cannonball struck with precision, hitting the self-satisfied Kozat. Is it over? Lord Violent One is incredible. Surely a direct hit must have killed him. The tattooed, bald pirate's words were abruptly interrupted by a voice emerging from the smoke of the explosion. "Ha ha ha. What just are you uttering? A bomb?" Such trivialities cannot kill me. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the smoke and revealing the chaotic battlefield. There, amidst the debris, was a large sphere of interlocking thorns, which slowly retracted to reveal Kozat's head. The thorn shield, utilizing the hardness and density of thorns to withstand explosive impacts. The Thorn Man. A paramecia devil fruit user from the Simon family, Kozat. The Violent One, Bulge, who possessed extensive knowledge of the underworld, quickly relayed this information. Indeed, I am your formidable Kozat. The Thorn Needle, he declared with audacious bravado as he unleashed another volley of sharp thorns. As a fresh wave of needles soared towards the pirate ranks, a figure stepped forward, brandishing a black whip that danced through the air. Whip dance. With serpentine agility, the black whip formed an impenetrable barrier before Blinko. Clang, clang, clang. Thus, the spiked projectiles aimed at this direction were skillfully dispatched by Brinko, a sight that invigorated the pirates with fervor. Well done, Lord Brinko, you are truly magnificent. Kozat exclaimed, his eyes widening as he beheld the man wielding the whip. He muttered to himself, bounty of 70 million berries for the Black Mamba Brinko, 41 million berries for the raucous Bulker Bulge, and 30 million berries for the Black Dancer now. Indeed, you lot shall remain here. Spikes spread. Kozat, regaining his human form and crouching slightly, extended his right hand. It transformed into 5 piercing spikes that swiftly proliferated forward, penetrating the bodies of the pirates in their line of sight, as if imbued with life. The cries of agony echoed around them. Bulge's expression soured. The cannonballs he had previously carried on his back were once again unleashed, yet this time, they were prematurely detonated by the spikes initiated by Kozat. Everyone, unleash your firepower. The cannonballs are not ineffective against him. Continue your assault. Bulge proposed a strategic approach, having sensed earlier that the adversary was not impervious to cannon fire. He surmised that it was the formidable shell of the spikes that had absorbed the blows. Only relentless attacks could shatter even the toughest defenses. Bang, bang, boom, boom. In an instant, firearms and cannonballs were discharged in unison, once more enveloping Kozat in a cloud of smoke. Ha, foolish ones, I am not the only threat here. Kozat taunted, then bellowed, are you not going to make your move? Upon hearing Kozat's voice, the towering figure of Deshawn sprang into action. His imposing and corpulent form surged forward with astonishing speed, while his right hand gathered force behind him. Upon nearing his target, he unleashed a powerful palm strike. Sumo impact. Boom. With a powerful strike, a fierce gust of wind sent one individual flying in an instant. The Clay twins swiftly followed, targeting the nearest adversary. Leave that rotund fellow to me, exclaimed Nell, his enthusiasm ignited. He twirled his hands and moved with agile steps, accompanied by the resonating beats of battle, launching into a dance of combat that surged from his very blood. The previously uncontentious factions erupted into chaos, with the sharp-witted whip master, Blinko, confronting the spiky adversary, Kozat. The Dark Dancer, Nell, faced off against the sumo wrestler, Yamashita, while the raucous Bulge commanded various ship captains to counter the elite forces of the Mafia. Simultaneously, 2 other battlefronts raged with equal ferocity, as Vasily led the Rose Pirates against Ovid of the Chigu family. Though Ovid lacked combat prowess, his tactical acumen shone through, and with the support of the Golden Buttons and a host of button men, he matched the Rose Pirates blow for blow. Amidst the perilous battleground, Kara and the Faceless One engaged in a fervent clash, yet the thrill of the moment seemed to hasten the Faceless One's conclusion of the battle, much to Kara's dissatisfaction. Fueled by this discontent, the Kara pirates confronted the obstacles posed by the explosive maniac and the murderous fiend. As time ticked away, casualties mounted incessantly. In the midst of the smoke and chaos, the citizens of the outer city trembled, huddled behind tightly locked doors. Some nimble individuals attempted to flee towards the inner city for refuge. But upon reaching the bridge that led there, they were met with a prohibition on entry, causing a throng of civilians to gather near several bridges, chattering incessantly. Much to the annoyance of those in authority, these wretched civilians have been warned of the restricted area. What do they intend to do? Do they plan to storm the defenses? The orders echoed through the ranks, alerting the Mafia members to take up arms and vigilance. As the old matriarch remained immobile, the chief family had no choice but to stay put, securing their doors and windows as if that alone could ensure their safety. Daddy, what is a pirate? The little girl inquired. A pirate is a group of villains, individuals who would stop at nothing to achieve their objectives, he replied with a sigh, gently ruffling her hair. But fear not, we shall navigate through this crisis safely. The war rages on, yet those engaged in battle are gradually awakening to the reality. The pirates declare. We fight for plunder, not to seize this island. The Mafia responds, we are merely assisting, yet it seems we have become the main force. Both sides, suffering heavy casualties, begin to tacitly ease their aggression. It is essential to note that the Vino family, who devised this scheme, has hardly exerted themselves. While the other four families engage in a brutal struggle, they are unwittingly enabling the Vino family to reap the rewards. Do not be deceived by their amicable demeanor and drolleresu. Once they leave this island, they will undoubtedly clash fiercely, as no one desires anything less than the annihilation and absorption of the other to strengthen their own power. Moreover, allowing formidable opponents to advance is precisely the intention of the Vino patriarch. Serpent dance. Thorn needle. Clang. 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 The combatants' chests begin to rise and fall slightly, with the Black Mamba, Blinko, holding a slight advantage in this contest. Very well. I acknowledge your strength. Your target is that devil fruit, isn't it? If you have the audacity, pursue it. That shall be your battleground. Observing the retreat of his opponent, who gestures dismissively, Blinko feels a twinge of confusion. Continuing the fight would guarantee his victory, yet it would complicate the acquisition of the devil fruit. What a benevolent soul you are, tightly gripping that whip, Blinko remarks sternly. No, I merely intend to lead you to a fitting grave, comes the response. Gradually, both sides agree to allow a portion of their forces to advance into the inner city. There is a significant difference between sustaining losses to eliminate pirates and achieving a complete annihilation without cost. Blinko's gaze shifts to his companions, Nair and Balch, his eyes reflecting profound contemplation. After a moment of decision, he addresses his followers. I am uneasy about letting you go alone. How about you remain here? After a brief pause, Balch, the formidable warrior, replies, very well. The debts he owed were settled when the Rod's pirates formed an alliance to attack this place. If the situation becomes even more perilous, it would be wiser to consolidate their position here. Well, I suppose I shall stay as well. Nair, who initially intended to venture into the inner city, quickly changes his mind under the icy glare of the Black Mamba. Then it is settled. At this moment, Black Mamba Blinko has deeply sensed the strength of the Mafia. Even with several pirate crews united, they cannot breach this layer of defense. A single cadre from the Simon family can engage him in an intense struggle, showcasing the true terror of the Mafia. With a swift dash, Black Mamba leads his elite cadre effortlessly through the defense set by Kozat. The Clay twins, witnessing this, exclaim in outrage, Kozat, what is the meaning of this? Oh, this is what your leader decreed. Those with strength may pass unhindered. You fool, do you wish for us to fight to the death here? Kozat transformed into a formidable spiked ball, scoffing. Moreover, these pirates are utterly feeble. I fear your leader may find himself bored and require some trifles to amuse him. He was acutely aware of Mino's prowess, a foe so daunting that even his brother refrained from provoking him. It was said that this individual possessed the capacity to bring about mutual destruction. Furthermore, the recently ascended swordsman, Abuski, loomed in the background. The perils of the inner city were exponentially more terrifying than those present here. Chapter 92. A Forbidden Realm. Since you deem this place too dull, we shall proceed to assist elsewhere, the dissatisfied Clay twins remarked, uncertain of the skirmishes unfolding in other locales. They swiftly pivoted, their movements synchronized as they pursued the tracks of the Black Mamba, Blinko. A fool devoid of any thought. It would be best if someone were to eliminate him. To ascend as one of the 5 major mafias amidst fierce competition, none could be deemed truly foolish. This island concealed numerous formidable characters. To act rashly and meet one's demise was not uncommon. Turning, Kozak glanced at the mercenary Balch, grinning maniacally. Then come, let us engage in some amusement. Spiked needles. Boom. The sounds of explosions echoed, and 2 figures were ultimately cast down to the ground. Kara approached the fallen individuals with a seductive smile, bearing several wounds. Her attire, already revealing a significant portion of her bosom, had been further compromised by the battle. Drawing the fervent gaze of the werewolves fixated upon the stark contrast of her alabaster skin and rosy hue. Maniacal killer. Hee, quite a reputation indeed. I shall claim your head. With a swift flash of her dagger, a wild yet terrified head was severed, while on the other side, the explosion enthusiast was pierced through the heart by 1,000 faces. The battles here are far more intense than those on the front lines, when equally matched adversaries clash. They naturally hold nothing back. Oh, the enchanting Lady Kara, we have lingered here for far too long. You have lost so many of your subordinates. Will you continue this charade? Qianmin, wiping the grime from his face, leered at Kara. After several skirmishes, having caught a fleeting glimpse of her allure, Qianmian felt emboldened, convinced he could finally satisfy this provocative woman. Sensing the aggressive glint in his eye, Kara understood his intentions, yet, at this moment, the tantalizing devil fruit held greater importance. Once she consumed that cursed fruit, she would have the power to castrate all these wretched men. Then she could indulge in whomever she desired. Ah, the devil fruit? It is certainly not meant for this harlot of 1,000 faces to enjoy. Both exchanged smiles, yet harbored ulterior motives, regarding each other merely as stepping stones. Uncertain of the situation beyond, they decided to venture into the inner city. If they were to be outpaced, it would lead to dire consequences. Kara tore a piece of relatively clean cloth from the lifeless body on the ground and wrapped it around herself, concealing her enticing form. That works. With her carnal desires suppressed, Qianmian turned toward the inner city. Suddenly, a bullet struck with precision at the center of the gold-buttoned forehead, while Ovid, under cover, made a swift escape. The moment they encountered one another, Ovid felt an ominous chill. The bloodthirsty butcher's pirate crew posed a grave threat. After a fierce exchange, with the enemy captain yet to make an appearance, Ovid grew complacent, but a pirate crew without the presence of Raz was not to be underestimated. After paying the price of 4 lives, they finally managed to repel the enemy. Observing his team of fewer than 10, all wounded, Vasily contemplated before making a decision. You shall fortify this position while I investigate the inner city. The group exchanged glances, assessing their injuries, and reluctantly acquiesced, trusting in their captain's strategy. They believed success was inevitable. Then we shall await here, and I extend my best wishes for your triumphant return, Captain. Vasily stumbled into the darkness alone. The war, which involved hundreds and thousands of lives, was merciless, especially when pitted against beings with combat prowess that surpassed the ordinary. Bullets, cannonballs, explosives, and even bloodthirsty pirates. Once they breached the island's first line of defense and entered the outer city, became the harbingers of slaughter. Countless civilians were caught in the crossfire. Their attempts to resist were met with annihilation, for the pirates were ultimately scoundrels drawn together by the sea. Seated imperiously upon a high chair, Mino showed little concern for the fate of these lowly individuals. They were merely embellishments to the island's vitality, easily replaceable should they perish. It was the sea-dwelling vermin that jeopardized his business that truly occupied his thoughts. With a single hand extended outward, invisible pathogens wafted from his palm, transforming the 100-meter radius around him into a veritable death zone. Weakness, disease, and agony would ensure that any enemy who entered here would meet their demise. Regardless of Mino's lofty position, all he needed to do was await the arrival of the vermin to deliver themselves unto death. Boom. Thud. Bridges were shattered under the force of the pirates' assault, and within mere minutes, Mino could discern silhouettes emerging. At his side, Abuski tightened his grip on the sword at his waist, narrowing his eyes as if to see further. Boss, it's Black Mamba Brinko, along with Kara and Thousand Faces. In another direction, we have the Hogus brothers. Besides Brinko and the Hogus trio, Kara was followed by a dozen others, whom Abuski regarded as inconsequential. Easily dispatched with a single stroke each, unworthy of his concern. Where is Henry Rotz? Mino inquired, his interest piqued by the prospect of eliminating the scoundrel who persistently opposed him. Abuski surveyed the surroundings, but found no sign of the Rod's pirate crew. Just as he was about to shake his head, his motion halted. A limping man in a suit approached slowly from a distance. Here comes Vasily, the limping marksman and deputy captain of the Rod's pirate crew, born of the Henry family. The feared butcher was absent. Kara glanced at the approaching Black Mamba, her expression shifting before she chuckled lightly. Black Mamba, are you alone? Black Mamba cast a disdainful glance at the alluring female pirate, retorting, do you wish to compete with me? You must first assess your qualifications. The man seated above is no ordinary foe, having been in the field for 2 years. Black Mamba possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding the 5 great mafia factions, yet he could not fathom the capabilities or methods of attack of the man before him. All who had battled against him had met their end. Humph. Kara let out a disdainful snort, her gaze returning to the man standing defiantly before the crowd. Mino Vidicino, the 3rd generation of the Vino family, a formidable man indeed. How she longed to have such a man beneath her. The sound of footsteps, one heavy and one light, caused the Black Mamba Brinko to turn, his tone laden with dissatisfaction. What? Does your Roz pirate crew still wish to lurk in the shadows and plot profit? Vasily, impeccably dressed, adjusted his suit and offered a slight bow to the Black Mamba, stating, our captain has already arrived. You simply failed to notice. Rest assured. Our mutual target is that man, and we shall not conceal our intentions. We have arrived. Scanning the surroundings meticulously, the Black Mamba found no sign of others. A sense of caution rising within him. Humph, dilly-dallying, and then planning to determine the victor here before snatching that devil fruit? Hell's voice boomed. Haha. Who would have thought that even the Knights of Justice have joined the path of robbery? Kara laughed charmingly, her eyes glinting as she shifted her tone. If you esteem knights require that devil fruit, our Kara pirate crew would gladly relinquish it. Instigation. Hale licked his lips, his gaze unabashedly sweeping over Kara's form, but was preempted by Thor, who interjected, Is it robbery when the wicked are robbed? It is merely the rich aiding the poor. Furthermore, what we seek, we shall procure ourselves. Ah, what a dashing young man. How enticing. Kara's eyes momentarily shimmered with desire, her complexion slightly flushed. Let us proceed. Gur did not heed their banter and swiftly advanced, his brothers closely following. However, as they approached within 100 meters, Ger's brow furrowed. This place feels off, retreat. His brothers, ever obedient to their elder, hurriedly stepped back to widen the distance. What's wrong? Vasily inquired, puzzled. Gur surveyed the area before shaking his head. I do not know, but once I stepped in there, my body began to react instinctively. It feels perilous. Vasily's expression shifted. And the others who had followed him also heard Ger's words, leaving them in a state of uncertainty. What should we do? Hale blurted out, but was abruptly interrupted by the sound of gunfire behind them, causing his muscles to tense as he turned defensively with his shield. Whoosh! A bullet deftly zipped past Hale, hurtling towards the imposing figure seated upon the throne. In the blink of an eye, Abuski drew his sword, slicing through the air with precision. Clang! Sparks flew as the bullet was expertly split in two. A blade against a bullet. This scene inevitably instilled a sense of trepidation amongst several observers. Only Black Spade Gel and the Black Mamba Brinko witnessed Vasily's gunfire, while the swordsman effortlessly parried the attack, signifying his formidable prowess. Unable to engage in close combat, Vasily opted for a ranged assault. He withdrew a pistol from his coat, a trophy from a prior skirmish, and raised both revolvers, unleashing a barrage of shots directed at the figure on the elevated platform. In response, Kara Kintz raised her delicate hand, commanding the 6 or 7 armed individuals among her entourage to return fire. The air erupted with the sound of gunfire. Bang! 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 Abuski furrowed his brow, evading, blocking, or deflecting with his blade, managing to withstand the first wave of assault amidst the dazzling sparks of gunfire. From this moment, the distinction between Vasily and the average individual became apparent. While most shooters targeted Abuski, Vasily's every shot was aimed squarely at Mino, compelling Abuski, who stood nearby in defense, to deflect each bullet, much to his annoyance. Continue. Vasily's voice remained unperturbed. After unleashing a torrent of bullets, he forcefully flicked his wrists, drawing the chambers of his revolvers back into readiness. Bang! 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 Another wave of bullets surged forth. Abuski grimaced and, in a fit of anger, summoned his strength to strike with his blade. Yamabuki, Moonslash. A crescent wave of energy materialized from his powerful strike, shimmering like moonlight, enveloping all incoming bullets. Subsequently, it cleaved a 10-meter trench into the ground, the cut sharp enough to reveal its origin as a lethal slash. Swordsmanship style, Yamabuki technique, sword master. Slash wave. This remarkable maneuver astonished several individuals, including Gel, who scrutinized the person intently. Rumors had circulated that Abuski of the Vino family had transcended into the realm of sword masters. Was this indeed the case? This could spell trouble. The Black Mamba's expression darkened, yet his ebony skin concealed his emotions. That swordsman is someone I can handle. But gaining entry poses a dilemma, Gel remarked as he tightened his grip on the staff. After a moment of contemplation, Qianmian, who stood beside Carla, suggested, in that case, let our men venture forth to ascertain the situation within. Shall we allow ourselves to be deterred merely by your account, Blackjack? We have already come this far. Very well, Black Mamba Blinko conceded with a nod. Qianmian smirked ominously and addressed a burly man beside him. You, go over there. No, I won't go to my death. You scoundrel should go. The robust man retorted angrily. With a swift motion, Qianmian appeared behind the man, a dagger poised against his back. If you refuse, then you shall perish now. The burly man's complexion paled, beads of cold sweat trickling down as he glanced at his captain, hoping for a reprieve from the one night they had shared. Tommy, I must trouble you, the captain uttered. Damn it, that accursed wretch, Tommy thought bitterly, feeling the blade's edge pierce through his clothing against his skin. Despite his resentment towards Qianmian and Carla, he trudged forward, soul weighed down by despair. With a heavy tread, he ultimately crossed the invisible threshold into the unknown. Chapter 93. The disruption of the lethal ground upon stepping inside. Tommy felt an immediate constriction in his breathing, as if he had entered a mining site engulfed in dense dust. He turned to face his companions, sensing their collective gaze fixated upon him. Swallowing hard, he took a few more steps, realizing that his body was gradually acclimating. Perhaps it's not so bad. Tommy called back, harboring a mindset of indifference towards the potential peril that lay ahead. A few individuals cast puzzled glances at Gel, who remained stoic, trusting only his instincts. He sensed the lurking danger. It might not be immediate, but there was certainly a threat present. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed, prompting everyone to turn. Two identical figures approached, distinguishable only by their attire. One donned iron knee pads and black gloves, while the other sported wrist guards and black leather shoes. They were the Clay brothers from the Vino family, who had followed Black Mamba's lead and now stood at a secure distance, vigilant, regardless of the circumstances. Allowing you to exploit our numerical disadvantage is a lapse in our duties, the Clay twins declared, assuming a defensive posture, ready to confront any adversaries present. Seems like you haven't even managed to deal with the most basic of threats. Qianmin cast a glance at Blinko and Vasily, teasingly remarking. Abuski, observing the stationary enemies, displayed a hint of anxiety on his face and addressed the imposing figure of his leader behind him. Boss, what shall we do if they do not advance? No worries. They cannot afford to linger, came a rasping voice in reply. It is essential to understand that in this battle, they possess superior weaponry and numbers, given time. Annihilating the pirates would pose no challenge. Had it not been for the disunity among the major crime syndicates, the boss wouldn't need to intervene personally. They could have resolved the issue themselves. Suddenly, a melodious female voice rang out from the entrance, followed by the doors being pushed open to reveal a warrior clad in armor with a red demon mask. Oh dear, the battle is still unresolved? You are all taking too long, she sauntered in, introducing herself as Tavalali, having seemingly awakened from slumber in the building behind. Ahem, the air here, hey, minus. You do not intend to eliminate us all, do you? The red-masked warrior coughed heavily, then, connecting the dots, directed a reprimand at Minus, who sat upon the lofty throne. Chiku, dear aunt, mother, do not worry. With great difficulty, Minus's right hand produced a swirling mass of purple gas, which he deftly flung towards Tavalali's body. After a moment, her form returned to normal, and beneath the mask, her delicate features pouted as she muttered softly, what an annoying ability. Thus, 2 minutes slipped away in this manner, when suddenly Tommy, enveloped by the ability's influence, found himself unable to suppress a series of coughs, followed by a wave of weakness washing over him. Damn it. Something's wrong here. Even in his arrogance, he recalled Gare's previous warning. Immediately, he turned and struggled to escape the area, laboriously making his way to Kara's side. Panting heavily, Tommy had seemingly exhausted all his strength from the brief sprint. He leaned on his knees, coughing incessantly. There is truly something amiss, Qianmin's expression darkened. Kara took a step back, feigning concern towards her subordinate Tommy. Oh, my dear Tommy, how do you feel? Are you all right? Cough, cough, help me. My lungs feel terrible, Tommy gritted his teeth in anguish. Doctor, quickly, see what the issue is. Kara commanded fiercely. A pirate carrying a medical kit hesitated, his gaze evasive. But under Kara's watchful eye, he finally donned a mask and approached with determination. After a brief examination, he offered a preliminary diagnosis. It could be a cough and weakness caused by a lung infection. Upon hearing this, Vasily and the Horgus brothers' expressions changed dramatically. They recalled the epidemic that once ravaged the Lantern Country, which had indeed been unleashed by the Vino family. Could it be that this area was an epidemic zone? Or perhaps the entire island? Horgus was reluctant to entertain such thoughts. Yet Vasily's expression fluctuated between despair and hope as he recalled Alge's words after spending some time on the island. The group instinctively retreated from the man who had collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony and coughing increasingly violently. This is troublesome. We are unprepared for gas masks. Cursed Heil then noticed the masks worn by the doctor. He shouted, Hey, pirate doctor, do you have any spare masks? Masks? Masks. The brothers Horgus and Vasily caught the attention of the pirates with their inquiry. The pirates, not foolish, could easily deduce the implication. Virus. Masks. Fortunately, the doctor had a sufficient supply of masks, and the group donned them securely. How foolish. Bacteria are not so easily defended against, Minuo sneered cruelly. The pathogens suspended in the air could be temporarily blocked by the masks, but the bacteria under his control could effortlessly breach such defenses. Suddenly, Tommy, who had been administered anti-inflammatory medication by the doctor, clutched his neck in agony, struggling painfully, before collapsing to the ground in a pool of blood from his nose and eyes after a scream. Be cautious. That area harbors a virus. We once encountered a lung-attacking virus in the Land of Lanterns, and its final symptoms were quite similar to this, albeit with a much slower fatality rate. Vasily quickly warned the others. Then, does that mean we cannot enter at all? Cursed Kara, her face contorted in frustration as she gritted her teeth. We were so close to success. To abandon the effort now would signify that their pirate crew's heavy losses would be in vain. Unbeknownst to them, after their departure, various mafia organizations regrouped to counterattack the pirates who were raiding the outer city, catching the pirates off guard and forcing them into retreat. At this moment, as turmoil erupted in the outer city, a shadow moved swiftly, tirelessly extinguishing fires. Any pirate attempting to pillage, assault, or murder civilians was thwarted by the embodiment of Buddha, Wujing, who intervened to protect the innocents. This delay in reaching the auction venue was exacerbated by the emergence of a colossal brown rat from the shadows, which pounced upon the corpulent poisonous woman Blanco. In the darkness, the rat's eyes glowed with an eerie green light, and with a piercing scream, it sank its teeth into her. The cacophony of squeaks erupted, as eyes glimmering with that same green hue emerged from the gloom, racing towards their queen's pupae upon hearing the call of the enormous rat. A chorus of anguished cries accompanied the gnawing of the rat, echoing through the dim corners, instilling dread in the hearts of the nobility residing in this upscale enclave. Numerous nobles and their guards furtively peered outside, their expressions betraying a palpable sense of fear and despair. They were besieged by a relentless swarm of rats surrounding all the residences, finding solace only by huddling against doors and windows. Damn it, what in the world is happening? Why are there so many rats? Have we fallen into a rat's nest? Or has this cursed city been overrun by them? Curses, wails, and cries reverberated through the air, while the ghastly screams nearby sent chills down their spines. Moments later, a rat of a size comparable to an ordinary person appeared within their line of sight, seemingly targeting several houses with a powerful assault, accompanied by a continuous stream of screams as the large rat vanished into the shadows. A fiend, a demon from hell. The shape-shifting rat, with its forepaws racing, exhibited top muscles in its hind legs, leaping effortlessly to distances 4 or 5 times its own length, rendering its speed alarmingly swift. The ordinary mouse fruit, a seemingly mundane devil fruit, was perfectly suited for the shadowy rat that thrived in darkness and among rodents. The rat's objective was the site of the ultimate confrontation, sensing the increasing spread of the virus in the air. The pirates exchanged glances, an instinctual reluctance swirling within them. With a heavy thud, one of them slammed his musket onto the ground, despair etched in his voice. It's impossible. We cannot approach. We should never have provoked the mafia. Alas, it is not just that. I can feel that this island has changed since a few days ago. It must be the virus at work. This means the entire island is now enveloped in it. Gear's words escaped with great difficulty, effectively condemning their mission to failure. Beside him, Vasily grew increasingly anxious, questioning why their captain, who should have appeared by now, was still absent. Had something gone awry? Gear's remarks were meant for them. After all, personal matters aside, if the task proved unachievable, they could not compel anyone to march to their doom. Suddenly, a faint sound of cracking earth reached the ears of several individuals, prompting Mino and Abuski, positioned above the sound, to gaze downward. They observed the ground beginning to fissure, rapidly spreading across the surface. An earthquake? Abuski exclaimed in astonishment. Mino swiftly turned his head along the crack's path, rising from his seated position with a sudden urgency. In a hoarse voice, he declared, "It is not a fracture. It originates from there." Indeed, the fissures extended from the storied auction items behind Mino, and at that moment, the building behind them appeared perilously unstable. With a thunderous roar, a resounding boom echoed through the air. Hey, what's causing this tremor? Is something emerging from below? Abuski's astonished words had barely left his lips when a tremendous noise reverberated, followed by the sight of their target building seemingly propelled by an immense force, only to crash down heavily due to insufficient momentum. With a resounding thud, debris, rubble, and even a small room constructed of special steel plummeted to the ground, unleashing a powerful gust of air. The invisible circle of pathogens, under Mino's control and confined within a 100-meter radius, dispersed into the surroundings, confronted by the shockwave generated by the explosion. This has allowed the reach of the bacteria to expand, yet its potency has correspondingly diminished. As the air flows past, The crowd tightly grips their masks, squinting to discern what is amiss. This damned iron cage remains unbroken. What should we do? Why don't you push this thing away? A voice, now imbued with a certain masculine timbre, echoed, causing those familiar with him to visibly relax. Rods, you have finally arrived. No. I do not wish to be discovered by outsiders. Furthermore, should you alter your inclinations, I would permit you to court me. A bashful voice from a gentleman rang out, leaving the crowd in a state of perplexity. No, I must respectfully decline, Rods replied with resolute conviction. Such a pity, if that is the case. Then I shall consider my task accomplished. Farewell, young Rods. The bashful voice resounded once more, followed by a tremendous noise, after which silence enveloped the area. Chapter 94. The first escapee, Mori. Let us turn back time to a week prior. Although clandestinely urging the indebted Bulge to contact other pirates and form a coalition to assault Derelesu, discussions among the group revealed that such a reckless offensive against the perilous Derelesu was rather precarious. The Rod's pirate crew, scorned and feared by their peers, would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention upon their arrival. Under scrutiny, even if they managed to seize the devil fruit, they would become the target of collective animosity. Amidst various deliberations, Rods had been particularly fond of the plan to infiltrate Derelesu through the sea. However, finding a shipwright capable of such a task in the West Sea proved exceedingly difficult, leading to the plan being discarded. Upon hearing of the underwater entry proposal, Wu Zheng was reminded of a certain individual, a particularly troublesome character. He proceeded to pen a letter of introduction, providing Rods with the address, and strictly advised that no more than 5 individuals should venture to that location. With Wu Zheng's steadfast determination, the Rod's pirate crew placed their trust in him and set sail at full speed towards the remote island. After a thorough search of the designated island, they finally encountered the formidable figure that Wu Zheng had hinted at. He was an immensely hairy and colossal giant, boasting a pair of long mustaches that connected beneath his nose, while the beard on his chin stretched densely from his left ear to his right. Clad in scant clothing beneath his rugged exterior, he wore only a short plaid skirt, complemented by a massive women's hat, and a floral pattern adorned his left forearm. This is a relatively obscure character, yet Roz appears somewhat dazed upon seeing him. Mori, or rather, she should be referred to as Jasmine, is a user of the superhuman push-push fruit. Although she belongs to the giant race, her height barely reaches 13 meters. While her companions are astonished by her stature as a giant, Roz is acutely aware of the significant deeds this individual has accomplished. In fact, she is the first escapee from the notorious Impelled Down prison, the architect of the 5th layer of the prison, and one of the 4 commanders of the formidable Revolutionary Army. It is noteworthy that this giant was imprisoned on the 5th level over 80 years ago, boasting a bounty exceeding 1 billion, categorizing her among the highest tier in the mercenary classification. Their meeting was rather unexpected. Just as Mori sought to eliminate 5 unfortunate souls to conceal her existence, a recommendation letter from Wu Zheng played a pivotal role. After a conversation and the payment of an appearance fee of 100 million berries, Roz successfully enticed this deity to make her entrance, albeit only as a guest. During their voyage aboard the Wind Rider, this giantess with a youthful heart was accompanied by only 3 others, leaving the remaining pirates oblivious to Mori's identity. This effectively masked her presence. According to Mori's own account, she wished to evade the watchful eyes of the world government. Given her immense fame, those individuals would undoubtedly attempt to apprehend her once more, possibly even resorting to public execution. Unknown to anyone, she sailed on a vessel, which ceased its journey only half an hour ago. In the astonished gazes of Roz, Vasily, Frank, and Sturgeon, Mori exerted force towards the sea, causing an inexplicable fissure to form in the water. Roz, Frank, and Sturgeon promptly followed Mori as she leaped into the ocean, deep beneath the waves. Mori employed her abilities to create an invisible barrier, shielding them from the perils of the sea. Witnessing such a miraculous power, Roz surmised that this was likely one of the methods Mori had utilized to escape from prison. During their brief days together, Roz and her companions grew familiar with the giantess's demeanor, decent and polite. Through various inquiries, they uncovered her intentions on the previous island, which were both simple and somewhat amusing, leading Mori to momentarily suspect Roz of harboring ulterior motives. As a young woman, indeed, she yearns for love, and even imprisonment cannot quench her desire for affection. Having read numerous touching romance novels, Mori embarked on a quest across the West Sea in search of her Prince Charming after her escape. Roz felt fortunate to be clad in black attire at that moment. In the midst of their casual conversation, Mori suddenly halted, gazing upwards at the swirling waters above. "What is the matter, Jasmine?" Roz inquired, for reasons unknown. She had an unshakable inclination to address her as Mori, while Mori steadfastly insisted on being called Jasmine. Something has fallen. Oh, how adorable. Mori's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gently pushed with his right palm and then swiftly grasped, conjuring a small black and white bear into his hand, turning it over. A wave of affection washed over him as he realized the little bear was in a state of drowning. Without hesitation, he extended it towards Rods. Fully aware of his own strength, one miscalculated move could reduce the adorable creature to mere mush. Before Rods could react, a large hand presented the tiny black and white being. Upon closer inspection, joy filled his heart. A panda. This was indeed a panda. In his previous life, Rods had lived in the Jiangnan region and had never truly encountered such a national treasure. Perhaps due to an overwhelming sense of familiarity, he felt an immense fondness for the panda before him. Quickly, help save this little darling. It is simply too beautiful, Mori exclaimed anxiously. Rods swiftly reached out, placing his hand over the panda's heart, realizing it was in a state of drowning, with its heart having ceased to beat. The only option was to administer mouth-to-mouth resuscitation and perform chest compressions. He adeptly positioned the panda on the soft ocean floor, pressing his right hand against its ribcage and quickly compressing its heart. 1, 2. He forcefully exhaled into its tiny mouth, continuing the compressions. After several cycles, the little panda convulsed and expelled a mouthful of seawater, feeling its heart gradually resume its rhythm, prompting Rods to halt his efforts. The panda slowly opened its eyes, gazing at the man before it, imprinting his figure deeply in its memory before weakly closing its eyes once more. How adorable, Mori exclaimed, hands clasped in a gesture of shyness. Suppressing his own feelings of nausea, Rods managed to smile, fully aware that witnessing a burly man perform such actions was undeniably a sight to behold. Yes, yes. Do you wish to hold it? Rods asked, lifting the panda into the air, seizing the opportunity to gently stroke it. How delightful. Is that possible? Mori's eyes widened with excitement. Of course, with great care. He cradled the fainted panda in his large hands. Frank, who had been observing closely, suddenly recalled his past experiences as a sailor. He remembered conversations with good friends who had spoken of a black and white animal, referred to as a panda. One of them had even dubbed the orca a cat whale due to its similar coloration. The black and white cat whale had saved Captain Rods. And now Captain Rods had rescued the black and white panda. Surely this was fate. This panda, it is indeed a panda, right? Rods, you mean to say this little creature is called a panda? I absolutely adore it. And of course, Rods, I hold you in high regard as well. A strange undertone seemed to linger in the air. As the conversation shifted, the group no longer felt constrained by the topic of the panda. Mori, how is it that you, as a person of ability, can achieve such feats? Unable to suppress the doubts swirling within her heart, Roz posed a question. As long as one does not come into contact with the sea, the abilities of a user remain intact. Yet this individual possesses the power to continuously repel the encroaching ocean. The sea may incapacitate a user, but their potential endures. Conversely, sea stone renders a user's abilities ineffective while their physical strength remains. Mori subsequently enlightened Roz with a brief discourse on the nature of devil fruits. The phenomenon of underwater marching is indeed wondrous. Following a short exchange, Roz ventured to extend an invitation. Mori, you are remarkably powerful. I wish to invite you to accompany us on our journey through the Grand Line. Are you asking me to join you? Is this a confession? It must be a confession, Mori replied, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she gazed at Roz, her eyes glistening with tears. I have always believed that my destined partner would arrive on a rainbow, clad in golden armor to claim me. However, if it were you, I would not mind. Listening to her whimsical mention of rainbows and observing her bashful demeanor, Roz began to suspect that this towering gentleman had long coveted his form. Standing upright, Roz bowed deeply. Asserting with conviction, Mori, I apologize. Upon reflection, I find this arrangement inappropriate. Gazing up at Mori, who covered her mouth, her eyes shimmering with tears, Roz resolutely refused. I am confident that your prince will indeed arrive on a rainbow, mounted on a white steed. Please be patient in your search. Moreover, my affections lie with men. In a bid to preserve his inner sanctity, Roz unleashed his ultimate tactic, causing Frank and Sturgeon, who had been stifling laughter, to discreetly distance themselves. Could it be that the captain's inclinations truly favor men? Within the pirate crew, whenever they disembarked, most companions would eagerly rush towards the entertainment district, taverns, and brothels, while the captain remained unseen. Thus, rumors circulated that the captain had a penchant for men and that he was involved with the first mate, Vasily, who shared no such inclinations. Previously, they had been skeptical, even disputing such claims in these very contexts. But now, the two took another step back. What? This is utterly revolting. Roz, you are so dashing yet prefer men. What a pity. Such a response rendered Mori considerably aloof as a young maiden. She found it utterly unacceptable to embrace the notion of love between men. For the time being, it was simply beyond her comprehension. Sigh. Upon witnessing this, Roz felt an unexpected sense of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, it was fundamentally wrong to peddle one's own allure in pursuit of powerful allies. An immediate hush fell over the scene. Even the maid and Mori fell silent, marching forward in quietude. Without a sound, they traversed the ocean and stepped onto solid land. Once again, they were struck by wonder, for even the sturdy ground seemed to part beneath Mori's gentle push, dividing into two layers. They resembled pests of the earth, burrowing through the soil towards their objective. During their journey, they encountered two instances of disorientation, yet each time they managed to rectify their course by peering outward. After some minor setbacks, they stealthily tore through the earth, arriving at the so-called Iron House. Perhaps due to their prior ease, they faltered at this final juncture, unable to gain entry. The dual security of a key and a combination lock thwarted their efforts. Roz contemplated whether Mori might be able to use her push-push fruit to force it open, but to no avail. After much persuasion from Roz, Mori ultimately summoned her full strength. With a single push, the ground trembled and the structure collapsed. With a single blow, the steel structure was grotesquely deformed, morphing from a square into a warped triangle. Regrettably, it remained unbroken. This damned iron cage still holds, Roz lamented. What should we do? Perhaps you could push it away, he suggested. No, I do not wish to be discovered by outsiders. Moreover, should you alter your disposition, I would permit you to engage with me, Mori proclaimed, as if making a momentous decision. I must decline. With all due respect, Roz firmly replied. What a pity. In that case, I shall consider my task accomplished. Roz, I must take my leave now. Farewell. With a gentle nudge, the three were ushered away, and the ground instantaneously returned to its former state, while Mori vanished from the onlooker's sight. After nearly a year on the previous island, she was now prepared to seek a new isle in pursuit of her true love. Chapter 95, confronting the boss time reverted to the forefront of the battlefield, where the bacterial sphere conjured by Mino was shattered by a single strike from Mori, resulting in the rapid expansion of the infection's reach, enveloping the crowd in an instant. Upon hearing the booming dialogue in the voice of another, many turned their gaze toward the oddly shaped colossal iron box not far away. That was the final obstacle to obtaining the devil fruit. Those who had come here were, to varying degrees, aware of the situation. Understanding that the items offered at the auction were stored in the adjacent storage building, which also served as the auction's administrative center. Within it was a room of absolute security, designated for the most precious possessions. Suddenly, a shadow, long concealed and unnoticed, crouched on the ground like a gecko, launching the first strike, seemingly unperturbed by the lurking virus. How bold! Seeking death, Qian Mian roared in fury, brandishing a dagger and swiftly charging toward the twisted steel box. Haihanch took direct action, propelling herself forward with a powerful kick, unleashing her black whip with great speed. Sensing the impending danger, the shadowy figure twisted its form, evading the strike capable of shattering stone with an uncanny agility. After briefly disrupting the figure's movements, Haihanch disregarded the peculiar virus and lunged toward the target with haste. Roz furrowed his brow, gripping his weapon tightly as he prepared to join the fray, yet his heightened senses compelled him to twist his body, wrapping the chain around his arm to deflect the incoming threat. Sparks flew as clashing blades met, and amidst the tumult, Roz executed a somersault, landing deftly before glancing upward to find himself under attack by the swordsman mentioned in the intelligence reports. Impressive. Even I must tread carefully, Roz thought, rising to his feet with an increasingly frigid gaze. Roz, come quickly. This area is now engulfed in the virus. That individual possesses the ability to control it. Though it was merely a preliminary concern, Vasily voiced his thoughts without hesitation. Regardless of his ability to control the virus, maintaining vigilance was undoubtedly prudent. Upon hearing Vasily's words, Roz suddenly felt an uncomfortable sensation in his throat, a discomfort that had previously gone unnoticed but now surged forth, triggered by the reminder. Damn! I can already sense something amiss. We must act swiftly. Roz's countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze upon the swordsman. Their vessel still carried the vaccines obtained during the era of the Lantern Kingdom, though their efficacy remained uncertain. If they were to confront a superhuman, eliminating the superhuman could serve as a viable solution, Gerald remarked solemnly. His body incessantly reminded him of the microbial invasion and following Vasily's earlier warnings, Gerald comprehended that the island had undoubtedly succumbed to the virus's grasp. The entire island housed a population of 100,000. Regardless of their innocence, they were living beings. Such a blatant disregard for the sanctity of life stood in stark contrast to Gerald's chivalric code, even opposing it. Heil. Tor. This island is home to 100,000 souls. They are human. To manipulate a virus and toy with lives. Gerald's expression grew frigid as he ground his teeth, declaring unforgivable. The two individuals beside his brother simultaneously grasped the gravity of the situation. In truth, they had considered it before but dared not believe that the one controlling the island would stoop so low. Eliminate them, Heil and Tor exclaimed in unison. At that moment, the three brothers moved almost in synchrony, their target being the scoundrel perched upon the throne, looking down upon them all. Tap, tap, tap. The trio moved with remarkable speed, drawing the attention of those near the iron house engaged in a fierce struggle. Very well, let these fools deal with that troublesome individual. United in their resolve for swift resolution, they aimed to seize the devil fruit and make their escape. Hee-ha-ha. Though Minos was taken aback by the collapse of the buildings behind him, witnessing the pirates turn against one another brought an irrepressible grin to his face. Is this piracy? Indeed, this is piracy. Ruthless, heartless, treachery, brutality. Such a scene amuses Mino, who feels utterly assured of victory. None of you shall escape. The hoarse voice, imbued with an overwhelming authority, emanates from one who reigns over a fifth of the dark dominion of the West Sea. In a chaotic display, the figure extends his hands, unleashing a surge of fungi that coalesces before him into a colossal violet mushroom. As he channels his abilities, the mushroom, seemingly animated by some force, detonates violently, charging towards all adversaries as if possessed. Following the explosion, sharp, arrow-like projectiles swiftly form, hurtling towards the crowd. A cacophony of shrieks ensues as the cannon fodder brought by Kara falls victim to the rapid onslaught of arrows. Most are struck, and where they are hit, purple marks emerge, indicating the onset of poisoning. Just as the violet projectiles are about to strike, Vasily fires a shot that dismantles the attack midair. Others respond with various forms of defense, a spear thrust, a sword slash, a shield bash, and a whip strike, all successfully intercepting the incoming assault. In this oppressive environment, the rapid proliferation of fungi within the deceased Tommy goes unnoticed, culminating in his eyes bursting forth with vibrant purple mushrooms from his mouth, nostrils, and eye sockets. With a lantern in hand to shatter the incoming attacks, Raz's mind races. What power is this? Mushrooms? He recalls no prior knowledge of such an ability. The essence of fungi, their propagation, their infectious nature, delicious. Through memories of his past life at sea, Raz deduces a crucial insight when facing an ability user. Careful observation can often reveal the nature of their powers. Excluding certain peculiar fruits, most abilities are traceable, much like the mushrooms conjured by the horseman. Suppressing the itch in his throat, Raz's eyes light up. Mushrooms likely fear fire, yet they lack the capacity to conjure flames. At this moment, Raz is not alone in his analysis. Many battle-hardened warriors contemplate their opponent's abilities, with some already noting the mushrooms sprouting from Tommy's body. Let us pause our assault and figure out how to break this. But what a predicament. Three individuals, momentarily halted by Mino's attack, distance themselves to scrutinize the iron box before them. Suddenly, a series of coughs breaks the tension, emanating from those struck by Mino's previous assault. With a swift step forward, Abuski unleashes a scythe-like slash. Raz follows suit with a rapid kick, forcing Abuski to retreat 5 meters. Raz then turns to charge at the apparent boss, with Abuski in hot pursuit. In the blink of an eye, Abuski, having suffered a minor setback, summoned an explosive force in his legs, closing the distance to the charging Rhodes in a mere 3 seconds. Die. Ape arm slash. With a powerful swing, a formidable illusion materialized behind him, manifesting a monkey whose right arm swelled disproportionately, aimed at Rhodes. Just as Rhodes contemplated a response, he sensed a certain presence and continued his relentless advance without a glance back. Point stick. Clang. A staff intercepted Abuski's sword with precision. Asgur appeared at the side of the two, forcefully intervening with a posture that shattered a sword with a single blow. Blackjack, Horgisgur, have you both resolved to stand against us? Abuski spun to dissipate the force and adopted an offensive stance, eyeing the newcomer. This island, it seems, is infected with a virus or perhaps a fungus. What are you doing with these tens of thousands of lives? Gur, brimming with fury, continued, a cultivation pin for mushrooms? Huh. Merely insignificant civilians. This world can afford as many as it pleases. Who would truly regard these people? Abuski scoffed. Observing Gear's knightly attire, he swung his long sword dismissively. Knights, if you wish to indulge in knightly games, seek another arena. Here, your voices hold no sway. I am unaware of the origin of your swordsman's prowess. Those who regard lives as mere blades can never comprehend the path of true strength. With a flourish of his staff, Ger crouched, adopting an offensive posture. His expression shifting to one of intense focus, his eyes sharp and astute. Come, let me witness the distinction between a swordsman and a knight. Boom. Both fighters erupted from their positions simultaneously. One wielded a stick, embodying the golden lion, while the other swung his sword, evoking the silhouette of a white-armed, long-armed ape. Boom. In a cross of their strikes, both unleashed their utmost might, each move and technique intertwined intent and force, casting aside all distractions from their minds. This is a fierce battle between the sword master and the knight of the same realm. This is a life-and-death struggle embodying the legacy of the swordsmanship of the Saratobi clan and the decline of the once mighty Golden Lion family. In stark contrast to Jel, who charged ahead with fervor, Hale and Thor found themselves reluctantly halted, obstructed by two figures standing in their path. These were the twin executives of the Vino family. The troublesome Kleiss, one adept in punches and the other in kicks. You shall not approach our leader. Attack. Thor, driven by impatience, exchanged little dialogue as he swung his twin swords with fervor. Following closely behind, Hale understood the urgency of their situation, determined to swiftly eliminate their adversaries. Miss Kara, how do you plan to proceed? Will you join in the pursuit of the devil fruit, or will you first engage the enemy? Vasily hastened to Kara's side. Surveying the scene, several of his comrades already lay prostrate on the ground, their anguished expressions reminiscent of Tommy's earlier plight, causing her to waver in resolve. Hey, you two, how about you take them down? Suddenly, a feminine voice resonated from behind them, where the lesser members of the Kara pirate crew were situated. Be cautious. With a swift and lethal precision, the sharp short swords pierced the hearts of multiple foes, striking with deadly accuracy. The assassination unit of the Kija family, known as the Oni warrior, was no less than formidable. As a mafia family entrenched in the assassination trade of the West Sea, they cultivated exceptionally skilled killers, particularly at the elite red face level. Bang, bang. Two shots rang out in rapid succession, both narrowly evaded by the petite figure. Vasily's expression darkened. He had originally intended to confront the enemy leader alongside the captain. Thus, the pressure on Rhodes became exceedingly intense. Amidst numerous factors, he was presented with the opportunity to confront the opposing general alone, without a moment's hesitation, as the scythe drew within 5 meters of his adversary. He unleashed it with great swiftness, aimed directly at the target's head. The Judgment of Death. Chapter 96, A Grave Crisis. The scythe hurtled towards Minos with alarming speed, nearly severing his head in a single blow. Fortunately, Minos stepped back just in time, narrowly escaping annihilation. With a swift motion, the scythe embedded itself into the iron throne, and Rhodes forcefully yanked it back, raising his right foot high to deliver a decisive kick. The strike was swifter than the scythe attack of the adversary. Rhodes delivered a powerful kick to the towering man, forcing him to stagger back several paces. In the midst of the fray, with little exchange of words, Minos steadied himself and spread his arms wide, delivering a resounding clap. A massive plume of violet mist surged toward Rhodes. Poisonous fog. As the peril approached, Rhodes tightened his grip on the central part of the chain and swiftly whirled around, generating a gust strong enough to disperse the toxic mist, which promptly retreated to Minos' vicinity. With the evident danger of the noxious vapor neutralized, Rhodes seized the opportunity to launch a fierce assault, hurling a formidable lantern imbued with immense force towards Minos. Crossing his arms, Minos summoned the fungi within him, which quickly burgeoned into a colossal mushroom that shielded him from the impending strike. The lantern flew forth rapidly, yet the resilient mushroom absorbed the force in layers until it was rendered powerless. A mushroom? Rhodes mused to himself before advancing with intent to engage in close combat. In the brief exchange, he discerned that his opponent's combat skills were not particularly formidable, a common flaw among those who possess great abilities. When one wields significant power, they often rely on it, allowing their combat style to gravitate towards their inherent capabilities. Minos was evidently no exception. Humph. The fungal domain. In an instant, Minos erupted with a surge of white fungi, which quickly permeated the ground, creating a dense barrier within a 5-meter radius around him. With a heavy stomp, Rhodes faltered as the ground beneath him transformed into an exceedingly viscous substance. The fungal domain, It unleashed a non-toxic, thick barrier capable of obstructing movement. Mass proliferation. A raspy voice echoed as the viscous violet liquid beneath his feet morphed into countless mushrooms. They coalesced, growing larger until, in a mere moment, they took on Mino's likeness. Not only in height but also in appearance and attire. Cataclysmic explosion. Boom, 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 boom. Like a doppelganger, Minotaur 2 swiftly approached Rods. As it neared within 3 meters, Rods was about to strike, when the colossal figure suddenly transformed into a mushroom, subsequently swelling and exploding. The explosion was not confined to this location. The previously deceased Tommy, who had long sprouted mushrooms, along with several other corpses that had been shot or succumbed to bacterial growth, all detonated simultaneously. The force of the explosion resembled that of conventional explosives, powerful, yet not lethal to these individuals with bounties exceeding 30 million. Corpses erupted like violet projectiles, releasing the fungi that had proliferated within their bodies, resulting in an abundance of viscous purple areas throughout the vicinity. But that was not the end. Minotaur continued to harness its abilities. Massive reproduction. Those purple patches instantaneously burgeoned with mushrooms, which then transformed into numerous Minotaur replicas. The deer clone. Harnessing the formidable trait of fungal deer reproduction, it allowed for the division into individual entities of the ability user, incapable of utilizing their fruit abilities yet primed for detonation. Toxic mist. Without a moment's pause, the purple mist surged forth once more, while lacking in potent toxicity. Its violet hue served a concealing purpose. Minotaur twisted its form and vanished from Rods' sight, and by the time the toxic mist dissipated, 8 Minotaur replicas had already materialized on the battlefield. These are all conscious manifestations. Trouble. Rods immediately sensed the impending danger. The venomous creature. Clearly, the head of the Vino family was no longer inclined to continue the game. After distancing himself from Rods, he opened his mouth, unleashing a more potent stream of purple poison than before. He aimed to poison all his adversaries in this vicinity. Stop him. Just as Rods intended to take action, a violet figure surged towards him. Rods retaliated with a punch, dispersing the purple minions like smoke. With a sweeping strike, he unleashed a powerful blow, swiftly scattering the violet figures that surrounded him. As he stepped forward, poised to attack the core of the minion, an inexplicable weakness overcame him, and the dispersed minions reappeared once more. Cough, cough, cough. The itch in his throat intensified, and even his lungs began to burn. Damn it, he chuckled darkly. The poison will consume your bodies. The pale-skinned minion, with pronounced dark circles under its eyes, grinned. From the surging purple mist, he could already hear the chorus of coughs rising. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for the inevitable. He was a paramecium fruit user, also known as the Mushroom Man, possessing the ability to control fungi. His body was a repository of fungal creatures, ready for battle, as he was essentially a vessel of fungal minions. At this moment, everyone present was invaded by these fungal entities, which would rapidly proliferate under his influence, transforming within their bodies into mushrooms. When the time came, he could determine who would meet a gruesome demise. Cough, cough. As Qianmian was attempting to unlock the iron box, blood began to flow from his nostrils. No matter how he adjusted his breathing, his lungs felt ablaze. I must save myself. He tightened his grip on his throat, believing that this might alleviate his symptoms slightly. Desperately clutching his neck, the pressure caused his skin to tear, revealing a ghastly visage. It was evident that he bore several masks. Yet, in this moment, such tactics proved futile. Damn it. In utter despair, Qianmin extended his right hand, as if the devil fruit was within reach. He grasped at the air, and that fruit materialized before his very eyes. Ecstatic, he consumed it, gaining the extraordinary ability to shift and transform into smoke. Thud. Qianmin collapsed heavily to the ground, his vitality waning as this toxic fungus even had the power to induce hallucinations. Hey man, she gritted his teeth, forcibly suppressing his blood flow to combat the fungi swirling in his lungs, yet it was to no avail. Continuing down this path, even if one were to obtain the devil fruit, death would still be inevitable. The Black Mamba turned towards the battlefield of Mino and Roz, with the symptoms of the venom slightly alleviated. Similarly enlightened, he followed closely behind. This time, the remnants of the defeated have united in their objective. Thud. Captain Kara Diamura of the Kara pirate crew has painfully lost her life, consumed by boundless resentment in her final moments, towards Drolarsu, towards that damned man, and towards her deceased husband. Cough, cough, cough. Hale and Tor felt an overwhelming sense of weakness wash over them, a slight cough escaping their lips. Perhaps due to their years of rigorous training, both men had only begun to cough at this moment. Damn it, this cannot continue. We must hasten. Hale could not suppress an expletive. The invasion of the virus would render them increasingly frail until they could no longer fight and succumb to defeat. If they continued to delay, death was all but assured. The lion possesses both sharp claws and fierce teeth, commanding the beasts and consuming all. Tor contemplated his family's understanding of martial cultivation. Though his physical strength began to wane, his twin swords grew ever sharper. Lion, command the beasts! Tor gritted his teeth and raised his twin swords high, a shadow of a golden lion seeming to rise behind him, poised to strike. The clay twins sensed an immense threat simultaneously and quickly separated in a flurry. Well done! Hale exclaimed in admiration before propelling himself forward. His feet shattering the ground beneath him as he raised his shield, charging like a speeding vehicle towards one of his opponents. The clay twins, one adept in boxing and the other in kicking, appeared to share an unspoken bond, their collaboration yielding strength that exceeded the sum of its parts. Hale and Tor had already noticed the synergy during their previous brief skirmishes. Unfortunately, the opponent's teamwork was seamless, and their attempts to divide the twins had all ended in failure. This time, Tor unleashed a formidable sword technique, forcing the twins apart, and Hale seized the opportunity. Thud. The lion strike. A faint, weakened illusion flickered into existence, a lion charging headlong, its shield striking with precision and ferocity against one of the foes. Crack. Roll, roll. The figure tumbled across the ground multiple times, dust swirling, leaving the fate of the struck individual uncertain. Meanwhile, Tor unleashed a sword stroke, witnessing Hale engage one adversary, and swiftly turned to confront the other. Drawing upon his previous insights into swordsmanship, Tor positioned his twin swords at the ready, advancing towards the enemy who guarded his chest with crossed arms. Consuming all. Roar. The clay twin skilled in boxing felt as if the lion's fierce roar reverberated through his ears, momentarily freezing his movements. This was the primal fear embedded within humanity's genetic memory of the king of the forest. The lion roared and lunged at the human, just as Tor's twin swords struck true. Clang. Squelch. The blades tore through the sturdy bracers, slicing through flesh and bone, until they finally met the enemy's body. Ah! A scream pierced the air, blood gushing forth as Thor, accompanied by a fit of coughs, sheathed his sword and turned. In that fleeting moment of striking, he harbored an unwavering conviction that his opponent would undoubtedly meet their demise. Alas, he was but a breath away from transcending into the realm of knights. And at that moment, a profound sense of regret washed over him. The golden lion, the emblem of the Haugus family, represented their ancestral technique, the lion's breath. Lions are social creatures. Together, they formed a triad of masters, offering mutual support. Ger served as the strategist, Thor acted as the claw in their hunt, while Hale assisted from the sidelines. Witnessing his brother slay their foe, Hale's eyes sparkled with joy, tinged with a hint of envy. He had not anticipated that this younger sibling would outpace him. While he had only just begun to wield intention, Thor was on the verge of reaching Ger's level of mastery. It seemed imperative for him to hasten his own progress. Cough. Cough. Thor and Hale erupted into violent fits of coughing. Suddenly, a deafening roar resonated from the outer city, the scale of which suggested a massive explosion. In that instant, the battle within the outer city fell into an eerie silence. At this moment, the pirates found themselves besieged by the Mafia for the third time, and the brutish Bulge, confronted with the mockery of Kozat, was seething with rage. His body bore several penetrating wounds, with over a dozen sharp spines embedded within him, while his adversary remained unscathed. The parched throat blurred his vision, and he comprehended that survival was unlikely. A sudden flash of crimson ignited in his eyes as he recalled his parents, who had perished at the hands of the gangsters. In recent years, my endeavors have surely not been in vain. Ha ha ha, the spiky ball. Kozat laughed heartily as he curled his body, transforming into a massive spiky sphere propelled skyward by the sumo wrestler, Yamashita. He spun rapidly, unleashing countless sharp spikes that rained down upon the pirates below. The anguished cries only fueled Bulge's resolve further. With arduous strides, he endeavored to draw closer to the colossal sumo wrestler. As several spikes pierced his body once more, a dagger materialized in his right hand. With every ounce of strength, Bulge plunged the dagger into his heart. Tick-tock. Boom. An explosion powerful enough to obliterate the entire port reverberated through the night, flames engulfing the forms of half the people present. Chapter 97. The Fruits Emerge. A fray for acquisition. In the outer seas, a 10-minute journey from Dolorosu, 5 warships sailed swiftly towards their destination. From the intelligence gathered, it was surmised that the West Sea might be in turmoil. Rear Admiral Allen had already set up arrangements near the island of Dolorosu. Through informants embedded within the pirate crew, he became aware of the imminent assault on Doloresu, prompting him to submit the intelligence to the Rear Admiral stationed at the West Sea Division, along with his own strategic plans. As night fell, Rear Admiral Allen, having received approval, led the 3 warships stationed nearby towards Doloresu, where he would rendezvous with the unexpectedly arrived general. Commanding the West Sea was General Hua Xiaoshan, a man with a pronounced chin and slightly squinted eyes. He was well regarded within the Navy, possessing a rugged appearance yet a gentle demeanor, though he showed no mercy when confronting nefarious foes. En route, General Hua received an urgent notification from the Navy. Doloresu was under pirate assault, with numerous nobles trapped on the island. Higher-ups ordered immediate assistance. There are many innocents on the island. Rear Admiral Allen, let the warship sail at full speed, please. General Hua, clad in a brown uniform and draped in the Navy's justice cloak, spoke gently while holding a cigar. Understood. Rear Admiral Allen saluted and proceeded accordingly. Not far off, a tall, gaunt Marine observed this scene with envy. Once a knight of the kingdom and now a lieutenant in the Navy, T. Penn admired General Hua's care for his subordinates. In the future, I too shall become a person respected by soldiers. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the flames. His once stylish dreadlocks now singed and entwined. Illuminated by the firelight, the dark-skinned Nair's eyes widened in fury. Damn it. Damn Balch. He never anticipated that the rumors were true. That madman truly embedded a bomb within himself. Damn it. In this explosive event, countless individuals were ensnared, resulting in the tragic demise of many of his comrades, brothers bound by camaraderie, who had shared in the joys of life together. The thunderous blast toppled a towering figure, the robust sumo wrestler, Yamamoto, who, caught in the chaos, bore the brunt of the explosion with a grimace. Witnessing the loss of his subordinate ignited a fierce indignation within Kozat, who, despite enduring pain, felt his gaze grow increasingly frigid. What should have been a decisive victory had now turned into a significant loss for several families, placing the weight of responsibility squarely upon his shoulders. I shall eliminate all of you, he vowed, as this was the only way to vent the fury that consumed him. The sound of footsteps, light yet swift, heralded the arrival of a large rat, its limbs propelling it towards the epicenter of the conflict. Unfazed by the peculiar pathogens permeating the air, the rat's resistance to viruses surpassed that of any human. With its crimson eyes scanning the battlefield, it quickly discerned the dire situation, the merciless slaughterer, the Black Mamba, and the venomous snakes relentlessly besieging the patriarch of the Vino family, the formidable Spade Jack, who was struggling against the sore master, Abu Ski, while others were toying with a masked assassin. Upon a cursory examination, the rat conceived a notion: victory was unattainable, and this battle would inevitably culminate in the triumph of the Mafia. Amidst the cacophony of coughs, the rat approached a distorted metal box. Although the reasons for its current state eluded him, he was certain that this was his destined goal. Boom. A violent explosion reverberated once more as Mino effortlessly detonated a decoy of himself, momentarily halting the advance of his 3 assailants. You can only await your demise, he proclaimed, brimming with vitality while his adversaries clearly languished in a state of disarray. It was a situation ripe for victory, especially since he still had his ultimate move in reserve. The rat, Mino sneered, having noticed the creature's presence. It was important to note that the materials comprising that room were amongst the strongest in the world. Even Abuski, with his swordsmanship, could merely leave a mark. No one could breach it through sheer force. The keys and codes to unlock it resided solely with him. Any attempt by others to gain entry was nothing but a fool's errand. As he observed the 3 vermin attempting to attack once more, Mino pressed his hands against the ground, causing a white, viscous fungus to spread rapidly. The Fungus Clan, he declared. This was indeed the vault. A raspy voice emanated from the rat as it transformed into a figure with a rat's head and a human body. With a swift motion, it retrieved a key from its bosom, holding it triumphantly in its grasp. This was previously discovered by him in the mayor's chamber. Perhaps the mayor, unwilling to be subordinate to others and harboring ulterior motives, secretly possessed another key which he concealed, ultimately benefiting the cunning rat. This is largely thanks to the army of mice led by the cunning rat, who stealthily ascended this island a month ago and, through their prowess, became the sovereign of the local rodent populace. This locale vividly illustrates the formidable and unique power of the zoan-type devil fruit. Upon consuming such a fruit, one gains the ability to comprehend the language of that animal. The language among animals is rather simplistic, revolving around themes of sustenance, territorial disputes, and mating. while the more astute creatures are capable of expressing emotions and engaging in basic communication. Although the intelligence of rats is not particularly high, under the brief training provided by the cunning rat, they can convey a rudimentary range of concepts through the insights shared by the rodents hidden within the mayor's residence. The cunning rat surmised that the mayor was concealing a key. Following the elimination of the venomous woman brand, the cunning rat ventured to the mayor's abode. Driven by a spirit of experimentation, and after a thorough search, indeed discovered the key. Could this be the key to this place? If not, he would have no choice but to flee. Click. The key was inserted, turned effortlessly, and with a crisp sound, the first lock was released. Fortunately, the locking mechanism remained intact, or else this vexatious contraption would have been impossible to open for some time. What? Out of the corner of his eye, Mino's pupils widened in astonishment, unable to suppress an exclamation as his right hand instinctively reached for his pocket, where the key still resided. His outcry captured the attention of the trio, who, mustering their resolve, turned to witness a scene that was both exhilarating and alarming. The vault had been breached. They had been outmaneuvered. Damn it! Cursed the black mamba, Brinko, as he dashed towards the source, with the venomous serpent trailing close behind. Beep, beep, beep. Several beeps of the keypad echoed amidst Mino's furious expression, as the cunning rat seemed to possess knowledge of the password. With a click, the slightly warped door was swung open by the cunning rat, though shrouded in darkness. His immediate gaze fell upon an antiquated box, the very one that previously contained the devil fruit. Reaching in, he swiftly retrieved it and gently opened it, revealing the very devil fruit displayed at the auction. On its gray branches sprouted 2 green leaves, beneath which lay a cotton candy-like fruit adorned with white cloud patterns. The cunning rat grasped the fruit, which bore little weight. Suddenly, sensing an imminent threat, the cunning rat deftly twisted his body, evading an attack from a whip aimed at the devil fruit in his grasp. Hand over the fruit, demanded Brinko. His complexion flushed, a sign that the toxins were nearing a lethal threshold. Standing tall, the cunning rat cast a glance at the black mamba and shook his head, his voice devoid of emotion as he stated, "You lack the strength to alter the crisis." Subsequently, his gaze shifted behind the black mamba, where venomous serpents lurked. Alongside Roz and Mino, the architects of devastation, responsible for the ruin of countless homes. Within the mafia, the Vino family thrived on warfare, perpetually manipulating chaos across various nations, including the Lantern Kingdom. In the heart of the cunning mouse, this family represented the epitome of malevolence. Squeak. A sound escaped the lips of the cunning mouse, and around them, the concealed rodents, their eyes glinting crimson, sprang forth at the command of their king without a moment's hesitation, charging towards Mino. Squeak, squeak. Mino arched an eyebrow, gathering white viscous liquid in his hands before slamming it onto the ground, rasping, "Expand the fungal network." Gurgle, gurgle. The white, gelatinous fungus rapidly proliferated. As the first mouse trod upon this substance, it became ensnared. Yet, there was not just one mouse. 1, 10, hundreds. The mice, their eyes bloodshot from consuming human flesh, advanced fearlessly, each becoming ensnared, emitting piercing sounds as their comrades trampled over them. Mushroom bombs. Mino hurled mushrooms that detonated with a forceful impact, momentarily halting the onslaught of the rodents. A gaze fell upon Roz, who was dashing towards them. The cunning mouse pondered the potential of this former variable of the Lantern Kingdom, musing, "Can you still be a variable?" Aware of his own limitations, the cunning mouse understood he could not personally execute justice upon the Vino family. Yet he had come here for revenge and would not let the opportunity slip away. Merely a fruit, after all. Then, the cunning mouse summoned all his strength and hurled towards Roz. Whoosh! A figure, already circling in the inky sky, descended swiftly, targeting the white devil fruit. Ha ha ha. Indeed, Roz, you scoundrel, you are evidently quite fond of the devil fruit. Alas, this one shall belong to me as well. The figure with pure white wings swiftly approached the smoke fruit suspended in midair. Success. Raffet, with only one eye remaining, displayed a peculiar expression. The thought of thwarting Roz's plans brought him a grim satisfaction, rendering his visage grotesque. Lotus step, extreme. A golden figure appeared just in time, unleashing power through its legs, manifesting a massive wave of lotus energy and surged forward like a cannonball. Bang! Just as the fingers were about to grasp the devil fruit, the golden figure collided with Raffet, sending him flying. Raffet, well done. Roth could not help but marvel at Wu Zheng as he hastily darted towards his objective. The enraged black mamba, eyes wide with jealousy, seethed at the prospect of pursuit, having wagered everything, yet the rewards that ought to be his seemed to drift further away. Just slightly behind, The viper, with a sudden flicker of movement, appeared to regain its strength, slithering forth with remarkable speed. As the devil fruit loomed closer to being snatched away, Roth quickened his pace as well. Tap, tap, tap. 2 seconds later, the viper's face lit up with delight. He was merely a meter away from the devil fruit, while the man lingered 6 meters behind. It's mine. With a swift motion, Roth unleashed his scythe, its blade hurtling forth to strike one side of the white fruit. Just as he intended to retract it, the viper launched a fierce kick at the scythe. The fluffy, cotton candy-like fruit was cleaved in two, with a quarter of it accompanying the scythe to Roth's side, while the exuberant viper claimed the remaining 3/4. Ha ha! This devil fruit is mine. The viper, elated by his substantial acquisition, failed to notice as Roth, retracting the scythe, discreetly popped the small piece of fruit into his mouth. Chapter 98. The divided devil fruit. Ha ha ha. A natural type fruit. Once I consume it, cough, cough. The viper, feeling the effects of the fungal infection coursing through his body, was unconcerned. His family had long been a lineage of poison researchers, and he had grown up amidst vials of toxins. While these poisons affected him, they did not significantly impair him. Gazing at the devil fruit now missing a small section, the viper was filled with joy, his previous indifference replaced by elation. Splendid! The corners of the viper's mouth curled upward as he opened wide, consuming the entire fruit. Ugh, how dreadful! The horrid taste assaulted his palate, causing him to retch momentarily. Yet with formidable resolve, he swallowed it all down, not just the white fruit but even the green leaves and branches, chewing and gulping them whole. 1 minute. 2 minutes. What is happening? Why is there no reaction whatsoever? Shouldn't I have gained powers instantly? The viper spread his hands like claws, his face contorting in disbelief as he muttered in astonishment. Impossible! 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 This must be a lie. A thought lingered in the viper's mind as he turned to the mushroom man, Mino, raising his voice in fury. This devil fruit is fake. Fake? Fake. Confused glances darted between the viper and Mino. Fake? It matters not. It is merely a matter of several million berries. Your lives are what truly concern me. Mino extended his arms wide, conjuring a colossal mushroom in his grasp, then hurled it fiercely towards the advancing rats. No matter how many come, I shall annihilate them all. A feeble voice interjected, emanating from the half-kneeling black mamba, Brinko, who trembled and pointed towards a man. Chains hung limply to the ground, and the golden-haired man, marked by scars at the corners of his mouth and brow, had his eyes tightly shut, seemingly in deep contemplation. Simultaneously, wisps of white mist emerged from his body, delicate, yet undeniably present. No, it cannot be. I had consumed it all. At that moment, the serpent realized that a small portion of the devil fruit it had snatched was missing. Why? How could this be? I was the one who consumed the most of the cross-poison mist. Minyo understood what Laz was doing at that instant. He was engaging in profound reflection, drawing upon the power he had acquired, seizing the opportunity while his adversary was still unable to wield control. Minuo crossed his hands in an X formation and unleashed his ability towards Laz, sending forth a cross-shaped purple shockwave. Laz, with his tightly shut eyes, furrowed his brow, as if sensing something, and then relaxed. Bang! Whoosh! Bullets sped towards Minuo, and another figure swiftly approached. It was the mad dog, Sturgeon. With his gaunt frame, he brandished a long knife, emerging from the rubble to cleave at the encroaching cross-poison mist. Crack! The toxic mist dispersed, and Sturgeon's complexion flushed, his gaze fixed intently on the figure dodging the gunfire. Captain, we shall protect you. Another figure rapidly arrived near Laz. It was Frank, gripping a short pistol, his focus unwavering in vigilance. A slight cough indicated that both had also been infected by the airborne virus. Previously, they had been delivered by Mori, but unlike Laz, who had revealed himself to join the fray, the two had remained concealed, waiting for the opportune moment to make their impact. The opportunity they awaited has finally arrived. The diminutive creature, Minuo, appeared somewhat flustered and enraged. The doppelganger of the roe deer, under his command, charged towards the two adversaries, utilizing both fists and feet. The doppelganger, stripped of the ability to self-destruct, resorted solely to ordinary combat techniques. Yet, even these mundane strikes proved formidable for Sturgeon and Frank, who were already in a compromised state. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves in dire straits. Under the dexterous assault, Sturgeon sustained numerous injuries, and after being knocked down once more, he struggled to rise, his gaze resolute as he defiantly declared, "I will not allow you to harm the captain." Witnessing the reckless bravery of the insignificant foe, Minuo abruptly halted his impending attack, a laugh escaping his lips, gradually escalating in volume. Haha, truly foolish pirates. What does it matter if I grant you time? The toxin has already taken effect within your bodies. All that awaits you is death. The words were laboriously uttered, yet the tone brimmed with derision. He understood that consuming the devil fruit granted him an inexplicable grasp of certain abilities, even fleeting fragments of knowledge. However, for a novice wielder, such insights bore little significance. When he initially ingested the devil fruit, it took him 3 minutes to acclimate. His opponents should be nearing a similar threshold. Yet, could this halt the spread of the insidious pathogens within their bodies? Absolutely not. Impossible. Impossible. Unfathomable disbelief coursed through the serpent's mind as jealousy and fury clouded his judgment. With his eyes now tinged crimson, the venomous creature swiftly pivoted and charged towards Ross. Frank's expression shifted in alarm, and he immediately raised his hand to fire a well-aimed bullet. However, just as the projectile was about to strike the rapidly advancing serpent, it evaded with an uncanny maneuver. I will kill you. The serpent hissed, directing his words with chilling precision towards Ross. Like a serpent in motion, he descended onto all fours, swiftly closing the distance between himself and Ross, unleashing a devastating blow he had long prepared. Serpent's fist. The punch was executed with remarkable swiftness. Not only rapid but also shimmering with a violet hue, a manifestation of the venom secreted from the serpent's body. With his eyes tightly shut, Rhodes displayed no reaction whatsoever, as if he were entirely unaware of the oncoming strike. Bang! The punch struck directly at Roz's form, appearing to penetrate his very being in the eyes of onlookers. Captain! Sturgeon exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror. Captain Ross! Ross! Those who witnessed the scene gasped in alarm and concern. Yet, the expression on the serpent's face revealed not the joy of a successful strike, but rather a sense of confusion and panic. It connected, but it also did not. There was no expected sensation. Suddenly, Roz's eyes widened, as the scar on his brow, a remnant of his earlier clash with the demon, throbbed faintly. With an imposing aura, Roz's lips curled into a smirk as he ominously inquired, "Who did you say you wanted to kill?" His right hand shot forward with lightning speed, grasping the assailant's neck with precision. Roz's fingers tightened, while the serpent, unable to bear the pain, began to pummel Roz with fists and kicks. Each blow was devastating, yet none landed as they did upon the formidable figure before him. With each punch and kick, the serpent's attack seemed to pass through Roz's body unobstructed, leaving behind a twisting, white mist-like substance in the wake of the strikes. Elementalization, the ability to transform one's body into corresponding natural elements, rendering it intangible and impervious to conventional physical attacks. This is an ability that can be effortlessly mastered upon consuming a natural-type devil fruit, truly a passive capability. It seems I bear no grudge against you, thus consider this your punishment. Roz gripped the serpent's arm, raising it further, and then his head transformed into a white mist. His right arm, like rubber, elongated and ensnared the serpent, propelling it into the air before forcefully slamming it into the ground. Bang! The serpent, caught in a fierce bite, coiled its body, making intimate contact with the earth, while the arm constricting its neck dissipated like smoke. With a resounding clang, a powerful green slash swiftly approached. Ding! The golden figure reappeared at the forefront of Lafitte's attack. Upon first contact with the massive green slash, the golden body seemed to tremble as if on the verge of collapse. The swirling air within the green slash was not merely a strike. It was as if the wind incessantly whirled and cut. 18 techniques. Iron body. Fortifying his defense, Wu Zhang managed to halt his retreat caused by the slicing wind. Yet, even with formidable protection, he was pushed back 10 meters, closing the distance between him and Rods. Rods cast a glance at Lafitte, who was wielding his sword to unleash the slash, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. He was perpetually eager to eliminate this individual. However, he had a more pressing target to dispatch. Otherwise, his companions would be in peril. Wu Zhang, kindly take care of that one-eyed avian before you. I shall deal with that fellow first. Rods directed his gaze toward the pathogen creator, Mino. Please, eliminate that individual. Wu Zhang's words astonished Rods. It was known that this monk had never uttered such sentiments before. The air on this island had been tainted, and its inhabitants exhibited various ailments, with the elderly and children facing life-threatening crises. Such a manipulator of lives could not be forgiven. Rods turned to the tall, pale-skinned individual, narrowing his eyes ominously. I share the same sentiment. Upon hearing Rod's declaration, Wu Zhang began to concentrate, preparing to confront Lafitte. He had gathered some information about Lafitte during his time in Bordeaux. He was equally a cruel character. An angel? It is truly the greatest tragedy of divinity that such a being could ascend to angelhood. Standing tall, Wu Zheng's posture grew increasingly erect. Golden Baldhead? Hey, Baldhead, do you intend to obstruct me? Lafitte waved his slender sword, manifesting a subtle yet detectable slash. Whoosh. Pristine white feathers appeared as a pair of immaculate wings unfurled behind Lafitte, causing his body to slowly ascend into the air. An angelic visage concealing a demonic heart. I vow to emulate the Buddha and eradicate evil. Roar. A roar erupted, the long-suppressed fury within Wu Zheng instantly exploding forth. His physique transformed into a deep bronze hue, miraculously increasing in height by half a meter. Roar. An invisible sound wave erupted from Wu Zheng's mouth. Chapter 99. The natural system of the cotton fruit. Though he yearned to vanquish the formidable Lafitte immediately, Luozi understood that to save the lives of his subordinates and friends, eliminating the true instigator was paramount. Taking a deep breath, a wave of heat surged within his lungs, yet as his body relaxed, the sensation dissipated. In an instant, Luozi grasped the truth. By maintaining elemental transformation, his body could become one with nature, preventing the toxins from spreading further. However, if he remained in a solid state, the virus would continue its assault. Thus, Luozi drew his hands back before thrusting them forward in a powerful punch. White Snake. He witnessed a torrent of white mist erupting from his arm, twisting erratically as it surged toward Minuo's head. The punch was swift, perhaps propelled by a jet-like force, grazing Minuo's head in a fleeting moment. That was close. With a resounding crash, his fist struck a crumbling wall, shattering it further. And the mist-laden punch disintegrated in the aftermath. As the white smoke swirled, Luozi felt a miraculous sensation as his arm restored itself. Clenching his fist, he gazed upward and said, "Apologies, next time I shall not miss." To consume a devil fruit and wield its power is already the hallmark of a formidable warrior. For an ordinary person, attempting an attack could lead to disastrous missteps. Alas, the white snake bore no semblance of a serpent. In Luozi's imagination, this technique should have manifested as a vividly fierce white serpent, striking at the opponent's head. The white snake, one of the techniques of Smoker, a user of the smoke fruit, had been shamelessly appropriated by Luozi. After all, Smoker was merely a fledgling, having just reached adulthood. His techniques were likely still in the process of development. The reason for borrowing Smoker's technique was simple. Luozi believed their fruits bore striking similarities, if not a connection. Indeed, Luozi had not consumed the smoke fruit. Upon acquiring the fundamental attributes of his ability, he also grasped the name of his own fruit, the cotton fruit. Alternatively, it might be more aptly named the cloud fruit, as it represented the element of clouds. Though the two fruits differed in attributes and structure, their fundamental application bore an astonishing resemblance. With his body elementalized, the toxins within him were temporarily subdued, allowing Luozi's mind to race with thoughts on how to utilize this fruit to its fullest potential. Cloud Mushroom Grenade. As Minuo observed his opponent's dazed expression, he seized the moment. His hands began to gather a peculiar fungus, swiftly solidifying into a multitude of toxic mushrooms. With remarkable speed, he hurled a grenade of his own creation, a mushroom bomb. One after another, they were flung forth, seemingly endless. Boom, boom, boom. The toxic mushroom grenades detonated in rapid succession around Rods, unleashing waves of shock that contorted his form, prevented from rational thought. Rods retaliated with a crude yet precise strike. White Snake. His white fist connected sharply with Minuo's abdomen, causing him to stagger back several paces. Regaining his composure, Minuo rubbed his belly to alleviate the pain, his expression turning menacing as he proclaimed, "Your demise is inevitable." "Is that so?" Rods' voice was somewhat hoarse, yet a hint of coldness was discernible. With that, his right hand transformed into a billowing white cloud, mirrored by his left. Under his concentrated effort, the clouds darkened, morphing into two ominous storm clouds. "Clouds are still clouds," Rods declared as he brought his hands together, the two dark masses colliding with a resounding crack. "Where is the lightning? The anticipated thunder?" Rods stood in astonishment, while Minuo, equally perplexed by the bizarre display, wore a look of confusion. "The technique has faltered." A slight cough echoes, its origin uncertain, whether from a virus or the sheer awkwardness of the situation. The formation of lightning is a result of the collision between positive clouds and negative clouds. Thus, let us proceed. With my right hand raised high and my left hand poised, I transformed the white clouds into dark ones, which then collided with great force. Boom. The sound of thunder reverberated in the ears of the onlookers, while a dazzling light flickered before their eyes. Lightning has emerged. The explosion of electricity shattered Roz's form into fragments. The crowd turned their gazes in astonishment. Amidst the swirling mist, Roz's body reassembled, but his expression was far from pleasant. He had initially intended to swiftly deal with that mushroom creature, and now what was he doing? A jester? He could faintly sense the presence of someone stifling a laugh. This fruit is truly challenging. After inwardly lamenting, Roz's gaze shifted towards Mino, and a plan began to take shape within his mind. With a sudden flourish, he raised his hands high, seemingly indifferent to the bombs hurled by Mino. As his thoughts surged, a trickle of energy began to dissipate, and a torrent of white clouds erupted from his palms. In mere moments, the area became enveloped in a shroud of obscuring white mist, with some even perceiving an increase in humidity in their surroundings. Endless domain. The billowing white clouds served to obstruct the enemy's line of sight, while the application was straightforward. The name carried an intimidating weight. Upon witnessing the encroaching white fog, Mino initially remained vigilant, only to soon realize that these clouds bore no hostile intent. Their sole function was to absorb some airborne fungal entities. Fungal entities. The clouds were composed of minute water droplets and ice crystals suspended in the air, simultaneously attracting microscopic particles from the atmosphere, including the hidden fungal creatures. Drawing in pathogens? With the white clouds concealing his approach, Roz suddenly materialized before Mino, launching a flurry of punches while harboring a fervent desire to bind his opponent. White vines. Harnessing the chaotic white clouds, and fueled by his intense focus, Roz conjured white tendrils that swiftly ensnared Mino. Foolish. Mino uttered 2 words, then immediately summoned the fungal entities hidden within the mist. In an instant, the rough, vine-like clouds sprouted clusters of purple mushrooms, rapidly enveloping Mino, who had been battered by Roz's strikes. In the blink of an eye, the impeccably dressed Mino of the Vino family transformed into a colossal mushroom. This mushroom, resilient in nature, managed to withstand a significant portion of Roz's assault. I loathe mushrooms. Roz concluded that mushrooms would undoubtedly become his most despised entity. Mino, seemingly unfazed by Roz's presence, allowed the top of the massive mushroom to emit a potent cloud of toxic spores, continuing with his strategy of waiting for his opponents to succumb to the poison. Boom, boom, boom. Each punch lost much of its force, yet the mushroom sustained some damage. Just as Roz intended to press his advantage, the colossal mushroom swiftly regenerated, returning to its former state in an instant. Curse it. I detest mushrooms. Roz halted, propelling himself upward with a powerful kick, his form suspended in midair. It was evident that he would need to resort to elemental attacks. You are all doomed, Mino proclaimed with an air of triumph. Gritting his teeth, Roz activated his abilities once more, positioning his right hand above and his left hand below, the white swirling into black, with faint arcs of electricity flickering across. Do not revel too soon. Under his mental command, he harnessed the momentum of his descent, gripping 2 dark clouds as he charged them towards the giant mushroom. Thud. To everyone else's astonishment, Roz's figure seemed to penetrate the towering mushroom, as if the colossal fungi had consumed him whole. The few individuals who were vigilantly observing this area felt their hearts leap into their throats. Rod was the sole person capable of halting the rampant infection. With a swift motion, a blade sliced through the air, and Gur barely managed to evade it, yet his abdomen was still grazed. In the art of swordsmanship, there exist 2 methods of combat. One transforms the essence of the sword into a cutting wave to strike the enemy from afar, while the other manifests these ethereal elements into lethal strikes executed at close range. Blood sprayed forth, instantly staining Ger's damaged armor crimson. With no time to dwell on the excruciating pain, he swiftly stepped back, simultaneously constricting the muscles around his wound to temporarily stem the bleeding. How foolish to dare divide one's focus while battling a swordsman. Such recklessness is deserving of death, Abuski declared, flicking the blood from his blade onto the ground. Coughing violently, Gur could not suppress his disdain. What a despicable act. Abuski advanced confidently, proclaiming, for a swordsman, as long as one can slay the enemy, that constitutes victory. Do you think this is a mere game? An equitable contest? You are still playing at being a knight. Abuski was well aware of what Gur referred to. Since the onset of their duel, Gur had initially held the upper hand, leaving Abuski quite astonished and cautious. Yet, as the battle progressed, the toll of exhaustion began to manifest in Gur, a consequence of the relentless engagement, compounded by the insidious infection, which tilted the scales in Abuski's favor. At this juncture, Gur found himself not only concerned for his own well-being but also for the health of his 2 brothers. The deterioration of their bodies only served to heighten Abuski's delight in the once playful dance with mortality. You will never comprehend the magnitude of the boss's power. The virus remains humanity's most formidable foe. At this moment, you are not merely battling us. You are also contending with the virus. Challenge the calamity of nature. How shall you prevail? This exemplifies the formidable and terrifying nature of Mino, the patriarch of the Vino family. If one cannot extinguish his very essence, then the annihilation of an entire island becomes a trivial endeavor for him. Among the prominent families, none dread confronting him more than others. The Vino family's stronghold is situated on Mushroom Island in the Western Sea, which was once a desolate isle but has been transformed into a colossal mushroom-shaped landmass under his dominion. No one can slay Mino, the master of mushrooms, upon that island. Similarly, on the outside, no one wishes to confront the Mushroom Man, for to eliminate him would inevitably invite a retaliatory strike capable of bringing mutual destruction to adversaries. This is an alternative figure within the Mafia, regarded in secrecy by the other four families as a calamity. A natural disaster? Gur's towering figure, despite its bent form, held no fear within his heart as he declared, "What of it? Humanity has never submitted before the onslaught of natural calamities. Whether it be pathogens, earthquakes, or even the so-called storms and floods, none have ever vanquished humankind. Perseverance is the essence of a knight." Suddenly, a strange force began to rise from Gur's Dantian, spreading throughout his entire being, emanating a faint white light. Though the radiance was subtle, it appeared extraordinarily brilliant in the darkness to certain observers. This was the realization of a knight's mission, a power that would inevitably manifest in due time. The light of the knight, the fighting spirit, also known as the hockey of armament. Boom. Crackle. A more dazzling and resplendent light erupted from the opposite side. Chapter 100. Death? The Roe Deer Bomb. Boom. Crackle. First came a tremendous roar, as a massive mushroom cloud suddenly detonated, followed by a flash of blinding light and a series of crackling sounds that echoed through the air. That was the sound of thunder. Abuski instantly turned, his face contorted with terror. Boss Mino. Whoosh. The ground beneath Gur erupted, and he appeared before Abuski in an instant. Realizing the impending danger, Abuski raised his sword in defense. With a swift strike, the long staff, shimmering with white light, collided against Abuski's sword. Bang! A tremendous wave of energy surged forth, propelling Abuski like a cannonball. The force of this strike was significantly greater than before. To engage a knight and still remain distracted? I think it is your life that is truly at stake, Gur countered, echoing the earlier words of his opponent. Skillfully maneuvering between the attacks of Haldor and Vasily, the red-faced demon warrior halted upon hearing the commotion. Hey, it can't be. We're going to die. Her voice was gentle yet laced with urgency and fear, her expression hidden behind a mask. Injured, Sturgeon and Frank struggled to support each other as they moved forward. The captain had briefly instructed them to withdraw from the battlefield, understanding that their current condition rendered them incapable of further involvement. Choosing to seek refuge, they turned to look back and beheld the dazzling figure radiating strength, their eyes alight with joy. How wonderful! Their captain, now endowed with formidable powers, would surely ascend to become the king. The Pirate King. Their future awaited them as crew members of the Pirate King. The two, staggering, gradually faded into the night. Cough. Cough. Amidst the shattered remnants of the exploded mushroom, a larger fragment swiftly transformed into a human silhouette. It was Minuo, once impeccably dressed, now lying in disarray on the ground. He coughed up several mouthfuls of purple blood, his gaze becoming somewhat vacant, tinged with a hint of fear. No one could fathom the sensation of the assault he had just endured. The pain inflicted by the lightning was excruciating. The tearing sensation had momentarily robbed him of consciousness. Minuo beheld his charred abdomen and hastily employed his abilities to alleviate the injuries there. The pain subsided, yet he attempted to rise, only to discover he could no longer command his legs. Even now, arcs of electricity flickered around his legs, revealing that the brunt of the attack had struck there. Why? Despite merely smoke and fog, was there lightning involved? As if sensing his dire predicament, Minuo's speech quickened. Tap, tap. The sound of footsteps drew near. Minuo lifted his gaze to see the man he wished to eliminate, confidence radiating from his countenance. No, it's impossible. How can you still move? He exclaimed. Ross, finding the situation utterly absurd, interjected, it's merely the elemental transformation of the natural system. Enough of your nonsense. You're not worth mourning. Prepare to meet your demise. With his right hand raised high and his left directed downward, two white clouds swiftly morphed into black. As if having undergone 2 releases, the casting speed slightly accelerated. Wait. You can't kill me. Otherwise, Minuo's expression was one of sheer terror, a visage he had not worn in over a decade. On the surface, he was a legitimate businessman paying taxes to the world government, but in the shadows, He was the boss of one of the 5 major crime syndicates and a key figure in the Black Death organization, known as Mushroom. The world feared him. No one dared to take his life, yet now. No, please don't. The long sword shattered into 2 pieces as Abuski struggled to rise. His gaze fixated on Raz's movements, filled with indescribable dread. Spare me your incessant chatter. If you can't talk properly, then say less. Observing the pleas and the terror etched on his foe's face, Raz felt a profound sense of satisfaction as he brought his hands crashing down. Black lightning. Boom. A dazzling thunderstorm erupted before Raz, its power seemingly ordinary upon closer inspection, yet the recipient of the attack faced unimaginable agony. In the blink of an eye, a charred corpse materialized. Raz's expression also bore traces of pain. The explosive lightning had affected him as well. Though he maintained his body in elemental form, the clouds inevitably carried water properties. The faint yet potent electric arcs dulled Raz's movements considerably. Crackling. After a moment of tremor, Raz finally emerged from his state of paralysis. Damn it. Damn it. You're dragging us all down with you. Witnessing such a dire situation, Abuski's defenses crumbled instantaneously. Replaced by sheer terror rather than anger, it was the palpable fear of death, as he observed the luminous figure charging towards him once more. Abuski furiously hurled his broken sword. Though the strike was formidable, it paled in comparison to Ger's mastery of the knight's heart and his command over battle energy. Ger halted his advance, pivoted his form, and with precision, his staff radiating a brilliant light, deftly intercepted the incoming sword. Upon neutralizing the opponent's attack, Ger's gaze fell upon the fleeing adversary, and he was momentarily perplexed. The foe was retreating, filled with palpable dread, fleeing towards the outer city. Why? In that fleeting moment, the reason for their flight became apparent. The pathogens within their body had not dissipated. They had not vanished. Simultaneously, not only did Abuski turn and flee in haste, but even the red-faced warrior, aghast, mirrored his frantic escape. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Just as he prepared to confront Lafitte, Raz suddenly pivoted, sensing a grave danger. Gurgle. He beheld the lifeless body of Mino beginning to swell, an unmistakable sign of imminent explosion. Retreat. Whoosh. Raz propelled himself away. And then the sound of a deafening blast echoed as Mino's corpse detonated. The explosion unleashed a visible spread of purple pathogens. As Raz was nearest to Mino, he felt the creeping purple tendrils beginning to envelop his once pristine form. Lunatics. Madmen. They are all utterly insane. Abuski would dare assert that this was the swiftest he had ever run. He felt as though a harbinger of death was in relentless pursuit, and if he faltered, he would surely perish. Outsiders may be unaware, but the core members of the 5 major crime syndicates, along with certain high-ranking officials, understood the gravity of the situation. Mino must not be killed. If it were necessary, such an act could only be performed on a deserted island. This is a characteristic of the mushroom fruit, perhaps transformed into a mushroom man after consuming the devil fruit. The body of the ability user incessantly produces a lethal fungus. Every decade, this fungus must be expelled from the body in a manner akin to a cannonball, and this projectile possesses the potential to annihilate humanity. In the past, Mino surreptitiously unleashed this projectile upon a small nation, resulting in the demise of the entire island's populace, all succumbing to the venom of the fungal beast. Subsequently, the island was repurposed by Mino into the stronghold of the Vino family, known as Mushroom Island, where the tens of thousands who once inhabited it became mere sustenance for the growth of mushrooms. Following this, Mino employed the same strategy to eliminate a formidable force, incurring the loss of yet another tens of thousands of lives, thereby earning the moniker of disaster. Ironically, the very force that Mino eradicated was in rebellion against the world government. Yet upon obliteration, Mino was not subjected to any bounty, a truly ludicrous circumstance. Afterward, Mino resolved to perpetually maintain sufficient power within his body to obliterate an entire island with a single strike, a singular move capable of extinguishing all life. A true embodiment of a human bomb. And now, it has exploded. How could Abuski possibly remain calm? Hurry, hurry, hurry. If only he could flee swiftly to the sea. There might still be a glimmer of hope. Whoosh. A shadow, swifter than Abuski, darted before him. It was the red-faced warrior. She was well aware of the legends surrounding Mino, and upon witnessing his subordinates fleeing in a frenzy, she comprehended that the rumors were likely true. Being youthful, fair-skinned, and affluent, she could not simply meet her end here. She refused to become a mere mushroom. The typically composed woman was on the verge of a breakdown. Wham! Mino's corpse had vanished. transformed into a lethal poison that could obliterate all life on the island. A deadly row. In the instant Mino's body exploded, Gel was seized by a profound tremor. An ominous premonition compelling him to rush towards his two younger brothers, and the three of them fell together. Vasily too sensed the impending danger and swiftly covered his nose before collapsing. Without hesitation, Lafitte ceased his aggressive actions, seemingly aware of the swiftly spreading toxic mist. His wings beat furiously as he ascended to the safety of the skies. Phew! A gust of sea breeze arrived, dispersing the toxic fog as it began to spread across the island. In the inner city, a middle-aged man, tears brimming in his eyes, gazed sorrowfully at his mother, whose face was etched with agony and had already succumbed to death. His lament was laced with a slight cough. He was oblivious to the unfolding chaos, only discerning that since the descent of night, the island had transformed into a perilous realm. His elderly mother, from the onset of her cough to her painful demise, had succumbed within half an hour. His 7-year-old child had met the same fate, afflicted by the same symptoms. Even he felt the disquieting changes within his own body. Fortunately, he appeared to possess a sturdier constitution, having survived the initial wave. Yet in such a grim scenario, what significance did survival hold? The man, tears silently streaming down his face, was oblivious to the insidious toxic mist that had enveloped him. Moments later, he began to feel an unbearable itch. A maddening itch that compelled him to scratch until his skin was torn, flesh exposed, and ultimately, he perished, spewing forth black blood. Once a member of the mafia, he had slipped into a semi-retired state for the sake of his wife and child. The inner city was predominantly inhabited by genuine mafia members accompanied by their families, while another faction comprised affluent outsiders and nobility. Help! Save me! The cries for help, the pleas, the sounds of suffering echoed incessantly. The dreadful sound swiftly permeated the outskirts of the city. Having already endured the chaos wrought by the pirate siege, the beleaguered citizens, who depended on the commerce of Drolaris for their survival, found themselves besieged by a terrifying epidemic of lung disease. In a humble abode, a man coughed violently, brandishing a kitchen knife at the door, embodying the defiance of a lone sentinel against an army. Is Mama Grandma asleep? Two pigtails, filled with trepidation, gazed at the firmly shut door. Yes, your grandmother is asleep. We must not disturb her. Tears streamed down the woman's face, yet she exhibited no signs of coughing. As the man ventured out, compelled by a power outage, he hurried back with news of the pirate incursion, only to find that the coughing had begun to manifest widely. This cough, seemingly rooted in the lungs, initially claimed the lives of numerous elderly individuals, followed by young children. Miraculously, Giorgio's family appeared to be spared. His wife and daughter remained uninfected. As long as his beloved daughter and wife drew breath, the man, despite his relentless coughing, found the courage to persevere. Suddenly, cries of despair erupted in a cacophony. An invisible, venomous fungus began to spread, its toxicity more insidious and potent than before. The man was suddenly seized by excruciating pain within his innards, causing him to collapse to the ground, desperately clawing at his own skin. It itches. My insides. They ache terribly. His anguished cries drew the attention of the mother and daughter within the room, compelling them to cautiously push open the door a crack. Moments later, the man's lifeless body lay at the threshold, bloodied and marked by countless scratches. In a smaller room of the house, an elderly figure lay contorted in agony, while in another chamber, a woman clutched a delightful little girl tightly, their bodies betraying the stillness of death. This moment encapsulates the essence of all in Dolorisu. Chapter 101. The Crew's Sorrow. How it itches. How it itches. In my life. Anyone, regardless of who you are, come to our rescue. The gentle breeze carried countless pleas, igniting immense excitement in Lafitte, who hovered high above. How wondrous. I never anticipated such fascinating beings within the Mafia. Listen. This exquisite melody resonates like a celestial symphony composed in the depths of hell. Overcome with exhilaration, Lafitte, his face flushed with delight, began to dance mid-air with the aid of his wings. The moonlight, which should have been obscured by clouds, seemed to re-emerge, guided by the winds he commanded. His wings, as pristine as moonlight, adorned a tall, slender figure clad in resplendent white garments. At this moment, he transformed into an angel beneath the divine, dancing passionately in the moonlight. Behold, that is, an angel, an angel. Oh, divine. This must surely be the manifestation of my previous prayers. The divine has come to our rescue. Those who have witnessed the celestial miracles in the sky have begun to kneel, beseeching salvation from the angels beneath the throne of the Creator. They endure their suffering, reciting scriptures with fervor and devotion. Yet, moments later, they realize that their agony persists, and the angel they have faith in shows no intention of delivering them from their plight. God, why do you not come to our aid? The robust man, appearing strong in stature, now has a pallid complexion. He kneels weakly, his eyes betraying a mix of defiance and fear. Living in this world is arduous enough. Must they now be stripped of the very right to exist? The divine seems so unjust. A gentle breeze sweeps through, awakening the crowd from their panic. Rod struggles to rise. His body has transformed into a cloud-like form, save for his eyes, which glimmer with an unusual redness. Why is it that, upon the death of a power wielder, the toxins do not dissipate, but instead manifest in different forms? Has that mushroom man truly perished? He surveys his surroundings in confusion and spots Vasily lying not far away. Rushing over, Rod turns over Vasily's body, only to find a grim expression upon his face. Vasily! Vasily! Rod calls softly a few times, and Vasily slowly opens his eyes, only to be met by the visage of Madame Lilia, not Rod's. Rod's. Vasily's voice is faint. How do you feel? Your body, Vasily coughs weakly, blood spilling forth. Do not move. I shall seek assistance, Rod replies, suddenly anxious. The explosion just moments ago was laced with deadly toxins, an assault potent enough to engulf the entire island. A faint sound reaches him from not far away. Rod swiftly turns to see Heil of the Red Heart. Heil struggles to stand, but is immediately pulled back to the ground by GR. Do not act recklessly. Control your physical energy and blood to suppress the toxins. While it cannot eliminate them, it can mitigate their spread. Gur sits cross-legged, striving to expel the toxins from his body. Here, only Rods and Gur exhibit slightly milder symptoms, having been infected by the previous pathogens. Having grasped the essence of the knight's heart, Gur recalls his father's words as the bomb detonates. Combat is not merely about fighting, but rather about abstaining from conflict. Protect oneself, and the fighting shall cease. In the instant the bomb is unleashed, a brilliant white light emanates from his being, flashing brightly before vanishing. Armed hockey, defense. The hockey envelopes his form, preventing the pathogens from infiltrating. Even now, Gur's body is shrouded in an imperceptible aura, however. This requires constant exertion and cannot be sustained indefinitely. The air is thick with pathogens. Such measures merely postpone the inevitable arrival of death. Cough, cough. Tor violently expels dark blood, causing Gur's knightly spirit to tremble. He immediately commands, "Form a circle and sit down." The three individuals promptly arrange themselves in a circle, each clasping hands. Gear called out, "Let us engage in the lion's breathing technique." This ancient family method, a legacy passed down through generations, ignited a flicker of inspiration in Gear. He resolved to channel his energy to protect his two brothers. Inhale, exhale. Their breaths synchronized in an instant. And as they inhaled and exhaled, Gear began to summon his energy, flowing from his dantian to his lungs, and then extending to his arms, finally radiating to his palms. A soft, white glow emanated from Gear's hands. With the harmony of their breathing, Hale and Thor instinctively felt a gentle warmth in their palms that spread throughout their bodies, alleviating the intense pain they had previously endured. "What you are experiencing is energy," Gear explained, his tone earnest. "Since we cultivate the same method, I can temporarily safeguard them with my energy." He paused, maintaining the rhythm of his breathing, and added with a hint of regret, "I apologize. I previously attempted this. But when our breaths were not aligned, I could not assist others. My training is still insufficient." Thud. Laz struck the ground with a powerful fist, the force of the blow leaving his knuckles bruised and swollen. Damn it. Damn it. Why have I not mastered this power? Laz, who should have known better, was aware that this power could be used for defense. If one were strong enough, it should also be feasible to protect one as companions. Slap. A feeble hand caught Laz's fist just before he could strike the ground again, and a weak voice interjected, "There is no need for such fervor. Laz, Captain? A person like me should have perished long ago." Vasily struggled to rise. The physical condition of a marksman could never compare to that of a warrior, especially after enduring such a prolonged battle. "I cannot." A gust of wind swept through, accompanied by a somewhat flippant voice from above. Henry Laz. What are you doing? Playing house? Do not amuse me." Laz looked up to see Lafitte, wings unfurled, enveloped by a whirlwind. With a sword in his right hand and his left gripping his face, he mockingly shook his head. "You remain as juvenile as ever, forever indulging in this ridiculous hero game. Losing an eye to a fool like you is the greatest disgrace of my life." In Lafitte's mind, once Laz had consumed the devil fruit and achieved his goal, he should have left, rather than attempting to play the hero or save anyone. A fierce tiger should never roam in packs. Even if temporarily accompanied by lesser beings, they are merely provisions for oneself. Releasing his grip on his face, Lafitte raised his slender sword, invoking the unique abilities bestowed by the Wind Angel, as several visible wind blades coiled around his blade. Wind slash. Whoosh. 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 The wind blades surged forth. The verdant blades of wind, imbued with formidable cutting properties, surged toward Raz in a dense barrage. A physical attack, is it? Lafitte's cruel laughter interrupted Raz's words. In that instant, Raz comprehended the gravity of the situation. Beside him stood Vasily, whose physical prowess was merely a notch above that of an ordinary person. Damn it! With no time to ponder further, Raz swiftly shifted his body, positioning himself to shield Vasily completely. Thud, thud, thud. The razor-sharp wind blade struck against Raz's back, slicing into his flesh, leaving a series of gashes on the ground beneath him. Hiss. The pain radiating from his back caused Raz to grit his teeth, realizing that the opponent's attacks could barely penetrate his defenses. Indeed, it was evident that growth was not solely his own. Damn it. How long can you endure? Swift wind slash. Whoosh. 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 Bang. Bang. Raz felt himself sink slightly under the relentless onslaught. Swift wind slash. Bang. 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 His garments were already tattered, and crimson streaks marred his back. Raz, I can no longer accompany you on this journey. Vasily's breath grew faint, his body racked with pain. Yet he endeavored to mask his suffering. Go. Go and slay him. This is what you've always yearned to do, isn't it? Raz shook his head in refusal. I do not wish to abandon you. Vasily's gaze began to blur, yet he tightened his grip on Raz's hand, his spirit seemingly rekindled, his voice tinged with desperation. Raz, lay me to rest beside your parents' grave. I implore you. Vasily, the man, with a missing ear and a limp, slowly closed his eyes, his thoughts drifting back over 2 decades. It was a sunny day, and he, famished, stood numbly in line among the crowd, advancing at a snail's pace, resembling a mere specter. When he finally reached the relief stand established by the wealthy on the island, illuminated by sunlight, he seemed to behold an angel. She was breathtakingly beautiful, as if acutely aware of his plight. That golden-haired angel generously offered him an extra piece of bread. Eat slowly, don't choke. Her words illuminated his otherwise bleak world. Eat slowly, don't choke. Yes, thank you, madam. How he longed to express his gratitude to Lady Lilia of those days. As he clutched Rose's arm, his grip gradually weakened, finally surrendering to the ground. Vasily. Tears welled in Rose's eyes. The pain from the attack at his back was excruciating. Yet the weight in his heart was far more profound. The man silently supports his actions, arriving on deck to share a drink while gazing into the distance. He manages the entire pirate crew with meticulous precision, requiring no effort on his part, though they have only known each other for a year. This man has become one of the few individuals in whom he can place his trust and rely on for protection. Of course, it is no problem. Vasily seems to harbor unique emotions towards the mother of this body, a sentiment that Raz can still perceive. But what of it? He is no longer the original Raz. Not far away, Hale seems to sense the waning presence of Vasily, abruptly opening his eyes and calling out his name in a deep voice. His actions disrupt the synchronized breathing of the three, causing Gur to nearly lose control of his domineering aura. Slowly rising, Raz tilts his head skyward, where he spots Lafitte's arrogant silhouette, his gaze gradually calming. Such tranquility often belies a deeper fury. Splendid. Such an expression, truly splendid. Lafitte grins, devoid of any fear. If he could deprive this man once, he could surely succeed a second time. Moreover, he has discerned the weaknesses of his opponent's abilities, facing him. The Wind Angel naturally counters the man's powers. Now, he must instill hope in Raz before ruthlessly shattering it. Lafitte extends his left hand, looking down upon Raz with a mocking gesture, beckoning him. Come, kill me. Raz snaps his right arm, transforming it into a white cloud that swiftly elongates, deftly grasping a weapon from the ground nearby. Pulling it back, his tone turns slightly frigid. As you wish. Chapter 102. The Weakness of the Cotton Fruit. The burning mountain admiral can already see De La Rezu. The flames engulfing the buildings cast a flickering light upon the dark figure of De La Rezu. Major Allen quickly informs the burning mountain admiral of their current distance. Does the nightless city of the West Sea also face the fate of extinguishment? The burning mountain exhales a thick cloud of smoke from his cigar. Full speed ahead. Any pirate is our enemy. Capture them all. The burning mountain, whose eyes were already narrow, squints once more as if contemplating for a long time. then solemnly declares, to prevent the pirates from escaping. Let 2 warships encircle the island and sink their vessels. I want to catch fish in a net. Yes. Within 100 meters of the De La Reyes shipyard. A medium-sized vessel has already furled its sails, yet the pirate flag flying from the main mast unmistakably reveals their identity. Brother Alge, Captain, have they not yet arrived? Des anxiously raised his head to look at Alge, who stood on the observation deck, his face slightly flushed as he shook his head. The sound of coughing echoed throughout the ship, as the pirates on board had also succumbed to the illness. Fortunately, they were merely afflicted with a mild pulmonary fungal infection. The pirate crew that had once hailed from the Lantern Kingdom still possessed a few vials of antibodies. However, as the condition of several individuals worsened, the doctor had utilized 3 of the 5 vials available, leaving only 1, which Daz had used. After the injection of the antibodies, the conditions of 3 of the more severely affected companions improved, sparking a new idea among the crew. This cannot continue. We must land on the island to seek out the necessary materials for producing more antibodies, the doctor proposed. Alas, it seems we have no choice. Hana, who was also coughing but not severely due to his absence from the island, lamented. Suddenly, Alge exclaimed, "Shh," as he heard a noise. Quickly, he turned towards the source of the sound, raising the telescope from around his neck to peer through it. There, he saw the ironclad exterior. The formidable cannons poised for action, the soldiers on high alert, and the seagull-like insignia on the sails. The Navy. It is the Navy. A brief chaos ensued among the crew below. Given their poor state and the absence of the captain and several officers, facing the naval ship left them with little hope. Their panic was entirely understandable. Damn it! Weigh anchor, set sail. Hada commanded swiftly. Before they could react, the enemy had already launched an attack. The better-equipped Navy had noticed their medium-sized ship from a distance, and the ship's insignia left them no reason to spare this pirate vessel. Boom! A long-range cannonball struck, causing a section of the deck of the ship, Wavebreaker, to explode. Boom! Another shot, and yet another. The Navy's cannons fired rapidly, and the Wavebreaker soon lost its ability to navigate. Look out! The ship! The sails! They cried, as the sails they had just managed to lower were engulfed in flames, while water gushed into the sides of the ship. It's over. We are doomed. 3 more cannonballs fired, and this time, 4 unfortunate souls lost their lives instantly. Let us fight back against the Navy. Someone shouted. With what? The ship is sinking. Despair and hopelessness lingered in the hearts of the crew. Some attempted to adjust the cannons, while others resorted to firing muskets in retaliation, but it was all in vain. The sound of the warship slicing through the waves echoed ominously. In an instant, a resounding crash reverberated across the surface of the sea as the steel vessel collided violently with the dilapidated Wavebreaker. The once proud medium-sized sailing ship was instantly reduced to splinters, disintegrating under the immense force of the naval ship. The remnants of the vessel began to sink gradually into the depths, while a few fortunate pirates found themselves cast into the sea, desperately seeking survival with their feeble bodies. Abuski sprinted with unparalleled agility, yet despite his best efforts, he only managed to reach the outer city. Unbeknownst to him, he inhaled an invisible toxin, and within 5 minutes, his body reacted adversely. Weakness enveloped him, and his innards burned as if aflame, forcing his steps to falter. Damn it! At this moment, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the architect of his misfortune. He could never have anticipated such a dire outcome. Gradually, Abuski chose to cease his frantic running. Understanding that no action would alter his fate, waiting for death seemed the more prudent course. In another direction, the red-faced warrior Tavira faced a similarly grim predicament. Although they had previously been granted immunity to common pathogens by Mino, the lethal strike unleashed by him was beyond anyone's evasion. It was a tragic fate for this remarkably gifted assassin nurtured by the Kira family, who, at such a tender age, had met his demise before his first battle could even commence. At the port, the arrival of 3 warships captured the attention of the masses, regardless of who they were. None could underestimate the might of the Navy. Initially, the crowd intended to cease their activities, but they were unprepared for the silent calamity that was about to unfold. During the earlier skirmish, the pirates had disowned the presence of pathogens in the area. Perhaps due to the distance, Mino lacked the power to control the entire island, and the inhabitants had merely succumbed to coughs and weakness. However, at this moment, they were confronted with a lethal toxin. Suddenly, the remaining pirates at the port were plunged into a hellish nightmare, their anguished cries echoing in the air. The Navy, having observed this chaos, halted their advance. Upon receiving a report from the lookout, General Huashishin fell into a heavy silence. As other warships encircled the island, his fury began to simmer. Mino Vidicino, That wretched scoundrel dared to perpetrate such an atrocity upon this island. Even if it were deemed the city of sin, innocent lives still resided here. He bit down hard on his cigar, his narrowed eyes suddenly widening in realization. General Hiwashishin commanded, "Close in." As his vessel approached within 100 meters of the dock, he raised a hand to halt the Navy's advance, and with a powerful leap, his towering figure vanished. Bang, bang, bang. The sailors looked up in astonishment as the general, clad in a white cloak, leapt gracefully through the air as if traversing solid ground. Navy 6 techniques, moonwalk. Ah, how enviable. I long to soar through the skies like the illustrious Mount Fire. Though night has fallen, one must not indulge in fanciful dreams. To master the 6 forms requires achieving the rank of officer or demonstrating remarkable merit. Even the interview stage would be insurmountable for one as indolent as you. What did you say? As Major General Allen's gaze swept over, an immediate silence enveloped the warship, clearly indicating the heightened tension among the Marines on board. In a moment, he landed at the foreboding Mount Fire of Dolorisu, acutely aware of the lurking dangers. Instinctively, he summoned his armed color hockey, enveloping himself in its protective embrace. With swift steps, he pressed forward, intent on finding that reckless individual who toyed with life itself. As you wish. Raz's feet planted firmly on the ground. His lower body transformed into a cloud, shooting straight toward Lafitte in the heavens. Ha ha ha, come now. I have no desire to be poisoned, Lafitte chuckled, sensing Raz's seething fury, and flapped his wings to gain altitude. Previously, he had descended, relying on his mastery over the winds to create a vortex that rendered poison ineffective. Continuing the battle here would be decidedly unwise. With a whoosh, Lafitte ascended into the sky, with Raz closely in pursuit. Upon reaching a height beyond the reach of the virus, Lafitte steadied himself and gazed downward. Compared to his own soaring flight, his opponent appeared sluggish. Then, with a flurry of motion, Lafitte's wings beat rapidly, summoning 2 whirlwinds that circled around his arms. As Raz surged upward, he was suddenly met with a fierce gust of wind, which impeded his ascent. Wind? It was only then that Raz realized his abilities were at a disadvantage against a wind user. Clouds can be driven by the wind, and yet can also be scattered by it. But what of it? Regardless, he was determined to eliminate this foe. Judgment of death. Raz braced himself against the hurricane, swinging his scythe, while his right arm elongated into a cloud-like form, stretching 4 to 5 meters, combined with the 6-meter length of the chain, placing him firmly within striking range. Crosswind slash. Lafitte crossed his arms, unleashing a swirling wind blade that spiraled toward Raz. Whoosh. The scythe shot forth. But Lafitte deftly evaded it, while Raz stood resolute against the oncoming wind blades. The wind could hinder his movements, but could not obliterate the existence of the clouds. Raz felt a gentle breeze caress his face, ripping through his form. Sensing the severed limbs, he quickly summoned them back. In an instant, Raz returned to his original state. Unscathed. You cannot kill me, Raz declared with feigned disdain. Indeed, I cannot currently contend with your elemental transformation. Yet witnessing you unable to aid your comrades brings me great delight. Gale slash. Even though he mocked with his words, Lafitte's hands were ceaselessly engaged, wielding his slender sword to unleash a multitude of green slashes. At this moment, Lafitte's swordsmanship was merely on the cusp of mastery. Originally, he could not employ such slashes. But the wind's unique abilities greatly enhanced his strikes. Under Lafitte's command, each stroke seemed to manifest as a continuous wave of slashes. The augmentation that the wind provided to a swordsman's offensive capabilities was indeed substantial. What should I do? The opponent's speed is overwhelming, and he can utilize the wind to impede my movements. Ordinary clouds cannot vanquish him. It must be said, Lafitte is a formidable adversary, whether lurking in the shadows or standing in the limelight. If his opponent were to flee with full force, could I possibly restrain him? In a state of disarray, Raz contemplated rapidly how to overcome this adversary before him. Clouds, what are clouds? Aside from lightning, are there other means of attack? Snow, hail. Raising his gaze toward the sky, he noticed dark clouds surrounding the bright moon, and a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within him. He feigned a few coughs and then declared, Lafitte, you are indeed correct. The concept of heroes in games is rather mundane. I have grown weary of it. I have successfully achieved my objective this time. I cannot guarantee your demise now, but next time, you shall not be so fortunate. Cough, cough. Abruptly, Raz ceased his direct confrontation and began to ascend toward the heavens. They were originally situated at an altitude of 700 to 800 meters, and in a swift motion. Raz stretched himself, quickly reaching a height of 1,000 meters. Observing Raz's actions, Lafitte hesitated, pondering whether his opponent truly intended to withdraw from battle. Was it a scheme or mere fatigue? Was he giving up, or was it something else? How amusing. When did I start considering such matters? Regardless of what he intends, he cannot defeat me. With a powerful flap of his wings, the confident Lafitte surged toward Raz. Chapter 103. Black self-detonation. Raz's lower body transformed into a mist of white clouds, drifting away, leaving behind a faint trace of vapor. At this moment, Raz exerted every ounce of effort to attune himself to the clouds above. The clouds could be classified into three distinct layers: low clouds, mid-level clouds, and high clouds. Generally, low clouds reside below 2,000 meters. Mid-level clouds span from 2,000 to 8,000 meters, and high clouds soar above 8,000 meters. Raz's ideal destination was, in fact, the high cloud region, where the temperature of the clouds would undoubtedly be frigid, allowing him to harness ice elemental powers to strike at his foes. However, would Lafitte permit him to reach that altitude? The answer was, of course, no. Even if Raz were to take the lead, Lafitte could easily pursue him. One floated while the other flew, and therein lay a crucial distinction. At an altitude of 1,500 meters, Lafitte's figure glided effortlessly, cleaving Raz in two. With no choice but to regroup, Raz understood that Lafitte would not allow him to ascend any further. At this lofty height? Very well, compared to the clear skies below. At least here, clouds existed, providing a prime opportunity to harness the elemental power of lightning. Ignoring Lafitte's assault, Raz closed his eyes and attuned himself to the surrounding clouds. As white mist began to surge forth from his hands, though swiftly dispersed by Lafitte's powerful gusts, it was nonetheless released. 10 meters. 100 meters. Guided by the clouds he had conjured, Raz sensed the presence of the surrounding mist, and with a mere thought, he summoned it forth. Billowing clouds surged like tumultuous waves, prompting a derisive smirk from Lafitte. A whirlwind. Lafitte spun several times, enveloping himself in a formidable vortex, which sent Raz's cloud-based assault spiraling away before it could come close. Continuing to meditate on the essence of the clouds, Raz suddenly opened his eyes. Dampness, humidity, water, intense heat, scorching, lightning. He discerned these elements amidst the clouds that were drawn to him. With newfound vigor, Raz's once white form transformed into a shade of gray. Sensing the myriad elements drifting around him, he inhaled deeply, gathering the sparse water and lightning elements from the air into his being. Perhaps sensing impending danger, Lafitte raised an eyebrow and began to flap his wings with great speed. A tempest, drawing in. With a sudden intensity, Raz amplified his absorption, and the clouds within a 100-meter radius surged into his mouth, although a significant portion was swept away by the fierce winds. In the night, Lafitte remained unaware that the clouds Raz ingested morphed into ominous dark clouds. Whoosh! The gale struck, scattering Raz's form and sending him tumbling back several dozen meters before he could regain his composure. Crackling electricity flickered within Raz's darkened body, inflicting a measure of pain upon him. How could he lure Lafitte closer? As another slicing wave approached, Raz maintained his corporeal form in the upper half of his body. Clang! The wind blade collided with Raz, producing a resonant sound akin to steel clashing. Unfazed, Raz spread his arms wide and sneered, and then, even without elemental transformation, "You cannot breach my defenses." Lafitte, how laughable. You possess such a powerful devil fruit, yet remain unchanged from a year ago. Even if I stood still for you to strike, you could not kill me. Raz's upper garment lay in tatters, and he decided to tear it away, revealing his bronze-hued physique as he opened his arms wide. Gale slash. Whoosh. 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 Once again, 5 waves of green slashes surged forth, yet Raz stood firm, gritting his teeth and resolutely enduring Lafitte's onslaught. This time, Rhodes retreated 5 meters, his body marked with meticulous shadows and pale scars. Without your little tricks, you are utterly devoid of worth, which is precisely why my status once surpassed yours. By the way, I recently returned to the kingdom of Bordeaux. Your schemes to seize power through cunning have been thwarted by mere commoners, a truly grand irony. Oh, and by the way, your parents' graves have been desecrated by His Majesty the King. Huh, I suppose you, the parricide, must be quite pleased, right? With a fierce thrust, Lafitte summoned his power, unleashing the essence of his swordsmanship in a green, conical wave that surged toward Rhodes. Rhodes entwined the chains of his soul lantern around his arms, crossing his hands to block the incoming strike. This time, he retreated 10 meters, yet his countenance was one of utter disdain. He easily tilted his head and continued, "Heh. Can you not even refine your own skills? You are hardly at the level of a sword master. You are vastly different from that man named Abuski. Rods once again felt the torment in his lungs, a consequence of the virulent bacteria re-entering his system. His body ached. Yet Rod still curled his lips into a mocking smile, taunting. That sword master imparted upon me a sensation that could cleave through my very flesh. Whereas you, weak and feeble, your fruit ought not to be named angel. It is more fittingly dubbed fluffy fruit. Ha ha ha. Rods laughed heartily, though beneath that laughter lay an imperceptible sense of helplessness. If only he could seize this individual, there would be no need for such tactics. Herein lies the advantage of possessing speed or aerial supremacy. One can strike and retreat at will. Moreover, Lafitte embodies both attributes. Should the adversary resolutely decide to flee, Roz would be unable to impede their escape. Dead wind, Lafitte exclaimed, his eyes widening as he intensified the output of his wind-based power. Yet, Roz stubbornly withstood the onslaught. Suddenly, Lafitte ceased his movements, hovering in midair. His expression shifted from fury to calm, his tone devoid of emotion as he inquired, "Are you attempting to provoke me? A feeble performance. Do you possess any means to slay me?" Roz felt a pang of concern. Had he been seen through? Lafitte's tranquil visage abruptly contorted, his gaze igniting with madness. "Since you dare to forego the troublesome elemental transformation in this gamble, I shall gladly engage you." Evidently, the mockery had borne some fruit. With a powerful flap of his wings, Lafitte transformed into a white blur, surging forth. The swordsman's slashing wave was merely a method of attack, yet it paled in comparison to the ferocity of close-quarters combat. It was in such proximity that a swordsman truly shines. Here he comes, grasping the scythe and lantern. Roz discerned Lafitte's approach and struck with a swift slash. Lafitte abruptly halted, deftly evading Roz's strike before charging forward once more. As they stood merely 2 meters apart, Roz swung the lantern with force while simultaneously channeling energy through his right hand. Lafitte responded with a horizontal slash. The slender blade initially struck the lantern, displacing it in an instant, before twisting his wrist to alter his attack. A diagonal slash ensued. At this very moment, Roz unleashed his power. As a tumult of gray clouds surged forth, embodying a fist ready to strike. Whoosh! The slender sword cleaved through the dark clouds tethered to the fist. Yet this wave of assault was far from over. Following Roz's climactic strike, Lafitte's swordplay transformed once more, executing another horizontal slash. The distinction between this sword strike and the first lies in the target. While the first aimed for the throat, this one seeks the abdomen. A quintessential technique of the swordsman, the Z-slash. The 3 swords first delivered a devastating blow to their adversary with 2 strikes, and the third sword, imbued with the power of the preceding 2, was thrust towards the opponent. Clang! A crisp sound resonated, followed by the unsettling noise of the blade slicing through flesh. Whoosh! As the sword was unleashed, Lafitte staggered back several meters with a powerful flap of his wings, gazing at the vivid crimson blood. The blade grazed his tongue, sending a shiver through Lafitte's body as he exclaimed with fervor, "Ah, your blood is still sweet. This time, it even carries a hint of mushroom's fragrance." The other insignificant foes were far too weak. He could easily sever them with a mere flick of his sword. Only the man before him was formidable enough that he could not inflict harm without exerting his full strength. Pain surged through him as Rods looked down to see a slender horizontal wound on his abdomen, blood already seeping from it. Paying it little mind. He continued to taunt, "This won't kill me." Lafitte, his tongue tracing his lips, was filled with excitement as he replied, "Then, let us continue." If the opponent sought to use flesh as bait, he would ensure that the hunter became the hunted. His slender sword was enveloped by an invisible blade of wind as he swiftly closed the distance. At this moment, Rod's chains coiled around his arms, ready to confront Lafitte's impending attack. With a flurry of powerful wing beats, enhanced by his wind abilities, Lafitte's speed surged. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Rods. His sword, surrounded by a sharp gale, lunged forward with tremendous force. Black lightning. At that instant, Rods clashed his palms together, preparing to unleash a bolt of lightning against Lafitte. Suddenly, Lafitte, with a derisive sneer, rapidly beat his wings, retracting his sword and retreating several meters. Boom! A blinding flash of lightning erupted before Rods. He chuckled. It was all too apparent. During his previous fierce battle with that equally obstinate copper monk, he had managed to divert some attention to observe Rods battling the mafia boss, understanding that this foe possessed a formidable lightning attack. Naturally, he could not afford to be unprepared. Furthermore, he was aware of the after-effects of such a move, the state of rigidity, which would present an opportunity to claim his life. A fierce expression returned to Lafitte's face as, once his vision cleared, he plunged downward with great speed. "Ha ha ha, perish!" He noticed the arcs of electricity flickering around Rod's body, evading the earlier lethal strike. At that moment, Lafitte felt a wave of exhilaration, his slender sword entwined with a wind sharp enough to slice through bone. Whirring like a chainsaw, he saw the change in Rod's expression: anger, disbelief, and terror. Ha! In an instant, Lafitte was before Rod's, thrusting his sword towards Rod's heart. It is finished. The bait has been taken. As Lafayette approached, a chilling realization dawned upon Rhodes, his expression swiftly transforming into a cold smirk. The slender blade pierced Rhodes' heart. Simultaneously, the scythe's blade began to dance with its chain. Splurt. It missed. No, elementalization. Upon witnessing his sword penetrate the opponent's heart, Lafayette's expression shifted from exhilaration to a state of shock. This is bad. He instantly comprehended the grave error he had made. His adversary had previously been capable of elementalization. Not incapable. With a swift motion, the 6-meter chain ensnared the two, prompting Lafayette to vigorously flap his wings in an attempt to break free from the bindings. Boom. Rhodes coldly uttered the word explosion, and his body, having covertly transformed into a stormy cloud state, flickered with arcs of electricity. Black self-detonation. His body elementalized, the chain, now lacking the power to restrain, was immediately forced apart by Lafayette. Yet, at that moment, dark flashes danced within Rhodes' form, accompanied by a resounding thunderclap. Rumble. The thunder erupted, illuminating the pitch-black sky. Below, the few remaining individuals looked up, witnessing the sudden brilliance of lightning illuminating the previously obscured moonlit horizon. The fire-ravaged mountain, en route to this location, halted its advance as its inhabitants frowned and gazed skyward. Is it about to rain? Crackle. The clouds in the vicinity of the two were instantly swept away, leaving a clear expanse of 100 meters devoid of any cloud cover. Whoosh. A figure, adorned with chains, plummeted swiftly. At this moment, Lafayette truly grasped the terrifying nature of this lethal move. His once pristine white feathers were charred black. His already pallid face turned ghostly pale, his hair curled wildly, and arcs of electricity flickered about his body. This is not the gravest of situations. The true peril lies within, as the formidable lightning possesses the capacity to annihilate countless cells and pose a threat to vital organs. With his head spiraling downward, Lafayette barely manages to open his eyes, a torrent of crimson surging forth from his lips. Sensing the state of his body, he exerts his remaining strength, and a verdant healing breeze begins to envelop him. The pain subsides. His flesh wounds mend at an astonishing rate. Even the injuries to his internal organs commence a gradual recovery. Yet, in this moment, he finds himself devoid of the strength and courage to continue the battle. One strike. It shattered Lafayette's resolve. Fragments of clouds, blasted apart, coalesce into the figure of Raz, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Transforming his body into a mass of dark clouds, he resorted to self-destructive tactics to assault his foe. This maneuver inflicted substantial harm upon Raz. Clearly a technique that claimed 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of his own. Zzz. Arcs of electricity crackled around him, leaving Raz somewhat rigid. Yet he could perceive the rising green aura emanating from Lafayette. Gritting his teeth against his injuries, he charged forth, seizing the opportunity for a fatal blow. Chapter 104. Black Thunder God. The expenditure of stamina facilitated a partial recovery of his wounds. Yet the damage to his internal organs could not be mended in such a fleeting span. His wings mended at a visible pace, and as Lafayette turned his gaze, he beheld the figure he now regarded as his lifelong nemesis hurtling toward him with alarming speed. His eyes brimmed with unbridled resentment. This adversary was akin to an indestructible cockroach that re-emerges shortly after being vanquished. Next time, he vowed to end you. 100 meters. 10 meters. As Raz, with arcs of electricity dancing from his hands, dove toward Lafayette, he felt no exhilaration in the pursuit. This was indeed a self-destructive individual. Lafayette, perish. Suddenly, Lafayette flapped his wings, halting his descent and initiating a parallel flight. In a moment of peril, he regained his ability to soar through the healing spell, beating his wings to create distance from the pursuing Raz. He cast off the chains that bound him and turned with a venomous glare towards Raz. Next time, I shall surely ruin you. With that menacing declaration, Lafayette did not wait for a response, ascending into the skies. When one fears another, they wish to avoid their presence at all costs. This time, Lafayette's speed of flight was not swift, and although Rhodes pursued closely, the distance between them began to widen gradually. Should he concede defeat? No. Rhodes began to sense the drifting clouds in the sky, attempting to obstruct Lafayette's escape. Yet all of his efforts were evaded by Lafitte. What was that? Rhodes noticed the lingering arcs of electricity on Lafitte's body, and simultaneously, he sensed the rich presence of elemental lightning and water surrounding him. Suddenly, an idea struck Rhodes, prompting him to remain suspended in the sky. He spread his arms, beginning to craft something from memory. In his original world, there existed tales of the Thunder God and the Lightning Mother, deities believed to govern the vastness of thunder and uphold justice in the realm, striking down malevolent beings. The Thunder God wielded a hammer in one hand and a rod in the other, creating thunder to vanquish evil. Thus, with his left hand, Rhodes conjured swirling dark clouds, which swiftly transformed into a half-meter-long negatively charged rod under his mental command, while his right hand morphed into a positively charged hammer. He gazed into the distance, realizing that Lafitte had already distanced himself by over 300 meters. Closing his eyes to sense further, he opened them and murmured, "Will this be effective?" Suspended in the air, Rhodes raised the dark hammer while directing the rod towards Lafitte's frantic flight. He struck down forcefully, with the arcs of electricity from his foe as a conduit and the vast thunder to annihilate the enemy. A thunderous boom erupted as the crude weapons forged from clouds clashed, resonating across the sky with a deafening roar. Brilliant flashes of lightning flickered, and under Rhodes's control, a powerful lightning strike surged forth like a blade, twisting towards its target, perhaps due to Rhodes's enhanced proficiency, or perhaps the intangible power of belief. This hastily devised technique succeeded in unleashing the first thunder. Crack, crack, crack. Desperately flapping his wings, Lafitte sought to distance himself from the impending danger, when suddenly, his body trembled, a surge of foreboding coursing through him, a harbinger of death. Whipping around, Lafitte's singular eye found no trace of his adversary, but instead, he beheld the dazzling lightning serpent. His eye widened, yet it had already lost its sight. The blinding thunder rendered him sightless, and in the wake of his blindness, his form was engulfed by the storm of lightning. Boom. In an instant, the external force amplified the thunder, obliterating half of Lafitte's body. As the tremendous power of electricity began to dismantle his innards, his consciousness gradually faded, and at this moment, an overwhelming sense of regret washed over him. Yet it was all in vain. Boom. Crackle. Simultaneously, as a consequence of Rhodes unleashing this thunder, the congregated dark clouds around began to clash, erupting in lightning. From a close distance, several bolts of electricity surged towards the ailing Lafitte, who was plummeting towards the ground. Boom, boom, drip, drip, drip. Raindrops began to fall, a tattered silhouette crashing heavily to the ground amidst the downpour, the droplets transforming into smaller ones, while the body morphed into scattered remnants of flesh. Casting his gaze upon the successfully conjured weapon, Laws displayed a rare semblance of satisfaction and murmured to himself, "Excellent. This technique shall be named Thunder God." Feeling the tempestuous clouds around him unleash their wrath, Laws exhaled a deep sigh of exhaustion. He longed for slumber, or perhaps to escape the harsh reality that had unfolded. Yet the truth that had transpired must be confronted. How many of his crew remained alive? Laws plunged downward, crystalline droplets tracing the corners of his eyes, indistinguishable as rain or tears. Reining in his emotions, Laws first directed his descent towards the site where Lafitte had fallen, taking a detour to reclaim his weapon. Throughout this endeavor, he maintained his elemental form, preventing the toxic elements from corrupting his being. Upon reaching a fissured and collapsed patch of the stone ground, Laws gently descended, only to find the pit filled with remnants of flesh. Thanks to the peculiar nature of the soul lantern, he discerned several white fragments of souls floating above the remains. It appeared that the arrival of the lantern had drawn the fragments closer, and as they entered the lantern, a flicker of ethereal light momentarily illuminated its interior, bringing Laws a sense of relief. Indeed, not everyone possesses the extraordinary resilience of rubber-like beings, capable of miraculous resurrections. The significant subordinate of the future Yonko Blackbeard has, at last, met an untimely demise in this locale. As he cast his gaze around, Roz observed the desolation that enveloped the area. What was once a thriving street now lay in shambles, littered with grotesque corpses, their features contorted and marred by numerous claw marks, curled upon the frigid ground. He could discern the agony and resentment lingering in the eyes of the deceased. Most of the bodies faced a singular direction, towards the hospital. It was evident that that place must be even more harrowing than here. With a stoic expression, devoid of any inclination to dwell on the scene, Roz ascended into the sky, his destination the site of the prior battle. Moments later, the Hoggus brothers, perched and vigilant, detected faint sounds. Gur opened his eyes and beheld Roz descending from the heavens, nodding in acknowledgement. Subsequently, he approached Vasily, whose demeanor was serene. A wave of sorrow washed over Roz as he contemplated Frank and Steg's return to their previous position, igniting a flicker of hope within him. He hastened towards the concealed refuge of Frank, yet what he encountered was disheartening. Frank and Steg had not evaded misfortune either. After a brief silence, billowing clouds materialized behind Roz, transforming into serpentine tendrils that reached for the bodies of the two. The clouds gently enveloped them, when suddenly a shadowy figure of black and white beneath them caught Roz's attention. It was the panda he had rescued before the battle. Did Mori not take it away? Roz mused softly, observing the panda's small, dark eyes gazing up at him with a pitiful expression. It was still alive. With a sigh of relief, Roz stood to depart, but then recalled how the two had protected the panda. He remembered Frank mentioning during their underwater journey that the panda symbolized good fortune. Surely they had longed for luck to grace them in their final moments. Apologies. He bent down and lifted the panda cub. Oddly, it remained silent, allowing Roz to carry it without protest. At this moment, the two clouds seemed to transform into Roz's extensions, lifting Frank and Steg 2 meters above the ground as they followed him. Soon, Roz arrived before the tranquil form of the monk, Wu Zheng, lying flat on the ground. Gazing at the calm visage of his companion, Roz uttered once more, apologies. A white cloud tendril extended from his back, reaching for Wu Zheng. Upon contact, the handsome monk, who had been with eyes closed, suddenly opened them. I'm not dead yet. No need for apologies. Their eyes met, and an awkward silence ensued, broken by Wu Zheng, who spoke first. My body is riddled with lethal poison. I have controlled the circulation of my blood and organs. Now, I entrust the rest to you. Without contention. Wu Zheng closed his eyes once more, his breaths growing faint, as if the very act of awakening was driven by a fear that Roz would mistake him for a lifeless corpse. Roz narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment before he decided to lift Wu Zheng. Deep within, he harbored a flicker of resentment. This individual, despite having played a role in the recent battle, had not made a significant impact. Had he arrived sooner, perhaps the tide of events could have shifted. Shaking off his dissatisfaction, Roz carefully maneuvered the three of them, step by laborious step, to Vasily's side. At this moment, their movements were weighted, not merely by the heft of the deceased. Apologies. A fourth white cloud extended its tendrils, gently enveloping Vasily. Roz then cast a glance at the Hogus brothers, poised to advance, when suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed before him. A white figure darted through the dense rain, severing Roz in half. With a swift pivot, the figure turned. The previous strike had lacked substance, clearly indicating that the assault had not unfolded as intended. The rain dripped steadily, occasionally illuminated by faint flashes of lightning. Fire Mountain gazed at the pirate he had attacked, observing his form shrouded in billowing white smoke. After a brief distortion, he returned to his original state. The Blood Butcher. Henry Roz, a user of natural abilities? Fire Mountain pondered, but soon a realization dawned upon him. A band of pirates has launched an assault on this island, largely motivated by the much-publicized natural fruit. The individual before me has demonstrated that he has emerged as the sole victor. It appears that Mino Vitacino has met his demise. Even in death, does he seek to drag everyone else down with him? One must commend this individual as a veritable crime lord, or perhaps label him as utterly deranged. As I traverse the scorched terrain, it becomes evident that this island has essentially transformed into a desolate wasteland, placing the burden squarely upon our navy. The thought of the impending correspondence from various nations fills me with dread. With a twist of my arm, I direct my blade towards Roz, my voice resonating with antiquity. In this case, surely someone must bear a portion of the responsibility. My gaze sharpens as I channel my hockey into my weapon. A rear admiral, you say? This is troublesome. Each individual who ascends to the rank of rear admiral possesses a mastery of the Navy's 6 forms in hockey. And my current state in the presence of such a formidable opponent is decidedly precarious. A fleeting glance towards the Hogus brothers, who were seated and discreetly observing, induces a sigh from Roz. Here, I leave the cleanup to you. My lower half morphs into a billowing cloud, ascending in an attempt to flee. Yet a well-prepared rear admiral would not let such an opportunity slip. Navy 6 forms, shave. Navy 6 forms, moonwalk. A slashing strike. One lunges forward to close the distance, while the other leaps into the attack range, delivering a blow imbued with hockey towards my calf. Clang. The pain in my leg does not deter my ascent, rather, it astonishes the rear admiral. Hockey? Though I struck true, I did not sever his leg as I had anticipated. Is it truly possible for such a troublesome adversary to exist in the West Sea? Moonwalk. The rear admiral activates his moonwalk again, striving to bridge the gap. Yet its velocity pales in comparison to Shave. After a few paces, he halts, resigned to watch as the creature with 4 white tentacles retreats. As my body plummets, nearing the ground, I transform into a heavy mass, crashing down with a resounding thud. Once the myriad of splashed water settles, I approach with my blade in hand. And who might you be? Abandoned pirates? The blade gleams like snow, menacing and unyielding. Chapter 105. The Derelesu Incident. Aftermath dragging 3 corpses and 1 living soul. Ra sways through the eerie silence of the city, making his way towards the designated docking area for their ship. However, upon reaching the waters near the shipyard, he finds no sight of their pirate vessel, but rather a lifeless body adrift on the surface. It is the psychologist Chapman, originally a non-combatant who would typically remain aboard the ship, a true embodiment of the adage when the ship is present, so too are its people. Yet now, he has become a corpse. The situation is all too apparent. My apologies. The final glimmer of hope was utterly extinguished, and Rods found himself devoid of the strength to gather the remains of those who had once served him. His figure faded into the night, enveloped in desolation. Hello. So it seems that only 4 individuals from the Drolaris remain alive. A telephone bug with a Mohican hairstyle announced in a commanding tone. Indeed, Commander Calm, Fire Mountain, stationed on the warship, cast a glance at the 4 individuals being treated. The telephone bug fell into a moment of silence before, 10 seconds later, the voice of Kong echoed from the other end. Understood. I shall instruct Sengoku to lead the medical team to handle the subsequent matters. Yes, Fire Mountain replied respectfully. The so-called medical unit had been established a few years prior to counter the Black Death organization, specifically designed to address outbreaks of infectious viruses within the naval forces. Originally, this unit was to be disbanded after the demise of the Black Death organization. However, Vice Admiral Crane had overridden objections, opting to retain it, though the medical team remained. Its personnel had dwindled significantly. Reflecting on the 4 survivors, Fire Mountain felt a sense of resignation. It appeared that these individuals would serve merely as witnesses. After thorough inquiries by Drolaris, Fire Mountain discerned their identities and realized they were not pirates. Consequently, he made the decision to rescue them, recognizing their need as witnesses to comprehend the events that had transpired. Moreover, these 3 were renowned knights. With Fire Mountain's orders, a squad of fully armed soldiers entered the island, conducting a swift search. Ultimately, they discovered another survivor, who was subsequently rescued and brought aboard the warship. After promptly issuing orders for 5 warships to surround the island, Fire Mountain reported the intelligence to Admiral Steelbone Kong. Upon learning that General Sengoku would soon arrive, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the real headache lay with General Sengoku. Fire Mountain silently mourned for Mr. Sengoku for a minute, followed by 5 minutes of envy for Mr. Carp, who had once again declined the position of general. Well, everyone has worked hard. Maintain regular martial law. And then let's all dine. Understood. Thank you, Lord Fire Mountain. The previously silent and solemn worship was suddenly filled with laughter and joy, showcasing Fire Mountain's remarkable leadership. When it was time to work, his subordinates were diligent. When work was done, they mingled freely without hierarchy. As the cheerful sounds echoed into the ship's cabin, Vice Admiral Fire Mountain gazed upward at the sky. The rain had ceased, revealing an even more radiant moon. He pondered the man who had vanished into the horizon carrying 4 corpses and muttered to himself, I hope he is not a troublesome individual. On the 3rd day of the naval blockade surrounding Derelesu, a warship arrived, bearing a man of grave demeanor and an exquisitely styled round hairstyle. This was none other than the current admiral, renowned as the warlord of the Buddha's era. Behind him stood a cadre of Marines adorned with sleeves embroidered with cross insignias, the very medical personnel referenced by the air marshal. As the warship drew nearer, a brief handover occurred between the 2 commanders before the vessel approached the battered port of Derelesu. Medical personnel, clad in protective suits and gas masks, disembarked onto this island shrouded in despair, tasked with collecting the island's lethal toxins for research and eventual eradication. This is not merely a means of eliminating future hazards, but also an endeavor to provide the world with a reasonable explanation. The generals of the warring states have begun to personally engage with the 5 remaining individuals. Following a phone call between the Burning Mountain and General Calm, a naval vessel has rescued another person from the sea, bringing the total number of survivors to 5. The interrogations aboard the warship remain shrouded in secrecy, yet news that is destined to astonish the West Sea is on the verge of erupting. What once belonged to the territories of several major crime syndicates is now under the control of the Navy, rendering communication from the island impossible. The crime families are understandably anxious, especially since just days prior, they had dispatched their personnel, relatives, and esteemed family members to the area, now rendered completely unreachable. The Simon family was the first to take action, sending an inquiry letter to the West Sea Division regarding the loss of a noble in their domain. With one family initiating the call to action, the other prominent families soon followed suit, urging the Navy to withdraw from Delorisu and issue a statement. Meanwhile, newspapers in the West Sea have begun to speculate wildly, reporting that the Navy intends to confront the underground emperors, that Delorisu has met with calamity, and that the Navy has annihilated all inhabitants of Delorisu Island. Under mounting pressure, a naval general from the West Sea Division disclosed information regarding the Delorisu incident, causing an uproar. According to the Navy's report, several pirate crews attacked Delorisu Island, engaging in rampant plunder and resulting in the death of an individual carrying a highly toxic substance, which triggered a deadly toxin outbreak on the island. Upon receiving a distress call, the Navy dispatched 5 warships at great speed. However, their efforts ultimately proved futile. The attacking pirates, led by the notorious Crimson Butcher Henry Rhodes, managed to escape, while the rest perished, most of them at the hands of the Navy's onslaught. Such an official report incited profound fury among the people of the West Sea, anger directed towards those wretched pirates, the individual bearing deadly toxins, and even more so towards the living mastermind behind it all. This wrath was palpable as these individuals began to clandestinely maneuver for their own benefit. Meanwhile, some innocently benevolent souls commenced preparations for various mourning activities. Yet, those who truly comprehended the reality of the situation fell into a deep silence. In a certain kingdom, the shadowy Chigu family gazed at the newspaper sprawled across their table, accompanied by intelligence acquired through their connections, and succumbed to silence. They had failed, a catastrophic failure, which also resulted in the ruin of their lavish den of vice. A man donned in the garb of a godfather inhaled from a luxurious cigar, suddenly bursting into laughter. Among the 5 families, the Vino family suffered the most significant losses, essentially facing annihilation. Thus, we must act swiftly to recover our losses from Vino. Indeed, the Simon family mirrored this resolve. Upon learning of his brother's demise, Simon Geary unleashed his wrath upon 5 small pirate crews, seemingly in retaliation for his brother's death. However, once vengeance was extracted, he spared not a moment in seizing territory. Unlike the other 2 mafia families, the Kia family opted for silence, even opting to conceal their whereabouts more profoundly, as if they perceived an impending and extreme crisis. Mushroom Island, headquarters of the Vino family. The island is adorned with a plethora of verdant flora, predominantly mushrooms. Aside from the castle at the heart of the island, which exudes a modern ambience, the surrounding structures are quite rudimentary. On one side of the castle, laughter and merriment abound, while on the other, the sounds of arduous training resonate. One side is home to orphans adopted by the Vino family, while those who reach a certain age are sent to the other side for rigorous training, alongside promising heirs dispatched by various small gangs for their own advancement. In a chamber of the castle, a diminutive and unattractive youth gazes intently at the information printed in a newspaper, and suddenly he rises with an expression of unrestrained joy. Has he finally perished? Ha ha ha, that wretch is finally gone. Alas, I did not get to slay him myself. The youth's name is L, holding the title of commander of the city defense. He was once one of the orphans outside the castle, where orphans bore no surnames, only names bestowed upon them by the Lord. Yet, he steadfastly remembers his original name, Capon Baiki. With a gaze filled with ambition, he exclaims with barely contained excitement, Vito, let us seize everything from the Vino family. From this day forth, I shall be known as Capon Baiki. I shall establish my own underground kingdom. On a nearby sofa, a boy with an exceptionally slender tongue is engrossed in a comic book about legendary ocean heroes. Upon hearing his brother Baiki's call, he responds in confusion, Yes, Vito, who recently distinguished himself among the orphans outside the city and was sheltered by Baiki, has since been incorporated into Baiki's ranks upon entering the castle. Our objective is the armory. Constructing a castle is no small feat, Baiki asserts. Half of Baiki's form transforms into it as he surveys his surroundings with keen eyes. Since he would be deprived of resources by those who revel in taking advantage of the fallen, he might as well utilize them to bolster his own strength. To create a fortress with absolute defenses requires not only a vast quantity of steel, but also a significant investment in powerful weaponry. In this moment of decline for the Vino family, Baiki recognizes it as the opportune time for his ascent. Western Sea Division noblemen continuously besiege the division's base, while the burning mountain observes from a high vantage point. What a nuisance. I truly despise dealing with these profit-driven aristocrats, Mr. Warlord laments, munching on rice crackers with a furrowed brow. But you are quite adept at handling such individuals, Burning Mountain retorts with a puff of smoke and a smile. We should summon Crane instead. Spare Miss Crane. She has only just welcomed a granddaughter, Burning Mountain jests. Mr. Warlord glances at the respectful and polite Burning Mountain, smirking. Then she should be referred to as Grandma Crane. Burning Mountain merely smiles in silence. Alas! A sigh escaped his lips as he contemplated the forthcoming bureaucratic entanglements, which inevitably caused him a headache. He preferred the sensation of deftly manipulating the pirates at his fingertips rather than enduring the suffocating intrigues among kings and nobles. It was worth noting that just a day prior, the king of the Elusia kingdom had arrived here, calculating the time. It seemed that the fellow must have set off the moment the news broke. How clever of these nobles to exploit the Navy's plight. If necessary, they would have to relinquish some benefits. Sengoku understood their desires. The resources controlled by the Vino family were coveted even by the Navy. The information regarding the Bloody Butcher must have been reported up the chain. One must not be negligent. Any natural-type devil fruit user possesses the potential to become a nation-destroying powerhouse. If they cannot be utilized by us, then they must be swiftly eradicated. Fire Mountain, suppressing his amusement, stood at attention and declared, all information has been reported. The Intelligence Department is currently deliberating on an appropriate bounty amount. At this moment, Sengoku finally finished the package of senbei before him, rising to his impressive height. He donned the admiral's cloak and prepared to confront those avaricious nobles, embodying a spirit akin to the chilling winds of the Yishui River. Chapter 106, The Rise to Fame, the Moniker of Human Butcher. At Marine Headquarters, Marineford, in the conference room, a black-suited, long-faced, dark-haired Major General pointed at 9 bounty notices on the blackboard while addressing his colleagues below. According to the intelligence submitted by Vice Admiral Fire Mountain, the Dora Race incident was instigated by a coalition of 7 pirate crews, among which 9 individuals had bounties exceeding 30 million. The convergence of such rogues in one place constituted a dereliction of duty for us in the Navy. Thus, a decision was made from above. Vice Admiral Fire Mountain and Major General Allen would each be demoted by 1 rank. The Major General cast a glance at his male secretary, who had green hair and a tall stature. Brandu approached the blackboard promptly, striking through 8 of the bounty notices, leaving only the one in the center untouched. The Bloody Butcher, Henry Rhodes. This was the sole pirate to profit and survive from this incident. The Major General surveyed the secretarial personnel dispatched by various Navy generals, his expression turning grave as he stated, "The focus of this meeting is this individual." Tapping the blackboard where Rhodes's bounty notice was displayed, he continued, "The bounty of 58 million berries is far from commensurate with this person's threat level. In this incident, he acquired the coveted smoke fruit amidst the chaos among the pirates." The Major General glanced at Brandu, who, upon receiving a nod, swiftly approached an image-transmitting snail. With precise and rapid maneuvers, an image materialized before the assembly. The picture depicted a fruit resembling a fluffy cotton candy, complete with a twig and 2 green leaves. In the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, this fruit is identified as the Meon fruit, representing the element of cloud. As Brandu introduced the subject, he pressed the button of the image phone book, and the next image promptly materialized. It was a somewhat blurred photograph depicting a woman whose body transformed into white clouds, soaring across the sky. This particular fruit was last seen 200 years ago, consumed by the female adventurer known as White-Scaled Serpent Evelyn, and subsequently felled by the then Vice Admiral Jean. According to the available records, this fruit possesses the extraordinary ability to manifest clouds for offensive purposes, while simultaneously invoking thunderstorms. In the hierarchy of devil fruits, it is categorized as a lower-tier natural type. Within the Navy's catalog of devil fruits, most are marked with a danger level. Those with direct offensive capabilities in the natural category are typically classified as higher tier by the world government. Fruits such as magma, light, thunder, ice, and flames. In contrast, lower-tier fruits often exhibit vulnerabilities and weak offensive power, including those like sand, smoke, gas, swamp, and snow, with the Mian fruit being classified among the lower-tier varieties lacking significant offensive capabilities. However, even when deemed lower-tier, natural-type fruits can still rank among the best when compared to the superhuman and animal types. You are aware that even the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia can vary based on the strength of the user. Black Horse interjected at an opportune moment. Such occurrences have transpired within the confines of that clandestine compendium, which remains undisclosed to the public. The emergence of a formidable individual, birthed from a single fruit, inevitably leads to its elevation by those secretive evaluators. Conversely, as the abilities of each successive generation of fruit users wane, their associated dangers diminish correspondingly. Proceed. Black Horse instructed Branu. The meringue fruit possesses a conspicuous vulnerability to flames, as potent heat can sear the moisture within clouds, inflicting damage upon the user. This is well documented in the records. Its secondary weakness lies in the wind. The ethereal, weightless clouds cannot withstand its force. This ailment is also a common affliction shared by the smoke and gas fruits. As Branu eloquently articulated, the secretaries began to diligently take notes. Indeed, those seated below for the meeting were predominantly clerical staff. Each naval commander is paired with a clerk who performs tasks akin to that of a secretary, organizing the leaders' schedules per higher directives, representing them in various meetings during their absence, and summarizing key points to report back to their respective commanders. Meetings of this nature, typically convened by the intelligence department, are primarily attended by such clerical figures, tasked with recording vital intelligence to be submitted to their superiors. In the past, naval meetings were conducted rather routinely, with commanders generally attending headquarters in earnest. However, the arrival of Garp fundamentally altered the prevailing atmosphere. Of course, certain exceptionally significant meetings or commendation ceremonies still necessitate the presence of the commanders themselves. That concludes all pertinent information regarding the meringue fruit. Click. The telephone bug was silenced, and the collective gaze of the assembly returned to Black Horse. You will each receive a copy of Henry Rhodes' intelligence report. The particulars will be for your superiors to review, Black Horse remarked as he glanced at his watch and continued. You have 10 minutes remaining to deliberate and propose a reasonable bounty amount. This statement was, in fact, directed towards my colleagues from the intelligence department seated in the front row. The task of determining the bounty amount typically falls under the purview of the intelligence department, with other departments possessing only advisory rights. I proposed, no, that amount is far too low. Consequently, the atmosphere in the conference room became lively. 10 minutes later, with the decisive words of General Haima, a figure of unexpected prowess, the meeting came to a close. As I observed the last person depart, a fervor ignited within my eyes. Indeed, being at the forefront of such gatherings is exhilarating, and the presence of Lord Haima is undeniably captivating. I, Branu, am destined to become the king of meetings in the future. New World, the World Economic Journal, gradually gaining prominence as the leading newspaper with the support of the Celestial Dragons, received a tip-off from the Navy. Concurrently, the commission bounty notices began to be expedited for printing. After enduring a tumultuous struggle, the original 3 major newspapers saw the World Economic Journal emerge as the frontrunner, ultimately being recognized and sanctioned as one of the official press outlets. This is the fate shared by all esteemed newspapers. The world government, which governs the globe, will not permit the loss of its narrative power. If a newspaper does not align with the government, its survival will be short-lived. Yet, even when co-opted, the new president, Morse, through cunning and with the backing of 2 celestial families, has managed to secure a balanced state for the world economic news, thereby obtaining considerable freedom of expression. Always presenting himself in the guise of a great bird, Morse eagerly peruses the intelligence dispatched from the Navy, and as he reaches the conclusion, excitement inevitably stirs within him. Indeed, what a magnificent era this is! A formidable newcomer has emerged. According to contemporary terminology, he ought to be referred to as a supernova. The West Sea truly exhibits its strength. First came the notorious pirate, Gecko Moria, followed by Henry Rose. It is indeed a land renowned for breeding villains and the origins of gangsters. His eyes caught a piece of news regarding the North Sea, and a smile lingered on Morse's lips. The North Sea does not shy away from competition. Don Quixote da Flamingo is also beginning to shift his focus from the North Sea to the Grand Line, coupled with the swordsman Mihawk, who hails from the Grand Line yet has made his way back from the East Blue, and the first Shichibukai crocodile, who is enamored with heroic games. The Grand Line is bound to descend into chaos. In his solitary office, Morse converses with himself, appearing quite mad, utterly unconcerned with the employees outside. Meanwhile, outside the Morse building, several printing houses affiliated with the World Economic News have commenced overtime printing. Numerous newsbirds, tamed by Morse, begin to return to their nests, having received their pay for today while preparing for tomorrow's tasks. On the morning of February 8, 1501 in the sea calendar, a multitude of newsbirds took flight from the headquarters in the New World, scattering to the branches of the Grand Line and the Four Seas, carrying a vast array of newspapers to commence their day's work. The following day, In a certain sea area of the Grand Line, a raucous laughter erupted. Ah! Kill them all. Women and treasure shall all belong to us. 100 pirates surged onto the island, swiftly seizing the docks with their ferocity. Just as they were about to unleash chaos upon the town, a pirate clutching a telescope rushed in, panic-stricken. Captain! Captain! It's bad. A sharp slap silenced him. As the captain, adorned in pirate garb, glared fiercely, I am perfectly fine. Speak your mind. Why yes. It's a pirate, a disgrace among pirates, a dog of the Navy. One of the warlords of the sea. The pirate captain's expression froze, usually eloquent. Upon hearing of those who had allied with the Navy, he couldn't help but curse. Yet, he was no fool. He understood that such individuals were beyond their capability to confront, and panic ensued. Damn it. Back to the ship. The wind swept through, momentarily obscuring the vision of the gathered pirates. As their sight cleared, they were astonished to find a man standing amongst them. The young man, clad in a brown coat and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, exuded an air of prominence. His cigar, Golden Hook, and the scar etched across his face unmistakably revealed his identity, Crocodile. After a brief silence, as someone finally uttered his name, Crocodile's gaze sharpened. I detest the term lapdog, he declared. My apologies. The pirate captain exclaimed in a flurry of panic. Crocodile twisted his arm, his golden hook raised, and let out a sinister chuckle. As recompense, your head shall belong to me. In a flash, he moved, his hook slicing through the neck of one pirate, while a powerful punch shattered the heart of another. The sound of gunfire erupted, and several bullets pierced Crocodile's body. Yet, against the elemental nature of his powers, the ordinary bullets proved utterly futile. Sand slash. With a swift motion of his right hand, he conjured a blade of sand that carved a crescent arc through the air. A few unfortunate souls were instantaneously cleaved in two, losing their lives. Crocodile showcased his remarkable agility as he deftly dispatched the remaining pirates. When the last foe fell, he released a deep breath of exasperation. Over the past year, aside from dealing with some formidable adversaries, he primarily relied on his own physical prowess to vanquish foes. From his previous defeat, he had gleaned a vital lesson. No matter how potent one's abilities, a robust physique is essential for support. The effectiveness of such training was evidently manifesting in the current battle. Indeed, it is Crocodile, a formidable force recruited by the world government. The warlord of the sea, Crocodile. Such strength, such power. Some of the lovely maidens even began to gaze at him with hearts in their eyes. From an initial state of fear and despair, they now felt an overwhelming sense of security and undeniable charm that could sway any maiden's heart. Lord Crocodile? Oh my, what a handsome man. So dashing. With strength, charm, and wealth, he was simply irresistible. Suppressing his disdain for the murmurs around him, Crocodile smiled as he slowly approached his arriving subordinates. The rest is in your hands. Rest assured, everything will be entrusted to us, Mr. Crocodile. A group of individuals, hastily summoned by Crocodile for concluding tasks, made their way back to the Baroque Gustav. Crocodile picked up the newspaper meticulously prepared by his subordinates, savoring his coffee with care. The front page detailed the recent sensational death incident of the entire Droller Island in the West Sea. Naturally, this newspaper had been polished by the Navy, downplaying the existence of the Mafia while amplifying the cruelty of the pirates' assault and accentuating the ferocity of the sole survivor. A bounty notice fluttered down from the newspaper, landing at Crocodile's feet, its face up, allowing him to clearly see the photograph and the bounty amount of the wanted individual. Human butcher Henry Rhodes bounty, 190,000. Life or death. No mercy. With a snap, Crocodile's polished black shoe crushed the bounty notice beneath it as he lit a cigar and took a deep puff. An intriguing bounty, just shy of 200 million, yet still within the upper echelon of 100 million. But ultimately, he is merely a Na'vi youth. Should our paths cross, I would not mind claiming him as my own prize. Dressed in noble attire, the handsome young man set aside the newspaper and the bounty notice, murmuring to himself, 19 years old and a bounty of 190 million? Quite a substantial sum. Meanwhile, the 22-year-old man, Myhawk, with his keen eyes, pondered seriously for a moment before shaking his head in denial. It would be best to wait for a while before encountering him. I currently lack the means to deal with someone who can transform. The man was genuinely contemplating the intentions of the hunter, not far from the foot of the mountain. A child clad in martial attire, wielding a large and a small wooden sword, stared in astonishment at the nobleman adorned with a large blade. His eyes widened in excitement as he quickly turned and dashed towards a nearby hillock, calling out fervently. Halfway up the slope stood a dojo specializing in the Inyang swordsmanship style, renowned for its dual sword technique comprising a long and a short blade. The dojo's master was a celebrated swordsman, famed for slaying 36 pirates and holding his own against a naval major. Something is amiss. Master, there is trouble. The 10-year-old child exclaimed breathlessly as he stumbled into the dojo, drawing the attention of his fellow disciples. Master, someone has come to challenge us. The crowd erupted in astonishment. It's that man who has fought his way here, the one with the eagle-like gaze. The child continued, filled with enthusiasm. The dojo fell into a hushed silence. At that moment, the Grand Line bore witness to an enigmatic and formidable swordsman who, having commenced his journey in the East Blue, had challenged renowned masters of swordsmanship, achieving the status of a sword saint. Upon entering the Grand Line, he continued to visit esteemed sword masters, never proclaiming his victories or defeats. However, the silence of those he had encountered, coupled with his unimpeded progress, spoke volumes to the world of his prowess. Now, most sword masters both anticipated and feared his arrival. Should one fail to appear, it would imply their inadequacy. Yet, should one come and be unable to defeat him, it would be a source of shame. Silence. A commanding voice broke through, rousing the frightened disciples from their reverie. A middle-aged man, adorned with dual swords at his waist, stepped forward. Why harbor such fear? What need is there for sword practice? A true swordsman is fearless. The middle-aged man strode confidently out of the dojo. Noticing the eagerness among his disciples as they followed him, he paused and said solemnly, "Do you wish to witness the battle of a swordmaster? With your current prowess, witnessing it will only hinder your progress." Understanding the master's intent, the disciples halted, watching him depart. "Surely, our master isn't afraid of us seeing him take a beating." The child whispered, "Hush, do not speak ill of the master." Moments later, the mountain rang with the sound of clashing swords, their essence intertwining. After 10 minutes, the middle-aged master returned, his attire somewhat tattered. Master, you've won," the disciples exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The master grasped the broken sword concealed in its sheath, his tone now tinged with weariness. "I did not win. He did not lose," he sighed softly. "Truly, he is worthy of the title Eagle Eye." The news regarding the Drolareso Island massacre and the emergence of a notorious figure has spread across the globe in a remarkably brief period. Scholars with a keen interest in global affairs, ambitious opportunists, nobles wielding control over the fates of the common folk, and formidable individuals aware of their own power have all come to recognize the rise of a promising big shot in the West Sea. Alas, what a wretched world we inhabit. It seems we have yet another malevolent villain among us, bringing misfortune to the innocent. How splendid it is. May more of such characters emerge. The world requires a thorough upheaval to redefine its rules anew. At this moment, the rulers feign benevolence, hypocrites put on a facade, opportunists bide their time, and the suffering lament their fates, revealing the myriad desires that plague our existence. Chapter 107. The Curtain Falls. The Rite of Water Burial. A month and a half later. In Troy, the affliction within the esteemed master Wu Zhang has nearly been eradicated. With a period of diligent recuperation, he shall soon return to his former self. The tall and unappealing Dr. Hogo Bak cast a glance at the renowned young man, and, swallowing hard, admitted, "As for you, my lord, it is indeed my incompetence." Cough. "No matter, speak plainly," Wu Zhang replied, rising from his sickbed, his gaze laden with concern for the man conversing on the adjacent bed. At that moment, Rods lay half-naked, revealing numerous scars that marred his skin. The once prominent muscle had all but vanished, rendering him somewhat gaunt. Following the disappearance from the night sky of Drolaresu, Rods had struggled through the air with several corpses, eventually spotting a small pirate crew that seemed to be both curious onlookers and opportunists. After demonstrating a display of force, Rods assumed the role of temporary captain. After briefly tending to his injuries, the ship quietly set sail for the city of music, Troy. The reasoning behind this choice stemmed from Rods having read articles about the genius Dr. Hogo Bak in the newspapers, and the only capable physicians he knew were either yet to be born, still young, or far away in the Grand Line. Only Hogo Bak was within reach. It appeared as though misfortune had long accompanied Rods, but now there was a sense of reversal in fortune. The journey had been remarkably smooth. Upon arriving in Troy, Rods, through a combination of force and financial persuasion, managed to easily win over the money-loving Dr. Hogo Bak. This individual indeed possessed exceptional skills. After extracting some viruses, he promptly analyzed the toxins and subsequently concocted a preemptive antidote. He also proposed a therapeutic method involving bloodletting. Dr. Hogo Bak first employed his surgical expertise to incise Wu Zhang's skin, effectively removing or injecting substances to handle the toxins within the internal organs. He then employed a routine bloodletting technique, achieving a genuine cleansing of the marrow and blood. This process lasted an entire month, ultimately expelling all the deadly toxins from Wu Zhang's body. As long as he engages in a period of rest for 6 months, he shall return to his original state without any after effects. In stark contrast to Wu Zhang, who was effortlessly detoxified by the physician, Roz, plagued by a bacterial infection, has become a conundrum for Dr. Hogebach. According to Hogebach's plan, he intended to incise Roz's skin to eliminate the toxins. However, Roz's peculiar gift rendered the surgical blades damaged and ineffective, leaving Hogebach unable to breach Roz's skin. This has exacerbated the illness. And coupled with the significant toll inflicted by that infamously brutal battle, Hogebach found himself grappling with the complexity of Rhodes's condition. From the outset, Rhodes's body had succumbed to the infectious bacteria targeting the lungs, released by Mino. As time progressed and the battles intensified, the bacteria advanced from the lungs to the brain, inducing fever. Subsequently, the consumption of the Mian fruit temporarily staved off the further escalation of his illness. Had he maintained that state, it would not have been excessively grave. However, Rhodes's decision to forego elemental transformation in his quest to vanquish Lafitte exacerbated his condition, a point that Hogebach found particularly troubling. Despite the medication administered over this period having eradicated the bacteria, the lingering repercussions on his lungs remained insurmountable in the short term. Hogebach was interrupted by a cough, prompting him to pause before continuing. You must have noticed that the cough will accompany you for some time, possibly years, perhaps even a lifetime. How could this be? You are the genius doctor of the West Sea, Wu Zhang exclaimed, a hint of impatience in his voice. Hogebach offered a wry smile and sighed. Alas, master, you are aware that this is merely the West Sea. There may be physicians capable of curing ailments on the Grand Line, but here, such practitioners are likely absent. Cough. Cough. I understand, Rhodes replied calmly. He had sensed something amiss from the coughing over the past few days. Furthermore, your eyesight also requires attention. The bacteria have invaded your brain, and fortunately, their impact has been limited to your vision. Noticing the lack of response from Rhodes, Hogebach advised from a medical perspective. It would be best for you to rest for 2 years. This would greatly benefit the recovery of your lungs. Indeed, it would be preferable to be in a place with fresher air. Compared to Wu Zhang's 6-month recuperation, Rhodes's aftermath was considerably more severe. His diminished eyesight rendered objects 10 meters away somewhat blurry, and the lung infection caused him to cough incessantly. Most critically, the residual effects on his lungs would hinder a warrior's combat prowess. Rest, you say? Understood. Cough, cough. Rhodes gradually rose to his feet, donning his clothing as he pondered the doctor's counsel. Time, after all, was ample, and he indeed required a period of recuperation. Turning to Wu Zhang, he stated calmly, "But before I rest, I wish to accomplish one more task." Wu Zhang, will you accompany me? Eh? Wu Zhang replied, perplexed. I intend to send my crew members home. Red Island. A group of suitors was once again repelled by the boisterous voice of a woman. The young lady had already reached the age of 16. The prime time for attracting matchmakers. Ha! A bunch of deluded fools. Lily, we should steer clear of those impoverished individuals. You are destined to become a noble lady in the future. At the tender age of 16, Lily blossomed into a striking beauty. Yet a subtle shadow of melancholy lingered in her expression. Her dear friend Frank had not penned a letter to her in several months, which stirred a sense of unease within her. In her understanding, Frank had garnered the favor of a merchant and had become a competent guard, devotedly safeguarding the merchant during his maritime endeavors. Yet, the ocean is an inherently perilous realm. Sighing, she found herself somewhat irritated by her mother's incessant daydreaming beside her. At the dock of Ritter Island, a watchman noticed a small sailboat approaching and swiftly gestured for it to adhere to protocol. However, despite his fervent signals, the vessel abruptly veered, halting 50 meters from the shore, and then proceeded to slowly circle the island. What is this? Is it not coming in? The man grumbled. The sailboat's peculiar maneuvering attracted the attention of several onlookers, some of whom displayed a hint of unease. It is a water burial ceremony. It seems someone has perished on the island, remarked a rugged man, his face adorned with a cigarette. His attire and complexion revealed him to be a seafarer. A water burial ceremony? Ah, it is a rite at sea. When a person passes away, their body is consigned to the ocean, sinking with the tides, while their companions circle the burial site or the place of their demise in remembrance. The man continued. Furthermore, esteemed comrades or colleagues often collect the deceased's belongings and pay tribute on the island where the departed lived. Ah, I see. The crowd nodded in understanding. The peculiar behavior of the sailboat evidently stemmed from some ritual of the sea. A man, unable to resist the urge, raised his telescope for a closer look. As the lens zoomed in, he beheld an ordinary vessel, but when his gaze inadvertently fell upon the flag fluttering from the mainsail, he froze in utter shock. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" his companion exclaimed, giving him a light slap. Gulp. "The Jolly Roger. It's the notorious Rorano Azaro of the Straw Hat Pirates, with a bounty of 190 million berries." A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, soon shattered by a cacophony of panic as the news spread like wildfire through the dock, prompting terrified individuals to flee to their homes. The current owner of the Rose Manor, upon receiving the alarming news, hastily made his escape. A notorious and ruthless pirate has emerged from this island. A figure of unspeakable terror who, merely a month ago, was known for annihilating his own family and slaying hundreds, even obliterating an entire isle. How could they not be filled with dread at his arrival? As the sailboat circled the island and boldly docked, Roz paid no heed to the desolate pier before him. Home at last. He grasped 2 ceramic jars in his hands, and once more set foot upon this land, the pale figure of Wu Jing trailing closely behind. This time, he accompanied Rods as a monk performing a rite of passage. Rods gazed into the distance, toward the direction of Rose Manor, where a mountain stood, the final resting place of the parents of this corporeal form. His objective was clear: Cheeming Mountain. As Rods approached Cheeming Mountain, near Rose Manor, he encountered an elderly guardian of the mountain who did not recognize him. This oversight compelled Rods to pay a considerable burial fee, as the site where his parents were interred possessed the finest feng shui. Upon reaching his parents' grave, Rods laid down 2 flowers and offered a moment of remembrance. As the blazing sun dipped below the horizon, 2 fresh graves emerged. Wu Jing transported 2 stone slabs from the foot of the mountain, and after a moment of contemplation, Rods inscribed 2 simple yet poignant phrases upon them: Eternal Guardian, and Adventurer in Pursuit of Love. As night descended, a modest cabin sealed its windows. A wisp of white cloud drifted through a narrow crack, gently opening the window, allowing a pair of exquisite gold bracelets and a sheet of paper to float into the room. The bracelets were discovered in Frank's embrace, and Rods understood that this fervent youth had long harbored affection for a maiden. These bracelets were undoubtedly intended as a gift for her. The accompanying paper revealed no secrets. It detailed the location of Frank's grave. On a night when the inhabitants of Ritter Island were fraught with anxiety and unable to sleep, Rods and Wu Jing quietly departed. The companions from the Land of Lanterns, Huzi from Lifeng Island, Alge, the brothers Tyler and Toby from Little Raindrop Island, and Sturgeon from Parrot Island. A small sailboat meandered aimlessly across 7 or 8 islands, conducting one burial ceremony after another for their fallen comrades. The rites of water burial, the Buddhist ceremonies of passage, and the generous compensation from the pirate crew combined to ease Rods' sorrow, for he had witnessed far too many partings between life and death. During this period, he endured the scorn of a grieving woman unable to accept the loss of her family, faced indifference from the parents of crew members, and provided solace to children weeping for their fathers. After conducting Sturgeon's funeral, they were left with but one destination: the hometown of Sailor Hado, who was originally meant to depart from the pirate crew before this battle, Mermaid Island. Thus, let us escort our final comrade home. Chapter 108. The Finale. The Ceremony of Aquatic Burial. Report, Commander. This time the man-eater has appeared on Parrot Island. The general stationed at the volcanic base, Fire Mountain, was somewhat irked. That man, who had remained silent for nearly 2 months, was once again stirring up trouble. According to the initial reports from Ritter Island, Henry Rose was evidently conducting a funeral for their crew and sending them home. What repercussions could arise from a notorious pirate roaming various nations? Naturally, the outcome would be that these nations would exert pressure on the Navy headquarters, pleading for the apprehension of such a dangerous individual. Receiving the mission, General Fire Mountain commenced the pursuit, yet time and again, he caught not even a glimpse of the elusive figure. Previously, he had devised a plan to wait for the opponent on Parrot Island, but it seemed that fortune favored his adversary, as they never appeared on the island where he lingered. After spending over half a month on that island, Fire Mountain, having taken an extended leave, departed only to receive news of the opponent's prior actions. What incredible luck! I had just left. Though he expressed such sentiments, Fire Mountain was actually reluctant to confront that man, setting aside the fact that the individual had not harmed ordinary civilians. The mere act of personally conducting a burial for his crew deterred him from engaging in battle. A person capable of performing such a solemn duty could become a considerable threat to the surrounding populace if provoked, especially since he lacked the ability to control the opponent's flight. Judging by the trajectory of this voyage, the funeral should be nearing its conclusion. Yellow Ape, will you take action? Fire Mountain inhaled deeply from his cigar, exhaling a cloud of smoke before turning to another man. Seated in a chair was a man named Borsalino, a vice admiral in the Navy, codenamed Yellow Ape, one of the three terrors feared by pirates. Oh, you know well why they dispatched me, Yellow Ape replied, casually trimming his nails with a nail clipper while reclining with his legs crossed. Ahem, don't blame me. I lack the ability to fly, and I haven't even caught sight of the opponent. Fire Mountain smirked self-deprecatingly. Just as Yellow Ape completed his grooming, he rose languidly and said, well, since I have no idea where the opponent will head next, I might as well venture out and tempt fate. If that little brat meets misfortune, he cannot blame me for dragging him to the depths of an eternal hell. Thank you for your trouble. Although his military rank has been diminished, Huashao Mountain still wields considerable influence in this region. As long as he accomplishes something noteworthy, he could easily return to the ranks of the lieutenant general. Thus, Huashao Mountain's demeanor towards Huang Yuan is far from obsequious. On Mermaid Island, the villagers became aware a month ago that Ha, who ventured out to sea in search of fortune, had lost his life. Indeed, a funeral was held over half a month prior. Observing the newly constructed houses rising from the ground, none harbored any avarice, for they knew well the caliber of the individual Hadu had once served. When the fishermen, casting their nets in the distant waters, spotted the rare arrival of an outsider's vessel, they promptly returned to the village to report. As the small sailboat approached the island, the dilapidated dock became crowded with onlookers. In this secluded and impoverished locale, the villagers were unaccustomed to such commotion. They cared not whether the arrivals were notorious pirates. They only recognized them as wealthy individuals willing to spend a fortune on something as trivial as toilet paper over a year ago. At the forefront of the dock stood four individuals: an elder, the village chief, a woman, Hadu's wife, and two children, Hadi's son among them. The boat halted over 50 meters from the shore, then slowly circumnavigated the island, drawing nearer in the gaze of the assembled villagers. At the bow, Roz could only discern a blur of figures and speculated that among them was Hada's wife, who had previously held disdain for him. As the vessel docked, Roz glanced skyward and murmured softly, home at last. With the staircase lowered to the ground, Roz was the first to step onto the island. He cast a vague gaze towards the gathering, unable to discern their features, yet he approached them with a calm demeanor. Regardless of their intentions, Roz was prepared to accept whatever awaited him. When he noticed a larger figure accompanied by a smaller one approaching, he paused, bowing deeply before them. I apologize, he coughed, for not bringing Hada back in one piece. This phrase had been uttered by Rhodes numerous times, with great proficiency. As she approached, Rhodes finally discerned the identity of the visitor, an ordinary woman accompanied by a seemingly simple yet spirited child. The lady held her child tightly, inhaling deeply, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet her body was slightly bent, revealing an awkward smile as she choked out, "Thank you for transforming Hada." It was only at that moment that Rhodes noticed the plain child clutching a notebook tightly in their embrace. He was quite familiar with this notebook, which Hada had resolved to document the achievements of their voyage from the moment he boarded the ship. Rhodes recalled Hada often telling his companions that he would eventually show his son the grandeur of his father's exploits. This notebook should rightly remain in Hada's possession. Ahem. That notebook, Captain. Upon hearing the call, Roz raised his head in surprise and soon discerned another child, a young boy with thick lips, rushing towards him. It was Daz. Following closely behind, Wu Jing gazed at the approaching child with delight. Master. Daz arrived beside the woman and child, respectfully bowing to Wu Jing before explaining, I returned the notebook. Haha. You're still alive, you rascal. I knew it, just looking at you. It's clear you have a strong constitution, Wu Jing exclaimed with a hint of joy. The survival of a former companion was indeed a cause for celebration. However, scratching his head, Wu Jing's expression shifted to one of melancholy as he said, but Uncle Hada. I understand. Roz interjected, walking over to Daz and patting his head, as he surveyed the crowd surrounding them, which regarded them with the same curiosity as one would a spectacle. Roz felt an unusual sense of strangeness. In that bustling street, they appeared as outcasts, always kept at a distance, as if they were harbingers of misfortune. Yet, the gazes here were mostly filled with intrigue. It was understandable, considering this remote area where even the villains would return empty-handed and despondent. Uncle Hada's funeral has already taken place, Daz interjected at an opportune moment. Is that so? May I pay my respects? Roz inquired, glancing at Hada's widow, who nodded in affirmation. Grateful, Roz returned the nod. Hada's grave was not far from the small village. And soon the five of them arrived at the burial mound. He is a man marked by failure, yet simultaneously a man of success. The aimless years of his earlier life culminated in a year of remarkable fervor, at least as documented in his notes. When a man departs from this world without regrets, the notions of worth become irrelevant. Now that Hada has returned home, we shall refrain from further intrusion. Rods withdrew a substantial bundle of banknotes from his pocket, amounting to nearly 1 million belly, and offered it to the woman, stating, "This is Hada's compensation and his wages accrued during his time with me." The woman accepted it. Having perused her husband's notes, she harbored some grievances, yet her resilient spirit embraced the outcome. Had her husband not made this choice and remained at home, achieving nothing while drowning in drink, his death would have been far preferable to such a fate. With little consolation to offer, Rods believed that no words could possibly surpass the sentiments expressed in Hada's own writings. At the village's sole tavern, Hall and Hallie were taken aback by the return of such a prominent figure. Unlike Hall, who appeared somewhat apprehensive, Hallie was noticeably more delighted. "Ah, I never anticipated that you, Brother Rods, would accomplish so much in just a year. I have read the articles about you. They are truly splendid," Hallie exclaimed with her characteristic warmth, even retrieving a wanted poster from beneath the bar. "So, great pirate, would you prefer fruit wine? Or perhaps—" Rods began to respond, but was interrupted by Wu Zheng, who chimed in, "Fruit wine, I believe." Hallie turned to Rods, who nodded in agreement, indicating his preference for fruit wine, and then jested, "Actually, you ought to display that wanted poster." "Haha, indeed. I share your sentiment," accompanied by the sound of coughing. Rhodes turned his gaze towards Daz, and after savoring a sip of fruit wine, he inquired about Daz's presence here. He recognized that Daz would eventually become a loyal man. Yet his own arrival had altered the course of this fellow's destiny. Having witnessed Daz's convictions, Rhodes understood that faith often falters in the face of life and death. Thus, he sought to learn about Daz's experiences to ascertain whether he remained trustworthy. The number of forces annihilated by the Navy's spies was not insignificant, which made Rhodes, now a figure of interest, more vigilant. Young and inexperienced, Daz had not pondered such complexities. He recounted his tale with fervor, detailing everything that transpired after he and his master departed. Following the destruction of their pirate ship, Daz fell into the sea, but fortunately, he was close to Hada, and together they struggled to swim to each other. The impact from the warship and subsequent lung infection claimed the lives of many in an instant, while those fortunate enough to survive felt relieved that the shore was not far away. However, when their companions finally reached the beach, they encountered an even more terrifying fate: poison. Due to their delay in bringing Daz along, Hada and he were a bit slower, and upon witnessing the dire state of their comrades, almost guaranteed to perish upon landing. He immediately took Daz back to the ocean. Ultimately, Daz, bearing the weight of Hada's burdens, was rescued by the Navy. After receiving medical treatment, Daz was released alongside the Haggas brothers due to Haggas's false testimony, as he was merely 11 years old, below the age of criminal responsibility, and had no record of wrongdoing. With Hada's notes in hand, Daz implored the Haggas brothers to assist him in reaching this remote island. At that time, the Haggas brothers were also gravely injured and could only entrust the task to a reliable mercenary. After many twists and turns, Daz arrived at Mermaid Island, where he stayed for over half a month. Upon learning from a newspaper that the captain was holding a sea burial ceremony for the crew, he resolved to patiently await his return, firmly believing that the captain would come. Rhodes, whose watchful gaze had been fixed on Daz, finally exhaled in relief upon finding no discrepancies in the boy's narrative. He decided to confirm with the Haggas brothers for further assurance. "Thank you for your efforts," he said, lightly sipping the fruit wine that now tasted somewhat bland. "I need to find a place to rest for a while." With this decision made, he looked towards Wu Zheng and Daz, seemingly seeking their opinions. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Zheng spoke. "Well, the doctor instructed me to recuperate for 6 months. Why don't we go to my home? To the extremes of the West Sea, the land of spirits." Rhodes directed his gaze at Wu Zheng, who pointed at Daz, smiling. "I wish to bring Daz back to learn from my master. This way, he can be trained." Rhodes nodded slightly in understanding. At this moment, Daz was 11 years old, an age ripe for training. Furthermore, going to their temple would greatly aid in subduing his inner demons. A dark line crossed, and Roz felt an overwhelming urge to retort. Since acquiring the power of the demon and witnessing the demise of his comrades, he had lost much of his tension, He believed that if this continued, his inner demons might vanish on their own. Very well, thus it was decided. After a hearty dinner, as the three prepared to depart, the proprietress, Hallie, suddenly called out to Roz. "Young Master Roz, ahem, could you kindly check on my brother's family when you visit Fishman Island? Consider it a reward." With a flourish, she tossed a bottle of wine, which Roz expertly caught. The deep green vessel contained a sparkling liquid, adorned on one side with delicate white snowflake patterns. "What is this?" he inquired. "Surely wine, a rare and costly libation, possessing a unique flavor." Roz raised the bottle with a grin, gesturing dismissively, and replied, "No problem." As the trio departed, the jovial owner, Hall, poked his head out, chuckling, "Hee, do you remember our last wager? I was the victor, was I not?" As night descended upon the dilapidated pier, sailors aboard a small sailboat playfully entertained a black and white creature. A younger sailor gently patted the creature before turning to the captain and asking, "Captain, how much longer will this continue? Each day fills me with dread." The bearded captain adjusted his glasses with a sigh. "I feel the same. You must understand. My hair has been falling out more than ever lately." They were a merchant ship, hired at a handsome price by the monk Wu Zheng for a mission in Troya, only to find themselves ensnared in perilous waters. The commission was indeed lucrative, but the constant fear of naval bombardment was truly tormenting. Tap, tap, tap. Silence fell upon the crew. "Ladies and gentlemen," the captain coughed, "once we deliver you to your destination, your duties will conclude." Amidst a mix of terror and vivid imagination, the sails were raised. The end of this volume. Chapter 109, Conclusion. I intended to release this yesterday, but was too busy to remember. The first volume is somewhat chaotic. Yet I have conveyed the essential ideas I wish to express. I enjoy protagonists who evolve, and I had established a plan for their demise from the very beginning. The first volume will gradually be refined to clarify certain points that remain ambiguous. The subsequent volume will primarily explore tales of divine beings within various religions, intertwined with malevolent organizations such as the Black Death Society, centering on themes of adventure. At this juncture, the only aspect that can be controlled is the power dynamics. The first volume maintains power levels beneath a bounty of 100 million, while the second volume will elevate this range to between 100 million and 500 million, introducing more interactions with original characters. I hope those who enjoy this will continue to lend their support, and there are no issues with completing the writing as planned. Chapter 110, The Six Paths of Buddhism. As time passes, the West Sea is altered by the arrival of a certain man who changes the fates of some. Yet the majority of the world's destinies continue along their predetermined paths. In the year 1502 of the Oceanic calendar, an unspoken war erupts in the New World, in the Land of Harmony, where Kazuki Oden leads the Akazaya Nine against the Beast Pirates. They suffer defeat and are subjected to boiling punishment, leading to the downfall of the Kazuki clan. Lady Toki transmits a portion of the samurai to 20 years into the future and leaves behind a prophecy. The Whitebeard pirates begin to unfurl their flag on Fishman Island, declaring it under their protection. In 1503 of the Oceanic calendar, the future trendsetter Monkey D. Luffy is born. Hancock, one of the future 7 warlords of the sea, along with her 2 sisters, is abducted by human traffickers and subsequently becomes a slave to the celestial dragons, forced to consume the sweet fruit. Crocodile officially establishes his stronghold in Alabasta, marking the first step in a scheme that will unfold over the next several years. In 1504 of the Oceanic calendar, the Don Quixote family firmly establishes its presence in the Grand Line, welcoming back Don Quixote Rocinante, brother to Doflamingo. The adventurer Fisher Tiger is captured and becomes a slave, bearing witness to the grotesque and distorted nature of humanity firsthand. At the extreme west of the sea lies the spirit country, Bodhi Island. Although referred to as an island, it is, in strict terms, a small landmass connected to the Red Earth continent. This region is mountainous and abundant with Bodhi trees. It is said that the Buddha once visited this island, impressed by the multitude of Bodhi trees, and thus named it Bodhi Island. As the number of devotees gradually increased, the existence of the spirit country eventually emerged on Bodhi Island. Over the past 2 years, rumors have spread that the Buddha has manifested in the spirit country, with fierce winds and torrential rains occurring atop Spirit Mountain, accompanied by thunder and lightning, and even snowflakes falling from the sky, blanketing the land in ice and snow. Furthermore, devotees assert with conviction that they have witnessed a golden Buddha hovering in the air, flanked by dragons and tigers, radiating a divine light. Such a scene is witnessed not by a solitary individual, but by a multitude, leading to a remarkable surge in the number of pilgrims in recent years. thereby enhancing the incense offerings at various temples. At this moment, high above the earth, on the red clay continent, a golden-haired man clad in a white robe engages in combat with the void, wielding a scythe as fierce winds swirl around him. The sound of rapid footsteps echoes, thud, 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 as a nearly 90-kilogram black and white beast charges towards the man in white. A hint of a smile appears on the previously expressionless face of Rods, lending him an air of peculiarity. Casting aside his weapon, Rods immediately enters into fierce combat with the formidable beast. Fists and palms clash against claws and teeth. After numerous exchanges, the black and white creature seems to become enraged, launching itself forward with a powerful lunge, its jaws opening wide to deliver a vicious bite. With a single bite, it seemed to possess an unfathomable force, effortlessly severing a substantial portion of Roz's shoulder. Yet, Roz, unfazed by the assault, bore no expression. The torn segment of his body instantly dissipated into mist. The black and white beast scratched and clawed, reducing Roz's form to mere fragments. In the sky, a golden cloud remained fixed in one location. At the moment the black and white beast shredded Roz's body, the golden cloud morphed and twisted into the silhouette of a man. The man, his eyes concealed by a red cloth, appeared somewhat gaunt. Yet beneath that slender exterior lay a hint of vitality. Suddenly, due to the force of gravity, he plummeted rapidly to the ground. During his descent, he spread his arms wide, indulging in exhilarating movements. Moments later, as he neared the earth, he focused his thoughts and relaxed his body entirely. With a resounding thud, the force of his fall transformed into a mere whisper. The black and white panda let out an excited bark. Roz, who had been shattered upon impact with the ground, reconstituted his form and looked up at the descending panda with a hint of displeasure, saying, "Riceball, you are not a dog. This is more like it." With a thud, the panda named Riceball was tackled and proceeded to be licked, which only accentuated its canine-like demeanor. Riceball, a name derived from a panda they had once rescued, was a pocket panda fond of consuming various items, storing them within its otherworldly interior. In a moment of vexation, Roz had dubbed it Rice Bucket. Perhaps due to its heightened intelligence, the panda seemed to grasp the meaning of its name and obstinately refused to comply. In an offhand remark, Daz suggested that this panda resembled Riceball more than Rice Bucket, thus solidifying its name. After being rescued, Riceball appeared to regard Roz's family, following closely at his side. Ever since the panda's arrival, Roz's fortunes had dramatically improved, leaving him with a hint of perplexity about the world around him. In his previous life, many had playfully mocked a formidable character known as the Panda Man, an omnipresent figure whose creator openly acknowledged that this character was a reflection of himself. As the progenitor, the panda race was endowed with remarkable luck, which seemed to have been passed on to Roz, who humorously acquiesced to this notion. Moreover, this panda possessed abilities, making its rarity all the more significant, prompting Roz to treat it as family. With a hiss, Roz forcefully halted Riceball's frolicsome antics, settling into a cross-legged position and taking a deep breath, relieved to find that the pain in his lungs had dissipated. "Master Qijing, what time is it now?" Roz suddenly turned to glance behind him, where an elderly man with a long beard and a bald head stood, clad in a patched monk's robe and often squinting. One would hardly guess that this man had already surpassed a century in age. Master Qijing was the mentor of Wujing and currently the abbot of Ling Mountain Temple. "Your ability to perceive the divine mirror has grown remarkably strong," Qijing remarked, somewhat astonished. For it had only been half a year since Roz had mastered the heavenly ear and divine mirror, yet he was already capable of sensing Qijing's presence. In response to Master Qijing's musings, Roz appeared somewhat resigned. He was still unaccustomed to the enigmatic proclamations of this man, or rather, to the eccentricities of this group of monks. In truth, the divine mirror that Qijing referred to was merely an application of the observation haki from the vast ocean. Yet within the Buddhist context, such applications were categorized into 6 grand supernatural abilities, lending them an air of sophistication. The 6 profound abilities consist of the following: the lower 3 perceptions, the heavenly eye, which can see millions of meters, the heavenly ear, capable of hearing over vast distances, and the divine mirror, which enables one to acquire information about others through perception. These 3 basic applications of the perception abilities, as described in Buddhism, are regarded with immense reverence. This left Roz somewhat speechless, though he found the latter 3 abilities to possess an air of mystery. The upper 3 perceptions include the heart reading, which allows one to sense the thoughts of others, the fate sight, which can foresee the future, and the breath severing, which can extinguish all forms of life force. During a conversation with Master Qi Jing, Roz learned that the Buddhist tradition places significant emphasis on the cultivation of these 6 perceptual abilities. As he absorbed this information, he experienced an enlightening revelation. Unlike the crude applications of perception abilities observed in the outside world, Lingshan Temple engaged in thorough research into these practices. Roz, possessing considerable knowledge, gained a clear understanding after the initial explanations. The heavenly eye, heavenly ear, and divine mirror serve as the foundational aspects of perception abilities, representing the essence of seeing, hearing, and sensing. The heart reading, fate sight, and breath severing are advanced applications, symbolizing the ability to hear the unspoken thoughts of others, to steal past memories, to foresee the future, and to sever all personal information. As these thoughts crystallized in Roz's mind, several impressions emerged. The young girl from the future Sky Island in Enel's Heart Network, who exemplified the ability to hear the inner thoughts of others, alongside the Red Count. Lightfield, who possessed the power to listen to hearts and access memories. There were also the Rice Cake Man under the 4 Emperors and the Straw Hat Boy, who could foresee the future. The perceptual prowess of the red-haired emperor further enriched this tapestry of insight. These characters evidently embody the essence of the upper triad. Upon grasping this understanding, Roz could not help but feel a sense of elation, for in a realm where the observation hockey was systematic, acquiring knowledge in this domain would undoubtedly be much more accessible. However, when Roz expressed his desire for Master Qi Jing to instruct him, the master declined, candidly suggesting that it would be best for him to relinquish all burdens and devote himself to 2 years of tranquil cultivation. After a night of contemplation, Roz graciously acquiesced to this advice. During the initial 6 months, Roz led a serene existence at the foot of Ling Mountain Temple. He basked in the sun, tended to a vegetable garden, and cared for an eccentric creature, leaving no one to suspect that he was a notorious pirate of great repute. After half a year, he relocated to the hillside behind Ling Mountain Temple, situated at an elevation of approximately 2,000 meters on the Red Earth continent, where the air was remarkably fresh. Here, he witnessed as engaging in rigorous daily training, while he himself began to delve into books that piqued his interest. In the second year, Roz officially resided on the Red Earth continent, where the expansive terrain was characterized by scant greenery, predominantly red-brown soil, rendering normal vegetation incapable of survival. The oppressive atmospheric pressure in this region was far from tolerable for an ordinary person. Fortunately, Roz adapted gradually to the altitude. Otherwise, given his fragile lungs, he might have faced significant repercussions. In this year, while ensuring his physical well-being, he began to delve into the transformative nature of clouds. From this point onward, the signs of the dragon and tiger emerged, and the presence of the Buddha became apparent, leading to a flourishing of incense offerings at Ling Mountain Temple. As 2 years passed, Wu Zheng introduced a method for cultivating the observation haki, yet by then, Roz had already embarked on a preliminary awakening of this ability. In the 3rd year, Roz's health began to improve, the sound of his cough diminishing, and he officially commenced his studies of observation haki, while also exploring the alternative applications of the elements associated with clouds. During this year, the Kingdom of Spirits experienced tumultuous changes, with various weather phenomena occurring simultaneously. No longer a source of fright. Master Qi Jing, what year is it now? Roz found himself feeling somewhat disconnected from the passage of time, as he had ceased to pay attention to the years since he began his gradual ascent from Ling Mountain Temple. His young companion seemed at ease, able to relinquish all concerns, which explained the rapid advancement of Buddhist powers. Master Qi Jing smiled in approval before informing him, "It is now June, in the year 1505. Oh, has it truly been more than 4 years since I arrived here?" Roz was taken aback, as he had initially believed only 3 years had passed. It is hardly surprising, for the temperature here remains perpetually low, akin to an everlasting winter. Coupled with his penchant for manipulating the weather, he is oblivious to the changing seasons. The little rice ball gently nudged its fluffy, round head against Roz. Seemingly understanding the gesture, Roz affectionately rubbed the rice ball's head and jested. "You are already over 4 years old." The rice ball responded with a few soft sounds. "I am nearing 22. Roz, who had grown somewhat accustomed to a languid existence, inwardly mocked himself. "Ah, so you are merely 22. Chapter 111. The catastrophe that will change the world. It has been over 3 years. It is indeed time to descend the mountain. Isolated contemplation can only lead to a certain pinnacle. At this moment, he has cultivated his observation haki to a significant level, yet requires combat to stimulate a breakthrough to greater strength. His research on the fruits has reached a proficient stage, and further exploration seems unlikely to yield new insights. The most pressing reason, however, is that he senses his spirit gradually sinking. At merely 22 years of age, considering a lifetime only totals 43, how is it that he feels somewhat aged, like a withered flower? Oh, young friend. Are you preparing to descend the mountain? Master Qingjing's demeanor remained as timeless as ever. Turning his head, although his eyes could not see, Roz could distinctly perceive the presence of Master Qingjing, even sensing the faint moisture in the air that helped him discern the master's expression. Yes, in the distant future, there is likely to be a war that will assault the world. I do not wish to confront it unprepared. Roz sat cross-legged, chest held high. Moreover, I yearn to witness the splendor of this world. Oh, you are aware of the impending calamity? Roz noted the implications in Master Qingjing's words. The rice ball, feeling neglected, sprawled on its back beside Roz. 8 centuries ago, a Buddha left behind an oral prophecy that one day, the world would face tremendous strife, embroiling countless innocent lives. Master Qingjing clasped his hands together, his expression filled with compassion. From your words, young friend, is the disaster imminent? Yes, it is likely less than 20 years away. Roz thought to himself with skepticism. Indeed, it is no wonder that this calamity has long been foretold. Master Qingjing, also seated cross-legged on the ground, observed Roz's puzzled expression and initiated a discussion regarding a question Roz had previously posed. Do you recall when you resided in the temple? You once inquired about the connection between the Buddha fruit obtained by Admiral Sengoku and our Buddha? Upon this reminder, Roz instantly recalled that question, which had once elicited only a smile and silence from Master Qingjing. Is it now time for him to reveal the answer? Lingshan Temple is a place of profound heritage, with a lineage that can be traced back to the ancient mythological era. In an era long past, a formidable being emerged among humanity, possessing a will so potent that it could vanquish deities despite being mortal. This being is none other than our revered original Buddha. The name we chant in reverence belongs to this very Buddha. Suddenly, Master Qingjing felt a pang of thirst and turned his gaze towards the glutton known as Rice Ball, who was indulging in extravagant feasts at the temple. With a smile, he called out, Rice Ball, come, bring me some water to drink. Upon hearing his name, Rice Ball promptly rose, but upon noticing the old monk, he appeared rather lackluster, letting out a disgruntled bark. Rice Ball, fetch a cup. Roz patted its head and instructed. With a loud roar, Rice Ball's mouth transformed into an abyss of darkness, and a cup shot forth. Master Qingjing skillfully caught it, glanced at the empty vessel, and shook his head. Roz chuckled and snapped his fingers, causing a small cloud to rapidly coalesce above the cup in Master Qingjing's hand. A stream of water soon poured forth, filling the cup to the brim. Sensing the cup was nearly full, Roz waved his arm, and the cloud dissipated instantly. He remarked, This water is safe to drink. Typically, rainwater needs to be boiled for safety, but this particular batch was collected from a mountain spring. The method involved capturing steam emitted by the sun, forming vaporous clouds, and as long as Roz ensured the clouds remained uncontaminated, he would obtain pristine rain clouds. Thank you, Master Qingjing exclaimed, gulping down the water eagerly. After finishing, he hesitated. Where were we in our conversation? The Buddha, Roz reminded him. Ah, yes. The powerful Buddha once defeated a deity, an evil god who wielded dominion over darkness. Darkness? Roz repeated in his mind. After slaying this being, the Buddha fashioned a bone box from its remains, which has since housed the Buddha's relics. Relics? Master Qingjing chuckled lightly, revealing no hidden intentions. At the time of his passing, the Buddha kept this bone box by his side, and it is said that placing a common Buddha fruit, also known as custard apple, inside would summon a devil fruit capable of bestowing the Buddha's powers. Master Qingjing casually revealed an astonishing secret. The red curtain concealing Roz's eyes trembled involuntarily, a result of his surprise as his eyes widened. So, your devil fruits have been passed down through generations? Roz exclaimed in astonishment. Master Qingjing corrected him. They are relics. Buddha relics. The Buddha triumphed over a deity who governed the dark powers, to put it simply. A wielder of the great Buddha fruit overcame a user of the dark fruit. Then, did the user of the dark fruit transform the bones into objects capable of absorbing the fruit? The inquisitive Roz continued to inquire. Indeed, this fruit was passed down in a similar manner. However, it originated over 7 centuries ago, thus categorizing it as an ancient type. Master Qingjing elucidated without reservation. Ancient type versus mythical beast type? The formidable religious power, Roz mused inwardly. Subsequently, Their conversation returned to the main topic as Qin Jing continued. The Buddha's relic had always been preserved within the temple, and we even entrusted capable disciples of the Buddha's teachings to inherit the powers of the relic. Yet, everything changed over 2 decades ago when a gang of ruthless pirates emerged, ravaging the world and devastating any nation they set their sights upon. Raz expressed his confusion. 20 years ago? Rox. The Dark King Rox. Master Qin Jing uttered another astonishing name. Rox. Raz's tone heightened. You have heard of him too? Yes, it is quite normal. Most individuals from the last century are familiar with that name. Raz's mind echoed with the remnants of Ling Mountain Temple, still faintly perceivable in its damage. He had previously assumed that the dilapidated roads and walls were the handiwork of the monks practicing there. However, it seems that 21 years ago, Rox attacked the kingdom of Ling, and the previous abbot led us monks in resistance, ultimately failing. Even the relic, which had at the time been devoid of a successor to the Buddha's powers, was seized. It was only upon receiving the letter from Wujing that we learned the Buddha's power had fallen into the hands of the world government's influence, namely, that of the Admiral of the Navy. A sudden ominous premonition washed over Raz. He felt his lips twitch as he uncertainly remarked, "You are not sharing all this with me in hopes that I might assist you in reclaiming it, are you? I truly lack the strength to contend with the future Admiral of the Navy." Raz thought bitterly to himself. "No, we believe that the Buddha's relic will return on its own in due time. You must have faith in the will of the Buddha." With a slight furrow of his brow, as if sensing Raz's doubt, Master Qin Jing added, "Within the relic resides the will of the Buddha, which directs individuals towards goodness, even igniting an interest in Buddhist scriptures, ultimately guiding them to take refuge in our Buddha." The will contained within the Zoan-type devil fruit. Raz knew that among the 3 types of devil fruits, the Zoan type had the most profound impact on its users. The instincts of animals would influence the various inclinations of the user. For instance, a wolf user might develop a penchant for meat, even raw flesh, and could not resist howling at the moon. A horse user might come to favor vegetables, with some even consuming them raw. The most quintessential example would be the so-called sun god Nika fruit, which brings joy to its user, even affecting those around them. The will of the devil, Raz asserted confidently. Master Qin Jing responded with a smile, seemingly unperturbed by the man's blasphemy. However, Raz remained somewhat perplexed and directly inquired, "Might I ask why the master speaks in such a manner?" "Ah, it merely recalls the question you posed previously," Master Qin Jing replied, returning to the earlier topic. "In the annals of history, the loss of the Buddha's relics transpired only once, 8 centuries ago. That incident was accompanied by a cataclysm. 8 centuries. A century shrouded in mystery. Could it be related to Joy Boy? Do you possess any historical records from that blank century?" Raz asked, curiosity piqued. "None," Master Qin Jing answered with resolute finality. "The calamity of 8 centuries ago also affected Lingshan Temple. The temple was obliterated in an instant. And were it not for the emergence of the first revered one, Buddhism itself might have faced extinction. This place was subsequently rebuilt. Thus, 20 years ago, when the Buddha's relics departed from Lingshan, it indeed signaled the onset of another calamity." At this juncture, Master Qin Jing's enthusiasm waned. He rose to his feet, gazing up at the boundless sky, lamenting, "Alas, calamity upon calamity, it is the innocent beings who ultimately suffer. I fervently hope that you may safeguard more ordinary souls amidst this impending disaster." Observing the ever-changing heavens, Master Qin Jing fell into silence for a moment before stating, "Ah, how dull. I shall return." The master seemed to have lost the desire for further conversation. Sensing his intent to depart, Raz was suddenly engulfed in confusion. "What brings you here, uttering inconsequential words before departing? Are you merely an NPC summoned for a task? Master, may I inquire about your purpose?" "Oh, I nearly forgot." The serene master promptly halted, turned to Raz, and said, "Do not argue. They asked me to inform you that the precious tree atom has appeared on the neighboring Banana Island. Did you not mention that the seed you possess has a certain yearning for the tree atom?" "The tree atom? Banana Island? Very well, thank you, master. I understand now. Here, take this. It is a directional guide to Banana Island." After handing over an object resembling a wristwatch, the serene master shook his head and departed, unable to resist the urge to engage in idle conversation upon encountering such a remarkable young man. Sensing the master's retreat, Raz reached for the seed of the omniscient tree nestled in his bosom. During his first visit to the Ling Mountain Temple, while exploring the Buddha's treasure hall, the seed he always carried suddenly stirred with a distinct desire to germinate upon the statue of the Buddha. However, that was the visage of the Buddha. and he dared not proceed, fearing he might be struck down on the spot. While he refrained from acting impulsively, he deemed it permissible to inquire about the material, leading him to the revelation that the tree atom was indeed the source for crafting wooden Buddha statues. This inspired a conjecture in Rods, who became particularly attentive to the materials of Baoshu atom. "Hey, you possess a soul, don't you? I sincerely hope you won't disappoint me," Rods murmured to himself, then turned his gaze towards the rice ball. "Rice ball, come, let us explore Banana Island." With a surge of thoughts, Rods unveiled the results of nearly a year of diligent study. In an instant, his form disintegrated, transforming into a white cloud, which, under his command, swiftly morphed. In less than half a minute, a white hot air balloon fashioned from clouds materialized before them. Mold. The white balloon extended a tendril upon hearing Rod's call. The rice ball stirred to life, and with a gaping mouth, released a pair of windproof goggles. Clearly, this was not their first encounter. The tendril retracted the goggles and, in the process, lifted the rice ball into the basket of the hot air balloon. Descend. Whoosh. A head emerged from the balloon, donning the windproof goggles. Guided by a directional compass, Rods navigated the balloon towards the neighboring island. Introduction. This is a world far more brutal than that depicted in the original comic. Rulers and nobles wield immense control over abundant resources, while the commoners and slaves must scavenge for scraps from these elite classes to survive. Yet, those unwilling to accept mediocrity rise in defiance, giving birth to adventurers, pirates, mercenaries, and a myriad of diverse professions.